Chapter 1. Trying to kill me right after I transmigrate? Darling, it's time for your medicine. The phrase, packed with implications, instantly sobered Reed, who was still groggy from unconsciousness. His heavy eyelids snapped open, revealing an Rolandly man holding a bowl of medicine, his face full of worry. Wait, this is... Reed furrowed his brow as a flood of dead memories attacked his brain. He had died and transmigrated. He had transmigrated into the body of a peer-named eldest son of a marquis household, in a parallel world similar to ancient China's Tang dynasty, the Great Lucas Empire. A cold-hearted father, a vicious stepmother, and scheming brothers. After coming back from the imperial examination venue, he unfortunately caught a cold. His stepmother, Carrie, planned to poison him so her biological son could take his place on the imperial examination list. Reed frowned slightly. This Carrie, daughter of Prime Minister Ferdy, was originally a concubine who was elevated to the main wife after the original mother passed away. Given her position, finding out the results of the imperial examination wasn't difficult for her. Tomorrow was the day the results would be announced. If she knew he hadn't died, wouldn't she be planning some new scheme? Darling, are you alright? The old servant, seeing that he didn't respond, thought something was wrong. Reed shook his head and was about to speak when a loud noise came from outside the door. An extremely arrogant voice shouted, "Reed, are you dead? If not, get up quickly. How dare you be so disrespectful before father?" Then, the door was kicked open with a bang, and 3 people walked in. The one leading them appeared to be a few years younger than Reed, followed by a couple, who were the original father and the wicked stepmother, and the third son Daryl, ready to usurp his name and rank. Seeing Reed sitting at the head of the bed, staring blankly at them. "Reed, you." Seeing Daryl acting menacingly, Reed said impatiently, "Can't you see I'm sick? If you don't want to come, just leave." Hearing Reed's words, everyone's faces changed, especially his father, Johnny, who looked at him icily. "Do you know what you're saying? Is there a problem?" Reed spoke indifferently. "Hasn't this dilapidated house been untouched by the Marquis for over 10 years? Ridiculous. Reed, how dare you speak to your father like this? You." Daryl couldn't resist, pointing at Reed angrily. "If you don't like it, then get out." "You." Daryl was furious. Carrie held him back, stepping in front of him, and said smilingly, "Since Darlang doesn't welcome us, let's just say it outright. We came here hoping Darlang would give the top-ranking spot to show her. Planning to snatch it by force because I'm alive?" Reed pretended not to understand and asked, "The results haven't been announced yet. How do you know I made the list?" "Naturally, we have ways to find out. All you need to do is agree." Carrie remained expressionless, but her words carried an air of arrogance. Reed laughed coldly. "If I refuse, will I live past tomorrow?" Carrie's pupils contracted. Does he know something? However, thinking of Reed drinking their carefully prepared medicinal soup every day, any doubts were dispelled, and she smiled. "How could that be? You're our Marquis eldest son." Eldest son. A worthless eldest son." Reed laughed coldly and turned to ask Johnny, "Is this also the Marquis wish?" Johnny frowned upon hearing this. His eldest son seemed different from what was rumored. At least he wasn't as weak as others said. He glanced at Carrie and Daryl. "Wait outside. I need to talk to him." Daryl was stunned and tried to argue. "Father, goo. Get out." Johnny's face showed displeasure. Seeing Johnny angry, Carrie hurriedly pulled Daryl out of the room. With this mother-son duo gone, the room fell quiet. Reed looked at Johnny and suddenly laughed. If not for the matter of third son, the Marquis probably wouldn't step foot in here, right? Marquis? Continuously provoked, Johnny finally lost his temper. "You insolent child, do you realize you're speaking to your father?" "Father?" Reed laughed coldly. "Every father hopes for their son to succeed. Which father would force their son to give up a bright future? Is it the Marquis being unkind, or the breakdown of morals within this household?" "Insolent." Johnny slammed the table and shouted, "You disloyal child, disrespecting your own father and dishonoring the family name. Am I wrong?" Reed flung off the bedding, angrily got up, and looked straight at Johnny. "You came here today not to ask me to give up the opportunity of being on the golden list for the third son, did you?" "Humph." Johnny gave a cold snort. "The third son is your younger brother. Such a petty thing as a place on the golden list. Why can't you just let it go? Pettiness like a place on the golden list?" Reed laughed in anger and said, "Then I must ask the Marquis this. They say appoint the eldest and legitimate heir. Why hasn't the Marquis made me the heir apparent?" "Ha ha." Johnny laughed in rage. He seemed to increasingly despise this eldest son. "I see why you're so disrespectful today. You're just bitter about the heir apparent position, using this chance to challenge me. The Ningho mansion has always been a military family. You can neither shoulder a load nor lift a hand. How could you possibly deserve the position of heir apparent? So, are you saying that my good-for-nothing third brother is fit to take my place on the imperial examination list?" Reed glared fiercely at Johnny. "Since the Marquis thinks I can neither shoulder a load nor lift a hand, I won't compete for this heir apparent position. But after 10 years of diligent study, the Marquis only sees me as a tool to help others advance. What use do I have for such a father? Bastard." Hearing these curses, Johnny's anger flared further, and he slapped Reed across the face. "Do you want to kill your own father?" Reed stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Yet Johnny continued to rage. "The third son is your younger brother. What nonsense is this about him being less than an animal? It's just one imperial examination. What harm is there if you suffer a little? If you can pass this time, won't you be able to pass again next time? Haha." Reed suddenly burst into laughter. "Since the Marquis says it's so easy, why don't you pass the title of Marquis down to me and get yourself another one with a lance in hand?" Reed looked at Johnny with derision. Johnny's lips quivered. This disobedient son was truly going to be the death of him today. After this outburst, Reed felt much better, and looking at Johnny, he sneered. "With the power of the Ningho mansion, Since you can manipulate the results of the spring imperial examinations, wouldn't it be simple to replace someone else's name? But what I can't understand is, why is it me? Even tigers don't eat their young. Am I not also a son of the Gu family? Johnny fell silent, seeming to finally understand the reason his eldest son had changed the way he addressed him. There's no need for the Marquis to spout falsehoods about not wanting to ruin others' prospects. Someone who would sacrifice their own son's future. What care would they have for ruining the future of a few common scholars? As for those lofty and powerful figures like yourselves, would you even care? What I cannot fathom is, why me? Chapter 2. Want to take my glory? Pay up. This shout was made with all his might. Even Johnny, an old warhorse of the battlefield, didn't know how to respond to such a direct challenge. Just then, there was a loud boom from outside the door. The door to Reed's room was kicked open again. Daryl rushed in and directly cursed at Reed. Reed, me, Daryl, can only take your place because I respect you. If you weren't still somewhat useful, do you think you would have anything today? Even Johnny couldn't help but twitch at these words. Reed, however, smiled. So, everything has been part of your plan all along, hasn't it? Jingji, you are now seriously ill. Even if you were to pass the exams, can you still go for the palace examination? Carrie said calmly, wouldn't it be better for you to agree to this and let Shio have the opportunity? I, as a mother, will remember your favor. Huh. Reed gave a light laugh. They had played both good cop and bad cop, but what about his future? Carrie had two sons. One inherited the title of the Marquis Mansion, and the other was now trying to snatch his achievement. How did that saying go in his previous life? Was this some world where only he, Reed, got hurt? He turned his gaze towards Johnny, but found that Johnny had already averted his face. Reed finally gave up on him. From the perspective of Reed, a modern man, it would take 20 years of severe brain damage to come up with such schemes. To be so biased, it was indeed not common. But this was no longer just bias for the Gu family, stripping him of his birthright as the eldest legitimate son. Okay, fine, but taking away what he earned through his own efforts. Claiming there's nothing suspicious about it would insult the intelligence of any Chanyujira Song. However, he needed to find out exactly what it was later, but for now, he'd deal with the current situation first. Looking at Carrie, who was putting on an act, Reed said calmly, if you want my agreement, it is possible. Hearing this, a faint smile appeared on the faces of Carrie and her son. Even Johnny's expression softened. Although replacing Reed's position wouldn't be hard for them, if Reed knew and went around spreading it, the Caleb mansion would become a laughingstock in the capital. If Reed agreed, that would be best. But I spent over a decade studying to earn this chance. There must be some compensation, right? Upon hearing this, Daryl immediately exploded. Reed, don't you dare? My name is not something you can call so easily. Reed narrowed his eyes, glaring at Daryl darkly. Younger brother, if you forcefully take the older brother's glory without any cost, do you think you could keep your official status? Carrie detected the threat in Reed's words and was displeased, but given the unresolved matters, she chose not to fully break ties with Reed just yet. After all, while they could force the outcome of the exam, this matter would not hold up to scrutiny if investigated. It would only take a confrontation for the truth to emerge. Carrie asked coldly, what do you want? Let me leave the mansion. I will establish my own household and have no further connection with the Marquis estate. How dare you? Johnny could no longer hold back. If Reed really left to live separately, the Caleb mansion would surely become a laughingstock among the powerful families of the capital. Johnny couldn't bear such disgrace. Reed had anticipated his refusal and was ready with a response. My Fred, you needn't worry about people gossiping. After all, few outsiders recognize me as the eldest legitimate son of the Marquis mansion, correct? The term, eldest legitimate son, caused Johnny's lips to tremble in anger. Just as he was about to refuse again, Carrie pulled at his sleeve. My lord, perhaps we should consider. She hesitated for a moment, then continued, Shio is due for discussions of marriage soon. Without an official rank, the elite officials in the court might not be willing to ally with us. Johnny was taken aback by her words. With Ferdy as the prime minister, Emperor was wary of their marital ties. His son must not marry into another powerful family. After careful consideration, only a noble family within the government was suitable. Such families valued reputation over profit and lacked power, making them the perfect match. However, these families usually looked down on them, and it would be difficult for Daryl to gain recognition without passing the imperial exams. As for why Reed's achievements were chosen over other poor scholars, there were reasons unspeakable. Now it seemed. He glanced at Reed, turned away in disgust, and snorted. Seeing this, Reed knew he had agreed, so he pressed forward. I have studied diligently for 10 years. This condition alone is not enough. What else do you want? Johnny was extremely impatient, as if he thought his eldest son was being insatiable. Who would have thought that Reed would oddly say, third brother? After all, we are siblings, beloved kin. Get more money. Johnny. Carrie. Daryl. Reed. I'm splitting from the household and living independently. 5,000 taels isn't excessive, right? Huh. Carrie looked down on Reed with disdain, thinking it was just about money. A mere 5,000 taels for selling one's future. A weakling is still a weakling, even with some talent, it doesn't change the fact. 5,000 taels will be sent over shortly, but remember, once agreed upon, you must do it. Otherwise, this mansion has plenty of means. Carrie also issued a veiled threat. Reed grinned oddly, don't worry, since I've agreed to this today. Whether the names on the golden list are changed or not, how they're changed, it's entirely up to your discretion. But, before sunset today, the household registration and banknotes must be in my hands. The household registration must be for the capital city, or else I'll reconsider. Johnny's eyes twitched, then he turned and left. He feared that staying here another second would make him explode. Seeing this, Carrie only gave him a deep look and then dragged the indignant Daryl away. After everyone left, Reed seemed to have exhausted all his strength, falling into a seated position on the ground, panting heavily. Master! The old servant rushed forward to support Reed, sobbing uncontrollably. Master, this old servant is useless. I couldn't protect you. I failed you, and Rhonda. The corners of Reed's mouth twitched, patting the old servant. Enough! Humbert, listen to me. You're an old man. Why are you crying? Help me up. Humbert helped him up, but continued to lament. It's all because this old servant is useless. Master has endured so much humiliation in this mansion, and now even the opportunity to become a top scholar has been taken away. If Rhonda knew this, she'd blame me for neglecting you. Why are you still crying? Reed said irritably. Who told you I would give up the chance to become a top scholar? To that beast third brother? What? Humbert was stunned. Master, didn't you say you were going to? You believed me? Reed smiled coldly. The Gu family and the Chancellor's mansion wield great power, so there's no place to seek justice but the drum at the Imperial City Gate. He simply couldn't believe anyone would dare take the fall for the Gu family. Chapter 3. More money, but no action. The appeal drum. A distinctive direct petition system of the feudal era. Reed and Humbert slowly walked toward the Imperial City gates, where a large drum was placed at the entrance. Humbert, has anyone ever struck this drum in front of the palace since the founding of Great Lucas 20 years ago? Sir, Humbert has never heard of anyone doing so. Wait, something's not right. Humbert's eyes suddenly widened. Sir, why you? You're not thinking of striking the appeal drum, are you? Haha. Reed smiled and then beckoned to someone in the crowd. That person was a servant from Donghua Manor, sent by Carrie to follow him. That person noticed Reed beckoning to him, but pretended not to see. Reed wasn't impatient, just smiling at him. Finally, that person couldn't hold out anymore and reluctantly approached Reed. Reed pointed at the large drum outside the Imperial City Gate and said to the man, Do you know what that drum is called? The servant froze, looking towards the spot Reed was pointing at. His face suddenly changed. Elfred? Haha. Reed patted the servant on the shoulder and said with a smile, Go back and ask Carrie if the Donghua Manor and Hicks family can withstand it if that drum sounds. Fred, Just go. Don't delay the matter. Reed merely smiled faintly and turned around, continuing towards the Imperial City Gate. Inside Donghua Manor, Carrie was smugly sipping tea. Reed agreeing to give up his chance at a top Imperial examination ranking to Daryl fulfilled 2 of her wishes. Her Roland son would inherit the title of Marquis, while her younger son could enter officialdom through the Imperial examination system. She also got to suppress Reed, the eldest son of the Marquis Manor, giving her satisfaction. As a Prime Minister's illegitimate daughter, she didn't have an easy life growing up. After marrying into the Marquis Manor, she was always overshadowed by Reed's birth mother. Even after giving birth to 2 sons for Johnny and becoming the main wife after Reed's mother passed away, she still felt looked down upon. Now, both of her sons' futures were secured, and that thorn in her side, Reed, had even volunteered to leave the manor. It made Carrie incredibly happy. Show her, you must perform well at the palace examination in 3 days. Don't be careless. She knew her son lacked talent. But the palace examination was about rankings, not elimination. As long as his essays met basic standards, even if the ranking was low, it wouldn't be a problem. Daryl, who had heard this many times, became impatient. Mother, relax. You've told me several times already, I remember. Don't get impatient. If it weren't for my planning and your father's tacit approval, you wouldn't be here. I know. I'll do my best at the palace examination. No problems will arise. Please stop repeating yourself. Seeing her son's impatience, Carrie's good mood vanished instantly. She glared at her inept son, ready to scold him. At that moment, the butler rushed in with a panting servant. Carrie frowned at this lack of decorum. Panting inside the manor like this? Have you no manners? Milady. The servant dropped to his knees, gasping, Bad news, milady. I'm perfectly fine. Carrie glared at him, saying, You insolent fool, speak quickly or face punishment. The young lord, he told me to convey a message to milady. Reed? Carrie frowned. What does he want? What did he tell you? Speak quickly. He asked me to ask milady if the manor and the Prime Minister's residence could endure it if the appeal drum at the Imperial City Gate sounded. What? Carrie was startled, then slammed the table, angrily standing up. He dared to strike the appeal drum? Daryl also stood there dumbfounded. The servant didn't know why, but they did. They had thought that weakling had been frightened into compliance, quietly giving up his chance at a top rank and leaving the manor. They didn't expect this to be a temporary strategy, daring to run to strike the appeal drum and appeal his grievances. How dare he? Carrie cursed, Useless fool. Why didn't you stop him? Milady, it's too late. He's already at the Imperial City Gate. I didn't dare stop him. Fuming, Carrie shouted at the trembling servant. Get out, all of you now. The servant scrambled away as if pardoned. Still fuming, Carrie grabbed the teacup and smashed it on the floor. How dare he? How dare that beast Reed? If the appeal drum outside the Imperial City Gate were to sound, it would be more than just a matter for a mere housewife like her. Even the entire manor and her own family would not be able to bear the consequences. After all, what she did, that was tampering with the spring examination, slapping the face of both the court and the emperor. Mother, that good-for-nothing Reed actually dares to threaten us like this. I'll go and bring him back. Although Daryl was a nobody, he understood the severity of the situation. When they conspired to seize Reed's achievement, everything had already been prepared. Regardless of whether Reed agreed or not, with the backing of Donghua Manor and the Prime Minister's residence, no one outside would dare to accept Reed's complaint. But Reed didn't expect him to go as far as striking the appeal drum directly. Carrie snapped back to reality at his words and saw Daryl heading for the door, immediately reprimanding him. Come back, where are you going? Daryl didn't stop. I need to teach that good-for-nothing a lesson. Rascal. Carrie immediately chased after him, pulling him back and scolding. Can you stop making things worse? You want to teach that beast a lesson in front of the Imperial City gates? Hearing this, Daryl finally calmed down but remained reluctant. Mother, are we just going to wait here? If he strikes the appeal drum, we're finished. What do you know? Carrie sneered. He's just trying to intimidate us. Intimidate? Upon hearing this, Daryl seemed to realize something, his face turning from anger to relief. You're right. This good-for-nothing has been meek his whole life. How could he really strike the appeal drum? He must just be putting on a show. Carrie's eyes turned dark. What if he does strike it? Huh. Daryl's smile froze. Mother, didn't you just say? What if? Carrie looked coldly outside. The reason he sent someone back to deliver this message is to let us know that whether the appeal drum sounds or not depends entirely on whether his name is replaced tomorrow when the results are announced. Daryl felt deeply humiliated. This good-for-nothing dares to threaten us like this? Chapter 4. As a top scholar, isn't it reasonable for me to show off a bit? Carrie opened her mouth. She suddenly remembered what Reed had told her before, that it didn't matter if the examination results were changed or not. So it turns out he already had a plan waiting for me. Fine. You want to play this way, huh? This round I admit defeat. I never thought you, beast that you are, would have such depth. Reed, don't get too cocky. You'll have your comeuppance. Go tell your father that we shouldn't touch Reed for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him later. Carrie gave her cold instructions. Substituting Reed in this spring examination obviously won't work, but her father, as the Prime Minister. Even if you, Reed, enter the Imperial Court, what can you do? When it's time to crush you, it will be as easy as squashing an ant. Just wait and see. Although Daryl was reluctant, he also knew the severity of the situation. If Reed were afraid and did not strike the drum, it would be one thing, but if he dared, even with the power of Donghua Mansion and his grandfather's family, to save face for the court, he wouldn't escape punishment. Reed, I'll never let this go. Daryl cursed under his breath and left Carrie's courtyard, heading straight for Johnny's study. On the other side, Reed and Humbert stayed in a corner near the Imperial City. Humbert, noticing Reed's still pale complexion, worriedly asked, Master, are we staying here all night? Reed adjusted his sleeves and smiled bitterly. We can't leave tonight. For him, in this vast capital city, the safest place was indeed right here at the foot of the Imperial City. He couldn't gauge how crazy Carrie was, but from the original owner's memories, calling her a venomous woman wasn't an exaggeration. However, he could understand why Carrie acted this way. But what about Johnny? Why? Sigh. Reed sighed softly and looked at the old man beside him, never imagining that on the first night after crossing over, he'd end up sleeping on the street. The night passed, and the master and servant spent the entire night huddled at the foot of the Imperial City until dawn broke, and Reed opened his eyes. Humbert, half asleep, was woken by Reed and seeing daylight, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Master, it's morning. Reed nodded and smiled. Humbert, since it's still early, why don't we buy some food? After eating, we can go see the list of successful candidates. Master. Humbert hesitated, saying, what if the Marquis Manor? They might. Humbert gestured with his hands and pointed toward the drum for reporting grievances nearby. Reed smiled. Don't worry, Carrie isn't like Daryl. She knows what to do. As the sky grew brighter, Reed and Humbert hurriedly ate their fill and headed toward the examination hall. At this point, the entrance to the examination hall was crowded with people waiting anxiously for the results. Soon, a group of officials from the Ministry of Rights came out. They're here. The candidates gathered at the gate shouted excitedly. The leading official from the Ministry of Rights, used to the scene, glanced at the time and signaled to his colleagues. In an instant, a huge golden scroll fell, and the crowd erupted into cheers. Reed was jostled through the crowd and finally reached the front. He heard someone shouting, I passed too, thank heavens, I finally made it. Oh no, why am I so unlucky, spending 20 whole years waiting. Under the golden scroll, some cried and some laughed, emotions intertwined. Reed turned his attention to the names on the scroll when he heard a voice. Reed. Reed turned around, thinking someone was calling him, only to see someone exclaim, top of the provincial exam, top scholar Reed. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of him? I haven't either. What kind of divine being is this? How did he surpass all the talented scholars without anyone knowing his name? Master, you? Humbert, seeing Reed's name, grabbed his sleeve excitedly. Reed gave him a glance, and Humbert quickly closed his mouth, though his joy couldn't be hidden. Standing beneath the list, listening to the chatter around him, Reed quietly stared at the three characters in first place. Even though these weren't his own exam results, he felt a deep sense of excitement. After all, the higher his ranking, the more attention he would receive, making it harder for Donghua Manor to move against him openly. Glancing at his name once more, Reed pulled Humbert out of the crowd as the sounds of crying and laughter grew louder. Inside, however, he felt increasingly calm. Humbert, let's go. Hey, where are we going, master? Of course, we're going back to pack our things and then find a house. Back? To the Marquis Manor? Humbert stared blankly at Reed. Master, is it wise to go back and cause more trouble at this moment? Donghua Manor. Carrie's face was dark, her mood unpleasant. Why? Why should she endure this? Why should that low-born woman have a son who outshines hers? Provincial top scholar. What a grand title. Daryl knew why his mother was displeased, but now was not the time to address it. Johnny, seeing Carrie's anger, tried to soothe her. All right, don't be too upset. Not having Shio replace that beast on the list turned out to be a good thing. A good thing? How is this a good thing? He has already left the Marquis Manor, Fred. Carrie replied in a mocking tone. Johnny would have been better off saying nothing. His words only made Carrie more annoyed. How could not replacing that beast be considered a good thing? Johnny was irritated by her sarcastic tone and snapped, "Am I wrong? Did you not see what sort of person Shio is? Would you let him embarrass us with that title of provincial top scholar during the palace examination?" "Daryl, why drag me into this?" He moved aside, hoping to avoid getting involved. Carrie understood Johnny's meaning. After the provincial examination, she only heard that Reed's essay was excellent and he was sure to pass. No one had expected that he would become the top scholar. If Reed's paper had been replaced with Daryl's name, it wouldn't take Reed striking the drum for grievances. Even the Emperor would suspect foul play in this spring examination. Then, if investigated, the trouble would be immense. "Humph, that beast got lucky." Carrie sneered. Just then, a servant rushed in from outside. "Fred, Rhonda, the eldest master has returned to the manor." Upon hearing this, Daryl immediately perked up. Without waiting for Johnny and Carrie to speak, he rolled up his sleeves and ran out. "This good, for nothing still dares to come back? Watch me deal with him." Chapter 5. The Imperial Chancellor? How about I tell you about Davin? Reed and Humbert tidied up casually. There wasn't much stuff anyway. The few main items were still the relics of the original owner's mother. Just as master and servant finished tidying up, they heard the third brother, a fool, shouting outside the door with his raucous voice. "Reed, you scum, come out. You took my mother's money, but dare to go back on your word. Just watch me break your dog legs." Reed looked up and saw Daryl approaching angrily, wielding a wooden stick. Seeing Reed, he raised the stick. "I will beat you, you waste." "Daryl," Reed shouted in anger. "Assaulting an imperial official in public. How many heads do you have?" "Huh." Daryl froze, the wooden stick paused above Reed's head. In less than half a breath, he suddenly realized, who are you trying to fool? A mere top scholar is not even considered an official. So what if you are one? So what if I beat you? What can you do? Saying this, he lifted the wooden stick again. Reed shouted, "Being a Geneshire degree holder already makes me an official. At home, I am your Roland brother. Beating your Roland brother adds another crime on top. Do you still want to take the palace examination?" "You." When Daryl heard the words Roland brother, his face became even angrier. "I am the son of Ningho Manor. My maternal grandfather is the chancellor, the supreme among officials. Never mind if you haven't been appointed yet. So what if you were? As I said, crushing you would be like squashing an ant." Saying this, he swung the stick. Reed's expression changed. His body shifted slightly, then he kicked towards Daryl. At that moment, someone at the door suddenly shouted, "Stop." However, Reed's kick didn't slow down. His expression hardened. Bang! Reed kicked Daryl to the ground. Carrie arrived just in time. Seeing her son being kicked to the ground, she cast a venomous glance at Reed. "Well done. To dare assault family within the manor. I underestimated you." "Humph." Reed sneered, "If madam has blind eyes, perhaps you should dig them out to play with." Daryl was only foolish, but this woman was truly vicious. Reed had no intention of engaging in a verbal sparring match with her. He gave a glance to Humbert, and the two of them prepared to leave. However, Carrie's cold voice sounded from behind. "One thing Shioer said is correct. His maternal grandfather is the chancellor, the supreme among officials." Reed stopped, slowly turned around, and looked at Carrie with icy eyes. Carrie smiled like a demon. "Reed, as a new imperial scholar, how do you plan to fight us?" Reed not delivering on his promise had already infuriated her. Now, assaulting her son right in front of her made the supposedly noble Carrie reach her limit. She spat venomously, "Wait for it. It won't take long before I make you roll out of office, humiliated like a dog, scorned by all of Jingsheng." "Chancellor? Supreme among officials? Ningho Manor? I cannot deal with them now, but there are people who can handle you." Reed narrowed his eyes. "I'll wait." 3 days later, the palace examination. The candidates lined up into the Golden Hall, with Reed, the top scorer of the metropolitan examination, naturally leading the way. After the candidates paid homage to Adolf, seated high on the dragon throne, Adolf laughed heartily. "Since the founding of our great Lucas dynasty, including the favor examinations, this is the 7th time we are selecting scholars. I'm very pleased to see you all. But, while I am happy, I am also somewhat worried. To be able to enter this hall today means none of you lack talent. Reciting poems, calligraphy, discussing doctrines, I believe you are all proficient. But can you be good officials? This, I am not sure. However, I look forward to it. Today, I shall personally set questions to test you." The topic for this palace examination discussed the governance and philosophy of the emperor. Hearing this, Reed felt a toothache. Such a straightforward topic. However, an emperor who can ask such direct questions might not be a kind-hearted person either. Reed lifted his eyelids, looking at the position of the supreme among officials. Ferdy glanced at Reed with eyes that showed no emotion. Reed curled his lips. "Chancellor? Supreme among officials? That's exactly what I need." Without hesitation, Reed lifted his brush and started writing on the exam paper. This scene caught Adolf's eye. He thought for a while, got up and slowly walked down the steps. Seeing Reed working diligently, he nodded inwardly. He is indeed the top scholar of this session. Just this composure alone is commendable. His gaze turned to the answer sheet. "Your subject has heard that when an emperor governs the world, he must have practical policies to manage and regulate human affairs, coordinate myriad tasks, and thereby achieve a peaceful and prosperous governance. He must have a sincere heart to lead and thereby encourage all officials to perform their duties diligently and achieve a zenith of prosperity." Not a bad start. As Adolf read on, he found himself gradually immersed in it. Reed, however, seemed not to notice Adolf's presence and continued writing on the examination paper. Speaking of the administration by an emperor, it can be summarized into a few points. Encouraging farming among the people, constructing hydraulic projects, managing the canal transportation, reforming bureaucracy, taxation, currency, and the safety of the nation. Adolf stood by watching. It's all about resettling refugees, reclaiming good farmland, relocating residents to less crowded areas, promoting agriculture. The language is simple without excessive embellishment, yet the answers on the paper are surprisingly insightful, always giving a refreshing feel as he reads. Especially regarding bureaucratic reform, it struck right at his heart. Though the Great Lucas dynasty was only established for 20 years, over-reliance on aristocratic families during the founding period had led to an oversized and unmanageable power structure. So much so that now most officials in the court and regions are offspring of these aristocratic families. While the imperial examinations have addressed some issues to a certain extent, they have not fundamentally solved them. The measures mentioned by Reed in the exam paper made even this emperor who ascended to the throne via military means feel a bit startled. If these measures were implemented, within just a few years, those powerful aristocratic families might cease to exist. This thought quickened Adolf's breathing. Yet Reed seemed to grow bolder. The decree of kindness? Reading Reed's explanation of the decree of kindness on the paper, Adolf was once again startled. This young man is barely in his 20s. How could he know these things? But thinking about the explanations provided by Reed and reviewing the history books which showed that such problems had never been thoroughly resolved in any dynasty, he realized that this so-called decree of kindness was indeed the most ingenious long-term strategy ever. It's just a bit too clever. As Adolf pondered, Reed once again dipped his brush in ink and wrote another sentence that made him gasp. Abolish the position of chancellor and establish the Grand Secretariat. To abolish the chancellor system, which has existed for thousands of years, and set up the Grand Secretariat by selecting talented and erudite officials to assist the emperor in handling state affairs. Hiss. Even for Adolf, a monarch of extraordinary talent, a wave of unease suddenly washed over him. Abolishing the chancellor position. Not merely dismissing a particular individual from the position, but completely abolishing a system that had lasted for thousands of years. Is this young man really that bold? As an emperor, he naturally knew the pros and cons of the chancellor system. Too much power concentrated in one person, even for the emperor, was particularly alarming. Yet no solution throughout history could satisfactorily address this issue. Now this proposal to abolish the chancellor and establish the Grand Secretariat. He suddenly recalled Reed's earlier action. This young man seems to have a conflict with Ferdy? Chapter 6, Jian in the Emperor's Heart. Adolf was so engrossed that he didn't realize his feet had started to ache until he finally left to inspect other examinees. This scene naturally did not escape the eyes of the court officials, princes, and crown prince. They looked at Reed with various expressions, each wondering what was going through their minds. However, someone who could capture the undivided attention of the founding emperor for half a day wouldn't be an ordinary person. Or perhaps, if he is now, he might not remain so in the future. Among them, Ferdy's gaze was the most hostile. He had initially thought Reed was nothing more than an ant. Unexpectedly, this imperial examination brought him into Adolf's focus. After all, as the prime minister, he had his own principles and didn't need to quarrel with a newly minted imperial scholar. But he couldn't resist his daughter's plea. Moreover, Daryl was his beloved grandson. As prime minister, having power at hand made all the difference, and his son-in-law Johnny was the perfect choice to wield it. For any reason, he had every justification to be wary of Reed. Initially, he only considered him a minor official, easily crushed by anyone above. He could have just instructed some underlings to make things difficult for him. But now, it seemed he couldn't do that anymore. Halfway through the examination, Adolf glanced over other examinees' papers briefly, but lingered unusually long on this young man's work. What did that mean? It meant the emperor was impressed with this youth. None of these officials were fools. If Adolf favored someone, who would dare go against his wishes? Forget it. There would be plenty of time and opportunities to deal with this youth later. No need to rush. After the examination, Adolf immediately returned to his study and beckoned someone over. Has Reed's background been investigated thoroughly? Yes, your majesty, it has. A middle-aged man dressed in a donghua robe stepped forward and bowed. Reed, from the capital city, is the eldest son of the current Fred Ningho's family. However, he has always kept a low profile. Ningho mansion? Are you sure there's no mistake? Even Adolf was somewhat surprised by this information. He raised his head, seeking confirmation. Your majesty, it is indeed true. Gage, one of the 7 men granted the donghua robe by the emperor and serving in the Neiwei Bureau, wouldn't err on something as simple as investigating someone's background, especially when it came to delivering intelligence directly to the emperor. During the examination, seeing Adolf absorbed in Reed's paper, Gage had promptly dispatched someone to investigate. They had enough time during the lengthy exam to gather the information. Hearing this confirmation, Adolf smiled faintly, saying, Johnny can really hide. To have such a talented eldest son in the mansion and keep him completely out of the public eye. His words carried deep meaning. Gage bowed lower upon hearing this. Pacing back and forth in the study, Adolf was impressed by Johnny's talent, but puzzled by his actions. Even among the nobility, ministers clamored for establishing the primogeniture system. Yet Johnny, a marquis, bypassed his eldest son to establish the second son as heir. And the eldest son, with evident talents suitable for a high-ranking minister, had been kept hidden for 20 years. If not for Gage's reminder, he'd have forgotten that Johnny even had an eldest son. Speaking of prime ministers, he couldn't help but think about Reed and Ferdy during the examination. These two seemed to have a tense relationship. So, could this tension be related to Johnny intentionally keeping his eldest son out of sight? After all, it took courage to propose abolishing the office of prime minister and establishing a cabinet directly in an examination paper. Ferdy, as prime minister, could easily obtain an examinee's paper, yet Reed showed no fear. Their relationship clearly wasn't familial. The more Adolf thought about it, the more plausible this theory seemed. He beckoned Gage again. Investigate Reed and Ningho mansion more thoroughly. See if you can uncover anything else. Also, inform the Ministry of Revenue that not a word of this examination should be leaked. Gage, understanding the gravity, replied in a low voice, I will attend to it immediately, your majesty. before hastily leaving the study. On the other side, as Reed and the other candidates were about to leave the palace gate, someone called out to stop them. Brother Gu, please wait. Suddenly feeling like being held still by Shin Gongbao's magic, Reed turned around to see a man of about 27 or 28 running up and bowing deeply. Brother Gu, this bow is in gratitude for your help that day. If not for you, I'm afraid. The man's eyes reddened as Reed recognized his face and, after a moment of recollection, smiled. It's Roger. Forgive my poor eyesight. I didn't recognize you before the palace examination. Xavion was a candidate whom the original protagonist had met at the entrance of the examination hall on the day of the provincial exam. When they first met, this guy seemed so nervous that he forgot to bring ink. The original protagonist split his own ink in half and gave one part to him, thus they got to know each other. Xavion bowed deeply again. If it weren't for Brother Gu, not only would today's palace examination be out of question, I might not have dared to step into the provincial examination hall at all. Reed supported his arms, smiling. We met by chance, but still came to each other's aid. Since we have such an encounter in the examination field, helping each other is quite natural. No need for such formalities. Not at all. Xavion said seriously. Brother Gu saved my future, like a second parent to me. A grand salute is appropriate. As he spoke, he made another deep bow. Reed. All right. Reed held him up and said, if Roger really wants to thank me, how about treating me to a meal later? One meal isn't enough. Xavion was quite straightforward. He said, if Brother Gu doesn't mind, I will treat you to drinks for the rest of my life. Reed laughed heartily. All right, I'll take you up on your offer today. Meeting by chance, they were guests from afar, but Reed felt unusually comfortable. Coming here as a Chanyurajura, transmigrator, facing crises, then guarding the imperial city for a night, even winning the title of Metropolitan Exam Champion didn't make him feel as good as now. Xavion was also talkative. After thanking Reed, he chatted with him further. That day when you helped me, I didn't know your name. It wasn't until today's palace examination that I realized you were this year's Metropolitan Exam Champion. Xavion shook his head and chuckled bitterly, then said earnestly, with Brother Gu's talent, Christian might very well appoint you as this year's top imperial scholar with his own hand. Ah. Reed hurriedly pulled him back and whispered, Roger, it's too early to conclude. Don't speculate yet. As he spoke, he glanced at the other candidates. Xavion instantly understood, and with a laugh, he said, Brother Gu, the results of the palace examination won't be announced for 3 days. Why don't we find a tavern and have a good drink? Reed also laughed and replied, in that case, I can't refuse. Chapter 7 Imperial Appointment. Even the third place awardee envies. 3 days passed in a flash. The internal guards of the Neiwei mansion turned inside out for Reed's background, but this result was quite intriguing to Adolf when he saw it. He looked intensely at Louis and suddenly smiled. As you said, Reed has now separated from Ningho mansion to live on his own? Your Majesty, this incident happened precisely 1 day before the announcement of the imperial examination results. It was indeed handled by the chief steward of Ningho mansion in Jingzhou prefecture, there's no mistake. Hehe, this sounds somewhat interesting. Adolf smiled and said, Reed's talent is clearly undeniable. How could old rascal Johnny let go of such a son? Louis hesitated and then said, I can't fathom what Ningho mansion is thinking. Ever since Reed came into Adolf's view, they dared not slack off in the Neiwei mansion. Over these 3 days, they dispatched numerous personnel and managed to uncover Reed's 20 years of history through various means. If it were so fast, it also had something to do with Reed's experience over these 20 years. How to put it? It was simply too straightforward. Either ignored or bullied by his brothers, he only read and read books. His unpopularity was unimaginable. As the eldest son, he didn't even make it into the Gu family clan register. Even Louis, who lived in the shadows all year round, found it unbelievable. However, Adolf didn't have that much drama in mind. Seeing that Reed's background was clarified, he laughed and said, now it becomes easier. This cryptic response left Louis bewildered, but he didn't dare ask about the emperor's thoughts. Just then, officials from the Ministry of Rites brought over several examination papers for Adolf to personally designate the top 3 scholars of this year's imperial examination. Adolf directly found Reed's paper and appointed him with his imperial brush. Standing nearby, Louis caught sight of this out of the corner of his eye and instantly felt alarmed. Recalling the emperor's previous words and Reed's background, the word easier already revealed a lot. In Ningen Alley, there was an average-sized courtyard. Reed lay sprawled on the ground like a fish, with his hands and feet in an extremely strange posture. His face was flushed red, looking very uncomfortable. Before long, sweat soaked his clothes and gradually wet the floor. Suddenly, there was a sound of clicking coming from inside his body, as if following some rhythm. After a while, phew, Reed exhaled deeply and immediately stood up straight with a sudden movement. He glanced at his hands and subconsciously said, who would have thought this physical technique combined with the medicine formula could be so magical? Swinging his fists, he felt full of power within his body. In his previous life, as the king of the underground archaeology world, he obtained a mysterious scroll from the underground world. Inside were recorded a set of physical techniques and a recipe, which allegedly was used by Emperor Qianlong during the Qing dynasty. Though that man calling himself 10 Perfections was controversial regarding his governance and military prowess, there was no doubt about his longevity. As an emperor who lived so long, Reed felt this thing should deserve credit. But in his past life, he lacked the strength to gather century-old medicinal herbs, thus the prescription could only be used in a reduced form. Unbelievably, after being transported to this ancient era, century-old herbs weren't exactly common but could be purchased. Thus, over these 3 days, using these herbal formulas along with the set of physical techniques, he easily accomplished postures and movements he couldn't achieve in his past life. He felt as though he had undergone a rebirth. Thinking about the national martial arts he practiced without much achievement in his last life, Reed still felt excited. Walking out of the room feeling refreshed, he met Humbert walking towards him. "Master, your hot water is ready." Smiling, Reed nodded and then comfortably washed away his sweat, feeling thoroughly refreshed. As Humbert swept the yard and saw him come out, he chuckled. "Master, today is the announcement day for the palace examination. Are you not going to take a look? There's really nothing worth seeing." Reed smiled faintly and said, "The palace examination is different from the metropolitan examination. It's just about ranking. Most importantly, it depends on what official position the court appoints." Speaking of which, Reed truly had nothing to worry about. Not mentioning those policies for local governance he wrote in the exam. Merely the decree of favor extension and the unprecedented cabinet system were deeply etched in Adolf's mind. One who could pose such questions in front of hundreds of court officials, such an emperor must not be a lenient and soft-hearted ruler. The fact that Adolf stood beside him for so long was enough to illustrate everything. Even if his ranking in the palace examination was average, he estimated that unlike other examinees, he wouldn't have to wait in Jingxing for several years just to obtain an official position. As Reed and Humbert were talking, they suddenly heard someone shout from outside the courtyard, "Reed from Jingzhou, top scholar of the imperial examination?" Humbert was astounded. He looked at Reed. "Master, top scholar." Reed was also slightly taken aback, but he quickly reacted, pointing towards the door. Humbert immediately went forward to open it. Outside the door, a string of people came in, saying congratulatory words. Humbert gave each of them money as rewards, looking as if he had been prepared beforehand. After the announcement of results, naturally came the audience with the emperor. Reed wore a donghua black silk hat and a crimson robe granted by the emperor. He met Adolf together with the other newly minted Jinshi scholars, gaining laurels in the palace, writing one's name on the wild goose pagoda, being pointed out by the star of literary excellence, leading all others. These have always been the hopes of literati and examinees. As the old saying goes, youthful aspirations soar high, once vowing to be among the best in the world. Today, I grant you all a parade through the main street on horseback. Scholarly champion. Adolf looked at Reed, smiling gently. "Begin." Reed calmed the slight excitement in his heart. After leading the new Jinshi scholars to pay respects to Adolf, he began his first horseback parade through the streets in this life. Reed rode on a tall horse, flanked by the second and third place awardees, walking at the front end. Jasper, the third place awardee, observed Reed's handsome features and graceful demeanor, matching the flashy red robes of the champion, and said with a hint of jealousy in his voice, looking at Brother Gu's demeanor, "It seems we can only be the green leaves today." Selin, the second place awardee, laughed upon hearing this. "Brotherly, my rank as second place is not much to speak of, but you as the third place?" It wasn't surprising that he laughed. There was an unwritten rule that the third place awardee would always be the most handsome. Who would have thought? This year's top scholar was not only younger than they were, but also had better looks and bearing, even surpassing the third place awardee. If not for the red robe of the top scholar, the young ladies eagerly waiting along the streets and the women from prestigious families might have mistaken Reed for the third place awardee. Chapter 8. Appointed to office, I became the emperor's confidential secretary. Before long, the procession passed through bustling streets. Reed and his two companions rode on tall horses, feeling much like they were enjoying all the pleasures of Chang'an in a single day. There were banners and drums leading the way in front, and the imperial guards following behind, creating an extravagant scene with everyone attending them. The roadside was crowded with people, and there was a steady stream of comings and goings between the floors of buildings. Though it is true that ancient society had strict rites, not all unmarried noblewomen stayed indoors without stepping out. Indeed, those young ladies and matrons on the upper floors were whispering to each other about the procession, occasionally blushing shyly and covering their faces. Of course, not everyone was so friendly. For instance, Johnny walking in the procession and Rhonda Carey of Ningho House, accompanied by a group of maids, did not look favorably upon the sight of Reed on his tall horse. Especially Rhonda Carey, who came because of Johnny. Upon seeing the grandeur of Reed on his high horse, she gritted her teeth in anger. Her eyes stared at Reed with malice, as if she had cursed him hundreds of times in her heart. Reed naturally also noticed Rhonda Carey in the crowd, not because he was particularly attentive, but because this marchioness acted grandly, accompanied by what seemed to be distinguished matrons, surrounded by maids who separated them from others. They looked like they belonged to two different worlds despite being on the same street. Glancing at Rhonda Carey briefly, Reed curled the corner of his mouth into a smile and turned away. Rhonda Carey saw this expression and lost her interest in finding her son among the procession. She glared coldly at Reed and silently cursed, "Little brat, the more splendid you are today, the more miserable I'll make you in the future." After riding through the streets, the procession returned to the palace. The crowd dispersed, leaving only Reed, Selin, and Jasper. Under the guidance of an eunuch attendant, they walked into the inner part of the palace. Selin and Jasper felt somewhat uneasy and kept giving Reed meaningful glances. Seeing this, Reed smiled and asked the attendant softly, "Sir Eunuch, it is our first time facing Christian. Could you kindly advise us on what we should pay attention to?" The little eunuch smiled and replied, "No need for concern, Sir Scholar. Christian appreciates talent and does not require stiffness. Listen more, watch less, and answer whatever Christian asks." Hearing this, the three men bowed slightly to the eunuch. Soon after, the three arrived at the imperial study. After bowing to Adolf, he gestured for them to rise. "Rise. Your essays have been reviewed by the emperor, and you are all pillars of our great Lucas dynasty. There's no need for excessive formalities." He then gave them simple compliments before moving on to granting official titles. Following tradition, Reed, as the top scholar, would be a 6th-rank compiler in the Hanlon Academy, while Selin and Jasper would be 7th-rank editors. Adolf smiled and said, "You've studied diligently for years, achieving top rankings. Sending you to the Hanlon Academy to transcribe and write. What do you think of this arrangement?" Hearing this, both Selin and Jasper looked at Reed. As the top scholar, it was natural for him to respond first. He bowed and said, "Though it may seem merely transcribing, for us in our first official posts, entering the Hanlon Academy will quickly enhance our skills. We will learn the changes of dynasties, understand the finance and laws of our great Lucas, and familiarize ourselves with the customs of various regions. This is essential for governance. Adolf nodded approvingly and laughed. Our dynasty has held examinations 7 times, but today I want to make an exception. Startled, the 3 looked up at Adolf, only to see him smiling at them. Reed and his companions hurriedly lowered their heads. Then they heard Adolf say, "Selen, Jasper, when you arrive at the Hanlon Academy, take careful note of what Minister Gu just said. As for you, Reed." Adolf's eyes focused intently on Reed, making his heart skip a beat. Could he have displeased Adolf? Feeling uneasy, he suddenly heard Adolf laugh and say, "As the top scholar this year, I will appoint you to another position, the post of secretary." "Thank you." Surprised, Reed immediately thanked. "Your servant thanks your majesty for your kindness." Though the title of secretary might not seem significant, it indeed wasn't a major post, still at the 6th rank. However, serving directly in the presence of the emperor was extraordinary. In the 20 years since the establishment of the Great Lucas, no top scholar had ever served directly in the emperor's presence. This indicated that the essay written in the final exam greatly pleased Adolf. Indeed, Selen and Jasper cast envious glances at him. Seeing this, Adolf encouraged them further and said, "Selen, Jasper, you two can leave first." Selen and Jasper's mouths twitched. Not only was there an exceptional promotion, but being left alone with the emperor for their first meeting showed how highly favored Reed was. However, being straightforward people, they felt nothing but admiration and respectfully bowed before leaving. Inside the imperial study, only Adolf and Reed were left. "Minister Gu, your article is very well written. I've read it repeatedly over these days and have grown to like it more and more. Today, I have kept you alone to discuss this article in more detail." "Yes, your majesty." Reed's thoughts raced as he recalled the article he had written on the day of the palace examination. Adolf then asked detailed questions about various points of governance one by one. Reed answered fluently. When they discussed the decree of extended grace, Adolf said meaningfully, "These past few days, I have been thinking repeatedly about this decree of extended grace. The more I think about it, the better I find it. But it seems as if it is aimed at my sons." Reed was taken aback. He hadn't expected Adolf to say that. He organized his words in his mind, just about to answer when Adolf casually asked, "I heard you are the eldest son of Ningho house. Yet, Ningho passed over you, the legitimate heir, and established his second son as successor. Is there any reason behind this?" "Your majesty." Reed was greatly startled. His mind raced as he said, "In today's world, only the princes have actual fiefs. However, my proposal is entirely for the public good, with no personal motive whatsoever." "Really? Not even a bit of personal motive?" "Your majesty, history serves as a mirror, showing us the rise and fall of dynasties. In previous dynasties, including those even earlier, once development reached a certain stage, internal strife among the nobility became inevitable, leading to turmoil within the kingdom. Furthermore, having too many nobles leads to the court having to allocate substantial resources to support the imperial family. Although this measure upholds the legitimacy of our great Lucas, in the long run, even if all the wealth in the land were gathered, it would not be enough to sustain such expenses." Reed kept his head lowered, not daring to look into Adolf's eyes. After listening, Adolf nodded thoughtfully and said, "What you say does make some sense, but the phrase, history serves as a mirror. I especially like it." He glanced at Reed and said, "Enough. Look up and speak." Chapter 9. Without a crime that warrants punishment of 9 kin, one dare not easily dismiss this. Reed immediately raised his head. "Your majesty, what I have said comes from the bottom of my heart, without the slightest bit. I believe you." Adolf laughed and said, "You have suffered many injustices growing up in Caleb's mansion, yet you can always self-reflect and study diligently. In the court, you have no foundation. If not for the public interest, there would be no need to offend my sons. However, if this decree of enfeoffment is to be implemented, outsiders might say that your majesty treats your own sons unfairly. This is probably inappropriate." "Your majesty, it is not difficult." Reed explained, "The Brysons may have dozens of descendants. However, only one will succeed them, while the rest, even though they are blood relatives, will have no land or title, and thus, the way of benevolence and filial piety cannot be proclaimed." Adolf was initially stunned upon hearing this, then pointed at Reed and laughed. "Oh, Reed, you're really roasting my sons." Reed modestly replied, "Your majesty is in the prime of your life and also a father to your Brysons. Such a move should not be problematic. But future monarchs may not see it the same way. If this decree is initiated by your majesty, future generations would not dare to defy it. This could prevent potential conflicts. In the future, Adolf's princes would be the most powerful feudal lords. While there was no immediate concern with the current emperor or the Dag, what about afterwards? In the entire history of the Great Tian dynasty, it essentially narrates the story of struggles for the throne. Although only the northern expeditionary Balthazar ever successfully rebelled, anyone ambitious enough believed they could succeed. This back-and-forth turmoil ultimately affected national stability and caused hardship for all people. After hearing Reed's statement, which seemed morally binding, although Adolf had already foreseen that implementing the decree of enfeoffment was feasible, he didn't delve deeply into its impact on human nature. As an emperor who established the dynasty, he could resolve most policies using his authority, never realizing that this decree was actually rooted in human nature and was indeed a top strategy. The power of this decree might be deeply understood only by future emperors. For Adolf, the decree of enfeoffment was just a means to solve external threats and strengthen central power. After all, as fiefdoms became smaller, threats diminished. Thus, more power gradually concentrated in the center. However, despite this, Adolf seemed unwilling to let Reed off easily and instead teased, "Doesn't this decree of enfeoffment stem from succession issues?" Reed sighed bitterly and bowed. "Your majesty, matters concerning my family, I myself cannot fully comprehend. While resentment certainly exists, titles are bestowed by your majesty. The choice of successor by Fred Caleb is not within my control. Hearing this, Adolf's eyebrows immediately arched. He clearly sensed that Reed referred to Fred Caleb, not father. This indicated disharmony between Johnny and Reed. Thinking about how Reed advocated the establishment of a cabinet after abolishing the chancellor, was there any connection here? Adolf remained calm and stated, I've noted down the decree of enfeoffment. Now, talk about abolishing the chancellor. Regarding the abolition of the chancellor, although it appealed to him, abolishing a system thousands of years old was not a trivial matter, possibly more challenging than the decree of enfeoffment. One misstep, and chaos could ensue. After all, although he was the emperor, only he truly knew the intricacies involved. Ultimately, their Farron imperial clan was merely the strongest aristocratic family. Prime Minister Ferdy represented one such aristocratic family. If the chancellor were abolished prematurely, instability among the noble families could lead to unrest in the country. Sitting on this throne for 20 years, he well understood that, for these families, familial interests were paramount, while who sat on the throne was secondary. Reed perceptively picked up on Adolf's meaning and promptly replied, Your Majesty, there was a sentence I dared not write explicitly during the palace examination, but I must report it personally. Speak. Adolf waved his hand. Why so cautious? Speak freely before me, revealing everything you know. In that case, I shall speak boldly. With Adolf's words, Reed felt more confident and continued. I believe that if the Chancellor's power becomes too great, it would not be beneficial to our great Lucas dynasty. Your Majesty's prestige can withstand it now, but for future monarchs, pardon me for saying something seemingly treasonous, but an overly powerful Chancellor might overshadow the Emperor entirely. Adolf's icy eyes fixed on Reed. Quite a bold statement indeed. That overwhelming aura of a warrior emperor made Reed shudder. Reed hastily lowered his head and bowed. I spoke out of turn. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Punishment? Adolf gave a cold hum. Do you know that if what you said today gets out, you might not see tomorrow's sun? Breathing out, Reed felt reassured. Indeed, he had once again made the right bet. Adolf was indeed particularly wary of the power of the Chancellor, and Reed's words just now further deepened Adolf's suspicions about the Chancellor's power. Over these 20 years, even as the founding emperor, Adolf, while sitting high on the imperial throne, had to give in to Ferdy, who had the backing of aristocratic families. No wonder Rhonda Carey, that poisonous woman, acted so presumptuously. Reed thought for a moment and couldn't help but add more fuel to the fire. Your Majesty may not know, during this spring examination, if it weren't for my utmost efforts, I would have missed the chance to express my views in the palace examination and even to receive Your Majesty's grace. Adolf looked at him with suspicion. Are you speaking in riddles? Your Majesty, ever since I was young, I wasn't favored in the mansion. Being the eldest son, I could only watch as my inheritance fell to others. I didn't want to dispute this point, but during this spring examination, Reed immediately put on a sad face and recounted how Rhonda Carey and the Gu family had schemed against his prospects. Upon hearing this, Adolf immediately became enraged. Is this how Johnny repays my favor? That Rhonda Carey, merely a housewife, dares to interfere in the spring examination and meddle in the selection of officials for the court? This is outrageous, simply outrageous. Adolf was inwardly furious. Most officials in the realm came from aristocratic families. The court's opening of examinations was intended to balance the influence of these families, but never did he expect that even a housewife like Rhonda Carey dared to defy him, the emperor. How could this be tolerated? Seeing that the timing was right, Reed immediately said, Your Majesty, please forgive me for being frank. Rhonda Carey's bold actions are merely due to the power of the current chancellor. She told me that her father is the current chancellor, the head of all officials. The current chancellor, the head of all officials. Adolf laughed bitterly in anger. What a wonderful current chancellor. What a wonderful head of all officials. Truly wonderful. Chapter 10. How about we root out the aristocratic families as well? Reed watched as Adolf grew furious, but secretly rejoiced. He continued, the reason I dared to propose abolishing the chancellor in the imperial examination, despite having some selfish intentions, was because I, though insignificant, cannot bear to see such a treacherous chancellor obstructing the path for commoners to enter government service. This is an act of usurping power and misleading Your Majesty. Humph. Adolf snorted coldly and said, You are indeed straightforward. Your Majesty, with my low status, if I do not seek self-preservation, I might not be able to survive. Reed's face turned bitter. Your Majesty must know very well what happened to me at home. A muscle twitched at the corner of Adolf's mouth. He suddenly sighed. It's rare to find someone with a sincere heart like yours. As a ruler who cherishes talent, rest assured that you will be safe under my protection. Upon hearing this, Reed immediately replied happily, This subject thanks Your Majesty for your grace. Seeing Reed expressing his loyalty eagerly, Adolf felt much better, though he asked, Since the spring examination has many problems, how would you solve them? Your Majesty, the root of this problem lies in the powerful officials in the court. If this root is not uprooted, future examinations will not be clean. Root. Adolf frowned deeply and said after a while, Although Ferdy is evil and disregards court laws, he has held the position of chancellor for a long time with many disciples and connections. Removing him, it would affect everyone. Unconsciously, Adolf began to treat Reed as a confidant, even revealing his own helplessness as an emperor. Hearing this, Reed said immediately, Your Majesty, the reason why current officials are monopolized by noble families is simply because commoners have difficulty accessing education. Solving this issue could address the monopoly by noble families. Adolf blinked. Do you mean papermaking and movable type printing? Yes, Your Majesty. Reed answered obediently, but it will take several years before these measures show results. Why are you saying this then? Your Majesty, governing a country is like cooking small fish. Some measures need time to bear fruit. Adolf waved his hand helplessly and said, Then tell me, if short-term actions won't work, should we not move against Ferdy? Initially, Adolf spoke somewhat ambiguously, but after Reed's provocations, he became direct, naming names outright. Listening to this, Reed said, "Your Majesty, in the view of this subject, moving against the current chancellor cannot be rushed. The chancellor holds immense power and is the head of all officials. Without a convincing reason, it can't be done." Adolf understood the implications and urged, "So, what reasons would be appropriate?" To discuss the roots, historically, the nobility has been hard to eliminate because they control the flow of culture and can continuously cultivate talent. You mentioned that this cannot be solved quickly. Let's talk about something else.
Yes.
Reed agreed readily. The second point is land. Your Majesty, looking at the fundamental reasons for the downfall of dynasties throughout history, land consolidation has always been a primary cause, and the ones most enthusiastic about land consolidation are the nobles. In my opinion, Your Majesty should start from land reform. Land. After pondering for a moment, Adolf said, "If we start here, it wouldn't be a bad strategy. Even better, if papermaking and movable type printing appear simultaneously, the noble families will certainly be thrown into chaos." Your Majesty is wise. Reed promptly flattered him, then added, "Ferdy comes from a noble family. Burning the fire towards him shouldn't be difficult. If used as leverage, his position as chancellor might be insecure." Adolf nodded but still voiced dissatisfaction. "Without Ferdy, won't they just appoint someone else?" "That's not too difficult, Your Majesty." Reed shyly explained, "The more land is consolidated, the more peasants lose their land and are forced to become tenant farmers for the nobility. In this way, the number of hidden population could reach hundreds of thousands. Now, in a peaceful world under Your Majesty's rule, what do the nobles need so many people for? Are they planning rebellion?" "Rebellion?" Adolf looked oddly at Reed, noticing this fellow pretending to be shy, which made him rather exasperated. He said irritably, "You look like a decent person. How come your schemes are one nastier than the other?" Decent looking." Reed awkwardly scratched his head and grinned. "Your Majesty, just tell me whether these schemes work or not." "They do work. They're just rather poisonous." The noble family's hiding population had become a convention, but if it was about rebellion, it obviously seemed a bit far-fetched. But as the emperor, naturally whatever crime he said it would be. Moreover, this fellow mentioned papermaking and movable type printing. If these things could be developed, then concerning the noble families, they could indeed be moved. Previously, he didn't dare to touch these noble families for fear of instability in court. But if talents could be cultivated on a large scale, those eliminated noble family members could easily be replaced by talented commoners. Adolf thought this over and suddenly realized. It seemed this young man's idea of abolishing the chancellor had been well prepared. While not covering every aspect, he had already considered solutions for potential disturbances. What kind of talent did this damn Johnny actually nurture? On the surface, he looked harmless, but once he started proposing plans, one scheme nastier than the other. However, this was a good thing for the royal family. If things were done according to this young man's thoughts and succeeded, it would not only eliminate the constraints of the noble families on the court, but also benefit all people. As an emperor, although he enjoyed supreme imperial power, deep down, he was also a magnanimous ruler who cared for all the people. Only, implementing these plans would inevitably affect his old comrades in arms who fought for the country. Though he was an emperor, he wasn't devoid of feelings. This point troubled him greatly. "Sergio, your plan is good, but the impact will be significant. Your Majesty, better one family cries than 100 families cry. Better 100 officials cry than millions of civilians cry. Better one family cries than 100 families cry. Better 100 officials cry than millions of civilians cry." These words touched his heart. "But if Your Majesty is worried that the state dukes and lords in the court will be implicated, it can actually be solved easily. They are all meritorious subjects of the state. At that time, Your Majesty can grant them grace. If they agree, the court can buy back any land exceeding their enfeoffment with silver, thus sparing them from punishment." Reed continued to persuade, "You know, the chancellor is the head of all officials. If it's not a great crime like exterminating 9 generations, how can others understand Your Majesty's intention? And how can officials be intimidated by the word chancellor?" Chapter 11. Turning the chancellor into a high-risk profession. To turn the role of chancellor into a high-risk profession, ideally making it a family affair that extends to 9 generations, so that no one would dare covet the position. This would pave the way for the introduction of the cabinet system. This was Reed's idea. Back when Carrie coerced him, his resistance stemmed from an unwillingness to submit to her authority. Moreover, the most crucial point was that no emperor in the feudal era seemed able to resist the cabinet system. After all, imperial power and chancellorial power had always been in intense conflict. Judging by Carrie's actions, it could be inferred that her father, who was a prime minister, was likely involved in some shady affairs too. Even if he were clean, he would have been implicated by those around him long ago. Once such conflicts began, they would only increase, intensifying the opposition between chancellorial and imperial power. Adolf, a founding monarch of great talent and vision, might appear somewhat lacking in statecraft, but otherwise posed no significant problems. After the audience between the sovereign and his minister concluded, Reed had not yet managed to take his leave when an attendant came to report. "Your Majesty, the Dag is requesting an audience outside the hall." Upon hearing this, Adolf's face, which had been slightly smiling, immediately turned somewhat impatient as he said, "Why has he come at this time?" Reed sensed the wrong atmosphere, realizing that this emperor did not seem to favor his eldest son very much. Was it another case of the founder's crown prince not ending well? Matters of the royal family were best left untouched by a mere official like himself. He bowed to Adolf. "Your Majesty has important matters to attend to. I request your permission to take my leave." "Very well. Go." Adolf waved his hand. An audience between the sovereign and his son was indeed inappropriate for Reed to overhear. With the emperor's consent, Reed cautiously withdrew. Before long, upon exiting the imperial study, Reed encountered the incoming Dag. Before Reed could greet him, The Dag smiled and greeted first. You must be the newly appointed Zhongyun, top scholar. Though it sounded like a question, his tone was certain. Reed cupped his hands in greeting. Subject Reed pays homage to your royal highness, the Dag. You are the top scholar of our great Lucas dynasty, a pillar of talent. There is no need to be overly formal. Your highness, etiquette cannot be dispensed with. Reed smiled as he observed this founding dynasty's crown prince, who looked about 30 years old, exuding an elegant demeanor starkly different from Adolf's domineering presence. The Dag smiled and gestured, saying, I am in a hurry to see father today, so we will speak more another day. Certainly, Fredgu, I look forward to detailed discussions. Then I shall respectfully escort your highness. The Dag nodded and walked toward the imperial study. Reed obediently followed the attendant onward and soon left the palace. By tradition, new imperial scholars were given a month's leave to visit their families. As the saying goes, returning home in glory is akin to walking in fine clothes under the night sky. However, Reed had no such concerns. Now estranged from the Gu family, there was no family to visit. At present, aside from returning to his humble abode, there was little else to do. Meanwhile, at the Hicks residence, since witnessing Adolf's interest in the imperial examination, Ferdy, who saw the emperor's unusual behavior during the exam, had taken note of Reed. Matters of interest to the emperor naturally caught the attention of the current prime minister. Initially planning to review Reed's essay after the examination through the Ministry of Rites, Ferdy also wanted to see what kind of writing could hold the emperor's attention for half a day. However, upon reaching the Ministry of Rites, he learned that the emperor had decreed strict secrecy regarding any information about the examination. With the Inner Guard Bureau, a feared organization among officials, even the highest-ranking prime minister dared not oppose the emperor. Thus, Ferdy grew increasingly wary of Reed. Indeed, the moment Reed left the palace gates, the secretary hurried to report. After listening, Ferdy asked uncertainly, You mean Reed was summoned alone to the imperial study? Yes, Excellency. The secretary explained. According to reports from within the palace, Christian summoned him alone without any attendants present, staying for approximately 2 hours before leaving. 2 hours. Ferdy held a chess piece suspended over the board, then placed it back into the box after some thought. We must find out exactly what Reed wrote on the day of the examination. But, Excellency, no one except Chief Examiner Adon and Christian knows the content of that essay. Now it has been presented directly to the emperor. The secretary hesitated. Adon was known for his integrity and never got along with Ferdy. Trying to obtain information from him was impossible. As for the palace, best not to risk drawing the attention of the Inner Guard Bureau. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the secretary paused while a man in his early 20s behind Ferdy glared menacingly. Grandfather, even Mr. Killian finds this matter difficult to handle. In my opinion, why don't we simply kill Reed? Nonsense. Ferdy slapped the table and rebuked. This is the capital city, under the emperor's very nose. Attempting to assassinate an imperial official means you want to die. Moreover, if something happens just an hour after Reed was summoned alone by Christian, do you think the Inner Guard Bureau does nothing? Do you believe I'll have to visit you in prison tomorrow if you bring people out today? Hicks Chi felt unjustly scolded and seemed Bu Fu Chi, unwilling to concede. Isn't he just a nobody with no one to care about him? Grandfather, as the head of all officials, why should you worry about a mere ant? What do you know? Ferdy snorted coldly. Do you really think Reed is as simple as he appears? Even your little ant suffered at his hands. I warn you, without my permission, you must not act rashly. I understand. Although unconvinced, Hicks Chi knew his grandfather's temperament well. Now is not the time for defiance. Seeing his demeanor, Ferdy said irritably, go back on your own and read more books when you're free. Upon hearing this, Hicks Chi left without further ado. Whenever there was a chance, his grandfather would reprimand him, giving him no freedom. After Hicks Chi left, Mr. Killian comforted. My lord, the young master is still young. When he matures, he will surely become an outstanding figure. Humph. Ferdy sneered. That depends on whether he has the luck. His grandson usually neglected studies but loved practicing swordsmanship, frequently visiting Ningho Manor and learning to be as much of a good-for-nothing as Daryl. This caused Ferdy considerable distress. He had 2 sons and 2 daughters, yet somehow, in his son's generation, only this one grandson remained, with the rest being girls. Thus, Ferdy had high hopes for Hicks Chi, but observing Hicks Chi over the years only increased his disappointment. Now, holding the position of chancellor, it appeared he was at the height of glory, but the emperor sitting in the palace was becoming increasingly dissatisfied with him and the aristocratic family behind him. Already past 60, how many more years could he stand in the court? If no one could succeed him after his death, their entire Hicks family's honor and prosperity might crumble into nothingness. Chapter 12. The reason for Reed's mistreatment by the Gu family found? Sir, I am usually busy with official duties, so my grandson still needs your care. We must not let him do anything foolish. Ferdy sighed slightly. Although his 2 sons are now high-ranking officials in their respective regions, the Roland son is somewhat dull-witted and lacks talent. The younger son may be ruthless enough, but his tactics seem too underhanded, like a woman from the back courtyard. He will never amount to much. What worries him most is still his grandson. He is too carefree and likes to cause trouble outside, relying on the power of the chancellor's mansion. One day, he might end up in real trouble. Hearing this, Killian Shurya hastily clasped his hands together. My lord, please rest assured. I will make sure someone watches over young master. Ferdy nodded. Then his gaze turned chilly. Also, we must not slack off with Reed. Try to find ways within the palace. Something feels very unusual about this matter. Yes, my lord. Reed returned home leisurely with some food and a jar of wine. Before entering, he saw Humbert standing guard outside. Seeing Reed, he hurried forward, taking the items while asking, Young master, why did you stay out for so long? Though Humbert was just a servant, he understood some of the procedures after riding through the streets on horseback. Reed had been gone for almost 2 hours, much longer than usual. The emperor examined me on scholarship, which took more time than expected. Reed replied indifferently, then smiled. Come, today I bought some food. Let's have a good drink. Humbert immediately grinned widely. The Emperor's examination indicated that young master's talent was deeply appreciated by Christian. This was a good thing indeed. The master and servant quickly tidied up. It was already late, and Reed felt quite hungry. He took out 2 bowls and poured them full of wine. Come, Humbert, let's celebrate my success. Hee hee. Humbert held the bowl awkwardly, saying, I'm just a servant, drinking wine poured by young master. That's enough. There are only the 2 of us here. No need for formalities. Let's enjoy ourselves. As he spoke, he raised his bowl and took a sip of wine, then put a piece of meat into his mouth. Humbert was still somewhat restrained, still cautious after serving in the home mansion. After taking a small sip, he looked at Reed and said, Young master, if the lady knew how well you're doing today, she would be smiling even in heaven. Rhonda. Of course, Reed knew who Humbert referred to as Lady, the birth mother of this body, Ignacio-1. Having heard Humbert mention her several times, Reed couldn't help but ask curiously, Humbert, what was my mother really like? In the original owner's memory, there was hardly any recollection of his birth mother, only an indistinct figure. When Humbert heard him ask, he immediately laughed. The lady was gentle and graceful, and very learned. Her knowledge rivaled that of many scholars, making her a renowned talent at the time. With you becoming the top scholar today, it might be because you inherited the lady's intelligence. This sounded both meaningful and yet meaningless. Reed didn't dwell on it too much. With this birth mother passing away early, even the original owner's memories left no trace of her. He raised his bowl and said, Come, let's have another round. From now on, we'll never have to endure the arrogance of the whole family again. Oh. Humbert clutched his bowl with both hands and clinked it against Reed's. After drinking, Humbert wiped his mouth and smiled. Young master, since you passed the imperial exams today, if there's nothing else, you should go to Ningzhou to worship the lady and comfort her spirit in heaven. Ningzhou? Reed furrowed his brow. Why Ningzhou? The Gu family ancestral grave isn't there. Wait, my mother's tomb? She was not buried in the Gu family cemetery. Humbert seemed both saddened and angry as he continued. After the lady passed away, the Gu family actually sent her remains back to the Ignacio family in Ningzhou, her maternal home. What? Reed put down his chopsticks with a clatter, eyes filled with disbelief. My mother was not Johnny's first wife? How could she not even be allowed into the ancestral cemetery? I do not know either. Speaking of this, Humbert's eyes turned red. I've always wondered about this. And you were often treated poorly in the mansion? Wait, this made Reed recall something. Even though he was often disfavored in Ningho mansion, it didn't make sense that even his birth mother was. He looked at Humbert and asked, Humbert, tell me, when my mother passed, were there any rumors around the manor? Humbert shook his head. Apart from Rhonda Hicks's somewhat disrespectful remarks, there were no unfavorable rumors about your mother in the mansion. Why would it come to this? Reed frowned. Today, hearing Humbert talk about this matter, he was certain there must be some hidden reason. Otherwise, how could it be that he, as the eldest son, was not favored, and even his birth mother's grave was sent back to her natal home for burial? Such a thing doesn't exist in this world. Regardless of ancient times or modern times, he had never heard of such a case. Humbert still shook his head, indicating he did not know. He only said, ever since your mother passed away, you have been practically confined to the house. Even when Uncle from Ningzhou came to visit, he was stopped at the door by the home mansion and not allowed to enter. Bang! Reed slapped his hand on the table, gritting his teeth. There was such a thing? Master, it's even worse than that. Humbert bitterly smiled. The Ignacio family in Ningzhou used to be a very wealthy household. But after Miss passed away, their fortunes declined day by day. Also, because Ningzhou is barren, they seem to have fallen into decline now. As he spoke, he lifted his bowl and took a heavy drink. The Ignacio family, from the old grandfather down, were all kind-hearted people. Though they were a large clan, they never mistreated their neighbors, and their reputation was excellent. Yet, who would have thought? AI. Humbert sighed heavily again, looking somewhat desolate. Upon hearing this, Reed began to organize information about Ningzhou in his mind. Ningzhou, located in the northwest of Daxia, was once part of a small country called Yun during the early years of the founding of Daxia, with moderate territory. It seemed about 20 years ago, an internal rebellion broke out in Yun, leading to its division and the extermination of the royal family. The 6 prefectures near Daxia were annexed by Daxia, while the 9 further north were given to the Bailey dynasty by Yun's rebel generals. Johnny was one of the Yun generals who brought the 6 prefectures to submit to the Daxia dynasty, earning him the title of Marquis for these lands. Marquis Ningzhou. In Daxia, apart from Bryson's, other marquises only had titles and salaries, but no fiefdoms. But this Ning Marquis, Humbert, does the Gu family originate from Ningzhou? Chapter 13. Ningzhou. Again it's Ningzhou. What exactly happened in Ningzhou back then? Humbert frowned and thought for a moment before saying, Duke Gu indeed led troops in Ningzhou back then, but at the time Duke Gu was only the deputy general of the Ningzhou army. It's said that the then Ningzhou general died due to a rebellion. Otherwise, this dukedom might not have fallen on Duke Gu. Upon hearing this, Reed started to ponder. Ningzhou Balthazar. Another new character was unlocked. However, the original host's memories were too monotonous. It was either daily life at home or Confucian classics. He seldom came across books introducing this world. He knew very little about the Great Lucas, Yun Kingdom, and Northernly. Even his knowledge of the situation 20 years ago was only because his father, Johnny, used to be an old general of the Yun Kingdom. And this title of Johnny, to put it bluntly, was something he picked up. How could he be ashamed to display such a thing in the manner for others to read? It just wasn't clear why he was disliked. Why his birth mother's coffin was sent back to her natal family for burial, and what happened 20 years ago. All these things made Reed feel there was some connection, but he knew too little to untangle the mystery and get the answers he wanted. Humbert didn't notice Reed's abnormal expression but continued. In the 6th year of our great Lucas's founding, We did have a battle with Northernly, but it ended in defeat. Sigh. If the 10 states of Yun that submitted to Northernly can't be reclaimed by our great Lucas, I fear peace in the north will be hard to come by. Reed held his wine bowl and curiously looked at Humbert, asking, Humbert, although these things aren't very secret, where did you hear them from? Hee hee. Humbert scratched his head. Back then you were still young, and a rough-handed servant like me wasn't suited to take care of you. So sometimes I would go out to listen to storytellers in the market when I had free time. So that's how it is. Reed silently nodded. Seeing he didn't speak, Humbert thought he wasn't interested in these matters and laughed. After drinking a bit, I tend to talk too much. Please don't blame me, master. Reed shook his head. No problem. Knowing these things can also help in the future for official duties. Yeah. Humbert nodded and smiled. These are just things I've heard from hearsay. But now that you're in the Hanlon Academy, if you're interested in these matters, you'll have plenty of opportunities to look them up. Sure. It's inevitable. Looking at Humbert, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, Reed just faintly smiled and replied. Today, Humbert seemed to be in high spirits. He took another sip of wine and said, Master, as someone who accompanied Madam as part of her dowry to the Gu family, I may say something presumptuous. With your achievements today, even though I'm just a servant, I feel happy for Madam. Master, when do you plan to start the journey to pay respects at Madam's grave? Madam has been gone for 18 years, and the Gu family never gave Master a chance to show filial piety. Now the Gu family can no longer bind you. You should go north. As he spoke, it seemed he remembered the many years of hardship, and Humbert began to cry loudly. However, this also showed Humbert's loyalty, and his birth mother must have been a tolerant and kind person, right? Reed didn't respond but silently drank the wine. Not sure how much time passed, Humbert lifted his head, wiped his nose and eyes, and forced a smile. Master, I lost composure. I made you laugh. Humbert, Reed said seriously, you've spent your whole life in this manner. Without your care, I might not be alive today. I offer this bowl of wine to you. Master. Humbert hurriedly stood up in fright. Master, this isn't proper. Sitting with you already seems disrespectful. How can you offer wine to me? No. It's fine. Reed pulled him down to sit and smiled. Now I'm not a nobleman anymore. Let's just look after each other. Come, drink. Saying this, Reed finished his wine in one gulp, and then smiled at Humbert. Holding the wine, Humbert's lips trembled. Reed flipped the wine bowl in his hand with a smile, and only then did Humbert silently drink it all down. Come. Don't just drink wine. Eat. The master and servant ate for a while. Reed felt the timing was right and said, Humbert, regarding Ningzhou, I will definitely go in the future, but it's not the right time now. Humbert immediately raised his head, confused. Master, the court gave you a month-long leave to visit relatives. Even staying in Ningzhou for a few days would be manageable. But you? Sigh. Reed sighed softly. Although I have passed the imperial examination now, I have offended Carrie and even the Gu family. I have no foundation in the court, and Ningzhou is far away. Master, are you afraid there might be? Humbert covered his mouth, seemingly incredulous. Master, you are still the offspring of a marquis. Haha. Reed sneered. Johnny may not dare to do anything. But what about Carrie? What about the Hicks family? It's not that Reed was overly cautious. He just couldn't believe that Adolf had kept him after the court session today. Surely Ferdy would know this. Adolf's sealing of Reed's article was completely unknown to him. If he ran away now, if Carrie or Daryl used some schemes, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. The essay he wrote during the palace examination greatly offended Ferdy, plus the long-standing animosity between him and Carrie. It wouldn't be safe for him to leave rashly at this moment. He would need to wait until he had established some roots, or until he had enough self-preservation skills to visit Ningzhou. Humbert nodded in agreement after hearing this, but his eyes revealed deep regret. He felt it would be more meaningful to pay respects to Reed's birth mother at this time. In the days that followed, Reed either stayed home to read books or practiced the physical techniques he had brought from his previous life unwaveringly. These physical cultivation methods were now his most trusted foundation. There were 9 diagrams in total. He practiced them with herbal decoctions and managed to master all 9 within half a month. In just half a month, his physical condition improved dramatically. At least, the weakling who couldn't carry a heavy load now could easily lift a 100-pound stone lock with one hand. This transformation greatly surprised him. No wonder that man calling himself perfect could live nearly 90 years while enjoying himself in the palace. This thing isn't simple at all. After his body underwent fundamental changes, Reed also picked up the martial arts he had practiced in his past life. Every day, he either read books or practiced martial arts, or found Xavion for a drink. Life went by leisurely. Unknowingly, a month had passed. Chapter 14. First Clash Before the Emperor. This day, Reed hurriedly completed his onboarding procedures under the guidance of his colleagues and then met with them. To say, life in the Hanlon Academy was rather leisurely, merely involving copying and writing tasks. Reed's superiors knew that besides serving as a compiler in the Hanlon Academy, he also held the position of Secretariat Officer, which everyone became aware of. With Adolf backing him, the people in the Hanlon Academy were quite courteous to him. The Secretariat Officer actually belonged to the Hanlon Academy but had never been a standard position. Whether one was appointed depended entirely on the Emperor's discretion, since this officer served at the Imperial Command. Being close to the Emperor naturally required Imperial approval. Within a few days, Reed got acquainted with his work. Each day, he would copy and write in the Hanlon Academy. If summoned by Adolf, he would go to serve before him. Otherwise, he would read the classics in the academy during his free time. Since his last conversation with Humbert, it stayed on his mind. Originally, he thought of buying some books like these to keep at home, but upon reflection, the classics in the Hanlon Academy were like an endless ocean. No bookstore could compare. Especially for some obscure classics, bookstores wouldn't even have them. So, another 2 months passed. On this day, just after Reed finished his work, an attendant from the palace came to summon him to the presence of the Emperor. He was already used to it. To be honest, over the past 2 months, Adolf had genuinely nurtured him. Apart from military affairs, most local governance-related memorials were shown to him for review. On one hand, it was for nurturing him, and on the other, it was to test him. Fortunately, Reed, with the perspective of a modern person and having been an expert in archaeology in his previous life, had read numerous ancient texts. Though worlds were different, the backgrounds were similar. He lacked experience in ancient governance, but could provide suggestions based on his superior insights and understanding of the current situation. During his first discussion in the Imperial Study, Adolf found that while Reed seemed somewhat devious, his strategies were beneficial to his plans. Building on existing trust, every time the Emperor heard his more innovative ideas over the past month, he valued him even more. Reed initially thought today would be like any other, assisting Adolf with memorials, but he was surprised to find an unusually different atmosphere when he entered the Imperial Study. Besides Adolf, there were the Dag, 2 princes, Prime Minister Ferdy, and the Ministers of War and Rights. Seeing all these heavyweights in the room left Reed puzzled. Your servant, Reed, pays respect to your majesty. He bowed to Adolf, and then prepared to bow to the Dag and others. However, Adolf waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. I brought you here to ask your opinion, not for you to give courtesies. Though his tone was slightly impatient, even the Dag felt envious hearing this. When had his imperial father ever spoken to him like that? All except Ferdy looked at Reed with envy. Ferdy, though smiling broadly, seemed somewhat menacing in Reed's eyes. Reed humbly said, Your servant is dull-witted. With your highnesses and your excellencies present, my humble opinions may taint your majesty's wise ears. Don't be modest. Just tell me. Adolf glared at him and pointed towards Ferdy. Give him that memorandum from the Ministry of Rights. Turning to Minister of Rights D, who handed the document over, Reed respectfully received it with both hands and quickly read through it. Soon, he closed the document, looking hesitant. Noticing this, Adolf said, The Bailey Kingdom and Donghua Kingdom are at war, both sending envoys to our court. Surely you know this? Yes, your majesty. The Hanlon Academy has recorded the Ministry of Rights documents on this matter, and I have read them thoroughly. Adolf nodded and continued. Now both embassies request our great Lucas to join forces against the other. I discussed this with the princes and officials, yet we cannot decide. You're clever. Tell me, what do you think about this? Reed thought for a moment and respectfully asked, May I dare inquire into the opinions of your highnesses and your excellencies? Ha! Adolf laughed, familiar with Reed's style, waving his hand indifferently and turning to Ferdy. Hicks Minister, explain it to him. Yes, your majesty. Ferdy appeared very respectful and then looked at Reed, saying, Just now, Christian inquired about strategy. This minister believes that the Bailey Kingdom is a sore on our border. Over a decade ago, our kingdom fought with Bailey, but due to poor horse administration, we suffered defeat in the battle. Therefore, this minister believes that we can seize this God-given opportunity to reclaim the 10 northern states, rebuild our frontier defenses, improve horse administration, and ensure the long-term peace and stability of our kingdom. Agreed. Minister of War Ushvin said, This official also shares the same view with Osiris. Reed glanced at the 3 men, then turned to look at the princes, blinking his eyes and asked, Anything else? Ferdy and the 2 ministers of departments were taken aback, seemingly sensing that this young man didn't quite approve of their plan. Even Adolf looked curiously at Reed, originally thinking that because different opinions had emerged, he was wondering if this young man might have any reservations or would make supplementary suggestions based on the 2 parties' views. Unexpectedly, it seemed this young man didn't seem impressed by Ferdy's strategy. After more than 2 months of observation, he no longer thought that Reed would compromise public interest for personal gain. Indeed, Reed did have some thoughts about Ferdy, but they were all made under the premise of benefiting the nation, not to stab Ferdy in the back. The reason Reed asked again was indeed harboring a bit of mischief, since after all, he had the Emperor backing him up. The Dag was unaware of the tension between the 2, instead calmly responding, This palace opposes war, or rather, opposes warring with them at this time. Just as Minister Hicks said, if we win, our kingdom could take advantage of this to recover the 10 northern states, bringing immense benefits to both our border defenses and horse administration. However, Bailey and Donghua have been fighting for several years. Although Bailey has lost some cities, its frontier fortresses remain undamaged, and even the troops stationed there for defense against our kingdom haven't moved. Our kingdom hasn't raised troops for over a decade. Winning or losing is the key concern. Reed finally understood the Dag's concerns. He feared they might not win. Just as he was about to speak up, the Jedi, sitting lower down from the Dag, sneered, As the heir to the throne of great Lucas, how can the Imperial Dag be afraid of foreign enemies? Chapter 15. I oppose what my enemies approve. Can't go wrong. Well, this guy is quite brave. To badmouth the Dag right before the Emperor? Regardless of whether Adolf has any real grievances with the Dag, he probably doesn't want to see such sibling rivalry. Sure enough, Adolf reprimanded, In matters of state, all should speak their minds. How can you attack your Roland brother like this? Edgar hurriedly stepped forward. Your son spoke without thinking. Please forgive me, your majesty. Then he said to the Dag, Your highness, I spoke rudely. Please don't take offense. Ha ha. The Dag showed a kind demeanor, placing both hands on Edgar's arms and smiling. We are brothers, both serving to alleviate our father's worries. A few words out of place are only natural. Don't be like this, second brother. Reed watched these 2 putting on a show, thinking that those brought up in the imperial family were indeed not simple. Just now, when Edgar launched his personal attack, although it earned him a rebuke, he was trying to plant an image of cowardice in Adolf's mind regarding the Dag. However, the Dag's response was graceful. It showcased the breadth of a potential heir while clarifying that he was merely trying to relieve their father's burdens, thereby denying the label of cowardice from Edgar. Edgar only rolled his eyes and retreated to his spot. Reed then glanced at Elton, who looked as honest as could be. He either supported Ferdy or simply didn't say anything. Probably because 20 years ago, Yun state submitted to the great Lucas dynasty. Thus in the eyes of Lucas subjects, the northern 10 prefectures remained unrecovered lands. Even Adolf felt the same, especially after the defeat 10 years ago, which seemed to have left a deep scar on his heart. Ferdy proposing to surround Bailey with Ignacio suited Adolf's intentions. He likely summoned Reed to avoid directly opposing the Dag, and the Dag did make some valid points. Victory would solve everything. Defeat would forever tarnish the history books concerning the northern 10 prefectures. Reed slightly organized his thoughts and said, Your Majesty, I believe both the Dag and Minister Hicks's views have merit. All eyes flicked up, particularly the Emperor's, who shot him a glare. But what Reed said next surprised everyone. However, I lean more towards the Dag's view. What? Adolf's expression darkened immediately. He looked intently at Reed, scrutinizing him. Ferdy was almost bursting with joy. He thought Reed, following the Emperor, must surely understand Christian's thoughts, yet he chose self-destruction. Based on his knowledge of the Emperor, no matter what decision was ultimately made, trust in Reed would wane significantly. Without the Emperor's trust, Reed would be a fish on the chopping block, ready for slicing. Indeed, the Emperor coldly asked, So you also oppose the war, Sergu? Yes, Your Majesty. Reed calmly met the Emperor's gaze and said, I believe Minister Hicks's strategy is too aggressive, and even if we win, it might not benefit us. Haha. Before he finished, someone laughed. Ferdy sneered at Reed, saying, This minister does not understand what Sergu means by no benefit exactly? Right. Edgar chimed in with a smile. If Bailey is defeated, we could reclaim the northern 10 prefectures. Clearly, it would be a huge advantage. How does Sergu justify there being no benefits? Exactly. Both chancellors nodded. Even the Dag found issues with Reed's logic. He opposed the war based on the possibility of defeat, but winning surely had countless advantages. Only Adolf's expression eased somewhat after hearing this. I also want to know, what evidence do you have for this no-benefit claim? Ignoring others' mocking gazes, Reed responded seriously. Your Majesty, Ignacio is merely a branch of the Bailey court, essentially its vassal. Yet, this small vassal nation hasn't given Bailey any advantage, indicating extraordinary combat prowess. Adolf hesitated, but nodded in agreement. Being a warrior emperor, he understood military matters well. Hearing Reed's explanation reminded him of the ongoing conflict between the northern states. Indeed, Ignacio's combat effectiveness was remarkable. However, Ferdy retorted, precisely because of this, our chances against Bailey are higher. Haha. Reed gave a cold laugh and said, My Fred Chancellor only knows one side of the story but not the other. Oh, then this Chancellor shall seek your advice, little Secretary Gu. After being continuously embarrassed, Ferdy no longer bothered to maintain his demeanor before Christian. He bit heavily on the words, seek your advice. Reed didn't care and said, For over a decade, the Bailey court has lacked the power to advance south, even reducing its border harassment. This sufficiently indicates that if they were to engage with us, they wouldn't have much chance of winning. So, can I conclude that the border troops of our great Lucas are equally matched against the Bailey border troops? Adolf nodded and said, That makes sense. Continue. Your Majesty, since our court's military strength is equal to Bailey's, yet Bailey cannot conquer the small country of Ignacio. If Bailey is destroyed, Ignacio's troops would be at their strongest. At that time, sharing a border with our dynasty, would it not stir up thoughts of advancing south? Our dynasty has yet to consolidate the new 10 states. If Ignacio takes advantage and attacks our territory, would we be able to defend these newly acquired 10 states? Everyone's expression changed. Especially Adolf himself, who clearly understood the principle of striking while the iron is hot. If Ignacio capitalized on the situation to advance south, the recently acquired 10 states might very well be lost again. Moreover, due to combat losses, the border troops could be weaker than before. On the contrary, the Minister of Rights, who had probably been talking about propriety all his life, jumped out foolishly to say, If our dynasty goes to war, it must form an alliance with Ignacio. Both countries would swear oaths. How could they easily break them? Acting thus, wouldn't Ignacio fear being laughed at by other nations? Reed cast him a particularly pitiful look, and even Adolf was somewhat speechless. Today's discussion included him merely because welcoming envoys fell under the Ministry of Rights. But hearing such remarks from him was truly awkward. As an imperial confidant, Reed naturally needed to speak on behalf of the emperor. He smiled and said, Osiris, if national interests depend solely on the observance of propriety, then there would be no wars in this world, nor disputes between countries. Chapter 16. I know, but I won't say. Just for fun. In an instant, Dee's face turned bright red from embarrassment. After all, he was the current Minister of Rights, and Adolf did not wish to embarrass him too much, so he changed the subject directly. So, do you agree with the Dag's plan? Your Majesty, the Dag's plan is indeed steady, but it's a bit too conservative, Reed said humbly. As soon as these words came out, others were almost amused into laughter. Ferdy smiled indifferently. First, young official Gu rejected my strategy. Now even the Dag's plan isn't satisfactory. Do you have any better ideas? Damn it, old geezer. Reed cursed inwardly. This old fox spoke in a sarcastic tone and kept stoking the fire. What does not satisfactory mean? If the Dag takes this seriously, will I have a good life? Reed cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he replied calmly, I still support the view of His Highness the Dag. When I say it's conservative, it means... He looked straight into Adolf's eyes and continued slowly, the clams fight each other, while the fisherman gains. Oh. Adolf and the Dag both showed a curious expression. The clams fight each other, while the fisherman gains. Tell me, what benefit is there? Adolf showed a strong interest, knowing that when things got to this point, Reed would often come up with something useful. But Reed blinked and said, Let them fight. Our border troops will sharpen their weapons and prepare meticulously. Wait until they exhaust themselves, preferably to mutual destruction, and then we step in to clean up. The Dag opened his mouth in shock. Damn it. You criticize me for being too conservative, but your plan is just to let them wear each other out. Apart from saying one more sentence than me, what difference does it make? Everyone rolled their eyes at once, especially Ferdy. Although Reed didn't propose a better plan, he felt relieved inside. However, he didn't want Adolf to adopt the Dag's plan. Thus, he stepped forward. Your Majesty, I think. Minister Hicks. The Emperor waved his hand. I'm tired today. Let's stop discussing this matter. We'll wait for the envoys from the two countries to arrive before deciding anything. This? Ferdy hesitated slightly. Adolf glanced at him. Do you have any more reports, Minister Hicks? No, nothing else. Ferdy suppressed his thoughts and bowed. If so, we will take our leave. On the side of the Dag, he also led his somewhat unruly younger brothers to take their leave from Adolf. Reed looked around and then at Adolf. Your Majesty, since you're tired, shall I stay here? Adolf said expressionlessly. As a secretary, you're thinking of finishing work while I haven't even returned to the palace? Reed was embarrassed. The senior officials nearby also glanced at him. Seeing that Adolf still favored Reed, Ferdy left first with a flick of his sleeves. Once everyone was gone, Reed walked over to a table covered with memorials with a bitter smile. That was his spot. To be able to work in the imperial study room during the 20 years since the founding of the Lucas dynasty seemed only possible for the emperor and himself. However, these memorials were relatively simple. For more difficult ones, Adolf wouldn't let him touch them. Reed obediently sat at his small desk, while Adolf lounged leisurely on a soft couch. Before he could sit down, Adolf spoke. Tell me, why did you hesitate earlier? Was it because of Ferdy? Reed froze, seeing Adolf staring at him. He quickly explained, Your Majesty, it was just a minor issue. Once pondered, it becomes clear. So, you didn't want to give the credit to Ferdy? Your Majesty, if it's purely for the country's benefit, anyone can handle it. But as for Chancellor Hicks, Reed dragged out his words, implying clearly without saying it. Adolf snorted coldly, you sure have many thoughts. However, Adolf didn't blame him. If Reed's method was viable, it would indeed be giving credit to Ferdy, which wasn't what Adolf wanted. Encouraged by Reed, Adolf's determination to abolish the position of Chancellor grew stronger. After all, Ferdy had become less obedient. Adolf said lazily, now that no one else is around, tell me, how exactly would we gain like the fishermen? Don't use the same trick to fool me. Reed hurriedly responded, Your Majesty, what I said earlier wasn't meant to deceive. Regarding Bailey and Li Yue, they seem destined for a major battle. If our dynasty doesn't intervene, they will certainly end up destroying each other. That's why both countries sent envoys to the capital, presumably to avoid such an outcome. With due respect, Bailey must not be defeated. If Bailey is defeated, it will inevitably lead to the destruction of their nation. With Bailey destroyed, the aggressive Li Yue kingdom will surely have designs on our dynasty's borders. If we face a more powerful adversary on our borders, it might be impossible for us to reclaim the 10 northern provinces in the future. The Daxia dynasty isn't short of warhorses, but the numbers can't compare. The crucial northern horse-producing regions are under the control of Bailey. With Bailey's national strength gradually declining, it is beneficial to the Lucas dynasty. However, if Li Yue annexes Bailey, then the situation would change. Li Yue is an offshoot of Bailey. Despite being two countries, they share the same ancestry. Regardless of who conquers whom, there wouldn't be much internal resistance. After all, this emperor would merely be replaced by another from the same family. Adolf clearly understood this as well, so he nodded in agreement and then asked, So what do you propose? Let Bailey cede 2 to 3 provinces. Reed's eyes gleamed. Now that they are at war with Li Yue, they must be struggling. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent envoys to discuss an alliance with us. Originally lying down, Adolf suddenly got up, staring at Reed in surprise. You? Is this really possible? Your Majesty, compared to the destruction of a nation, giving up 2 or 3 provinces, which one weighs more heavily? Reed said, those 10 provinces were gains from them. If not for a rebellion in Yun 20 years ago, they wouldn't have been able to take control. In the end, that's still part of our Central Plains homeland. Hearing this, a hint of fervor flashed in Adolf's eyes. Though it seems like just 2 or 3 provinces, each of the 10 northern provinces is abundant in warhorses. If they could truly acquire even just 2 provinces, before long, the Daxia dynasty would have an additional elite cavalry capable of charging along the borders. If handled well, these 2 or 3 provinces could serve as a springboard to further reclaim other territories. Adolf pondered and asked, How confident are you? Your subject has a 30% confidence. Reed thought about it and decided to be conservative, saying, I don't know much about the Bailey chief envoy sent to our court, so I dare not make a rash conclusion. 30%. That wasn't low. Chapter 17. The poorest place in Daxia, where 6 county magistrates have died within 3 years. In times of peace, merely through diplomatic channels to make the other side cede territory. Even with a 30% chance, such probability is not low. Furthermore, Daxia does not even need to pay any price for it. It looks like a good deal from every angle. Moreover, taking advantage of the war between 2 countries, Daxia can focus on improving its military equipment. If there is an opportunity later, troops can be dispatched to recover lost territories. It seems advantageous no matter how you look at it. This matter, you should secretly plan for it. I will have people cooperate with you to handle this. Adolf thought about it for only a short while, and then made the decision, Gage, hand over the files of the envoys from the 2 countries to Minister Gu, and have the Internal Guard Bureau cooperate more with him during this period. For anything related to negotiations, no consultation is needed. Forget 2 states, even if only 1 state was gained in the end, Adolf would not let this slip away easily. After the emperor's words ended, someone suddenly walked out of the study room, giving Reed quite a fright. He had been in this imperial study room for 2 months, yet he did not detect that someone had been hiding in the dark all along. This is Gage, head of the Internal Guard Bureau. If you have any matters during this time, you may find him directly. Adolf cheerfully introduced to Reed. Upon hearing this, Reed hurriedly clasped his hands. Master Gage, Reed pays respects. Gage just slightly nodded. Seeing the situation, Adolf said, All right, you both should get back to work. When the envoys arrive in the capital later, there will naturally be edicts issued. Gage bowed respectfully towards Adolf and left the study room immediately. Reed paused and said, "Your Majesty, then this minister will also take my leave?" The Emperor glanced at him, then looked at the pile of memorials on the small desk, lightly asking, "Have you finished your work?" Reed obediently returned to his position. To work in the Imperial study room sounds like infinite honor, but the Emperor himself sat comfortably while he could only kneel on the cushion. After a long time, even his physique now couldn't endure it well. "Bear with it." Reed shook his head and started helping the Emperor manage state affairs. It was time to happily go home. As usual, Reed carried some meat and a jar of liquor. Although the wine in this era wasn't as potent, it still had its own flavor. Gradually getting used to it, he found it quite pleasant, especially in terms of taste. Singing a little tune, he bounced home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Humbert greeting someone. Upon closer inspection, Reed laughed. "Brother Baunian, what brings you to my residence today?" "Jingji, I came specially to say goodbye to you." Xavion had a trace of sorrow on his face, smiling forcefully. "The appointment from the personnel department has come. I'm leaving for a local post tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Looking at Xavion's bitter expression, Reed roughly knew that the location assigned wasn't too good, perhaps even very bad. "Brother Baunian, which place are you assigned to?" "Ningzhou, Fufeng County." Xavion smiled bitterly. "Jingji, Ningzhou only has 4 counties, but it is vast. However, it is sparsely populated, and Fufeng County has only about 1,500 households. 6 county magistrates have died in 3 years. Well, Reed, after listening, didn't know what to say. Ningzhou again. Fufeng County, located in the western part of Ningzhou, had a sparse population. Although the land was extensive, it lacked fertile fields. Moreover, the area was poor and harsh, breeding unruly people. Xavion had been waiting for an official position change in the capital for these 2 months, and never expected to be sent to such a county. What's the difference from exile? However, with Reed's current status, he couldn't speak frankly and could only console. "Brother Baunian, whether the land is barren or prosperous, we, as officials of Daxia, must manage our respective areas well for the court and Christian." "Yeah." Xavion sighed deeply, saying, "But considering my ranking in the imperial examination, it's not that bad. Why was I sent to such a place?" "Be cautious with your words, Brother Baunian. Heaven bestows great responsibilities upon those who are capable. The poorer the county, the more it needs capable people to govern. So we do not betray the original intentions of our official duties." Although Reed's words sounded a bit easier said than done, he himself was in a powerless position. Despite his title of Secretariat Clerk appearing glorious, he couldn't possibly run to the Emperor for help. Doing so might lead to a bad outcome for both him and Xavion. After thinking, he pulled Xavion aside and said, "Brother Baunian, regardless, you've received an official position. It's better than constantly running around the capital trying to obtain one. As long as you achieve results, you will eventually be transferred to a better place. I bought some wine and food today. How about having a farewell party for you?" As he spoke, he lifted the items in his hands. Seeing Reed's earnest expression, Xavion did not want to disappoint him and thus forced a smile, saying, "Fine. We don't know when we will meet again after tomorrow. Today, you and I must get drunk together." With that, the two of them walked into the house together. Watching Reed place the wine and food on the table, Xavion sighed. "Since my appointment was issued, most people see me like they would avoid a snake or scorpion. Only Jingji offered help during the metropolitan examination, and now you can freely walk before Christian, yet you treat me as usual. The world knows it's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to bring warmth in snow. Jingji, you still need to be extremely cautious while serving in the capital. Serving the Emperor is like keeping a tiger company, especially for someone like Reed who frequently stays by the tiger. The Emperor might be displeased anytime, leading to misfortune." Reed smiled and said, "Brother Baunian, I have no power to help you navigate your future, but since we are close friends, this modest wine for your farewell feast is essential." "Good." Xavion picked up his cup and laughed heartily, using Jingji's words, "A dead man has nothing to lose. If he doesn't die, he will live forever." "What's just a Fufeng County? Xavion, studied hard for over 10 years to do something for the common people one day. What's there to fear from such difficulties? Here, cheers. To the bottom." Reed smiled as he clinked his cup with Xavion's. Both drank their cups dry, and then burst out laughing together. Before long, they had gone through 3 rounds of drinks and 5 courses. Xavion was slightly tipsy. He pulled Reed and said, "Jingji, you're my brother. There are some things I only wish to tell you." Reed smiled and replied, "Brother Baunian, you are a few years older than me. If you have any advice, I am all ears." "Huh." Xavion waved his hand. "What advice?" "Just a few words." "Yeah." Reed nodded and Xavion whispered, "These past days, although I've been busy running around for an official position, I've also heard some palace secrets. I know you dislike meddling in others' affairs, but this matter should be told to you to prevent going down the wrong path in the future." "Please, Brother Baunian, go on." Reed immediately became serious. Chapter 18. How I wish Humbert had a sword case. Although Reed's official career path was smoother than Xavion's, he merely took an alternative route and caught the attention of Adolf with his talent. However, in terms of social skills, Xavion was indeed much stronger. In his past life, most of his time was spent underground, while in this life, he was confined mostly within the estate. He hadn't learned the art of socializing in either of his lifetimes. During these times in the capital, Xavion had brought him quite a few useful pieces of information. "Jingji, not long ago, I heard that the Emperor and the Dag seemed to have incompatible views on state affairs." "What?" Reed was stunned. "Incompatible views? Was it that serious?" From his recent interactions with Adolf, although he could see some dissatisfaction the Emperor had towards the Crown Prince, he didn't notice anything unusual during the discussions in the Imperial study today. How could they be incompatible? Xavion whispered, "I'm not exaggerating deliberately. It is said that at court meetings, the Crown Prince has clashed with the Emperor several times. The emperor even dismissed court out of anger on multiple occasions. Is there such a thing? Did you hear wrong, Brother Banyan? Huh. Xavion paused, then said, You often attend the emperor, haven't you noticed something amiss? Reed shook his head. Although he was close to the Son of Heaven, his rank did not qualify him to attend court sessions, and the officials would not gossip about court matters, as they involved the royal family. Even someone as high-ranking as Ferdy wouldn't easily bring it up. Brother Banyan, although court matters aren't highly secret, they are not what common people can get their hands on. How did you find out? Xavion smiled bitterly. While running for office recently, I met some scions of noble families. They mentioned it over drinks. Reed's expression changed. He stared intently at Xavion's eyes and earnestly said, Brother Banyan, listen to my advice. In the future, it's best to minimize contact with those scions of noble families. The sons of noble families were unruly, but Xavion came from a humble background with modest means. Adolf was determined to deal with the nobility. If something happened in the future, the noble offspring would have their clans to rely on. But what about Xavion? He was just a powerless low-ranking official from a humble family. Seeing Reed's serious demeanor, Xavion did not dare to be careless and quickly said, Rest assured, Jingji. I only occasionally interact with him and never developed deep ties. Phew. Reed sighed in relief. Having lived in this world for several months, he found only Xavion could be truly called a friend. Although this brother wasn't always cautious, his character was worthy of friendship. He genuinely regarded Reed as a friend, hence the advice. Looking at Reed's worried face, Xavion suddenly laughed. I am about to take up my post in Fufeng County, so I'll likely lose touch with those aristocratic youth anyway. Instead, although you are currently favored greatly, be careful in everything you do, especially with the Emperor and Dag. Don't get yourself entangled. Xavion sighed deeply. We are mere insignificant figures in this officialdom. It's best to avoid involving ourselves in matters of these powerful figures. Brother Banyan, rest assured, I will be extra cautious. Hee. Xavion laughed. With Jingji's character, mistakes should be hard to come by. Perhaps it's my worry being excessive. Since we've finished talking, let's drink together. Tomorrow, you don't need to see me off. Just wait for me here in the capital when I return. To your health. The drinking lasted nearly 2 hours. Xavion was drunk, and Reed had Humbert send him back home. He then sat by his desk, thought for a moment, sighed, and started writing. When Humbert returned, he saw Reed still diligently writing at the desk and couldn't help saying, Master, it's late. You've also had some wine. Why don't you rest early? It's okay. Rest if you're tired. Brother Banyan leaves tomorrow, so I need to prepare some things for him. Without looking up, Reed continued, Also, my maternal grandfather is in Ningzhou. This is a good opportunity to ask him to deliver a letter. Humbert was pleasantly surprised. Master, you mean you want to write a letter to grandfather? Yes. It's about time I wrote to them. Reed answered while continuing to write. These days, he had been suppressing his desire to contact the Ignacio family, somewhat wary of the Gu family's stance. Whether it was his birth mother or his experiences in the Marquis estate clearly indicated the Gu family had ulterior motives. Technically, a Marquis principal wife, even deceased, shouldn't implicate her natal family, right? These days, he had also repeatedly collected some information. 20 years ago, the Ignacio family was already one of the major clans in Yun State. Yet, in just these 20 short years, they had declined so drastically. Ignacio Laute, Reed's maternal grandfather, was still in good health. There was no reason for the Ignacio family to decline under his leadership. The time when the Ignacio family started its downturn coincided with the death of Reed's birth mother. All of this was enough to indicate that the Gu family had certainly played a part behind the scenes. After all, the Ignacio family was merely a local powerful clan. Due to the fall of Yun State, no one from their clan held office in the Great Lucas. How could such a local powerful clan cope with a high-ranking Marquis estate? Reed hadn't initiated contact, for fear that the Gu family might notice and take further actions, possibly implicating the Ignacio family once again. This time, Xavion's appointment in Ningzhou was a perfect opportunity. Even if he were to deliver a letter for Reed, it wouldn't be detected by the Gu family. Reed naturally did not tell Humbert about his concerns. It wasn't due to distrust. Rather, Humbert might not understand even if told. This old servant of his was suited for tasks like holding reins and assisting in mounting horses, lacking much courage. His only advantage was unwavering loyalty. Seeing that Humbert was not young anymore, Reed's only hope for him was perhaps wishing him a few more years of life. He had once thought that among the remaining servants left by his never-met birth mother, Humbert might be a hidden master as in novels. But the truth proved that he had been wrong. Though this world did have martial arts and Wulin, martial society, even the best lightness kung fu could only allow one to jump onto rooftops. Internal skills did not exist at all. Moreover, this Humbert of his didn't have a sword case and would be scared to run miles away whenever someone drew a sword. Except for the name, Humbert. It seemed that the reality of Humbert did not match the expectations. Unconsciously, night deepened. Suddenly noticing that Humbert's voice had stopped, he turned around and found him sleeping on the table. Reed shook his head and continued writing. Chapter 19. Surprised and shocked that I did it? The next day, dawn was just breaking, the morning light faintly shining. Reed put down his pen and stretched his arms widely. Thanks to constant training during this period, even after an all-nighter, Reed did not feel the least bit tired. After using for merely 3 months in this era what Old Man 10 Complete found beneficial, his body was about to break through to the manifest strength level of martial arts cultivation. Humbert, it's time to wake up. Reed put away the manuscript on his hand, then woke Humbert up. Sir, it's dawn now? Humbert rubbed his somewhat sleepy eyes, glanced outside the window again, and finally looked at Reed who was tidying up the manuscripts in surprise. Sir, you didn't sleep all night? Reed smiled faintly and said, Let's go. We shall see Roger off out of town. Farron, sir? Didn't he say you shouldn't see him off? Besides, aren't you supposed to be on duty at Hanlon Academy today? Humbert was somewhat puzzled. Today is my holiday as well. Reed rolled his eyes. Also, If everyone does not do things they promised, life would lack human touch. Ancient people used to always send someone off with their best wishes, like in ancient Great China where friends bid farewell by willow breaking at Baqiao Bridge. As Xavion was the only bosom friend in his lifetime, he could not let him depart for a barren place without proper goodbye. Walking on the street, Reed took a deep breath. People rushed past on the main street. Vendors were unceasing. Hawkers' voices filled everywhere. A soybean milk shop emitted steam. Compared with streets in his previous life, cars, horses, pedestrians, letters, everything seemed so slow here. In such an era, sometimes one separation might mean never seeing each other again. Some first encounters might also be the last ones. Outside the capital city at a pavilion, though there wasn't as picturesque view as Baqiao Bridge in his former life, over these 20 years, countless friends had their farewell drinks here. The farewell party for Xavion was rather meager. Apart from himself, 2 fellow scholars came to send him off. The 3 stood at the long pavilion chatting. Roger, wishing you a safe journey to Northwest. We good friends are bound to meet again someday. A young man around 20 held a cup of wine, consoling or blessing. Beside him, another person nodded seriously. Roger, Ningzhou isn't that bad. At least you've got your position, unlike Brother Scott and me. We don't know when we will. Yeah. The young man called Scott sighed quietly. Without a prominent family background, Iolo and I have no idea when we'll be assigned to posts. Don't be melancholy, brothers. The Imperial Court holds examinations to attract talented people across the nation. Both of you have passed the palace examination. Surely you will have brilliant futures. Although his assigned post left much to be desired, Xavion still tried to cheer up his friends with encouragement. I'm just a step ahead of you both. Yes, we've endured decades of hard studying. Waiting a little more is nothing. Scott smiled freely, holding up his drink. Roger, far to travel, wishing you smooth sailing. A light wine, to toast your journey. The sincerity of both of you, I will never forget in my life. Here. Plink. 3 cups clashed together, then emptied at once. After putting down the cup, Xavion's eyes turned slightly red. Brothers, I must be going. Goodbye, Roger. The other 2 bade farewell with clasped hands. All right. Taking a deep breath, Xavion cast his gaze towards the capital city. He was stunned. Brother Baoyan, with such a long journey ahead of you, how dare you leave without drinking with me? Not far away, Reed was smiling as he walked closer. An old servant behind him carried a bamboo tube. Seeing this, Xavion ran a few steps forward. Jingji, didn't we agree yesterday that you wouldn't come to see me off today? Initially melancholy, tears involuntarily streamed down Xavion's cheeks upon seeing Reed. Reed walked up leisurely, saying, among the bustling capital city, Xavion is the only one who can call me friend. Now that brother is embarking on a long journey, how can I not see you off? He approached the stone table, smiling at the other 2. Can I borrow some of your wine to send off Brother Baoyan? Feeling somewhat constrained, the 2 bowed and replied together, you may take what you need, Secretary Dr. Gu. Secretaries were also called secretary doctors. They addressed Reed by his official title. He laughed, saying, we're all junior officials this year. No need for formalities. Call me Brother Gu. Dr. Gu, you're too courteous. The 2 gave embarrassed smiles. It was true that Reed was from the same year as them, but he was the donghua, top scholar, now even more so as a secretary and an attendant to the emperor, which couldn't be compared to their status without official positions. Seeing this, Reed shook his head. He had seen this scene more than once. Holding 2 cups of wine in hand, he walked up to Xavion and sighed softly, Brother Baoyan, as we part ways today, I hope you will take care of yourself. Jingji. Xavion took the wine cup with a forced smile. To have you as my friend, Jingji, this life, is enough. As he spoke, he finished the wine in one gulp, suddenly feeling a burst of heroism. Once there was someone who recited poetry for farewell. Today, I have a wish. Would Jingji fulfill it? Reed smiled faintly. It is what I wish for. I dare not request further. Saying that, he walked to the stone table, picked up the pen, and wrote. The light rain in the capital city has cleared the dust. The guest house is green with fresh willow. Have another cup of wine. Beyond Ningguan there are no old friends. Farewell to Xavion on his way to Ninging. It was May, the season when willow catkins fly. Xavion chanted the poem aloud, then gulped down a cup of wine. Haha, with such a poem, I should drink a large white one. Gentlemen, Farron will take his leave. Saying that, Xavion walked away quickly. His slightly trembling shoulders seemed to tell something. Reed watched him silently until his figure gradually disappeared. Then he sighed deeply. After bidding farewell to the other 2, he said to Humbert, let's go back. The master and servant walked in silence, quietly returning to the capital city. Just as they entered the city, they saw a familiar figure. There was Daryl, that good-for-nothing, riding a high horse, blocking the middle of the road, surrounded by several lackeys, looking at Reed with utmost satisfaction. Well, how do you feel about such a farewell scene? Daryl laughed without restraint. Upon hearing this, Reed frowned. Xavion, a mere 7th-rank county magistrate leaving the capital for his post. This kind of thing meant nothing significant to the entire capital. Why did this fool know it clearly? Before Reed could speak, Daryl boasted, Reed, I've said before, my grandfather is the prime minister of the dynasty, the top among all officials. If I can't move you, Reed, right now, can't I handle someone like Xavion? What? Chapter 20. I just wanted to show off a little, but ended up getting beaten. A trace of anger crept onto Reed's face. Daryl. With a furious shout, Reed strode forward. Before Daryl could react, he was dragged off his horse by Reed. Bang! Reed clenched his fist and delivered a solid punch to Daryl's mouth. Do you know how long I've wanted to tear that stinking mouth of yours apart? In his fury, Reed's eyes seemed capable of devouring someone. All the frustration since his arrival in this world, along with the resentment inherited from his previous host, erupted at this moment. Daryl had never seen such a scene before. After taking a hard blow, blood trickled from his mouth. Yet all he could do was cover it with both hands, dumbly staring at Reed. It seemed that if he dared to resist, Reed would not hesitate to kill him. Unsatisfied, Reed threw another punch into Daryl's stomach, causing Daryl to hunch over and emit a muffled groan. Under intense pain, snot, tears, and blood dripped onto the ground. Goo goo. You and your venomous mother think you're high and mighty, treating others' futures as playthings. Have you not heard that even a common man's anger can spill blood 5 paces away? Do you truly believe that the Ning Marquis Manor and the Chancellor's residence can always protect you? Staring at Daryl with bloodshot eyes, Reed's handsome face turned ferocious. If not for his self-restraint, he would have killed Daryl right then. Daryl's pupils constricted. Ever since he saw Reed, he had only said a few taunts before receiving continuous beatings, leaving his head buzzing. Even now, he couldn't understand why Reed was beating him. This good-for-nothing Reed actually dared to hit him, and in public no less, seeing people around them pointing and whispering. After a while, wah! Daryl let out a wail, yelling to one side. Are you dogs all dead? Don't you see Master is being attacked? His cries woke the Ning Marquis Manor guards from their confusion. They rushed forward to rescue their master, but Reed grabbed Daryl from behind, roaring, whoever comes over will regret it. The guards hesitated, afraid to take action with their master held hostage. It wasn't that Reed was afraid of them. Rather, a brawl. The scenarios from novels, where assassins come knocking anytime, might exist here too, but one should not underestimate the power of the Imperial Guards. If anyone felt suicidal enough to try, AI. Humbert sighed again, then found a broom to sweep the yard diligently. Perhaps because the Marquis mansion had oppressed them too much. Since his illness, the young master seemed like a different person. Previously cautious and hesitant to speak loudly, he now showed no hesitation in publicly beating the Marquis mansion's young master until he spat blood, completely uncaring. Honestly speaking, this change wasn't bad, but if it angered the Marquis, the young master wouldn't have the power to stand against the mansion. Moreover, Rondagoo's father-in-law was Prime Minister Ferdy, who controlled officials' promotions. Could the young master really abandon his ambitions as a mere 6th-rank official? AI. As Humbert swept the yard, he couldn't help but sigh heavily again. Compared to the varying moods of Gugenian and his servant, there was no major upheaval outside due to Reed beating Daryl. Daryl, losing face, hurriedly returned to the Marquis Manor. However, with the spreading news by other 2 people regarding Reed sending Xavion off, his name once again became a topic across the entire city. The newly crowned top scholar of the Imperial examination. To the bigwigs in the court, it was just another humble 6th-rank official. After all, a new top scholar is born every 3 years. But in the hearts of those who took the examination alongside Reed and the common people, this title carried much more weight, especially among the newly passed scholars. Many of them were still busy seeking positions while Reed had already secured a 6th-rank position and could freely walk before Christian. He was the object of envy for many. Yet who would have thought that this man was close friends with Xavion, who was exiled to a remote region? Such grand poetic farewell scenes usually happen only between close friends, especially those who initially had good relations with Xavion. Upon hearing about his demotion to county magistrate in Fufeng, they all assumed he offended some powerful official in the court. After all, it was a place where 6 magistrates were killed in 3 years, and recently the court stopped sending officials there. No one expected Xavion to hit such a jackpot. Therefore, many believed he must have offended some powerful figure. Yet, they never imagined he was on good terms with the newly crowned top scholar. If only they weren't so pragmatic and seized the opportunity to connect with Reed, perhaps they could become an important social asset in the future. Urge you to drink one more cup of wine, for west of Ning Pass, there will be no old friends. What wonderful poetry, what brilliant literary talent. Farewell with Willow Branches and Parting Poems has always been the romance of literati, especially when the excitement over Reed's new status as the top scholar hadn't faded yet. If a couplet or 2 of fine poetry were written, they might even achieve eternal fame. Didn't everyone see? Sending Xavion off to the western border. With this poem by Reed and his promising future, people would remember Xavion precisely because of this poem. Chapter 21. From extreme joy to sorrow? Let's see if I can't fix you. Caleb Mansion. Mother, I want that beast dead. I want him dead. Daryl lay on a soft couch, and the doctor was carefully applying medicine to him. However, his cries of agony and vengeful words made the doctor feel helpless. Johnny looked at this disgraceful son and couldn't help but scolded angrily. Shut up, shouting about killing and beating is utterly improper. Mother, I want to kill that beast Reed. Doctor. He glanced helplessly at Daryl and said, young master, why don't you stop cursing for a while? Your teeth are all gone. If you stay so agitated, the blood will keep flowing uncontrollably. They say that the mansion of a marquis is as deep as the sea. Today, the doctor finally experienced it. Though he didn't witness much filth, openly yelling about killing and beating was still too audacious. This old man can't stand such a fright. After hearing what the doctor said, Carrie also scolded in annoyance. Shut up. Don't disturb the doctor while he applies the medicine. Seeing this, Daryl realized that his usual tactics wouldn't work here. Worried that the doctor wouldn't be able to treat him without disfigurement, he immediately shut up. But now the doctor wasn't happy either. He glared and said, young master, your wound is inside your mouth. How am I supposed to apply medicine if you keep your mouth shut? Daryl. After barely stopping the bleeding, the doctor hastily wrote out a prescription and gave some instructions before picking up his medical case and running away. To him, treating these children of nobles was truly tormenting. Once the doctor left, Daryl couldn't help himself again. He looked at Carrie and muttered, food? Carrie frowned and called out to Johnny, my Fred? This little beast Reed is too presumptuous. Shower is your son. That's enough. Johnny waved his sleeve impatiently and scolded Carrie. You've corrupted the boy with all your cursing day and night. Carrie suddenly realized something. No matter what, Reed was still a young master of the Marquis mansion. By status, she should be addressed as mother by him, even though Reed had never called her that. If Reed was a little beast, then Carrie quickly changed her tone and said, my Fred, Reed has already left the Marquis mansion, and he treated Shower like this today. Surely you must have a word to say? A word? What do you expect me to say? Johnny glared. He's already left the mansion, and Christian has even revised his identity. What do you think I should say? I told you all before that he has left. Now Shower has an official position. Why are you still fixating on this? Let me tell you, always relying on your father's authority to interfere in government affairs, even meddling in appointments of the Ministry of Personnel, and making Shower show off in front of Reed, who is a close minister to Christian. If Christian finds out, are you asking our Gu family to die quicker? It wasn't that Johnny was merciful, but what was this woman doing? She was far too audacious. In their martial household, the womenfolk meddling in court affairs, on a small scale, this could be considered abusing power for personal gain, and on a large scale, it could be construed as treason. After all, the Ministry of Personnel acted on behalf of Christian, and Carrie, a woman without any official title or rank, dared to meddle in court affairs. Wasn't this courting death? Being reprimanded like this, Carrie was too scared to continue speaking. Actually, this matter wasn't done by her, but through Daryl hinting at officials from the ministry using Fred Hicks's name. However, as Fred Hicks's daughter, whether she did it or not, it was her responsibility. If the Emperor found out about her actions, he would surely be enraged. Now, she could only hope that Adolf wouldn't pay attention to such minor matters. But, could Adolf really overlook it? It was clearly impossible. As a close minister to Christian, Adolf intended to cultivate Reed. After all, for abolishing the chancellor system and removing the aristocratic families, Adolf still needed to use Reed as a tool. With Adolf's care, the Imperial Guards were paying more attention to him. So, just after Reed beat up Daryl, related information was already on Adolf's desk. Looking at these trivial matters, Adolf's face turned black with fury. Doesn't Reed know that he is now an official of the Imperial Court, holding a 6th-rank position? Adolf's tone was terrible. An official of the Imperial Court fighting on the street disgraced the entire court. If the common people found out, they would only think that the court was incompetent in managing its officials, which led to officials fighting on the streets, no different from those low-class people. Hartley hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, according to the report from the Imperial Guards, it seems that the 3rd young master of Caleb Mansion said something, causing young Gu to take action. Humph. Adolf still had a dark look on his face. No matter what was said, it's wrong to start a fight on the street, disregarding the dignity of the court. You. Adolf pointed at the eunuch in attendance and said, Go. Summon Reed for me. He can stop taking his leave. Reed came to the Imperial study once again, feeling somewhat helpless. He was supposed to have a good rest for a day, but first his best friend left, then he quarreled with Daryl, and now the Emperor was questioning him directly. He had just entered the door when Adolf, who was half lying on a soft couch, gave a cold snort. Reed, do you know your crimes? The corner of Reed's mouth twitched, but his body was honest. He immediately clasped his hands in salute. Your Majesty, I engaged in a street fight, tarnishing the dignity of the court and your Majesty. I know my crimes. Know your crimes? Adolf slapped the report in his hand on the desk, saying slightly sternly, If you knew it was a crime, why did you still fight on the street? It seems you don't really know. This? Reed hesitated for a moment, then began to complain. Your Majesty, it's not that I ignored the dignity of the court, but Daryl was too presumptuous. Although I did take action, it was to uphold the laws of the court, but he lifted his eyelids slightly, as if trying to gauge whether Adolf was pleased or angry, only to hear a cold snort from Adolf. But what? Always speaking in half sentences, not like a proper minister. All right, you're the boss, you're always right. Reed straightforwardly replied, Your Majesty, before the imperial examination, I made a close friend. This time, receiving your Majesty's favor, he was granted the title of Genshur. He was originally waiting in the capital for an official appointment from the Ministry of Personnel, but unexpectedly was assigned to be the magistrate of Fufeng County in Ningzhou. Fufeng. Adolf was slightly stunned. That was practically the worst county in the entire empire, no question about it. In theory, someone with a Genshur degree shouldn't be assigned such a poor position, but Adolf still maintained his stern expression and said, Although Fufeng County is desolate, it remains part of our great Lucas territory. Could you have any objections? How dare I? The corner of Reed's mouth twitched. Chapter 22. When Reed got serious, even Adolf was stunned. Your Majesty, Xavion came to my house for a drink yesterday, and I told him the same thing. Reed truthfully replied, I also told him that although Fufeng is barren, as officials of the court, we must defend this land for the court and your Majesty. This is the way of an official. Upon hearing this, Adolf's expression improved slightly, but then he asked, Then what about the fight with your brother? And you mentioned just now that you were upholding the law? Yes, your Majesty. Reed explained, This morning, I went outside the city to see off Xavion. Upon returning to the city, Daryl stopped me and informed me that Xavion was appointed to Fufeng County because he is my good friend. You mean to say Xavion is your friend, and Daryl specially arranged for him to be appointed as the magistrate of Fufeng to deal with you? What kind of authority does he have to make such decisions for the court? Before finishing his sentence, Adolf understood the implication and abruptly stood up. Eyes coldly fixed on Reed as he asked, Minister Gu, can you assure the Emperor that everything you said is true? Your Majesty, every word I said is true. Reed bowed deeply. With your Majesty's trust, I have been granted the position of Secretariat Officer, listening and serving in front of your Majesty. My heart trembles with caution, constantly self-reflecting, never daring to make mistakes easily. But today, when I heard that a nobleman's son, a 7th-rank civil official, could decide the postings of other officials, I was furious both professionally and personally, your Majesty. After hearing Reed's words, Adolf's expression turned extremely grim. Gage, go to the Ministry of Personnel and find out who processed Xavion's appointment papers, and check if there is any foul play. Yes, your Majesty. Gage simply acknowledged quietly and then left. Then, Adolf pointed to a small desk on the left and said, Forget about your rest day for now. Investigate until things are clear, then get back to work. Reed silently sighed in his heart. All right, caught by the boss again for overtime. Feudal society has no human rights. Reed obediently returned to his post and buried himself in mountains of memorials. About an hour later, Gage came back to report. Your Majesty, it has been investigated. It indeed happened under the direction of Fred Ning's second son, Johnny. A glint of killing intent flashed in Adolph's eyes as he said coldly, a mere 7th rank official. How can he command personnel at the ministry? This matter was done under the name of Chancellor Hicks. Although the anger was directed at Daryl, Gage was still scared out of his wits. Heh. Adolph laughed bitterly. Great. Absolutely great. Seeing how our 6 ministries improve under Chancellor Hicks's leadership, his voice grew louder and louder, becoming deafening at the end. No wonder Adolph was furious. A mere nobleman's son, if what Reed said was true, obtained his title by seizing it from someone else. Such a pampered young man used his Roland's power to stir trouble in the bureaucracy, viewing public office as private property and retaliating against others. If all officials behave this way, he might as well abdicate the throne. Minister Gu. Reed, who had been pretending not to hear, suddenly heard Adolph calling him and immediately stood up and ran forward. Your Majesty, this subject is here. I ask you, what crime should Daryl face for disregarding the laws of the court? Your Majesty. Reed thought for a moment and said, Daryl is only a 7th rank official. Punishing only him may not satisfy the people. Those who don't know the full story might think the power of Great Lucas is just a child's play. In my opinion, Chancellor Ferdizzi failed to discipline his subordinates properly. However, considering he was unaware of the details, he should be reprimanded. Daryl misused public resources and showed utter disregard for court laws. He should be stripped of his official rank and never allowed to hold office again, and punished with flogging. The Ministry of Personnel officials involved misused their powers for personal gain, failing to maintain integrity and leading to the misuse of public resources and unauthorized transfers of power. This is a grave offense. Additionally, as a marquis and general of the court, Johnny failed to educate his children properly, indicating poor family conduct. He should be demoted in rank. Rhonda Hicks, relying on her influence, as a woman of the inner chambers, dared to meddle in court affairs. Her status as a court lady should be revoked as a warning to others. Adolph. Gage. Damn, this is brutal. Just one spoiled son revealed so many high-ranking figures. Not counting Daryl, the lowest rank among them, is still a 4th rank official. Adolph hesitated upon hearing that Ferdizzi and Johnny would also be punished. Ferdizzi is fine, just being reprimanded. His role as Chancellor being misused indicates inadequate supervision. If only rebuked, it won't cause backlash. But for Johnny, the demotion is severe, directly lowering his rank. Below the Marquis is the Count, and though they only differ by 1 level, it's a world apart. Reed noticed Adolph's hesitation and said, Your Majesty, the number of prefectures in the Empire is fixed, as is the number of officials. The court holds exams to select talented individuals from the common folk, to serve Your Majesty and assist in governing. But if public office is no longer a public matter, and power can be passed privately, it will inevitably lead to chaos. If such offenses are not severely punished, future generations will surely follow suit. Eventually, corruption will reign, and the state will cease to function. For the sake of the Empire, I beg Your Majesty to impose heavy penalties. Heavy penalties. Adolph sighed. Indeed, they should be heavy. Bring forth the decree. Your Majesty. The attendant eunuch hurried forward, and Adolph glanced at him, saying, Follow what Fred Gu has said. Moreover, this must not become known to another soul, understood? This old servant obeys. The Rolandly eunuch shot an imperceptible glance at Reed. Even Hartley couldn't help but look askance. Reed's identity was no longer a secret within the Inner Guard Bureau, yet he didn't hesitate when dealing with his own kin. Demotion, stripping noble titles, revoking official positions, and heavy corporal punishment. Good heavens, what else had Johnny done that made his eldest son show no mercy? If news of this spread, it would certainly deal a heavy blow to his reputation. This was why Adolph wanted to keep it a secret, all to protect him. To think, such favor. Even as the commander of the Inner Guard Bureau, he couldn't help but feel envious. Reed felt their gazes, but accepted them calmly. He knew his own struggles. He had no roots in the court, nor did he have a prestigious family to rely on. What he could depend on was imperial authority. But for Adolph to fully trust him, he needed something to hold over him. Otherwise, expecting more trust from an emperor was nothing short of a pipe dream. Chapter 23. My Fred Prime Minister, your family needs some discipline. The first place the imperial decree was delivered was to the Hicks family residence. When Ferdy received the decree, his face turned very grim. A dignified prime minister of the dynasty was actually reprimanded by an edict from the emperor. It was quite a drastic move. Typically, what was known as an imperial reprimand usually amounted to just an oral directive from the emperor. Such directives, in reality, they weren't such big deals. At worst, he, as prime minister, would submit a petition apologizing, and the emperor wouldn't truly blame him. Everyone's face could be saved. But an imperial decree, that had to go through the secretariat and finally be archived. One was akin to a verbal warning, while the other was like a disciplinary action that went on the record. More critically, though it was merely a reprimand, using an imperial decree changed everything. Not only did he have to submit a sincere apology petition, but it also invited ridicule, especially from officials who were against him in court. He imagined those censors were probably writing memorials to impeach him at this moment. Ferdy gave a meaningful glance to the butler beside him, who subtly slipped a silver ingot into the eunuch's sleeve. Your Excellency, could you tell us what happened? Oh my lord is being too courteous. The eunuch immediately beamed with joy. To be honest, I'm not entirely clear either, but it's rumored that someone from the Internal Affairs Bureau reported it, and then Christian summoned Secretary Reed for questioning. Reed? Ferdy's expression grew cold. He hadn't moved against this boy recently because of Adolph's favor, but if it was really this kid stirring trouble and getting the Prime Minister into trouble, The little eunuch didn't notice his changing expression and continued, "My lord, the relatives in your household, you need to manage them." It's said that Ningho's household received even heavier punishment. Sighing deeply, the little eunuch then left the residence. Elsewhere, Johnny, along with Carrie and Daryl, knelt on the ground, feeling a chill run through their limbs. Ineffective parenting, abuse of public office, private transfer of authority, manipulation of public resources, and contempt for court regulations all led to a demotion in rank. His marquee title was reduced to baron. From a top-tier aristocrat of the Great Lucas, he became a common noble. Though still ennobled for founding contributions, his rank was already less prestigious compared to other dukes and marquises, and now being demoted further to baron meant the decline of their former glory. Madame had her honor revoked, and the younger son lost his official status, permanently barred from serving. Looking at the pale Carrie and the stunned Daryl, Johnny was furious. He stood up and kicked Daryl. "I'll beat you, good for nothing. The hard-earned titles I worked for are ruined by you. What right do you have to interfere in state affairs? You useless brat." Within moments, Johnny had landed 3 kicks. Even the eunuch who came to announce the decree felt a twinge of pain in his teeth. This wasn't for show. It was real kicking. Daryl rolled on the ground screaming, which only made Johnny angrier. "You dare to cry? If I had known you'd become this useless, I wouldn't have kept you." Johnny was enraged to the point where this demerit almost wiped out decades of achievements. Carrie saw her husband and Roland's son come to their senses and immediately rushed over to shield her son. "Johnny, will you kill your own son?" Johnny, upon seeing Carrie calling him by name, grew even more infuriated. "Get out of the way, indulgent mothers breed bad children. If not for your indulgence, how would it have come to this?" Hearing this, Carrie's face darkened. "Johnny, my father is the prime minister, the chief among all officials. How dare you speak to me like this?" The middle-aged eunuch, forgetting about his toothache, had heard about this Ningho, no, now Ningbo. Why did it sound so advantageous? Should he suggest to the emperor a change in title for this Johnny? The eunuch thought it made sense, but then, phew, what was he thinking? Seeing Carrie act like a shrewish woman, old memories resurfaced in his mind. He had heard that Johnny's wife was arrogant, always boasting about her father, but he never imagined she would behave like this even in front of her husband. Now that Johnny's title had been demoted further, things would surely get worse for him. The eunuch subconsciously shook his head and looked at Johnny sympathetically, saying, "Fred Baron Goo, why don't you wait to beat him? If you damage him now, the flogging decreed by the emperor later won't be possible, and I can't explain that to Christian." Johnny's foot froze mid-air. Baron? Indeed, within the time it took for the imperial decree to arrive, he had been demoted from marquis to baron, and there was still the matter of the flogging. He suddenly realized that although the emperor seemed to have spared him from beheading or exile in consideration of the Goo family and the prime minister's residence, a flogging was inevitable. The middle-aged eunuch had his men hold Daryl on a bench, and Daryl's face turned pale with fear. Mother, save me. My injuries haven't healed yet. I can't withstand this beating." Daryl looked pitifully at Carrie, who felt a pang of sympathy and tried to bribe the eunuch by slipping silver notes into his sleeve. "Eunuch? Madam, please do not put me in such a difficult position. This is the imperial decree." The middle-aged eunuch kept backing away, refusing to accept the silver notes offered by Carrie. He knew exactly which money he could take and which he couldn't. If he took the money today and helped Carrie get away with it, he'd likely lose his head when he returned. But if he took the money and did nothing, it seemed no one dared to take her money without fulfilling her request. The flogging went on loudly, with Daryl's shrill screams echoing through half the estate. A group of maidservants and servants huddled in the backyard, trembling with fear. They thought their young master was being disciplined by the Lord again. Finally, after a long ordeal, the flogging was over, and the middle-aged eunuch wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself, at least he didn't kill him. Otherwise, this task would have been even harder. Frankly speaking, tasks like administering floggings were not easy. Doing them well brought no rewards, while mishandling them cost heads. More importantly, the lady's expression was unpredictable. Sometimes she looked sorrowful as she watched Daryl, and other times she wore a venomous look, deep in thought. Palace whispers said this lady had quite toxic means. Better not to provoke her. After all, she was the daughter of the current prime minister. Even though she had lost her title, they couldn't afford to offend her. Seeing the flogging complete, the middle-aged eunuch didn't bother with formalities, waving his hand to dismiss everyone, then forced a smile. "Fred Baron, madam, the task is done. Old servant must return to report to Christian, so I won't disturb you further." Saying this, without waiting for Johnny's response, he hurriedly left. Chapter 24. Anxious old doctor. Why are you injured again? Seeing that everyone had left, Carrie hurriedly rushed over, her heart aching to the point of tears. Show her. Mama is here. Are you all right? Ma. Daryl, with a woeful face, lamented. "It hurts." Carrie's expression changed at this, and she roared angrily. "Are you all deaf? Young master says it hurts. Why aren't you fetching the doctor yet? And hurry up, take the young master inside." Hearing this, the servants immediately became as mute as cicadas in winter, hastily carrying Daryl into the backyard, one after another, flustered. Shortly, the doctor hurriedly arrived, still the same one as before. Seeing Daryl, the doctor's face instantly changed. "Third young master, why is it you again?" Hearing this, Carrie wasn't sure what to say either. She could only sternly reply, "Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and treat my son's injuries." The doctor looked at Daryl with deep resentment. His trousers were already stained red, looking as if he had been beaten by a board. At the moment, the doctor didn't dare ask more. In these noble households, being whipped was quite common. On this matter, he considered himself quite experienced. He grabbed a pair of scissors and cut open Daryl's clothes. Then, seeing the crisscrossed wounds, he took medicine from his medical box and evenly sprinkled it over them. Turning back, he said, "My Rhonda, we can only stop the bleeding for now, but I will need to prepare some ointment to apply on young master later." Carrie nodded and asked, Doctor, how serious are my son's injuries? Do not worry, my Rhonda. Although the injuries are somewhat severe, they have not damaged anything critical. Within 2 months, young master should be able to get up and move around. Carrie pulled at the corners of her mouth, saying, Then I'll trouble you to take good care of him. She couldn't help much with treating the injuries. Today's events had caused her great distress, and now that her son was safe, she couldn't wait to find Johnny. At this time, Johnny was in the main hall listening to something from someone who looked like a servant. Soon, Johnny silently nodded. Your Grace, having delivered everything Sir Premier instructed, I shall take my leave now. This servant was unaware that Johnny had been demoted, and still addressed him as Duke, which Johnny did not correct, merely waving his sleeve. The servant bowed and intended to leave. Just as he reached the entrance of the main hall, he met Carrie, immediately greeting her. Servant greets forth, miss. Puzzled, Carrie asked, Carlton, why are you here? It's your father who sent him. Whatever matter there is, discuss it inside. Before Carlton could respond, Johnny, sitting in the room, interjected. Carrie glanced at Carlton, who bowed, then left the Gu residence. Upon reaching the front gate of the Gu household, he saw the steward accompanying a group of eunuchs removing the plaque from the gate. He was about to greet them when he noticed the eunuchs carrying off the plaque. Carlton suddenly grew tense. Guiyuanbo residence? Carlton was stunned. Shouldn't this be Ningho's mansion? How did it become Guiyuanbo? With eunuchs around, he dared not ask or speak, quickly leaving. Inside the residence, Carrie, looking at the silent Daryl, said resentfully, Sir, it must be that beast, Reed, who reported to Christian. He's your son and would do such an unfilial thing. A well-respected marquis had been directly demoted to a baron. Her title as Rhonda was also gone. In the future, meeting the wives of powerful families in the capital, she would naturally be inferior. How could Carrie, who had always been arrogant, endure such humiliation? More importantly, her son's future prospects were lost. Stripped of his official status, he would never be reinstated. Daryl's path to success through the imperial examinations was now completely blocked. Even ennoblement was no longer possible. He could only try to rise through military ranks. But could Daryl even manage that? No need to ask. Hearing Carrie's words, Johnny also felt distressed. A fine Ningho reduced to mere Guiyuanbo. What an ugly name. He didn't know this title change had been suggested by the middle-aged eunuch before the emperor. Alas, Johnny sighed deeply, saying, Your father just had Carlton deliver this news. This morning's incident between Shoer and that beast was reported to Christian by the Secret Service. The Secret Service? Carrie's expression changed. That beast and Shoer's ranks aren't high enough to even attend court. Why would the Secret Service care? Do you still think it's just a matter of rank? Johnny lifted his eyes, glaring at his wife irritably. Carlton just told me, if you mention who your father is again in public, they will cleanse the family. What? Carrie sat up in shock, angrily retorting. How is that possible? My father wouldn't say such things. Johnny felt a headache coming on. To say that his wife, who usually appeared to be quite intelligent, would always act so pretentiously when outside, always shouting that her father was the prime minister of the current dynasty, the head of all officials, this whole circle of nobility in the capital knew this already. Was it necessary for her to constantly emphasize it? Now it was fine. They had been demoted, stripped of their titles, and his son could never become an official. Johnny waved his sleeves with some melancholy. We can only deal with it like this for now. For these days, you and Shoer should stay quiet at home. We don't need to pay attention to that beast for now. Once he gets transferred to the position of secretary, there will be plenty of ways to deal with him. Carrie's thoughts were simple. Since Reed still had imperial favor, dealing with him now would be equivalent to slapping the emperor's face. But how could he hold the position of secretary for life? Once he got promoted, he would then come under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Personnel. At that point, dealing with him would be too easy. Upon hearing this, Carrie was unwilling to accept it. Sir, we've suffered such a huge loss. Are we just going to let that little beast off? What do you want to do then? Johnny said impatiently. Chapter 25. The emperor has already punished them. Why do you still impeach? Seeing Johnny leave angrily, Carrie was momentarily dumbfounded. Since she married into the Gu family, although she had occasionally been scolded by Johnny, he had never lost his temper with her like this before. For a moment, Carrie's heart was filled with resentment. Reed, you little monster, if I don't find a way to deal with you, I won't be a Hicks. All along, she prided herself on having a father who was the chancellor and a husband who was a founding marquis. Her status was not inferior to the ladies of other founding dukes' families. Who would have thought that she would stumble so badly over Reed? You, Reed, cheated me out of several thousand taels of silver and wouldn't even give your younger brother an official post. My son Shoer only vented some anger and just dealt with one of your friends. He is merely an impoverished scholar with no power or influence. Is he worth you treating your own brother like this? Even though the Imperial Guard reported it to the Emperor, shouldn't you have considered more for your brother and for the Gu family? What does it matter to bear a little grievance for a while? Compared to the Gu family's marquis title and your brother's future prospects, what does an impoverished scholar's friend count as? Even if you suffer a bit. So what? You and your despicable mother are just meant to serve as stepping stones for me and my son. Now it's gone too far. Not only has the younger son lost his official position, but the Roland son is also stationed at the border. It's already difficult enough for him, yet in the end, a promising marquis can only become a count. Carrie's resentment toward Reed had reached an unbearable point. In the Imperial Palace, 3 edicts were issued one after another. One was sent to the Chancellor's residence, criticizing the current Chancellor Ferdy. Another was sent to the Ministry of Personnel, dismissing a 5th-rank officer and a 4th-rank vice minister, and even reprimanding the Minister of Personnel. The last one was the most severe. The Ningho residence was demoted. Rhonda Carey had her rank stripped. The 3rd son of the Gu family lost his official position and was permanently barred from holding office, and he was publicly caned until bloody and bruised. For a moment, all the officials' residences in the entire capital city were in an uproar. Those who received the news late began speculating what happened. wondering why everything was harmonious during the morning court session, but immediately after the court adjourned, there were accusations, dismissals, and demotions. They rushed to the residences of officials they knew well, but found no clear answers. Only those with quick access to information thought back to what happened at the city gate that morning, each showing different expressions. Those close to the Hicks family expressed concern. Those not on good terms with the Hicks family probably didn't get along with the Gu family either, and secretly sneered. Especially the various public and marquee residences. Ferdy, relying on his status as a member of a noble family, had always looked down on them, these illiterate commoners. After becoming chancellor, he constantly pressured them. Now, seeing his misfortune along with the Gu family, their feelings were akin to enjoying a whole chilled watermelon in the sweltering summer heat. How refreshing. As expected, the next day when court convened, it wasn't the censorate spouting off, rather the censors took action. An Rolandly censor with graying hair jumped up, saying, "Your Majesty, I, left Chief Censor Marvin, impeached Chancellor Ferdy for indulging his relatives, using his position as chancellor to commit fraud, turning public resources into private property, and arbitrarily bestowing authority, leading to unclear laws." Ferdy, standing first among all officials, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Committing fraud? Are you ***king kidding me? The emperor has already criticized people with his edict. Do you still think I haven't suffered enough humiliation and want to talk about this here? Adolf sat on the dragon throne, listening expressionlessly. Before he could speak, another censor jumped up. "Your Majesty." Censor Zhong Hicks of the censorate impeaches Fred Johnny for indulging his child and interfering in the operations of the government without regard for law and order. Johnny's expression matched his father-in-law's perfectly. Especially those words, Fred Johnny, sounded so irritating. Adolf listened, though he felt inwardly relieved. He said, "This matter has already been handled by my decree yesterday. All involved personnel have been punished. There is no need to discuss it further." "Your Majesty, I believe this is inappropriate." Immediately after the emperor spoke, another person stood up and said, "Your Majesty, while all personnel involved have been punished, this matter is too serious. In my opinion, the severity of the issue goes beyond the incident itself. A mere son of nobility, a 7th-rank official, can use the name of the highest-ranking official to command the 6 ministries. I believe this incident sufficiently shows that there are significant problems with our administrative system." What the heck? Everyone instantly became alert upon hearing this. Even Adolf turned slightly to see who was speaking, then smiled faintly. "Adon, what issues do you refer to?" "Your Majesty, I believe the Chancellor's authority is too great. Everyone in the court fears him, and no one dares to supervise the Chancellor's power, which is not beneficial for the court." Damn. As expected of the foremost opponent of Ferdy, this Adon is truly courageous. The officials who were watching all showed admiration upon hearing this. "Minister Ari." Adolf smiled and said, "Minister Hicks was not aware of this matter. Furthermore, I have already issued an edict to reprimand him. I believe Minister Hicks will certainly learn from this incident and strictly manage his relatives." As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Ferdy and smiled. "Minister Hicks, am I right?" "Your Majesty." Ferdy pretended to be distressed and said, "This is my fault. Being busy with official duties, I neglected to teach my family members, leading them to disregard court laws. This is indeed my mistake. To think that Daryl, just a 7th-rank official, could interfere in the Ministry of Personnel Operations by using my name. Such behavior. I feel deep regret and ask your Majesty to allow me to retire." Russell. One sentence from Ferdy sent ripples through the entire court. Hasn't this been dealt with? Why is he talking about retirement? Immediately, some officials stood up. "Your Majesty, Minister Hicks has made great contributions. He is busy with official duties and thus neglects to educate his children, but this is because of state affairs. Our great Lucas cannot do without such a meritorious minister." Before the words had fully left his mouth, another person stood up. "Minister Hicks's fault has been addressed by your Majesty's decree. I beg your Majesty not to agree to Minister Hicks's retirement. The court relies heavily on him, your Majesty." "Your Majesty, I second this." "I also second it." "I." Suddenly, almost half of the civil servants stood up. Adolf's originally smiling face turned gloomy. He said indifferently, "Minister Hicks has made great contributions, and I am very reluctant to see him go. Do not mention retirement anymore." "Your Majesty." Ferdy pretended to be moved. Adolf immediately changed to a smile, comforting him. "Minister Hicks, you have done much for the state, and all officials trust you. Look, you mention retirement, and all ministers are restless." "Your Majesty, I am terrified." "Minister Hicks, no need for more words. I still need your assistance to govern our great Lucas. Forget about retirement." Ferdy expressed gratitude immediately. "Your Majesty, I thank your Majesty's boundless grace." Adolf waved his hand, just about to say something when he saw another official standing up. "Your Majesty." Chapter 26. Clash between imperial power and Chancellor's authority. Adolf feels somewhat frustrated. "Your Majesty, Secretary Reed was involved in a street brawl which damaged the court's dignity. I request your Majesty to impose severe punishment." An official who looked cunning said with an affected air of righteousness, "Since the founding of our dynasty, we have never seen an official engage in such behavior on the streets. It disrespects our culture and leaves a terrible impression on the people. I believe that without strict punishment, it would not demonstrate the authority of the court." Adolf gazed expressionlessly at the official and asked, "Claude, what do you suggest should be done?" "Strip him of his rank as a warning to others." Claude feigned righteousness. "Secretary Reed is one of those who serves directly under your Majesty. If he cannot conduct himself properly, spreading this will tarnish your Majesty's virtue. I ask your Majesty to punish him severely." A flash of disdain passed through Adolf's eyes as he remained stoic. "Secretary Reed shall be fined 6 months' salary." "Your Majesty, if only a fine is imposed, it might not satisfy the masses." Adolf grew slightly impatient. Though Reed was wrong, This incident has allowed us to address the corruption within the court. Your Majesty, if Reed is punished severely, it can not only intimidate officials, but also significantly enhance the court's reputation when known by the common folk. In Claude's view, if even a close attendant like Reed could be punished, it would show the Emperor's fairness, greatly enhancing the Emperor's prestige. Unexpectedly, Adolf suddenly flared up in anger. Reed has served the court faithfully, and now just because of this incident, shall Daryl, who flagrantly disregards court regulations, be executed immediately outside the South Gate? Damn. The officials were startled upon hearing this. Ferdy hurriedly said, Your Majesty, I also believe punishing the secretary is inappropriate. He is our new imperial scholar and very capable. Our great Lucas dynasty should be broad-minded enough to allow young people to make mistakes. Moreover, Secretary Reed's actions benefited the nation. I think Your Majesty should promote him instead. Then he turned to Claude, Fred Ari. For talented youth, we senior ministers should embrace them with an open heart, not go too far in correction. Claude immediately knelt before Adolf. Your Majesty, I acted improperly, merely out of concern for the administration of our court. Please forgive me. Forget it. Adolf replied expressionlessly, then cast a profound glance at Ferdy. Promote? After promotion, wouldn't you take action against him soon? Adolf said listlessly. Are there any other matters to report, my lords? Instantly, all ministers focused their eyes on their noses and noses on their hearts. Having served in the court for so many years, they understood Adolf's implication. Don't bother me. With such words from the Emperor, who dared to act rashly. For a moment, the hall fell into an unusual silence. Seeing this, Adolf sighed softly. Court is dismissed. Without waiting for the minister's salutations, Adolf stood up first and left the hall. At the Hanlon Academy, Reed was working silently when suddenly a eunuch shouted, Imperial Edict. Everyone stood up instantly, bowing respectfully as the eunuch announced, Reed, your salary is reduced by 6 months. Inside the Hanlon Academy, including Reed, everyone had big question marks over their heads. That's it? Just to reduce Reed's salary for half a year? Without any reason? Suddenly, everyone looked at Reed, who couldn't help but smile bitterly. This subject, Reed, accepts the decree. Seeing this, the eunuch's stern face relaxed, turning into a smile. Young Fred Gu, Christian awaits you in the study. Shall we go? Reed quickly responded, Thank you, sir. I'll finish tidying up and come right away. The eunuch nodded and waited by the side with a smile. Reed returned to his seat, organized his unfinished work, and followed the eunuch out of the academy. As they left, the academy immediately buzzed with quiet murmurs. Minister Gua, do you know what young Fred Gu did wrong? Why would Christian fine him 6 months' salary? You're asking me? How would I know? I say, let's not speculate. Whether or not he's punished, young Fred Gu still gets summoned to the Emperor. Let's focus on our work. Less talk. Initially, some thought Reed would fall out of favor after the edict. Instead, right after being fined, he was called back to serve the Emperor again. Clearly, he still enjoyed great favor. In the study. Upon arriving, Reed found a heavy atmosphere in the study. His arrival caught Adolf's attention, who glanced at him. Why the long face? Are you upset about the penalty? This is not because you, sir, seem to be in a bad mood, so I don't dare to speak or ask anything. Rigong Sodal, thunder and rain are both your favor, but what? The Emperor's gaze flickered over, and Reed immediately smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I rely on the court's salary to live. With half a year's deduction, my family will hardly make ends meet. There was indeed some truth to his complaint. Reed had recently been practicing martial arts, spending a lot of money on medicines, leaving him with little money at home. Adolf suddenly laughed upon hearing this, scolding, with your unreliable manner, if those officials knew, they wouldn't hesitate to impeach you. Impeach me? Reed feigned great shock, then added pitifully, Your Majesty, since entering the court a few months ago, I have always been cautious and humble. How could there still be ministers against me? Adolf gave him an exasperated look. Cautious? Humble? Do you really think I believe that? Recalling Reed's schemes, especially yesterday when he fought someone, rebuked, demoted, and dismissed officials. 7 people altogether, from 7th-rank officials to 1st-rank top ministers. What sort of humility and lowliness is this? Thinking about today's exchanges in the court, a trace of worry flashed across Adolf's eyes. Looking at the young but deeply trusted Reed, Adolf couldn't help but ask, Minister Gu, what kind of minister do you want to be in the future? Why did he ask such a question? He glanced at Adolf, recalling their interactions. It seemed the court didn't go smoothly today. He replied, That depends on what your Majesty needs. I can be whatever you wish. Adolf looked at him helplessly, saying impatiently, Go to your work. He then shooed away everyone else in the study. Seeing Reed's leisurely demeanor, the eunuchs couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although they were eunuchs, they served the Emperor directly. Why weren't they as favored as this young Fred Gu? Seeing how just a few words improved the Emperor's mood, they envied his imperial favor. Chapter 27. Those who don't obey will be directly investigated by the internal guard. Roberto seemed to be in better spirits after some time. He watched Reed meticulously handling the memorials, recalling the question he had just asked. What kind of minister Reed wished to be in the future? Frankly speaking, he felt quite ambivalent about Reed. At their first meeting, Roberto only found him to be a young man with broad horizons despite his age. His capability was not visible at the moment, but his insight was top-notch. However, how could a youth raised within the residence possess such remarkable insight? He once suspected that someone behind Reed was guiding him. But according to the continuous investigations by the internal guard office, there was no one instructing him from behind. Therefore, even if it seemed unlikely, he could only believe what Reed said, that history can serve as a mirror to understand prosperity and decline. If Reed really uncovered the flaws of the great Lucas merely through studying history, then he was undoubtedly a genius. As they interacted more, he found that although Reed appeared carefree on the outside, he was ruthless inside. He seemed entirely unaffected by worldly customs and laws. He showed no sign of hiding his determination to deal with the Gu family before him, the emperor. To be honest, he also hesitated due to this personality. Given his age now, grooming Reed would benefit the emperors of the future, not himself. From Reed's actions, if he truly destroyed aristocratic families with a single word, even if Reed became powerful like Ferdy in the future, he wouldn't be so feared. Gradually, he discovered another side of Reed. He seemed to be affectionate and righteous. Although he barely socialized, Xavion and the old servant at home were enough to show that Reed treated his own people with warmth but dealt harshly with enemies. Moreover, he excelled at leveraging power. Even during the imperial examination, he probably intended to leverage the power of an emperor. From this aspect, he seemed to have less reverence in his heart. Therefore, even as Roberto, he felt conflicted. If he were 20 years younger, he dared to boldly employ Reed. But unfortunately, Reed wasn't for his use. Unconsciously, Roberto drifted off into thought. After some time, Reed suddenly appeared before him. Your Majesty? In a flash, Roberto saw Reed standing a few steps away, looking at him curiously. He calmly asked, Are you done with your tasks? Replying, Your Majesty, I am done. Reed nodded. Roberto sat up and suddenly asked, If we thoroughly investigate the land nationwide, whose family do you think we should start with? Reed blinked and replied, This depends on Your Majesty's mood. If any minister provokes you, let the internal guard investigate immediately. Once evidence is obtained, the court can form a joint investigation team, which should handle the matter smoothly. Although Roberto asked casually, considering his earlier expression, Reed felt today's court session might not have gone well. Therefore, Reed gave such a response. Upon hearing this, Roberto laughed in spite of himself. Do you take the court as a marketplace? Investigating whomever you see fit? Your Majesty, you are indeed the Son of Heaven, but the Son of Heaven is still human. Reed remarked indifferently, If those ministers can withstand an investigation, even if they confront Your Majesty, your heart would likely feel proud of having such upright officials in the court. But if they can't endure an investigation, targeting these corrupt officials will not only relieve Your Majesty's frustration but also help eliminate problems within the court, making the salary paid to them worthwhile. Haha. Roberto burst into laughter upon hearing this. Your words sound somewhat vindictive, yet oddly reasonable. Just being frank. Reed said, Your Majesty, living means striving for a clear mind. If you can't even feel content within, even being in the court holds little joy. Roberto fell silent. Seeing this, Reed hesitated and said, Your Majesty, the envoys from the two northern countries are arriving soon. Thoroughly investigating the land right now isn't suitable. It's better to focus on dealing with the northern situation. You're right. Roberto suddenly realized, remembering the plan provided by Reed. His eyes lit up. This related to his accomplishments recorded in history. No emperor disliked having their life beautifully recorded in history books. He asked, Have you studied the chief envoy of Northernly? What do you feel? Do you have confidence? Your Majesty, the envoys have only passed Yunzhou. It will take nearly a month to reach the capital. Reed was somewhat bemused. Roberto laughed. I'm the anxious one. All right, go back after finishing your work. Then I shall take my leave. When Adolf said to go back, it was naturally not to return home, but to continue working at the Hanlin Academy, since it was not yet time to clock out. Just as he returned to the Hanlin Academy, a fellow scholar approached. Jingji, tell me, how did you end up getting your salary docked for half a year by Christian? Reed rolled his eyes and said irritably, Brother Ji Yun, do you know how old you are? You're asking about this. When the documents from various departments arrive here later, you'll know everything. Stanley was the top scholar from the previous imperial examination. Perhaps because they were both top scholars, they talked more in the Hanlin Academy. Besides him, only Selen and Jasper could have a few words with him. The others, including the superiors in the Hanlin Academy, were friendly with him merely because of the position of secretary, which allowed him to walk freely before Christian. Hearing this, Stanley suddenly sighed. Jingji, I'm going to be posted elsewhere soon. Who knows when we'll meet again? Although our Hanlin Academy is prestigious, it isn't an office with real power. You usually don't cause trouble here. Having your salary docked unexpectedly, you need to be more careful in the future. Reed was taken aback. Brother Ji Yun is preparing to be posted elsewhere? When did you hear this news? Today. Stanley sighed deeply. He, too, came from a humble background. Or rather, most top scholars who entered the Hanlin Academy were from humble backgrounds. However, among the 7 top scholars of the Great Lucas, except for 2 from aristocratic families, the other 5, he was only the second one to be posted elsewhere or transferred to another department. Although there has always been a saying in the Great Lucas that none can enter the government unless from the Hanlin Academy, humble scholars had no connections and didn't even have the chance to be posted out, unable to gain administrative experience on the job. No matter how talented they were, they could only waste away within the Hanlin Academy, let alone entering the government. Nowadays, apart from those aristocratic descendants gilding their lilies in the Hanlin Academy, the ones truly doing work were all from humble backgrounds. For example, the current Hanlin scholar Lucian, the first top scholar after the founding of the Great Lucas, became a top scholar at 18 and has been in the Hanlin Academy for 20 years now. At 38, he still works in the Hanlin Academy. Though he's now the head of a department, he lacks significant governance experience. Without some lucky break, he will likely remain an old scholar for life. Chapter 28. Did ancient people also understand the principle that mixing genders makes work less tiring? After setting the time for the farewell banquet for Stanley, both went back to their own business. Soon, it was time for them to leave their posts. Reed happily walked out of the Hanlin Academy and was immediately stopped by Gage in a bullfighting outfit. Fred Gage, you? Reed pointed at him and a black-clothed woman beside him. The black-clothed woman had well-defined eyebrows and eyes, yet she seemed abnormally cold, exuding a touch of heroism between her brows. She wore a short dagger around her waist, making her look especially spirited. This is Elise, an insider from my inner guard. Gage pointed at the black-clothed woman, briefly introducing her. Reed was puzzled. Gage calmly said, from now on, if you need any scrolls related to Bailey or Liyue Kingdom, just tell Elise directly. She will be responsible for protecting the scrolls as well as guarding you during this period. Is this appropriate? Reed glanced suspiciously at Gage. The insiders usually guarded the royal courtyard. If it was just for him, Reed, it would be fine to assign a man. There was a difference between males and females. Bringing a girl over was clearly inappropriate, right? Reed did not think that Gage, this king of darkness, understood the principle that mixing genders made work less tiring. Gage only explained indifferently. Assigning someone to you was also Christian's idea. However, each person in my inner guard has their own duties, and Elise just returned from abroad without any other arrangements, so she will assist you first. All right. With these words, what could he do? In that case, thank you very much, Fred Gage. Reed clasped his hands toward Gage, then said to the black-clothed woman named Elise, thank you. Elise just nodded without saying anything. Seeing this, Reed smiled inwardly. This little lady sure is cold. Seeing this, Gage did not say anything either, only told Reed, if there is anything that needs the cooperation of the inner guard, just tell Elise. I've already brought the scroll for the embassy. If you want to read it, find Elise. After speaking, he left directly. Reed opened his mouth, but finally looked at Elise and said, let's go. He turned around and walked ahead, with Elise following silently behind while holding a box. After walking several steps, Reed felt something strange. Turning his head, his eyes met with the girl's eyes. Hey, say something. Elise. Reed's lips twitched. Forget it. Never mind. He always thought he wasn't good at communication, never expected to meet someone who was even worse than him. A perfectly good girl acted like a mute. Walking one before the other, they soon arrived on the street. Elise followed behind carrying a box, watching him chat idly with street vendors and greet people, even buying some food. The entire trip was more like shopping. It made her feel very uncomfortable. Finally reaching Reed's house, it was a bit secluded but quiet. Opening the door, Laodanis came out, smiling and greeted, Master, you are off duty. Reed nodded and then pointing to Elise behind him, he said, Laodanis, prepare a room for her. She might stay for a while, huh? He suddenly realized and asked, Miss Faye, are you going to live here? Gage did not give further instructions about Elise's future plans. Reed didn't know how to arrange it either. Elise rolled her eyes and said, I am surnamed Chu. Her voice was cold yet exceptionally pleasant to hear. Reed was slightly stunned. Taking advantage of this moment, Ember bypassed both master and servant, walking directly into the courtyard. Although the courtyard was simple, it was clean and fresh. Looking around at the courtyard's furnishings, she walked straight into the left side house and pushed open the door. Watching this scene, both Reed and Laodanis were taken aback. Laodanis pointed at the yard and stammered, Master. This girl is. The left wing rooms in the yard were generally used to entertain guests for a short stay. Laodanis would often clean them, although no one had lived in these rooms since they were prepared. Hearing Laodanis' question, Reed casually replied, she is assisting me temporarily from the palace. She will leave after a while. Don't bother her during this time. He himself didn't quite understand why sending someone from the inner guard seemed unnecessary. Now sending a woman, such a formidable-looking young lady. Even Reed had doubts. Luckily, this courtyard only had him and Laodanis, with nothing really secret except his martial arts training. Everything else was straightforward. Moreover, he didn't plan to hide his martial arts practice. The master and servant both shook their heads, entering the house one after another. Just then, Ember walked out from the east wing room, looking at them and saying, in the future, no one can enter or exit this room without my permission. If you need anything, just let me know. After speaking, she retreated back into the room and closed the door. Laodanis pointed at the east wing room, stuttering, why, young master? Did you leave any romantic debt outside? Reed glared. Is your young master that kind of person? Damn it. This woman is really making herself too much at home, isn't she? This is my home, my house. All right, let's not bother with her. Let's have dinner first. That night, Reed held a dossier, carefully reading through it. It detailed the officials from Bailey who would be visiting Daya, listing names and detailed information. Seeing this dossier, Reed understood why Gage had specifically assigned someone to keep these documents. This information was definitely not something an ordinary spy could obtain. Frankly speaking, if this dossier were to be leaked and the Bailey court found out, it wouldn't take more than an hour for the spies within the inner guard to be discovered. Putting aside those thoughts, Reed read the content of the dossier carefully. The envoy to Daya turned out to be Prime Minister Griffin of the Bailey Kingdom. Griffin was a staunch royalist in the Bailey court and a leading advocate for war. It was said that over the past few years, despite repeated losses in the border conflicts between Bailey and Liua, Bailey had not ceased fighting primarily due to the insistence of this Prime Minister Troy. From this alone, it could be inferred that either this man was holding out in resistance, or he had identified a chance for victory. Of course, it was also possible that he was seeking to maintain his own power within the court. Regarding the situation in the Bailey court, opinions were divided into two factions, one led by Griffin, advocating for war, and the other advocating for peace. In terms of power, Griffin had a slight advantage. Pinching his chin, Reed thought deeply. Chapter 29. Is the Dag here to help? Another month passed quietly for Reed. As for Brian, although he said he was here to assist Reed, he was often nowhere to be seen, coming and going early every day. How could this be called assisting him? It was as if Brian was just freeloading in his courtyard. This day, while Reed was at work, an imperial decree suddenly arrived. In accordance with the Emperor's will, it is decreed. Appoint the Secretary of the Hanlon Academy, Secretary Reed, as the deputy envoy responsible for welcoming the envoys from Bailey and Liua, and so on. After a while, the decree was fully read aloud. The eunuch who announced the decree placed it in Reed's hands and said, Official Gu, Christian summons you. Follow me. Please wait a moment. Reed collected the decree and, under the astonished gaze of his colleagues, followed the eunuch to the imperial study. Upon arriving at the imperial study, he saw the Dag standing nearby. After paying respects to Adolf and the Dag, Adolf began to speak. The envoys from Bailey and Liua are expected to arrive in the capital tomorrow. I have ordered the Dag to take full responsibility for receiving them, And you, Minister Gu, shall assist. I obey your imperial majesty. Reed didn't ask further. The two northern countries had their prime minister and dag respectively. According to reception etiquette, Daxia should send a prince or prime minister at least. However, Adolf and Reed had already reached an understanding, which was different from what Ferdy thought. A prince. It seemed to be along the same lines as Ferdy's idea, so after much consideration, they assigned this task to the dag. Although having a country's heir responsible for receiving the envoys increased the protocol level by half, it simply showed Daxia's high regard for the envoys. Dag. Adolf suddenly called out. The dag immediately replied respectfully, Father, your son is here. For this envoy reception, although you are the chief envoy and dag however, regarding the specifics of the negotiations and arrangements with the two countries, Minister Gu will lead. Understand? Huh. The dag was startled. He was only given the title of chief envoy because of his status, but the specific negotiation content and arrangements were not up to him. Why? The dag looked at Reed with some reluctance and then said to the emperor, Father, this seems improper. Oh, what's improper? Your Majesty, I also believe this is inappropriate. Reed quickly jumped in and said, Dag, you are the future ruler of Daxia, of noble status. Such arrangements might damage the dignity of the royal family if the court and the people found out. The dag also echoed, Father, Secretary Gu speaks my mind. I'm not defying your order, but this involves the honor of our royal family. Adolf looked at the two. Seeing that Reed remained composed, he understood his thoughts and said, It's fine. Adolf suddenly picked up a golden token from the desk. Minister Gu, Your Majesty. Seeing the token, Reed's face changed drastically. Even the dag looked bewildered. Adolf handed the gold token to Reed but spoke to the dag. As a crown prince, one should know the principle of specialization. I have long entrusted Minister Gu to plan this, though letting him lead the negotiations may seem to diminish your standing. However, as crown prince, you should carry yourself with authority. If your authority is sufficient, do you need to worry about officials stealing your spotlight? The dag's face changed, unable to understand the deeper meaning of Adolf's words, but he couldn't argue anymore, so he respectfully answered, I receive the command. Adolf nodded and turned to Reed. Minister Gu, why don't you accept the token yet? Subject thanks your majesty. Reed took the token with both hands, and Adolf continued, during negotiations, you hold my token, allowing you free access to the palace and inner guard. I want results. Reed became serious, immediately replying, Your Majesty, I will not fail you. Standing beside, the dag, even being dim-witted, sensed the implications. It seemed his father and Reed had already decided on the matter concerning the two countries' envoys. Perhaps previously, Reed hadn't fully expressed his thoughts. Although he was the dag, he hadn't spent nearly as much time with his father as Reed did. It was normal that he wouldn't know everything discussed between them, but Adolf's words just now still puzzled him. Lost in thought, he left the imperial study and returned directly to the Eastern Palace. When Deborah Felicity saw him, she got up. You're back, Your Highness. Nine has come to visit. Lila. The dag's expression suddenly brightened as he looked past the dags to see a woman in her early 20s exuding an unparalleled air of nobility. He smiled and said, Lila, why are you visiting my residence today? I haven't seen Sister Chiao for quite some time, so I decided to come visit today. Lila returned the smile and then performed the deep bowing greeting towards the dag. Lo Huang greets dag brother. Oh. The dag gently held up his hand to stop her, saying, You were raised under Deborah's care, and we grew up like real siblings. Even though she's no longer with us, our sibling bond remains unaltered. Please don't be so formal here at my residence. As he spoke, he put on a stern face and added, On the contrary, ever since you moved to the manor of the County Brysons, your visits have become fewer over the years. Lila laughed softly. Dag brother is busy with government affairs now. How can I bother you with every little thing? You. The dag shook his head helplessly. Seeing Lila, he couldn't help but think of his late mother, Brooklyn. Lila's formal name was Birch, known by her title, County Colleen. Officially, she was declared as the adopted daughter of Brooklyn, but in truth, she was the last princess of the Yun Kingdom. During the early days when Yun was annexed, Adolf remembered Yun's allegiance and service. As Lila was only a baby then, he could not bear to let the last royal bloodline of Yun fall into the hands of commoners, thus taking her in and raising her under Brooklyn. This explained why Lila and the dag shared such a close relationship. Thinking about his birth mother, Brooklyn, the dag sighed deeply in his heart. If it weren't for his mother's passing, would he, the dag, find himself struggling like this now? Edgar had the support of aristocratic families, with his birth mother being the current Empress Killian, backed by the powerful Killian family. In just a few short years, Edgar's influence in court became almost on par with him, the dag. He clearly understood that the rise of the Killian clan was his father's means to appease the aristocracy. But this left him, the dag, in a difficult position. Had it not been for Adolf still cherishing his past affection for Brooklyn, he might have been dethroned long ago. Thinking of all this, he sighed again involuntarily. Noticing this, the dags worried and asked, Your Highness, what troubles you so much? Has something happened? Chapter 30. The worried dag and smart Lila. The dag hesitated repeatedly. Bryson's Jinla Adonis, who was standing beside him, thought that his presence made it hard for certain things to be discussed. So she stood up and said, Brother Dag and Sister Chiao have important matters to discuss. Perhaps I should take my leave. Lila. The dags pulled her back. You're not an outsider. Stay for dinner. We haven't seen each other for quite some time, right, Your Highness? Indeed. The dag nodded. Lila, this matter does not require secrecy. With that, he recounted what had happened in the imperial study today. Although women do not get involved in politics, he and Kylie had always supported each other. His achievements as dag owed much to Kylie's assistance. As for Lila, blessed with Brooklyn's grace, this sister from another clan had always favored him. The dags was surprised after hearing the dag's words. Your Majesty appoints you as the chief envoy, but actually puts Reed in charge. Exactly. The dag sighed. I've disagreed with father on policy for years, and he dislikes me very much. I didn't understand his words today at all. He then relayed what Adolf had said about majestic demeanor. Hearing this, the Dags frowned slightly, uncertain of the emperor's intentions. She remarked, even if Secretary Lang has earned father's trust, there's no need for him to advise you like this, is there? The couple couldn't figure out the situation, while Lila sitting nearby quietly sipped tea, a flicker of insight occasionally visible in her eyes. After thinking for a long time without coming to a conclusion, Lila couldn't help but laugh. Brother Dag might be too close to the forest to see the trees. Startled, the Dag exclaimed joyfully, Lila has always been smart. Have you figured it out? Yes, Lila. Why don't you tell Brother Dag your thoughts? It will save us from guessing. The Dags also looked like she had found a lifeline. I'm not sure if I'm right or wrong, but according to me, Brother Dag doesn't need to worry so much. Lila pursed her lips and said, Secretary Lang became the Zhongyuan, top imperial examinee, and has been accompanying Christian ever since. This shows how much Christian values his talent, which is why he was promoted to secretary. Christian is wise, yet Secretary Lang remains in service before him. He must have a well-established way of handling official affairs. Since Christian has entrusted him with leading negotiations, he must have given it careful thought. As for what Christian means by majestic demeanor, it's simple. If Brother Dag can show respect to scholars and humble himself, it would not diminish his dignity but instead demonstrate our crown prince's grandeur in selecting capable people. I believe this is what Christian meant by a crown prince should naturally possess majesty. The royal couple was stunned. The Dags said in disbelief, it could be this simple? Isn't it? Lila smiled. Brother Dag might have felt under pressure lately, hence overinterpreting father's words. Actually, between father and son, how complicated can it be? This, suddenly enlightened, the Dag's eyes lit up. He originally thought that Adolf placing a 6th-rank official above him signaled disfavor. But now, hearing Lila's explanation, he realized he might have overcomplicated it. As a crown prince and chief envoy, delegating authority to the deputy envoy for specific tasks actually demonstrated a broad-minded approach and respect for talent. He had been overly focused on the rank issue, which led to misunderstanding. Thinking clearly, the Dag asked curiously, Lila, if we were blinded by the situation, how did you see through father's intentions? Brother Dag, how old is Secretary Lang now? Startled, the Dag suspiciously replied, just reaching 20. Why do you ask? The Dags teased, maybe Lila has heard about Secretary Lang's upright character and remarkable literary talent, and developed admiration? Though it was teasing, it wasn't entirely impossible. Reed, despite being only 6th rank now, held the position of secretary and was given such important duties. Even the Dag was overshadowed. Future prospects. To put it bluntly, as long as he didn't make mistakes, he would eventually reach 3rd rank or even higher. A 3rd rank official would be enough to match a princess? Considering Lila's status, marrying into a military or noble family seemed less likely. Blushing, Lila pouted. I sincerely want to help Brother Dag and sister, yet you jest at my expense. The royal couple immediately stopped laughing. The Dags walked forward, holding her hand. I didn't mean to tease you, Lila. You're already 20. It's time to find a good match. The Dag also nodded beside her. Seeing this, Lila pouted. If you continue to tease me like this, I will go back. Okay, I won't say it anymore. Although she said that, the laughter in her eyes wouldn't stop. After a while, she said, let's talk about what happened earlier first. Lila gave them an admonishing look, then spoke softly. Actually, it's not hard to figure out. That Secretary Lang is just past his 20s. If he truly has great talent, then Christian must be grooming him for the future monarch. The Dag was stunned. For me, for the future monarch? Or what? Lila continued. Although Christian is in the prime of his life, he must still consider the future of the great Lucas Empire. As I see it, Christian has let Brother Dag and young Fred Gu work together this time, presumably to let you get acquainted with each other early on. Besides, she frowned slightly, and the Dags asked upon noticing, is there another reason? Lila glanced at the Dag and said, perhaps to test Brother Dag. Test me? Does he want to test my tolerance? Recalling Adolf's words in the imperial study, now considering it, this possibility indeed exists. If the talents father painstakingly nurtures cannot cooperate with me, the Dag and future emperor, then, Lila glanced at the Dag who had fallen into deep thought and said, as Brother Dag mentioned earlier, when they presented their ideas before Christian, young Fred Gu completely rejected Ferdy's strategy but agreed with Brother Dag's ideas. Yes. The Dag nodded and said, he did agree with my strategy, but also said it was too conservative. Lila nodded and said, that makes sense. Perhaps he didn't fully reveal his own plan. Only Christian knows these details. The Dag frowned and said, since it was a presentation before the emperor, why would he do so? Could he have had reasons to remain silent? Chapter 31. The grand play begins. Envoys of 2 nations meet at the city gate. The Dag, upon reflection, suddenly clapped and laughed, saying, I get it. What does elder Brother Dag understand? Nikki and the Dags were puzzled, not knowing why the Dag suddenly laughed. Laughing, the Dag said, he has a grudge against Ferdy, so naturally he wouldn't let Ferdy know his thoughts. After hearing this, the eyes of Nikki and the Dags suddenly brightened. Indeed, a month ago, that young official Mr. Gu had a conflict with Ferdy's grandson, that gentleman from the Gu family. They even clashed at the city gate. The Dags immediately recalled what happened a month ago. Nikki's eyes flashed with sharp insight, but quickly returned to normal. She said, so it seems he indeed has a grudge with both the Gu family and the Hicks family, thus deliberately guarding against Ferdy. Ferdy's influence in court was too great for anyone to deny, and as the current Dag, their relationship wasn't good either. Analyzing this way made him feel more relieved inside. After all, if he didn't know about this matter, his imperial father surely did. Under these circumstances, keeping Reed by his side must mean there was something else between them, and this matter must be related to Ferdy. After some thought, the Dag smiled and said, thus, This young official Mr. Gu is on our side. However, the Dax furrowed her brow and said, Your Highness's idea might not hold. If he only opposed Ferdy? Logically speaking, although Ferdy's ideas differ from your Highness, they are indeed wise and well-considered strategies for the country. It won't be like that. The Dag laughed instantly, recounting how Reed rebutted Ferdy back then. Hearing this, the other two understood immediately. Nikki said with admiration, Who would have thought that this secretary would be so forward-thinking? In recent years, Liu does seem stronger than Bailey. If they swallow Bailey, their strength will grow significantly, inevitably becoming a serious threat to our great Lucas in the future. The Dag chuckled. If he hadn't spoken such reasoning, I would have also thought he was just opposing Ferdy. But Reed's words make me realize every time I think about them, they carry deep significance. So, this can also be a good thing. The Dags looked at the Dag. Your Highness, although that young official Mr. Gu won't easily align with anyone, since the Emperor gave you this opportunity, your Highness should seize it well. That's for sure. The Dag nodded. Even if he doesn't ally with me, we don't need to be hostile towards him right now. After all, he's a talented person and trusted by the Emperor. Most importantly, he had unresolved enmity with Ferdy. In the Chancellor's residence, today was Ferdy's day off, so he was playing chess at home. When news that Adolf assigned the Dag and Reed as the chief and deputy envoys reached his ears, even he felt quite surprised. He could understand the Dag part. Since both nations' envoys include a prime minister and a prince, having the current Dag host it isn't out of place. But Reed, how could he receive such favor? Normally, hosting a deputy envoy should involve officials from the Office of Protocol, or at least from the Ministry of Rights, right? Yet the Emperor appointed Reed. What does this indicate? It indicates that in the study hall, regarding the friendly strategy proposed by both sides, Adolf favored Reed, who was merely a sixth-grade official, over the plans of the current prime minister. With his current status and perspective, Ferdy naturally wouldn't think that Adolf was dissatisfied with him. While Adolf might be displeased, he wouldn't treat national affairs frivolously. As in founding emperor, though constrained by aristocratic families in many ways and compelled to make compromises, the Northern Territory relates to his reputation and history. To undermine one prime minister at the cost of putting himself at a disadvantage, how could a founding emperor commit such foolishness? Seeing Ferdy lost in thought, Scholar Killian laughed. Chancellor, it's your turn. He pointed at the chessboard as he spoke. Ferdy laughed unintentionally. I was thinking about something just now, making you wait, sir. Speaking, he gently placed a piece, click, onto an empty spot on the chessboard. Scholar Killian also picked up a piece, placing it while saying, Is the Chancellor thinking about the matters of the two nations' envoys? Exactly. Ferdy sighed leisurely. I really can't figure out why Christian abandoned my plan which clearly had benefits despite risks, and chose the plan of a mere youth instead. Scholar Killian kept his eyes on the chess game, casually saying, Perhaps you're overthinking it? Maybe the court isn't ready for war yet, considering even the Dag opposed your plan. If so, then I am indeed reassured. I fear it might be different from what we imagine. Haha. Scholar Killian laughed. The Chancellor is too used to contending with Christian and worries too much. In my view, there's nothing much to it. No matter whose strategy Christian adopts, the Chancellor remains the Chancellor, the head of all officials in Great Lucas, an unshakable position. Ferdy paused for a moment, thought for a while, then placed a chess piece down and smiled. Mr. Killian, you see things clearly. Indeed, as the current Chancellor, what is there to be afraid of? The next morning, Reed and the Dag arrived almost simultaneously at the northern city gate. After the analysis from yesterday, the Dag had become noticeably warmer towards Reed. Upon seeing Reed, he eagerly greeted him. Mr. Gu, you arrived so early. Truly, you are a pillar of Great Lucas. Reed was puzzled. Your Highness, being early and being a pillar, are these two related? The corner of the Dag's mouth twitched. Was it necessary for you to take such an earnest attitude towards a casual compliment? The Dag laughed and said, Mr. Gu not only has outstanding talent, but also works harder than others. I just feel very impressed. Reed blinked his eyes and then replied solemnly, Christian entrusted me with important tasks, so I dare not be negligent. Moreover, your Highness being the chief envoy, holds a prestigious position. If you were late, wouldn't that be impolite? The Dag laughed loudly. I always respect talents. Mr. Gu doesn't need to be so formal. We are about the same age, so let's be more relaxed. Reed glanced at the Dag and thought about himself. Damn, I'm 20 and you're 30, how can our ages be considered the same? While they were talking, officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Office of Protocol arrived one after another. Seeing both the chief and deputy envoys had already arrived, their faces changed. Reed's minor rank of 6th class junior was not significant, but the Dag was someone they couldn't compare to. These people hurried over and bowed collectively before the Dag. Greetings, your Highness. The Dag waved his hand. Gentlemen, please rise. Since you are here, arrange everything quickly. Don't forget your manners later on. Officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Office of Protocol immediately responded and started working. Time passed by unknowingly, and when everyone was getting impatient, a man suddenly rushed from outside the city gate. Report to your Highness, the envoys from Bailey and Liu have arrived, but... Chapter 32. Confrontation at the city gate, arrogant envoys. At the north gate of Daxia's capital city, two groups confronted each other right at the city gate. Neither side intended to yield, and there was an air of tension between them. Floyd, you are merely the Chancellor of Bailey. Why should this prince make way for you? From the Liu camp, Daglakasoli of Liu said arrogantly, you old fellows who have been repeatedly defeated. Your empire is about to fall into others' hands. And yet you still dare to block my path? That domineering attitude was displayed in front of both nations' delegations without any sign of restraint. On the Bailey side, inside a carriage, Floyd, who was in his 50s and served as the Chancellor of Bailey, looked at Chris with eyes that were cloudy yet cold. He responded emotionlessly, Chris, this is the capital of the Lucas dynasty, not your small country of Liu. You'd better rein in your arrogance. Floyd didn't react to Chris's provocation at all. Compared to the journey from Liyue, the distance from Bailey to Daxia's capital was much shorter, taking only several days. Yet this dag Chris arrived at Daxia's capital almost simultaneously with him. No one would believe that it wasn't intentional. If they had indeed arrived in order of their departure time, it wouldn't be a problem. But Chris seemed determined to make things difficult for him. If he, as the Chancellor, retreated before the people of Daxia, he would disgrace his own emperor and nation. Would Daxia still want to form an alliance with him? Floyd, I advise you to step aside sooner rather than later. Don't embarrass yourself or shame Chancellor Lucasoyuan. Chris continued to speak arrogantly. Floyd laughed and replied, What? Are you planning to resort to violence on Daxia's territory? You. Chris sneered but didn't say anything more. Though arrogant, he knew that if his people started fighting here, it would dishonor the Lucas dynasty. While deep down he didn't think highly of Daxia either, this wasn't the time to flaunt his power. Floyd's attitude also caused him a headache. Initially, he just wanted to make things difficult for Floyd, so he ordered his envoy to accelerate and arrive at the same time as Bailey, hoping to force Bailey to give way and humiliate them in front of the Daxians. However, Bailey, despite being ineffective in war, had quite some backbone. Now he found himself in a tricky situation. Inside the city, Dag and Reed couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This Liyue crown prince was truly making too much noise, trying to insult Bailey even in Daxia's capital. Reed shook his head and bowed to the Dag, saying, Please wait here, Your Highness. I will handle this matter. The Dag raised his hand. Go ahead, Fredgu. Should things go beyond control, you may take action as you see fit. Being the Dag of Daxia and representing the Emperor, he could not afford to leave the city and greet them personally. Doing so would only disgrace Daxia itself. Reed nodded and walked out of the city. Before he left the city gate, he heard arguments between the two sides outside. He shook his head silently and hurriedly walked out, then called out loudly, The capital city of Daxia is under the sun of heaven. Do the two esteemed envoys plan to create chaos right outside our capital? Both men originally quarreling outside turned to look at Reed. They scrutinized Reed carefully, noting his simple green official robe. The Bailey Dag sneered, Truly presumptuous of Daxia. An envoy of the Liyue crown prince is received by someone lower than 5th rank. This kind of disdain. Is this how a land of propriety conducts itself? I am appointed by the Emperor of Daxia as deputy envoy. Where does this show disdain? Standing between the two envoys, Reed replied calmly, then glanced at Chris and added, Your Highness may be a prince, but compared to Daxia, you represent a subordinate state. Surely you don't expect Daxia's crown prince to come out and greet you? Dag? Hearing this, both parties' envoys changed color, especially Chris. Hearing Reed referring to Liyue as a subordinate state, he was about to protest. But unexpectedly, the person receiving the envoy was none other than the Dag of Daxia. Faced with such prestige, even the overbearing Chris kept silent. Now wasn't the time for petty disputes which might dishonor his own nation. On the contrary, Floyd immediately smiled upon hearing Reed's words. Floyd of the Bailey envoy thanks the crown prince for gracing us with your presence. We feel greatly honored. Boot liquor. Chris cursed under his breath and then asked, Since our two parties arrived together, how should we enter the city? Can this noble official lay down some rules? He was deliberately making things difficult for Reed. Regardless of who entered first, it would inevitably offend the other party. An improper handling could lead to mockery from not only the offended party but also from other countries. After all, his quarrel with Bailey was a matter between two nations, unrelated to Daxia. However, if Daxia made the decision and handled it improperly, other nations might think that Daxia lacked etiquette upon hearing about it. Reed, however, did not find it difficult at all. Instead, he smiled and said, Our great Lucas embraces all rivers, and this capital city gate can accommodate not just the envoys from Bailey and Liyue, but even if all nations pay homage, it can still hold them. Today, both of you esteemed envoys shall enter the city together. Don't let the Dag wait too long. What the hell? Upon hearing this, the faces of the two delegations immediately showed astonishment. Initially, they only wanted to give Daxia a hard time, but they didn't expect him to say that even the tribute from all nations could be accommodated. What is tribute from all nations? That means paying homage and offering tributes. With this statement, not only did he effortlessly defuse the difficulty set by the two nations, but it also elevated the status of Lucas dynasty infinitely high. They, the two northern countries, seemed like they were here to pay tribute to Daxia. The crown prince of Liyue immediately said, For envoys from two countries to enter together, has there ever been such a precedent in thousands of years? The great Lucas boasts of being a superior state. Does it not know proper etiquette? Etiquette? Reed sneered, Since there is no precedent for this in the world, and our great Lucas is an unprecedented dynasty, now that our great Lucas reigns over the world, let's start with us. This is disrespectful. Chris prided himself on being arrogant, but he never expected that a low-ranking official from Daxia would be even more arrogant, easily resolving all his difficulties with a few words. Reed glanced at him and said, If the imperial prince feels it doesn't conform to propriety, feel free to turn back. After the Bailey delegation enters the city, you may submit your letter and make a mission to our court. Chris's face changed drastically. Haha. On the contrary, Floyd laughed heartily and said, We of Bailey find this arrangement quite reasonable. As the saying goes, guests should follow the host convenience. Let me trouble you today, Your Excellency? Of course. Please come in, Your Excellency. Reed invited with a smile, then looked at Chris, who coldly snorted and had no choice but to dismount and follow. Chapter 33. The mission delegations clouded with suspicion, a premonition of conspiracy. Inside the city, the Dag did not wait long before he began to worry. Could Reed really handle this matter properly? After all, outside the city were either prime ministers or princes, all holding higher ranks than Reed. Moreover, it involved the honor of 3 countries. What if things went wrong? He was about to consult a eunuch beside him when he saw a crowd gathering at the city gate. They're here. Startled, the Dag strained his eyes to see which country's delegation would enter first. This glance left him utterly astonished. He saw Reed walking confidently in the middle of the road, flanked by an old man and a young one on either side. The Dag's eyes widened. They're entering simultaneously? But then he thought, there seemed to be no better solution. Glancing at the officials from the Ministry of Rights, someone immediately announced, "Delegations entering the city. Commence music." Suddenly, ceremonial music sounded at the city gate, and a smile appeared on the Dag's face. Reed took a few steps and, seeing he was almost before the Dag, hurriedly returned to his place. No sooner had he settled than the envoys from both countries approached the Dag. Mission Envoy Archer from Bailey, paying respects to His Royal Highness the Dag of Dacia. Mission Envoy Chris from Inatio, paying respects to His Royal Highness the Dag of Dacia. Both envoys stood respectfully before the Dag and bowed deeply. With a broad smile, the Dag extended both hands in a modest gesture. "I have long heard that esteemed envoys from both countries are visiting. Our Emperor is delighted, and has appointed me and Minister Gu as the chief and deputy hosts. Should you have any request while in our capital, feel free to inform us." "Thank you, Your Highness." The envoys bowed again. The Dag smiled and said, "Esteemed envoys, please don't be too formal. Since this is your first visit to Dacia, I'm sure you're curious about our customs and culture. Before our Emperor summons you, feel free to explore the capital." Archer and Chris exchanged glances and replied, "We will follow your instructions." "Excellent. Why not rest at the inn first?" Having traveled for so long, the envoys naturally agreed. The Dag gave Reed a nod, who responded affirmatively and then proceeded with officials from the Ministry of Rights and the Honglu Temple to arrange everything. Though only in office for a few months, Reed wasn't yet familiar with the details of reception protocols. Most arrangements were handled by staff from the Ministry of Rights and the Honglu Temple. He simply observed the entire process. Everything seemed normal with the Inatio delegation, but in the Bailey mission, Reed noticed someone out of place. This person was neither dressed in official attire nor armor, but in martial clothing, carrying a long sword, resembling a martial artist. Seeing how respectfully the Bailey delegates treated him, he seemed to hold some importance, yet this person wasn't listed on the delegation roster. Over the past month, Reed had memorized the files of both delegations thoroughly and knew he could not have made a mistake. Silently noting the stranger's appearance, Reed watched calmly as the Honglu Temple staff settled the delegations. Elsewhere, Gage was reporting on the situation of the two delegations in the Imperial study. Hearing that they met outside the city at the same time, neither yielding to the other, he shook his head with amusement. It seems that Bailey and Inatio have truly reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Shaking his head at Chris's behavior, Adolf felt increasingly pleased. Indeed, the attitudes of these two countries were critical to Dacia's future plans. How did the Dag resolve such a deadlock between the two delegations? Gage answered respectfully. It was young Fred Gu who volunteered to solve the issue outside the city. Describing Reed's actions in detail, Gage relayed the events to Adolf, who laughed heartily. "What a Reed! Truly representing our great nation's inclusiveness and global admiration." "Well said." "Yes, Your Majesty." Gage added, "I, too, felt inspired by these words. To think that young Fred Gu has shown such courage after just a few months in office. They have done well." Adolf nodded approvingly and asked, "Have the delegations been accommodated properly?" "The officials from the Honglu Temple have taken care of everything," Gage reported further. "I have instructed the secret police to monitor the inns continuously and report back promptly. Keep Reed updated on developments from both delegations. Also, given the deep-seated tensions between these two countries, even within our capital, nothing can be taken for granted. The secret police must closely watch their every move." Although the city guard was stationed at the inns, it wasn't enough given the conflicts. Adolf trusted only the capability of the secret police. Elsewhere, having arranged the delegation's accommodations, Reed hurried home. He needed to find Lori. Now, his main task was to be in charge of the mission delegations, so he didn't have to go to the Hanlon Academy for duty, nor did he need to work every day in the Imperial study. After returning home, Reed directly asked Humbert, and then headed towards the eastern chamber where Lori was temporarily staying. It was rare for this woman to be at home, so Reed didn't beat around the bush. After calling her out, he immediately said, "There's someone in the Bailey delegation I want you to investigate." Lori's cool eyes looked at him for a moment before she uttered two words, "Wait here." Saying that, she walked back into the room. Reed was puzzled. Soon, Lori came out with a dossier and handed it to him. His name is Toby, the top swordsman of Bailey and a guest under Balthazar Hunt. Top swordsman? Guest? Reed curiously asked, being the top swordsman, why would he become someone's guest? And if he's Hunt's guest, why is he with the Bailey delegation? At least as a top swordsman, shouldn't he have some prestige? Even if he were to be a guest, wouldn't serving the emperor or princes be more fitting? Lori, using her unique cool voice, explained, Hunt has suffered repeated defeats on the battlefield against Inatio. If not for Archer's support, he might have been recalled to Bailey and punished by now. This time, he must have sent Toby to protect Archer. By what Lori said, Hunt's honor relied entirely on Archer. Sending a skilled protector made sense, considering Archer's safety could decide the fate of the entire Bailey court, which couldn't afford any mishaps. But why would a pro-war prime minister insist on protecting a general who had been repeatedly defeated? That didn't seem reasonable. Yet, it happened just like that. Reed thought for a moment and said, the battle records between Bailey and Inatio over the past few years. Do you have any dossiers? Also, get me all the information on Hunt. Lori frowned slightly. What do you need all this for? Chapter 34 Discovery of Clues. Useful. Reed slowly exhaled these two words. Although Lori was transferred from the internal guard to assist him, given her frequent disappearances, Reed could not say he was hostile towards her, but he certainly did not trust her much. Lori didn't press for more questions, just saying, Hunt's file will be delivered soon. As for the battle reports between Northern Lee and Inatio, must also come as quickly as possible. Reed emphasized. He had little trust in Lori. Similarly, she seemed not to hold him in high regard either. Although she never voiced it, she often felt it absurd that a diplomatic matter between two countries was entrusted to Reed, who was barely seasoned in politics. She even once suspected that he might be some noble's son sent out to polish his image. Still maintaining her cold demeanor, Lori said, "Military intelligence files require coordination with various departments." Whoosh. A gold token appeared before her eyes. Reed coldly asked, "Is this enough?" Lori's expression immediately changed. She took 2 steps back and knelt on one knee. The Empire of Lucas does not promote kneeling etiquette except during special sacrificial ceremonies or in military situations, where the single knee kneel symbolizes respect and the readiness of the general to show bravery and resolve to die for their cause. Lori knelt on one knee because the internal guards were directly under the Emperor. Reed, seeing Lori kneel on one knee, remarked indifferently, "Tonight, I must have what I need on my desk by morning." "Yes." Lori responded without emotion. Reed promptly put away the token and turned to leave. Aside from the initial curiosity sparked by her appearance and icy demeanor, after observing Lori for a month, Reed had run out of patience. Though she cooperated with his tasks, she was rigid about it. He couldn't understand why Hartley placed such a person at his disposal. Although she looked spirited, her mind seemed quite inflexible. That night, Reed sat quietly in his room reading books while Lori entered carrying a stack of files. "These files are top secret. You only have one night to go through them and return them first thing tomorrow," Lori stated coolly. Reed nodded slightly, signaling for her to place the files down. This time, the woman was unusually straightforward, placing the files down before leaving and guarding the door. Seeing this, Reed narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the files seemed highly classified. Picking up a random file, Reed began to silently browse. Though not many, these files recorded detailed conditions of several years of battles between Northern Lee and Inatio. He dared not take any chances. His sharp intuition told him that the critical points of this negotiation likely lay within these files. Unconsciously, an entire night passed as Reed quietly closed the last file, leaning back in his chair, slowly analyzing its contents. On the surface, there seemed to be no problem with these files. Each battle's process was recorded in detail. If one only glanced superficially, one might conclude that Chris, the Crown Prince of Inatio, possessed exceptional military leadership, causing the renowned Balthazar Hunt of Northern Lee to never win even one battle against him. According to records, whether Northern Lee won or lost against Inatio, all battles followed a logical sequence. However, the key laid in Hunt. This general of Northern Lee had faced numerous generals and even princes of Inatio, undefeated in every engagement, adept in using unconventional strategies, known as one of the 3 great generals of the era. Yet facing Chris, his invincible myth started crumbling. It seemed Chris had thoroughly understood his strategies, successfully deciphering Hunt's plans at an astonishing rate of 80%. This led Hunt to stop employing risky tactics and, given that Northern Lee's army was inherently weaker than Inatio's on the open battlefield, thus leading to Northern Lee's losing multiple territories over the years, earning Chris the reputation as Hunt's nemesis. The reason Chris is not considered the 4th of the 4 great Balthazars is because he hasn't engaged the other 2. Additionally, Chris has never commanded large-scale operations. Among the 3 great Balthazars of the age, 2 hail from Northern Lee, 1 from the Empire of Lucas. Apart from having faced each other with mixed results, they've also commanded campaigns involving more than 300,000 troops and emerged victorious. Only with such achievements can one qualify as a renowned general. In nearly 50 years, only Hunt of Northern Lee, Oliver, Emperor of Lucas, and Duke Uncut meet this standard. However, due to his imperial status, the Emperor of Lucas isn't included among the famous generals. In other words, a renowned general whom even the Lucas Emperor had to handle with caution was actually suppressed in such a manner. Even if Chris was extraordinarily talented, for a general who excelled in unconventional and risky military strategies, his specialty was surprising his enemies. How could he possibly end up like this? Most importantly, after the brief encounter with Chris yesterday, Reed did not believe that Chris's character possessed this ability. After all, through interactions with the Lucas Emperor, Reed had gained some understanding of his grand vision. Of course, whether it was intentional or natural would need further interaction to confirm. Or perhaps there was a high-level strategist guiding the eldest prince of Bailey. All these were possibilities. Precisely because of his repeated achievements in battles against Bailey, the first prince of Inatio, who was originally illegitimate, managed to overshadow the 3rd prince Lacaso Yen, who was widely favored within the Inatio court. If there were irregularities in the northern front, then the outcome of this negotiation would not lie in the negotiation itself. Reed wouldn't hastily conclude matters. Through role-playing and profiling events, if his guess was true, what role did Hunt play in this? What was his intention in having Toby, known as the first swordsman of Bailey, accompany the envoy? Chris left the northern front to proactively serve as an envoy to the Great Lucas, naturally aiming to sabotage the alliance between the Great Lucas and Bailey. But what methods or conditions did he plan to use? If there were indeed irregularities about him, then the internal guard statement that the first swordsman of Bailey was sent by Hunt to protect Griffin was likely just a facade. How powerful a top-tier swordsman was, Reed wasn't entirely sure yet, but having such a swordsman around certainly provided significant safety assurance. However, a swordsman, besides protection, was also adept at killing. Was the first prince of Inatio aware of the presence of this first swordsman from Bailey within the Bailey envoy? It seemed he needed to meet them as soon as possible, at least to probe their true depths. Chapter 35. Both countries want to test the attitude of Great Lucas. The sky was gradually brightening, and Reed yawned as he observed the light seeping through the window. Just then, Ember pushed open the door. Seeing that the documents had already been organized and placed aside, she silently gathered them up. Reed lazily said, "Increase the personnel from the Imperial Secret Police for surveillance on Toby, and assign more people around the inn of Liu's Dag. We can't afford any slip-ups." Ember's movements hesitated for a moment, and her cool eyes turned toward Reed. "You're worried about Bailey possibly assassinating Liu's crown prince? Archer might not do it, but others are unpredictable." Reed rubbed his cheeks and said, "Don't be careless just because this is our capital. This matter concerns the rivalry between nations. Enemies have endless means. A single lapse could lead to a big mistake. His concern wasn't just about the two countries' tactics. Internal strife within Great Lucas was also a possibility. After all, the political opinions in Great Lucas were divided, and even though the Crown Prince was nominally in charge of the diplomatic mission, anything that the other princes did would still impact him negatively. And as deputy envoy, Reed knew he would likely bear the brunt of any issues. Ember calmly tidied up the documents, but she secretly took note of what Reed had said. Initially, she had treated Reed casually, but after seeing the imperial token of Adolf, the severity of the situation became apparent, and she no longer dared to treat him carelessly. After quietly finishing her task, before she could leave, Reed spoke behind her. Inform everyone that I will meet the envoys of both countries this afternoon, and please close the door when you go out. After an entire night of continuous thought, even with his boundless energy, he couldn't help feeling somewhat exhausted. Ember heard him and felt slightly annoyed in her heart, but she didn't say anything. She left obediently and closed the door, which left Humbert, who had come to wake Reed up, stunned. Seeing Humbert's peculiar expression, Ember glared at him before striding away. Humbert hesitated outside Reed's door for a while, then suddenly understood and happily went out to buy groceries. While Reed was investigating the envoys of the two countries, Archer and Chris were also investigating him. For no reason, Reed, a minor official less than 5th rank in Great Lucas, left too deep an impression on them. As the deputy host for the diplomatic mission, they wouldn't feel reassured unless they investigated him. Great Lucas had spies in Bailey and Liyue, while these two countries also had spies in the capital of Great Lucas. After some investigation, Reed's dossier ended up on the desks of the chief envoys of both countries. Archer examined the intelligence his spies collected. Reed's background was rather ordinary, as not many knew about his identity as part of the Gu family. Then Adolf, for some unknown reason, had the Imperial Secret Police modify his identity, making the information appear like that of a commoner's child. However, being both the top scholar and secretary to the Emperor of Great Lucas left Archer surprised. In the 20 years since the founding of Great Lucas, this position of secretary had only now been held by someone, marking him as an intimate advisor to the Emperor. But despite this role, it still didn't justify his appointment as deputy envoy. From Archer's perspective, either Adolf wanted this close advisor to earn merit, or the secretary possessed an irreplaceable role. If it was the former, it didn't matter much. Given Reed's poise in facing the two countries' envoys outside the city, he indeed was rare talent. But if it was the latter, caution was needed. Great Lucas might have ulterior motives. After some thought, Archer asked, "Have all the gifts I asked you to deliver been arranged?" An official from the Ministry of Rights replied, "Prime Minister, everything has been arranged." Archer stroked the paper containing Reed's information and thought for a moment, then said, "Prepare another generous gift." How should we prepare the list of gifts? Please instruct, Prime Minister." The official was uncertain. Following Archer's hint, this gift list was definitely for Reed. However, most of the gifts they prepared were intended for Great Lucas's princes and key officials, so this new 6th rank official made things complicated. Archer pondered and was about to draft the gift list when someone came in, saying, "Prime Minister, Deputy Envoy Reed of Great Lucas has informed us that he will pay respects to you this afternoon." "Really?" Archer's eyes gleamed. "Is he paying a separate visit to me, or will Chris also receive him?" Simultaneously, Archer thought for a moment, then waved his hand to dismiss the visitor and turned to the official from the Ministry of Rights. "No rush with the gift list. We'll discuss it after meeting that secretary." The same scenario unfolded on Chris's side. Upon learning that Reed would come to pay respects, this Jared looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He had never been spoken to so bluntly by a 6th rank official. Recalling yesterday's events, he almost felt like he was manipulated throughout. He lost the verbal sparring match, and even in the end, the other party clearly stated that if you want to come, then come. If not, go back. Considering Liyue's objectives, he couldn't help but suppress this irritation. It still hadn't dissipated. Upon hearing that Reed would come to pay his respects, he first considered how to reclaim the lost face. At this moment, his deputy envoy asked, "Your Highness, an informant reported that Bailey sent gifts to Great Lucas's princes and key officials. What do you think about our send?" Chris waved his hand dismissively, sneering. Great Lucas has only been established for 20 years, yet its officials are already bribed by wealth. If just a bit of money can buy thousands of miles of territory, it is well worth it. What about the deputy envoy of Great Lucas? Chris sneered. Just a lowly 6th rank official, forget it. Given that he is the deputy envoy, prepare something simple for him. "Yes, Your Highness." Although the deputy envoy felt it wasn't wise to underestimate Reed, the Crown Prince was the principal authority here, and he dared not contradict him too much. After arranging the gift list, Chris asked, "Have our spies in the capital of Great Lucas uncovered which side Great Lucas favors?" To be honest, although jointly attacking Bailey and dividing its territory sounds appealing, but Great Lucas isn't foolish. Their advantage in the north is less than that of Liyue, and they surely wouldn't believe Liyue would be so generous. Therefore, Great Lucas's attitude is crucial, affecting Liyue's future prospects. It was imperative for him to be cautious. Chapter 36. Can you make it, Lacasigo? The vice-envoy hesitated for a moment regarding Daxia's attitude and said, "Our spies embedded in Daxia have not obtained any useful information. However, I believe Your Highness could pay a visit to Daxia's chancellor, Ferdy." "Ferdy? Visit him? Could he provide us with answers?" Chris seemed somewhat incredulous. The vice-envoy explained, "Highness, based on the intelligence we've gathered, Ferdy does not have a good relationship with Daxia's dag. However, concerning matters of diplomacy between the three countries, the Willy cannot neglect Ferdy's opinion. The current chief envoy of Daxia is their dag, which sufficiently indicates that Adolf may not have adopted Ferdy's advice. If Your Highness visits him and the Chancellor seems indifferent, it means he is inclined towards an alliance with Bailey. If he is inclined towards us, Liyue, he would naturally be more courteous to Your Highness and might even reveal the attitude of Daxia's emperor." Hearing this, Chris suddenly realized and clapped his hands, smiling. Exactly. This Ferdy seems like a suitable person, so it's settled. I will visit him later with a list of gifts. The vice envoy hesitated. Your Highness, this might not be proper. The deputy envoy from Daxia has already made clear that he plans to visit. After all, he is one of the main figures responsible for all affairs of the mission team. Treating him so lightly might not be appropriate. What's there to fear? Chris scoffed. Just say that this prince had already agreed on a meeting time with Chancellor Ferdy of Lucas. If anyone is to blame, it's only because he arrived too late. As a prince of a country, he naturally had his own pride. Besides, Reed was making a personal visit and did not drag the entire envoy along. Even if he were to treat the matter superficially, it would not count as impolite. What mattered most at present was to probe the stance of the Lucas dynasty. Thus, without realizing it, a tripartite game had begun. Reed woke up at noon after sleeping until lunchtime. After a simple wash-up, he walked up to the table looking refreshed. On the dining table, Humbert had already prepared the meal. With a call, master and servant sat around the table to eat. Humbert ladled out a bowl of soup with a rather ambiguous look and chuckled. Young master, you were busy all night. Drink some broth to replenish yourself. Without much thought, Reed took the bowl. His old servant had always cared about his daily meals. Whenever he occasionally worked overtime at night, the next day typically went like this. However, just one sip of the soup made him realize something was wrong. Humbert, what did you put in this soup? Why does it taste so medicinal? Reed stirred the bowl with a spoon. Good grief. It was an old hen stewed with a snapping turtle, plus some nourishing herbs. He immediately teased. Well, Humbert, saying you want to supplement me with this kind of potent stuff. Could it be that at your age, you're still looking for a wife? Though they were officially master and servant, Reed treated them similarly in terms of food. In dress, however, Reed dressed better due to his official status. Upon hearing this, Humbert waved his hands quickly. Young master, I'm this old now, who'd think of those things anymore? This was prepared for you. Me? Reed scoffed. Humbert, not to belittle myself, but my physique doesn't need these supplements. This? Humbert looked embarrassed and whispered. This morning, I saw Miss Chu leave your place early. Young master also slept till this hour, so I went to ask Dr. Ming at Mingren Hall. He recommended. What? Reed was taken aback. It turned out Humbert assumed he and Ember. Hell, eyes wide open, Reed exclaimed. You thick-browed Humbert. You're now learning to gossip about your young master. Here, take this bowl. He placed the bowl of soup in front of Humbert and said, today's whole pot is yours, every drop. No wasting. Humbert panicked. Young master, this? I'm too old for this. It's okay. I'll chip in and find you a wife. A slightly older maiden might be hard to find, but widows shouldn't be a problem. Maybe even bring a kid or two. Perfect for future descendants. Humbert was flabbergasted. Young master, this won't do. Why wouldn't it do? If you can really find one, I stand by my words. Reed glared. Damn. He stayed up all night working and now his old servant starts gossiping. He scooped another ladle of soup into the bowl. Quick, drink while it's hot. Young master, this was prepared for you. Humbert. As the master and servant were arguing, they saw Ember walking towards them. Seeing the two of them pushing a bowl of soup back and forth with their hands, her cold gaze carried a hint of curiosity. You too? Seeing her approach, Humbert immediately stood up and said, Miss Chu, this? He pointed at Reed, then at the bowl of soup on the table, stuttering and unable to get his words out. Ember walked over, picked up the bowl of soup, and smelled it, frowning instantly. She looked at Reed and asked suspiciously, why are you eating such nourishing food? Although she hadn't seen what was in the soup, she could smell the medicinal herbs inside. They seemed to be all kinds of tonics. Her suspicious gaze made Reed bristle immediately. What are you looking at? This is Humbert's, not mine. Ember glanced at both master and servant, then her eyes flickered with disdain. Her look seemed to say, Lacasigo, can you make it? Reed changed into another set of clothes and strolled down the street leisurely. Looking up at the blazing sun, he suddenly felt hasty. The heat of June was already unbearable, and his martial arts had not reached the point where he was immune to the cold or heat. Looks like I need to get a carriage. Speaking of men, a spirited horse would definitely be the first choice. However, if he rode a horse through the streets, he might just end up being impeached. Since he arrived in this era, he had been focused on enhancing his self-preservation abilities, and all his money had basically been spent on food. Most importantly, his annual salary, along with miscellaneous income, totaled around 200 taels, but he constantly needed wild ginseng that cost a fortune in this era. So, there was no carriage. Finally arriving at the inn, he was told by the innkeeper that the Dag of Liua had taken people out, apparently to visit someone. Reed thought about it. Now he didn't have to worry about who to see first. He headed straight for the courtyard where the Bailey delegation was staying. Chapter 37. Prime Minister Brett, it seems there's not much benefit in cooperating with you. The inn supervisor didn't say anything, but Reed roughly knew that this guy probably went to cultivate relationships, perhaps due to his advanced age and reluctance to move around. Or maybe he felt that cultivating relationships was useless. Prime Minister Floyd was reading a book inside the inn. Upon learning of Reed's arrival, he spared no effort in welcoming him into the inn and greeted warmly. I did not know earlier that Vice Envoy Gu is close to Adolf. I have been rude. Please forgive me. Reed immediately smiled and replied, Prime Minister Brett is the Prime Minister of your country, while I am merely a 6th-rank official. It's an honor for me to meet you. How could I say you've been rude? Indeed, since ancient times heroes emerge from youth. Deputy Envoy Gu has gained the trust of Adolf upon entering the court. Surely your future will be boundless. Where? Reed laughed and responded accordingly. Although he found these formalities extremely pretentious, this was how the bureaucracy operated, and he had to endure it patiently. After exchanging polite words, Prime Minister Brett asked with a smile, Today, upon hearing Deputy Envoy Gu is coming, I was truly delighted. What brings you here? Not much really, I was just thinking that our countries, Daxia and Bailey, have different customs. I wondered if Prime Minister Brett is used to it yet. Haha. Floyd laughed. Daxia has many remarkable people and fertile land. It is quite comfortable to live here. Oh, so long as Prime Minister Brett adapts well. The two smiled at each other, then both picked up their teacups and quietly sipped tea. Prime Minister Brett gazed at Reed with a smile and said, Deputy Envoy Gu must have more questions than just checking if I'm settling in well, right? Oh. Reed slapped his head, pretending to realize something. Meeting Chancellor Brett feels like old acquaintances. I almost forgot about the real matter. Floyd watched him smilingly, not pressing the issue, instead saying with a smile, well, I'll listen closely. So it goes like this. Reed explained, your country is currently at war with Liyue. Now that both of you are on a diplomatic mission to our kingdom, I hope we can coexist peacefully during this period. Haha, I thought it was some big deal. That's all. Haha. Floyd laughed. Deputy Envoy Gu is overthinking. I am older now and not as restless as Liyue's dag, who rushed off to visit Chancellor Hicks's residence. The old man hinted with a smile. Reed pretended not to understand and replied, Chancellor Brett and Jared are here for state affairs. Chancellor Hicks assisting Christian manages politics. Jared's visit is understandable. Seeing he wasn't biting, Floyd inwardly cursed him a little fox, but still smiled. What Deputy Envoy Gu says makes sense. They exchanged pleasantries again, then discussed tea arts, calligraphy, and painting, until an hour passed unnoticed. Reed's stomach was full of water, yet despite having their own calculations, neither spoke, enduring the time. Luckily, someone outside reported that Chris had returned. Upon hearing this, Reed promptly suggested, today's conversation with Chancellor Brett was delightful. However, I have official duties now. Perhaps we can discuss further next time? Floyd's eyes flickered with urgency. Chris had visited the Chancellor's residence. He was unsure if any useful information was obtained. An hour spent with this cunning little fox yielded nothing valuable. If Chris got ahead of them, they would lag behind in future negotiations. After pondering, Floyd decided to ask directly, Deputy Envoy Gu, I do have a question. Could you help me with it? Oh. Reed curiously asked, is there something even Chancellor Brett doesn't know? Hee. Floyd inwardly cursed again, then smiled. Our Bailey sent a delegation to Daxia. Surely, Deputy Envoy Gu knows the reasons already, right? Indeed. Reed nodded frankly. Christian knows, but he hasn't met us yet, nor has Chancellor Brett submitted the credentials, so I dare not speak of it. Haha, I see. Floyd laughed heartily and asked, could Deputy Envoy Gu reveal a bit to me? This? Timothy Ju feigned hesitation, then pretended to be puzzled. Before telling you, I have a question myself. Go ahead, Deputy Envoy Gu. Reed thought for a moment. I'm curious, Balthazar Killian of your country, one of the 3 great generals, why after years of fighting Liyue, frequent defeats, right? I tend to speak my mind, so please don't take offense, Chancellor Troy. No problem. Griffin sighed softly. In truth, even I am in the dark. However, from the battle reports, it seems quite reasonable. Perhaps Jared of Bailey has someone wise guiding him? That point you mentioned, I have also speculated about before, but came up with nothing concrete. Yet, there is one thing I would like to ask. Reed said, if our kingdom forms an alliance with Bailey, will Bailey truly be able to defeat Liyue? Since Deputy Envoy Gu asks directly, I'll be frank as well. It's no longer a matter of whether they can defeat them or not, but that they must defeat them. Chancellor Troy has great ambition, but it seems to me that if we ally with Bailey, our kingdom won't gain much advantage. Reed frowned. Our territories bordering Bailey are limited to a small county and mostly mountainous terrain unsuitable for cavalry movements. Liyue can hardly pose a threat to us. If our kingdom sends troops, even if we annihilate Liyue, we wouldn't benefit much either. Such a waste of national strength. Do you think the court would agree, Chancellor Troy? What Deputy Envoy Gu says is astonishing. Griffin's expression turned grave. If Bailey falls, Liyue will inevitably covet Daxia's territory. The principle of when lips are gone, teeth will feel cold should not be lost on you, right? Hee. Chancellor Troy jests. Reed laughed. Our 2 countries have been at a stalemate along the borders for over a decade, yet your country hasn't crossed into ours. How could such a small nation like Liyue possibly do so? As for this, Griffin's expression changed. After all, Daxia was still a new-founded kingdom with burgeoning national power. His greatest worry was that everyone in Daxia held such views, believing that Liyue posed no threat to their security. If that were the case, he would have no leverage at all. Seeing his expression, Reed continued, conversely, if our kingdom allied with Liyue to jointly attack Bailey, while splitting Bailey's territory might be unrealistic, recovering the 10 northern provinces would certainly be possible, wouldn't it? Chancellor Troy, one offers no apparent benefit, the other places benefits right before our eyes. Which would you advise our kingdom to choose? Chapter 38. Reed with an overwhelming, bootlicking flavor. Benefit. Floyd suddenly realized that the underlying meaning of all Reed's words revolved around just one thing. Benefit. He instantly regained his composure and said with a smile, since Deputy Envoy Gu has mentioned benefits, it essentially comes down to the territories of the 10 northern prefectures. But, would your country definitely get what you want by forming an alliance with an Acio? It doesn't necessarily have to be an alliance. Reed shrugged. Your Balthazar Killian is thoroughly suppressed by someone. In time, to maintain your defense line, you will have to deploy the southern army northward, right? The corner of Floyd's mouth twitched. This was simply profiting from their conflict. So, Great Lucas actually had this in mind. But thinking about Hunt's victories in recent years made even him quite worried. If the situation remained as before, Bailey might not be able to hold off an Acio either. In this way, if both sides fought for too long, national strength would inevitably decline. At that point, when both countries were weakened, if Great Lucas sent troops, those 10 prefectures would likely fall into its hands as well. If it were just losing the 10 prefectures, although painful, it wouldn't fatally wound Bailey. The crux of the matter was, at such a stage of the war, Bailey would be near the brink of national extinction. Deputy Envoy Gu, Allow me to ask boldly, does this represent the stance of Great Lucas? No, no, no. Reed shook his head. I am merely a deputy envoy, and our two countries have yet to begin formal negotiations today. All my words can't be taken as official. Had he not maintained his decorum, Floyd really would have wanted to slap him dead. Damn it, after talking so much here with him, now he says, personal opinions don't represent any stance? Wasn't this playing games? Seeing Floyd's distressed look, Reed felt secretly satisfied but put on an anxious expression. Prime Minister Brett, since Jared has returned, I should not linger anymore, or else, if superiors blame me for neglecting my duties, I couldn't bear the responsibility. Floyd opened his mouth, wanting to say something more, but didn't know what to say. He could only helplessly clasp his hands together. In that case, this Prime Minister won't detain Deputy Envoy Gu further. As he spoke, he stood up as if intending to see Reed off. Seeing this, Reed hurriedly said, Stay. I'll seek advice from Prime Minister Brett another day. After leaving Floyd's place, the station master waiting at the door immediately approached Reed and whispered, Sir, earlier Bryson Ignacio said he was tired today and asked you to? How? Can the diplomatic relationship between two countries depend on whether he wants to see someone or not? Glancing back at Floyd's room, Reed thought for a moment and whispered, If anyone asks about my meeting with Bryson Ignacio, reveal nothing. Act like you know nothing, understand? The station master was somewhat confused but still responded quietly, Rest assured, sir, I won't disclose a single word. Patted his shoulder, Reed said, Remember, words during diplomatic missions can lead to failures on the diplomatic front. Don't worry, sir, I know nothing, and today I'm just passing on Bryson Ignacio's message. The station master understood immediately. Satisfied, Reed nodded and slowly walked towards where the Ignacio envoy team was staying. Shortly after, guided by members of the Ignacio envoy team, Reed arrived at Chris's quarters. The door was knocked open, and Chris impatiently opened it. Seeing the grinning Reed, he frowned darkly. Reed, this prince said? That you didn't want to see me? Reed smiled and pushed open the door, striding in and then laughing. So, are you planning to finish the Emperor's mission haphazardly, Jared? You. Seeing Reed acting so recklessly, Chris exploded. Reed, this is the Ignacio envoy delegation? I know. Reed waved dismissively and took a teacup, pouring himself some tea. If His Highness doesn't want the Bailey envoy delegation to perceive discord between us, it's best we talk behind closed doors. Himph. Chris snorted coldly but shut the door. Seeing Reed leisurely drinking tea, he sneered, Are you thinking of forming an alliance with Bailey, Sergu? Oh? Reed immediately sensed a different flavor from these words. Logically, it seemed this Jared knew his inclination. Ferdy, you old villain. Not playing fair. Reed quickly replied with a smile. Jared, may I ask a question? Just spit it out. Chris showed no patience with Reed. This smirking creature first embarrassed him at the city gate, and then he found out from Ferdy that Reed had suggested to the Lucas Emperor not to ally with Liu, but instead to join forces with Bailey to attack them. Even a blind man could see the intent behind the Lucas Emperor's choice of this person as deputy envoy. Chris was rude, yet Reed did not get angry. Instead, he smiled amiably and asked, Jared, what do you think is the relationship between me and our dag? Humph. This prince doesn't have the time or interest in your great Lucas's internal affairs. Chris remained scowling. Reed still spoke with a smile on his face. Being only a low-ranking official, I have the honor of receiving such a distinguished guest like you. What do you think that signifies, Jared? Slap. Chris slammed his teacup down angrily and cursed. If you're here just to boast about your favor with the Lucas Emperor before this prince, you can leave now. A twitch at the corner of Reed's mouth. Damn it. This damned prince has such a temper. How did he beat Hunt? Forget it. Too lazy to argue with him. Reed said calmly, Without any secret, Jared, I am loyal to the dag. What nonsense is this? Hearing this, Chris was about to lose his temper when a thought crossed his mind. He suddenly sensed something and quickly calmed down, narrowing his eyes. Deputy Envoy Gu's words seemed to carry another meaning. Sigh. Reed feigned a sigh. Our dag and Chancellor Hicks have never been close, so some things cannot be spoken openly. Your Highness must understand that even someone like me, who knows nothing of military matters, realizes the countless benefits of allying with Liu. Why would I help Bailey, which harbors grievances against our great Lucas? Oh. Chris's eyes narrowed as he toyed with the teacup in his hand. So Deputy Envoy Gu is willing to ally with us, Liu? What else? It's obvious as a louse on a monk's head. Reed slapped his thigh. Such an opportunity delivered right to our doorstep. Why would my lord the dag pass it up? It's only because Chancellor Hicks enjoys great trust from our emperor that we are forced to resort to this scheme. Saying this, he sighed deeply again. Chris's gaze flickered. It was well known in both Bailey and Liu courts that there was no harmony between the Chancellor and the dag of the Lucas dynasty. If what Reed said were true, it was quite possible. Chapter 39. Deception upon deception. Everything is a performance. However, Chris did not fully believe it. After all, according to Ferdy, Reed was a crafty fellow. Moreover, someone who could stay close to the Emperor of Lucas for several months couldn't be an easy person to deal with. He smiled faintly and said, Since Minister Gu also believes that an alliance between your country and Ignacio is beneficial, why at the city gate? Why did I embarrass the prince? Oh my. Reed slapped his thigh, stood up, and bowed. This humble one apologizes to your highness. It's all for show, you see. If I appeared too enthusiastic, people might have seen through something. Chris merely smiled in a non-committal way. But who's to say that Deputy Envoy Gu wasn't just putting on an act? Your highness misunderstands me. Reed made a pained face. I have no support in court. I rely solely on my achievements for promotion. I just want to advance too much. A trace of disdain flashed across Chris's eyes as he spoke with arrogance. Forget it. This prince accepts your apology. That's wonderful. Reed immediately praised him. The dag truly lives up to being the one who defeated one of the 3 famous generals of the world. Without such magnanimity, how could you repeatedly see through Hunt's schemes? Truly admirable beyond words. Chris glanced at him with satisfaction and said arrogantly, since Deputy Envoy Gu also believes an alliance with Inatio is beneficial, how many troops are you prepared to send to fight against Bailey together with us? Well, Reed looked embarrassed. Your Highness, I have little influence and don't understand military affairs. Such important matters are handled by the DAC. I really don't know. Don't know? Chris's eyes widened. If you can't answer simple questions, what use are you to this prince? Your Highness, diplomatic relations between countries are no trivial matter. As Deputy Envoy of the Great Lucas, I can still gather information for you in the future. Oh. Chris's eyes lit up. This sounded interesting. In that case, this prince will await good news from Deputy Envoy Gu. As he spoke, he raised his teacup in a farewell gesture, but Reed raised his teacup and touched it to Chris's cup. Let me replace wine with tea and toast to our pleasant cooperation between the two countries. Chris's mouth twitched. Damn it. Isn't the Great Lucas known for its etiquette? Didn't you understand my hint to leave? However, Reed was the deputy envoy of the Great Lucas, and some things couldn't be said outright. After all, this guy had been favored by the Lucas Emperor and the DAC. He decided to treat him a bit more courteously. Chris forced himself to endure and drank the tea. Reed took advantage of the moment and said, Your Highness, our Emperor should summon the envoys these next couple of days. I'll need your Highness' kind words. Looking at Reed's fawning demeanor, Chris despised him inwardly but said, Rest assured. With talents like Deputy Envoy Gu and the Great Lucas, this prince believes our alliance will go very smoothly. Yes, yes. Reed didn't hold back on his flattery, talking about future emperors, top generals defeating all opponents. In short, the more sappy, the better. Although Chris despised Reed's character, this barrage of compliments left him somewhat dazed. He even kept Reed for dinner before letting him leave. After dinner, Chris smiled and walked Reed to the door. The moment the door closed, both their expressions changed instantly. Reed, hell, just this idiot claims he beat Hunt? There must be some trickery. Who would believe you if there wasn't any? Chris, hell, are all officials of the Great Lucas so spineless? Listening to him was disgusting, but oddly satisfying. Turning around, Reed put on a smiling face and cheerfully left the inn. Why did he do that? Take a look at the person hiding in some corner. If everything went as expected, it would be a spy from Bailey. Reed walked leisurely until he reached the main street, where his smile gradually faded. Back home, after some thought, Reed sat down at his desk and started writing. Shortly after, he stopped and found Kristanen. Give this letter to Chief Chad. Tell him it's for the Emperor. Night had already fallen, and the palace gates were closed. Running to the palace now would be disrespectful. However, Chief Chad, as the leader of the Imperial Guards, shouldn't have a problem delivering it. Seeing that he wanted to send a message to the palace so late, Kristanen dared not delay, nodded, and quickly left. Before long, Reed's letter arrived in the hands of the Lucas Emperor. Upon opening it, the Emperor frowned. The letter described his probing of the envoys from Bailey and Inatio today, with particular emphasis on the eldest prince of Inatio, deducing that there might be an issue between the conflict of Bailey and Inatio. The Lucas Emperor pondered for a moment before handing the letter to Chad. This is Reed's inference. From your perspective, is there any possibility of this being true? Chad curiously took the letter and began reading. Soon after, his expression changed. Your Majesty, last night Sir Gu asked our internal guard to fetch the war reports of Bailey and Inatio in recent years. If his probing today was accurate, then the credibility is as high as 80%. 80%? The Lucas Emperor frowned, pacing back and forth in the Imperial study room. Reed inferred that while Chris had some ability in commanding troops, it didn't seem likely that he was adept at recognizing all sorts of cunning strategies. Thus, he speculated that either Hunt had conspired with Inatio long ago, or there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Chad thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, according to our spy's investigation, in recent years, there has been no such mysterious figure around Chris. So it means there are two possibilities. Either Hunt colluded with Bailey, or Chris was just putting on an act with Reed today, hiding his true capabilities. The Lucas Emperor's expression grew serious. Regarding the war reports between Bailey and Inatio, he had carefully analyzed them too. From his point of view, even he might not have seen through Hunt's military strategies. Indeed, Hunt was skilled at using surprise tactics and daring plans. However, Chris's performance was even more terrifying. He had correctly identified 80% of Hunt's strategies. Even when some plans couldn't be recognized immediately, he could still make quick responses during unexpected attacks. If it was the latter case, Bailey might really be in grave danger. The situation between the two northern countries directly affected the success of the Great Lucas's negotiations this time. Chad, the Lucas Emperor suddenly spoke up. This matter cannot be taken lightly. Have the internal guards investigate promptly and report back immediately once they have news. The Lucas Emperor couldn't help but take it seriously. Regardless of which scenario, the aftermath of the war between the two northern countries directly related to the entire Great Lucas's interests. Chapter 40. The Chancellor is a good person. I want to abolish the Chancellorship, yet he even helps me. Your Majesty. Gage suddenly hesitated and said, If that dag were truly so incompetent, could it be that no one in Bailey would notice? Adolf remained silent for a moment and replied, Bailey and Colm are two different countries, but their royal families both originate from the Lucaso clan. It's not surprising if some officials have ulterior motives. After all, whoever sits on the throne is still a member of the Lucaso clan. But if Hunt has problems, then the Jiaoshi Bureau of Bailey must also have serious issues. The Jiaoshi Bureau performs functions similar to the Inner Guard Bureau of Daxia. If such an institution were to have problems, it would be a significant issue. Upon hearing this, Gage immediately said, I will send messages to the spies in both countries and personally investigate this matter. Adolf thought for a moment and said, Not only should we investigate the military of both countries, but we must also focus on the Jiaoshi Bureau. Yes. Gage bowed and left the Imperial study right away. The next day, upon Adolf's summons, Floyd and Chris arrived at the Killianing Palace. However, Due to matters of diplomacy, they could not be received simultaneously. Floyd, holding the national letter, was the first to come into the hall. After a series of bows, he held the letter with both hands. Willie, this humble envoy comes to renew our ties and hopes to form an alliance with Daxia to promote goodwill between our two nations. All the details are outlined in the national letter. Please peruse it, Your Majesty. A eunuch by the side hurried forward, received the letter with both hands, and presented it to Adolf. Opening it while reading, Adolf said, "It's been a while since our two countries last communicated. How does your emperor wish to foster relations between our nations?" Before Floyd could answer, someone from the Daxia court spoke up, "Your Majesty, I believe our court doesn't need to ally with Bailey. We share a border with Kolm and are regarded as a major nation that values etiquette. There is no enmity between us and Kolm, so there's no reason to launch an attack without cause." Indeed, Your Majesty, initiating war without cause would lead to bloodshed across the land, causing unnecessary suffering. This is not the way of a wise ruler. I agree. Seeing the ministers swarm forward, Adolf's face briefly showed displeasure before he smiled. "Esteemed envoy, you see, before I could even speak, my ministers are already reluctant. It seems forming an alliance to attack Kolm is not appropriate. Your Majesty of Daxia, if our two nations were to form an alliance, we could open mutual markets along the borders, allowing trade and exchange." Since Reed gave his reply yesterday, although he repeatedly stated it was merely his personal opinion and not representative of the court, it had enlightened him. Offering insignificant or potential future scenarios like Kolm's ambitions would likely fail to impress Daxia, especially when Reed reeked of alcohol after leaving Chris, indicating they had enjoyed a good conversation. Otherwise, given the reception at the city gate, simply not expelling Reed would already be considered courteous. But what about tangible benefits? After much consideration, what Daxia lacked most was warhorses. If mutual markets were opened, giving Daxia access to purchase warhorses, they would likely be interested. Though it might strengthen Daxia over time, it was a necessary move. Compared to national prosperity, mere warhorses weren't as crucial. Moreover, transactions involving warhorses could be controlled. Once they dealt with Kolm and secured the borders, the mutual markets could be closed again. Giving Daxia some sweeteners now, and once they win the war, restoring daily life at the border, would they still have the means to invade Bailey? Hearing about the mutual market, a smile flickered across Adolf's eyes. He then asked Ferdy calmly, "Sir Hicks, as the Chancellor of Daxia, what do you think of Bailey's proposal for mutual markets?" "Your Majesty, I believe it's unnecessary." Ferdy said, "If we ally with Kolm to attack Bailey, we will reclaim northern territories, including excellent grazing lands for horses. Why spend money buying them?" Indeed. Floyd's face turned pale. He initially thought it was just minor officials like Reed who couldn't see the situation clearly, but never expected the Chancellor of Daxia to think the same. He argued, "The Chancellor's words are greatly mistaken. Earlier, I heard your minister say that Daxia is a nation of propriety and doesn't launch wars without cause." "That's true," Ferdy said expressionlessly. "Our nation has no grudges or historical enmity with Kolm. However, Bailey is different. You first occupied 10 provinces of ours, and later provoked incidents at the border, leading to conflict. Past events serve as sufficient justification. Those 10 provinces belong to Yun Kingdom's General Rick, who pledged allegiance to our dynasty." Ferdy snorted coldly. "Rick is a traitor who betrayed his sovereign. Such a man, who slaughtered his lord and massacred the royal family, should be expelled from Bailey. How could he be accepted? Conversely, the Yun Kingdom submitted to our Great Lucas, and its documents bear the Great Seal of the King of Yun. Thus the 10 northern provinces belong to our Great Lucas. Why would it be wrong for our Great Lucas to follow the will of heaven and the people by campaigning against Bailey to recover lost territories?" Floyd was dumbfounded. Adolf saw this scene and found it amusing. The more outrageous Ferdy's words were, the smoother the negotiations would be for Reed. Besides, as the Chancellor of Great Lucas, his words carried much weight. Adolf finally understood why Reed had been cautious with Ferdy back then. If everything had been laid bare at that time, how would Ferdy have been so cooperative? However, as the Chancellor of a nation, Adolf did not wish to embarrass Floyd. He intervened, saying, "Esteemed envoy, this matter is significant. You see how my ministers are agitated. A few words won't suffice. Your Majesty of Great Lucas." Floyd bowed again, hoping to make one last plea, but Adolf waved his hand. "Esteemed envoy, I have issued an edict appointing chief and deputy envoys to take full responsibility for this matter. If you have anything to say, you can discuss it with them. Come now, summon the chief envoy of Kolm." Floyd opened his mouth, but could only sigh deeply and bow before turning to leave. He hadn't gone far when he saw Chris walking into the hall, looking arrogantly at him as he passed by. Before they parted ways, he heard this man loudly proclaim, "Chris, chief envoy of Kolm, pays respects to the Emperor of Great Lucas." Then, before Adolf could even bid him rise, he began blabbering, "Your Majesty of Great Lucas, just before entering the hall, I was thinking about what kind of monarch would employ such talents as Fred Reed. Now that I have seen your Majesty's venerable countenance, I understand." Adolf. Floyd. Ferdy. Ferdy suddenly felt like he had been stabbed in the back. What a two-faced man, scolding Reed fiercely in my presence yesterday, and today comes here to flatter. Fine. So you don't adhere to martial virtue? Huh? Chapter 41. Stirring up trouble, fishing in troubled waters. Ferdy's face looked as if he had eaten fly dung, utterly repulsive. Adolf and the Crown Prince along with other court officials were all taken aback after hearing it. Especially the Crown Prince, who was privy to the secret matters. He never thought that Gillis, upon arriving at the court, would heap lavish praise on Reed, which was truly unexpected. Adolf, who knew something about Reed, immediately understood that Reed must have used some kind of tactics. He chuckled and asked, "I didn't expect our secretary would receive such favor from the esteemed envoy. I believe you must be very satisfied with this mission." Your Majesty of Great Lucas, I am merely a warrior and have always admired learned scholars. An able official like Deputy Envoy Gu truly makes one admire him immensely. Chris seemed very much in line with the Alliance spirit, praising Reed profusely. But in his heart, he sneered, "Humph! If your Great Lucas has more of these flatterers, when I conquer Bailey and then advance southward, how will you defend yourself when your court is full of such fawning people?" As Adolf listened to Chris's endless flattery, though he smiled broadly on the surface, deep down he did not agree. What kind of person Reed was, could he not understand clearly? Especially knowing Reed's overall plan, plus the visit of Gillis to Ferdy, there was no way to keep it hidden. He simply did not believe that Reed had no countermeasure. However, the higher profile of Gillis only helped Lucas's next plan more, so Adolf kept chatting with Chris patiently. On the side, Ferdy watched, musing silently. Could it be that the Emperor, Crown Prince, and that brat Gu acted together in the study that day? Was talking about Liyue's ambition just a pretense to prevent him from taking over the diplomatic affairs and then handing over the credit to the Crown Prince? Ferdy watched the warm exchanges between Adolf and Chris coldly, thinking of Griffin's dejected look earlier. He increasingly felt this was possible. After all, if Daxia allied with Liyue, Bailey would be the fatty meat on the chopping board, whose benefits far outweighed those of conquering Liyue. At least Liyue and Daxia had no condition for war, whereas if Liyue was destroyed, Bailey could divert more troops to fight against Daxia. How could Adolf not figure out this trick? So, this joint action by Adolf and the Crown Prince was indeed aimed at curbing his power. It was intentionally set up for him. Thinking of this, Ferdy's ugly face became even uglier. And Chris happened to see this scene, recalling what Reed said yesterday. Somehow, it made him more convinced. Surely Adolf and Dag had teamed up and trapped this old man. Now seeing Adolf treating him exceptionally warmly, Chris assumed he must have realized the connection inside. With this in mind, Chris increasingly felt that it was fortunate Reed, that flatterer, cared nothing for promotion. Otherwise, offending Reed might have ruined the negotiation. The Crown Prince, watching on the side, initially did not think much of it, but the more things progressed, the more unbelievable it seemed. This morning, he received a message from Reed, instructing him not to take a stand in the court no matter what he heard. He did not quite understand until now. If it weren't for being privy to the secrets, he might not have understood this upside-down scenario immediately. Reed was using the attitude of the Liyue country, and officials like Ferdy to suppress Griffin. This suggested that he and Adolf had reached significant consensus without informing even the Crown Prince, directly entrusting the negotiations to Reed. Damn, what kind of favor was this? The Crown Prince sighed inwardly. Envy was tiring. Indeed, the two brothers beside him who sought promotion watched him speechlessly, seemingly saying, "Well, big brother, you're really damn sly." Griffin returned from Kilianing Palace to the guest house, feeling choked up. He didn't expect that the grievances of the Daxia court towards the defeat over 10 years ago ran so deep. He had half believed Reed's words originally, but now it seemed the entire Daxia court viewed it similarly. They lacked essential understanding of Liyue, thus his warning of "a neighbor's misfortune will soon be yours" fell on deaf ears. Griffin sat dazed for a long time, until his deputy came over. "Minister, wasn't this journey very unfavorable?"
Alas,
Griffin sighed deeply, more than unfavorable. He felt they could return home right now. He recounted what happened in the court, and the deputy frowned deeply. After a while, he said, "Minister, under the current circumstances, to break this deadlock, we may still need that deputy envoy from Daxia." Him. Floyd became somewhat impatient. Although Reed was a deputy envoy, in the end, he held only a 6th-rank position and was still just a deputy. Above him was the Dag of Daxia pressing down. What could he possibly do? The deputy envoy from Bailey said immediately upon seeing this, "Minister, you are too close to see. That deputy envoy Gu may not have a high status, but officially he is appointed by the Willy. If he leans toward us, there might be room for maneuver." Appointed deputy envoy? Floyd suddenly reacted. Though he was only a deputy, once he slightly tilted his words in the negotiation, it was likely that the Dag would not want to contradict himself. After all, he was appointed by the Emperor of Lucas, so some formality must be kept. Floyd thought for a moment and said, "Prepare the gift." The deputy was taken aback. "Minister, are you going out?" "No. Leaving now would attract too much attention. You go and prepare a heavy gift? Forget it. Give that which we prepared for Ferdy to the deputy envoy of Daxia." Him. The deputy was alarmed. "Minister, this is the best gift on our list." Yesterday when Chris visited Ferdy, they didn't dare to send gifts at that time, so none of the gifts intended for Daxia officials had been delivered yet. After all, if they didn't send gifts to Daxia's prime minister first but sent them to other officials instead, it would be like slapping Ferdy's face. But it seems now that step can be skipped. Floyd said, "In the Kilianing Palace of Daxia today, that Daxia prime minister seemed not friendly towards us. Sending gifts to him would be useless. No need to send him anything. What about other key ministers of Daxia?" Floyd hesitated for a moment and said, "Postpone that too. Let's first see if the negotiations have any effect. If the situation changes, then send gifts to each key minister's residence." The deputy listened, his eyes lighting up immediately. At present, almost all officials in Daxia's court, led by Ferdy, were against them. Sending gifts now might result in no impact at all. It might as well start with Reed. If he could loosen his stance during formal negotiations, they could take advantage of this and propose conditions, possibly gradually opening up the negotiation situation. Then at the critical moment, they could send important gifts to get other key ministers of Daxia to speak up for them. This goal might be achieved. They did not ask Daxia to join forces against Liyue. After all, the county bordering Liyue and Daxia was unsuitable for large armies to move through. Even if troops were sent, the number would be limited. All they needed was for Daxia to stay neutral, allowing them to mobilize more troops to push Liyue back. Chapter 42. Bailey presents an invaluable, trifling gift. Reed was at home, and Lori was giving him a detailed account of the various parties' attitudes in today's court session. When he heard that Ferdy had left Troy Gongsu speechless with no quarter given, and Chris's well-spoken words, Reed immediately felt overjoyed. As expected, his efforts yesterday weren't wasted, especially those sweet words to Chris which even made him feel embarrassed when he spoke them. But with today's court session as assistance, his plan was now half completed. Before the negotiations concluded, Adolf would not summon any envoys again. This way, it would be much harder for Ferdy to gather more information. After all, Reed had already instructed the internal guards to monitor both Ghost houses closely. Except for the Crown Prince and himself, along with several carefully selected officials, no one else could possibly contact the mission team. Laurie had just finished speaking when Humbert came to report that someone had brought a gift to the door. Reed was taken aback, saying, "Didn't we agree earlier? No gifts from anyone." He had no base of power in the court and needed to be cautious. Otherwise, if Ferdy found a handle on him, even with Adolf's protection, he might still face banishment. Then, it would be much easier for Ferdy to suppress him. Humbert hesitated. "Young master, they say they are from the Bailey mission team, and that gift looks quite substantial." "Bailey?" Reed pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "Let them in." Humbert's eyes widened. "Young master, didn't you say you wouldn't accept gifts? What's there to fear from Bailey?" Reed waved his hand indifferently. "This is from Bailey, not an official from Dacia. If we accept without reciprocating, what harm could it do?" Humbert gaped. Accepting without reciprocating. Was this what young master called Old Six behavior? Soon, people from the Bailey mission team carried several boxes into the yard, where they saw Reed waiting. One of them immediately smiled. "The Bailey mission team has come by under the orders of our chancellor. We hope this visit does not disturb Vice Envoy Gu." "It's fine. I have no official duties these days, so this isn't disturbing me." Hearing this, the Bailey envoy laughed. "In that case, I can rest easy. Our chancellor says that propriety requires returning kindness, and since this is our first visit, we've brought a list of gifts." Gift list? Though obvious, Reed pretended to be surprised. "As a humble official, how could I deserve such attention from Chancellor Troy? This? Hee. You are now the vice envoy of Dacia. Such trifles are nothing." Trifle? Reed looked at the gift list. What he saw, mouth saying it was a trifle, but the finale on the list was a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Was this called a trifle? Although Bailey and Lihua produced ginseng, only the royal family could enjoy a 1,000-year-old specimen. Moreover, blood ginseng was rarer than regular ginseng, being 10 times more valuable, especially a 1,000-year-old one. Reed's heart raced. If it were gold or silver, he might remain unmoved, but this was blood ginseng. Used in medicine, it could significantly boost his abilities within a short period. Seeing his reaction, the Bailey envoy smiled satisfiedly, saying, "Since the gifts are delivered, we shall not disturb you further. No need to see us out." Reed didn't have much intention to entertain them anymore. However, after accepting the gift, he couldn't just leave it at that. He returned to his study and wrote 2 letters. One was to the Crown Prince, listing all the gold, silver, and jade ware, while keeping the blood ginseng a secret, merely mentioning one ginseng root. After all, as someone who hasn't seen much of the world, not recognizing 1,000-year-old blood ginseng seemed reasonable enough, right? The other letter was to his good friend, Chris, explaining the reason for accepting the gift from Bailey. He wasn't betraying his good friend, but forced circumstances. The 2 letters soon reached their destinations. The Crown Prince, upon receiving them and seeing the lavish gold, silver, and jade, couldn't help but gasp. Bailey was really generous. For just a minor official like Reed, they sent such valuable gifts. As for the one ginseng root, he barely noticed it. Everyone knew Bailey produced abundant ginseng, so sending one root wasn't surprising. After thinking for a moment, he ordered directly, "Tell attendant Gu's servant to seal and store those valuables until further notice." When Bryce and Chris received Reed's letter, he only smiled inwardly. Regarding the gift from Bailey, his informants had already told him when he returned to the guest house. Although the gold, silver, and jade mentioned in the letter also made him feel that Chancellor Troy Gongsu was generous, the fact that Reed promptly wrote to him explained everything, didn't it? Well, this man could be useful. Though he increasingly despised Reed, he still thought that since Reed was on the same side as him, and the Bailey people had already sent gifts over, he, as a good friend, should at least respond with something too, right? Otherwise, compared with Bailey's generous gift, it would make him look stingy. After some consideration, he said, "Come, prepare a gift list for the deputy envoy of Dacia, following the standards for a third-rank official in Dacia. Also, send a century-old ginseng. No, make it a pair." He somewhat disliked what Chancellor Troy Gongsu sent. A single broken ginseng? How could he have the nerve to send such a thing? Just look at what this prince is sending. A pair of century-old ginseng roots. One must be more generous when dealing with people. When Reed received the gift list from Chris, he opened it and inwardly frowned. The prince of a country, yet his gift was rather average. While a pair of century-old ginseng roots was indeed better, it was far inferior to the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. Reed warmly saw off Chris's men but turned around and said listlessly, "Humbert, please go to the Dag's residence and inform them again." Of course, he couldn't miss out on writing another letter by hand, changing the century-old ginseng into just a pair of ordinary ginseng roots. Though he expressed disdain verbally, century-old ginseng wasn't exactly common either, right? In the capital's pharmacies, many people dreamed of having one as a prized possession but couldn't obtain it. After all, this kind of ginseng could sustain a person's life significantly. As for the Dag, he felt helpless too. He didn't know whether Reed was truly incorruptible or overly timid. It was fine regarding Chancellor Troy Gongsu's gift list, which included plenty of valuable treasures. But Chris's gift clearly lacked class. Just some ordinary gold, silver, and jade, plus wild mountain ginseng. What was there to boast about? This might be considered precious in an ordinary household. But was he, the Dag, someone who hadn't seen much of the world? If not for worrying about overdosing, he could eat it like rice. Tell Reed that the valuables are sealed and stored until further notice. As for the ginseng, let him eat it. After all, he has been busy, so it's good for him to replenish a bit. As the Dag, he must care for his subjects. Chapter 43. Since Dag has given the word, little Fred Gu naturally began to enjoy the ginseng with a clear conscience. After all, even Dag told him to take it, right? As they say, royal orders are hard to disobey, and the crown prince does carry the character of royal in his title, doesn't he? That night, Reed cut open the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng and used a small piece for medicine. It must be said, this thing is really powerful. After drinking a bowl of medicine, even with the complete special body technique cultivation method, he was still awake and cultivating the whole night. However, cultivating the body technique for one night did show obvious results. Based on his originally deep-rooted National Martial Arts Foundation, he directly achieved Ming Jing cultivation level. This result simply widened his eyes. One should know that before, he had eaten several century-old ones. Now comparing them with this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, it felt like he had been taking counterfeit medicine previously. And this is just from a small piece. They say poor scholars and rich warriors. Damn, he finally understood. Fortunately, when Griffin presented the gift, he also sent the jade box containing the blood ginseng, otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to preserve it. He washed up feeling refreshed, cleaning off the dirt on his body, then dressed properly and prepared to go out. Today, he had to accompany the Dag to the inn to negotiate with the envoys from Bailey and Liue. As a subordinate, Reed conscientiously went to the Honglu temple to wait for the Dag. Although the emperor instructed that nominally, Dag would lead, but actually, it would be Reed leading. He was after all only a minister. The Dag was punctual and arrived on time, not putting on any pretenses. Upon seeing Reed, he immediately pulled him aside. Why do you accept all gifts? Especially that from Bailey. If both sides sign the state book later, aren't you afraid of being impeached by court officials? Reed blinked. Your Highness, I reported all the gifts to you, sealed the properties. Isn't it fine to hand them over to the National Treasury at once? He particularly mentioned the properties. The Dag's reply, well, it was just about the properties. Saying this, he also twisted his mouth. Speaking of Bailey and Liue, they're truly stingy. Ginseng isn't plenty in our daxia, but they're not lacking either. Why did they send such little amount? The Dag replied irritably, 3 ginseng roots aren't enough for you to eat? Eh? Reed exclaimed in surprise, Your Highness, you mean those ginseng were for me? The corners of the Dag's mouth twitched. You serve the court faithfully. A few roots of ginseng are not valuable. There's no need to worry about being impeached by court officials. If someone uses this as an issue, just say it's my reward to you. But remember, you mustn't have greed for those properties before the emperor makes a decision. Understood, understood. Reed nodded immediately. What shouldn't be taken won't be taken. I still plan to contribute more years to our great daxia. With the Dag giving the order, receiving 3 ginseng roots seemed reasonable enough, since these were rewards from the Dag. Seeing his expression, the Dag was also speechless. All right, it's not early now, we should set off first. Please, Your Highness. Reed immediately smiled broadly and led the way for the Dag, then brought other officials involved in this negotiation, and the group marched toward the embassy. On the way, the Dag held back Reed. Little Fred Gu, tell me what exactly did the emperor instruct you? Even I am kept in the dark? Your Highness, it's actually nothing much. Reed whispered, just the northern region's territory? What? The Dag couldn't help almost shouting, but Reed stopped him immediately. Your Highness, this matter is not complicated, but it can't be explained clearly in a few words. You will naturally understand after meeting the envoys from the 2 countries. The Dag nodded and asked upon hearing this, then which country's envoy should we meet first? Hee. Reed gave a cunning smile. Let's see Bryson of Liue first. As good friends, he certainly should give priority treatment, or else how could he trap Griffin without pressuring him a bit? The Dag led the people to the inn directly heading for Chris. This scene made the Bailey people watch. Their vice envoy gritted his teeth and said, Prime Minister, Reed accepts gifts but doesn't get things done. We've already sent so many things, yet they went to Chris first. Griffin paused while holding the teacup, then slowly sipped tea and said, Why are you in a hurry? Prime Minister, that was treasure of immeasurable value. Especially the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, Griffin said confidently. Whether Reed gets things done or not will be seen later. The entire court looks forward to Bailey. They would suspect something if they come to us. Although, the deputy envoy always felt there was something amiss. All right. If they want to talk first, let them talk. The key point is whether they can reach an agreement. Without an agreement, everything is in vain. Bryce and Chris had received the news early that morning that the main and deputy envoys of daxia were coming to negotiate. He stood formally dressed in front of the inn, and as soon as he saw the Dag and his entourage, he immediately greeted them with a smile. Your Highness, this humble prince greets the Dag of daxia. Dag Lakeso is too courteous. You are our esteemed guest. The Dag, clearly experienced in diplomacy, exchanged formalities smoothly. After finally finishing these superficial pleasantries, both parties moved into a pre-prepared negotiation room. As soon as they sat down, Chris said, I believe the Dag and Vice Envoy Gu already know the purpose of our Liu mission. Let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point. The Dag replied calmly, this matter has been entrusted to Fred Gu by this prince. Jared should discuss it in detail with him. Ultimately, the final decision will still be made by me. Is there any issue with discussing it with him? Oh. Chris was instantly surprised. Such an important matter, and daxia assigned it to an official of only 6th rank? Reed immediately smiled. Diplomatic affairs between 2 nations are no small matter. However, the Dag, as the heir, is extremely busy with daily duties. Detailed discussions with Jared will indeed be led by me, but the final decision will still rest with the Dag. Surely Jared does not consider my rank lowly? As he spoke, he gave Chris a knowing wink. Understanding the hint from his good friend, Chris's face lit up immediately. Oh, Vice Envoy Gu's talents have long been admired by this humble prince. Moreover, as the emperor-appointed deputy envoy representing daxia, you speak on behalf of daxia. With that, he smiled back at Reed, signaling his readiness. They shared a knowing smile. Then, Reed said, the purpose of Jared's mission to our court is clear in the state letter. Our emperor and ministers have discussed the matter and believe it is of great importance. Our country has long been at peace with Bailey. A sudden war would sever diplomatic relations. Furthermore, military expenses and compensation for our troops add up to a significant sum. Therefore, we have several conditions. Chapter 44. My good friend Chris Yue, the eldest Bryson. How many? Chris was utterly baffled. Why did his good friend start by asking how many? However, negotiation was like this, and Jared spoke very politely. Vice Envoy Gu, please speak freely. Great. Reed smiled and said, first of all, it is widely known that the 10 states in the north are part of our Central Plains homeland, so these 10 states cannot be counted as conditions. Chris's eyes widened. Although he was prepared for Reed to ask for a lot, not even counting the 10 states as a condition made him wonder what else he wanted. Reed smiled sweetly and said, if our two countries jointly attack Northernly, after Northernly is destroyed, Liu must cede Yunjin Province, Donghua Province, and Sini Province in southern Bailey to us, the Great Lucas. This doesn't. Chris instinctively wanted to refuse, but Reed smiled and said, Jared, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking yet. Chris. The Dag brother. Others. Reed laughed and said, our troops need provisions, military equipment, and compensation for soldiers, all astronomical numbers, so Liu has to pay 10 million taels of silver to our dynasty. In addition, our country lacks warhorses. If we fight against Bailey, we will surely suffer greatly. Therefore, Liu should also provide us with 50,000 warhorses from the northern region at their trade price. Yes, our national treasury currently has no money, so all expenses for purchasing warhorses will be deducted from those 10 million taels of silver. Of course, to avoid affecting the warhorses must be delivered first. Jared, are these conditions fair? Chris and the Dag stared at Reed with open mouths. Are you sure you're here to negotiate and not to rob us? Apart from the 10 state territories, he also wanted 3 more provinces, 10 million taels of silver, and 50,000 warhorses. Moreover, the horses must be delivered before the battle, and the money deducted afterward? Isn't this just getting them for free? The corners of the Dag's mouth twitched. Chris instantly bulged his eyes. This is absolutely impossible. Yunjin Province, Donghua Province, and Sini Province are the ancestral lands of my Lucaso clan. How can they be ceded? And 10 million taels of silver. It is impossible for my country of Liu to pay, and too many warhorses. It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. After saying this, he glared at Reed, as if saying, how could you treat me this way when I considered you my good friend? Reed shrugged somewhat innocently. So, Jared, what do you think should be done? The original 10 provinces of Yun country can give you 3. The warhorses can be sold to you at our Liu prices for 5,000, and I personally can give you 100 as a gift, no more than that. Reed's eyes widened. Jared, then what kind of alliance is this? 3 provinces. If we wait until your war begins and Northern Lee's southern troops move north, our brave soldiers won't stop at just 3 provinces. That's our territory. Not a single one of the 10 provinces can be less. Bang! Without caring about his good friend's face, Chris slammed the table. Forget it. These 10 provinces were gifted to my Lucaso clan by Balthazar Rick of Yun country. They are not part of your great Lucas territory. Nonsense. Reed slammed the table, directly scaring the Dag on the side. Damn, am I seeing things right? After just a few words, both sides have already escalated to this level? The Dag wanted to say something to mediate, but heard Reed continue. Yun country surrendered to us, the great Lucas, and there are documents proving it. Therefore, those 10 provinces are now Great Lucas territory. Furthermore, the traitor General Rick must be escorted back to be dealt with according to Great Lucas law. What if we, Liu, refuse? Then what's left to talk about? We might as well let Liu and Northernly face each other on the battlefield while we sit back and reap the benefits. Reed flicked his sleeve. Serve the Great Lucas. How can I watch my homeland be trampled upon? For an alliance, every inch of those 10 provinces is non-negotiable. Simply put, sovereignty is not up for discussion. If we cannot regain those 10 provinces through an alliance, then the Great Lucas will send troops to take them. Holy crap. Seeing the flushed faces of the two, the Dag and several officials in the Great Lucas camp had bloodshot eyes. Sovereignty is non-negotiable. An ordinary statement, but it sounded so powerful coming from him. Although they also felt Reed's demands were harsh, listening to him still felt exhilarating. How long has it been since our Great Lucas has stood so firm? Chris took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, sat down, and drank some water. Vice Envoy Gu, international negotiations aren't conducted like this. Reed also sat down and then said, Jared should understand that our Great Lucas has long yearned for our northern homeland. If we can't reclaim our homeland even after deploying troops, why would our dynasty ally with you? We might as well wait until you're locked in battle, then move north. It's the same principle. Our emperor is willing to negotiate out of consideration for the long-term friendship between our two countries. Friendship? Chris's eyelid twitched. Damn it. My Ignacio and your Great Lucas have never had much interaction. Where did this friendship come from? But he could only inwardly complain and not say it aloud. After some thought, he replied, since we can't reach an agreement on territorial issues, let's set them aside for now and discuss other matters. Jared, discussing other matters is fine, but let me be blunt. If we can't reach an agreement on territorial issues, solving other problems would be meaningless. The issue of territory isn't within my authority. It needs to be decided by our emperor. Chris ambiguously said, before that, if we can reach an agreement on other issues, it would save both sides effort. Fine. Then let's talk about money. Reed nodded. War is all about money. Without money, you can't fight. Our soldiers shouldn't bleed and cry at the same time, right? 10 million taels of silver is not too much, and there can be no bargaining. Chris was about to lose his temper. Damn it. When I talk about territory, you tell me sovereignty cannot be bargained over. When I talk about money, you lecture me about not making soldiers bleed and cry without any leeway. What's there to negotiate? Chris coldly asked. Deputy Envoy Gu, why do you think our kingdom has 10 million taels of silver? In recent years, we've been engaged in continuous warfare with Northernly. Where could we get that much money? This isn't hard either. Reed shrugged. If we defeat Northernly, those nobles and officials have plenty of money. Just let a little slip through your fingers, and you'll surpass 10 million taels. Am I wrong? Chris angrily retorted. But aren't you asking for territory? You haven't agreed to give it. Reed innocently replied. Chris angrily said, no money, impossible, can't provide. Jared, so it's impossible or you can't provide? Hell, Chris really wanted to slap himself for having such a good friend. Chapter 45. Good friends indeed ask for a high price. Reed, looking at Chris who seemed somewhat withdrawn, sighed gently and said, Jared, please allow me to be frank. If no one is willing to pay this cost, our great Lucas will appear as if it's buying its own territory. How can one spend money to buy their own land? Chris fell silent, not because he thought what Reed said made sense, but if the territorial issue couldn't be settled, and they couldn't reach an agreement on the money, this negotiation would end up being rather anticlimactic. Moreover, the dag of great Lucas was still here, although he seemed more like a mascot. But if they were to negotiate with Bailey later, and Bailey were willing to invest heavily, wouldn't all his efforts today be in vain? After some thought, he replied, 10 million is too much. This isn't something I can decide on. I need to report back to my father. Not that you look at me like that. Chris paused mid-sentence when he saw the disdainful expression on Reed's face, as if saying, can you really do anything? Why don't you make any decisions? Shall we have someone who can take charge negotiate instead? The dag suddenly coughed and then smiled. Gentlemen, how about we discuss the silver matter after Jared reports to the king of Liu? Let's talk about warhorses next. Surely, Jared can make a decision on this? Indeed, that can be arranged. Reed immediately nodded and turned to Chris. Jared, these 50,000 warhorses are nothing but a drop in the ocean for your Bailey. It's not unreasonable for our great Lucas to ask for 50,000, and we're even paying for them. Chris thought for a moment. 20,000. Reed exclaimed in surprise. No way. Aren't you able to decide on 50,000 warhorses either? Chris raised an eyebrow irritably. In recent years, there have been numerous battles between Liu and Bailey, resulting in heavy losses of warhorses. 50,000 is too much. 20,000 would be more reasonable. This? Reed hesitated for a moment and turned to the dag. Your Highness, I know little about military affairs. Would 20,000 warhorses be enough to equip 20,000 cavalrymen? This? It seems not. The dag put on a worried face. If each soldier needs 2 horses, 20,000 warhorses can only equip 10,000 cavalrymen. What shall we do? Reed lamented. Earlier, Christian mentioned that unless our northern forces add another 20,000 cavalrymen, we won't be able to hold back the Bailey army. He looked up at Chris. Jared, Christian is renowned as a god of war. Could he be wrong? Chris's lips twitched as he considered this. 30,000. No more. Reed pretended to sigh. In that case, I must first consult Christian. I wonder if he'll flay my skin off. The dag. Chris. Damn it. You need to ask even over such a small number of warhorses? 35,000. I'll give you 500 more. Chris waved his hand, indicating that as long as it wasn't about money or territory, other matters weren't too difficult for him. Actually, giving 50,000 warhorses wouldn't be a big deal, but he didn't want to watch great Lucas grow stronger. After all, this alliance was just a cover for his true intentions. Reed listened and immediately turned around. Your Highness, it's beyond my authority. Perhaps you should decide. Saying this, he subtly hinted at the dag, who understood instantly. He hesitated for a moment before replying. Although it's still short by 5,000, this initial negotiation can't end without any results. Fine, I'll take responsibility. Let's consider these 5,000 a gesture of friendship between great Lucas and Liu. Friendship? What kind of damn friendship? There's no real friendship between us. However, since the dag agreed, Chris felt relieved. As long as the conditions could be negotiated, it meant that great Lucas hadn't ruled out the possibility of an alliance, only the terms needed to be worked out. Seeing this, Reed seized the opportunity. Since that's settled, let's finalize the warhorse issue. As for the rest, Jared, why not stay longer in great Lucas and relax a bit? Chris's face darkened. He felt like killing Reed. He waved his hand. I'll send word back home about the other 2 conditions. We'll see once we get a response. The dag immediately stood up and smiled. If so, we won't bother Jared any further. With that, he gestured for the great Lucas delegation and left the negotiation room directly. Reed intentionally stayed behind. Once everyone had left, Chris quickly approached. Reed, you accepted my gifts and yet you... Shush. Reed placed a finger to his lips and then pointed outside. Chris immediately fell silent, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He gritted his teeth and said, you had better give this prince an explanation today, or else you'll be in for it. Reed looked at him in mock surprise. Jared, when it comes to negotiations, you should know that one starts with a high price and ends with a fair deal, right? Chris was taken aback. Reed continued, with our crown prince present, I can't appear too close to you, can I? Chris's eyes narrowed further. You'd better not be messing with this prince. Messing? Yes, you got it right. I'm just playing with you, my good friend. Reed wore a smiling face, but inwardly cursed. Well, Jared, His Highness has been waiting for a while. If I don't catch up now, it might be inappropriate. Get lost. Chris no longer felt as good as he did at first. After this round of negotiation, he felt worse than having eaten a pile of dog droppings. Although Reed explained the reason, he still wasn't pleased. Reed curled the corner of his mouth, gave a cold laugh in his heart, then walked out the door. Soon, he saw the crown prince waiting for him at the entrance of the inn. Reed subtly signaled, then put on an apologetic face. Oh, sorry to keep your highness waiting. This minister's fault. No worries. The crown prince smiled, saying, no bargaining on sovereignty. That's the most uplifting statement I've heard today. With talented people like you, great Lucas is indeed fortunate. He spoke sincerely. Even the other members of the negotiation team secretly gave Reed a thumbs up. Reed politely bowed to them and then laughed. Everyone. We still have the Bailey delegation next, so thanks for your hard work. Where? A scholar official in his 30s said, it's all the efforts of Dag and little Fred Gu. We were merely spectators. All right, let's prepare. We're heading to the Bailey delegation soon. As he spoke, the Crown Prince glanced at Reed. Reed took a deep breath. If dealing with Liyue was just a joke, where the outcome didn't matter much, then this time with Bailey would be the main event. Whether or not to achieve what Adolf wanted would depend on this. Chapter 46. This is not extortion. It's for your own good. Reed and his entourage arrived at the lodge where the Bailey delegation was staying, and Floyd was there to welcome them. Seeing their arrival, naturally, there was a round of pleasantries before beginning another round of negotiations. Fred Brett, I believe you understand the attitude of our court officials. Speaking of which, Dag. As soon as Floyd heard this, he knew what Dagu wanted to say. Without minding etiquette, he directly cut off Dagu and then said, different opinions between two countries are very normal. But how can the great Lucas know that Bailey does not have enough sincerity? Oh. Dag hesitated slightly and said, if Fred Brett still sticks to the same words spoken in Killianing Hall earlier, there's no need to repeat them. You should know, such rhetoric cannot convince our nobles. This. Floyd was silenced by Dag's words. He lowered his head in deep thought for a while and then said, if Bailey ceases to exist, Inacio will surely covet the territory of the great Lucas. Please forgive me if I'm being obtuse, but with the wisdom of the Emperor of the great Lucas, wouldn't he see this clearly? Why? Why refuse an alliance with Bailey, is it not? Seeing Dag seemed like he was done talking and acting like a mascot, Reed couldn't help but take over the conversation. Floyd glanced at both of them and nodded hesitantly. Reed laughed immediately and said, Fred Brett, even though the border between our two countries has been peaceful in recent years, it's only because your country is fighting with Inacio and dares not provoke the great Lucas on the borders. If Bailey didn't have the threat of Inacio, would it be peaceful according to you? Floyd fell silent instantly. Reed chuckled. I believe Fred knows it's impossible, right? Floyd replied, Deputy Envoy Gu brought up a valid point. This envoy also agrees that it wouldn't be as peaceful as it is now. So, Reed smiled, since absolute peace between nations doesn't exist, why not change neighbors for the great Lucas? Not to mention, if we ally with Inacio, we could at least gain some benefits. Fred Brett holds the position of Prime Minister of Bailey. Surely you don't think that there's only righteousness between nations like ordinary scholars do. Here it comes. Floyd's expression changed. Not righteousness, so it must be about interests. The fact that Reed mentioned this shows that there's still room for discussion. It seems the gifts I sent before weren't for nothing. He smiled and said, this envoy is curious. If it's not just about righteousness, then what does the great Lucas want? The 10 northern prefectures. Reed's expression turned serious. Our great Lucas has been established for 20 years, yet our borderlands remain unrecovered. A humiliation indeed. Now, with Inacio sending envoys to our capital seeking an alliance, this is an excellent opportunity granted by heaven for us to reclaim our lost territories. If we fail to reclaim these lands, I fear all our officials won't stand for it. Hearing this, Floyd was greatly alarmed. The great Lucas actually wants us to cede 10 prefectures? Impossible. What is ceding? If those 10 prefectures were originally Bailey's, then it would be called ceding. However, these 10 prefectures belong to the great Lucas. This is called returning. Reed chose his words carefully, simply to reduce Floyd's resistance. Despite this, Floyd insisted firmly, absolutely impossible. We ask nothing from the great Lucas except for maintaining peace. Giving away 10 prefectures is unacceptable. Fred Brett, you should understand that if those 10 prefectures aren't returned, once your country goes to war with Inacio, our empire can take advantage of your situation and launch an attack to reclaim our homeland. Reed argued, although going to war will cause losses to our country, and even heavy ones, it's a great opportunity. If our brave soldiers' blood can cleanse the shame of our country and regain our lost territory, I believe they would die willingly. This? Floyd hesitated. If it weren't for the earlier submission of the national letter, he might have suspected that Reed was bluffing. With Ferdy and other opposition parties present, he had some understanding of the great Lucas's attitude. Besides, when he left Killianing Hall, the overly pleased behavior of Bailey's prince deeply disturbed him. A prince visiting a foreign country disregarded propriety during such a solemn moment as presenting the state letter, probably due to enjoying a friendly chat with Reed. If Inacio offered terms that excited the great Lucas first, his journey would be futile. He thought for a moment and said, Deputy Envoy Gu, territorial matters are not within my power to decide. How about we change to something else, like mutual trade between our two countries, and I offer 20,000 warhorses from Bailey to the great Lucas. The shortage of horses in Great Lucas was common knowledge. But Reed smiled and replied, Fred Brett, while our great Lucas lacks warhorses, it is not entirely without them. A mere 20,000 horses can hardly compare to the land of 10 prefectures. Moreover, if our empire recaptures its homeland, would warhorses be in short supply? Floyd hesitated. It seemed his conditions hadn't moved Reed at all. Fred Brett, while the land of 10 prefectures may seem significant, consider it from another angle. It isn't so unacceptable. Seeing Brett's hesitation, Reed couldn't help but add, these 10 prefectures merely add to your glory, offering Bailey only additional revenue. But if Bailey ceases to exist, what significance does this land hold for you and your emperor? After all, your country's conflict with Inacio is a matter of national survival, a life and death struggle. Boom. Floyd felt as if his mind had exploded. Even his scalp tingled. Reed continued, undeterred, however, if these 10 prefectures were returned to our great Lucas, not only would we gain an ally, but your country could significantly reinforce its forces for the national war. Deputy Envoy Gu, it's not that this envoy doesn't trust the sincerity of the great Lucas, but as you say, relations between nations are based more on interest than righteousness. If my country withdraws troops, how can we guarantee the great Lucas won't renege? Though stunned, Floyd wasn't swayed by Reed's words. Reed's eyes flickered. He'd long prepared for this objection. He said, Fred Brett can doubt the great Lucas, but you cannot doubt your own country. Floyd was baffled, sensing a contradiction in the statement. Reed smiled. Your country's Yunjin defense in Asia is one of the strongest fortresses in the world. Even back in the days when Balthazar Connor of the Yun Kingdom, a renowned conqueror, led 400,000 troops, he failed to capture this fortress. Haha. Suddenly, he chuckled softly and turned to look at Dagu. Your Highness, I'm not very familiar with this battle. Could you inform us who commanded this fortress for Bailey then, and how many troops they had? Dagu was taken aback. I was enjoying listening. Why ask me now? But Floyd was shaken, seemingly realizing something. Chapter 47. Your deal seems a bit unprofitable. In the early years, Yun State and Bailey were at war. The 300,000-strong army of Bailey moved southward, occupying 7 territories of Yun State. Balthazar Connor of Yun State was appointed to lead a 400,000-strong force against Bailey. In just 3 months, he reclaimed the 7 territories, which immediately propelled him into the ranks of renowned generals. However, this famous general stopped short when counterattacking Bailey, halted by the Yunjin defense line in Yunjin Prefecture. Despite leading 400,000 troops, they could not break through after 6 months of siege. The general leading Bailey's forces in that battle did not make it into the list of renowned generals, while their defenders numbered merely 40,000. Reed smiled and said, Fred Troy, originally, your southern defenses only required a few tens of thousands of men to be foolproof. Now with 10 more territories in the south, nearly 300,000 troops are being used. This KSK. Can these 10 territories support such a large army? Reed shook his head, appearing as if they had made a really bad deal. Upon hearing this, Troygong realized there might be some truth to it. Since any monarch would have an obsession with territory, none of them had ever thought that the acquisition of these 10 territories would become a burden. Over the years he held power in Bailey, he discovered that indeed, these 10 territories couldn't support 300,000 troops. For a moment, Troygong became hesitant. If they didn't give up territory to Daxia, Daxia would certainly take advantage of their conflict with Inatio, attacking them ruthlessly, making Bailey face enemies on both fronts, accelerating its demise. Moreover, given Hunt's recent failures on the Eastern Front, sooner or later, they'd need to gather a large army for support there. As for Daxia, no amount of precaution seemed enough. After all, just like Reed said, this was a rare and precious opportunity. Troygong pondered and said, although what you say makes sense, Vice Envoy Gu, if we abandon territories already acquired, Bailey will become a laughingstock to all. Your view is incorrect. Reed disagreed. As long as one breath remains, there is hope for revival. But if people perish and the state falls, from my perspective, preserving people even at the loss of land ensures survival. Focusing only on land means losing both. Damn it. After this barrage of arguments, Troygong felt those 10 territories were becoming as useless as a chicken rib. Troygong lowered his head, looking undecided. Among the Bailey delegation, the negotiation participants began reconsidering upon hearing Reed's words. On the Daxia side, Bryson and others watched Reed in amazement. Compared to the heated argument with Inatio, filled with slamming tables and flying spittle, expressing deep animosity, this time, it seemed more like a psychological warfare. They never imagined that retrieving the 10 northern territories could be achieved through negotiation, and it appeared that the other party was almost ready to agree. They also hadn't anticipated that negotiations could be conducted in such a way. Combining military strategy, livelihood issues, and diplomacy, it painted a picture where not ceding the 10 territories meant certain doom for Bailey. No wonder the emperor specifically appointed young Fred Gu as vice envoy. Even the prince obeyed him implicitly. Just how much preparation did young Fred Gu do for this negotiation? After an unknown period, Troygong suddenly came back to his senses. Vice Envoy Gu, regarding the 10 territories, I must discuss this with the delegation. Shall we table this discussion? Agreed. Reed wasn't in a rush. While he was confident about the matter, it couldn't be hurried. Yet thinking about the conditions mentioned to Bailey earlier, he added, also, I must remind Fred Troy, there is one condition which cannot be compromised. Cannot be compromised? Troygong was startled. Please go on, Vice Envoy Gu. In the past, when Yun State submitted to our great Lucas, the document bore the imperial seal, hence our dynasty always considered former Yun territories part of our own. Sovereignty is non-negotiable. For our great Lucas, this is a bottom line. That's why there was a war over a decade ago. But today, you've shown sincerity. We don't wish to pressure too much, but there's one point that can't be ignored. The traitor Rick of the former Yun State, who betrayed our great Lucas, must be handed over along with his subordinates involved in the rebellion for justice under our laws, ensuring that offenders, wherever they may hide, will be punished. Holy shit. The officials from the Daxia camp were going mad. Today's 2 brief negotiations first declared sovereignty untouchable, stirring them up beyond control. Now with the statement, those who offend our great Lucas will be punished, no matter how far away, they were utterly stunned. Damn it. Our Daxia's civil officials can actually say such powerful words? This is a civil official fiercer than a blood and iron general. Reed stood up. I know this traitor betrayed with territory to Bailey, which counts as merit for you. But, a traitor remains a traitor. His nature won't change. All people admire loyal and righteous men. Bailey's move is indeed unwise. As he spoke, he raised his head and walked away confidently, leaving the Dag and others in a daze. Minister Gu. A hurried call came from behind. Reed stopped and saw someone chasing after him from behind. Reed halted. The person puffed heavily as he approached. Minister Gu, why did you walk so fast? This lord, you. Haha. I am Undersecretary of the Honglu Temple. Barney? Reed inwardly cursed and then asked, does Secretary know a person called Li Qingzhao? Li Qingzhao? Who is that? Barney was puzzled. This person also surnamed Li. Could he be a friend of Minister Gu? Ah, just asking. Reed smiled easily. Secretary, what else do you want to ask me? Not much. Barney said, just long heard about your charm. Now meeting you makes me admire deeply, hence I come for learning. Admire. Looking at Barney's earnest face, Reed twitched the corners of his mouth slightly. He glanced around the lodge area and the DAG group, hesitatingly saying, "But, at this place." He pointed to the lodge and those inside who were looking here. Barney suddenly realized, "Oh dear. Look at my forgetfulness. Let's meet another day?" "Sure." Reed smiled. "Why not wait until my next day off? I'll treat all officials includingly. How can we let Minister Gu pay? Having seen you fight today, we wanted to seek advice. How dare we let you pay?" Yes. We will treat on another day. To chat more?" The DAG looked at the few. "Why do I feel like an extra wheel?" Chapter 48. The DAG was astonished by Reed's remarkable tactics. However, with the identity of the DAG, he could not get too close to the ministers. He saw everyone discussing in turns and immediately gave a signal before leaving first in his carriage. Sitting in the carriage, the DAG was still somewhat bewildered. Throughout his 30 years of life, he had never seen such negotiation tactics. Honestly speaking, it was stunning and awe-inspiring. Back then, Reed first rebutted Ferdy fiercely in front of the Emperor, then expressed strong agreement with his ideas, but also thought they were too conservative. When asked how they were conservative, he refused to say anything. Today's two negotiations made him fully understand Reed's intentions and why Reed considered them conservative. The more he understood Reed's strategy, the more amazed he became. Firstly, at the city gate, there was a simple probe into the attitudes of both countries. Then, Reed visited each envoy separately, though the DAG wasn't entirely clear about what they discussed. From Chris's attitude toward Reed in court previously and today's performance in negotiation, it was certain that he pretended to be distant from Griffin and showed closeness to Chris. This move put immense pressure on Griffin. Chris's actions in the Killianing Hall further reinforced this false impression, even making the cunning old fox Ferdy believe he had been deceived by Reed. Crucially, Ferdy, along with other officials, heavily pressured Griffin in the Killianing Hall. All these, even if the order of entry for the envoys were changed, it probably wouldn't have achieved such an effect. Placing Griffin at the forefront, he couldn't believe that his father the Emperor hadn't arranged this deliberately. After Reed's goal was exposed today, upon reflection, even Ferdy, who should be considered Reed's enemy, was helping him. He firmly believed that if just one important minister in the DeLucas court had spoken a word in favor of Bailey, Griffin would not have been so passive. The harder Griffin found it to move forward, the more likely he would be to compromise. After all, one statement by Reed hit the nail on the head. Compared to the extinction of a country, returning some territories that didn't originally belong to them seemed trivial. Look, turning cession into return. It sounded less painful. The DAG shook his head while thinking. Ferdy lost face this time. Not only did he get thoroughly refuted by a 6th-rank official in front of the Emperor, but he also laid the groundwork for the enemy. If Reed succeeded, Ferdy, the Prime Minister, would lose much face. Thinking of this made him feel like eating an ice-cold watermelon in midsummer. Refreshing. He didn't know how long he pondered until his attendant reminded him they had arrived at the DAG's mansion. He hurriedly got off the carriage and rushed into the residence. Seeing his delighted expression, the DAG asked curiously, "Your Highness, is everything settled?" "Huh." The DAG was startled and quickly reacted, "Oh, not yet. But today has been eye-opening, spectacular indeed." Picking up a teapot, he disregarded his image and gulped down water. The DAG immediately worried. "Why are you so thirsty? Was there no tea prepared in the inn?" "Phew." The DAG put down the teapot, sighed in relief, and said, "Warner, you can't imagine how much I learned today." The DAG helped adjust his clothes reproachfully. "Even when you're happy, your Highness must mind your demeanor." "I'm just excited. You can't imagine." While talking, he suddenly noticed someone else in the room and looked over curiously. "Thelma, why are you here today?" Though his younger sister was close to him, she didn't often visit, and coming twice in a few days was indeed strange. Thelma pursed her lips and was about to rise to greet him when the DAG said, "Didn't you have the negotiation with both countries today? Thelma cares about this matter, and waited here for you." "Oh." The DAG slapped his forehead, realizing, "I forgot. This matter is closely related to Sister Thelma after all." Although Yun Kingdom no longer existed, Thelma's family perished in that disaster. With the current envoys discussing matters concerning Yun Kingdom's former lands, Thelma's concern was understandable. The DAG smiled. "Great timing. There's good news I think you'll be happy to hear." Thelma smiled and said, "Bryson, please tell me what made you so happy." "Haha. It's nothing but the negotiations." As he spoke, he detailed the events of the 2 rounds of negotiations from beginning to end. In between, the DAG refilled his teacup several times. After about a moment's worth of tea, he finally managed to explain everything clearly. "How about it? The twists and turns, now that you hear them, aren't they quite spectacular?" Both the DAG and Thelma's eyes flashed with an unusual look. Being intelligent individuals, they understood all the ins and outs of Reed's plans and strategies. The DAG was surprised. This young official Gu. He actually leans towards forming an alliance with Bailey. "Indeed," the DAG remarked with emotion. "If it weren't for Father Emperor specially appointing me to accompany him in welcoming the envoy, I would have thought he was playing tricks on Ferdy as well." After all, what Reed did made almost all the ministers in court believe he intended to ally with Liyue. Thelma's eyes sparkled brightly as she said, "It's incredible how his every move turned out to be just pretense. His true intention was to make the Bailey delegation submit. That Bailey Prime Minister, the Governor-General of Bailey, Griffin, is not an easy person to deal with. I'm sure Reed had this figured out long ago, which is why he set up such a plot." The DAG shook his head. "When you put it bluntly, it's just like this. But when everyone believed that allying with Liyue was beneficial, he took the opposite path. The groundwork has been laid well before, truly ingenious." After listening, Thelma asked thoughtfully, "Do you think this young official Gu can succeed in his plan, brother? If at the start there was only a 30% chance, now it might be 70%. It all depends on how many provinces Bailey is willing to give up." A hopeful glint appeared in the DAG's eyes. If they could reclaim several states without deploying any troops, his position as Dag would not be easily shaken by anyone. Hearing this, the Dags also praised extravagantly, to say, sovereignty is non-negotiable, and those who offend our great Lucas will be punished no matter how far they flee. Such heroic words show that this young official Gu's courage matches any general of our court. Truly remarkable character. With this, she looked teasingly at Thelma and smiled. Jiwer, if this negotiation succeeds, it will fulfill one of your wishes. I heard this top scholar is talented and very handsome, about your age. Oh sister, if you keep teasing your younger sister like this, I won't talk to you anymore. Chapter 49. Chris sabotages the Bailey negotiations. At the Liyue delegation inn, Chris was somewhat anxious and restless in his room. After Reed and the others left, what he worried about most was that they would somehow come to an agreement with Bailey. Although according to the trend in the court of Daxia, such a possibility was extremely slim, diplomacy between two countries has always been driven by interests. If that old fox Floyd was willing to make concessions, who knows what might happen? Though Reed had conspired with him, he couldn't be fully trusted. In Chris's eyes, Reed was completely a man who adjusted himself according to the situation, aiming for promotion all the time. If the conditions offered by Floyd could grant him enough credit and satisfy the Daxia court, there was no telling how the negotiations might turn out. After all, negotiations are time-consuming and labor-intensive, with unpredictable outcomes. Chris anxiously paced around, waiting. Before long, a peculiar sound came from his window. A flash of light appeared in Chris's eyes. Soon after, a hooded figure appeared before him. Chris asked impatiently, how did it go? What about the talks between Daxia and Bailey? Your Highness need not worry. Daxia hasn't discussed anything substantial with Bailey. Phew. Relieved, Chris then asked, what did Daxia and Floyd talk about then? Not exactly clear, but Daxia directly demanded 10 states, which it seemed Floyd didn't agree to and is currently discussing with the envoy. Discussing? Since he didn't agree, why discuss at all? Chris asked curiously. 10 states, even if it were him instead of Floyd, he wouldn't readily give up these 10 states either. The cloaked figure said in a low voice, Your Highness should prepare yourself. Although the Bailey envoy didn't agree yet, from Floyd's tone, he seems inclined. I estimate, in the next round of negotiations, he might concede, just not specifying how much. What? Shocked, Chris then angrily cursed. How dare that old man be so hasty? Your Highness, compared to losing the country, losing some land, which is heavier? The cloaked figure continued. That's all the situation. Your Highness should consider loosening your stance. If you let Floyd take the lead, your plan may fall through. Humph. Chris snorted coldly. This damn Daxia, using Floyd to pressure this prince. No matter what, he still didn't believe Daxia would lean towards allying with Bailey. Only an alliance with Liyue would have obvious benefits. The actions of the Dag and Reed of Daxia were merely to press him into making concessions. Humph. Your calculations are good, but do you really think this prince will give in? Do you have anyone within the Bailey guards who carries some weight? The cloaked figure was slightly surprised. Is your Highness going to manipulate the Bailey guards? As a military man myself, I know the weaknesses of military officers. Chris said coldly. The cloaked figure thought for a moment and replied, there is someone, a captain in the Bailey guard. Captain? Chris thought for a moment and said, not too high or low in rank, suitable indeed. Come here. Chris whispered into the cloaked figure's ear and then said, if you handle this well, negotiations between Bailey and Daxia will likely end. The cloaked figure didn't immediately agree but stood there hesitating, finally saying, I'll help you. But this can only be done once. Fine, fine. This prince understands. Now get on with it. Waving his hand, Chris felt extremely impatient inside. A mere servant dares to act superior in front of this prince. If it weren't for your master, you'd regret it. After the cloaked figure left, Chris watched the closed window and sneered inwardly. Floyd, you want to retreat? This prince won't let you. Elsewhere. After parting ways with the negotiation team members, with nothing else to do, Reed slowly returned home. This was a critical moment in the negotiations, concerning his future prospects and standing in Adolf's heart. Strictly speaking, negotiating with the delegation was the first thing Adolf entrusted to him since he became an official. If this matter wasn't handled well, his position in Adolf's heart would inevitably diminish. After all, a person who can only offer strategies but lacks execution skills is seen as all talk and no action. If even the strategist cannot implement his own plan, it shows that the strategy remains just theoretical. After all, Adolf's support for Reed meant giving him power when he needed it and manpower when necessary. Even the internal guard was handed over. At this point, if things couldn't be accomplished, it would only show that Reed wasn't as useful as imagined. This position of secretariat secretary might have to change. Reed naturally knew this, so during this period, he tried his best to minimize any activities, ensuring he made no mistakes wherever possible. In diplomacy, even minor issues were significant. If someone like Ferdy caught a small slip-up, especially such an underhanded person, should he fall into his hands, the deputy envoy role might not be safe. What kind of mistake could possibly fall into Ferdy's hands? Reed thought repeatedly. It seemed that regardless of what mistake he made in his current position, Ferdy, the head of officials, could easily manipulate him. Back at home, he carefully reviewed everything that had happened today. For some reason, he suddenly felt that he needed to talk to Dag again. He had been held up by colleagues today, and forgot to inform Dag. After some thought, he suddenly shouted, Humbert, I'm going to the Dag's residence. You stay here. If anything urgent happens, go directly to the Dag's residence. Bryson, please rest assured, Humbert understands. Upon hearing about the Dag's residence, Humbert knew that his young master had important matters to attend to, so he didn't ask further. Reed arrived at the Eastern Palace, submitted his name card, and waited at the entrance. Inside, the Dag was chatting with his wife and sister when a servant informed him that Reed had come to see him. The Dag was momentarily stunned, and Deborah Felicity also laughed. She looked at Sarah with interest and said with a smile, this young Secretary Gu seems quite responsive. We just mentioned him, and here he is. Though Sarah appeared somewhat shy due to being teased by the Deborah, she was intrigued. According to the Dag's description, this top scholar seemed quite impressive. Chapter 50, Bryson. We still need to keep something hidden from Ferdy. Reed followed the attendant of the Eastern Palace to the main hall. Upon seeing the Dag, he was about to pay his respects. The Dag held his hands and said, Minister Gu, you don't need to be so formal. We just parted not even an hour ago. What happened that required your personal visit? It's nothing important. I've just been bored staying at home all day, so I came out for a stroll. Seeing Reed's expression of just casually dropping by, the Dag suddenly chuckled. Only then did Reed notice others were present. He pointed with a puzzled finger and said, This is my Dags. The Dag introduced her and then pointed at you. Lila is my younger sister, the current Lahuang County Brysons. Good heavens, a Dags and a County Brysons. Subject Reed pays homage to your highness. Dags pays homage to Lahuang County Brysons. Reed immediately paid his respects to the Dags and greeted Lahuang County Brysons with a clasped hand salute. Lila merely nodded, while the Dags seemed more enthusiastic and said, Minister Gu, please rise. I have heard much of your reputation as the top scholar of this year and the first secretary in our court, a rare young talent in our great Lucas dynasty. What she said made it sound like both first and young talent. Though they were official compliments, they made people feel good. Reed reciprocated with some pleasantries and then said to the Dag, Your Highness, it was my negligence before. I estimate that Christian will inquire about today's negotiations during tomorrow's morning court. Is there something worrying you, Minister Gu? Yes. Reed nodded. There are many officials in the court who lean towards Liu. Your Highness must not reveal the specifics of our negotiation tomorrow. Although he would definitely report to the Emperor tomorrow, it would only be within the imperial study. As the negotiations between the three countries attracted significant attention inside and outside the court, Adolphe would certainly inquire about it as part of routine. How to respond on the court would require careful consideration. The Dag understood immediately. You're afraid it might leak out? Yes. Reed said, Achievements come from secrecy and fail from leaks. Plans succeed through careful thought and fail from impatience. With so many officials, words can easily spread. Moreover, Troy Gonshu is cunning. Rest assured, Minister Gu. I understand. The Dag did not feel belittled by Reed coming specifically to remind him. After all, in political struggles, a casual word could give enemies an opportunity. Though Reed mentioned only Troy Gonshu, the Dag clearly understood that Reed was most concerned about Ferdy. Despite being the Chancellor of Great Lucas, Ferdy supported Liu. If he knew about their plan, he might sabotage it in secret, since in his view, an alliance with Northernly wouldn't harm Great Lucas. It would damage both the Dag and Reed and add a significant mark to his own record. The reason Reed didn't say this outright was probably because the Dags and Lila were present. Such matters should not be spoken openly unless necessary. After confirming this, the Dag pondered and said, Although today's negotiation didn't yield much, we now hold the initiative. Perhaps, Minister Gu, you should seize this opportunity and finalize things sooner? Your Highness, we must not rush. Reed hastily interjected. In the current situation, we sit back and watch the two sides fight. We shouldn't appear too eager, or it will alert them. In another month, it will be autumn harvest time. They will surely seek us out anxiously. Today, we put our terms on the table. They need time to digest them. If we're too eager, it might raise suspicion. Look, there goes my eagerness again. The Dag shrugged playfully at his wife. The Dag smiled gently. It's normal for your Highness to be concerned about state affairs. But Minister Gu, responsible for negotiations, surely has studied the envoys of the two countries well. Your Highness needs only focus on overall control. Reed looked up at her in surprise. What high emotional intelligence. The Dags, noticing his gaze, asked with a smile. Just now, hearing your Highness talk about Minister Gu's eloquence at the negotiation table, I am quite curious. With such strong rhetoric, aren't you worried that Northernly and Liu might be offended? Hehe, your Highness overestimates the matter. Reed laughed, then said proudly, Our great Lucas is newly established, brimming with youthful vigor and energy like the rising sun. While Northernly is declining, it resembles a setting sun. Though it may look beautiful, its days are numbered. With great Lucas backing us, if we can't even speak a few words, that's when we'll truly be looked down upon. Though he often disagrees with Ferdy, the man does have his priorities straight despite some self-interest. He still values national interests fairly. Born into an influential family, they've only been ruling for a few years. The stronger great Lucas is now, the more benefits they gain. The Dag listened with eyes full of appreciation. The Dags also looked satisfied. However, Lila's eyes sparkled as she asked, Minister Gu always thinks for the public. Lahuang admires you greatly. Earlier, His Highness mentioned your negotiation conditions with the two countries, emphasizing the extradition of Gustavo back to our country for punishment. Why is that? Just this? Reed asked curiously. Is this question hard to understand? Minister Gu, not just 9, I am also quite curious, the Dags chimed in. Reed explained, years ago, Yun Kingdom submitted to our Great Lucas. The land and people of Yun are thus part of Great Lucas. Rick betrayed Yun and slaughtered the royal family of Yun. This is essentially massacring our Great Lucas's loyal subjects. He was always under North Lee's protection in the past, so we couldn't do anything about him. But things are different now. Since there's an opportunity, naturally, we should extradite him back to face the law. This action will reassure our northern generals and send a message to the world. Our great Lucas upholds righteousness and benevolence. For those who submit to us, we treat them like family. But anyone who dares betray or attack us, no matter where they run, we won't let them escape. As for someone like Gustavo, all I can say is, better late than never. What a better late than never. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Minister Gu's thoughts are indeed unique. Lila wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, holding a cup of tea. Lila borrows this clear tea from Brother Dag to salute Minister Gu. Reed took the tea passed by the Dags, looking puzzled at this scene. The Dag only smiled and nodded. Bryson's, what is this? 9 is the sole survivor of Yun's royal family, raised by Deborah. Few outsiders know about this. The Dags gently explained. Huh. Reed was dumbfounded. Chapter 51 Mysterious Tatum. Your Excellency, I didn't help the princess at all. How could I bear her gratitude? Reed hurriedly said. The Dag consort smiled and said, even though your action was unintentional, you did help Callie fulfill a wish. This cup, Your Excellency Gu deserves it in this palace's view. Yes, Tatum seriously said. Although His Excellency Gu acted for the public interest, everyone in the court has been watching the soon-to-be-recovered territories. If they were important ministers, they might have forgotten about our clan's difficulties 20 years ago. Well, fine. Reed picked up his tea and took a sip. He declined earlier not because of bashfulness, but as an imperial confidant, he had to maintain an appropriate distance from the Dag. It was evident that this princess had an extremely close relationship with the Dag. At such a critical moment, it would be wise for him to keep some distance. After finishing his tea, Reed spoke to Dag. Your Highness, now that things are settled, I will take my leave. Why not stay for dinner since you rarely come here? The Dag did not intend to draw him closer. He just found Reed pleasant to look at. How could Reed dare? If he really sat down to eat with them, tomorrow he would likely be completely branded as a member of the Dag's faction, which wouldn't be a good thing. Your Highness, Christian is still waiting for today's report. I must return to prepare. Tomorrow, I also need to make a presentation before the Emperor. I won't disturb your Highness any longer. In that case, I won't detain your Excellency any further. The Dag laughed bitterly and did not insist on keeping him. Seeing this scene, Tatum suddenly stood up. Brother Dag, after disturbing you for so long today, I should take my leave as well. The Dag was stunned. Tatum, why are you leaving too? Why don't we eat together? Tatum smiled and said, I spend most days at Brother Dag's residence. It's time for me to return. Don't rush, okay? The Dag was still confused when the Dag consort gently pulled him aside, saying, oh, young people have their own affairs, let's not crowd around. While saying that, she glanced at Reed and Tatum. The Dag suddenly understood. Oh, alright, then handle it as you see fit. Reed. Tatum. After leaving the main hall of the Eastern Palace, the two silently walked out of the Eastern Palace. As they approached the gate, Reed bowed and said, Bryson's, if there's nothing else, I will take my leave first. Tatum nodded silently, and Reed gave a faint smile, then headed down the street. Seeing him walking alone, Tatum felt slightly taken aback. Soon after, a servant girl dressed in maid's clothing walked up beside her. Bryson's, someone is waiting for you at home. Let's go back first. Tatum retracted her gaze, her expression turning distant, almost like she wasn't the same person who was in the Eastern Palace just now. Though she was a princess, she had no support in this capital city. Her residence was one of the royal pavilions situated within the city, not far from the Dag's mansion. Shortly thereafter, upon returning to the pavilion, Tatum directly went upstairs and said, Notify everyone. No one is allowed to come up and disturb me. As she entered alone, the servant girl guarding the door quickly shut it. After taking a few steps inside, Tatum suddenly said, I heard you've been back in the capital for some time, yet you never came to see me. Why? Did someone keep you occupied? Bryson's. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the curtain, bowing deeply to Tatum. Tatum's face changed. How many times have I told you? There's no princess anymore in this world, only Colleen of Jean. Yes, Colleen. That person lifted their head. If Reed were here, he would surely be shocked. It was Ember, who was actually working for Birch. Now tell me, where have you been these past days, making yourself untraceable? After returning from Ningzhou, Commander seemed suspicious. During this period, tasks were assigned individually, and I currently reside in a low-ranking official's house. With close surveillance these days, I didn't dare come to see Bryson's. Ember respectfully replied. A low-ranking official? Birch's eyes instantly became stern as she scanned Ember. After a while, seeing that her expression remained unchanged, Birch finally asked, which low-ranking? Wait a moment. Birch paused, asking, is this low-ranking official Reed? Bryson's knows? Ember looked bewildered. She had just claimed no one knew her whereabouts, but now the Bryson's guessed correctly? Seeing her bewildered face, Birch's lips curled into a faint smile, and she said, since you're already at his place, you don't need to visit me these days. Just focus on helping him get everything done. Understood. Though puzzled, as a subordinate, she had developed a habit. If her master didn't want to say something, she would never mention it. Birch nodded quite satisfactorily. You need to investigate another matter for me. Please instruct your grace. Investigate Reed's family background, or rather, his personal history. Birch seemed to have an unusual gleam in her eyes. Ember was suddenly puzzled upon hearing this. Your grace, isn't Reed just the eldest son of Johnny? As Birch's subordinate, she knew about Johnny. However, for some reason, her master didn't seem to like the old General Johnny. Moreover, Johnny seemed wholly devoted to Great Lucas, never visiting the princess. These days, I had someone look into some matters and obtain some rather intriguing information. You might as well investigate thoroughly. You could uncover even more detailed information. Personal history. Ember thought for a moment. Reed is very cautious with me, but he has an old servant who has been with his mother for a long time. Why don't you start from that old servant then? Birch had a slight smile on her face. That old servant might give us the answer we want. Yes, your grace. Ember bowed and then took out a notebook from her bosom. Your grace, all the findings from Ningzhou are recorded here. The operation was conducted secretly, and no one suspected anything. Birch extended her hand, and Ember respectfully placed the notebook in her hand. Birch flipped through it casually before closing it. I will read this notebook carefully. If there's nothing else, you may go back. Don't let the inner guards become suspicious. Yes. Ember took 2 small steps back, then turned and left. Birch looked at her retreating figure, lost in thought. These past few days, her people investigated extensively, but they hadn't considered that Ember would be hiding in Reed's home. After all, He was just a sixth-rank official. Though responsible for negotiations between the two countries, he wasn't worth her attention since any information from the negotiation process could be obtained from the DAG. It would only raise suspicion if she went to find Reed unnecessarily. As for how she guessed Ember's whereabouts, it was quite simple. Which low-ranking official could receive assistance from the inner guards? Besides Reed, who else? She just hadn't thought in that direction before. Chapter 52: The Way of Being an Official. The next day, Reed went dutifully to the Hanlon Academy for his duty. As soon as he entered the Hanlon Academy, people gathered around. Minister Gu, it's heard that our country Daxia began negotiations with two countries yesterday. How was it? Was it really exciting? Yeah, Minister Gu. Were the people from Bailey and Liyue insatiable? Did they make any excessive demands? What are you thinking? Nowadays, we Daxia have the upper hand. If anyone should be making demands, it would be us. Exactly. Now, with this trilateral conference, we in the Hanlon Academy have the honor of participating. Truly, it is a privilege for. Why are all of you gathered here? Have all tasks been completed? While everyone was talking animatedly, Lucian appeared carrying several scrolls. Seeing Reed, he paused, then said, "Follow me." All eyes turned to Reed, who smiled at his colleagues before following. The two arrived at a separate hall, where Lucian had his private office. After the trilateral talks, you're probably going to leave the Hanlon Academy. Lucian looked at Reed approvingly and said, I have been working here since the establishment of the Hanlon Academy, likely spending my entire life within these walls. A hint of nostalgia mixed with melancholy showed in Lucian's eyes. Who among officials did not once harbor the initial aspiration of saving the people? However, his life has been half-wasted in here. Has His Excellency never thought of taking an external position? It was indeed a pity for Lucian, born into a poor family, who encountered no opportunities even during times of rebuilding after decline, focusing instead on scholarly pursuits over time. Reed had reviewed the documents handled by him. If given the chance for practice, he would definitely become an outstanding official in the future. Lucian sighed. This old minister is already so advanced in age. Being close to 40 years old, how much room for advancement could there be now? Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. I summoned you today to chat with you. Yes, Your Excellency, please continue. Lucian spoke solemnly. Your character is something this minister understands somewhat. If one day you take charge of a department, don't forget the colleagues here at the Hanlon Academy. They all have dreams, wanting to do some good for the world and its people. If you have the chance, this minister hopes you can give them a lifeline. Your Excellency, this subordinate, you don't need to refuse right now. This minister does not ask you to form factions. You are currently a secretary, trusted heavily by Christian. In the future, your path will lead you straight up. This minister only asks that you give them an opportunity. Lucian sighed again. So many poor families' children spend 10 or even several decades studying diligently just for the chance to leap through the Dragon Gate. But how many know that passing the imperial examination is only a starting point? The Hanlon Academy gathers the cream of the crop of scholars nationwide. If these people waste their whole lives here, it will be a loss for Daxia. Hearing this, Reed was struck with emotion. Because he had endured hardship, he wanted more to shield others from the rain. Because he had seen flowers bloom, he looked forward even more eagerly to the arrival of spring. Clearly, Lucian was a role model for such people. Thinking back on the past period, Lucian had guided them each earnestly in their duties. He was indeed a fine leader. Reed spoke earnestly. Your Excellency, this subordinate cannot determine the future, but if it happens as Your Excellency says, this subordinate will never forget. Good. Lucian smiled. With this statement from Jingji, this minister can rest easy. Now with the pressing work at hand, go back to your duties first. After staying in the Hanlon Academy for a short while, Adolf indeed sent someone to summon Reed. Upon entering the study, he saw Dag standing to one side. Adolf waved away the attendants and then asked, how did the detailed discussions with the two countries go yesterday? Reed pulled out a report from his sleeve. Your Majesty, everything discussed yesterday is recorded here. Please review it. Why do I need this official jargon? Stand there and explain in detail to this emperor. Well then, instead of checking homework, the teacher made him recite the lesson. Luckily, he had prepared mentally beforehand, summarizing yesterday's situation and expressing his thoughts. After listening, Adolf asked immediately, so, you were the one who told the Dag to bluff in front of the ministers? Reed turned his head, looking at Dag with surprise, but Dag ignored him completely. That's enough. No need to put on a show in front of this emperor. Adolf waved his hand, then sat up to look at Reed. Considering this is your first mission for the court, this time it's forgiven. Don't do it again next time. The officials are the central hub of the court's operation and the foundation of the imperial court. Although your way of handling matters is thorough, it can easily offend the officials. They are all pillars of our great Lucas. If even the officials cannot be trusted when righteousness is at stake, then the country is not far from perishing. Upon hearing this, Reed immediately replied with a serious demeanor. This subject appreciates your Majesty's teachings. Adolf waved his hand. Reflect on it yourself. After Adolf said this, Reed indeed felt that making the Dag conceal the truth from the officials was rather hasty. Indeed, there were officials like Ferdy who harbored selfish motives in this court, but there were also ministers who had their hearts set on the public good. Reed, wary of Ferdy, excluded all the officials of the court, though he was meticulous enough, essentially drew a line between himself and the officials. Currently, given his low rank, it didn't matter much. But if he were to truly take charge of local affairs in the future, without the support of court officials, it would be difficult for him to achieve anything significant. Seeing that Adolf seemed somewhat tired, Reed was about to take his leave when he suddenly remembered the gifts sent by Bailey and Liyue. He clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, there is another matter that requires Your Majesty's decision. Are they the gifts the envoys from Bailey and Liyue sent you? Adolf opened his eyes and glanced at him before turning to the Dag. Dag, after the negotiations end, you will handle this matter personally. Strictly speaking, gifts from foreign envoys were part of mutual respect, But what Reed received was quite substantial. Given the current trilateral talks, accepting these gifts might cause unfavorable consequences for him. However, as the emperor, he could not deal with these gifts personally. Though the sum was considerable, an emperor must still maintain dignity, so letting the Dag handle them was most appropriate. After all, the Dag was the chief envoy for this negotiation, so handling this matter openly was suitable. Since Adolf had made up his mind, Reed did not want to disturb him further and immediately bowed to take his leave. If there are no other instructions from your majesty, this subject will now take my leave. Adolf supported his forehead with one hand and waved the other. Reed then left the study obediently. Chapter 53. What the capital governor can manage, I can manage too. After returning home, Reed stayed at home and didn't go anywhere. Unexpectedly, Lori did not go out as well. Seeing this cold woman, Reed couldn't help but ask curiously, "You don't have to go out today?" "Nothing important today." Lori rolled her eyes and then asked, "Didn't you go to report to Christian today? Why did you come back so soon?" Reed was somewhat surprised. This woman had lived with him for many days, yet except for official business, she had always been indifferent towards him. Today, however, she unexpectedly cared about him. Reed simply shrugged. There wasn't much to do anyway. The Dag has already reported it in the court assembly. I just went through the motions. Hearing this, Lori nodded and suddenly asked, "How confident are you now?" Reed immediately felt this woman was acting strangely. Why was she asking about official matters all of a sudden? He looked at Lori oddly for a moment before asking, "Are you sick?" The corner of Lori's eye twitched as she inwardly cursed Reed. "If it weren't for the Ronda's orders, would you think I care to talk to you?" She replied in an unfriendly tone. "Just asking, after all. It concerns the northern affairs. I'm curious." "Curious?" Reed sized her up. This woman didn't seem like someone who was easily curious. He muttered under his breath and then said indifferently, "It's too early to say how confident we are. We still need to see how things develop." He maintained some vigilance against the Secret Service Bureau, who knew if there were any hidden intentions behind her seemingly casual question. Seeing he was tight-lipped, Lori silently cursed in her heart and then asked without showing her feelings, "I heard you're the eldest son of the Gu family?" Reed frowned slightly. "Doesn't your Secret Service Bureau pride itself on knowing everything? You could have found this out easily. Why ask me?" "Nothing much." Lori seemed bored sitting on the swing. "I'm just curious why, as the legitimate first son of a noble family, you chose to live independently." Reed rolled his eyes. "Curious? I'm curious too. If it weren't for the old tortoise Johnny." Forget it. If it weren't for Johnny's favoritism and Carrie's insidiousness, he would have enjoyed a life like that of a young aristocrat long ago. Why did Johnny treat him this way? He was also curious. Opening his mouth, Reed finally said helplessly, "I thought you usually don't like talking much? Why all these questions today?" "Fine, I won't talk either." Swinging idly on the swing, Lori added, "Also, who says I don't talk much normally?" Reed waved his finger. "You've lived here for a while. Apart from official matters, how many words have we exchanged? 10 sentences in total? I wasn't familiar back then. Like we're very close now or something." Talking to her seemed pointless to Reed. He walked somewhat listlessly toward his room. Lori called out from behind, "Hey, it's nothing, I'm just curious. I'm from Yunzhou." Reed paused in his steps. "Yunzhou?" He turned around. "Yunzhou? Isn't Yunzhou in the hands of Bailey now?" "You? Who says people from Yunzhou can't serve the great Lucas?" Lori rolled her eyes and then said rather wistfully, "My parents also perished in that disaster. Today I received news from the Secret Service Bureau that this negotiation is related to the northern prefectures, so I wanted to ask." Reed looked at her pale face and saw no sign of deceit. He said involuntarily, "Currently, the negotiations involve 3 countries, and no one knows what will happen next. There's indeed no confidence right now." Lori furrowed her brows, then hopped off the swing. "All right, if there's news, forget it." Seeming to recall something, she waved her hand and walked toward her own room. Reed shook his head. He couldn't understand what this woman wanted. Although her reason seemed genuine, given her affiliation with the Secret Service Bureau, he wouldn't possibly tell her too much. Returning to his room, Reed, feeling drowsy, took off his official robe and lay down on a bamboo chair for a nap. That night, as usual, after practicing some physical exercises in his room, Reed had just taken a shower and was about to read when, "A brothel," the guard said coldly. "Reed." He pointed at the guard with some toothache pain. "Why in a place like a brothel that's mixed with all sorts of people? Didn't we tell you to keep an eye on the envoys and prevent them from causing trouble in the city? The incident occurred too suddenly for us to stop it in time." The guard still maintained a blank expression. "You, forget it." Reed flicked his sleeves and said, "Take me there." Speaking, he rushed forward, but the guard quickly pointed in the opposite direction. "Sir, Rian Tower is this way." "Reed." Soon, Reed followed the guard to a prosperous-looking area. Even at night, red lanterns hung everywhere, creating an atmosphere of extravagance. Reed shook his head and headed towards a building. Crowds already surrounded the place, including guards, city defense troops, and even what looked like law enforcement officers from the capital governor's office. People gathered around, watching curiously. "Hold it." Just as Reed arrived, 2 soldiers stopped him. He glanced at them and said, "I am Deputy Envoy Reed." The soldiers immediately let him pass. Reed took a couple of steps forward and suddenly turned around. "This matter involves the envoy groups. I have entrusted full authority to the Secret Service Bureau. The capital governor's men can return. Capital governor's officers." Reed blinked. "What's wrong? Haven't you heard clearly? What the capital governor can manage, I can manage too. What the capital governor cannot manage, I need to manage more." Well, he held the royal warrant, specially authorized by the emperor. Chapter 54. "Sir, we are indeed courtesans from a brothel, but we love our country too. Sir, the prefect requires us to bring the criminal back immediately. Does your prefect conduct trials at night?" Reed cast him a sidelong glance. "Sir, although you are in charge of the embassy matters, cases within the capital have always been under the jurisdiction of our capital prefecture. The chief constable was completely uncooperative. Reed gave him a deep look and then suddenly said, "This criminal is related to diplomacy between two countries. Your procedures in the capital prefecture are too complex. It should be handled by the Imperial Guard instead." "That's final." As he spoke, he signaled to the Imperial Guard. The lead guard instantly drew a whistle arrow towards the night sky. Whoosh! The whistle arrow soared into the sky as Reed frowned. He glanced at the Imperial Guard who had shot the arrow but said nothing, walking straight into Ruyun building. Prefect Adelaide was a student of Ferdy, while the murderer was a low-ranking officer from the Northernly Embassy Guard. If this fell into the hands of the prefect, the upcoming negotiations might not happen at all. With the situation still unclear, Reed wasn't sure if there was any conspiracy involved, but Ferdy has always leaned toward Liu. Now with the issue arising from Northernly, he could just push them out of the capital effortlessly without resorting to any tricks. In the first-floor hall of Ruyun building, two groups were clearly separated by the Imperial Guards, forming two blocks. A person on the ground was surrounded by blood, seemingly a courtesan of Ruyun building who had apparently died. Reed scanned his eyes around, seeing the madam kneeling on the ground trembling. "Who killed her?" Reed asked one of the guards. Before the guard could answer, everyone looked at someone from the Northernly delegation. This person was restrained but kept struggling. "I am part of the Northernly delegation. Your Daxia has no authority to arrest me. I want to see adult Troy." Upon hearing this, Reed's eyes flashed coldly. In Daxia territory, not only murder but even brandishing weapons constitutes a challenge to our authority. "Bring them in." Reed waved his hand. "Take away the murderer, accomplices, and anyone who got involved here in Ruyun building." The Imperial Guard was about to act when the troublemakers from both embassies started to resist. Reed barked, "Anyone who dares to resist will have their limbs broken on the spot, as long as they stay alive for investigation." Hiss. Everyone drew in a sharp breath. Leave them breathing as long as it doesn't affect the case? No one expected such a ruthless order from this seemingly mild-mannered young scholar official. The Northerners instantly complied. However, the Liu group complained, yelling, "Sir, this person wasn't killed by us. Why are you arresting us? Are you trying to incite conflict between our two countries?" Reed turned his head to see a bearded man glaring at him. Narrowing his eyes, this guy's words seemed somewhat interesting. "What did I say earlier? Even showing weapons in our territory can constitute a provocation against our dignity. Are you waiting for what? Take everyone away, and break the limbs of those who resist before dragging them off." He glared at these Imperial Guards. As members of the Royal Guard, why didn't they know better? With his reminder, the Imperial Guards promptly went to work. Seeing this, the madam knelt on the ground wailing, "Sir, this has nothing to do with me. The victim is dead in Ruyun building." "What do you mean it has nothing to do with you?" Reed narrowed his eyes and ordered, "Ruyun building is sealed until the case is solved. No reopening until then." "Sir, this won't do. It's Suzette who started it, claiming our Daxia women do not serve foreigners, which led to the fight. Although we are not decent, we know national righteousness. Please show mercy." Reed's lips twitched. "Damn, you're shouting about national righteousness in a brothel, and I find it so ironic." Reed glanced at the corpse and sighed. "Bring the body back too. Conduct an autopsy and handle the remains properly. Daxia women do not serve foreigners." Reed silently sighed. For this sentence alone, she deserves some respect. Reed led people out of Ruyun building, finding that the entrance was surrounded by layers of Imperial Guards, and people from the City Defense Regiment and Capital Prefecture had left. Yisroel asked the person who had fired the whistle arrow, "Why make such a big fuss in the middle of the night?" "Sir," the guard whispered, "the City Defense Regiment received orders to escort the criminals to the Capital Prefecture too." Reed frowned, feeling somewhat uneasy. Ferdy's influence, is that widespread? "Let's go. Take them to the inner guard prison and interrogate them tonight." These people were related to the delegations of two countries, and if he didn't get anything out of them tonight, he would likely be at a disadvantage in tomorrow's court. Reed sighed softly and followed a group of inner guards away from the scene. At the inner guard prison, this was Reed's first time visiting such an ancient prison. He slightly frowned and said, "Separately incarcerate all of them. First, interrogate the madam. After she has made everything clear, let her go." The inner guard was taken aback. There was no question about detaining them separately, but ignoring the murderer and interrogating the madam first seemed bizarre. Reed simply said lightly, "Do as I say." After saying that, he took a light step forward and went to where the Liu delegation troublemakers were held. "Bring this man over. I'll interrogate him first." Everyone was stunned again, and the bearded man shouted, "Your Excellency, this is improper. Ignoring the murderer from Northernly, why start with us? Are you favoring the Northernly delegation?" Reed's footsteps paused for a moment. This brute had already said so twice. Though his words contained no fault, the man looked like a brute yet spoke in rhythm. If not clever inside, someone was surely pulling strings behind the scenes. Reed hadn't paid much attention to him initially, but after what he said in Ruyun building, it raised Reed's suspicions, leading him to prioritize the interrogation. He paused briefly before heading towards the designated interrogation cell. Before long, Reed sat leisurely on a chair. "Tell me, who told you to cause a ruckus in Ruyun building?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Sir, what do you mean? I don't understand." "Is that so?" Reed smiled faintly, as if those who evade always respond this way. And those slight changes in the man's eyes didn't escape his notice. "I distinctly remember, before entering the city, I repeatedly warned, during your stay in the capital, best maintain peace. I'm very curious, why did you and the Northernly people end up in the same brothel? There should be plenty like Ruyun building in the capital." The man's eyes struggled again, while Reed continued, "How important are diplomatic relations between two countries? A mere guard like you, aren't you afraid of being deported because of this incident?" We. Haha. Reed suddenly stood up and said calmly, "Perhaps the person behind you chose the wrong man for this." Chapter 55, Junior, you still say it wasn't murder in cold blood? The big man suddenly fell silent, not saying a word. Reed merely smiled slightly and then asked no more questions. He interrogated the big man first, never expecting to get any evidence from him. If he could obtain evidence with just a few words, it was clearly impossible. The reason he interrogated this big man first was merely to bluff him, and this big man's gaze had already given him an answer. Take him back. Reed waved his hand and said, also bring up the murderer. I want to question him personally. The guard standing by was stunned. You're just starting the trial. The other party hasn't said anything yet. Why are you letting them be taken back? The guard didn't understand why Reed was leaving the murderer uninterrogated and questioning the accomplice instead. Now, after only a few questions, and with the other party not saying anything, he actually let him go. This left the guard truly puzzled. However, Gage had already instructed that as it concerned the embassy, everything should follow Reed's arrangement. So although they were puzzled, they didn't ask any questions. After a while, Bailey's murderer was brought up. Reed held in one hand a statement obtained from the madam, and in the other hand, a cup of tea, without looking up. What's your name? Humph. The murderer was quite uncooperative. When the guard heard this, he immediately raised the whip to punish him, but Reed, who was drinking tea, softly said, no need to hit him. The guard looked at Reed incomprehensively. You don't make prisoners talk without beating them up, do you? Reed silently took a sip of tea and then whispered, you can remain silent, but if you think we can't even investigate your identity, it would also make Arda Lucas seem incompetent, wouldn't it? Junior, a battalion commander in the Northernly Delegation Guard. Shortly after, the murderer spoke up. Reed. This name is really suited for a bad guy. Reed waved his hand. Why did you act? I am a military person, and my temper is fierce. The US scoundrel provoked me, so you murdered him? Reed looked at him coldly. I'm from the Bailey delegation. Being disdained by a prostitute out of nowhere, enraged, I lost control. Junior said this calmly. Killed in a fit of rage. Reed nodded slowly. In fact, according to the madam's statement, the matter was not complicated. It was just that Junior was visiting the brothel with a few people, and the courtesan called Suzette indeed shouted something like, the Lucas women do not serve foreigners. Then the Liue people overheard it, and made mocking comments. Both sides got into a fight, but Junior was no match for the Liue men. He was beaten up first, and then insulted again by the Liue men. Suzette also mocked him a few times, enraging Junior. All these events linked together, it seemed reasonable. After all, as a military man, being repeatedly looked down upon by a prostitute, and humiliated by his archenemy, taking out anger through murder was understandable. But, Reed smiled, do you know why I questioned others before you? I don't know. Junior's lips moved, his eyes uncertain. Reed laughed. That person from Liu country seemed tough, but turned out not to be so. With the intelligence of the inner guards, he broke with just a few words. You have long planned this. Suddenly, Reed's voice grew louder and somewhat angry. To sabotage the negotiations, you used such means. Do you take our DeLucas weapons as blunt? Junior's face changed. He hastily argued. This was done solely by me, unrelated to Bailey. We did not conspire with the Liu scoundrels. Is that so? Reed said calmly. Then how did that person just tell me he was only following orders to cooperate with you? This can't be. He must be framing me. Yes, he's framing me. Framing? Reed slapped the table. Did he kill someone? Did he hand you the knife? These are established facts. What does he gain by framing you? With you, Bailey's delegate, killing our DeLucas citizens, the negotiation obviously cannot continue. Although he might have reasons to frame you, in the end, he just fought with you and mocked you verbally. Your murderous act has undoubtedly doomed yourself. Junior looked at Reed in fear, but Reed retracted his anger and smiled amiably. Floyd is a seasoned and crafty politician. As the prime minister of a country, he understands the importance of these negotiations. Even if the negotiations fail, I doubt he would take actions to offend DeLucas. I believe there must have been strict orders given to you subordinates long ago, and as a military commander, you should well understand the gravity of it. To commit murder in a fit of rage, do you take me for a fool? Junior's expression changed again. Traditionally, members of diplomatic escort guards were carefully selected, especially military commanders. Floyd was an experienced and crafty politician. He shouldn't make such a huge mistake. Even if there were some oversights, they could be understood. But the brute from Liu revealed his tracks in his words, which made Reed suspect something was amiss. Moreover, even though the fake impression passed on externally made people think that an alliance between DeLucas and Liu was almost certain, Chris might not dare to think so. After all, if Floyd spared no expense, the plans of Liu could turn out to be like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Although Junior was stunned by Reed's words, he quickly recovered and said, Your Excellency makes a valid point. However, I'm a warrior who has come down from the battlefield. My current status is hard-won through countless battles. How could I tolerate being humiliated by a mere prostitute? Haha. Reed chuckled lightly. As a warrior accustomed to combat, you should understand the principle of obedience more than anyone. So why didn't you follow your chancellor's orders this time? Could it be that the reason for your frequent failures in the north is because your officers disregard military orders? Is that why you keep losing battles? It seems. Hunt's reputation as one of the 3 greatest generals in the world isn't impressive at all. Upon hearing this, Junior immediately cursed. You're spouting nonsense. Don't you dare insult the Balthazar? Reed paused. His previous statement was just an offhand joke, but he didn't expect such a strong reaction from Junior. It seemed that Junior was loyal to Hunt. By saying this, Junior actually made Reed recall the battle reports concerning Bailey and Liu. He had always suspected something fishy about those reports, especially after meeting Bryce and Chris. He found it strange that Hunt kept losing battles. He even began to suspect that Hunt was in collusion with Chris. Following this train of thought, he glanced at Junior. Currently, within the capital, Chris and Junior. 2 individuals seemingly without any connection. If they were conspiring, who could be the middleman between them? Chapter 56. One dares to speak, and the other dares to believe. Reed thought for a moment, and suddenly a face flashed in his mind. He suddenly smiled and said, "What benefits did Toby give you that made you willing to go to your death?" Death? Junior's face suddenly turned deathly pale, but he still said, "I don't understand what your excellency is talking about. Besides, I am a member of the Bailey delegation, and you and Daya have no authority over me. Moreover, it was just a low-status woman who died. According to law, I should not be punished by death." Huh. Reed couldn't help but laugh. "You've even memorized the laws of our Daya. What if this official accuses you of stirring up trouble, starting wars, and attempting to declare war on Daya?" You are slandering." Junior indignantly replied, "It's just a low-status woman who died. How could it provoke Daya?" Reed quietly replied, "For our Daya, any foreigner displaying weapons on our soil is considered a provocation, let alone when it results in someone's death." Junior's expression drastically changed. Reed then slowly said, "The person who instructed you must have told you that the Bailey delegation would support you. If you kill a low-status woman, you won't be punished, right?" "No one instructed me. I did all this myself." "Still so stubborn. Seems like you won't change your mind unless forced to." Reed said, "Bailey is already at a disadvantage in these negotiations. It seems more beneficial for Daya to ally with Liyue. Do you think? If the Bailey delegation becomes insignificant, you could still live?" "Forget it." He clapped his hands and said, "This official is too lazy to interrogate further. This person killed a citizen of Daya. According to the rules of the Inner Guard Bureau, we'll use torture first, then execute him tomorrow. Tomorrow this official will submit a report to the court, expelling the Bailey delegation from the country." Saying this, he stood up and didn't bother looking at Junior's face, ready to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. "Oh, by the way." Reed stopped the inner guard who was preparing the torture. Seeing this, Junior slightly relaxed. What the hell? Suffering before execution? What misfortune? However, before he could speak, Reed spoke first. "What this official hates most are those who dare to show off with two old swords in our Daya. Anyway, recently I read a book about some new forms of punishment. They looked quite interesting." "Oh." The eyes of the inner guard in charge of punishments lit up. He suddenly became very interested. He asked with bright eyes, "Sir, I have no hobbies except being keen on punishments. I hope your excellency can teach me." "Keen on? On punishments? How sick is this guy?" Seeing his eager look, the corner of Reed's mouth twitched as he said speechlessly, "Teach might be too much. Let's just exchange ideas." Then, he glanced at Junior and looked back at the eager inner guard, saying, "I've read about a kind of punishment called comb washing in a book." "Comb washing?" The inner guard was puzzled. "Sir, how could comb washing be a punishment?" Even Junior, bound to the frame, curled his lips. "What kind of punishment do these Daya people have? So girlish. Are they going to comb my hair?" "You don't know, huh?" Reed explained. So-called comb washing means stripping the convict naked, laying them flat on the execution table, and repeatedly washing with hot water until their skin turns red. Then using an iron brush to scrub their flesh until the bones are visible. Holy shit. The inner guard suddenly shivered, but his eyes grew even more passionate. He looked at Junior. Seeing that gaze, Junior felt extremely uneasy. Reed hadn't avoided speaking about comb washing and hadn't lowered his voice, so Junior had heard it clearly. Looking into the inner guard's burning eyes now, he felt chills run down his spine, imagining his flesh being slowly brushed away, leaving only bones. Fear welled up inside him. Fortunately, Reed stopped the inner guard. Just when Junior thought Reed was going to let him off easy, he heard Reed say, "There's another one called playing the pipa." "Oh, such an elegant name must be another extraordinary punishment. Please tell us quickly." The inner guard rubbed his hands in excitement, eagerly awaiting the details. Junior nearly wet himself in terror upon hearing this. Wasn't it elegant indeed? After the comb washing, he certainly didn't think this would be any simple punishment. Maybe the more elegant the name, the crueler the punishment. Sure enough, Reed said, "Playing the pipa means using the tip of a knife to pluck on the convict's ribs, just like playing the pipa. The flesh on the human body slowly unfolds. The cuts on the convict's body will be arranged in lines, resembling a pipa." Holy shit. Junior was about to break down, but the inner guard's eyes were wide open with an intensely burning gaze. Even from a short distance away, Junior could clearly feel that this man had set his eyes on his ribs. Seeing the situation, Reed just smiled and said, "This punishment, it really is ticklish and painful at the same time, but for some hardened warriors, they can endure it." Upon hearing these words, Junior almost started crying. Compared to comb washing, this seemed almost merciful. Who would have thought? Reed was not going to let him off easily. He continued, "Actually, this isn't the most terrifying part. The truly terrifying part is to blindfold the convict and then place a basin underneath to catch the convict's blood." The inner guard paused. "Sir, this doesn't seem too bad." "Doesn't seem too bad?" Reed smiled faintly. After experiencing the pain of scraping bones, being in a confined environment, hearing one's own blood dripping into the basin like water from a clepsydra, each drop of blood seems to signal the loss of life, continuing for 3 days. Isk. He shook his head. "You can close your eyes and imagine. No light, no people, only the sound of your own blood dripping." With eyes closed, the gradually twisted inner guard simulated this scene as if it were real. After a while, he opened his eyes and excitedly said, "Sir, I understand. This punishment is simply brilliant." Saying this, he turned back to look at Junior. "Come on, take this guy down. I want to play him some pipa." A spasm appeared at the corner of Reed's mouth. Damn it. Why does this inner guard smile seem increasingly twisted? At his order, several jailers immediately approached Junior. Seeing this, Junior immediately shouted, "Don't come over. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Junior truly cried. He never imagined he would encounter 2 psychopaths. These unimaginably cruel punishments were boldly mentioned by one and believed by the other. The inner guard glared upon hearing this. "You bastard. I haven't even started the punishment yet. How dare you speak?" Reed. Junior. No, no, don't come closer. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. Chapter 57. Ambush on the street. Junior didn't withstand Reed's threats and confessed everything. However, when asked who was specifically behind this, he only said that he was tempted by money, and someone promised him a large sum of cash. He also mentioned that since they were from the Bailey delegation, killing a low-status woman would not bring any penalty. Reed naturally didn't believe it, but among those who knew the details, there was only Junior now. If he was tortured into confession, even if the desired answers were obtained, they might not hold up in court. Ferdy could easily claim that the confession was forced. After all, everyone in the court and outside knew what kind of reputation the internal guard had. He thought for a moment and said, "Take him into custody and hand him over to the mayor of Jingzhou tomorrow morning, and let him make the judgment." "My lord." The internal guard hesitated, but Reed waved his hand. "As the emperor's personal guards, we aim for results, not brutality." Only then did Junior relax, obediently following the jailer to the cell with some reluctant glances from the internal guards. No sooner had he left than the internal guard grumbled, "My lord, that old man didn't tell the truth." "Of course I know." Reed sighed, "but with court opening tomorrow, the officials and even Christian will surely ask about this. If you torture him now, it will give others an excuse to criticize us. So, what do we do? Should I interrogate his accomplices? Or perhaps even the people from Inatio? You can rest assured. I, Dylan, will take responsibility for anything that happens." Reed turned curiously. "This matter is neither too big nor too small. But if anything goes wrong with the delegates under your watch, you might not be able to handle the consequences." "Huh." Dylan shrugged nonchalantly. "I'm just one insignificant official. After learning from you today, you're my teacher. What's a little blame compared to repaying my teacher?" He suddenly patted Dylan on the shoulder. "Though our job deals with darkness, we should still have our hearts toward the light. You are the Emperor's elite guards, not brutal executioners." With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind a final remark. "I'll wait outside. Hand over the prisoner tomorrow." Dylan watched Reed's back, pondering over his words. When Reed disappeared, he smiled wryly and murmured to himself, "My lord, who wants to be a cockroach in the gutter?" Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, Dylan escorted the prisoners from the Bailey delegation out and watched them get onto the prison wagons. Unable to resist, he asked, "My lord, are you really going to hand them over to the mayor of Jingzhou? Or what?" Reed replied calmly, "Please assign some skilled fighters to hide among the escort." "Skilled fighters?" Dylan was taken aback, but soon seemed to understand. "You think someone might try to rescue the prisoners?" Reed shook his head. "Rescue isn't likely, but an ambush is possible." "Ambush?" Hearing this, Dylan nodded with understanding, bowing respectfully. "My lord, I do have some skills myself. If you permit, I can personally oversee the transfer." Reed glanced at him and nodded. "Then please, Mr. Liu." "Not at all, not at all." Dylan laughed and waved his sleeve. "Everyone, follow me to work." Several internal guards followed him with drawn swords. Reed observed him approvingly. "Dylan may seem odd, but he seems competent enough. Now we'll see if anyone takes the bait. If you dare to come, let's show you who's smarter, the one who wields the knife or the one who uses their brain." On the road, walking beside Reed, Dylan whispered, "My lord, how did you deduce that someone might ambush us? It might not happen, but according to your internal guard rules, can anyone leave here without confessing? That's never. Wait." Dylan suddenly realized, "My lord, you're setting a trap?" "Exactly." Reed nodded. "Since Junior has been released, it means he definitely confessed something, no matter how much. Therefore, his master will try to silence him." Reed nodded again. "So, can you handle it if the top swordsman from Bailey attacks?" "What?" Dylan was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Reed. "My lord, how do you know it's the top swordsman?" "An educated guess." Reed grinned enigmatically. Dylan hesitated for a moment, then said, "Let's prepare crossbows and be cautious on the way." Engaging in a fight with the top swordsman from Bailey would indeed be challenging. However, as an internal guard, we do have ways to handle it. The arrow formation of the internal guard is exceptional. Otherwise, would we let those martial experts do as they please? The group walked down the street, and many people around pointed at the prison wagon. The morning market had opened, and vendors and passers-by filled the streets. Having someone Yajia Chochira, escort prisoners, on the street so early in the morning naturally drew a lot of attention from the public. As the prison wagon reached a corner, suddenly, a puff of white mist burst out from the sky. Dylan immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, cover your mouths and noses, surround the prison wagon, and hold up the shields." Rattle! Instantly, all the internal guards surrounded the prison wagon, forming layers of shields inside and out, protecting the wagon in the center. Suddenly, a person dressed in a black cloak swooped down, lunging straight for the prison wagon. "Archers!" Dylan saw the attacker and was startled. It was really someone coming to intercept. Whoosh whoosh. Intersecting crossbow bolts shot into the air, and the cloaked figure's long saber moved swiftly, deflecting all the arrows. Dylan's face changed, and he commanded, "Continue." Whoosh whoosh. Another round of arrows was shot. By this time, the cloaked figure's strength was nearly depleted, barely landing in front of the prison wagon. Just then, more arrows came flying, forcing the cloaked figure to abandon the attack on the prison wagon and dodge the incoming arrows instead. Dylan seized the opportunity, unsheathed his long saber and said, "Sir, take care of yourself." Speaking, he launched himself forward at lightning speed, slashing fiercely at the cloaked figure. The flash of the blade appeared. While avoiding the incoming arrows, the cloaked figure deflected Dylan's strike at a peculiar angle. Dylan's pupils constricted. This opponent was slightly stronger than him. Indeed, even when he altered his striking momentum, it was still barely parried by the cloaked figure. With a flip, the figure kicked Dylan's blade away and moved towards the prison wagon. Clank clank. Internal guards guarding the side of the prison wagon formed a coordinated defensive position using their shields to engage the cloaked figure. Despite only a few rounds of combat, Even with Dylan's participation, the cloaked figure broke through the guard's encirclement, pressing against one side of the prison wagon and thrusting his saber into it. Humph! A stifled groan came from inside the prison wagon, followed by silence, a sign of death. The cloaked figure looked at the dead man and suddenly his pupils contracted. Damn, I've been tricked. Chapter 58. Oh no. The Chancellor got embarrassed again. Tricked. This was the first thought that crossed the cloaked man's mind. In just this fleeting moment of distraction, Dylan's ornate slash came down like a streak of light. The cloaked man instinctively raised his blade to intercept it, but didn't expect that Dylan's move wasn't over. With a flip of his hand, the downward stroke changed to an upward sweep. Caught off guard, the cloaked man felt the long blade cut across his arm. Humph! A stifled groan escaped the cloaked man's mouth as he kicked off from one of the inner guard's shields and flipped away like a sparrow taking flight, escaping the encirclement. Then, in a flurry of movements, his figure vanished on the rooftops. Dylan wanted to chase after him immediately, but Reed quickly shouted, "Don't pursue the defeated." Dylan paused mid-step and looked at Reed. "My Fred, but they were trying to kill us." "No worries," Reed sneered. "There are more pressing matters at hand. We can settle accounts later. Let's take the traffickers back." They hastily returned to the inner guard's prison. Seeing Reed and company ushering the Bailey captives back into their cells, Junior was startled. "Why you?" Those who had been captured alongside him earlier were taken away by Reed's men while leaving him behind. Still confused about the situation, he never expected them to bring the others back now. One of the captives saw Junior and hurriedly shouted, "Commander, someone tried to kill us on the way." "Kill you?" Junior was taken aback. "Why?" "Why? Obviously, someone doesn't want you alive," Dylan sneered. "Anyone entering our inner guard prison who has nothing to confess, how can they possibly leave? His Excellency knows you haven't told the truth. That's why you were left here alone. Otherwise, do you think you'd still be alive?" At this moment, one of the inner guards dragged a corpse over to Dylan and said, "My Fred, this one's dead already." This was precisely the executed prisoner used to replace Junior. Dylan waved his hand dismissively, and the guard promptly took the body away. Reed then turned to Junior and said, "You should know by now, given your wit, that this corpse is the one that replaced you in the carriage. Someone doesn't want you alive. What do you think about that?" "And no, it's impossible." Junior stepped back 2 paces, seemingly disbelieving. "This cannot be true. There's nothing impossible here. This corpse says it all." Reed said coolly, "You have no more value to them. Are you still planning to keep secrets for them? Huh? How many people do you think could escape from my inner guard and bypass our crossbow array?" You, I. Junior spoke incoherently. Reed's eyes grew cold. "Speak up. Why did Tate order you to create chaos in our capital? How do you know it's him?" Frightened, Junior blurted out these words directly. Reed sneered and looked at Dylan. "Start the interrogation quickly. I imagine we'll receive an imperial edict before long." Tate, nursing his injured arm, returned to the embassy. Archer saw him and was instantly alarmed. "What were you doing?" "Your Excellency, I went to kill Junior." "What?" Archer was shocked. "You fool, this is Daya's capital city. Do you understand the consequences if this gets exposed? Your Excellency, Junior must die. Only his death will allow us to deny any involvement in the embassy killings. With no witnesses, we can claim that Colm bribed our guards to frame Bailey. Is he dead? The Daya people are cunning. They used a convict to replace him. I killed the wrong person?" "What? You even killed the wrong person?" Archer felt numb. He pointed at Tate. Forget it. Just stay here. Don't go anywhere." Waving his hand in dismissal, Archer felt the situation spiraling out of control. After sending Tate away, he turned to the deputy envoy. "Quick, I need to see the deputy envoy of Daya." The deputy envoy, who apparently spent the whole night at the inner guard's prison, investigating this matter. The deputy also seemed helpless. Negotiations had barely begun, yet one of their embassy members was involved in a killing in Daya's capital. It was as if they had slapped the Daya court's face. Daya wasn't exactly welcoming to Bailey to begin with. Now that this incident had occurred, how could the future negotiations proceed? Upon hearing that Reed was investigating, Archer didn't hesitate and directly said, "Then send a message to the Daya Ministry of Rights. I request an audience with Emperor Daya." "This?" The deputy hesitated for a moment, then said, "I will handle it right away." Given the current situation, it was better to proactively ask for forgiveness from Emperor Daya rather than wait for the court to hold them accountable. In the Imperial Palace, Killianing Hall. Another day of the morning court session. Adolf accompanied the civil and military officials in handling state affairs. When no one else had any petitions, Ferdy could not help but step out of the line. "Your Majesty, this minister has a petition to present." "What is your petition, Minister Hicks?" Adolf's authoritative voice came through, though he asked aloud. His heart was clear as a mirror. "Sure enough," Ferdy said, "Your Majesty, I heard that a murder occurred within the capital city yesterday, and the perpetrator has been confirmed without doubt to be from the Bailey envoy. Although the victim was merely a lowly woman, she is still a citizen of our great Lucas. I ask your Majesty to issue an edict to apprehend the Bailey envoy for punishment." "I concur." A civil official jumped up. "Your Majesty, the Bailey envoy disregarded our great Lucas laws and dared to commit murder within our capital. This act disregards our dynasty's dignity and publicly challenges the Emperor's authority. I believe we should not only punish the Bailey envoy but also order our border troops to declare war on Bailey." "Yes, Your Majesty. As the saying goes, if the ruler is insulted, his ministers must die. Such audacity from Bailey, not taking us great Lucas seriously, fills us with sorrow. Please, Your Majesty, punish the Bailey envoy." Ferdy watched as a group of sycophants chimed in to back him up, a slight smile playing on his lips. Then he became serious. "Your Majesty, this minister once said that Bailey harbors wolfish ambitions. Now, they dare to draw their weapons right under our Emperor's nose. I think it best to seize them for punishment and join forces with Colm to jointly attack Bailey." Adolf gave him a blank look. then turned his gaze to the other side. Dag, I am here, father. You are the chief host for the envoy. What are your thoughts on this matter? Father, I believe we need to wait for the outcome before discussing further. The Dag respectfully replied, yesterday when the incident occurred, Deputy Envoy Reed immediately went to the inner guard prison to handle the matter. I believe we should summon him for questioning. Your Highness. Ferdy's expression turned cold. This matter is already nailed down. Dozens of people witnessed the crime committed by the Bailey envoy firsthand. Why would there be any need for investigation? Prime Minister Hicks. Matters of diplomacy between two nations cannot be taken lightly. The Dag smiled slightly and then bowed to Adolf. Father, I propose summoning Secretary Balthazar Reed to the hall for questioning. Adolf remained silent for a moment, then finally said, granted. Chapter 59. Fred Claude, are you our spy placed beside the Chancellor? Ferdy's expression darkened slightly. In his view, Adolf's actions seemed somewhat targeted. At this moment, someone suddenly stood up and said, Your Majesty, Envoy Griffin from Bailey requests an audience. What for? Adolf lifted his eyes slightly. The person replied, It concerns the murder case within the delegation. He wishes to report it in person. Denied. Adolf waved his hand. The civil official bowed and retreated to his rank. On the other side, Reed followed a palace attendant to the hall's entrance, coming face to face with Griffin. Griffin also saw Reed, stepping forward 2 paces. Deputy Envoy Gu. Minister Bai, your Bailey delegation has put me in a very difficult position. In our capital, under the Emperor's feet, a murder occurred. How outrageous is that? This, Deputy Envoy Gu, I was unaware of this matter. There must be some misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Reed widened his eyes. Minister Bai, the killer has confessed and the body is in the internal guard's morgue. You're telling me this is a misunderstanding? Deputy Envoy Gu. This, Sai. We hope Deputy Envoy Gu can speak well on our behalf. Griffin knew they were at fault here. No matter the circumstances, the murderer was from their delegation. Reed pursed his lips, finally sighing helplessly. Minister Bai, our dynasty already harbors deep resentment toward Bailey. Now this incident occurs. The relations between our two dynasties are, Sai, so difficult. Reed shook his head, as if giving up on them. This, as Griffin was about to say something, a voice rang out from inside the hall. Proclaim, Scholar Official Reed of the Hanlon Academy, Secretary, enter the hall. Minister Bai, Christian summons me. I won't keep you company. Reed hastily bowed and walked towards the great hall. Griffin watched him leave, then flung his sleeves in frustration. Sigh. Reed slowly entered the hall and immediately prostrated himself. This minister, Scholar Official of the Hanlon Academy, Secretary Reed, pays respect to your majesty. I am well. Adolf lifted his eyes slightly and said, Scholar Gu, a murder occurred in the capital yesterday involving Bailey's delegation. Dag mentioned you handled it overnight. Do we have any results yet? Your majesty, the killer is indeed from Bailey's guard, Jr. He has confessed without hesitation. Oh, since the investigation is clear, let's enforce the law. Adolf remained calm, not showing much emotion. However, Ferdy hurriedly stepped forward. Your majesty, now that the facts are clear and the culprit has confessed, I believe we should arrest the Bailey delegation directly. Adolf nodded and looked at Reed. Scholar Gu, since the culprit has confessed, transfer the case to the competent authority for handling. Your majesty, I think this isn't proper. Reed immediately objected. Humph. Ferdy sneered. Since he has confessed, what's improper? Is it possible that Scholar Gu received bribes and is pleading for leniency? His words prompted immediate reactions. Someone stood up and said, Your Majesty, Minister Claude accuses Secretary Reed of accepting bribes from the Bailey and Lua delegations, suspected of favoritism. I request your Majesty to revoke his position as Deputy Envoy and hold him accountable. Reed turned around and looked at the man. May I ask for this official's name? I am Claude. Claude said proudly. Don't try to get close to me. I disdain associating with such corrupt officials. Reed's lips twitched. I guess you misunderstand. I dare not associate with you either, sir. You. Claude pointed at Reed, wanting to argue. But Ferdy's face turned black. How disrespectful. One cannot jest in the Imperial Hall. Reed immediately turned to look at Adolf. Your Majesty, thanks to the court's grace, both the Bailey and Lua delegations did give me gifts. However, I reported it to Dag long ago. He has taken care of it. Dag quickly supported him. Father, Scholar Gu did inform me and provided a list of gifts. Adolf said expressionlessly. If so, let the Dag handle it. Your Majesty, although this was reported to Dag, if some items were withheld secretly, it's not impossible. I suggest a thorough investigation. Indeed, admirably imaginative, this sleazy official had a point. Reed did withhold some items, but those were ginseng given by the Dag. Reed chuckled lightly. Is Fred Claude here today to attack my intentions? If someone like me who turns in gifts is still accused, I wonder why Fred Claude does not accuse the Chancellor? According to my knowledge, the Bryson of Bailey specially visited the Chancellor's residence and brought several carriages of gifts. All officials turned their gazes towards Reed, looking at him with astonishment. Sir Hicks, is this true? Adolf did not miss this opportunity, asking directly. Ferdy gave Reed a hateful glance, then stared at Claude, seemingly blaming him for causing trouble. Only then did he turn his head to look at Adolf. Your Majesty, the Bryson of Bailey did indeed visit my residence as a guest, but what he brought were just some local specialties. Oh, then I don't understand. If even what was sent to the Chancellor's residence are local specialties, how could a lowly 6th-rank official like me become one who embezzles and perverts the law? Your Majesty, Reed clasped his hands and said, using Fred Claude's words, whether they are local specialties, all depends on Chancellor Hicks's say-so. For a prince to visit with a few local specialties seems quite disrespectful, doesn't it? Everyone immediately looked at Ferdy. After all, Ferdy clearly supported Liyue. If the Bryson of Bailey only sent local specialties, it might not be enough, right? Claude realized his mistake now. It seemed his attempt to flatter had backfired, even implicating his superior. He immediately tried to remedy the situation, pointing at Reed and angrily scolding, "Who is Chancellor Hicks? How can you defame him?" "Oh." Reed smiled. "Doesn't it mean that in Fred Claude's eyes, whether one is corrupt depends on their rank and power? The lower the rank, the more corrupt? You're talking nonsense." "Enough. Bickering like this during the court meeting is completely out of line." Adolphe glanced displeasingly at Claude. "Without concrete evidence, how can you make baseless speculations about your colleagues? You lose half a year's salary." "Claude." Reed immediately grinned. "Your Majesty is wise. Don't grin foolishly either. Answer properly." Adolphe glared at Reed. Reed promptly said, "Your Majesty, I believe arresting the Bailey delegation is not appropriate." Chapter 60, a 3-day deadline. Reed, you still deny receiving any benefits? Claude couldn't hold back. He pointed at Reed and shouted angrily, "You admitted that the Bailey delegation killed our citizens? Yet here in this hall, you openly shelter the Bailey delegation. This is corruption." The corner of Reed's mouth twitched. He didn't even bother to raise his eyes to look at Fred Claude and said directly, "Your Majesty, I interrogated Junior all night long. He confessed without reservation. I was thinking since the case had been clarified, it should be handed over to the Metropolitan Magistrate for handling. But during the transfer process of the human traffickers, killers suddenly appeared, attempting to silence the criminals. Fortunately, with the protection of the internal guard, the killers did not succeed." "What?" Hearing this, the court officials were immediately in an uproar. The killing by the Bailey delegation in the capital was already a big scandal, and now there were killers trying to silence the suspects during their transfer. Adolphe asked angrily when he heard it, "There was such an event?" "That's exactly right, Your Majesty. A simple murder case has caused experts to take action who can't even be stopped by the internal guard. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, I brought the prisoners back to the dungeon of the Internal Guard Bureau. I haven't had time to interrogate them yet because of your imperial summons." "Your Majesty, I believe this must have been carried out by Bailey. In that case, we should seize them all at once." Ferdy did not let go of any opportunity and directly accused Bailey of sending the killers. Although his thoughts were similar to Reed's, the Chancellor knew less about the inside story. Reed said expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, it's too ridiculous to directly seize the Bailey delegation." Ferdy felt angry inside. "Ridiculous? I am a respected Chancellor of a country. How could you describe me as ridiculous?" Adolphe asked bluntly, "Since you think it's too ridiculous, what do you propose then?" "Ferdy." Reed replied calmly, "Your Majesty, Bailey came here for an alliance, not to provoke our great Lucas. Although the Bailey delegation is suspected in this matter, it has not been investigated thoroughly yet. Directly arresting a foreign delegation would be disrespectful. Besides, foreign affairs are no trifles. If we don't handle this case fairly, the vassal states who pay tribute to us may feel threatened if they think this is how we handle cases. Our reputation will suffer if we follow Chancellor Hicks's advice." This makes some sense indeed." Adolphe nodded and then said, "However, Chancellor Hicks's suggestion comes from good intentions, so we cannot just dismiss it." "I admit my fault." Reed acknowledged respectfully but insincerely and then turned to Ferdy, saying, "They say a chancellor's heart can hold ships. Chancellor Hicks must disdain quarreling with an official like me, right?" "Humph." Ferdy snorted coldly in displeasure and then said to Adolphe, "Your Majesty, if so, the truth must be revealed as soon as possible. Since Secretary Gu lacks experience, wouldn't it be better to hand the case over to the relevant departments? Why don't you just say to the Metropolitan Magistrate directly?" Reed cursed inwardly. Being the Prime Minister of a nation, whether it's the Metropolitan Magistrate, the Ministry of Punishments, or the Grand Council of Justice, Ferdy has disciples everywhere in these investigative departments. How could Reed let him meddle? "Your Majesty, the procedures of the departments are complicated. Considering the ongoing negotiations, a simpler procedure might be more appropriate." Reed bowed and said, 3 days, only 3 days. I'll present the answer to you within 3 days. 3 days? The court was immediately astonished as they looked at Reed. This newly crowned Zhongyuan, top scholar, seemed to be quite headstrong. It wasn't enough that he confronted the current chancellor on his first day in court. Now he dared to boast that he could solve the case in 3 days? The crown prince gave Reed a concerned look and then said to Adolphe, "Father, I think this matter requires swift resolution, Dag. No need for further discussion." Adolphe interrupted the crown prince and then looked at Reed, asking, "Minister Gu, are 3 days enough?" "Your Majesty, there is no jest before a sovereign. 3 days are enough." Reed replied respectfully, "Very well, then let it be 3 days." Adolphe waved his hand and then glanced at Claude, saying, "Claude, 6 more months of salary deduction." Claude froze. What does this have to do with me? Am I blocking your view standing here? 6 months isn't enough, and now another 6? Isn't this year's salary gone? Claude looked at Adolphe, feeling deeply wronged as a worker. Chortle. Reed almost laughed out loud. Just now, when Adolphe dismissed the allegations of corruption, this guy jumped up. Now he got himself another 6 months of punishment. These past few days, he learned that being deducted half a year's salary was due to this old man's doing. Now, haha. After assigning the investigation of the killing incident to Reed, Adolphe dismissed him. Reed exited the main hall, intending to head to the Imperial study to wait. When Griffin approached, Deputy Envoy Gu, Troy Darun, with the suspects being assassinated in broad daylight, Christian has given me 3 days to solve this case. Otherwise, Reed glanced at him and sighed, Junior and others will be beheaded, and all members of the Bailey delegation will be detained? What? Griffin was taken aback. How can that be? This incident has nothing to do with our delegation. Nothing to do with it? Reed replied impatiently. Are you confused or am I stupid? Junior. He's from your guard, holding the rank of commandant. Do you think this has nothing to do with Bailey? Griffin anxiously said, there are many doubts about this matter. We came here to form an alliance. Why would we provoke trouble in Great Lucas? Do your intentions matter? What matters is that Junior is one of yours, and the assassination on the street. My colleagues believe it's just a cover-up by your Bailey delegation. Moreover, Junior has already confessed. Reed sighed, I've tried my best to navigate this situation, but even then, I only managed to secure a 3-day deadline. Within these 3 days, I'll try my best to investigate. If no results come out, may you find peace on your own. With that, he shook his head and walked straight toward the direction of the Imperial study. Griffin looked at Reed's departing figure, then turned back to look at Killianing Hall, and finally returned to the delegation's inn with a worried expression. The deputy envoy, seeing his dejected state, immediately asked with concern, Fred Chancellor, did things not go well? Griffin shook his head. We didn't even get to see Adolf. How are we supposed to deal with this? The deputy envoy cried out in distress. Griffin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Have you checked if Junior had any contact with anyone during these few days? He has been checked. There were no contacts with any suspicious individuals. Fred Chancellor, we have no clues at all. If Great Lucas insists that it's our doing, we're in big trouble, Sci. Adolf has given us only 3 days. If within these 3 days, we cannot prove that this incident is unrelated to Bailey, the blame will fall entirely on us. What? The deputy envoy became as anxious as ants on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the room. Suddenly, he stopped. Fred Chancellor, there is one plan that might solve this. Chapter 61 victory is within reach, but it's not enough yet. Floyd, upon hearing this, remained unusually calm and said, Your plan wouldn't be to agree to the Great Lucas's demands, would it? The deputy envoy was taken aback. Would you, Fred Chancellor, entertain such an idea too? 3 days may not be enough to ascertain the truth of the matter. Even if we get to the bottom of it, what difference does it make? The person died at Junior's hands. Even if there were indeed conspiracies involved, the Great Lucas will still have a reason to expel us. Floyd sighed and said, Moreover, the 10 states are too many. Christian might not agree either. My Fred Chancellor, how many states should we promise then? 2 states. Floyd said, What the Great Lucas really wants is a place that can provide war horses. 2 states are neither too few nor too many. It can satisfy the Great Lucas, while also preventing them from developing too fast. In fact, on his way back, he had already figured out this condition. Even without the incident with Junior, if the Great Lucas did not see any tangible benefits, they would probably not agree to an alliance with them. He initially thought that giving up one state was sufficient, but with the issue of Junior now, they have no choice but to make another concession. At first, he suspected both the Great Lucas and Bailey, but after viewing Ainsworth's assassination attempt, it completely eliminated his suspicions about the Great Lucas and instead made him suspect Bailey. However, according to his understanding, from the conflict until the point where Junior killed someone, Bailey merely incited Junior verbally. Such matters would happen even without significant negotiations. Due to their stances, it couldn't be avoided. Therefore, he doubted whether Reed could uncover the truth in 3 days. In the Imperial study, Reed waited for about half an hour, and finally, Adolf finished his court session. Seeing Reed sitting properly at his assigned position, a smile appeared on his face. Are you waiting for me? Reed was busy with official duties and suddenly heard a voice. He jumped up instantly. This subject, Reed. Enough. Just tell me what you came for. Adolf waved his hand and directly interrupted Reed's bow. Reed smiled. Your Majesty, the opportunity has arrived. Aha. Adolf nodded. I knew it. You asked for only 3 days because you're planning to make Bailey concede, aren't you? It's not just that, Your Majesty. Reed took out a manuscript from his chest and presented it to Adolf with both hands. With this confession, Your Majesty, we might gain more than expected. Oh. Adolf immediately took over the manuscript and started reading it, asking questions as he read. Is this the murderer's confession? Indeed. Reed said with a smile. Adolf turned page by page, becoming increasingly startled and breathing more rapidly. After a while, he exclaimed joyfully, I didn't expect that just a guard commander of Bailey could reveal so much information. I congratulate Your Majesty. Reed smiled. That view Ainsworth is Balthazar Hunt's guest, yet he hinted at Junior causing trouble, which seems problematic. Do you suspect that there's something wrong with Hunt? Adolf recalled Reed's previous retrieval of military reports from Bailey and quickly connected the dots. If that general isn't problematic, how else would the battles in Bailey end up like this? Reed smiled. Your Majesty, please allow me to seal off all key routes in the capital area with the inner guard, loosely outside but tightly inside, intercepting all intelligence passing to the north. Give me your reasons. Before Bailey concedes, I need to ensure no news gets through to the north, avoiding leaks that could lead Hunt to act prematurely. Granted. Adolf understood Reed's intentions without hesitation. If Colm passed messages to Hunt at this time, even if the negotiations succeeded, Bailey would fall into internal strife and external troubles. Without Bailey as a buffer, the Great Lucas would face Colm directly, and the northern border wouldn't be peaceful anymore. Adolf returned the confession to Reed, saying, You've done well. You don't need to come to the palace these few days. Focus on the negotiation. Subject obeys the edict. Hastily leaving the Imperial study, he encountered members of the Bailey delegation right outside the palace, who said that Floyd wanted to meet him to discuss an alliance between the two countries. Upon hearing this, Reed's eyes lit up sharply, but he spoke as if he wasn't anxious at all. This official just finished duty today, and I'm very hungry. Let's have lunch first before going. Sir, my Fred Chancellor knows you're busy, so he has prepared a feast awaiting your honor. Well, Reed pretended to hesitate. The person immediately clasped his hands. Fredgu, my Fred Chancellor orders that we must invite you. Reed feigned consideration for a moment and said, Lead the way then. The carriage is ready. Please follow me, sir. Reed nodded and then boarded the carriage of the Bailey delegation. Before long, he arrived at the inn where the Bailey delegation was staying. Floyd was waiting anxiously. Upon seeing Reed arrive, he immediately smiled and welcomed him. Deputy Envoy Gu's visit truly adds glory to this humble place. Minister Brett is too courteous. Reed replied with a smile. How could I not come when invited by your excellency? Haha, Please, Deputy Envoy Gu, join us at the table. Floyd smiled, then signaled to the others, who immediately bowed and exited the room. Today's invitation for Deputy Envoy Gu is partly to enjoy a few cups of wine together, and also, Floyd continued, to discuss the alliance between our two countries in detail. Speaking of which, Minister Brett, if there's business to attend to, let's skip the drinks today and talk about official matters instead. Reed smiled. You know, these are sensitive times. The gifts you previously sent already got me impeached by several court ministers. If I accept your wine today, I might as well jump into the Li River and still not be able to wash away the accusations. The Li River is a long river within the territory of Bailey. Hearing Reed's jest, Floyd laughed and said, I assure you that my invitation today comes with something substantial to silence the imperial censors of Great Lucas. Oh. Reed feigned confusion. Is Minister Brett willing to return the 10 northern prefectures? Deputy Envoy Gu jokes. Floyd replied awkwardly. What Deputy Envoy Gu mentioned earlier made some sense. After much thought, I have decided to cede Yunzhou as a gesture of goodwill between our two nations. Just Yunzhou? Reed paused mid-action, staring at the smiling Floyd. He suddenly put on a serious face and placed his chopsticks down with a clack. Minister Brett, aside from making Bailey vulnerable to attacks from both sides due to our alliance with Colm, does Great Lucas's dignity not even amount to one prefecture? He pretended to be furious, picked up the wine cup, drained it in one gulp, and said angrily, Our capital of Great Lucas, under the feet of our emperor. A foreigner comes and kills our people with a sword. If we don't get an explanation, what remains of Great Lucas's dignity? For 20 years since the founding of Great Lucas, our capital has been attacked now. What remains of our emperor's honor? 10 prefectures. It must be 10 prefectures, not an inch less. Chapter 62. The threat to Bailey and Yale's inner anguish. Yale, watching Reed's performance, couldn't help but feel irked. He said, Deputy Envoy Gu, ceding one province is already the greatest concession within my authority. He didn't bother telling Reed that the killings by Junior were not their concern. Sensible people didn't need such meaningless talk. Reed shrugged his hands. Fred Baidu, with all due respect, if you merely return one province, it would be unacceptable. As the saying goes, a ruler's disgrace means a minister's death. If the face of our great summer emperor can only be restored by one province, the countless citizens of our country would never agree. If it were just for one province, I believe the soldiers guarding the borders of our great summer would rather die fighting against Bailey than see our country humiliated like this. Yale, after being lectured, lost his appetite. He asked silently, Deputy Envoy Gu, frankly speaking, 10 provinces are absolutely out of question. Even if we face attacks from both sides, our dynasty might still stand firm. This alliance is merely to avoid large-scale warfare. If we really concede 10 provinces, Yale would not only face your great summer's prisons, but also have to apologize with my death upon returning to my court. Why should I sign such a humiliating treaty that disgraces the army and the nation? Reed was silent. After some thought, he said, I don't ask for 10 provinces. At least 7 should be returned. Yale was speechless. Didn't you insist on every inch of land? How come you're now giving up 3 provinces? He replied, 7 is too much. Only 2 provinces can be given. Whoosh. Reed stood up and said, since Fred Baidu has no sincerity, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Yale's attempt to retain him, he left. After leaving the inn, Reed went straight home. Touching his stomach, he realized he hadn't eaten properly due to the performance earlier. Now being in martial practice, he often felt hungry without eating for a meal. Quickly entering his room, he saw an empty table. Laodanis, what are you doing? Grumbling slightly, he walked towards the kitchen while shouting, I'm famished. When will the food be ready? Hey! Upon reaching the kitchen, he found it deserted. Where did Laodanis go? Reed frowned. Normally at this time, Laodanis would be at home. Especially these days when he didn't have duties at the Hanlon Academy, Laodanis always prepared lunch for him. Leaving the kitchen, he pondered and then knocked on Laurie's door. Laurie opened the door suspiciously. What do you want? Yesterday, Reed didn't return until morning, so she knew about last night's events then, thinking he came looking for her help as he had been busy all night. But instead, Reed asked, have you seen Laodanis? Laodanis? Laurie felt a slight unease. Yesterday, seeing Reed didn't return, she subtly probed Laodanis for information. Now hearing Reed asking, she assumed Laodanis mentioned something. She nervously replied, this morning, Laodanis went out to buy vegetables. Isn't he home yet? Reed shook his head, unaware of Laurie's discomfort. Not getting an answer, Reed frowned again. Laurie added, maybe he got delayed with something. Perhaps he'll be back soon. All right. Reed nodded and left. For some reason, he suddenly felt uneasy. As Laurie said, Laodanis went out early to buy groceries and should have returned by now. The old man had no ties or acquaintances in the capital, and normally wouldn't stay outside, let alone all morning. Walking in the courtyard silently, he hesitated whether to ask Laurie for help, which might seem overreacting. The internal guard was the Emperor's own force. Though they cooperated recently, it was only for the mission. Asking them to find Laodanis would probably let the Emperor know by tomorrow. Moreover, his relationship with Laurie was only ordinary. Thinking for a moment, he went to the kitchen and prepared some food. Standing in the yard, Laurie watched Reed busily working in the kitchen. She considered for a while and suggested, shall I ask my colleagues to help look for him? These past few days, staying at Reed's house, she knew the relationship between them seemed more like family despite being master and servant. Although puzzled why a master would eat with a servant, it showed Laodanis's importance to Reed. Hearing this, Reed turned around. Is that appropriate? It's just a simple inquiry from colleagues, nothing serious. Laurie smiled faintly, and it had an almost mesmerizing beauty like the blooming of a snow lotus. Reed momentarily lost himself in it, then he quickly regained his composure and said, if so, thank you very much. Laurie simply shook her head and left. After she was gone, Although Reed still felt some worry, he was somewhat relieved. With the help of the internal guard, he believed they would find Lauadonis soon. Reed prepared the meal and ate it simply. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. He thought for a moment, deciding to go back to rest for a while. While Reed was sound asleep at home, the peace wasn't the same for the embassies of Bailey and Liyue. Since Reed left, Yale had been showing signs of deep concern. In 3 days, they might face imprisonment, which could lead to Bailey being caught between two fronts. Prime Minister, it seems that Great Summer wants more. The deputy envoy also wore a worried expression. They wanting more is expected, Yale said calmly. To be fair, if not considering the future threat Liyue posed to Great Summer, an alliance between Great Summer and Liyue could bring more benefits. Liyue's military was strong, but so was Great Summer's. But due to the northern border defense line having flaws and lacking large-scale cavalry capable of dominating the north, it was difficult to gain a favorable position. If they were to reclaim the northern territory by war and reorganize the northern defenses, maybe only then would Great Summer have a chance to take the 10 provinces of Yun once dominated by Bailey after it faced political decline. However, Bailey hadn't reached that point yet. Its national strength was still robust. 2 of the world's 3 most famous generals served under Bailey. This was Bailey's confidence. He was well aware of these facts, but they weren't suitable to speak out. The deputy envoy understood as soon as he heard this. He sighed deeply, thinking Yale was likely preparing to concede again. He asked, Prime Minister, at this point, how many provinces do we plan to give to Great Summer? How many? Yale looked northward, feeling an indescribable bitterness. Chapter 63. Colm plays tricks again. Reed's overwhelming killing intent. At the Colm delegation inn, it was still that same room. The black-cloaked figure stood in the dim corner, Chris's voice tinged with some anger. Is Floyd really planning to cede more territory? Yes. The Great Lucas Empire only gave 3 days' time. To appease the Great Lucas's wrath, Floyd is preparing to cede territory. No way. We absolutely cannot let them succeed. Chris waved his sleeve, his eyes looking at the cloaked person with a sinister gaze. Since the situation has reversed, it's now your turn to act directly. Me. Hearing this, the cloaked figure was stunned. Your Highness Bryson, are you asking me to kill Floyd? No. Chris sneered, uttering 2 words that were rich with meaning. Kill me? Your Highness, how can this be done? The cloaked figure was greatly alarmed. Chris speechlessly replied, I want you to stage an assassination, not actually carry it out. It's a performance, do you understand? If something happens to Floyd and the Great Lucas, although this might cause the Great Lucas and Bailey to confront each other, given Floyd's attitude, Bailey might endure the humiliation and point the finger at our Colm. But if I, this prince, am targeted by an assassin, the blame will certainly be directed towards Bailey. With Bailey currently embroiled in murder cases, any further radical actions would seem plausible. Most importantly, the Great Lucas surely wouldn't suspect Chris sending assassins to target himself, right? Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure immediately said, I understand. Tonight, I'll make quite a scene. No. Chris said, tomorrow, this prince will invite Reed from the Great Lucas to the inn. At that time, you can seize the opportunity to attempt the assassination. Got it. Understood. When Reed woke up, the sky had already darkened, but Humbert still hadn't returned. That sense of foreboding grew stronger in his heart. Just as he was about to step out to look for him, he stopped mid-step. He wasn't sure where to even begin his search. Sitting down at a stone table in the courtyard, he sat silently. After an unknown period of time, the main gate of the courtyard suddenly opened, and Reed looked up. Old, it's you. It turned out to be Ember returning. Disappointment flashed across his face as he sat down again. Ember came over silently. I asked a few colleagues, but none knew where Humbert went. Reed's eyes instantly dulled upon hearing this. I see. He waved his hand, signaling that he needed to be alone. Ember looked at him with a slightly complex expression before silently returning to her own quarters. By nightfall, Reed got up somewhat dispiritedly. Since crossing over, though an underlying threat always lurked, with the Emperor as a backing, things had been relatively smooth. But today, without Humbert around, he suddenly realized he didn't have anyone reliable on his side. Looking up at the stars, he felt like a grain of sand in the vast sea. Within this sprawling capital city, taking off his official robe, he seemed like nothing at all. Feeling melancholic, he walked to the front gate and slowly pulled it open. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. Rushing forward a few steps, he saw someone moving weakly on the ground, inching toward his house, leaving a long trail of blood. Humbert. Flipping Humbert over, Reed saw countless injuries covering his body. Both legs were visibly deformed, with fresh blood still trickling from the wounds. Hearing Reed's voice, Humbert's facial muscles twitched, indicating immense pain, yet his eyes showed a certain resignation. As he opened his mouth, a clump of blood gushed out. Reed's pupils shrank, an indescribable agony surging in his heart, followed by intense dizziness. With an incredibly suppressed yet furious voice, he shouted, Who did this? Who did this to you? Humbert had been cruelly torn apart to the extent that his tongue had been ripped out. You tell me who it is. Gah, gah. Humbert only reached out, trying to grab Reed's sleeve, unable to speak coherently, spouting more blood, staining Reed's hands and sleeves red. His hands were broken into various shapes, twisted violently. Don't talk, don't talk. I'll take you to a doctor. Just hold on, it won't hurt in a bit. With a trembling voice laced with crying, he lifted Humbert and dashed through the alleyways. Gah, gah. Humbert, don't talk. I'm taking you to the doctor. Humbert whimpered, attempting to wipe away Reed's tears, but his strength seemed depleted, one arm dropping weakly. Seeing this, Reed sped up, shouting, Humbert, stay awake. Please don't fall asleep. Soon, he arrived at a clinic. Doctor, please come out quickly. Reed rushed into the clinic, and upon seeing the blood-soaked Humbert in his arms, the old doctor's face changed immediately. Quick, put him down. Without hesitation, the old doctor guided Reed to a small wooden bed. Just as he reached out to grab Humbert's wrist, He saw the mangled fingers twisted into various shapes and couldn't help frowning. In just 2 breaths, the doctor turned around. Young master, he's already gone. What? Reed couldn't help but take 2 steps back, stumbling slightly as if about to fall. No, it can't be. Reed dashed forward, grabbing the doctor's arms. How could that be? How could it be? Doctor, you're lying, right? Don't worry, I have money, I have life-saving medicine. I'll go get it right away. Young master. The old doctor held him back. It's too late. His blood is all drained out. What? Reed, disbelieving, turned his head toward Humbert. How is that possible? Young master, with all due respect, the person you brought in seems to have been subjected to severe torture. In my lifetime of practicing medicine, I've never seen such cruel methods. Alas. The old doctor shook his head with a sigh. Torture? Reed murmured these words, then suddenly realized, that doesn't make sense. He was just a servant, timid and cowardly. What could have made anyone do such cruel things to him? The old doctor shook his head again. From what he observed, Humbert had countless large and small wounds on his body, as if he had been brutally tortured to death. Young master, prepare for the funeral. Let him rest in peace. Really nothing can be done? Reed asked in a dazed manner. The old doctor sighed and nodded helplessly before slowly retreating behind the screen, leaving space for Reed to say goodbye to Humbert. Humbert. Reed felt somewhat lost, memories of the past few months and the previous 20 years intertwining in his mind. He had laughed at Humbert's timidity, laughed at how he liked peeking at widows, laughed at him. He had promised to let Humbert live comfortably in his old age, that none of this master-servant stuff mattered, that he would take care of him. But yesterday, everything was fine, and today, he was gone. Humbert. I promise you, no matter who did this, I will repay them 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I swear. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of killing intent flared up in Reed's eyes. Chapter 64 Revenge. Dylan defects to Reed. Reed carried Humbert, walking down the deserted street, wandering aimlessly. Before long he arrived home. He walked through the main gate, and Lori was standing at the entrance. Seeing Reed covered in blood, carrying the bloody Humbert, her expression changed. What happened? Humbert. Reed glanced at her indifferently, his eyes devoid of emotion. Even Lori, as an internal guard, involuntarily shut her mouth. Reed slowly walked towards the inner room, while Lori stood there dumbfounded. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Help me with something. Send for the head of internal guard's prison department, Dylan. With that, he lifted his foot and entered the house directly. Lori opened her mouth, but no words came out. Though Reed said it as a request, his tone left no room for doubt, even more terrifying than facing Birch. Looking at Reed's back, she sighed softly and turned to leave. Reed entered the house, laid Humbert on the bed, and sat silently by his side, watching him. He didn't speak, nor did he weep, but the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Unsure how much time passed, he heard footsteps approaching. Lori brought Dylan inside, followed by 2 guards from the internal prison. Sir. Upon entering, Dylan caught a strong scent of blood. Assuming something had happened to Reed, he called out concernedly. Reed turned his head. Please, Master Liu, take a look at my old servant Humbert. Please wait, sir. Dylan responded, and gestured to the 2 men behind him. They immediately fetched a wooden chest. Seeing this, Lori quietly left the room. Dylan approached Humbert, frowning slightly at the mangled body. The other 2 began working immediately, leaving Reed sitting calmly aside. About the time of a stick of incense burning, Dylan approached Reed. Sir? Is it done? Yes. After a brief silence, Dylan then said solemnly, Sir, I wonder if I could ask who this person is to you. He was my Rolandly servant. Elderly servant? Dylan frowned, seemingly puzzled. He looked at Reed and said, This Rolandly servant of yours suffered unimaginably cruel torture before death. His legs were forcibly broken, his fingers twisted one by one. There are over 30 cuts, lashes, burns all over his body. It's clear he was tortured to death. Snap. The hand on the armrest clenched tightly, breaking the wooden rest. Yet Reed's face remained expressionless. He glanced at Dylan and asked, And what else? Anyone who employs such cruel methods must be trying to extract information from the victim. But as you said, he was just an Rolandly servant, harboring no secrets. Moreover, not only were his fingers broken, his tongue was also forcibly removed. So, either the torturer has already gotten what they wanted, or... Dylan hesitated. Reed raised an eyebrow. Or what? To vent anger. Dylan muttered the 2 words, then looked at Reed. In my opinion, the latter possibility is greater. Vent anger. Reed repeated these 2 words under his breath. Thinking of Ferdy, the Gu family, and even the diplomatic missions of both countries, he closed his eyes sorrowfully. Can you think about who you might have offended recently? Dylan reminded gently. Though he knew Reed only briefly, understanding him somewhat over the past 2 days, he didn't believe Reed could hide any secrets. Thus, the answer was simple. Offended someone? Such incidents weren't uncommon in the capital. Some violent nobles loved using this method. In his view, these people targeted Humbert to warn Reed. Reed nodded silently. Troubling Brother Liu today. Once everything at home is settled, I'll invite you for a drink. Since you have urgent matters, I won't disturb further. Dylan was quite perceptive, realizing Reed wanted to be alone, and bid farewell. Reed nodded, softly saying, I won't see you out. The 3 bowed to Reed and left. Once they were gone, Reed discarded the broken armrest, wiped his eyes, fetched hot water, and silently washed Humbert. Once everything was in order, looking at the peaceful Humbert, when you arrive below, tell my mother I am well. And, these 20 years, you have taken good care of me. Having not slept all night, early the next morning, Reed prepared to leave. But before he could get up, he saw Dylan leading a few people, bringing items for funeral arrangements and a coffin. Liu brother. I thought the Da run might be busy, so I took the liberty to prepare some things on your behalf. Please do not take offense. Dylan said quietly as he approached Reed. Reed looked at the items provided and gave a respectful bow to Dylan and his men. I thank you all for your kindness. Sir, please don't be so formal. Dylan quickly supported Reed, then turned to the others and said, everyone, let's help set things up today. Saying this, he also joined in the preparations. With Dylan's help, Reed dressed Humbert in his final attire. White sails were hung inside and outside the courtyard. He silently lit a stick of incense for Humbert and then turned to Dylan beside him. There is something I must ask of you. Before he finished speaking, he saw Dylan pull out a folded piece of paper from his robe, handing it to Reed. Reed accepted it and immediately looked up at Dylan. Dylan quietly said, after returning yesterday, I thought the Da run would need this, so I worked overnight with colleagues to arrange it. Reed narrowed his eyes and asked, why are you doing this, Lou brother? The Da run carries great responsibilities. The internal guard's full cooperation is by the order of Hartley. This is merely a personal matter. The appearance of such heinous crimes in the capital falls under the jurisdiction of the internal guard. I am only a minor official of the 6th rank. Isn't Lou brother afraid? I am just a mere supervisor. Likely no one will care. Besides, he smiled lightly and said, I acted discreetly and trusted only a few reliable subordinates to handle this personally. Reed nodded silently, then looked up at Dylan. Have you considered that all your efforts may not yield what you desire from me? I haven't expected anything in return from the Da run. Dylan smiled lightly and said, we live in the gutters where others regard us as pests, but the Da run treats us like humans. Reed silently met Dylan's gaze, who did not flinch, staring directly into Reed's eyes. After a moment, Reed waved the paper in his hand and said, regardless of whether what is written here is true or false, I owe you for your help today. Dylan laughed easily and said, if you want to thank us, invite us brothers for a drink. Chapter 65. A battle of wits and strength. Jody pretends to relent. Dylan offered a meal in return, but Reed wouldn't really dismiss him with just a meal. Moreover, putting aside Dylan's well-organized way of handling things, which clearly demonstrated his capability, if such a person could be recruited under his command, he would have an able assistant on hand. Although Dylan belonged to the Inner Guard Bureau, given Reed's current position, it wasn't difficult to transfer someone. Dylan was more adept than Laurie for his needs. Most importantly, Dylan seemed willing to pledge allegiance. Even though Reed didn't yet know Dylan's exact intentions, he urgently needed someone trustworthy at this time. Other issues could be handled gradually. The news of Reed mourning in his household instantly alarmed everyone who was keeping tabs on him, including the DAG, who sent envoys to inquire out of concern for delays in the envoy mission. Mourning for a servant truly stunned everyone. Initially, officials allied with Ferdy intended to take advantage of Reed's mourning to relieve him of his duties as deputy envoy, but upon hearing it was only for a servant, they lost interest instantly. If this person had any relation to Reed, they would have had leverage. However, being just a servant left many intending to undermine Reed feeling frustrated. For the entire morning, apart from Dylan and a few comrades, no one else visited, not even those with amicable ties to Reed. Adonis Lau, after all, was merely a servant. Reed stood silently all morning, continuously analyzing the intelligence provided by Dylan. First to be ruled out were the envoys of the two countries. Then came the focus on Ferdy, Carrie, and Daryl. As the current prime minister, Ferdy was cunning but not malevolent. At his level, using such toxic methods against a mere servant was unlikely. However, members of Ferdy's family might still be involved. Next was Carrie. Despite her toxicity, Reed had a hunch that it wasn't her. Finally, Daryl. Among them, the grudge between Daryl and himself ran deepest. Their conflicts were intense, further exacerbated when Reed beat Daryl, forever blocking his path to politics. The information from Dylan only reinforced his suspicions. It turned out that Daryl was the backer behind Iran Building. Striking at his future prospects and sealing Iran Building made Daryl's motives quite clear. With constraints from the Gu family and Ferdy, Daryl wouldn't dare harm Reed directly. Thus, the torture of Adonis Lau likely served as a warning or provocation. Being just a servant but holding an unusually close relationship with Reed, something Daryl understood well, this action fit Daryl's style perfectly. Quietly shelving this matter, the identity of Adonis Lau's killer, whether it be Ferdy or the Gu family, didn't matter to him. In the end, neither family would be spared. After noon, Reed changed clothes and headed to Liu's envoy station. That morning, Chris sent word expressing his desire to discuss matters concerning both countries. Given the situation, Reed genuinely had little interest in talking to Chris. But with limited time left for Bailey, putting off envoy matters might jeopardize long-planned efforts. Upon meeting, Chris showed great sincerity, pulling Reed aside and saying, learning of Fred Gu's mourning, it seems untimely for me to intrude, yet your dedication to duty is admirable. Jared, let's skip formalities. My home is in chaos. Why don't we get straight to the point? Fine. Chris readily agreed. Since you're so straightforward, I won't dilly-dally. If Daxia mobilizes simultaneously, Liu will cede 5 prefectures to Daxia. Reed abruptly stood up and walked toward the door, stunning Chris, who stared blankly before angrily retorting, Reed, as the deputy envoy of Daxia, is this how you treat our Liu delegation? Reed turned, emotionless, and sneered, Jared, our kingdom doesn't wait for your charity. Coordinating an attack on Bailey in exchange for 5 prefectures isn't worth it. Wouldn't it be better for us to ally with Bailey? When your forces exhaust each other, our troops can march northward and obliterate both nations. This would not only erase past disgraces, but also secure our borders once and for all. What do you think, Jared? Chris's tone faltered, as if he was about to stamp his feet in anger. In both rounds of negotiations, he had been outmaneuvered by Reed's words, leaving him truly unsatisfied. Seeing this, Reed still spoke coldly. Our Daxia is restraining Bailey's 30,000 troops for Liu. Once Bailey falls, you will seize all its territory. Meanwhile, we would only get scraps. Jared, do you think our kingdom is a street beggar? Or are you saying that our Daxia has become so weak that even a small country like Liu can afford to ignore it? Reed's words were not an empty show. Regarding Chris's thoughts, they were either foolish or simply malicious. He did indeed worry that the Liyue after conquering Beili might threaten the Daxia border defense, but that could only happen after such a conquest. With Liyue's current national strength, what capital did they have to threaten Daxia? Chris looked at Reed with a gloomy face and asked coldly, so, according to Deputy Envoy Gu, what do you consider reasonable? 10 prefectures, plus Yunjin Prefecture, and bear all our costs of military expenditures. That's impossible. Chris firmly refused. Yunjin Prefecture held the famous Yunjin defensive line known as the world's mighty pass. This defensive line was one of the most critical barriers restraining Daxia. If he agreed today, he might as well pack up and leave tomorrow. Sir Gu, let's be more sincere. The importance of Yunjin Prefecture, I believe you know very well. Do you think my country of Liyue would agree to such terms? Reed was silent for a moment and then said, it's also fine if Liyue refuses, but 10 prefectures are non-negotiable. They must be returned. As for other territories, why don't we just go by our capabilities? Chris was taken aback and asked, what does this mean? Our troops march into Beili, restraining the southern 300,000 troops for Liyue. Afterward, those 10 prefectures must belong to Daxia. As for other territories, whoever seizes them first will own them. What do you think, Jared? Chris fell silent. Reed said, Jared can take more time to consider, but please note, autumn harvest is approaching. Calculating from the day of your mission, it has been a considerable period. In short, he never trusted Chris's sincerity. Negotiating with Chris was merely to wait for Beili's surrender. Chapter 66. The East Wind does not favor Fred Gu. A pre-rehearsed assassination. As he spoke, Reed turned and headed out. He was now certain that Chris had never intended to negotiate in good faith, but only wanted to use this opportunity to stabilize, or even draw the Great Lucas into a war. In such a scenario, not only would he not have to honor any agreements, but he could also weaken the Great Lucas while at it. Seeing that Reed showed no interest in further discussions, a dark shadow of gloom passed over Chris's face before he followed him out. Minister Gu, with 1 day already passed of our 3-day period, if nothing comes of these talks within those 3 days and Beili is expelled from Great Lucas, I will no longer have any reason to continue discussing. They walked and conversed as they moved forward. Hearing Chris's thinly veiled threat, Reed smiled faintly. This official is quite curious. Since Jared is so sure that Beili will be expelled, why come to talk to me today? What did you hope to discuss? Or perhaps, Jared never intended to achieve anything through these talks, but merely for show to the people of Beili? Reed cast a meaningful glance at Chris and said pointedly, to the Great Lucas, it is not essential to ally with anyone. In fact, sitting on the sidelines watching others fight might well be a good outcome. Is that so? Yet it seems the court of Great Lucas does not agree with your stance, does it? So then, during this time, you didn't intend to negotiate seriously, did you, Jared? If I don't negotiate sincerely, Minister Gu can do little about this prince, can you? Chris looked at Reed with amusement in his eyes. Reed returned his gaze coldly. After a long pause, he suddenly laughed. Since that's the case then? His words were cut short by a sudden flash of swordlight before his eyes. Reed's expression changed, and without thinking, he grabbed Chris's shoulder and pulled him back. A figure draped entirely in black appeared before them. With the first strike missing, the attacker lunged again with a long sword at Chris. Reed narrowed his eyes, quickly closing the distance in 2 swift steps. He struck the attacker's wrist with a handblade, causing the opponent's sword to falter and swing back. Reed planted a foot firmly, lifting both legs off the ground just in time to narrowly avoid the enemy's sword. Seizing the moment, he hurled a punch at the hooded man. The hooded figure met his fist with an open palm. Bam! The sound of their clash echoed like a muted explosion. Reed backflipped onto the ground, while the hooded figure took a few steps backward. I didn't expect such martial prowess from a mere civil servant of the Great Lucas. Truly hidden deep beneath, the hooded man remarked in a raspy voice. Reed remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on the hooded man. Although it seemed Reed had the upper hand earlier, the hooded man's expertise lay with weapons, whereas Reed excelled in bare-handed combat. It appeared the hooded man had underestimated him. Glancing back at Chris, Reed asked, Jared, don't tell me your embassy has no guards? 2 rounds had already passed, yet Chris stood calmly aside until Reed mentioned it. Then he feigned realization, shouting, there's an assassin. The shout carried far and wide. The hooded man snorted coldly and thrust his sword towards Reed again. Emboldened by the previous skirmish, Reed faced the attack unflinchingly. Within moments, several exchanges had taken place. Despite his superior swordsmanship, the hooded man struggled to effectively utilize his skills due to Reed staying close and using his fists and feet. Before long, the envoy's guards surrounded them. Pointing at the hooded man, Chris ordered, quick, seize the assassin. Swish. A group of guards swarmed around, separating Reed from the hooded man. This allowed the assailant more room to wield his sword, leaving Reed feeling somewhat restrained. While exchanging blows, Reed kept an eye on Chris. He noticed that although Chris commanded the guards, there was no hint of urgency in his eyes. Frowning slightly, Reed's suspicions grew. At that moment, 2 more figures in black rushed in, wielding swords aimed at Chris. In just a couple of breaths, the guards surrounding Chris were cut down. With sword and dagger approaching Chris, his calm demeanor vanished, revealing panic. Humph! With a cold snort, Reed shifted his feet several times and immediately came before Chris. He kicked the attacker's wrist directly with a swift kick. Humph! The black-clothed figure grunted, dropping the long knife instantly. Hearing that grunt, Reed was slightly taken aback. It was a woman, but now was not the time to dwell on it. He reached out his right hand, and the long knife he had kicked flew into his grasp. Before he even landed, he kicked again, this time hitting the woman in the shoulder. At the same moment, he flicked the long knife upwards, intercepting the other person's sword stroke. Thud! The woman tumbled several meters after landing on the ground. Seeing the assassination fail, the other black-clothed figure shot Reed a glare of hatred, then swiftly picked up the fallen woman and fled. The entire scene unfolded within just a few breaths. Chris stared at Reed in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Reed had no time to care about him. More of Chris's guards fell under the hooded figure's sword while he was preoccupied. Now armed, Reed no longer felt restrained. He shouted, "All of you step back. Let me handle this one." Saying this, he took a few steps forward and leaped, slashing down with the long knife toward the hooded figure. The hooded figure blocked with his sword, and the heavy blow of the knife struck against the blade. Clang! The hooded figure took several steps back again. Reed flexed his wrist and looked at the hooded figure. "Not bad. Then take a few more moves from me." With that, he attacked once more with the knife. Chris watched as Reed fought with increasing prowess, stunned. This whole setup was part of his plan to frame Bailey. He had staged it in front of Reed to make it appear more convincing. But in all his calculations, he hadn't expected Reed to know martial arts and moreover, for his skills to match those of the hooded figure so closely. Others might not know the hooded figure's true capabilities, but he did. Still, the hooded figure had trained for decades, while Reed couldn't be older than 21. Were civil servants of Great Lucas really this extraordinary? Chapter 67. Lacaso Lang's ingenious plan stabilizes the world, but it benefits someone like me, Reed. The clamor of the fight also startled the inner guards stationed here. As they rushed in, they saw Reed entangled in a fierce battle with someone. Each exchange of blades and swords made their hearts throb with fear. These two people fought not only at an incredibly fast speed, but also in extremely dangerous moves. A moment's inattention might lead to fatal consequences. Quick! Help! At the command of the guard, they immediately surrounded the fighters. Seeing this, the cloaked man sneered and retreated from Reed with an exceptionally perilous sword strike. Then he flipped onto the rooftop and hastily fled, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded guards. Chris finally reacted, walking forward with a chuckle. "Oh dear! Sir Gu, today was fortunate to have you here. Otherwise I, the prince, would..." "Did Jared offend someone?" Reed, unwilling to hear his pleasantries, asked straight away. Chris replied, "Speaking of which, as a prince of Liyue, I've offended quite a few people, but in Daxia's capital." He pretended to be troubled and said, "Those people wouldn't dare come all the way to Daxia's capital to kill, right?" Reed calmly remarked, "So according to Jared, these people were sent by us Daxia?" "That's certainly not the case." Chris smiled awkwardly. "Daxia is a land of etiquette. How could it engage in such underhanded acts? But," he implied with a significant tone, "there seems to be a Northern Li delegation here too, and I heard that it includes Northern Li's top swordsman. The assassin just now was using a sword. Does Jared think that a distinguished swordsman like him can be stopped by a weak scholar like me?" Reed said coolly, "Without evidence, it's better not to make rash assumptions." Saying this, he pointed to the corpse in the courtyard. "Since the assassination happened within Daxia's territory, should we let Daxia handle it?" "Of course." Chris responded with a smile. His goal for today had been achieved. Once this news spread, the Daxia court would likely be even more infuriated. After all, due to the murder case, the Northern Li delegation wasn't favored by the Daxia court. It made sense that some extreme tactics to sabotage the alliance between Daxia and Liyue could occur. With this matter handled, Reed, this good friend, seemed useless to him. He left with a fake smile after a few insincere words. Just after Chris left, Reed slightly raised his foot and picked up a black object. Looking at the characters on the token, he silently put it away. At this moment, the guard approached. "Sir, we were ineffective and let the assassin escape." Reed turned around, giving the guard a cold glance and softly said, "Indeed, quite ineffective." He had repeatedly ordered the guards to monitor the delegations of both countries. Yet, it took them so long to arrive after the assassination attempt. If something truly catastrophic had happened, it might not have ended so simply today. After a brief instruction, Reed left expressionlessly. Regarding the attempted assassination of Chris, there was still something he couldn't quite figure out. That cloaked man earlier, undoubtedly Northern Li's top swordsman. Before this, he might have suspected it, but wouldn't have been certain. However, with Junior's confession, he was now absolutely sure this person was Toby. As for the later assassins, they came in too bizarre a manner. Everyone assumed they were part of the same group since the timing was perfect, but Reed knew it wasn't true. Thinking about the token he had put away, the doubts in Reed's heart grew bigger. In the Northern Li delegation, Griffin's room was in chaos, strewn with broken cups and teapots. Griffin never imagined Toby would act on his own again. His previous attempt to silence Junior had already angered Daxia immensely. This time, directly attempting to assassinate a Liyue prince was even more absurd. The reasoning was laughably naive. He believed that killing Chris could disrupt the alliance between Liyue and Daxia. If Chris died in Daxia's territory, Daxia and Liyue might turn hostile. Then, their Northern Li would gain an opportunity. Even if Daxia became furious, the worst that could happen was no alliance. Everything would revert to its original state, and having one less enemy seemed beneficial. After harshly berating Toby and expelling him from the capital, Griffin still felt unsatisfied, smashing things to vent his frustration. Before he could call for someone to clean up, he heard that Deputy Envoy Reed of Daxia had arrived. Griffin looked at the mess in the room and couldn't help but sigh. What had to come, always comes. Reed and Griffin met in a tea house within the inn. Reed was playing with a cup in his hand, speaking in a calm tone. "Minister Bai, don't you have anything to say?" "Deputy Envoy Gu, what would you like me to say? About Bryce and Chris of Liyue being attacked?" Griffin paused briefly as he brought the teacup to his lips, then calmly took a sip. "Although our country Northly is not on good terms with Liyue, can the assassination really be blamed on us Northly? Huh. This matter indeed shouldn't be unjustly attributed to your Northly delegation. But," Reed chuckled softly, then sighed deeply. "Minister Bai, frankly speaking, I'm quite curious. Now that things have come to this, is it meaningful for your Northly to keep struggling? Not mentioning whether we can uncover the truth within 3 days, even if we do find out, if your answer doesn't satisfy me, I could just delay some time. What cards do you think you still have left? Do you think, from your perspective, the answers and truths are really that important to the Daxia court?" Minister Bai, being a prime minister of a country surely wouldn't be as naive as commoners, right? Griffin was stunned for a moment, suddenly bursting with anger in his eyes, saying coldly, "So, Deputy Envoy Gu has already uncovered the truth, but is deliberately dragging my Northly along. Isn't that right? Minister Bai, believe me, if this truth comes out, I don't think you'd want to know it." Reed gently blew on the tea, speaking with an unperturbed expression, attempting to silence Junior in public, and today openly attacking Chris of the Liue delegation. "Do you really think I didn't know that person was the top swordsman hiding in your Northly delegation, Toby?" Reed smiled at Griffin. Hearing this, Griffin was greatly startled, never imagining Reed knew so much. What happened next made him even more shocked and doubtful of reality. Chapter 68. The Northernly Concession of the Northern Territories. Fred Troy. If I'm not mistaken, these two operations by Toby were not sanctioned by you, right? Similarly, you were unaware of Junior's murder in our Lucas capital, weren't you? Reed's two consecutive questions first brought a hint of confusion to Fred Griffin's face, but suddenly he sensed something else within Reed's words. He stared at Reed and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Minister Gu, what are you trying to tell me? If I say it concerns the survival of your Northernly, would you believe me?" "Haha." Griffin laughed loudly. "Minister Gu, have you really any need to play verbal tricks at this juncture? We sit on opposite ends of the negotiating table. What you're saying today is simply to secure more advantages for yourself, isn't it? There is truth in that. But whether or not I'm deceiving you, Fred Troy should be clear in your heart. At least regarding those two events I just mentioned, they should be accurate, no?" Reed said with a grin. The two events he spoke of referred to Toby's and Junior's unauthorized actions. Fred Troy's smile froze. "Minister Gu, your joke isn't funny at all. You will know if it's a joke once you read this confession." Reed pulled out a confession from his robe. Seeing it, Griffin immediately reached out, but Reed pulled back. "I want 5 states and 50,000 warhorses. No haggling." Hearing this, Troy paused in his motion. His sharp eyes locked onto Reed's, trying to discern any falsehoods. Reed met his gaze without fear. After a long silence, Griffin finally replied, "Then we shall see if what is written here truly warrants 5 states. "Ah." Reed smiled. "Whether or not it's worth it, Fred Troy shall know at a glance. If what I say turns out to be false, wouldn't compromising on this negotiation be beneficial to Fred Troy?" Witnessing Reed's unwavering confidence, Griffin felt hesitant. Based on their recent interactions, Troy did not believe Reed to be someone who acted rashly without reason. Noticing Troy's hesitation, Reed remained calm, placing Junior's confession on the desk. For a long time, Troy silently picked up the document and began reading carefully. Soon after, he slammed the paper down abruptly. "Minister Gu, to gain an advantage in the negotiations, the great Lucas resorted to forging confessions to defame my generals. How devious indeed." Troy looked at Reed with a cold smirk. "If I believed what is written here, not only would I lose 5 states, even my loyal minister would die wrongfully. Even I would be held accountable, truly hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. Do you not believe it?" Reed retracted the document, neatly folding it as he spoke slowly. "Then how do you explain Junior's murders? A soldier with fiery temper can easily kill in anger. Why not? What about Toby covering it up?" Reed continued calmly, "Don't tell me it wasn't Toby. I switched the prisoner during transport. If I weren't sure someone would eliminate him, would I go through such lengths?" Troy's expression changed. According to Reed, Toby was indeed suspicious and seemed to corroborate what Junior had confessed. Reed went on, "Regardless of the reason behind Junior's murders, it violated our laws. Given our hostility towards Northernly, who do you think benefits from this situation?" Troy's face changed again. Reed still maintained his leisurely tone. "Additionally, there's today's assassination attempt. Toby, merely a swordsman, is called the first swordsman of Northernly merely as a courtesy, but to the nobles, he's nothing but a dog. How many times has this dog acted on its own accord? If it weren't for Hunt's standing, would you consider him anything important, Fred Troy? Imagine, an unruly dog daring to interfere in diplomatic matters between 2 countries. Haha. Is it because your influence in Northernly is waning, or could it be that he follows Bryson Colm's orders?" Upon hearing these words, Troy lost his composure entirely. His hand holding the teacup trembled slightly, causing ripples in the tea. If everything Reed had said today was true, then Hunt's repeated defeats and Toby's numerous unauthorized actions would make sense. But in that case, what Reed had suggested would hold true. The price Northernly would pay for this. He didn't dare contemplate the cost. Floyd silently thought and thought. The scene became quiet for a moment. After a long time, Floyd said in a hoarse voice, "Minister Gu, if everything you say is true, then it might be too late." Floyd felt all his energy drained. If everything was true, any hint of this would cause Chris to send word to Hunt immediately. Then, even if he reached an agreement with the great Lucas here, it would be of no use. If news of Hunt's collusion with the enemy leaks out, Hunt might prepare to revolt. At that time, the northeastern defenses of the Northernly would crumble over 1,000 miles, and Bryson Colm's cavalry would sweep through Northernly territory as if it were an open land. Seeing the right moment, Reed laughed and said, "There's no need for Darun to worry. After obtaining this confession, I have already reported to our emperor. The news from this capital has not yet reached the north. But if Darun don't decide soon, the great Lucas might not be able to hold back this news." Huh. Floyd looked at Reed and suddenly gave a self-mocking laugh. What does it mean by can't hold back? As the capital of the great Lucas, if the great Lucas can't control its own news, such a country doesn't deserve to stand on this land. It's just a matter of wanting to or not. Floyd sighed deeply. "I can agree to the conditions of the great Lucas, but I also have a condition." "Please, Sir Brett, speak." Reed blew on his tea, as if Floyd's concession caused no ripples in his heart. Floyd said, "I can immediately sign the treaty with the great Lucas, but the great Lucas must continue to block the news here, giving us sufficient time to turn things around. This is not a problem." Reed smiled. "Helping an ally is a duty of the great Lucas." Haha. Hearing this, Floyd replied sarcastically. Everyone thinks the great Lucas intends to abandon Northernly and get close to Colm after all this setup. Perhaps this was all just an act for Northernly? There indeed is some truth to that, but Darun is still wrong about one point. Reed calmly continued. The ministers are resistant to Northernly, it's a fact. But those who chose Northernly are merely our emperor and this humble official. You? Floyd looked at Reed suspiciously. Reed smiled and said, otherwise, why would Darun think that a sixth-rank official could lead the negotiations between two countries? Haha. Floyd suddenly laughed. Truly a young hero. Even without today's negotiations, with Minister Gu around, the great Lucas would still dominate the northern lands. Old man loses, but not unjustly. Haha. Amidst laughter tinged with bitterness, Reed watched Floyd and felt somewhat uncomfortable. This is what it means for a hero to reach his twilight years, perhaps? He softly said, if Darun trusts me, be cautious these days. Chapter 69. Sealing off the Bailey mission in. Although Reed kept saying he would return it, once meat is in the mouth, it belongs to the one who has it. For Floyd, the five-state territory was nothing short of ceded. He had dedicated his whole life to Bailey, and in the end, under the circumstance of not sending a single soldier out, he was forced to cede the land of the 5 states. This was likely to be recorded in future history. The more glorious Reed would appear, the more wretched Floyd might seem. After all, recovering the 5 states would be a significant historical event for any dynasty, and even if Reed fell from grace or his name disappeared from the history books, this event would still be documented. After finalizing the terms, they immediately drafted the state letter. Once both parties signed it, Reed said, this state letter won't be made public by my daxia temporarily. Fred Brett has sufficient time to arrange affairs to the north. Before your departure, the Liu mission cannot transmit any news here. Of course. With a faint smile, he added, this matter still needs to be coordinated between you and your country. On the day your mission travels north, our emperor should dispatch a mission simultaneously to take over the 5 states. I hope there will be no conflict between our two countries then. Rest assured, Fredgu. Since we have now formed an alliance, this minister naturally understands. So, I shall report back to our emperor. Floyd nodded, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, earlier, Fredgu mentioned that our mission should be vigilant lately. Is it because? Hee. Reed smiled, the top swordsman of Bailey beside Fred Brett. Since he's not on our side, there may be other moves. This? Floyd's face turned pale. The murder by Junior and the assassination attempt on the Bryson of Liu were both pointed towards the Bailey mission. If daxia continued to keep the Bailey mission in the capital, Chris, for the benefit of Liu, might resort to desperate measures, just like the assassination of Chris. If anything happened to Floyd, daxia and Bailey would certainly turn hostile. If the guards around you are not effective enough, I can offer some assistance. Since they had already allied, Reed did not mind showing goodwill. Without waiting for Floyd's response, he added, also, to prevent Chris from getting suspicious, once I leave, I will order people to seal off the inn. I'm afraid Fred Brett will have to endure this inconvenience. Floyd nodded upon hearing this. Thank you, Fredgu. Not at all. We're allies now. With that, he pocketed the state letter and left with a pleasant smile. Just as he stepped out of the inn, Reed's expression turned cold. He summoned an internal guard casually, gather a troop to seal off the Bailey mission inn. No one is allowed in or out without my order. Violators, execute on sight. The internal guard stared in shock. He never expected Reed to issue such an order. Seeing this, Reed snapped, do you need me to repeat myself? No, not necessary. The internal guard immediately shouted, Wang Lucasoliu, go back to headquarters and mobilize personnel, stating that Fred Gu ordered the sealing of the Bailey mission. Understood. News of Reed's order to seal off the Bailey mission spread rapidly through the city, leaving many people in disbelief at Reed's boldness. Especially Chris, who almost burst into laughter when he heard about it. He never thought Reed would fall into his trap so easily. Deep within the imperial palace, Adolf and Dag exchanged worried glances after hearing the news. The emperor glanced at the Dag and asked, what is Reed up to? Why would he seal off the Bailey mission for no reason? This, your son doesn't know either. The Dag gave a bitter laugh. They both knew about Reed's schemes, but this move of effectively putting them under house arrest was unexpected. Two countries negotiating could hardly rely on coercion, right? Hartley stood up and said, Your Majesty, based on this minister's observation, this incident must be related to the assassination attempt on the Bryson of Liu. Bailey really did it? Adolf frowned slightly. Based on his understanding of Floyd, this action seemed too impulsive. Hartley nodded, Your Majesty, it's highly possible that the culprit is the first swordsman of Bailey, Guan Kanghai, who infiltrated the Bailey mission. Nonsense. Adolf threw the document in his hand onto the table in displeasure. How dare the Bailey mission act so recklessly? We've suppressed the previous murder case. How could Floyd be so muddled? Although Hartley said it was highly possible, Adolf was a shrewd man. He smelled something fishy immediately. If solid evidence was found, how could the negotiation continue? The assassination of a foreign envoy in daxia was already an embarrassment for daxia. If it were confirmed to be by Bailey, even if Bailey offered many benefits, daxia would have to expel them for the sake of its own reputation. After cursing Floyd, he became irritated again. What is Reed up to? Since there's no evidence, why did he seal off the inn? Isn't this equivalent to telling others that Bailey did it? Utter nonsense. Adolf was rather angry. Reed's handling of this matter was too unreliable. Did Reed go to your internal guard headquarters to gather people? Yes. Hartley said respectfully. Adolf was even angrier. Since Reed is acting absurdly, why are you following suit? Fred Gu had your Majesty's token, and the internal guard headquarters dared not disobey. Nonsense. Hartley opened his mouth, then clasped his hands and said, Your Majesty, Fred Gu has asked the internal guard to send a message that he wishes to see your Majesty. He will likely explain this matter before your Majesty soon. He's quite timely. Adolf snorted coldly. We'll see what explanation he gives. After leaving the mission inn, Reed went home first to change clothes. After all, he couldn't go to court dressed casually. Before leaving, he encountered Imberg, who had just returned hurriedly. She glanced at him and wanted to walk past him directly. Wait. Reed suddenly stopped her. Imberg looked at him with puzzlement as he said, I'm going to the palace to pay my respects. Could you please watch over Humbert's shrine for me later? Understood. Imberg replied expressionlessly, and after speaking, she coughed twice. Reed asked in confusion, Are you sick? From Imberg's breath, he clearly heard some disorder. Her voice also sounded somewhat weak. It's none of your business, Imberg coldly replied, then skirted around him and walked straight toward her room. Reed watched her back, opened his mouth to say something, but seeing her silhouette, his expression suddenly changed. This silhouette. Chapter 70. Dag's Daily Confusion. What happened to a light drink? Reed fidgeted with the token inside his sleeve, lost in thoughts. After a while, he shook his head. It was almost time. He still needed to meet Adolf before the palace gates closed. Reed summoned a carriage and hurriedly headed for the palace. As soon as he arrived at the palace gate, he saw the little eunuch who usually summoned him waiting there. He couldn't help but ask, Eunuch Adonis, why are you here? Sir Gu, the emperor heard that Sir wishes an audience and had me wait here. The emperor sent you? Reed was taken aback and hurriedly said, Then let's go quickly. Don't keep Christian waiting. The two hurried into the palace and soon arrived at the imperial study. Reed strode forward a few steps. This subject Reed pays respects to your majesty and wishes your majesty health and prosperity. Humph. I am not at ease. Adolf snorted coldly, uttering words that utterly confounded Reed. The corner of Reed's mouth twitched, knowing that Adolf was displeased with his blockade of the Bailey Pavilion. He hastily took out the letter of alliance signed with Bailey from his sleeve. Your Majesty. After multiple rounds of negotiations, this minister has reached an agreement with the Bailey envoy. All terms are clearly recorded in this letter of alliance, already signed by Chancellor Choi Gongsu. I request your Majesty's imperial review. Adolf looked utterly baffled. Not only was Adolf confused, even Dag and Hunter were bewildered. Didn't you place them under house arrest? How did you manage to sign an agreement? The little eunuch, seeing the situation, wasn't sure whether to interject, seemingly hesitant. In the end, it was Adolf who reacted first. He glanced at the eunuch, who promptly approached respectfully, presenting the letter of alliance to Adolf with both hands. After receiving it, Adolf glanced at Reed, then opened the letter. Skipping the introductory pleasantries, his eyes landed on the mutual treaty. Bailey would return Yunzhou, Inashiagzu, Daizhou, Ericzhou, Xianzhou, 5 prefectures, along with gifting Daxia 50,000 warhorses. Swoosh. Adolf abruptly stood up, looking at Reed with trembling lips. 5. He suddenly paused, glanced at the attendant eunuch, waved his hand, and the eunuch immediately led the servants out. Only then did Adolf say, Is this true? Dag and Hunter also looked at Reed curiously, wondering what was written on this letter that made Adolf lose composure. Reed said, Your Majesty, everything discussed in the alliance is clearly stated here, already stamped with the seal of Bailey and the Chancellor's signature. Pang! Adolf pounded the desk with excitement and laughed aloud. I never thought in my lifetime I could reclaim these 5 prefectures without spilling a single drop of blood. Minister Gu, you have done a great service to our empire. 5 prefectures? Dag and Hunter stared at Reed in shock. Reed smiled, Your Majesty, this is a gift from heaven. Of course, it also thanks Gillis. Chris. Adolf laughed heartily, pointing at him and smiling. You. He finally understood that regardless of Junior's murder or this so-called assassination, they were all likely orchestrated by Chris. Reed simply played along, pinning everything on Choi Gongsu, thus getting him to agree. But that wasn't all. He chuckled, It's not just Chris helping you. Ferdy has been quite supportive too. Also, there's that confession. Your Majesty is wise. Speaking of that confession, we owe a lot to the assistance of the Internal Guard Bureau. They provided immense help during the interrogation and blocked all northern-bound messages, which greatly facilitated matters. Aha. Adolf nodded, saying, So, you can find the Bailey invoice to prevent Chris from seeing through your plan? Exactly. Reed replied, Hunt can rebel, but not until we reclaim these 5 prefectures, otherwise all our plans would come to nothing. Adolf nodded. He suddenly turned, Hunter, you continue to block any information about Liu escaping to the outside. We mustn't fail. Hunter immediately accepted the order. Hunt indeed couldn't rebel now, otherwise Bailey's defenses would collapse instantly, allowing Liu to break through without effort, possibly leading to the downfall of Bailey itself. By then, this treaty would be worthless. Although Daxia could advance north and recover some territory, the extent remained uncertain. Moreover, if the reclaimed territory couldn't be securely operated for some time to strengthen itself before Liu's potential southern advance, the Great Lucas wouldn't be able to defend it. At that point, not only would the Great Lucas gain nothing, but it might also suffer heavy losses and waste resources. Now, Reed had not only reclaimed the 5 prefectures through negotiations, but also obtained 50,000 warhorses. With these horses, the Great Lucas could immediately train several battalions of cavalry. This made the northern defenses even more secure. Initially, Adolf thought very simply. Even reclaiming a single prefecture would have been enough to satisfy him. After all, the Great Lucas hadn't engaged in large-scale warfare for over a decade, especially in the north, where peace had prevailed for far too long. The 30,000 troops from Bailey blocked the northern route for the Great Lucas. Although Bailey had suffered repeated defeats against Liu in recent years, this didn't mean Bailey was weak. The one blocking the Great Lucas was Balthazar Oliver, one of the 3 famous generals in the world. Even dispatching another renowned general like Unkit might not guarantee breaking through Oliver's defense line. Uniting with Liu introduced uncertainty. Whether they could annihilate Bailey was uncertain. If they succeeded, it would be good, but if they failed, the Great Lucas might not gain any substantial benefits. Although Adolf was a founding monarch, over the years his ambitions had gradually faded as he aged. He was fully satisfied with peacefully resolving the territorial issues. As for the remaining 5 prefectures, he glanced at the Dag and Reed, knowing that recovering the remaining land would likely depend on the younger generation. This way was better. At least it could help the new emperor quickly establish authority. Haha. I am in a good mood today. Dag, and Minister Gu, stay and join me for a light drink. The Dag readily agreed, while Reed softly replied, Your Majesty, I am currently mourning at home and dare not disturb your enjoyment. A funeral? Adolf frowned upon hearing this. Your old servant? Your Majesty. Reed's eyes reddened. He may be a servant, but he has been loyal and is the only one who has accompanied me for 20 years. Indeed, a loyal servant. You can mourn him properly, showing great righteousness. Fine. You should return to take care of your affairs. Seeing his expression, Adolf did not press further. Reed immediately thanked him and said, Your Majesty, regarding Troigongshu, I fear Jared might panic and take desperate measures. Please send more personnel to ensure Troigongshu's safety. Leave this matter to the internal guards of Hunter. So be it, then I will take my leave. Adolf waved his hand, and Reed slowly left the imperial study. Watching his back, Adolf suddenly sighed. Hunter, standing beside him, hesitated for a moment and then said, Your Majesty, the death of Gu's old servant seems quite mysterious. Adolf turned to look at him. Chapter 71. Visitors from the North. When did your internal guard bureau start caring about servants and officials' homes? Your Majesty. Gage sensed there was a hidden meaning behind the question. He hurriedly explained, I find it suspicious because old servant Gu was tortured to death before he died. Tortured? Adolf slightly paused and asked, What happened? Gage shook his head. The internal guard is still investigating this matter. However, the torture methods endured by the old servant were no less severe than those used in the internal guard bureau's prison. Did they report it to the authorities? Not yet. After being tortured, the old servant was abandoned in a small alley near where Gu resides. The internal guard speculates that it looks more like revenge. Revenge? Adolf narrowed his eyes and coldly said, In other words, within this capital city, someone has privately set up a dungeon? It seems so. Under Adolf's gaze, Gage felt a wave of pressure coming his way. Perhaps Adolf didn't care why Reed was retaliated against, nor did he care about the life or death of an old servant, but someone privately setting up a dungeon under the imperial city was a challenge to the laws of Great Lucas, which Adolf would definitely not tolerate. Sure enough, Adolf snorted coldly, This matter reflects negligence on your part at the internal guard bureau. Upon hearing this, Gage immediately knelt down. Once I return, I will order a thorough investigation. Yes, a thorough investigation should indeed be carried out. With a cold snort, Adolf left the imperial study unhappily, leaving the Dag standing beside him quite bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be just a few drinks? Why did it suddenly turn like this? After leaving the palace gates, Reed bought a jar of wine and hurried back. Soon, he returned home only to see 2 people standing outside his door, seemingly in conversation. He slowly walked closer, and when the 2 saw him approaching, they immediately stopped talking. A burly man came over. Excuse me, sir, may I ask you something? Reed gave him a once-over. The man looked to be around 27 or 28, tall and strong, obviously a trained martial artist. He responded cautiously, Please proceed. The burly man smiled innocently and asked, Is this the residence of the current imperial top scholar, Reed? Reed narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The burly man scratched his head as if unsure how to introduce himself, while the other person approached with a smile. Sir, don't misunderstand. We're distant relatives of Sir Gu from Ningzhou. Third brother. The burly man pulled back the other person. The other one laughed. Oh, big brother. You worry too much. He then turned to Reed and smiled. If this gentleman isn't Cousin Gu himself, surely he must be a close friend. What's there to hide? Distant relatives? Cousin? Reed grew even more wary. If the burly man seemed honest, the young man who appeared to be about 19 or 20 looked rather sharp. Only yesterday had Humbert's incident occurred, and today 2 people claiming to be his distant relatives appeared out of nowhere. Caution was unavoidable. The young man seemed to sense his wariness and hurriedly introduced himself with a bow. I am Zane. This is my brother Hampton. May I have your name? Reed's lips twitched. Hampton. But upon hearing their surname Ignacio, most of his wariness subsided. He replied, I'm the Reed you're looking for. Hearing this, the 2 men lit up with joy and quickly surrounded Reed, looking at him happily. Cousin. Brother. Well, Reed hesitated as he looked at the 2 of them. You 2 are from the Ignacio family in Ningzhou? That's right. Zane smiled. My Roland brother and I were entrusted by our grandfather to seek out Cousin Gu in the capital. Yes. Hampton took out a letter from his pack and said, Not long ago, a visitor came to our home, saying he was Cousin's friend. Grandfather read Cousin's letter, and specially sent us and Brother Eric to look for you in the capital. Here's Grandfather's letter. You'll understand after reading it. Reed dumbfoundedly took the letter and opened it, finding it was truly written by his maternal grandfather. It not only mentioned Xavion taking office in Fufeng, but also considering his safety in the capital, had specifically sent Hampton and his brother to stay by his side. After closing the letter, Reed managed a strained smile. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. No problem. Hampton replied warmly. It's natural to be cautious during the first meeting. Zane nodded in agreement from the side, then curiously looked at the white sails hanging on the door. Cousin, grandfather mentioned you live alone in the capital, so these are? Upon hearing this, Reed's eyes dimmed. Humbert is gone. Hampton was startled. Uncle Adonis? Reed nodded slightly, not surprised by Hampton's title. Given his age, he might have met Humbert. Hampton's expression darkened slightly upon hearing the news. Before they arrived, their grandfather, who was also Reed's maternal grandfather, had told them that Reed seemed to be living rather poorly in the capital, accompanied only by Humbert. That's why they were specially sent to the capital to stay with Reed. After all, now that Reed held an official position, he needed someone to help him with his duties. When Hampton heard about Reed, he immediately volunteered to come. recalling his aunt from his childhood. He was even more worried after hearing about Reed's situation. Zane, on the other hand, was purely curious and smart. Seeing his cousin's sad eyes, Reed forced a smile and said, "Let's not stand here at the door. Let's talk inside." With that, he walked straight up and pushed open the gate, followed by the Ignacio brothers. Once inside the courtyard, Reed led the two brothers directly to the main hall. The Ignacio brothers solemnly lit incense for Humbert's coffin. Zane looked at the somewhat dejected Reed and consoled him. "Cousin, don't be too sad. It's part of life. I'm sure Uncle Adonis wouldn't want to see you so upset." He had never met Humbert or Reed's mother, but hearing his grandfather talk about his cousin, this man had been depending on this unfamiliar Uncle Adonis for 20 years. Such a bond indeed wasn't ordinary. Reed shook his head slightly and then looked at the Ignacio brothers. "You must be tired from the journey. Why don't you rest first? We can talk later?" Hampton shook his head. "A bit of travel dust is nothing. You shouldn't be handling everything alone. Let me and my brother help you." "All right." Reed nodded and then said, "Today we are holding funeral arrangements, so things are a bit chaotic. Tonight, you'll have to stay in the small house next door." "No problem. We're used to roughing it. Any place will do." Hampton smiled honestly, then remembered something and pulled out another letter from his pack. "Here's another letter." Grandfather emphasized repeatedly. "It concerns Aunt, and he asked me to deliver it to you personally." "My mother?" Reed was taken aback. Could this letter contain some other secret? Chapter 72. Johnny, I will annihilate your clan. Reed returned to his room and silently opened the letter. His maternal grandfather, Ignacio Jatu, must have had reasons to separate the two letters, especially this one which pertained to his birth mother, clearly hiding some secrets unknown to him. The letter was thick, spanning 7 or 8 pages. Reed turned each page, his eyes scanning over them. Suddenly, his expression froze, his gaze pausing on a particular part of the letter, as if he could hardly believe what he was reading. But the content remained unchanged even after rubbing his eyes. Holding the letter, Reed was lost in thought. He finally understood why his birth mother was buried back in her hometown in Ningzhou after she passed away. He also finally grasped why his previous self had always been treated coldly by Johnny, left to be bullied by Carrie and his 2 sons, and even ignored when Carrie tried to take his achievements away. It even reached a point where Johnny personally went to ask for it. It turned out that this body of his wasn't actually born to Johnny. His birth mother had already privately sworn lifelong devotion to Balthazar Dawson of Ningzhou before marrying Johnny. Dawson was the 3rd son of Yun State's great general Connor. During that rebellion, the entire Gu clan and the royal family of Yun State perished, causing Yun State to lose its last hope and ultimately submit to the great Lucas dynasty. Johnny, originally a servant of the Gu family, was later promoted to vice general by Dawson due to his bravery in battle. After Dawson's death, to inherit the legacy of the Gu family, Johnny coerced Ignacio Yuan, who was carrying Dawson's child, into marrying him, using the threat of harming the fetus in her womb. Ignacio Yuan's pregnancy allowed Johnny to control the remaining generals loyal to the Gu family, thus gaining the title of Balthazar of Ningzhou and obtaining a marquis rank from the great Lucas. Once awarded the marquis rank, Ignacio Yuan became useless to him. If not for Reed being under Johnny's roof, those former Ningzhou generals might have rebelled against Johnny. Clutching the letter, Reed's eyes occasionally flashed with coldness. Honestly, knowing that this body wasn't born to Johnny gave him a strange sense of relief because he and the Gu family would inevitably face an irreconcilable conflict, perhaps even one of life and death. But as a son, should he bring the Gu family to ruin, his actions would be forever criticized. No matter how much the Emperor of Great Lucas esteemed him, with such a stain on his record, it would be impossible for him to rise to high office unless he chose the path of donghua and Cao Cao. But if it came to that point, rebellion would be inevitable, because no emperor would tolerate such a person. Now that he wasn't Johnny's biological son and had been mistreated by the Gu family for so long, even if a war between him and the Gu family broke out in the future, no one at court could say anything against him. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Reed continued reading. Not long after, he suddenly slammed his hand on the table. Bang! The table shattered under his force, sending books and writing tools scattering across the floor. "Johnny," Reed gritted his teeth, "you damn Johnny, if I don't annihilate your whole clan in this lifetime, Reed, will never call myself a man." The commotion inside startled Hampton and his brother outside, who rushed into Reed's room. "Cousin, what happened?" Seeing things scattered around the room, the brothers looked at Reed in surprise. Reed gritted his teeth. "My mother was secretly harmed by that beast Johnny." "What?" Startled, Hampton clenched his fists and asked, "Cousin, did grandfather tell you this?" "Indeed." Reed handed the letter to Hampton. Upon seeing it, Hampton thrust the letter into Zane's arms and turned to leave. Zane hurriedly held him back. "Elder brother, where are you going?" "I'm going to kill that beast." Hampton's eyes were bloodshot, filled with hate. Hearing this, Reed immediately grabbed him. "Elder cousin, you mustn't act rashly." Hampton instinctively struggled. "Let me go. The beast killed my aunt. I have to avenge her." Reed's mouth twitched. He realized why his maternal grandfather hadn't told Hampton about the letter's contents. His eldest cousin was too stubborn. Johnny had been in a high position in Great Lucas for 20 years. He wouldn't be so easily killed. Zane knew his Roland brother's nature and said immediately, "Elder brother, have you forgotten grandfather's instructions when we left? He said we should follow your orders in everything. Do you want to disobey grandfather's teachings?" Hampton struggled again, almost making Reed lose his grip. "Elder cousin, Johnny is a marquis in Great Lucas and has been entrenched in the military for 2 decades. Not only might you not be able to kill him now, but even if you could, it would bring utter destruction to the Ignacio family." Unable to help it, Reed could only reason with him. Hampton subconsciously loosened his grip but said, "So we just let my aunt's great vengeance go unattended?" "Of course not." Reed said, "I promise. I swear that one day I will exterminate the entire Gu family. Brother, you must trust me. I always mean what I say." Hampton saw the solemn expression on Reed's face as he made this pledge. He recalled his aunt's smiling face and could not help but suppress his anger. In a silent tone, he asked, "As you say, since Johnny is so powerful, how can you deal with him?" "I can, and if I say I can, then I definitely can." Reed explained, "You don't know yet. Johnny was still the Marquis of Ning just a few days ago, but now he has been demoted to a Viscount." The brothers Ignacio were stunned as they looked at Reed. He was demoted? Exactly. Reed smiled. "If I tell you that it was all because of my doing, would you believe me?" "What? Did you do it?" "Indeed." Reed smiled again. "Brother, do you remember my good friend Xavion?" "Yes." The two brothers nodded. Zane asked, "Does this have anything to do with Roger?" "Somewhat." Reed briefly recounted the story of Xavion's exile and continued, "Currently, my influence in court is weak, and I can only rely on Christian's trust to accomplish anything. Therefore, regarding my mother's vengeance, I ask you not to act rashly. Otherwise, not only will we fail to get our revenge, but we might also ruin ourselves and the entire Ignacio family." No matter what Johnny had done before, he was an ennobled nobleman who had meritorious service to the great Lucas dynasty. Killing him outright would definitely invite punishment. Zane, having heard Reed's words, turned to Hampton and said, "Elder brother, you must listen to cousin. Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, it will implicate our family and cousin. Now there is only cousin serving in the court for both our families. If anything happens to cousin, we won't be able to take revenge anymore." Hampton immediately relaxed his hand. Looking at Reed and Zane, he gruffly said, "Then I won't go. Let go of me." He then looked directly at Reed and declared, "From now on, I will only follow your orders and will never act rashly again." Reed replied immediately, "Good. As long as you don't act rashly, I will surely fulfill your wish in the future." Not to mention he had already become enemies with the Gu family. Even if there were no deep-seated grudges, he would never let them off. Just based on his birth mother's death, he could never forgive Johnny. After sending Ignacio Yuan's coffin back to Ningzhou, Ignacio Jiatu felt something was amiss about her death. Despite opposition from his family, he insisted on opening the coffin for an autopsy. It turned out that Reed's birth mother Ignacio Yuan had actually been poisoned. This fact had been kept secret by those in the know within the Ignacio family for 20 years. Even as the Ignacio family fell from a powerful noble clan to a declining minor landlord, they never revealed the truth. This secrecy was probably one of the reasons why the Ignacio family survived. Reed silently picked up the letter, paused for a moment, and then lit it with a fire stick. Chapter 73. Secret Planning in the Shadows. "We can only plan this in secret. We mustn't mention it to anyone, understood?" The two Ignacio brothers nodded immediately upon hearing this. Reed said silently, "So, let's tidy up. After Adonis's funeral is over, Christian might have other important tasks for me. At that time, I will find a way to secure you both a position." He had no reliable men in the capital. Although Dylan was eager to get close to him, before gaining his full trust, Reed still felt more comfortable with his own people. Through this brief period of contact, he suddenly realized that the two people chosen by his long-unknown grandfather seemed to be carefully thought out. Though Hampton appeared impulsive just now, his nature was actually honest. Perhaps his deep affection for Reed's birth mother made him seem somewhat hasty. In fact, he didn't dare to say much else. But his martial prowess alone was formidable and might even be due to some innate strength. His cousin Zane, on the other hand, was clever and smart, with impressive martial skills as well. With a bit of training, he should be very useful. After tidying up the room properly, the three of them returned to their previous state, as if nothing had happened. Hampton looked at Reed and suddenly asked, "Is my cousin skilled in martial arts?" "Indeed. No wonder." Hampton nodded inwardly. When Reed stopped him earlier, he had felt Reed's powerful strength, managing to hold him back even though Hampton possessed extraordinary innate strength. Zane, however, didn't dwell on Reed's martial skills and instead asked, "Brother, I noticed there's another person living in your courtyard. Who is?" "You must be wary of that person. He is far from an ordinary man." If Ember were just a regular palace guard, Reed wouldn't have been so cautious. But as he learned more about her, he found her less and less simple. Or rather, her true identity seemed anything but ordinary. The Ignacio brothers listened. Though they didn't fully understand, they didn't ask further questions and simply nodded seriously. Reed smiled and said, "Currently, I have official duties that are at a critical juncture. In the coming days, I will be very busy and won't have time to entertain my cousins. Please don't mind." To think of objecting would be too formal. However, "Is there anything that we can assist you with?" They were sent by Ignacio Jiatu to assist Reed, and upon hearing he had important matters to attend to, they immediately offered help. Reed thought for a moment and replied, "Actually, there is something important I need my Roland brothers' help with." The Ignacio brothers were skilled in martial arts, especially Hampton, who was born with a natural talent for martial practice. His strength wasn't cultivated through hard work like Reed's. Although Zane hadn't shown off yet, he must also be quite good. Just before leaving the embassy today, he reminded Choi Gongshu to be careful, but facing the top swordsman of Bailey, he didn't fully trust the guards. Thinking about it, he decided he needed to be proactive. After all, despite the signing of the treaty, if anything happened to Choi Gongshu now, the treaty could still be invalidated. That night, Reed settled his two cousins, and then quietly stood in the memorial hall. Although he had set up a shrine for Humbert, being just a servant rather than family, the court would not grant him leave. So, he took this rare opportunity to pay his respects. Also, quietly pouring wine for Humbert, his ears remained alert to any sounds in the yard. Soon enough, he heard the door to Ember's house open. Reed's eyes flashed with an odd look. He put down the wine jar and silently slipped out of the courtyard. Seeing her agile figure move, he quickly followed. Ember darted through the residential area, and Reed effortlessly stayed behind her. After about 15 minutes, he saw her leap into a courtyard. He quietly followed and, upon seeing the secluded yard, felt a sudden shock. Cautiously crossing the wall, he surveyed the surroundings and crept in one direction. Soon, he arrived at the foot of a pavilion, observing the lit second floor. Thinking for a moment, he leaped up, grabbed the railing, and landed steadily on the second floor. Thanks to his recent diligent practice, he had just barely broken through to the hidden power level with the help of ginseng blood, allowing him to follow Ember without being detected. Hiding under the eaves, Reed pressed his ear against the window and heard Ember's voice inside. "My Rhonda, I failed in my task and couldn't kill Chris. Please punish me." As soon as Ember spoke, Reed was immediately startled. He had suspected something amiss with Ember, but hadn't expected it to be true. With a hint of doubt in his heart, he continued eavesdropping. Suddenly, another voice came from inside the room. Guancanghai attempted to assassinate Chris. With his skills, he should have been able to hold off Chris's guards. Even if not all of them, the remainder probably couldn't stop you and Esau. This palace is very curious. How could you miss such a great opportunity? The moment this person spoke, Reed's eyes widened in surprise. Birch? The current Colleen? Although her tone differed from when he met her at the Dag's residence, her voice didn't change. Moreover, Ember addressed her as Bryson's. Ember turned out to be Birch's subordinate. Yet, Birch, a mere princess from a fallen kingdom, now a Duchess of Dacia, what did she intend by getting involved with the Internal Guard Bureau? Bryson's, it was Reed. I never imagined that he possessed martial skills, and his abilities far surpass mine. Reed? How is this possible? Bryson's, every word I say is true, and Fred Esau witnessed it with his own eyes. Ember said, after being stopped by him, Fred Esau also failed. Fearing our identities would be exposed, we withdrew from the embassy. Is that really so? Birch seemed hard to believe. Wasn't Reed always neglected by the Gu family? How could he have had the chance to learn martial arts? Moreover, his skills were even better than Ember's. Keep in mind, Ember had received extremely rigorous training from the Internal Guard Bureau since childhood, resulting in extraordinary martial skills. But what about Reed? He had been confined to the Gu family since childhood, frequently mistreated by Johnny. How could he possibly have such remarkable skills? For a moment, Birch felt like she had just heard the biggest joke in 20 years. Ember said, Bryson's, that's the truth. Reed ordered the internal guards to monitor the movements of both countries' envoys, which gave us the opportunity to easily discover Chris and Guancanghai's plans. I initially intended to go along with it, but unexpected events occurred, and Ember hesitated slightly, and Birch picked up on her hesitation, asking, what problem arose? Chapter 74, Settling the Dust. Rhonda, I estimate that my internal guard token was lost during the fight. What? Birch was greatly shocked. Her tone was quite severe as she said, how could you be so careless? She never imagined that Lori would still carry the internal guard token when doing such things and, more importantly, lose it during the fight. If the token fell into someone else's hands, big problems would arise. Lori said shamefully, the incident happened suddenly, Chris and Toby's plot was too tight, and I acted hastily. No, you must be very careful today, especially in front of Reed. Do not reveal any flaws at all. Trespassing on the internal guard was a huge crime. If it were known that the internal guard had assassinated a prince of another country without any orders, there would be a significant problem. Lori said, my Rhonda, the embassy delegation will likely finish soon. Should I leave Master Reed's home now? Not suitable. Birch immediately refused and, after thinking for a moment, said, since the internal guard has not ordered an internal investigation yet, it seems they don't know about the matter of the token. If you leave now, it will expose you immediately. But the token, this is something this palace will take care of. Yes. Lori respectfully responded. Then as if she thought of something, she said, Rhonda, your servant probed Master Reed's old servant the other day and did not get any useful information. The next day, that old servant died tragically. However, I wonder. Reed, listening from outside, his eyes slightly chilled. Birch actually made Lori probe Humbert? What was she probing? Could Humbert's death have anything to do with Birch? I have heard about this matter and also find it very suspicious. But there are no clues right now. Anyway, this matter has nothing to do with our plans. Let's put Master Reed's old servant issue aside for now. Agreed, Lori answered, while the disappointed look in Reed's eyes hiding outside flashed away. Humbert was just a servant after all. Why would he have the qualifications to attract such excessive attention? After some thought, he had already found the answer he wanted today, so he quietly sneaked back into the dark. When Lori returned to Reed's residence, she noticed the lamp in the shrine still emitted a faint light, which slightly comforted her heart. Reed heard the sound of Lori's door opening and closing, his eyes flashing. He had just arrived, and Lori came right after him. Presumably, she didn't talk much with Birch afterward. It was now confirmed that Lori's actual superior was not Hartley but the hidden Bryson's Birch. But what did this princess of a fallen kingdom intend by involving herself in the affairs of the internal guard? Based on their conversation today, Birch had other undercovers besides Lori, even including Esau among the 7 leaders of the internal guard. The 7 leaders of the internal guard were named after the Big Dipper stars. It was unimaginable that this princess who had been low-key for 20 years in the capital still controlled such a crucial force. Esau commanded the main force of the internal guard, which monitored the officials in the capital city. But why did Birch want to assassinate Chris? There was no feud between them, nor between Yun Country and Li Yue in earlier years. In the Dag's residence, this princess seemed to agree with the strategy of him and Dag. Surely it wouldn't be because the incident of Junior's murder occurred within the Bailey embassy. So she decided to eliminate Chris using the internal guard to help negotiate between Daya and Bailey? Putting that aside, Reed didn't think this was possible at all. From his brief encounters with Birch twice, this Colleen certainly didn't seem like a fool. If Chris was killed in the capital of Daya, it would only point directly at the Bailey embassy and escalate conflicts. After all, Toby indeed attacked publicly and was officially part of the Bailey embassy. Her action wouldn't help the Crown Prince brother. Instead, it would make Bailey more suspicious. Reed shook his head, finding the situation somewhat ridiculous, then suddenly froze. Or perhaps, this Colleen intended to frame Bailey? Thinking about the terms used in her conversation with Lori, this palace, as a princess, how could she use such a term? And her other identity, Bryson's of Yun Country, Reed felt surprised. Did this woman have ulterior motives? Suppose the Bailey embassy really got blamed for various crimes. Given Adolf's character, to save the face of Daya, he might still order their expulsion despite the traditional custom of not killing envoys. The consequences would be, even if Daya did not ally with Liyue, it couldn't resist taking advantage of Bailey's conflict with Liyue, launching a war in the north, hoping to reclaim northern territory. So, Reed's eyes flickered. The northern land belonged to Yun country's homeland. If the two countries fought, what benefits could Birch gain? If his guesses were correct, why did this woman hope to see a war break out between Daya and Bailey? Also, what was it that she wanted to know by having Lori probe Humbert? This woman had hidden herself too deeply. At the Brysons' residence, she seemed like an innocent little rabbit that wouldn't harm anyone, but in reality, the Esau department of the Internal Guard, which monitored all officials, such an important position, was actually controlled by this woman, meaning that all secrets of the officials in the capital were in her hands. With such skills, and still interfering with the negotiations from behind the scenes, he couldn't believe this woman didn't have some ulterior motive. Time passed quickly. 5 days went by. Nothing major happened during these 5 days. Even the safety concerns about Donghua book that Reed worried about did not materialize. These days, he had Hampton and his brother work with the Internal Guard to guard the Bailey embassy. Especially Hampton and his brother, who even pretended to be attendants to Donghua book, taking care of his safety. During these 5 days, Chris showed great anxiety, almost demanding accountability from Daya every day. However, due to the unpleasantness caused by his previous argument with Reed refused visitors under the pretext of mourning. Even though the ministers continuously impeached him in court, they were consistently suppressed by Adolf. Whenever the topic of the Bailey delegation came up, Adolf would always claim the case was not yet resolved and rebuke the ministers. Therefore, although Donghua book remained softly detained in the embassy, his life was quite comfortable. Of course, if he didn't think about the 5 states, he would probably be even happier. After 5 days, there was no unusual activity reported from the north. Donghua book knew that Daya was doing its utmost to help them resolve potential internal turmoil. Therefore, this old man sent another generous gift to Reed in high spirits. As usual, Reed accepted the gift, left the financial matters for the prince, and put the ginseng in his own pocket. Having set the precedent for the first delivery of ginseng, the prince didn't think much of it and directly transferred the ginseng to Reed, even offering more if he liked it. Reed just chuckled and politely declined. After all, how could the prince's ginseng compare with Donghua book's ginseng? That ginseng had the added benefit of being over 1,000 years old and blood enriched. However, after 5 days of delay, even a fool would start to wonder. Just as Chris and Ferdy's faction prepared to launch their attacks, the long-awaited national letter from the Bailey Emperor finally arrived at the capital of Daya and was delivered into the hands of Adolf. Chapter 75. The Last Struggle. Reed's Promotion. At the Inatio Mission Inn, Chris's face was so grim that it was somewhat frightening. The entire capital city was abuzz with the news that Bailey had sent another national letter to the Great Lucas capital. Naturally, he could not have remained oblivious to this. Although he did not know what was written in the letter, considering recent events and the fact that Floyd was still allowed to stay in the Great Lucas capital, it was evident that Floyd must have made new concessions to remain here. Thinking about this infuriated him to grit his teeth. Simultaneously, he felt a faint sense of regret for his arrogance towards Reed those days. He had never imagined that Reed could make Floyd concede further, and to an extent satisfactory to Great Lucas. Even more surprising to him, Reed alone could sway the entire negotiation process, which was unexpected. If he had continued to pretend to be close to Reed from the beginning, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Mr. Guan, I have 2 tasks for you to carry out personally. Please instruct your highness. Since being driven away by Floyd, he had been hiding here with Chris, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Floyd at the right moment. But unexpectedly, the Great Lucas showed no intention of thoroughly investigating the assassination attempt, instead appearing to reach certain agreements with Floyd during this period, leading to the failure of Chris's plans. With things at this stage, he could only follow Chris down the same dark path. Kill Floyd, then head north immediately to find Balthazar Killian, and have him initiate the uprising ahead of schedule. Chris's face was filled with murderous intent, his expression quite malicious. Upon hearing this, Toby was taken aback. Your Highness, if we kill Floyd, the Great Lucas will certainly order a lockdown of the entire capital. Then, attempting to head north might become impossible. The Bailey national letter traveling south has surely already reached Oliver. Regardless of how many cities Bailey concedes, these forces will be deployed to our Inatio border. Only by having Floyd dead can this issue be resolved. It might even lead to enmity between Great Lucas and Bailey. For Floyd to persuade the Bailey Emperor to concede, it couldn't just be due to the situation. It was also likely because Floyd truly held the Bailey Emperor's trust. If something happened to Floyd within the Great Lucas, it would definitely cause trouble for the Great Lucas as well. In the Imperial study, Adolf looked over the national letter from the Bailey Emperor, his face full of joy. Roy and Minister Gu, both of you have done very well, Adolf said with a smile. Though everything was settled after Floyd's seal was affixed previously, this national letter from the Bailey Emperor reaffirmed Bailey's stance. The letter even mentioned that Oliver, guarding the border, had been informed and would proceed with the transfer of documents upon arrival of the Great Lucas envoy. Roy immediately rejoiced when he heard this matter concluded. Reed thought deeper and said, Your Majesty, this all depends on Roy's planning and the Internal Security Office's assistance. That's enough. Their contributions will not go unnoticed. Adolf glanced at Reed happily and satisfactorily before turning to Basil beside him. That Dylan from your Internal Security Office is indeed skilled. Since Minister Gu finds him suitable, why not transfer him to serve under Minister Gu? Basil had no objections, it was just about the Chief Warden, but Reed was stunned. He did mention Dylan specifically in his report, but transferring him to his command, Your Majesty, first, I don't have the qualifications to establish a mansion, second, I don't even have an official office. Transferring Director Liu under me seems inappropriate. Initially, he only wished for Dylan and his subordinates to have better prospects, but he hadn't expected Adolf to assign Dylan directly under him. Hee. Adolf laughed. You've reclaimed 5 states for the court. Do you plan to continue transcribing texts in the Hanlon Academy? Upon hearing this, Reed knew immediately that he was getting a promotion. Indeed, Adolf stood up. Minister Gu, I shall confer upon you the title of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Next, please lead the mission northward again to accept the 5 states on behalf of our great Lucas. I obey your Majesty's command. Reed felt elated inside. Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, a 5th grade official position. This was a 3-level promotion for him. While a 5th grade official wasn't particularly high-ranking, it meant he now qualified to attend court sessions. And in modern terms, it was equivalent to a deputy foreign minister. More importantly, after becoming Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights, it seemed his post of Secretariat Registrar was not revoked, meaning he now held 2 positions. Seeing his joyful expression, Adolf nodded with particular satisfaction, then turned to look at Roy. Roy, your humble servant is present. To regain 5 states from Bailey in one stroke, you have certainly made contributions. However, to get 5 states at once, these newly acquired territories need to be managed. What's your opinion on appointing the chief officials for these 5 states? The Dag was taken aback by the question. Yunzhou, Anaxiagzu, Daizhou, Phoenixzhou, and Xianzhou? If it were only about the prefects of these 5 states, appointments would be relatively simple. But there are also county magistrates and subordinate officials under them. The number of required officials would be substantial. Just considering officials with ranks, the 5 states combined would require over 200 people. Where could they find over 200 officials in such a short time? Seeing the worried look on the Dag's face, Adolf felt slightly disappointed and turned to Reed, asking, Minister Gu, you're always full of ideas. What's your take on this? Your Majesty. Reed's eyes twinkled as he said, in fact, mobilizing over 200 officials at once is quite challenging for our great Lucas. What should be done then? Although brilliant in strategy, he's still young. Adolf sighed inwardly. Currently, more than half of the civil officials are controlled by noble families. In principle, he doesn't want these new territories to fall into their hands again. Otherwise, he could directly delegate this matter to the Ministry of Personnel during the court assembly. He brought it up in the Imperial study to see if the Dag and Reed had any solutions. Who would have thought? Reed continued, Your Majesty, since the founding of our great Lucas, we have held 7 Imperial examinations, which means there are now ample talents within the Hanlon Academy who can meet the needs of these 5 states. What? Adolf, the Dag, and even Basil stared at Reed in shock. Especially Adolf, who subconsciously suspected Reed of trying to form cliques, given his considerable time spent in the Hanlon Academy and his good relations due to his post as Secretariat Registrar. Adolf narrowed his eyes and said coolly, the northern 5 states are newly incorporated into our territory, with complex internal conditions. What I need are capable officials. Your Majesty, all officials within the Hanlon Academy come from the Imperial examination system, granted the title of Genshur by Your Majesty, making them a reserve force for the state. If Your Majesty is concerned about their capabilities, that's not hard to address. Oh. Adolf immediately perked up, saying, tell me more. Chapter 76. Who is really cultivating a power base? Adolf was fully aware of the situation within the Hanlon Academy. In short, those with connections had already been transferred out, while those without remained inside to transcribe and write. Adolf intended to change this status quo, but the court operated according to its own laws and rules. As an emperor, he could indeed make direct appointments, but if he excessively interfered even in the appointment of county magistrates, it would easily trigger internal strife within the court. Thus, only the scholars from humble origins were left in the Hanlon Academy. Using these people for the 5 states would be beneficial to the great Lucas, yet they lacked practical governance experience. If all officials for the newly acquired 5 states were appointed from the Hanlon Academy, problems would inevitably arise. Reed said, Your Majesty, whether it's the local governors or county magistrates, they are all in charge of regional administrative affairs, while lower-ranking officials carry out specific tasks. That's why when there are vacancies in local administrations, they must be filled by personnel from the Hanlon Academy. But those are just positions at the county magistrate level, the Dag interrupted, unable to contain himself. Reed smiled and said, since the county magistrates of other prefectures can do so, why can't the northern region? But how should the governors of the 5 states be appointed? Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness. There are also officials of the 5th rank and above within the Hanlon Academy, Reed remarked with a smile. Although they lack local governance experience, if we provide them with experienced and capable subordinates, maintaining smooth administration should not be a problem. And since these 5 states are located on the border, defended by the army, chaos is unlikely to break out. Adolf immediately understood what Reed meant upon hearing this. Provide the heads of these prefectures and counties with experienced and capable subordinates. Where would such subordinates come from? They would naturally be transferred from other regions. This way, although the higher-ranking officials might lack sufficient governance experience, having emerged from the Hanlon Academy, they have a clear understanding of the court's policies and will not appear ignorant, thus avoiding deception by their subordinates. Most importantly, these officials have not yet been corrupted by the bureaucracy, and the vacancies left after these transfers would naturally be filled by the Hanlon Academy. This method ensures that the 5 states are not controlled by aristocratic families while allowing more grassroots officials to gain experience. It's a win-win solution. Though over 200 officials may not be enough to alter the dominance of aristocratic families, a small flame can grow into a roaring fire, given time. When more scholars from humble origins can play significant roles in the great Lucas, it will eventually lead to a fundamental transformation. Moreover, he has already begun gradually eradicating the roots of aristocratic influence. I remember the current head official of the Hanlon Academy is the top scholar from our first imperial examination. What's his name again? Official Lucian. Reed replied from the side. Currently, the Hanlon Academy did not have a designated president scholar, making Lucian, who held the position of imperial reader scholar, the highest-ranking official. Additionally, there were several others within the entire academy holding similar ranks, but because he was the top scholar of the first imperial examination, he was specially appointed by the emperor to act as the president scholar, hence holding the highest position. Adolf pondered for a moment and said, the 4th rank should be sufficient. Throughout the Great Lucas, prefectural governors ranged from the 5th to the 4th rank, depending on whether the state was classified as superior or inferior. Based on population and area, the 5 states might not be considered superior states, given the sparse population on the frontier. However, considering the special nature of the border region, classifying them as superior states was feasible. After some thought, Adolf said, so let it be decided this way. Dag. Your son is here. Upon hearing this, the Dag immediately realized the task would fall on him. Suppressing his inner excitement, he stepped forward. Adolf instructed, after meeting Secretary Troy tomorrow, you shall oversee the assignment of prefectural and county heads for the northern 5 states. Other subordinate officials can be handled by the Ministry of Personnel. Do you understand? Adolf gave a meaningful look to the Dag, who instantly grasped his intent. Not only would he need to personally select the main officials, but also the subordinate officials. Although the Ministry of Personnel would be involved in the selection, the final decision would rest solely with him. This move not only allowed the Dag to cultivate his power base, but also indirectly informed him that Adolf did not want aristocratic families to meddle. Reed glanced at the Dag, inwardly marveling at how skillfully Adolf wielded his royal arts. Letting the Dag cultivate power openly, it served 2 purposes, providing benefits for the Dag and ensuring that future monarchs would have capable personnel available after his reign. Furthermore, Adolf's final words carried a warning tone. To give more scholars from humble origins the chance to gain experience, the list absolutely must not include members of aristocratic families. In this way, it would inevitably cut off the ties between the Dag and the aristocratic families. Without the support of the aristocrats, if the Dag wanted to secure his position, he could only follow Adolf's path and eliminate the power of the aristocratic families. By giving the Dag this opportunity, Adolf had achieved a balance. As the founding emperor who had sat on the throne for over 2 decades, Adolf's political acumen was truly formidable. Had Ferdy or the Ministry of Personnel been in charge, they would likely have helped the aristocratic families grow stronger. But now, the Dag had no choice but to handle things according to Adolf's wishes. However, what particularly intrigued Reed was Xavion's repeated assertion that Adolf and the Dag had differing political views, even arguing in court. But from this private exchange, it didn't seem like that at all. At least, from the negotiation of the embassy to the 5 states. Although Adolf had many plans, the benefits to the Dag were obvious. Adolf had even given him the chance to personally cultivate his own power base. But, recalling the information he had obtained from Birch recently, she and the Dag were close like siblings. Birch appeared harmless in public, yet no one would expect her to wield immense power, overseeing the surveillance of officials in the capital, and having the ability to manipulate the court at will. If she knew the Dag held the power to appoint hundreds of officials, it was unclear what actions she might take. Reed sighed inwardly. This woman was an excellent actress. The Dag trusted her completely, and it was uncertain what chaos might arise in the future. After accepting his mission, the Dag noticed Reed looking at him strangely and gave him a puzzled look. Reed quickly withdrew his gaze and stood beside him with a serious expression. Adolf did not notice the exchange between them and turned to Reed, saying, Minister Gu, you should attend the morning court session tomorrow. After your appointment is announced, you will soon be leading the embassy north. Whether we can smoothly take control of these 5 states depends on you. Reed was taken aback. Your Majesty, but what about the intentions of the northernly emperor? Could their border generals really disobey? Adolf looked at him and suddenly laughed strangely. Chapter 77. The net is cast. Reed reveals his entire plan. As soon as Reed left the palace, he saw Zane waiting outside. Upon seeing him, Reed immediately hurried forward. Is it the Bailey envoy that's in trouble? Zane's expression was quite agitated. Cousin, Toby attempted to assassinate Fred Floyd and was caught on the spot. On the spot? Reed was quite surprised. This top swordsman of Bailey seemed a little overrated. He mildly mocked it and then looked at Zane with concern, asking, what about you all? No one was hurt, right? Elder brother got stabbed in the arm, but he's fine now. Zane continued. Toby is rather cunning. After being intercepted by elder brother, he didn't tangle and the inner guards, well prepared, used the fishing net formation to capture him. Good work. Reed smiled faintly. It was him who taught Dylan the fishing net formation. After Birch's betrayal was exposed, Reed no longer trusted the original inner guards fully and thus opted for Dylan. The concept of the fishing net formation came from Rolf's wuxia novels. Back then, it was just an offhand comment, yet Dylan actually pulled it off and successfully captured Toby. Let's go see the Bailey envoy. Excited, Reed climbed into the carriage and went to the Bailey envoy with Zane. Just as they arrived, Archer welcomed them out. Seeing Reed, he expressed gratitude immediately. Thanks to your meticulous arrangements, Sir Gu. Otherwise, I might have met my end in this foreign land today. Fredbrett, you were too kind. As a guest here, it is already inappropriate to alarm you. There's no need for your thanks. Saying this, he looked at Hampton, noticing his arm was bandaged and asked, how is cousin's injury? Hampton shook his head, replying, it's fine, just a flesh wound. Reed nodded and then looked at Archer. I just left the palace. If nothing else comes up, our emperor will summon the envoy tomorrow. Perhaps you should prepare accordingly. Indeed, Archer chuckled. Now that the villain is in custody within the envoy, would Sir Gu be interested in seeing him? The top swordsman of Bailey, of course I am. Smiling, Reed followed Archer to where Toby was detained. Seeing Toby, he was wrapped like a dumpling by the inner guards. Upon noticing Reed's arrival, Dylan stepped forward. Sir? Reed laughed. Brother Lou, seems like you've made quite a haul this time. Several of Toby's attempts had failed previously due to inadequate responses from the inner guards, which disappointed Reed. Hearing this, Dylan respectfully replied, without the fishing net formation you taught us, we wouldn't have easily captured the criminal. Reed nodded and scrutinized Toby. He appeared to be around 40, weathered face, eyes not as sharp as before, more like a lost swordsman without conviction. After observing for a while, Reed suddenly whispered, initially hearing your name, I felt quite anxious. Yet, you failed thrice, ending up here. Seems like serving as a dog has dulled your edge. Others looked at Reed in astonishment, never expecting him to employ psychological warfare right away. Furiously glaring, Toby snapped, "You're talking nonsense. Why don't you fight me fairly instead of using this fish-catching net?" "Huh." Reed sneered, "I'm an official, you're a criminal. Would you expect me to use martial rules? Then why do I need these soldiers?" Frankly, he did not dislike martial artists, especially after reading many wuxia novels, but for someone like Toby, he indeed held contempt. True heroes act for their country and people. This should be the spirit of martial artists. But Toby, a great swordsman, willingly served as a henchman, merely being a tool for others, plainly speaking, even worse than what others called dogs. Enraged by Reed's words, Toby would have stabbed him through if not bound tightly. Unexpectedly, Reed had more to say. "Actually, from the first day you arrived at the Bailey envoy, I suspected you. Today's arrangements were solely to capture you, the top swordsman of Bailey." What? All present were shocked by Reed's revelation. In other words, from the moment Toby appeared, Reed had already suspected him and started making corresponding arrangements. Today's situation, as well as the negotiations between Daya and Bailey, all these outcomes were within his expectations. Archer felt most helpless. He had a feeling that even before arriving at Daya's capital, he had already been calculated by Reed. This feeling was awful, especially since he lost the territory of 5 prefectures because of this calculation. To be honest, if it weren't for Toby's appearance, he would never have ended up in such a dire situation. However, it was precisely because of this guy's arrival that they managed to expose Hunt, the traitor. Speaking of Hunt, whom he had always protected, ended up causing a huge backlash. Losing the territory of 5 prefectures this time, even if it was for the sake of Bailey, would not have happened without Hunt colluding with Liu. All of this stemmed from Reed's initial strategic moves, targeting the situation between Bailey and Liu, turning disadvantages into benefits, which ultimately forced Bailey to sign this state letter. He even managed to do so under almost unanimous opposition from the entire court of Daya, maintaining a close relationship with Liu while using every available condition to his advantage. Step by step, he compelled Archer to eventually fall into his trap. At such a young age, not only did he manage to go undetected throughout the entire negotiation process, but even the officials of Daya did not realize his true intentions. Such a person, if he does not meet an untimely end in the future, will surely become a minister capable of governing the Daya court. If that day comes, he can ensure at least a century of prosperity for Daya. What misfortune for our Bailey. Archer felt quite helpless. One must know that Reed is currently only a 6th-rank official, yet he managed to make Adolf abandon Prime Minister Ferdy and fully support him instead, the difficulty of which is evident. But Reed succeeded, and once such a person matures, it will undoubtedly be a nightmare for Bailey. Toby did not know the details of the negotiations, and had no understanding of Reed's calculations. Even when he heard Reed mention that he had suspicions about him from the moment he saw him in the envoy, he wasn't worried at all. Instead, he laughed. "So what if you suspected me? What difference does it make if Archer goes back alive? Balthazar Killian has made all necessary preparations. Everything is too late now. Ha ha ha. Ha." Upon hearing Toby's arrogant laughter, Reed suddenly felt somewhat bored. The top swordsman of Bailey, although with considerable martial prowess, clearly lacked intelligence. Without saying anything, this man had confessed everything before Bailey's prime minister, although Archer had already known all of this. Chapter 78. Listen to me. Thank you. You're really a good person. The next day, Killianing Hall, the Grand Assembly. Adolf was in an exceptionally good mood today. He looked at the civil and military officials with a smile. "My ministers, today is a fine day. A day that will be recorded in history for our great Lucas. I am delighted." The officials below responded differently upon hearing this. Ferdy's faction seemed like eggplants beaten by frost. Because yesterday, the Northernly Imperial letter arrived in the capital, and they had already understood that the multi-day negotiations among 3 countries had come to a conclusion. Great Lucas and Northernly had formed an alliance. But this was not what their faction of officials wanted. As for those who were not part of Ferdy's faction, they behaved as usual, though they also wondered why Adolf would choose Northernly, which had no advantage, and had old grudges from earlier years. However, regardless, they knew that Great Lucas wouldn't suffer any loss, so they remained calm. Just now, whatever the result might be, since the Emperor said he was happy, they couldn't embarrass him at this moment, right? Thus, all civil and military officials clasped their hands in salute, and stood up to exclaim, "Zephyratulations to your majesty, wishing your majesty joy." Adolf smiled and said, "I am indeed delighted, but what should be congratulated is our great Lucas. My ministers." After several rounds of negotiations, our great Lucas and Northernly have become allies. This not only resolves our northern border troubles, but also recovers the land of the 5 states. What do you think, my ministers? Is this worth celebrating? Adolf's words caused uproar in the court. Regardless of which faction they belonged to, every official gaped at Adolf in astonishment. Even Ferdy was utterly stunned. 5 states of territory. That was 5 states. Great Lucas had been established for 20 years, yet the 10 northern states were no longer part of its territory. Any war initiated in recent years resulted only in heavy losses, leaving everything in disarray. Now, Adolf told them that a simple negotiation had recovered the 5 states. When did Northernly become so compliant? Adon couldn't hold back his excitement and ran out, holding his work card. "Ruler, your majesty, is this true?" "Haha." Adolf laughed loudly. "Minister Ari, you must know. A sovereign does not speak jestingly. I am too excited. To recover the land of the 5 states just through table talks. This is unprecedented." Adon became somewhat incoherent in his excitement. He then bowed deeply to the Dag. "Bryson, you managed the negotiations brilliantly, bringing back the northern territories. This is truly a great deed." The Dag instantly felt flustered. He was merely a symbol during the few days of negotiation, with all matters being handled solely by Reed. Now, to claim credit with the ministers, even as a man in his 30s, he couldn't help but blush. Minister Ari has misunderstood. Although I oversaw the negotiation, it was all due to the power of our great Lucas and the virtue of Christian. I merely. Adolf noticed the Dag's embarrassment and promptly said with a smile, this was all thanks to Secretary Reed's ingenious strategy and efforts. The Dag demonstrates humility and has the ability to recognize talent, fully embodying the demeanor of a crown prince. I am greatly comforted. What? Reed? Everyone was shocked, especially Ferdy, who found it hard to imagine that Reed could single-handedly facilitate an alliance between two countries and recover the land of the 5 states. Your Majesty, may I ask what cost our great Lucas had to bear in this negotiation? In Ferdy's view, forming an alliance with Northernly didn't seem advantageous for great Lucas. Yet, how did Reed manage to obtain these 5 states? If the price was too heavy, it would be better to overturn this negotiation content at today's assembly. After all, as the Prime Minister, being played around by a mere 6th-rank secretary was one thing, but having his political stance denied while Reed succeeded in the negotiation, this was indeed embarrassing. Ferdy's question was also what all the officials cared about most. Seeing the minister's concerned expressions, Adolf immediately smiled. Since this matter was handled by Reed, let's summon him into the hall, and my ministers can ask him. Finishing, the eunuch beside Adolf loudly announced, by order of Christian, summon Secretary Reed. His voice traveled far, and other eunuchs sang it loudly. Reed, standing by the door, straightened his robe and slowly walked into the hall. Your humble servant, the scholar of the Hanlon Academy, Secretary Reed, pays homage to your majesty and wishes health to the Son of Heaven. I am well. Seeing his trusted minister, Adolf beamed. He looked at Reed and said, Secretary Gu, our ministers are very curious about the negotiations. Tell them about it. Reed respectfully replied, all this was due to the majesty of our great Lucas and the benevolence of your majesty. I am merely a minor pawn. The Dag. Are you trying to take credit from me? Ferdy couldn't be bothered to respond. His eyes darkly fixated on Reed. He asked through a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Earlier, this prime minister knew that Da Ren-gu did not approve of an alliance with Liu, but instead was full of anticipation for Bailey, which has enmity with our great Lucas. Now that the alliance negotiation has succeeded and 5 states have been regained, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Upon hearing these words from this old man, Reed knew nothing good would come out of him. Though his mouth was full of congratulatory words, he brought up the old enmity between Bailey and great Lucas, essentially trying to stir up trouble. He calmly replied, I must thank Prime Minister for this achievement. Without your help, I certainly wouldn't have been able to reclaim the 5 states at the negotiating table. Oh? Everyone's heads were filled with big question marks as they looked at Ferdy in confusion. Previously, Reed had significantly harmed Prime Minister Hicks and the Gu family. How could he now claim assistance? Could it be true that a Prime Minister's stomach can really hold a boat? Seeing everyone looking at him, especially his son-in-law Johnny's puzzled gaze, Ferdy's face immediately darkened. As for Adolf, he suddenly felt amused in his heart. He sensed that Reed was about to create some fun. Sure enough, under the doubtful gazes of all present, Reed calmly said, if Prime Minister hadn't opposed an alliance with Bailey, how could Bailey feel the hostility from great Lucas's officials? Under such pressure, Bailey surely wouldn't have submitted so quickly. Then, he solemnly bowed to Ferdy. To tell the truth, Hicks Prime Minister also deserves credit. Without you, I certainly couldn't have achieved such results. You truly are a good person. Spit. Good person. Ferdy nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It turned out, because he led the opposition against the alliance with Bailey, making Gongshu feel that prospects were tough, he was forced to cede the 5 states? So did that mean he actually helped this guy by strength? The civil and military officials heard Reed's words and looked at Ferdy strangely. All seasoned foxes, they naturally caught the sarcastic tone in Reed's words toward Ferdy. Seeing everyone's strange looks, especially from his own faction, who almost wanted to ask directly, Boss, why are you aiding the enemy? Ferdy covered his chest, feeling incredibly stifled. Adon, seeing Ferdy's embarrassment, felt particularly pleased. He cheerfully asked Reed, Adult Gu is young and talented, but this official still has some doubts. I hope little Gu could enlighten me. Chapter 79. A debate among ministers. Never lost an argument. Why did the court turn into a place for officials to chat? However, as Adon was his exam mentor from the imperial examination, Reed still respectfully said, I dare not claim that I can clear up confusions. What would you like to say, Fredari? Adon nodded contentedly and smiled as he asked, I wonder what price did Fred Gu pay to get these 5 states? Price. Reed paused, startled, and cautiously replied, Fred, does it count as a price if we promise no military action? What? Immediately, there was a stir among the court officials. Just a promise of no attack? What kind of price is this? Ferdy narrowed his eyes, wearing a sardonic smile and remarked, Is Fred Gu joking with the court ministers? My position cannot be compared with Prime Minister Hicks's power. How dare I joke in front of Christian? Before Reed could respond, Adon interjected with an unpleasant jab at Ferdy. Being naturally adversarial with Ferdy and calling him a traitorous Prime Minister often, plus having Reed as his quasi-student, Adon felt obliged to lend some support in court. It was then that Adolf spoke up after seeing the argument between Adon and Ferdy. Minister Gu indeed did splendidly on this matter. He secured the 5 states and 50,000 warhorses with merely a promise of no military action. Not only did this spare our sons from the miseries of war, but it also recovered the 5 states for great Lucas. It's a great contribution to the nation. One word of great contribution instantly quelled the confrontation between Ari and Hicks. Seeing that the emperor had spoken, both of these heavyweights returned to their positions. But a general stepped out, saying sarcastically, earlier, Prime Minister Hicks proposed allying with Liu while attacking the north. Had the 2 northern countries been in conflict, we could have seized the moment to recover lost territories. Although Fred Gu has taken back the 5 states, he has missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whether this counts as a win or loss is truly hard to conclude. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Reed's eyes instantly narrowed. Johnny. Since you chose to provoke me, don't blame me for my response. Without even turning around, he calmly replied, in Jinwu Year 4, our army battled the Bailey Kingdom. Given that Guiyuan Bo hails from the north, familiar with its geography and customs, he was assigned as the commander. Yet after one battle, not only did we fail to capture any state, but tens of thousands of soldiers also died in vain. Isn't what you failed to gain on the battlefield expected to be retrieved through diplomatic negotiations by civil servants? Whoa! Everyone stared at Reed and Johnny in astonishment, never expecting Reed to stand up so boldly. After all, he was still a national noble. This fellow actually publicly discredited and revealed someone's weakness in front of all civil and military officials. Seeing everyone's gaze, Johnny retorted furiously, You're insolent. Fred Johnny, as a servant of Christian, do you think your words are appropriate? Reed responded fearlessly, knowing now his own origins and feeling less reserved toward Johnny. These plain words were meant to mock Johnny. The Jinwu Year 4 campaign led by Johnny involving troops of Yun Kingdom's Gu family who had pledged allegiance to the Great Lucas, ended up with no territorial gains and most of the veteran generals either dead or injured. To say there wasn't some underhand play involved would be incredulous. Enraged, Johnny trembled in anger upon hearing these words. Looking at the slightly displeased Adolf on the throne, he gritted his teeth and swallowed his breath. He only shouted insolence due to habitual reprimanding of Reed over the years. However, here in the court, not his home, the emperor was the ultimate authority. Educating an imperial official in front of the emperor was certainly overstepping. Furthermore, few among these officials knew the relationship between him and Reed. Naturally, no one would press the filial piety card against Reed. And the more this happened, the more suffocated Johnny felt. Using the northern territory as leverage, he gained the rank of Marquis in Great Lucas. During the Jinwu Year 4 campaign, worried about the influence of the old generals from the Gu family, and wanting high office, he acted selfishly and directly led many commanders to their death in the battle. Little did he expect that this act of selfishness would become a key reason for the failure in the north. Had it not been for the consideration of his merit in offering land and Ferdy vouching for him, along with the emperor possibly sharing similar thoughts, he might have been stripped of his position long ago. Even so, later in the Great Lucas court, he merely held a title with neither too high nor low position, and never got another chance to lead troops. Adolf might consider Ferdy's backing clan and tacitly allow Johnny to send the old Yun troops to danger, but he could not afford losing strategic advantage because of personal desires. With Reed's words, Johnny's last veil was completely torn off, just shy of writing the word incompetent on his face. Feeling the mocking gazes in the court, he felt somewhat bougon but didn't expect Reed to directly turn and look at the officials. Perhaps all of you have similar thoughts, but I would like to ask a question. Even if it's a once-in-a-millennium decisive battle opportunity, has our great Lucas made any preparations? The 10 states in the south of Bailey are guarded by the renowned General Leo. He commands an army of 300,000 troops. Our northern region hasn't seen a battle for over a decade. Is there any general who dares to say that we can recover more than 5 states in one battle? The vast land in the north is most suitable for large-scale cavalry battles. However, our cavalry in the north is less than 1/10 of Bailey's. Relying solely on infantry, we can barely defend but lack the strength to advance. How can we achieve a quick victory? Hmph. Suddenly, an old general snorted coldly. It was King, the Storm, the top martial general of the court. This man was formidable. Not only did he hold the title of Duke, but his eldest son was none other than Unkit, one of the 3 greatest generals in the world. The silence among the martial generals, which had been caused by Reed's words, broke when this man spoke up, boosting their morale. This venerable duke enjoyed great prestige both in the court and the military. If he spoke, wouldn't Reed be a little scared? He looked coldly at Reed and said, I heard the other day that in front of the Dag of Liue, you said, sovereignty issues are not negotiable, and in front of the Bailey envoy, you shouted those who offend our great Lucas will be punished no matter how far they flee. Such passionate words even uplifted me, a man from the military ranks. I thought that someday when I met you, I would praise you as a fine son of our great Lucas. But today, listening to your words, there's not a trace of the former zeal. Are you just making slogans? Reed glanced at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. You martial generals aren't supposed to be poor at words, right? Why do you talk sharper than us civil servants? But even so, it couldn't stump Reed. After all, the success of this negotiation didn't really rely on the condition of not launching an attack. He said, Chapter 80. If you don't come to bother me for one day, do you feel uncomfortable all over? One general's success comes at the cost of countless bones. Old Balthazar has fought in battles his whole life. What would be the feeling when he sees his soldiers being carried back? When King heard this sentence, a flash of resentment passed across his face, but thinking of those deceased soldiers made him gloomy. Reed said, if for the sake of protecting our country and recovering our homeland, our soldiers fight on the battlefield, they will die without regrets and die in a worthy cause. But if the court is not prepared for war and sends these vibrant lives into battle, it is the failure of the generals. I have never said that our dynasty does not dare to go to war. If the country is in trouble, let alone soldiers, even I, a weak scholar, would wield a knife and go to the front lines without hesitation. Now our northern border army has more than enough defense but lacks offense. A forced attack will inevitably cause incalculable losses. Now there is an opportunity to reclaim the 5 states without any sacrifice. We only need a few years to carefully operate in the north. Who knows, one day we might regain all the territory of our great Lucas. King fell silent immediately after hearing this. There was indeed a good opportunity for battle now, but the court did not have the strength to support such a large-scale war. The Northernly Empire was attacked from both sides, but as a famous general, Leo wouldn't be easy to defeat. If they couldn't take advantage to eliminate most of his troops, the war would become a stalemate. How long would it last then? No one knew. But understanding this himself doesn't mean others can understand it too. As expected, someone else jumped out. Does young Fred Gu think that such a rare opportunity just comes anytime? Ferdy sycophant, still that sleazy lord, asked. Reed immediately became excited upon seeing this person. Sleazy, Lord, whether or not this opportunity comes naturally isn't decided by me. But who says this time is the so-called golden opportunity? Not to mention the hundreds of thousands of troops stationed in the northern part of our border. Just take Inatio. Do you really think they have good intentions? Reed sneered and turned around to bow towards Adolf. Your Majesty, since the envoy entered the capital, a murder case and 2 assassination cases have occurred in the city. It has been confirmed that all this is orchestrated by Northernly Bryce and Chris secretly. The purpose is to provoke conflicts between our dynasty and Northernly. Nonsense. Sleazy shouted loudly. Is Junior a member of Inatio's envoy? If Northernly Prince is assassinated, could he have set up this situation himself? And also, halfway through, he suddenly paused, foolishly asking, isn't this just one assassination? Where are the other 2? Reed pulled out a report from his sleeve. Your Majesty, this is about the assassination that happened in the Northernly embassy last night. The culprit, Toby, attempted to assassinate the Prime Minister Griffin of Northernly. Luckily, with the protection of internal guards, the Prime Minister was safe and sound. The assassin has been captured and imprisoned in the internal guards office. What? Hearing this, the officials were once again stunned. It was just a negotiation. Why did murders and assassinations keep happening? A eunuch by Adolf rushed over to receive the report and handed it to him. Lucas frowned and read it. Soon, he threw it heavily at Ferdy's feet. This scared Ferdy badly. What a wonderful kingdom of Inatio. What a wonderful Chris. Is he treating our great Lucas as the backyard of Inatio? Upon hearing the anger in Adolf's voice, all officials fell silent. Ferdy slowly picked up the report and opened it while Reed glanced at him and then spoke to Adolf. Your Majesty, Bryce and Chris of Inatio believes that our great Lucas will beg to ally with them. This shows their wolfish ambition. Let alone which side our court finally chooses to ally with. If the Northernly cannot ensure their envoy's safety when coming to our court, it only hurts the reputation of our great Lucas. How can such behavior show sincerity in making an alliance? While reading the report, Ferdy listened to Reed, feeling increasingly annoyed. He didn't expect that this Prince of Inatio would not follow the rules, sending a wanderer to assassinate a country's prime minister in the capital of Great Lucas. Thinking of the assassination, he suddenly stopped, puzzled. Isn't Toby the top swordsman of the Northernly and a guest under Hunt, a major general of Northernly? How could he listen to the orders of Inatio Bryson? This confession must be fabricated by Fred Gu to confuse the public opinion, right? Hearing this, Reed narrowed his eyes. This old dog is always trying to find fault with me. Can one mess up the Emperor's report like that? If this happens, can I bear the crime of deceiving the Emperor? He said coldly, this confession was reviewed by me, the Northernly envoy, and the internal guards. Fred Hicks claims that we are confusing the public, but I wonder why Fred Hicks shows no trust in his own colleagues while continuously protecting the envoy from Inatio. Are you truly the Prime Minister of our great Lucas, or the Prime Minister of Inatio? What? Seeing the confrontation between the two, the officials eating melons became stunned once again. They suddenly noticed that it seemed every time Reed encountered Ferdy, he couldn't help but annoy him a little. Ferdy was also quite persistent, constantly targeting this 6th-rank official, which really lost some dignity. As a high-ranking Prime Minister, why did he have to confront a minor official in the court? Didn't this make him appear narrow-minded? After annoying him for a moment, Reed turned to Adolf and said, Your Majesty, when I received the envoy into the city, I saw Northernly swordsman Toby hiding within the envoy. To avoid any assassination incidents, I asked the internal guards to investigate this person. Why would Bryson Griffin's escort team of 1,000 need such a mere wanderer? Although I had my doubts, I did not jump to conclusions until later when Junior confessed under interrogation that it was suggested by Toby. I then wondered why a guest of Northernly's general would do something unfavorable to Northernly. After further interrogation, it was found out that Hunt, one of the most famous generals in the world, had already been secretly collaborating with Inatio. Whispering. Suddenly, the court burst into an uproar. A Northernly general collaborating with enemy nations. This, King solemnly asked, is there any evidence to support what Fredgu said? The confessions of Junior and Toby can both confirm this, and Northernly has already verified it. Otherwise, how could Northernly willingly cede the 5 states? Reed turned to look at King and asked silently, Duke Donghua, as an experienced veteran, how long would it take for Inatio to capture the Northernly capital if Hunt betrayed Northernly given his influence in Northernly? As a clan member, if Inatio eradicates Northernly, how much resistance will they face? If Inatio swallows up Northernly and grows stronger, will they still deliver the territories promised to us? If our northern border changes hands to the powerful Inatio, can the north still remain peaceful? I ask, is a declining Northernly more harmful to our border than an ambitious Inatio? Chapter 81. Ministers bow in submission. Reed receives a major reward. None of those who stood in the imperial court were fools. Reed fired off 5 consecutive questions, leaving them all speechless. They had previously supported Liu merely for the thought of reclaiming their northern homeland through Liu's strength. But if Hunt had long been in allegiance with Northernly, then the northeastern defenses of Northly would surely collapse, and it was likely that even before Daxia could prepare to launch an attack, Northernly might have already been annihilated by Liu. At that time, they would only need to subdue Oliver, making the previous so-called advantages non-existent. By then, let alone reclaiming their homeland, the north might not be peaceful at all. And with Daxia lacking cavalry, it would find itself mired in war, struggling to resist Northernly's incursion. A single misstep could lead to the complete destabilization of Daxia's northern defense line. King glanced at Reed complicatedly, then turned to bow towards Adolf. Your Majesty, forming an alliance with Northernly, this old minister, is convinced. With this seasoned general speaking up, the generals who had harbored resentment gradually stepped forward. Your Majesty, Liu harbors ulterior motives. Forming an alliance with Northernly is indeed the right path. We ministers agree. On the civil officials' side, Adon skipped Ferdy directly. Your Majesty, our empire can reclaim the 5 prefectures without expending a single soldier. This is indeed a virtuous act. We ministers agree. Seeing this, officials associated with Ferdy could only lower their heads. The Dag watched Reed's demeanor as he debated the ministers. A look of appreciation flashed in his eyes, his face filled with delight. His few brothers who coveted the throne saw his wide grin and shot him an envious glance, then cast their gaze toward Reed. What they never expected was that what seemed to be the easiest negotiation had become a thrilling and dramatic affair under this young man's maneuvering. Little did they dream that Liu's mission to Daxia was merely a facade, the real intent being to stabilize Daxia, or even use Daxia to pin down Oliver while they executed their plan to obliterate nations. And this secret strategy of Reed was played so smoothly. Not only did he leverage his position to force Northernly to relinquish territory, but also managed to fool all the officials in the court. Adolf, seeing the debate below settled, stood up quite satisfied. Now that the negotiations are concluded and no minister has objections, from now on, things will be handled accordingly. Come forth, proclaim the decree. The eunuch nearby promptly held the imperial edict and stepped forward. By the mandate of heaven, Emperor decrees. Hanlon Academy Editor, Secretariat Officer Reed. The Rolandly eunuch, with his sharp voice, showered praises. His talent, his character, resolving the emperor's troubles, almost making him float in self-praise. After all the flattery, he finally reached the main point. The Rolandly eunuch shouted, therefore, confer upon him the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rituals, concurrently retain his position as Secretariat Officer, bestow upon him a mansion, gold, silver, jade, and 30 servants. Reed blinked. Well, suddenly 5th senior rank, living like a wealthy landlord, but these 30 servants seem to exceed specifications? How large must a house be to accommodate all? Not only the reward, but an official decree also ordered him to lead the Daxia delegation together with Northernly's envoy northward in 5 days to receive the northern 5 prefectures. Under many envious gazes, Reed obediently accepted the decree, then quietly moved aside. Following that, the agenda continued to receive the Northernly envoy, Griffin. Finally, after a tiring court session, Reed left the hall with other ministers. Just a few steps away, he heard someone call him from behind. Turning back to see it was Donghua, King, whose big eyes sized him up. You little scoundrel has some courage. Praising ambiguously, King glared, however, my Daxia soldiers aren't cowards. This vengeful old man, did he call me just to say this? You're a national duke. Is it necessary? Reed looked confused, but the old man patted his shoulder. However, using nothing but your tongue to win back 5 prefectures, you are truly the first in our dynasty. Be careful during this trip north, Oliver isn't easy prey. Saying this, he walked away, leaving Reed still baffled. Then, another figure passed by him, teasing, what? Did you get promoted and stand here to be gawked at? Ah. Reed came back to his senses to see Adon smiling at him. Your servant pays respects? All right, no need for such formalities. Adon held his hand, an unusually pleased expression on his face as he said, you are the top scholar of this year's imperial examination, so technically I am your teacher. There's no need to be so formal in the future. Yes, Master Ari. Though Adon said there was no need for such formality, too much politeness never hurt anyone. Adon led him and said, it's been only a few months since you entered government service through the imperial exams, and now you have reached the 5th senior rank in the court, equivalent to what others achieve in years or even decades. Don't let this success go to your head. The road ahead is still long. I will keep Master Ari's words in mind. Adon shook his head and said, speaking of teaching, you did a splendid job handling state affairs this time. Even I might not have done as well. All thanks to the trust from Christian and the Dag, allowing me to showcase my ambitions. This is truly a blessing for me. That's indeed true. Adon smiled and said, Christian is a wise ruler who trusts you greatly. In the future, remember to live up to the court, to Christian, and to the people. Rest assured, Master Ari, I will never forget today's words. Good. Adon nodded approvingly and then looked at the eunuch nearby, smiling. Since Christian has rewarded you with a mansion and valuables, the internal official will guide you through the procedures. I'll leave first. Reed immediately cupped his hands. Farewell, Master Ari. Adon patted his hand and left with a cheerful laugh. As soon as Adon left, the eunuch came over. This humble servant greets Grand Secretary Gu. Christian has bestowed a mansion and valuables upon you, and specifically instructed me to assist you with all matters. Thank you, Your Excellency. Please lead the way. The eunuch just smiled slightly and immediately led the group out of the palace. Before long, the group arrived at a grand residence. Your Excellency, are you sure it's this house? Reed stared at the imposing gate and large courtyard, dumbfounded. The mansion looked huge from the outside, far beyond his current rank. Not only him, but even his teacher, Undersecretary of the Ministry of Rights Adon, probably didn't qualify for such a place. The eunuch laughed. This mansion is built to the specifications of a marquis's residence. A marquis's residence? Reed's eyes widened. That's absolutely out of the question. I'm just a 5th senior rank official. How can I possibly live in such a mansion? Please don't get me into trouble. Chapter 82. 5th rank. But enjoying the treatment of a marquis. Sir Gu, you're overthinking it. The eunuch smiled and said, this is by Christian's command. I'm merely following orders. Reed questioned in puzzlement. Your Excellency, even if it is granted by Christian, it still doesn't comply with the rules, does it? Sir Gu, Christian's words are the rules. The eunuch said with a smile, then whispered close to Reed's ear, Sir Gu, you need not worry. This matter indeed comes directly from Christian. But why is this so? Speaking of mansions, who could resist the allure of a mansion throughout history? However, the residences for officials in the Great Lucas dynasty were strictly regulated. Moreover, such a grand residence, with his current financial standing, he couldn't afford it. It was like modern times, having someone with a few thousand monthly income live in a luxury villa. Surely they couldn't even afford the property fees. The eunuch continued in a low voice, to tell you the truth, this has to be traced back to the 4th year of Jinwu. That year, our dynasty suffered a military setback in the north, and thus Christian decreed that whoever recovers the 10 northern prefectures shall be ennobled as duke. Sir Gu, your negotiation brought back 5 prefectures. As a civil official who has only recently entered court, you cannot be granted a higher title extensively, so Christian bestowed this mansion fit for a marquis as a symbol of imperial favor. Therefore, Sir Gu, accepting it would be more courteous. Well, okay. Earlier, he had been puzzled. Knowing that the emperor's gift wouldn't be bad, he wondered what kind of mansion required 30 servants, never imagining it would be a mansion fitting a marquis. Judging by his accomplishments, he should be able to achieve the rank of marquis. However, because this achievement came easily and he was originally a civil official with a short tenure in the court, such an immediate high-ranking nobility was inappropriate. Nevertheless, the emperor gave him some of the privileges of a marquis. He had previously wondered why Dylan, the chief of the Internal Guard Bureau, was assigned under him. Apparently, there was consideration for rewards. Seeing that Reed was no longer hesitating, the young eunuch immediately pushed open the main gate. Please enter, sir. Reed looked into the courtyard, his eyes suddenly widening. Goodness, there were exactly 30 people kneeling at the entrance. Leading them was a man around 40 years old, followed by maidservants, Rolandly women, and attendants, roughly equal in number between men and women. These convicts listen well. The person before you is Sir Gu, currently Deputy Director of the Ministry of Rituals and Secretary. From now on, Sir Gu will be your master. Hurry up and pay respects. As soon as the small eunuch finished speaking, the leading man immediately bowed down, saying, I am Guillermo. I pay homage to my lord. Behind him, the maidservants and Rolandly women all pressed their faces to the ground, chanting, pay homage to our lord. Reed's mouth twitched. Everyone, please rise. Honestly, over these past few months, except for Humbert who stayed by his side, most other times he had come and gone alone. He had grown accustomed to it. Seeing Reed's somewhat awkward demeanor, the young eunuch laughed and explained, Sir, these are family members and servants from households of disgraced officials. Although they have sinned, they are adept at serving. Reed understood the subtext. This young eunuch seemed quite familiar with these people. Perhaps he could make some selections. He glanced at the servants and turned to the eunuch. Excellency, after your long journey, would you care to have some tea in the residence? The eunuch laughed. We are all working for Christian. How can we speak of hardship? Today is a busy day for Sir Gu moving into the new residence, so I won't intrude. Come. He turned and addressed the servants carrying boxes. Bring Christian's gifts into Sir Gu's residence carefully. Watching a group of people carrying various valuables into the house, the eunuch added with a smile. Christian has bestowed many gold, silver, and jade artifacts. They are all listed here, Sir Gu. Please review. Your handling of affairs is trustworthy. No need for formalities. Seeing the list handed over, Reed put it away in his sleeve and placed a silver note in the eunuch's hand, a token of appreciation for your efforts. Sir Gu cares so much about us servants. Surely this place will be blessed with prosperity. The eunuch's face lit up with a grin and flattering words, then gestured to the other attendants. In short, everything is properly placed outside the door. Reed watched with amusement as the others left. Then the young eunuch smiled and bid farewell. Sir Gu, since all matters are settled, I'll take my leave. Please go, your excellency, Reed said with a smile. The eunuch nodded and walked towards the door. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Sir Gu, remember to submit a letter of gratitude for Christian's great favor. Smiling slightly, he led his attendants away from Reed's new home. Just as the palace attendant left, Reed looked at the remaining people. Who's in charge here? In charge? Guillermo raised his head to look at Reed, who followed the gaze and said, You? I remember you have a name, Guillermo, right? Yes, my Fred. So, you're the boss here? This lowly one was an official for a few years before. All right, then you'll continue being an official. Reed waved his hand indifferently and then said, You bring a few people with me. We're moving house today. Moving house? Guillermo startled. He turned back and said, All the servants in the mansion should follow. Oh, no need for so many, just 2 or 3 will do. Reed was somewhat speechless. Moving house is not such a big deal. It doesn't require over 10 people. Hearing this, Guillermo hurriedly replied, Then Lacaso, Killian and Chrisu, come with me. The rest of you clean up the residence. My lord will be staying here tonight. Reed glanced at the servants. The young eunuch had indeed put in some effort. These selected servants all looked decent, and a few even seemed like they were formerly from distinguished families. Shaking his head slightly, he said to Guillermo, First, get someone to tidy up these boxes. Arrange for a carriage later. My original residence is in Ninging Fong. You'll know where it is when you ask around. Guillermo was stunned by these words. Was this new master too laid back? These were all items bestowed by Christian. Shouldn't they be treated more carefully? He thought for a moment and said, My lord, these items are imperial gifts. Perhaps they should first be placed in your main chamber and wait for you to personally arrange them? Reed glanced at him, inwardly nodding. Having worked in noble households, Guillermo clearly knew the difference between imperial gifts and ordinary items. He waved his hand and said, Arrange everything yourself? I have matters to attend to. Once you're done, go straight to Ninging Fong. Saying that, he left through the main gate, leaving behind a group of servants exchanging puzzled glances. This new master seems very easygoing. Guillermo looked at the other servants and suddenly said, Leslie, Aubrey, Lucasener, and Yuer, you 4 will be responsible for my lord's daily life. The others will wait for my lord's return before further instructions. Upon hearing this, the other servants cast envious glances at the 4 maids who were named. Looking good. Really does have its advantages. Chapter 83. The Lucas Emperor makes his move. A daughter and a concubine of an official who committed a crime. Back at the Ningenfeng residence, as soon as he walked into the courtyard, Reed saw Dylan leading a group of his subordinates busily working inside. Seeing Reed arrive, Dylan led his subordinates forward. Greetings, your excellency. Reed nodded. Have you all received the news?
Yes.
Dylan smiled. We just received notification from the inner guard office that my men and I will now be under your command from now on. Ah. Reed nodded and said, I have just been appointed as deputy director of the Honglu Temple. Soon, I'll be heading north, so when the time comes, you'll lead your men with me. In these few days, looking at Dylan and others who had changed into civilian clothes. At present, even though you don't have any official duties, you are still government employees. Once things settle here, return to avoid unnecessary gossip. Your Excellency. Dylan glanced at the others, wanting to say more, but Reed waved a hand. Working under me, we must be wary of using public resources for private benefit. With enemies surrounding us, caution is wise. This northern journey will take some time. Let your men gather with their families, or drink with friends or colleagues. Seeing his insistence, Dylan immediately bowed in agreement. Reed thought for a moment and added, also, the Emperor has granted us this residence. The officials will bring people over shortly. Follow them and familiarize yourself with the place. Tonight, bring your men over for dinner at my new home. Upon hearing that after receiving the Emperor's gift of a residence, Reed was inviting him and his men for dinner, Dylan's face lit up, all according to your Excellency's arrangement. Reed nodded and then walked towards the memorial hall. In the memorial hall, Hampton and Zane were busy. Seeing Reed return, Zane immediately asked, brother-in-law, did Brother Lou and his brothers all come under your command? Yes. Reed replied, in 5 days, I will lead the envoy north, and you two will come with us. We're going to? Hampton was surprised, but shouldn't someone stay to watch the house? Why bother watching it? We're not rich. You two can accompany me on the road. Currently, many undercurrents in the capital are targeting him. Who knows if someone will target these two cousins like they did to Humbert while he's gone. Besides, the round trip north could take around 3 months. It would be better to have companionship along the way. Seeing his persistence, Hampton didn't argue further. The three quickly tidied up and arranged for a carriage. After placing Humbert's coffin onto the carriage and seeing Laurie standing at the door, he paused and said, after today, I won't return here. If you want to stay here, do so. If not, send the key to Yongenfeng. Laurie's eyes flickered with complexity as she silently nodded. Reed looked at Hampton and Zane. Let's go. After leaving the city with the carriage and burying Humbert without much delay, they returned to the new residence. Guillermo had already moved all their belongings into the new mansion. Seeing the large and impressive Gu mansion, Zane marveled. Wow, brother-in-law, the residence given by the Emperor is huge. Reed calmly replied, this mansion is built to the standard of a marquis. Later, each of you choose a courtyard to live in. Jingji, that's unnecessary. I can just pick any room. Hampton grinned. Such a big house. We're not used to it. Staying together with my brother makes sense. Yeah, brother. If you give me my own courtyard, I'd feel out of place too. Zane chimed in. As you wish. Reed just smiled. Frankly, this mansion felt quite empty with only a few of them living in it. However, after this trip north, he intended to secure official positions for his cousins. Then he would see what they wished for. He turned to Guillermo and instructed, choose a courtyard closest to my residence and arrange it. Guillermo nodded and then guided Hampton and Zane. This way, gentlemen. Hampton, nearly 30 and a father of 3, felt awkward being called young master. Reed chuckled at his cousin and followed the servant to his quarters. The marquis-grade mansion was indeed grand, taking several minutes just to reach his living quarters. Upon entering, he saw 4 maids and 4 servants waiting. Upon seeing Reed enter, they all bowed. Greetings, master. So many people? Reed questioned the abundance of servants. However, he didn't say anything more, knowing these were all arranged by Guillermo. As he walked into the room, he said, I'm not used to having so many people serving me, so do as you please. With that, he entered the room, leaving the maids and servants behind, exchanging bewildered glances. 2 of the maids, watching Reed walk into the room, gently bit their lips and followed him inside. Reed took a look around his new residence and nodded in satisfaction. Seeing the 2 maids busy preparing tea, he didn't comment. After briefly surveying the area, he suddenly asked, where is the study? Reporting to Fred, the study is on the side of your quarters. Sure enough, no expense was spared. Even the study was separate. This was far superior to any modern mansion or villa. Reed shook his head and then asked, what are your names? Reporting to Fred, this servant's humble name is Leslie, Aubrey. Leslie? Aubrey? Simple enough. Reed muttered to himself and then said, you don't need to keep calling yourselves servants. I'm not used to it. The 2 maids looked at Reed in surprise. Reed sipped his tea. You too. Don't seem to come from poor families, do you? The 2 girls looked at Reed fearfully. Reed was taken aback. What? Can't you talk? Fred, please forgive us. Both of us are daughters of officials who have committed crimes. Hence, daughters of officials who committed crimes? Shouldn't you be sent to the Imperial Music Bureau? You too. He cast a suspicious glance at Leslie and Aubrey. Balthazarly, female relatives of officials sent to the Imperial Music Bureau, though registered as low-class citizens and classified as government courtesans, weren't assigned to serve in the households of nobles. Low-class citizens and slaves were different statuses. It wouldn't make sense for the Emperor to assign 2 government courtesans to him as servants. Upon hearing Reed's question, the 2 women clenched their teeth slightly and then, thud, knelt down. Fred, please listen. Yesterday, Aubrey and I were still practicing music and dance at the Imperial Music Bureau. This morning, someone came and changed our status to slave, bringing us here to serve in this residence. Reed paused with his teacup in hand. This didn't seem to follow common logic. Chapter 84. What is Adolf planning again? Reed's eyes narrowed as he asked, who brought you here? We don't know. That noble sir didn't say. Leslie shook her head. Did he give you any instructions then? No. A flash of contemplation flickered across Reed's eyes. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly asked, which household, which nobleman's female relatives were you 2 before? This? Leslie hesitated slightly but finally bit her lip and said, my father was the former deputy minister of revenue, Faulkner. Faulkner. Reed frowned, then looked at Aubrey and asked, and you? I. Aubrey seemed reluctant to speak. She glanced up at Reed briefly and finally said firmly, I was the concubine of the former Minister of Revenue, Oral. The tea in Reed's mouth sprayed out directly onto the ground. He stared wide-eyed. Concubine? Aubrey nodded weakly and whispered, I was originally the top courtesan at Miaoyan Pavilion. Later, I was taken by Oral as a concubine. Reed eyed the two women suspiciously. You were both sent from the Imperial Training Institute together? Yes. Both women nodded simultaneously. Reed was immediately dumbfounded upon hearing this. For heaven's sake, two households connected to officials from the Ministry of Revenue, a minister and a deputy minister, sent to the Imperial Training Institute, then reassigned to be delivered to him. If there wasn't something fishy about this, it would take a fool not to see it. What does this mean? It means that this former Minister of Revenue and former Deputy Minister of Revenue have a 99.99% chance of being caught in the same case, likely a huge one. Otherwise, it wouldn't have stripped away a minister and a deputy minister at once. One should understand, this was no ordinary minister. It was an official of the second rank, and even a deputy minister held the third rank. To take down two major figures from the Ministry of Revenue at once, and now their families are sent directly to him. What does the Emperor mean? He absolutely doesn't believe that these two coming to him is a coincidence. It's just that he joined court late and doesn't fully understand some things yet. Waving his hand slightly, dismissing the two women, Reed sat on the chair, pondering silently. If his guess was right, those who brought them here must be the Inner Guard. Only the Inner Guard had the audacity to deliver people from the Imperial Training Institute directly to him. But who commands the Inner Guard? The person behind this is obvious. But why did Adolf send them? Surely it can't just be to entertain him with two beauties? Don't make fun. Adolf isn't so idle. Even if they were meant for his pleasure, it would only happen after business was done. Recalling his previous conversations with Adolf, Reed's eyes suddenly sharpened. Since joining the court, most of his discussions with Adolf revolved around how to deal with Ferdy and the aristocratic families. The strengths of the aristocratic families are simple: official positions, talents, knowledge, money, land. With two people tied to the Ministry of Revenue appearing all of a sudden, it naturally pointed to money and land. However, he had never discussed money issues with Adolf, so, could the former Minister and Deputy Minister of Revenue have been taken down due to a case involving land? But if these two got into trouble themselves, what is the purpose of Adolf sending these girls? Various thoughts flooded into Reed's mind, making his head feel like it might explode. Fortunately, Hampton and his brothers suddenly visited. Reed looked up and saw Dylan standing behind them, his eyes lighting up. Lou brother, come over here for a moment. Dylan and Hampton's brothers were confused. Why had Reed become so odd? Sir, has something happened? Dylan was puzzled. Reed, having noticed the open door, promptly gestured for Zane to close it. The four gathered around the tea table, and Reed poured tea for each of them before saying, Lou brother, sir, since I am now under your command, you may call me by my name. Calling me brother? I dare not accept it. Just forget the formalities. Reed waved his hand and continued, Lou brother, I've only been in court for a short time and need your advice on something. Dylan immediately put down his teacup and said, Please tell me, sir. I will surely share everything I know. Do you know the former Minister of Revenue and the former Deputy Minister of Revenue named Faulkner? Reed looked curiously at Dylan. Upon hearing this, Dylan's expression became serious. He glanced outside and whispered, Sir, why do you suddenly ask about these two people? Seeing his solemn face, Reed asked curiously, Why? Can't you say? Not exactly. Dylan shook his head slightly and sighed. These two officials were held for a while in the Inner Guard's prison earlier, and I was the one who personally watched over them. Later, they were transferred to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Soon after, they were sentenced to exile for 3,000 li. Exile? Reed was momentarily stunned. The Great Lucas dynasty had always been relatively lenient with scholars and officials, typically just demoting them to remote areas, never expecting that these two would be directly exiled, and for 3,000 li at that. But thinking about Leslie and Aubrey, it made sense. Unless it was a severe crime like being stripped of all assets and exiled or even executed, the family members wouldn't end up in the Imperial Training Institute. Dylan continued, I'm not quite sure about the specifics, but this case took the Inner Guard a month to investigate without much progress. Then it was handed over to the Ministry of Justice, and within 10 days, everything came to light. They were eventually sentenced to be stripped of all assets and exiled, with the women being sent to the Imperial Training Institute. When did the Ministry of Justice become better at investigations than the Inner Guard? Sir, I heard that those two officials, Oral and Deputy Minister Jiang, died during their exile, and most of their exiled family members also didn't survive. Died. Reed frowned. If Oral and Deputy Minister Jiang had died, it wasn't too surprising. After all, they were older and had been imprisoned for so long. It was plausible that they couldn't withstand the conditions and passed away. But how could almost all the exiled family members die? Surely there were some younger, healthier members among them? He pondered for a moment and asked, what exactly were their crimes to directly bring down two major officials from the Ministry of Revenue? Embezzlement, accepting bribes, forming cliques, causing death. Dylan listed off a series of charges before adding, what puzzles me is, if these were the charges, with the capabilities of the Inner Guard, it should not have taken a month to gather enough evidence to convict. This case is extremely odd. Reed toyed with a teacup in his hand, then suddenly asked, what did they do before they were imprisoned? Given Adolf's strategic thinking, he definitely wouldn't have simply asked him to investigate two convicted officials, especially ones already sentenced. If Adolf wanted to exonerate these two, he wouldn't have appointed him as Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Rights. He would have made him Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court instead. So what was Adolf really thinking? Chapter 85. Ranking in the Court Assembly. A group of Hanlon Academy officials sent out. What were they doing previously? Dylan asked. My lord, are you referring to what they did before their imprisonment? Exactly. What exactly were they doing before they incurred punishment? I'm not quite sure about that. Dylan said, This happened 2 years ago. I was just the head of the prison then and didn't know much about the court matters. But when they were incarcerated at the Imperial Guard prison, I didn't think they were bad people at all. They couldn't have committed murder. Is that so? Reed absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table with a pensive look on his face. The few beside him watched him curiously, especially the Inacio brothers, who hadn't been apart from Reed for even an hour yet. Jingji, has something happened? Reed suddenly snapped back to reality and laughed. Nothing serious, just found it peculiar. After all, to remove 2 high officials from power in one fell swoop isn't something minor. It's just natural to want to learn from this and take precautions. Hampton nodded upon hearing this. However, Dylan and Zane felt that things weren't as simple as Reed put it. But since Reed didn't mention anything further, they didn't pry too much either. Brother Lou, have the other brothers arrived? Reed changed the subject. Hearing this, Dylan hurriedly replied, it should be close to time. Shall I go out and meet them? Sounds good. Reed nodded and then turned to the Inacio brothers. We should get ready too. Let's drink together once everyone arrives. The next day, while Reed was still asleep, someone woke him up. Opening his eyes, he saw it was Leslie. Fred, it's time to wake up. There's a court assembly soon. Go to court. Reed was a little confused, but seeing Leslie nod uncertainly, he suddenly remembered. He had apparently reached the rank of 5th class, making him eligible for court assemblies now. Seeing Leslie and Aubrey had prepared everything needed for washing up, he secretly sighed in his heart. The feudal society is truly wicked. How incredibly good it is. Reed got up in one swift motion, stretched greatly, and started washing up, disregarding the bewildered maidservants around him. Leslie and Aubrey stood by the side, not daring to speak or ask anything. After a short while, Reed finished washing up. He saw the 2 women holding his official robes, a bright red robe which felt particularly different. After getting dressed in the bright red official robe, he looked at himself in the mirror and thought it made him look more handsome than his green official robe. This red robe makes me look like a groom. Reed muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Aubrey helped straighten the wrinkles in his robe and chuckled softly. Fred, wearing this robe really makes you look exceptionally sharp and handsome. Walking out in this outfit will definitely catch the eyes of every girl on the streets. As expected from a former courtesan, her words sounded especially pleasant. Unlike Leslie, who looked a bit awkward. All right, there's nothing else here. You can both go back to sleep. Back to sleep? The 2 women were stunned. Reed wondered aloud. Surprised? It's only just dawn. Go back to bed for a while. He also wondered in his heart that in the past, without the need to attend court, he didn't need to wake up so early, only needing to report to the office on time. Now, being in a higher rank meant having to wake up early for the court assembly. After quickly finishing breakfast and leaving, he saw the carriage already prepared outside the house, with Lucaso Killian waiting beside it. Reed waved his hand. Forget it. You can drive the carriage back. I'll walk to court myself. It wasn't because he was being fussy, but because this residence was very close to the palace. A short walk wouldn't tire him out much. Today's court assembly didn't involve anything extraordinary. It was mainly discussing the reassignment of officials from northern provinces. The DAG had long received Adolf's instructions, and father and son performed a duet in court, ultimately deciding that officials from the Hanlon Academy would serve as governors and magistrates in the north, with subordinates from other provinces assisting them. Vacant positions would still be filled by external postings from the Hanlon Academy. After this decision, the usually bustling Hanlon Academy became notably quieter. Ferdy, who had hoped to reap benefits from this, saw the father-son duo's performance and looked extremely displeased. Not getting any advantage from the negotiations among 3 kingdoms was one thing, but failing to secure any important positions in the official reassignments, as the chief of 6 ministries, was another. He realized that Adolf's suspicion of him had reached a critical point. If he continued to arbitrarily appoint his disciples and old subordinates, it might directly lead to conflict with Adolf. After the court assembly, Reed moved his body somewhat uneasily. Attending the court assembly was indeed extremely boring. Although his rank now allowed him to attend, he was a dispensable figure in the assembly and rarely had a chance to speak. Just as he was thinking of asking someone about the direction to the Honglu temple, suddenly someone called out from behind him, Fredgu, Fredgu? Reed turned around and saw the caller, instantly breaking into a smile. It's Fredly. What a pleasant surprise. I've just finished the assembly and have been looking for you everywhere, Fredgu. Didn't expect you to come out first. Reed asked curiously, why didn't I see you at the assembly just now? Barney was also a lesser minister of the Honglu temple. They should have been standing together. Barney smiled. That would be thanks to your achievements, Fredgu. Now, I have been promoted to Grand Secretary of the Honglu temple. Wow, my superior. Reed immediately smiled and bowed politely. Zephratulations, Fredly. I was wondering when I'd see you again, but I never thought you would become my direct superior so soon. Oh. Barney immediately pulled him up. You're too kind, Fredgu. If not for your success in the negotiations, it's uncertain when I would have gotten this position. Reed just smiled. Facilitating talks between 2 countries wasn't solely my achievement. You overestimate me, Fredly. Haha. Barney laughed. Not at all. Recapturing the 5 provinces, it's not just me, but likely the entire Hanlon Academy that owes you gratitude. You flatter me. We were merely doing our duty under the might of great Lucas and the benevolence of Christian. Haha. Absolutely true. Barney laughed heartily, then asked, is Fredgu on your way to visit the Honglu temple? Indeed. I intended to pay respects to my superiors and colleagues after the assembly, but didn't expect to meet my superior here. Haha. Then today I'll show you the way. The 2 chatted and laughed as they arrived at the Honglu temple shortly. After greeting some colleagues, Barney chatted with Reed for a while more. After agreeing to a dinner later, Reed hurried to the Hanlon Academy. Firstly, to bid farewell to his fellow colleagues there, and secondly, some matters might be clearer to Lucian, his former superior. Chapter 86. Seeking to understand Adolf's intentions. After arriving at the Hanlon Academy, Reed was surrounded by his colleagues like stars circling the moon. Not only had their relationship been good originally, but now that Reed had reclaimed the 5 states for the great Lucas dynasty, finally freeing them from a life of endless copying and writing, they all had new prospects in their careers. It would be remiss not to express gratitude. Declining the offer from several colleagues to have dinner, Reed went to his former superior Lucian's private office. Upon seeing Reed, Lucian immediately stood up to greet him. "Wow, I saw magpies chirping on the branch outside the office this morning. Never thought you'd come so soon." Reed smiled bitterly and said, "I just went to the new department, but I came right back to seek help from my home base." Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but laugh heartily. He pointed at Reed and scolded with a smile. Already a 5th grade lesser minister and still so casual. Though the term home base sounded odd, it made the situation feel very close. He laughed. "Now that you're serving in the Office of Protocol, how can we here at the Hanlon Academy assist you?" "Not necessarily from our academy. I just have something to ask your excellency." Having served in court for 20 years, though Lucian had always worked within the Hanlon Academy, there were certainly matters he knew better than Reed. "You want to talk to me? Then speak up." Everyone in the entire Hanlon Academy, including himself, owed their new dispatch to Reed, changing the fate of hundreds who had been idly waiting for death. Now that Reed needed help, he could not refuse either. Leaning forward, Reed whispered, "Your Excellency, do you know the former Minister of Revenue, Glover, and Assistant Minister Faulkner?" "Them?" Lucian glanced at the door and then lowered his voice, looking serious. "Why are you asking about them? Has someone told you something?" Reed shook his head with a bitter smile, then pointed upward. Upon hearing this, Lucian's expression turned solemn. "The Emperor?" Reed nodded, laughing bitterly. "If it weren't for Christian, I wouldn't want to meddle unnecessarily." Pinching his beard, Lucian paced back and forth before pulling Reed over to the tea set. "I don't know much about their affairs either. What exactly do you want to know?" Reed replied, "Nothing much, just wondering what crimes those two were accused of." "Alas." Lucian sighed, shaking his head. Although the 3 departments' joint trial presented complete evidence, the case was concluded too quickly. Severe punishments like confiscation of assets and banishment were given, yet both Glover and Faulkner are no easy opponents. How could they be taken down so easily? "Your Excellency, are you saying there's something more behind this?" Reed asked softly. Lucian sneered. "Or else, do you think a 2nd-grade minister and a 3rd-grade assistant minister would fall so easily?" Curious, Reed asked. "So, Your Excellency, what did they do before being convicted?" "Ah." Lucian sighed heavily. 2 years ago, the Ministry of Revenue ordered a thorough investigation into the country's household registers and land ownership, rebuilding the cadastral map. The exact details are unknown to this official. But within 3 months of the investigation starting, people across the nation began accusing Gua and Jiang of embezzlement and bribery, using the investigation as a cover to seize land from peasants. Many censors also impeached them for forming cliques for personal gain. Hearing this, the emperor was furious and directly ordered the internal guards to investigate thoroughly. However, after 1 month of investigation by the internal guards, although they found much, the key evidence for conviction was missing. In the end, ministers submitted joint petitions demanding a joint trial by the 3 departments. The emperor, seeing no result from the internal guards, had no choice but to hand over the case to the 3 departments, the Ministry of Justice, the High Court, and the Censorate. Within 10 days, these departments gathered all the necessary evidence and sentenced them to exile 3,000 miles away. Reed inwardly marveled. These scholars, when did they become faster than the internal guards? He didn't interact much with the internal guards, but as a specialized intelligence agency, it seemed odd that it wasn't as efficient as these 3 departments. Lucian shook his head. This matter is indeed suspicious, but the evidence is irrefutable. Supporting his chin with one hand, Reed pondered carefully. Seeing this, Lucian couldn't help but ask, "What are you thinking?" "Your Excellency, where are the case files now?" "They're archived both at the internal guards and the 3 departments." Reed's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "The internal guards. What do you plan to do?" Seeing his look, Lucian immediately warned, "I must warn you, under no circumstances should you retrieve any case files at this moment. Since Christian did not order a thorough investigation, you mustn't reveal any of your thoughts." "Why is that?" Reed was somewhat puzzled. Lucian replied with some irritation, "Christian assigned you the task but did not give you the case files. Think about the reasons behind this." Reed suddenly became alert. That's right. Adolf didn't even give a direct command. He just placed 2 people beside him, surely indicating a deeper meaning. If he made a big fuss now to investigate this, it might cause an uproar. Realizing this, Reed immediately clasped his hands and said, "Without your guidance, I would have surely misinterpreted Christian's important matters." Lucian, having served as an official for 20 years, though always in the prestigious Hanlon Academy, had indeed cultivated considerable sophistication. He shook his head and sighed. "Your talent has caught Christian's attention, and you have reached a high position at a young age. It's good to be ambitious, but acting rashly can be detrimental. Even ministers like Glover and Faulkner have fallen. Do you think you, a 5th-grade official, could stand against those behind the scenes?" A trace of embarrassment appeared on Reed's face. Since he entered the bureaucracy, leveraging Adolf's support, he had enjoyed smooth sailing without encountering obstacles. Recently, he had reclaimed the 5 states, and everything glorious seemed to converge on him. Even Ferdy faced repeated setbacks when dealing with him during this period. It was natural to feel somewhat proud. Now, after being enlightened by Lucian, he realized that negotiating before and investigating now involved completely different dimensions. After all, such a case implicated high-ranking officials like Shangshu and attendants, so the forces behind them, Adolf himself had to proceed with caution. Lucian continued, "Since Christian let you get involved in this matter, while assigning you to the Office of Protocol, it's likely that he wants you to conduct covert investigations, waiting for the right time. If my guess is correct, Christian will provide more clues around you in the coming days." Reed looked at Lucian in surprise. This former superior, who usually stayed in the Hanlon Academy reading and writing, turned out to be quite remarkable. He could even perceive Adolf's intentions. Indeed, Adolf's method matched what he had just described. No instructions were given, yet two people who would certainly appear before Reed were placed there. Nothing was said, but it felt like everything had been arranged. Chapter 87. Preparing to head north, Chris, enraged to the point of explosiveness. 3 days later, at the northern gate of the capital city, Reed brought along Hampton and his brothers, Dylan and others. Seeing the delegations from the 3 countries of Daxia, Bailey, and Liyue distinctly separated, he immediately had a smile on his face. Chris felt irate the moment he saw that beaming smile. Since their Liyue delegation entered the capital city of Daxia, he knew he had been played by Reed all along. Chris gave a cold snort. How mighty you are, Minister Gu. Even my Liyue delegation is nothing but toys in your hands, truly splendid. Ever since he found out that Daxia and Bailey had formed an alliance, he had known things would go south, but it didn't bother him too much. Initially, he came to Daxia just to create a smokescreen. If he could mislead Daxia into restraining Oliver's troops, that would have been great. But if not, this mission still achieved its purpose at least, successfully further concealing Hunt's defection to Liyue. Reed, seeing this discontented prince, smiled and said, Jared can talk to this official like this. I'm very happy to hear it, but I don't like the tone you're using. The listeners turned their gaze towards Reed, not understanding why these words sounded so mesmerizing. Chris's face darkened. Reed, I am Jared of Liyue. How dare you speak to me like this? Jared, allow me to be frank. You've acted recklessly in our capital. The reason we haven't held it against you is because of the etiquette of our nation. Otherwise, you'd have been expelled long ago. You're making threats at our capital's gate. Do you really think our weapons aren't sharp enough? Reed's expression turned chilly as he looked disdainfully at Chris. Now that negotiations were settled, he wasn't about to let anyone undermine Daxia's dignity in front of him. Chris's eyes bled red with anger. He laughed maniacally. Good, good, good. A petty official of Daxia dares to humiliate the face of Liyue? If I slay you here, let's see if Daxia will dare to sever ties with Liyue. As he spoke, he drew his long sword from the horse's back. Seeing this, Hampton and the others instantly moved to shield Reed. Yet, Reed remained calm, instead opening the box held by Zane to reveal a majestic yet ancient longsword inside. Reed grabbed the sword and raised it high. Here stands Dragon Chia, should be Long K, assuming it's a named sword, commander of our troops. Bryson Chris openly challenges us with a weapon in our capital, showing contempt for the authority of Daxia. Daxia soldiers, draw your swords. Target. Liyue delegation, head being Bryson Chris, dead or alive. Ho ho. Upon hearing this, the guards of the Daxia delegation drew their swords, the blades pointing directly at Chris. Chris's complexion changed abruptly. He had only intended to intimidate Reed a little bit to reclaim some lost ground from the negotiations, never expecting Reed to challenge him sword in hand. And more importantly, the boy was wielding the Emperor's personal sword. Dragon Chia, corrected to Long K. This was the sword that accompanied Adolf for decades without parting. Fear flickered across Chris's heart. Looking into those soldiers' eyes, he saw the determination to die rather than retreat. It seemed they would rush forward and cut him down if he made a wrong move. Little did he know, though he was a prince, the honor of Daxia's capital city was paramount. No other country dared to draw weapons at the gates of Daxia's capital. Chris's actions directly violated Daxia military protocol. Moreover, with the Emperor's sword in Reed's possession, a symbol of supreme authority, he could command troops without a military seal, certainly 1 battalion, if not more. This sword usually stayed with Adolf, entrusted to Reed this time due to the unrest in the north. The Liyue delegation swiftly surrounded Chris as well, protecting him. Minister Gu, my prince was just in the heat of the moment and didn't mean to provoke Daxia. We hope both sides can sheath their weapons. A deputy envoy of Liyue rushed to the middle, frantically explaining, but Reed ignored him, instead staring intently at Chris. Jared, do you dare fight? Reed's roar reverberated at the northern gate. Even the guards on the city walls aimed their crossbows, awaiting his order to obliterate the Liyue delegation. Chris's face fluctuated between emotions. With the imperial sword displayed, whether he liked it or not, he was losing face today. Humph! Chris waved a hand, and the Liyue delegation promptly sheathed their weapons. On the other side, Griffin saw this scene and sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he wished for Daxia and Liyue to fight here. Instead, he knew that Reed's actions were also intended as a show for them. Reed was ordered to go north to take over the 5 prefectures. Surely, Bailey's General Oliver would not give up control so easily. Although he dared not disobey the Emperor of Bailey's orders, he still had the courage to make things difficult for the Daxia delegation and humiliate Daxia. After all, handing over 5 prefectures after a negotiation was a disgrace to any border guarding general, and Oliver had never feared Daxia before, so creating difficulties, there was no need to even think about it. He really would dare to do it. Seeing Liyue back down, a smirk of disdain curved at the corner of Reed's mouth. He actually thought they would dare to attack. He placed the long case sword of Adolf into the box, then gestured with his hand, put away. Swoosh swoosh. The guards of the delegation quickly sheathed their weapons and stood silently on the spot. Glancing over, Reed noticed the curtain of the carriage put down, immediately cursing internally. This old fox is truly composed. Let's go. Reed took the box from Zane's hands, then climbed into the carriage. Hampton and others also mounted their horses, while Zane cleverly ran to join Reed's carriage and started driving it. After securing the box, Zane couldn't wait to ask, Cousin, you looked towards Bailey just now. Does this have anything to do with them? No. No? Zane asked curiously. If not, why did you act like you were going to battle with the Liyue delegation? Wasn't it to put on a show for Bailey? The performance was indeed for them, but this matter has nothing to do with them. Reed explained. First, I wanted to intimidate Chris. Second, I also wanted to warn Bailey. Warn Bailey? Why? Zane was even more curious and turned to look back at Reed. However, Reed only shook his head. In his heart, he recalled the words of Adolf and Adon reminding him. He hoped that the northern expedition, Oliver could behave properly. Chapter 88. Meeting the great Lucas's renowned general and Hampton's future. At Beichuan Prefecture Inn, Reed brought the envoy here to lodge. Beyond Beichuan, it would be the territory controlled by Bailey. Early tomorrow, they would also part ways with the Bailey delegation. They were heading to Yunzhou, where Oliver was stationed, and Reed needed to hand over the 5 provinces' territories with Oliver. Floyd seemed intent on taking revenge for being schemed against, and did not plan to accompany them to Yunzhou. This had been within Reed's calculation. Bailey suffered a great loss in negotiations. Although the peace treaty was signed and detailed talks about how cities should be handed over were held, as the general of Bailey and a renowned general, taking the 5 provinces from Oliver without fighting would undeniably be embarrassing. The famous general who had roamed battlefields must be unwilling, as this will likely be a stain on his lifetime achievement. However, whether politically or militarily, Bailey and the Great Lucas would not possibly have a major conflict now. According to news from the secret police, though Bailey resolved the crisis in the northeastern front, replacing too many generals at once meant that the northeastern front could not be flawless. The most important thing is, Hunt fled to Liyue. This man ignored the danger facing his family and escaped to Bailey alone, accompanied by his eldest son. As a general most familiar with the northeastern defense lines of Bailey, he would certainly be given an important position by Liyue to attack Bailey. Reed leaned against a short table, organizing the northern situation in his mind, sighing softly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Reed lifted his eyelids and saw Hampton and Zane, 2 brothers walking in. He immediately smiled and said, "My cousin and nephew are here." The 2 also wore smiling faces, all 3 sitting around a table. Reed passed them tea water, then looked at Hampton, with a glint in his eyes. "Cousin, your martial arts seem to have improved?" Hampton smiled kindly. "Thanks to Jingji, I've already broken through to the Dark Force stage, mainly because of cousin's outstanding talent and deep-rooted martial arts foundation, thus breaking new bottlenecks." Reed spoke with a smile, feeling envy indescribably. In his previous life as the king of the underworld, he also collected quite a few secrets of national arts, including the Bak Mei Kun, 8 Extremes Fist. But no matter in his past or present life, he was unsuitable to practice such domineering boxing methods. It turned out that encountering Hampton, a person born with immense power, practicing just 1 month along with decoctions usually used by him actually made Hampton advance to the Dark Force period, with his strength under perfect control. He glanced at Hampton with a smile and said, "My boxing method and spear technique are connected. Cousin's fistwork has already mastered the basics, and you can ponder spear skills." In both lives, he practiced Tai Chi and bone-dividing hands, but missed the 8 extremes. An ancient saying goes, there's Tai Chi in literature, stabilizing the world. In martial arts, there's 8 extremes determining the balance. He and Hampton, one literary and one martial, complemented each other perfectly. Speaking of which, he looked at Zane. "What about you?" He gave martial art methods to Hampton and naturally wouldn't ignore Zane. "This kid mainly practices Xingyi Quan. I am not as good as my older brother, but my martial arts have improved significantly." Zane laughed, then thought of what Reed just said earlier. "You mentioned that fistwork and spear techniques are connected. I thought carefully about it. Seems like Xingyi Quan? Not bad. Xingyi also has spear traditions, called the Xingyi Great Spear." "Really?" Zane's eyes sparkled, asking, "Cousin, do you want me and elder brother to walk the path of generals?" "Brother Hampton is born to be a general. If we want the Inacio family to prosper, Hampton may not avoid a few more visits to battlefields. As for you," he looked at Zane and smiled, "you are quick-witted. You can also choose to become a general. But one person is enough for our Inacio family. Follow me first." "All right." Both brothers nodded, having no objections to Reed's arrangements. Reed looked at Hampton and said, "To become a distinguished general, mere martial arts. At best, you'll be a fierce warrior on the battlefield. You need to read more military books." Hampton scratched his head and laughed. "I occasionally look at military books." "Oh, do you understand them?" Reed didn't expect his cousin would read military books. Hampton smiled. "Not sure if I understand them well, but I can comprehend when reading. However, I haven't tried them." "That's fine. Someday I'll give you a few military books." "Really?" Hampton's eyes lit up. Military books are secrets passed down secretly. Even though the Inacio family was once a prominent clan, these military books were not collected, mainly because they could barely get their hands on the essence. Even somewhat important military books. These treasures of stabilizing the country might cause unrest, mostly kept by royal families, martial clans, or wealthy families. Now hearing that Reed had military books, Hampton was naturally overjoyed. Reed merely smiled faintly. As a Chanyuajira, time traveler, though he did not have some extraordinary abilities, his memory surpassed ordinary people. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he had a photographic memory. In his past life, he read many ancient texts, boxing manuals, and military strategies as he roamed the underground world, and these would gradually become his biggest reliance. After chatting for a few more sentences, Reed suddenly said, "I'm about to visit the Balthazar's residence. Little cousin, you stay here at the inn, and cousin, come with me." The 2 brothers exchanged glances and then nodded in unison. "Okay." Beichuan Prefecture was also the garrison of the famous General Unkit of Great Lucas. He was heading north to Yunzhou tomorrow, and there were some matters where he might need the help of this great general. Fortunately, he had the Emperor's sword. Otherwise, as a mere civil official, Unkit might not give him any face. Reed and Hampton stood waiting outside the Balthazar's residence for a while, and soon a man in martial attire came out. "The great Balthazar invites both of you." Reed smiled and nodded, then followed the man into the residence. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the Balthazar's residence. Unkit sat in the seat of honor, holding a teapot in one hand and a scroll of a book in the other, occasionally sipping from the teapot. This general, over 40 years old, if not for his heroic demeanor, would hardly seem like a renowned warrior who has been through countless battles. When Reed and company arrived, Unkit raised his head to look at them, fixing his gaze on Reed, sizing him up carefully before smiling suddenly. "A few days ago, I received a letter from my father saying that our great Lucas has produced an outstanding civil official. Today, it seems you do have some courage." Reed smiled slightly and clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, great Balthazar. Enough with formalities. We warriors don't bother with such trivialities. Make yourselves at home. Unkit put the book down on a nearby table, and then looked at Hampton who was following behind Reed, his eyes suddenly lighting up. And this is? He's named Hampton, my cousin from my aunt's family. Oh. Interest flickered strongly in Unkit's eyes. He looked at Reed and laughed. For a civil official like you to have such a natural-born warrior as an attendant is quite wasteful. How about giving him to me? The corners of Reed's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. Great Balthazar, this is my cousin, not an attendant. All decisions should be made by my cousin himself. Chapter 89. Brotherly Conversation. Hampton, who is calm and collected inside. Balthazar, my cousin, is traveling north on the Emperor's order. I have to protect him on the way, Hampton said in a low voice. Then he glanced at Reed almost imperceptibly. Earlier his cousin had suggested that he join the military. Now, he brought him to this Balthazar's mansion. Did he mean for him to stay with this general whom he met for the first time? When Unkit heard that he was going to protect Reed, he waved his hand generously. It's fine. He has the envoy guards. If necessary, I can send one of my battalions with him. Now that we have reclaimed the 5 states' territories, our nation de Lucas is in need of people. Saying so, he looked at Reed. Reed smiled wryly. Balthazar, you should at least pretend when poaching talents in front of me. Heh. Unkit immediately put on a stern face. We martial men don't understand those subtle things. I just think it's a waste having him follow you. Would you let him be a court guard under you in the future? That would be wasting his talent. Ah. Reed's face darkened. But Unkit continued. My father mentioned in his letter that you drew your sword on Bailey Bryson while being surrounded by your guard. I thought you were a bold person. Why are you so bashful now? Reed sighed helplessly. Why not let my brother decide after I finish my errand? Okay. Unkit waved his big hand and said magnanimously, as long as you don't take him back with you. Reed. Glancing at Hampton, Unkit nodded with satisfaction. Then something seemed to occur to him. He asked Reed, did you come here in the middle of the night because you need my help? That's right. As soon as he talked about business, Reed became serious. Balthazar, I came to seek the brothers from the Northern Territory for help this time. There's no problem with that. But, Unkit frowned, the 2 countries have already made an alliance treaty. Although there might be some troubles with the transfer of cities, I suppose Leo wouldn't dare do anything outlandish, right? Not necessarily. Reed frowned and said, after all, he is a world-renowned general who rivals you. If he had lost these 5 states' territories on the battlefield, perhaps he wouldn't have much to say. But since they were lost at the negotiating table, he won't feel at peace. I see. Unkit nodded. Being generals, they naturally had their pride. If they lost territory due to defeat on the battlefield, they might be upset but also convinced. However, these 5 states' territories were lost on the negotiating table. And what made it worse was that Leo was the one who finally signed the agreement of city transfer. Any other general couldn't accept that. Unkit thought for a moment and said, Bailey must have its hands full now, and probably won't trouble you too much. You came here looking for support, but except troops, I have nothing else to offer you. And if I send my troops, Bailey will certainly find excuses to cause diplomatic problems between the 2 countries. It will create disturbances for such a good situation. Reed nodded. If not necessary, we naturally cannot initiate a military attack first. However, Hunt has been planning the northeast defense line of Bailey for a long time. Although Bailey has replaced its generals on a large scale, the coordination between various defense lines has yet to be established. For Hunt, a renowned general, it shouldn't be hard to find loopholes. Oh. Hearing this, Unkit felt suddenly excited. He asked, you're worried that Bailey can't hold on? There's a possibility. Reed nodded. The best approach now is to make Leo confront Hunt as soon as possible. This way, we can quickly take over the defense lines. We could also take advantage of the battle between them to rapidly strengthen our northern defense. Exactly. Unkit nodded. He had also been thinking about this issue ever since he received the imperial decree from the capital city. Reclaiming these states was indeed a great event, but how to stabilize the defenses was critical. This Leo was indeed a big problem. How do you expect our northern brothers to cooperate? Since the emperor had appointed Reed to oversee the transfer of the northern cities, everything should be guided by Reed's strategy. As the receiving general, he only needed to consider the issue from a military perspective. Balthazar, getting rid of Leo isn't that difficult. If he doesn't want to leave early, we can just force him to leave. Reed smiled slightly and then said. After about an hour of secret talks in the general's mansion, Unkit personally saw Reed to the door. Looking at Hampton, a natural military genius, he said reluctantly, take him with you on the trip north, finish the task early and send him back to me promptly once you're done. Don't wait until I ask for him. Reed's lips twitched. You're quite smart, why don't I ask Christian for permission, so you can stay in the north and be my military advisor? Unkit said with a glance at Reed. Balthazar, please don't joke. Reed was caught between laughing and crying. He was doing fine as a civil official. Why would he come to this frontier to endure the wind and sun? Unkit chuckled. This remark was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. He naturally knew it wasn't possible. Not only might Reed not agree, but even if he did, Adolf wouldn't allow it. After all, this young man was still the emperor's secretary. He wasn't bold enough to snatch people from the emperor. All right, rest well tonight, start early tomorrow and return soon. I won't see you off. If Leo dares to cause any trouble, I'll lead the army to march north personally. Unkit waved his big hand. Reed expressed his thanks repeatedly before slowly leaving with Hampton. On the road, Hampton suddenly asked, Jingji, you brought me to the general's mansion today because you want me to follow this great Balthazar Lee, right? Yes. Reed said calmly, if you start from the grassroots, though with your ability there shouldn't be a problem, there will probably be no war in the north for now. It will take time for you to rise quickly. But grandfather told Eric and me to stay by your side mainly to guard your safety. Haha, my grandfather doesn't know that I'm proficient in martial arts, of course, he will worry, but I will mostly stay in the capital and won't encounter much trouble. Keeping you by my side might waste your skills. Living in the capital, his safety was generally not a concern. As for other troubles, those were likely political issues which Hampton might not be able to help him with. Moreover, the downfall of the Ignacio family had some connection to his mother. Now that there was an opportunity for Hampton to make a name for himself, it should not be wasted. Hampton listened silently. Although he was honest, he wasn't stupid. Even though he didn't understand the intricacies of civil officials, he knew that if he could establish himself in the military, he could help Reed more in the future. He was only worried about Reed's safety. Jingji, tell me the truth, Uncle Adonis. Was he murdered?
What?
Reed turned around, looking at Hampton with shock. Chapter 90. You say your father is just your father? Were you present when your mother was pregnant with you? Seeing Reed's astonished expression, Hampton suddenly nodded. I get it. Reed opened his mouth. You don't say anything. I will follow your advice and stay in the Northern Army after you have finished your business. Hampton muttered. Reed silently nodded. After arriving in the capital, Hampton and his brother had never asked how Humbert died, and Reed didn't say much either. After all, in this era, it was common for people to die around the age of 40 or 50. But he never expected that his seemingly honest cousin actually had such delicate thoughts. He sighed faintly. Cousin, our enemies may not be limited to the Gu family. There might be more in the future. If we don't have the power to protect ourselves, it will only get harder. Hampton hummed almost imperceptibly. Then the two brothers walked in silence, heading quietly toward the inn. The next morning, Reed led the envoy detachment and parted ways with Floyd, proceeding directly north toward Yunzhou. Yunzhou, once an important border stronghold of Yun State, named after the state's title, held undeniable importance. Now, Yunzhou is also a key military fortress of Northern Li against the northern advance of Great Lucas. Sir, beyond this checkpoint is within the territory of Northern Li. Dylan rode beside Reed's carriage, speaking softly. Reed lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a well-fortified checkpoint in the distance. He murmured, inform everyone to proceed with caution upon entering another country's jurisdiction. Sure thing. Dylan chuckled easily. Hampton and his brother, riding horses, also moved slightly closer to his carriage. Before long, the delegation stopped at the checkpoint. Dylan rode forward and shouted inside the checkpoint, I am the envoy from Great Lucas, appointed by Christian the Emperor of Great Lucas, on a mission to Northern Li. Please open the gate and let us through. Do you have any proof that you are the envoy dispatched by Great Lucas? Oh? My guards hold the imperial tokens and fly the dragon flag of Great Lucas. How can they ask me for proof? Reed's face darkened. It seemed these people were clearly given orders to make things difficult for him. Send up the passage document left by Floyd. Reed's face remained grim. Fortunately, before leaving, he made preparations and had Floyd provide a passage document. Otherwise, who knows how long this ordinary checkpoint would hold them up. Zane took the document up, while Reed turned to Dylan and asked, have there always been so many people at this checkpoint? He had taken a look just now and noticed that this place did not seem like a military checkpoint, yet there were quite a few people. Dylan looked puzzled as well. This subordinate does not know, but since caravans pass through here, it doesn't seem like an important checkpoint. Reed glanced at Zane, who was negotiating. He said silently, let's see what they say. As he spoke, he lowered the curtain. Before long, Zane came back angrily. Cousin, they say this is not a northerly passage document and won't let us through? Won't let us through? Reed narrowed his eyes. He snatched the passage document, jumped out of the carriage, and walked toward the checkpoint. A commandant-like person, upon seeing Reed dressed in Great Lucas's official robe, revealed a mocking expression. You're the one saying this passage document is fake? This document lacks the military ministry's seal, so naturally, it is fake. The commandant pointed at the envoy guard and said, moreover, you're leading troops. Without the ministry's border document, you should turn back. Reed was amused. He said, in diplomatic exchanges between nations, any envoy document should not be obstructed. Don't you understand this rule? Our border troops do not understand diplomatic rules. We only recognize the seal of the military ministry. The commandant firmly stated, furthermore, if you are the envoy from Great Lucas, you should enter our territory via Phoenix State. This is the road to Yunzhou, and we only recognize the military ministry seal. Reed didn't bother arguing with him and directly opened the document, shoving the large seal right under the commandant's nose. You cannot recognize the Chancellor's seal of Northern Li? To my knowledge, the Chancellor's seal outranks the military ministry's seal and has the authority to order the gate open. Hearing this, the commandant's expression changed. Earlier, he didn't carefully examine the document and dismissed Zane after noticing it lacked the military ministry's seal. Now hearing Reed, he suddenly felt uneasy about the Chancellor's seal on the document. But thinking of the direct orders he received, he stubbornly argued. You say this is our Chancellor's seal? I don't recognize it unless you can prove it. Oh, and how should I prove it? Hearing the question, the commander thought he had managed to bluff his way through and immediately showed a delighted expression. He said, since you have obtained the document stamped by our Prime Minister of Northern Li, I assume you've met our Prime Minister. You just need to have him issue an order. Seek out Floyd? Issue an order? Reed was instantly enraged to laughter. He said, our mission from Great Lucas to Northern Li is also for state affairs. Can you afford the delay in state matters? How do you prove you are the envoy of Great Lucas? Upon hearing about state matters, the commander's arrogance weakened immediately. Still, remembering their objective, he stubbornly added, we were ordered to defend this place. If we want it open, it has to be open. Reed narrowed his eyes. Then what proof do you have that you're acting on orders to guard this place? The commander was bewildered. Weren't you supposed to prove your identity? Why is it now my turn to provide proof? He glared. I am a commander in Northern Li's border military. Does this require proof? Fine. Playing it this way, huh? Reed said, how do you prove you are indeed a commander in Northern Li? Who knows if you're not a bandit leader? My subordinates can vouch for me. Your subordinates? How do you prove they're your subordinates? And how do you prove they're telling the truth? And how do they prove they are not bandits? The commander was taken aback. He felt slightly dizzy due to Reed's rapid-fire questions. After a while, He sorted his thoughts and tore off the token from his waist. This is my commander's token, it's proof. But Reed sneered, how do you prove this so-called commander's token is from Northern Lee? The commander wanted to scream in frustration and snapped. This is the standardized token for Northern Lee's border military. No proof needed. How do you prove this token is standardized by Northern Lee's border military? The commander's face turned green with anger. These tokens are uniformly distributed by the general. If not uniform, what would they be? How do you prove your general is really your general? My general is my father, and I am my father's son. So, you say your general is your father, and he is? I'm my father's biological son. Does this need proof? How do you prove you are your father's biological son? Were you there when your mother gave birth to you? How do you prove it? My mother was there. Your mother being there proves you're your father's biological son? What if it was old Wong's? Damn it. The commander went mad, almost spitting blood. Onlookers were also dumbfounded. Wasn't this about passing through? How did it suddenly turn into a discussion about who's the real father and who is old Wong? And who exactly is old Wong? Chapter 91. The Bailey cavalry turned south, intent on making things difficult. Come on. Reed suddenly bellowed. These bandits disguised as Bailey soldiers are extorting passing merchants. Quickly arrest them. The captain was momentarily stunned and saw the squad he brought being surrounded by the Daya embassy's guards. He immediately wanted to react violently, but Reed pressed down on his shoulder with one hand. Ugh. The captain let out a cry of pain, his face turning pale. He never imagined that this man, who looked like a civil servant, would be so strong. With just one hand pressing on his shoulder, it felt as though his bones were about to be crushed. Thud. The captain fell to the ground. Reed shouted loudly, all of you put down your weapons, or else your leader's head will roll. Swoosh. Everyone turned to look at Reed, seeing their leader had been subdued. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Fred Killian? The captain suddenly shouted in grief. This shout puzzled Reed. Did Bailey send a civil official here? While he was confused, a man dressed in Bailey official robes walked out from the checkpoint, holding a feather fan in a flashy manner, swaying it gently as he walked. Reaching Reed, the man smiled slightly and clasped his hands together. I am Killian Jinshin, an official of Bailey. Well done. Reed dramatically exclaimed, pointing at Killian Jinshin and shouting. I wondered why these bandits dared to dress up as soldiers to extort passing merchants. So there's a doghead strategist among them too? Come on. Bind him as well, then take them all before Leo. Let him see how deteriorated the border defense is in Bailey. Killian Jinshin was bewildered. Doghead strategist? How did I become the strategist for these bandits? I didn't even know about this. Dylan's subordinates held back laughter as they tied Killian Jinshin up with ropes. Killian Jinshin quickly reacted and shouted, Stop, I am an official of Bailey, mm. Killian Jinshin barely got out his words when Dylan stuffed a kerchief into his mouth. Reed glanced at him, seeing his frightened expression and inwardly sneered. You have such little courage, yet you dare to pretend to be Dalton Kongming. Killian Jinshin never thought that he would one day be captured as the strategist of bandits. After confiscating weapons from over 100 Bailey people, Reed didn't bother to ride in a carriage anymore. He jumped onto a warhorse, waving his hand, let's go. The Daya embassy watched as Bailey soldiers were bound up one by one in the middle of the guard unit and shook their heads, finding it absurd. They hadn't even met the main figure and had already captured some of his troops. What chaos would follow? Yunjo. Leo held a note, his eyes turning cold. Come on. Suppressing the killing intent in his heart, he called for his attendant guards. Standing beside him, the guard looked at him in puzzlement. Leo said coldly, have the Flying Horse Regiment accompany me out of the city. Yes, sir. The guard responded silently. After issuing orders, Leo strapped on his saber and strode out of the mansion with a determined gait. Soon, a cavalry regiment of 10,000 stood below Yunjo City. Leo arranged a table of wine behind the army and sat quietly. His deputy Harry hesitated. Balthazar, the Daya embassy will soon enter the city. If you set up this formation at the city gate now, they might not dare to enter. That would be better. It would save us from the trouble of transferring the city. Leo had no intention of handing over the 5 prefectures to Daya. It wasn't 5 cities, but 5 entire prefectures. If Yunzhou, Inashiagzu, Daizhou, Phoenixzhou, and Xianzhou were given to Unkit, with his capabilities, he could turn these 5 prefectures into impregnable fortresses, forcing Daya to further reinforce its northern defenses. It would also resolve Daya's lack of warhorses. He couldn't believe that Hunt, as a renowned general, chose to collude with Li Yue without considering his reputation and the safety of his homeland. This led to Bailey's passive situation. His army of 30,000 had finally connected the defenses across the 10 prefectures, but now losing 5 of them meant that if the northeastern conflict escalated, giving Daya enough time, not only would these 5 prefectures be irretrievable, but the remaining Jinzhou, Mingzhou, Yongzhou, Yizhou, and Yuzhou could also fall into Daya's hands over time. Having managed these 10 prefectures for a long time, he knew the key issues best. Harry was troubled. Balthazar, but what about the Imperial Court? How will the Imperial Court react? It's just that DeLucas doesn't dare to come here. Not that I don't want to let them in. Harry sighed deeply. Balthazar, if it really comes to that, Unkit might lead troops to attack. After all, DeLucas cannot completely ignore their own reputation. Leo felt a surge of frustration. If the northeastern front wasn't in such a mess, he wouldn't be in this predicament. Let's deal with other things later since we're already out of the capital. Leo maintained his final defiance. Harry could only return to the army as ordered and continue leading the troops southward as instructed by Leo. Reed led the envoy team to the territory of Yunzhou. Seeing the towering Yunzhou city from afar, Dylan smiled and said, Sir, we've finally arrived. A month's travel has indeed been tiring. Reed smiled slightly and glanced at the Bailey soldiers bound together behind them, saying indifferently, it won't be so easy going forward. Just wait and see. Dylan followed his gaze and commented wryly, since that's the case, why did you provoke the Bailey border guards? Why don't they behave themselves? Reed raised an eyebrow. If letting them vent their dissatisfaction means disgracing our Delucas Threida, if I hadn't done what I did today, there would surely be accusations against me when we get back. Hey, Dylan gave a bitter laugh. He now understood. Despite being new to politics, his superior had offended quite a few people. Any misconduct during this mission could jeopardize his achievements. As they chatted along the way, Zane suddenly said, "Look, Bailey's army." Reed was taken aback and turned to look ahead. On their path, a cavalry of 10,000 men blocked the city gate, swords pointing south towards them, while some were cooking wine in the rear. Envoy Gu, Bailey seems to have sent this army to block us upon learning our arrival today. This is truly overstepping their bounds. The deputy envoy was from the Ministry of Rights, personally selected by Adon to assist with routine matters. Reed squinted, watching Yunjo's archers ready to shoot, and the cavalry below showing signs of a charge. Are they planning to attack our Delucas envoy? Chapter 92. 4 riders charge. Oliver's delaying tactics. Attack the envoy? Reed gave a cold smile. I'm afraid they don't dare. He looked towards the person brewing wine at the rear of the main army, who he suspected was Oliver. To openly set up such a display and brew wine, is he trying to test our envoy's courage? He really didn't believe this old fellow dared to order an attack on the envoy. The Northernly had already produced Hunt. Their emperor would be highly sensitive now. If Oliver were to let his troops attack the Daxia envoy, leading to a rupture in relations between the two countries and then a war, even the reputation as one of the world's great generals might not protect him from the emperor's suspicions. Official Farron, wait here with the envoy and have everyone be alert, Reed said with a smiling face. Gia nodded subconsciously, but then suddenly realized something was off. If I stay here, what is Reed going to do? He looked up at Reed and saw him grinning at his cousin and Dylan. Do you have the courage to charge through the Northernly cavalry formation with me? What? Dylan and Gia were dumbfounded. Only the cousin tightened his grip on his saber, saying nothing. Sir, that's too dangerous. Let someone go ask first. Ask? Didn't you see? He pointed at the back of the Northernly cavalry. Old man Oliver is brewing wine for guests. If we don't charge into the Northernly military formation today, we will likely have to turn back. This? Dylan and Gia didn't dare bet on it. They turned to Reed and said, Sir, caution is paramount. Do not risk your safety. Don't worry. Reed laughed loudly. Before the city transfer, if I die here, Oliver won't be able to justify it. Gia was speechless. Dylan said, Sir, if the Northernly makes a move, do we still need to ask? Then we will follow the example of our Daxia border generals and fight our way through 7 times. Hearing this, Dylan immediately drew his saber, looking at the determined Reed without further words, agreeing to charge. Reed smiled faintly and shouted loudly, Dragon Banner! The banner carrier of the envoy's guard ran forward with the Daxia dragon banner. Reed took the banner, holding the horse's reins in one hand and the banner in the other, and laughed. Gentlemen, whether we show strength or disgrace ourselves depends on this moment. With a loud laugh, he kicked the horse's belly. Yeehaw! Reed led the way with the Daxia dragon banner held high, followed by Hampton and the others who spurred their horses. Dev sat on his warhorse, suddenly seeing 4 horses galloping out from within the Daxia envoy, with the lead rider carrying the Daxia dragon banner. He couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Actually, someone dares to charge the cavalry formation now? He shouted loudly, Balthazars, listen up. Without orders, no one is to attack the incoming riders. Then he looked toward the rear of the army where Oliver was only calmly stirring the wine in the vat. He sighed softly, and then turned his gaze to Reed and the others. In just moments, they had run within an arrow's distance. The Northernly cavalry watched the fluttering Daxia dragon banner and the 3 shiny sabers behind it. Strangely, the mere 4 charging riders made them feel like thousands of troops were charging. Some psychologically weaker ones couldn't help but tighten their grips on their weapons. Yeehaw! Reed continued riding towards the middle path of the cavalry formation, making the Northernly cavalry tense up. As the elite cavalry of the Northernly, they had never experienced pre-battle jitters before. Today, Balthazar ordered not to attack unless commanded. Led by Reed, the 3 riders directly plunged into the Northernly formation. The originally crossed spears and halberds pulled back, allowing the Daxia 4 to pass through smoothly. Dev watched this scene and sighed inwardly. It seems the Daxia envoy was not intimidated after all, especially that frontmost figure wearing the Daxia civil official robe, not only leading the charge but also waving the Daxia dragon banner. Damn, when did any civil official have such strength? In the blink of an eye, Reed charged past the formation and reached Oliver. He pulled on the reins sharply. Nay! The warhorse reared up on its hind legs, neighing. Holding the dragon banner, Reed looked down at Oliver from above. Once the horse stood still, he dismounted and walked over to face Oliver. Thud! He plunged the dragon banner into the ground deeply. Oliver glanced sideways. As a military general, he was fully aware that flag bearers in the army were always those with extraordinary physical strength. Now, Reed's display was somewhat unexpected. A Daxia civil official actually possesses such strength? Reed noticed his slightly astonished gaze and gave a faint smile. Without waiting for an invitation, he sat down directly, while Hampton and the others stood silently behind him. Balthazar Nangong, the way you entertain guests in Bailey seems quite unique. Oliver raised an eyebrow, his eyes fixed on Reed. After a moment, he said softly, Daxia's civil officials seem to be quite exceptional. Reed picked up the warm wine cup on the table and smiled interestingly. Is the general trying to discuss the heroes of the world over green plums and cooked wine under Yunjo City? Oh. Oliver asked curiously, so who does Envoy Gu think deserves the title of world hero? Haha. Reed laughed heartily. Of course, it's our Willie. Who else in this world can match the founding monarch as a hero? Oliver was stifled by this flattery. For a moment, the interest in conversation waned. He drank from his cup, and Reed glanced around, asking, is Balthazar Nangong planning to discuss business here? I'm not sure what business you're referring to. I only heard that the Daxia envoy is about to arrive, so I specially prepared wine to welcome them outside the city. Saying this, he raised his cup to Reed. Haha. Reed smiled faintly. When I parted ways with your Prime Minister Griffin a few days ago, he informed me that the imperial decree from Bailey had already arrived in Yunzhou. Is the general defying the decree? Oh. Oliver asked skeptically. Is there really such a matter? Why don't I know about it? Really? Envoy Gu, please don't rush. Maybe there was some delay on the road. Let me send someone to inquire. Oh. And how long will it take for the general to give an answer? It's hard to say. Oliver shook his head. It's not an urgent military report going to the capital. It would take about a month round trip. A month. Reed raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Oliver wasn't willing to hand over the city easily. First, he intimidated with troops outside the city. Seeing that didn't work, now he started using delaying tactics. Do you think you're the boss because we owe you money, or something? Chapter 93 refused to deliver? Then we'll play big. Reed got up and reached out to stroke the pole of the Daxia dragon flag. Balthazar Nangong, I believe you know why Bailey signed this agreement. If Bailey wishes to act ungratefully, our Great Lucas won't mind either. The million-strong Great Lucas border army is not to be trifled with. It's uncertain whether Bailey, without renowned generals like Hunt, can withstand attacks from both fronts. Leo's expression slightly froze, yet he said indifferently, that's Bailey's concern, irrelevant to Great Lucas. Fine. Reed laughed coldly in anger. Since Balthazar Nangong is so confident, then let's see how things go. Within 7 days, if Bailey doesn't deliver these 5 states, the Great Lucas delegation will unilaterally declare that all prior agreements signed in our capital are nullified. Saying this, he directly mounted his horse, giving Leo a cold glance before waving his hand. Let's go. Hampton pulled out the dragon flag and silently mounted his horse as well. Reed laughed aloud. Bailey has produced traitors like Hunt and someone like Leo who disregards imperial commands. Truly, it's a fortune for Great Lucas. The fall of Bailey is near. Haha. Upon hearing this, fury flashed across Leo's eyes. Listen up, everyone. Halt. 10,000 cavalrymen immediately turned their horses around. Reed drew his long saber, shouting loudly, listen up. Anyone who dares to obstruct our mission shall be killed without mercy. Leo was instantly alarmed, his eyes almost tearing Reed apart. He had never expected Reed to be so bold. With his 10,000 troops nearby, he only intended to intimidate him, but didn't expect Reed to issue such an order outright. His raised hand remained hesitantly in the air. Mentioning Hunt and implicating him, Leo knew that if word of this reached the capital, the Bailey Imperial Court would forever be wary of him. Harry, seeing the situation, quickly shouted, the Grand Balthazar orders, escort the official representative of Great Lucas. Upon hearing the military order, the Bailey cavalrymen immediately raised their sabers in salute. Leo's face turned sour, but he understood Harry was helping him out of the predicament, since he truly didn't dare order action against the Great Lucas delegation. Humph. Reed sneered coldly and promptly rode back to camp. Back at their camp, Horace hurried over. How did it go? What did Bailey say? Reed answered expressionlessly. The mission retreats 10 miles and sets up camp. Horace looked at Reed in confusion. Weren't they supposed to enter the city? He shifted his gaze to Dylan, who shook his head slowly before riding off after Reed. Sir, what should we do now? No rush. Settle down first. Reed said calmly and then rode ahead briskly. Dylan paused, equally bewildered. On the other side, Leo also returned to his residence. Harry sighed, Grand Balthazar, today's actions were too risky. If news gets to the capital, so what if it reaches the capital? Leo took a sip of tea indifferently. That old man, Bailey Gongshu, keeps raving about how extraordinary this official representative from Great Lucas is. From my perspective, there's nothing special about him. Just one casual excuse today made the other party lose composure, spewing provocations and threats. Nothing impressive. These civil officials are good for nothing except talk, Harry said helplessly. Grand Balthazar, with the arrival of the Great Lucas delegation, letting them camp outside the city might not be wise. If it triggers disputes between the two countries, Was it me who forbade them from entering the city? Leo snorted. I just didn't give them control of the city. I didn't stop them from entering. But, there's no but. Leo continued. While the Great Lucas delegation may have some courage, they are nothing much before our army. If I don't hand over the city, do they dare to seize it? Humph. If they wish to fight, perhaps this time they wouldn't be seeking an alliance with us. Grand Balthazar, please forgive me, but this matter has the Emperor's edict. If we don't comply, it could lead to... Fear not, I didn't say we wouldn't hand it over. If we eagerly hand over the territories as soon as the Great Lucas delegation arrives, it would leave Unkit laughing at us. As renowned generals, he couldn't break Unkit's defense lines, and Unkit couldn't advance north either. If he obediently handed over the territory now, even with an imperial edict, it wouldn't stop Unkit from mocking him for being unable to handle civil officials. It would only be appropriate if Unkit came with his troops to oversee the handover on the battlefield. The civil officials of Great Lucas do not deserve to make him bow his head. Harry helplessly sighed and finally had to take his leave. Reed and his men retreated 10 miles, setting up camp near a water source. Just as they settled down, Horace rushed over. Seeing Reed, he immediately asked, Sir, did Northernly break their trust and refuse to hand over the territories? Humph. Oliver doesn't have the guts for that. He's just trying to embarrass us. Reed snorted coldly. Horace's face instantly showed concern. Do you mean they won't even let us enter Yunzhou City? I chose not to enter Yunzhou City myself. Reed said lightly. What? Horace was taken aback. Reed glanced at him and said, I never thought Oliver would willingly hand over the 5 states. We'll likely have to seize this city ourselves. Horace looked bewildered. If they had to seize it themselves, why bother signing an alliance with Northernly? And sir, I have other important matters to handle. Why don't you rest for now? Reed glanced at him, then turned to Dylan and asked, Lou, I need you to go to Yunzhou City. Yunzhou? Dylan asked curiously, Sir, what are we doing in Yunzhou? Reed took out a piece of paper from his robe. There's an address here. Follow the instructions on the note, and someone will guide you further. Dylan opened the note, and his eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Reed, who nodded and said, "Be cautious when you leave. Don't let anyone see you. And return to camp immediately after finishing your task." "Yes, sir." Dylan saluted and left the tent. Horace, watching this scene, couldn't help but ask, "Sergu, what's going on here?" "You'll find out later," Reed casually replied, then looked at Horace and suddenly asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Horace. Chapter 94. Do you know what final interpretation means? That night, Reed and Hampton, the two brothers, sat huddled together in the tent, with Foyes, the commander of the envoy's guard, standing nearby. Zane asked rather anxiously, "Cousin, what exactly did Brother Lou go to do? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Before Reed could respond, Hampton lightly kicked him. "Jingji has his reasons for everything he does. Just wait patiently." Zane opened his mouth to speak, but saw Reed calmly reading a book and thus didn't disturb him. After another cup of tea's time, there was suddenly some commotion outside the tent. Looking up, Reed saw Dylan walking in. "Sir, did you get it?" "Yeah." Dylan nodded vigorously and then took out a letter from his chest, handing it over to Reed. As Reed received it, he started to open it while saying, "Rest first. I'll read this and we can talk after." He then unfolded the letter and quietly read it. A moment later, he showed a pleased expression and said, "The internal guards did not let me down." Upon hearing this, Hampton and others immediately looked curiously at Reed. Reed asked, "Are those 100 sets of northernly armor still around?" Hearing this, Zane was stunned but soon understood. Reed was asking about today's armor stripped from the bodies of northernly soldiers. He immediately nodded. "Yes, they're with our supplies." Reed nodded, then looked up at Hampton. "Cousin, would you dare to lead 100 men into an enemy city heavily guarded by troops?" Hampton was dumbfounded. Reed pulled out a map, pointed to a location on it, and said, "According to intelligence from the internal guards, Shilling County is where Yunzhou's army of 150,000 stores its grain. Every 10 days, Northernly transports their grain from Shilling to various places. The last transport was 7 days ago. According to military strategy, all the grain in Yunzhou right now wouldn't last more than 5 days. Sir intends to cut off Northern Lee's supply route?" Dylan blurted out the question before shaking his head immediately. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Reed explained, "Considering the timing, if one travels fast on horseback, day and night without stopping, Shilling can be reached in just 1 day. Sir, even if Brother Ignacio used Northern Lee's armor and ID to trick open the gates, it wouldn't work." Foyes, as the commander of the envoy's guard who had been through many battles, worriedly added, "The 150,000 strong army requires massive amounts of grain. A mere 100 men, even if they get inside, will have their fire extinguished instantly. You only see part of the picture." Reed smiled. "Because Northernly has signed an alliance with my great Lucas, Northernly will withdraw. Thus, Shilling, where grain is stored, must also be abandoned. From intelligence reports, if my conjecture is correct, the current reserves might only support Yunzhou for 10 days, max 15. Furthermore, who says I'm sending just these 100 men? Do you want to mobilize troops from Balthazarly?" Reed shook his head. "Mobilizing border troops won't work. How can Leo ignore the movement of our border troops?" "So you, Commander Chong, I hear you and your 2,000 veteran brothers have rotated down from the border. If you were to lead an attack on Shilling, which is garrisoned by 5,000 troops, would you dare?" Originally, Adolf considered the complexity of this diplomatic mission and hence assigned him a 2,000-man guard unit. Little did he expect that this would now prove useful. "Sir, our troops follow orders. If Sir has a plan, we'll listen, but..." Foyes hesitated. 2,000 attacking a 5,000 garrison city, especially such a crucial city like Yunzhou. We fear not only failing but also losing lives pointlessly." "Commander Chong, you misunderstand?" Reed laughed. "Once Hampton leads 100 men to blow up the gate, you take command and burn the grain." Foyes' eyes lit up. If timed well, burning enemy grain with 2,000 men is feasible. "But how do we retreat?" "This isn't hard." Reed smiled again, looking at Hampton. Hampton reacted promptly. "Once Commander Chung enters the city, chaos will surely erupt. Then, I'll take control of the north entrance. After the troops burn the grain, they can break out through the north gate." Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Though risky, this plan had a high success rate. Seeing no objections from the others, Reed coldly smiled. "Leo wants to keep us hanging. I will cut off his escape routes. Without food or water for 150,000 troops, I'd like to see how he stands against us. But what if he sends troops to raid the grain?" Hampton suddenly said in a low voice, "If we cut off their supply route, they could send troops to plunder for food. In the end, it would be the people of Yunzhou who suffer." The others nodded upon hearing this. Yunzhou was about to be handed over to Great Lucas. If Leo were to let his troops loot the people, not only Yunzhou but also the other 4 prefectures would face an inevitable disaster. Reed sneered, "This will depend on how effective Balthazarly is." "Balthazarly?" Zane asked curiously. "What does this have to do with Balthazarly?" Hampton's eyes flashed with understanding. "If Yunzhou loses its supplies, the morale of the garrison troops stationed there will plummet. If Balthazarly attacks at this time, Leo won't dare to act rashly to protect his men." "Exactly." Reed smiled. "If the supply route is cut, transporting supplies from other prefectures would take no less than 10 days. Moreover, the supplies must reach Yunzhou first." Dylan opened his mouth. "Sir, our great Lucas has signed an alliance with Northernly. Doing this, is it proper? The treaty specifies that it takes effect from the date Northernly withdraws its troops. Now that Leo refuses to hand over the city, the treaty hasn't taken effect. Cutting off their supply route doesn't count as anything. Okay, so the treaty can be interpreted like this." Reed looked at Zane. "You'll take the Longkei of Great Lucas to Beichuan Prefecture. Once Shilling succeeds, quickly urge Balthazarly to march on Yunzhou. I've already reached an agreement with him on assisting the mission." Zane nodded after hearing this. "Cousin, rest assured, Beichuan isn't far. With all speed, I can arrive by dawn? Seeing this, Reed turned to Dylan. Your men are all skilled hands. Follow Hampton and ensure the safety of our troops. Also, Captain Chong, you need to instruct the mess hall that while we're away these few days, 3 meals a day should remain normal. No one must notice any abnormality. Fuiz nodded upon hearing this, while Dylan hesitated slightly. Seeing this, Reed immediately asked, is there anything else? Chapter 95. A calculated move to cut off the Northernly Army's supply initio. This, Dylan said, my lord, if Shieling succeeds, I fear that Oliver and Yunzhou will have received the news before Balthazar Lee arrives. My lord, you should leave here with the envoy group to avoid danger. No way. Reed thought for a moment and said, what we are doing is merely urging Oliver to honor the terms of the alliance. He dared not move against us when he had supplies. Without them, would he dare to start a war with our great Lucas? But this plan is still too risky. Dylan said worriedly, what if Oliver loses his mind? Indeed. The Inacio brothers also nodded. Reed smiled and said, rest assured. As one of the greatest generals in the world, Oliver is certainly no fool. He knows well the difference between making things difficult for an envoy and killing an envoy. Before the alliance takes effect, skirmishes between the border troops of both countries are insignificant. But envoys are not border troops. Even if Reed has initiated some actions, Oliver wouldn't dare take action against the envoy team lightly, as it would invalidate the bilateral treaty. However, if the envoy team left easily, it would inevitably raise Oliver's vigilance, which could be truly dangerous. Currently, Oliver is not vigilant because he never imagined that a civil official-led envoy team would dare to plot against his logistics. And with the envoy team right under his nose in Yunzhou, he definitely didn't think that Reed would dare play such games. If there's nothing else, you may prepare now, rest your troops well, and set out at dawn. After they left, Horace came to Reed's tent. My lord, I just saw Captain Chong seem to be preparing to pull out. Is something going on? Looking outside the camp at the darkness, he wondered why they couldn't do it during the day instead of at night. Reed didn't hide anything. After explaining his idea, Horace directly opposed. My lord, this mustn't happen. It's too risky. Director Un, my purpose isn't to consult, but to inform you. If we don't break Northernly's final illusions, they might not hand over these 5 states easily. My lord, even if Northernly delays, it will only prolong the time. Your actions might provoke Northernly, which is improper. At this critical moment of the alliance between Great Lucas and Northernly, Horace did not wish to create any complications. The longer this drags on, the more likely it is that changes will occur. This matter need not be discussed further. Let's proceed as planned, said Reed. It wasn't stubbornness. The reason why Great Lucas wanted to reclaim these northern territories was twofold. Firstly, the geographical advantage. Secondly, securing these lands would free up the entire northern defense from Northernly's influence. Also, these lands produce war horses. Additionally, the northern territories house millions of civilians. Acquiring several million people would significantly boost the national strength and livelihood of Great Lucas. Horace understood this logic, but felt that Reed was taking too much risk. However, as the head envoy, all decisions rested on Reed, and Horace couldn't do anything about it. Dawn. Reed appeared in the camp and saw everyone ready. He asked Fuiz softly, are those Northernly prisoners settled? My lord, there are enough personnel to guard them, so there won't be any problems. Reed nodded and said, thank you all for your hard work these few days. Be careful out there. In case of any accidents, act accordingly. Yes. Fuiz nodded heavily. Reed nodded and then looked at Hampton and Dylan, saying, stealth attacks are perilous. Be mindful of safety. They nodded, and Reed waved his hand. Go. When this is done, the guards will be credited as the heroes of this journey. I'll wait for your good news at the envoy team. Watching them leave quietly, Horace sighed softly, shaking his head almost imperceptibly. My lord, this is still too dangerous. Reed gave him a silent glance and turned towards the tent. The next day, while reading in the camp, Horace suddenly came into his tent. My lord, Oliver sent someone over asking us to release those 100+ captives from Northernly. Reed paused and glanced at Horace, thinking for a while before closing his book and putting it on the table. Tell them first, the identities of these people are unclear. We cannot release anyone until their identities are confirmed. Secondly, even if they are indeed from them, no discussion on releasing them until after the city is handed over. This, Horace asked, my lord, we are currently on their territory. What are you afraid of? Would they dare to send troops to raid us? Reed picked up his book and silently flipped through it, saying as he read, tell them that they can have their people back if they dare to send troops to raid us, on the condition that they can bear the consequences of breaking the alliance. Sir, if we keep doing this, the alliance negotiations between the two countries might not go well. Directorin, do you think this is something our Great Lucas should worry about? If we, representing Great Lucas, don't show a strong attitude, how can we expect others to take us seriously? Horace silently bowed and then left the tent. Not long after, Horace returned to the tent. Reed glanced at him and asked, they're gone? Horace nodded. Reed scoffed, I didn't think Oliver's soldiers would really dare to attack our envoy camp. Horace opened his mouth, sir, with our camp now vulnerable, if Northly really attacks. Don't worry, Oliver wouldn't dare give such an order. Reed said solemnly, despite controlling Northly's 300,000 border troops, as long as he doesn't want to rebel against Northly, he wouldn't dare disregard the Emperor's orders. He could delay handing over the city, but that doesn't mean he would dare to confront the envoy. However, Horace was just a scholar, having never experienced such situations, naturally feeling some panic. Reed didn't bother persuading him and simply continued reading. Around midnight, Reed checked the time and stepped out of the tent, gazing toward the north. Shieling wasn't far from here. With the envoy cavalry's speed, they should be reaching Shieling by now. I wonder how the plan is progressing. This was his first time planning a military operation, and it wasn't exactly well thought out, more like taking advantage of an unexpected opportunity. The key was they were operating deep within enemy territory, which was inherently risky. Since the war with North Lee over a decade ago, there hadn't been any major battles on the entire border. Over time, the myth of North Lee's invincibility grew stronger. If Foy's and his team succeed, it would break Oliver's unbeatable legend. Then it would be much easier for Great Lucas to reshape its border defenses. Also, he had intentions to help Hampton gain some military achievements. Hope everything goes smoothly. Reed sighed silently. Chapter 96. Hampton's deception with 100 riders. Yunzhou, Shilling City. Foy's and his companions were concealed in the night. Brother Ignacio, it's all up to you now. If things go south, withdraw as soon as possible. Rest assured, Sir Chong. I understand. As the critical moment approached, Hampton couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. After all, this was his first time facing such an ordeal. But thinking of Reed's expectations, he steadied himself and turned his gaze toward Dylan, who nodded in response. Hampton looked at the 100 men behind him and whispered, Brothers, it's all up to you. The 100 men following him had solemn expressions. Hampton immediately waved his hand. Let's go. With that, he led the 100 men swaggering towards Shilling City. Before long, they arrived at the city walls. Is anyone there? Which officer is on duty tonight? Please come out and answer us. Dylan shouted loudly at the city wall. The bewildered northernly soldiers on the city wall suddenly snapped to attention, instinctively reaching for their weapons. Dylan called out again from below. Is anyone there? A sleepy northernly soldier peered down at them. What's all the noise about? What do you want at this hour? We are from Yunzhou's Flying Cavalry Regiment. Our commandant was ordered by the Balthazarissimo to inspect the grain supplies. Inspect? The soldier blinked in confusion, then burst into anger. Nonsense. Who inspects grain in the middle of the night? Who are you really? Ridiculous. Our commandant was dispatched day and night on orders. How dare you question him? As they spoke, more people on the city wall woke up. They rubbed their eyes and looked at the soldier answering. Why the shouting in the middle of the night? A group of 100 riders just arrived claiming to be from the Flying Cavalry Regiment, here to inspect the grain. At this hour? When did the Flying Cavalry Regiment become so diligent? The man frowned slightly. The Flying Cavalry Regiment was an elite force under Leo, far beyond their match. He muttered, Better report this to the commandant. That's all we can do. The soldier who answered first also said softly, then looked down at them. Do you have any proof? We have our commandant's token. Wait there. Upon hearing about the token, the soldier replied, then looked at another person. You lower the basket down. I'll go fetch the commandant. With that, this person immediately left the battlements. Watching the basket descend, Hampton handed over the token he had confiscated from the northernly commandant to Dylan, who took the token and walked towards the city wall. Before long, the token was hoisted up, and a drowsy commandant climbed up onto the battlements. Sir, someone outside claims to be from the Flying Cavalry Regiment, and has been ordered to inspect the grain within the city. Now, the commandant looked displeased. Why would someone inspect grain at this hour? Can't you distinguish between spies? Sir, the man has the token. I checked it, and it's indeed from the Flying Cavalry Regiment, and their uniforms match too. Token? The commandant took the token and glanced at it. Flying Cavalry Regiment Commandant. Yull? Why would it be this kid? Sir, do you know him? The commandant slowly shook his head. No, but I've heard this kid is the son of Wanren Commander Harry. Wanren Commander? Others exchanged glances. A son of a Wanren Commander comes to inspect grain at midnight? Sir, why not let them wait outside? Dawn will break in another hour or so. Letting them wait shouldn't be a problem. Just as the commandant was about to agree, Hampton bellowed from below. Have you finished checking the token? If so, open the gate quickly. We're all exhausted. The corner of the commandant's mouth twitched. After some thought, he shouted down, There's no precedent for night inspections of grain in the military. Without confirming your identity, I cannot open the gate. Outrageous. Hampton roared. Do you think we wanted to come? The Balthazarissimo suspects that Lucas' envoys might cause trouble, so he ordered us to inspect the grain carefully. Open the gate quickly, or you'll bear the consequences if we delay the Balthazarissimo's orders. Inspection of grain should wait until dawn. Commandant Xiao, waiting one more hour won't hurt. Wait. Hampton flew into a rage. My father is a Wanren commander. Do you think I could impersonate him? With only 100 men, do you think we could threaten your 5,000-strong garrison? Want me to return to the Balthazarissimo and report that the Shilling defenders questioned his orders? The commandant on the wall was instantly put in a dilemma. At this hour, being cautious and not opening the gate wouldn't be wrong. But offending the son of a Wanren commander could bring trouble later. Moreover, the other party was right. With just 100 men, even if they were enemy troops in disguise, they couldn't do them any harm. He said to the people around him, Go down and open the city gate. Let them in first. After he finished speaking, he reconsidered. Forget it. Let's all go down together. He felt it would be safer to follow them down himself. Soon after, the city gate opened. Hampton nodded at Dylan, then waved his hand. The 100 men behind him immediately formed a line and slowly approached the city gate. The lieutenant saw them and forced a smile. Commandant Chi, you've had a long journey. Please rest in the city for a while, and I will report to my superiors when dawn breaks. Fine. Hampton gave him a cold look. Consider yourself fortunate. The northerly lieutenant quickly tried to smooth things over with Hampton, apologizing and saying nice things. Seeing that Hampton's expression softened somewhat, he immediately turned around. Come, find a place for Commandant Chi and the brothers to stay. As he spoke, he turned back to usher Hampton and the others, but suddenly, all he saw was a flash of a blade, followed by a chill on his neck, and faint shouts near his ear, but he heard nothing more. The few men following the northerly lieutenant were also stunned. They never expected laughter one moment to turn into bloodshed the next, and their lieutenant was gone. Instinctively wanting to scream, Dylan and his men rushed over, each delivering a swift blow that killed all the northerly soldiers. Hampton never imagined things could go so smoothly. Without a sound, they had taken control of the city gate. Quickly take the battlements and signal Sir Chong. Fuiz had been waiting nearby for some time. Apart from hearing Hampton and the others shout a few times initially, there had been no further commotion. Sir, is something wrong? A soldier beside Fuiz asked. Fuiz shook his head. It shouldn't be. Just as he said this, he heard several screams, which changed his expression. Could it be Hampton and the others? As he thought this, Fuiz felt increasingly anxious, while the others silently looked toward Shieling City. Suddenly, someone pointed at the battlements and shouted, Sir, there's a signal. Seeing the firelight on the battlements, Fuiz immediately yelled loudly, Brothers, mount up, charge. Chapter 97. Beside the border of the Daxia army, the main general of Bailey is going crazy. Time has now passed to the third day. During these past 3 days, the Bailey troops would come over daily, but Reed steadfastly refused to meet them. Yet as time passed, a growing anxiety formed within him. Under normal circumstances, Hampton and his men should have returned by now. It was already the third day, yet there was still no sign of them. It seemed that Bailey had not received news about Shieling being attacked. However, with no word from them, Reed could not find peace in his heart. I hope nothing else happened. Reed sat silently inside the tent while Horace paced back and forth uneasily. Sir, it's already half a day past the scheduled return time, and they still haven't come back. If this continues, Bailey's army will eventually notice something is amiss. Reed glanced at him. Oliver hasn't gotten any news either. At least it shows Fuiz and the others are fine. If something had happened to Fuiz's group, Bailey would have likely confronted them by now. Although they hadn't heard from Hampton and his team, neither had Bailey. Although they didn't know how things went, at least it meant that Fuiz and the others were indeed safe. But sir, we won't be able to hide this information forever. Reed was startled. Directorin, who told you I wanted to keep hiding this news? Horace was taken aback, looking at him blankly. Reed said, keeping the news hidden before the mission was to achieve its purpose. Now that several days have passed, what sense does it make to keep hiding it? As they spoke, someone outside the tent suddenly reported, Sir, Captain Chang and his men have returned. They're back? Reed was stunned, then sprinted out of the tent immediately, leaving Horace puzzled. Hadn't he just said he wasn't worried? When Reed exited the tent, he saw Fuiz and several others returning with their troops. Seeing Reed, Fuiz exclaimed happily, Sir, the troops completed our mission without dishonor. The grain for over 10,000 troops in Yunzhou was burned by our men. Not only that, we also ambushed Bailey's supply convoy and burned it too. Reed was surprised. Bailey's supply convoy? Yes, sir. Dylan wiped sweat off his face and said, no one expected that Bailey would still be sending supply convoys to Shieling City. How could Bailey still be supplying grain? Reed was startled, then muttered to himself, fortunately, they discovered it. Otherwise, burning the stored grain alone wouldn't have been meaningful if new supplies were arriving, which would fail to threaten Oliver and might even anger them further. Relieved, Reed then asked, are the brothers all okay? The trio fell silent at his question. Fuiz quietly replied, 300 comrades died in battle, and 320 were wounded, either lightly or severely. Reed fell silent too. He asked, did you bring back all the comrades? Yeah. Fuiz nodded heavily, saying, most of the casualties occurred during the ambush on Bailey's supply convoy. The injured should be treated well by the doctors. As for those who perished, their ashes have already been brought back. Fuiz calmly explained, inconvenience during military travel forced me to order the cremation of the fallen comrades' bodies. Reed patted him on the shoulder. Let the brothers rest. I'll visit the wounded later. That leaves me to lead the brothers back to camp then. Yeah. Reed nodded, turning to Hampton and Dylan. Has the news been sent out? Dylan responded, rest assured, sir. After burning Bailey's grain supply, I dispatched messengers to Beichuan Prefecture. Balthazar Lee must have received the news by now. Good. Reed sighed. Go and rest yourselves. In Yunzhou City, Oliver and his deputy Charles were discussing matters when someone rushed in abruptly. Report. Oliver frowned, looking towards the door. What is it? Balthazar, Daxia's Beichuan Prefecture mobilized 10,000 border troops and moved 100 miles towards our border. Meanwhile, their Yinzhou troops moved towards Yuzhou as well. What? Oliver was stunned and suddenly furious. How is this possible? We have 15,000 troops stationed in Yunzhou. Is Daxia seeking death? Who is leading the troops? Balthazar, our scouts did not dare get too close, but they were under a war flag bearing the Li character. A Li war flag? Oliver raged. What does Unkit intend to do? Charles frowned, asking the messenger, you're sure your soldiers didn't make a mistake? There are Daxia troops in Yuzhou? Balthazar, this is absolutely true. There must be no mistake. Oliver and Charles exchanged a glance, then hurriedly ran to the map, looking towards Yuzhou. Strange. What's Unkit's purpose in suddenly ordering his Yinzhou troops to advance north? Oliver was somewhat puzzled, muttering to himself, if the reason for Daxia's Beichuan Prefecture border troops moving north is because of the embassy issue, why would they directly advance towards Yuzhou? Could they be planning to attack Yuzhou? Charles asked. Oliver immediately shook his head. The danger of Yuguang Pass is not something the Yinzhou army can breach. If they were to attack Yuzhou, Unkit would never just send out the Yinzhou troops. Well, Charles wanted to ask about Daxia's intentions, but seeing Oliver staring intently at the map in deep thought, he closed his mouth obediently. After a while, Oliver shook his head. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that Unkit's northern advance is not to promote an alliance between the two countries, but has another hidden agenda? Hearing this, Charles furrowed his brows and said, but what could their purpose be? Whether it's Yuzhou or Yunzhou, their forces are insufficient to achieve anything. Could Unkit be leading his troops out just for a stroll? Oliver wasn't amused by Charles's words. Instead, his expression became even more solemn. Unkit is also a renowned general under heaven and would never raise troops casually. He carefully studied the border territory map between Bailey and Daxia, as if trying to discern some clue from it. But after examining it several times, he found nothing. Yunzhou and Yuzhou were separated by over 1,000 miles, with Yongzhou and Yizhou in between. No matter how they looked at it, these two groups of troops seemed completely unrelated. The two men thought hard, until their heads started to ache. Yet they still couldn't understand Unkit's intention. At this moment, someone outside shouted again. Report. Oliver's eyes lit up, asking immediately, did you find other movements of the donghua border troops? The messenger looked confused, wiping the sweat off his face and said, Balthazar, Shieling City reported that yesterday morning, a donghua army tricked open the city gates and burned all our grain supplies and ambushed our supply convoy. What? Oliver felt his heart skip a beat. Chapter 98. Admitting defeat, otherwise there won't be any food to eat. Harry stepped forward, explained clearly. What happened in Shieling? The city gates of Shieling were tricked open by someone, and the grain reserves within the city that belonged to our army were completely burnt down. The enemy took advantage of the chaos to escape from the city and then attacked our supply convoy. Thus, rubbish. Harry angrily said, even if the donghua army knew about our grain reserves in Shieling, how could they possibly know the exact time we transported the grain? Moreover, recently, there has been no unusual activity from the donghua border troops. Well, perhaps it's a coincidence. A coincidence? Harry glared, and Leo frowned at the messenger. That's enough. Why are you being so serious with just a messenger? At this point, Harry had regained his composure, not as agitated as he was earlier. Commander-in-Chief, every move of the donghua army is under our scout surveillance. If they dispatched a force of thousands without us noticing, it must be due to the negligence of the quartermaster. Leo fell silent for a while before suddenly saying, there is another group outside our surveillance. Upon hearing this, Harry paused, then asked, seemingly realizing something, the donghua envoy guard? Leo nodded slightly and sighed with his eyes closed. The donghua envoy camp is only 10 miles away. I thought they wouldn't dare to act rashly, but who would have thought they'd be so bold? It's my oversight. Harry was furious. They dared to attack us with just an escort team? Have they grown tired of living? Allow me to assemble the troops and capture them immediately. As he spoke, he stormed towards the door angrily. Leo shouted, stop. Harry turned around, still looking angry. Commander-in-Chief, they openly carry the flag of envoys while secretly cutting off our grain supply. How can we endure such humiliation? If we can't endure it, are you planning to attack the donghua envoy party? Leo was also furious. With over 10,000 troops guarding here, our grain route is cut off by just 2,000 people. As a frontier general, if you don't think of your own mistakes, are you trying to drag Bailey into a position where we're attacked from both front and back? But what? Are you seriously thinking of raising your banner and attacking the donghua envoy party? Leo was equally upset. Being one of the top generals, having hundreds of thousands of troops' grain supplies burned under his nose was a huge embarrassment. The donghua envoy camp was only 10 miles away. Any abnormality should have been noticed by the scouts. Yet, the donghua envoy guard managed to succeed without them detecting anything unusual. No matter what, they had lost this round. Under normal circumstances, he would seek revenge for the destruction of their grain, but since it was the donghua envoy party representing donghua's dignity, Bailey and Lemieux were already in a state of war. If handled poorly, Bailey would face a pincer attack from both Lemieux and donghua, risking national extinction. Despite constantly making things difficult for Reed, this was merely to delay matters, hoping to force some concessions from donghua. However, Reed acted so boldly with just 2,000 men daring to ambush their grain reserve location. He asked silently, how much grain do we have left now? Upon hearing this, Harry clenched his teeth. Less than 2 days' worth. What? How can it be less than 2 days' worth? Leo couldn't believe it. Harry's expression was grim as he explained. Counting from today, yesterday was our grain transport day. We should have received it today, but donghua's army destroyed the grain at dawn yesterday. Now, Leo felt a sharp pain in his heart. Very good. Very good. Leo sighed. Such meticulous planning. Without concrete intelligence, the timing wouldn't have been so precise. I underestimated our opponent. Grain transportation schedules were highly confidential. Even over the years, Unkit never had the chance to disrupt their supply lines. Both sides had numerous spies and scouts, promptly notifying each other of any abnormalities. But Reed, a newcomer, directly sabotaged the grain reserves of nearly 100,000 troops. This partly resulted from his carelessness, thinking a guard unit under his watch couldn't accomplish anything significant, let alone led by just a junior officer. A junior officer, why should he pay attention? Additionally, regarding Reed, even the Prime Minister of Bailey warned him to be wary of this person, yet he didn't take him seriously. After all, just a 20-year-old young man, who entered the donghua government through imperial exams, would he dare to make trouble on his turf? But indeed, he did, and succeeded. He sighed softly, help me arrange a meeting with the donghua envoy. Balthazar, shall we just let it go like this? Harry said, the grain was destroyed, and so many people died in Shieling. Shall we just let it go like this? If we don't, what can we do? Even if we transport grain from other places, it won't be soon enough. Unkit is leading 10,000 troops to the north. Without supplies, how can we fight him? The citizens still have food. Since Yunzhou will be handed over to donghua anyway, why don't we just? Harry's face turned stern, but Oliver scolded. Even if you rob the people of their food, how long can it sustain us? If Unkit sends troops to encircle all of Yunzhou, sealing off every vital path, after a few months, all the soldiers and civilians in Yunzhou will starve to death. Do you believe that if you dare to snatch a single grain from the people today, Unkit would fully blockade Yunzhou? Now our army has already lost the initiative. Are you going to doom our tens of thousands of troops? He looked at Harry with a mix of anger and disappointment. His deputy, while brave in battle and adept at commanding troops, had a narrow-minded personality. If this continued, when could he ever lead an independent force? And plundering the people for grain? They wouldn't even know how they were killed. Without mentioning that Unkit's troops were about to arrive, simply robbing the people of their food was no different from forcing them to die. If they really did this, not only would they provoke the people into rebellion against them, but they would also help donghua quickly take control of these prefectures. Once Daxia rapidly assimilated the 5 prefectures, if they had any ulterior motives toward Bailey, still engaged in war with Limu, couldn't withstand the threat of being attacked from both fronts. This matter is none of your concern anymore. If I find out that soldiers are looting the citizens' property within the city, regardless of rank or past contributions, any soldier who commits a crime will see his squad leader executed. Any squad leader who commits a crime will see his company leader executed, and so on. Harry's expression changed. Then what about the army's grain supply? With only 2 days' worth of grain left in the army, if they didn't prepare food quickly, even if they surrendered the city, these 150,000 troops couldn't return. Chapter 99. Where you fall, there you get up. The grain and fodder for the army will first be purchased from the wealthy merchants in the city to get through this crisis. Even a renowned war general could do nothing without provisions and logistics. He had to admit that Reed's strategy of cutting off the source was too ruthless. He lost this time completely due to his own negligence. After all, it was hard to imagine that a delegation guard would dare to carry out such a major operation right under his nose, and even more so that it was ordered by a civil official. Harry saw that their general had made up his mind and could only bow helplessly. Thanks to Oliver's enlightenment, he now understood that even if they killed Reed now to vent their anger, it would not solve the problem at all. On the contrary, if they provoked the Empire of Daxia, once Unkit launched a full-scale attack, the 15,000 troops in Yunzhou without provisions would surely be left stranded here. Without these 15,000 troops, the prefecture south of Bailey's Yunjin defense line would be in turmoil, and if Unkit seized the opportunity, annihilating Bailey's 30,000-strong southern forces wasn't impossible. At that point, the entire Bailey would break into a comprehensive war with the risk of national collapse. Oliver reluctantly compromised, but Reed, sitting in the envoy camp, was far from as calm as he seemed. Although he appeared confident that Bailey wouldn't dare to take any action against the envoy, what if? The destruction of provisions put Oliver's army in immediate danger. There was no guarantee that some irrational individuals wouldn't directly attack the envoy. Besides, there was also the possibility that Oliver would order his troops to loot the citizens of Yunzhou City. Although unlikely, still, what if? As a military commander, not a politician, Oliver's perspective was purely from a military standpoint, making the probability of such incidents occurring rather high. Now he could only hope that Oliver would remain rational. Otherwise, should something go wrong here, he would find it difficult to explain to the court. While these thoughts were running through Reed's mind, Horace suddenly approached from outside the door. Sir, Oliver has sent someone over, inviting you to enter the city to discuss the transfer of the state authority, Horace said excitedly, having regained composure from her earlier panic. Reed immediately stood up, surprised as well. Really? They came? Yes, the person is waiting outside. Great. Hearing this, Reed felt delighted and started walking out quickly, but stopped after just a few steps. Sir? You? Horace's smile faded as she looked at Reed questioningly. Reed shook his head hastily. No, I can't meet them now. We must wait until Balthazar Unkit arrives. Horace hesitated. Sir, given Oliver's current predicament due to lack of supplies, sending envoys indicates he seeks peace. Entering the city should pose no danger. Why? I'm not worried about the danger. It's just that making such a big fuss and then easily backing down means Balthazar Lee's efforts would be in vain. Reed paced slowly inside the tent and then looked at Horace. Tell Oliver's messenger that I'm unwell due to the climate and cannot meet. We'll talk when I recover. Horace sighed helplessly. Sir, this isn't the time for quarreling. We must complete the task assigned by the court. I'm not quarreling either. When our border army arrives, handling everything on site wouldn't be better. Reed said, you don't need to worry about this. Just answer them accordingly. Horace hesitated again before finally leaving helplessly. Honestly speaking, she always felt that Reed was up to something again, not merely waiting for Unkit to arrive. With Oliver lacking supplies and Unkit's well-supplied army ready, Reed must have other plans. But as the deputy envoy, she could do little, especially since Adon had instructed that everything should follow Reed's lead. Rejecting Bailey's invitation, Reed stayed inside for 2 days straight without stepping out, while Bailey kept sending people daily but none managed to see him. Oliver clearly understood how Reed treated him now, just as he had previously done to Reed. Except now the advantage was no longer on his side. Every day, hearing Harry report on the worsening supply issues, he grew increasingly anxious. Indeed, Harry couldn't hide his concern. Balthazar, after 2 days of effort, we've bought all the grain available in the city. If the envoy keeps delaying, our 15,000 men might collapse. He could not help but be anxious. Though there was definitely still a significant amount of grain left in the city, it wasn't abundant even for daily consumption by civilians. The grain merchants also intended to raise prices opportunistically, so the amount of grain they could purchase was quite limited. Upon hearing this, Oliver fell silent for a moment before asking, how many more days can our army's provisions last? Enough for 5 days. Harry said, I've already sent people galloping to other prefectures to transport grain here, but we can't delay any further here. A cold gleam flashed in Oliver's eyes. Is Reed still unwilling to negotiate the transfer with us? Harry shook his head. He might be waiting for Unkit. How many more days does Unkit need to reach Yunzhou? He will arrive tomorrow. Humph. Oliver snorted coldly. Tell Reed that if he doesn't come tomorrow, I will order my troops to plunder Yunzhou City. My army cannot starve to death here. Yes. A cold gleam flickered in Harry's eyes. This Reed truly invited hatred. Not only did he burn their army's provisions, but he also deliberately delayed them. If the army lost its provisions, it would disintegrate in no time. The more critical the situation, the more cautious one must be. After issuing the ultimatum, Oliver dismissed Harry with a foul look on his face to make arrangements. Soon, Reed also received Bailey's response. He was currently discussing matters in the camp tent with several key members of the delegation. Sir, Bailey has issued an ultimatum. If you do not negotiate the transfer with him by tomorrow, Oliver will order the looting of Yunzhou civilians. Tomorrow? Reed absently tapped on the table, pondering, and then said, has Balthazar Lee prepared everything? Yes. Zane nodded, saying, at the latest, tomorrow. Our Daxia border troops will seal off the important exits of Yunzhou. The general assured me that he won't delay things here for you. Good. Reed nodded and said, Rhonda, please inform Bailey that I will meet them as scheduled tomorrow, but there's no need to enter the city. Let them discuss outside the city. Horace was taken aback upon hearing this, then smiled bitterly. Initially, Oliver had directly rejected Reed at the city gate. Now, it was Reed's turn to ask for compromise at the city gate. Was this what they called getting up where you fall? Chapter 100, feeling like he was about to explode with anger at any moment. The next day, south gate of Yunzhou City. It was still the same scene, except that Oliver's table was now placed in front of the army formation instead of behind it. Reed arrived with his embassy guard. Oliver, looking at Reed who appeared radiant, immediately snorted coldly. Is Director Gu feeling better now? Oh, please forgive me. Balthazar, when I heard your order, I was so frightened that I fell out of bed. All my ailments disappeared instantly. Reed said with a thick-skinned smile. Upon hearing this, Oliver knew in his heart that this man had deliberately feigned illness just to annoy him. He inwardly scoffed and said expressionlessly, now that Director Gu is fine, why don't we discuss the handover of the city? Reed nodded and replied smilingly, what is the general command? Oliver slightly narrowed his eyes. I know Unkit's troops have already arrived in Yunzhou. However, I have one condition. Before our withdrawal from the city, none of Unkit's troops, except for his personal guards, can enter the city. Reed understood immediately upon hearing this. Oliver lacked food supplies and was nervous inside, but just like how Bailey did not trust Daya, Reed did not trust Bailey either. He said, Balthazar, please allow me to be frank. Your previous firmness has left a deep impression on me. Now, although the troops within Yunzhou lack food, it doesn't mean other regions do too. If you leave Yunzhou and find other regions also short of supplies like Yunzhou, what else can we do besides stare blankly? Do you doubt this general's credibility? Oliver's face turned somewhat unpleasant. However, Reed shrugged and said, Balthazar, commanding 10 regions, surely the Bailey troops would no longer heed the orders of our Daya? Oliver's gaze flickered and he asked coldly, then what do you want this general to do? You can issue orders to the other 4 regions first, handing them over before Yunzhou. Oliver's face changed. You dare to hold this general as a hostage? Reed nodded. Indeed. Rascal, Harry angrily said. How dare Daya insult us to such an extent? Insulting us? Reed retorted coldly. Your Bailey Emperor has already signed the treaty, and both countries have reached an agreement. You refused to hand over previously. That doesn't give you the right to humiliate us so. I am merely learning from Bailey's approach. Your side breached the trust first. Now that our Daya has a clear advantage, should we still follow your terms? You, Harry flared up, but Oliver restrained him and then looked at Reed, saying in a low voice, Director Gu, if my troops continue to delay here without food, soldiers may panic and take inappropriate actions, which would not be beneficial to any of us. Reed responded, I have already thought about this. Before Bailey's provisions reach Yunzhou, all grain supplies for the Bailey troops will be temporarily provided by our Daya until the handover of other regions is completed. Hearing this, Oliver felt a wave of annoyance internally. With a grim face, he said, what if this general refuses? Handing over something as critical as supplies to Daya made him uneasy, but he had no other choice at present. Balthazar will agree. Reed smiled calmly. Early this morning, our Daya troops sealed off all entry and exit points of Yunzhou. Until the handover is complete, your retreat path, along with your 15,000 troops behind you, has been cut off. Smash. Enraged, Oliver slammed the table and stood up. Does Daya intend to spark a war between the two countries? Reed spread his hands. Balthazar, we merely aim to ensure the smooth completion of the handover, with no intention of attacking Bailey. You. Not only Harry but even Oliver himself was fuming. Enraged, he pointed at Reed, wishing he could cut him down, yet Reed remained smiling, seemingly certain that he wouldn't act rashly. Humph. Seeing this, Oliver thought of the 15,000 troops behind him and sat down despondently. After some consideration, he said, I hope Director Gu keeps his word. My troops, though lacking in supplies, are still capable of fighting. He gave Reed a cold glance, carrying a hint of threat in his words. Reed nodded and replied, rest assured, Balthazar. The interests of both countries come first. Our dynasty also wishes to avoid conflict with Bailey at this moment since our people love peace. Oliver was momentarily speechless at his words, deciding to cut the verbal jousting short and directly said, after the other 4 regions are handed over, how will Yunzhou City be transferred? The in-city transfer is too troublesome. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you either. Reed looked into Oliver's eyes and said, why don't we agree that before the completion of the handover, my troops won't enter the city, and your troops should leave the city as well. Our 2 sides can stay one in the south and one in the north, avoiding confrontations. Oliver thought it was a fair method. He murmured, let's do as you say. Reed nodded, then seemed to recall something and added, however, there is one point for the great Balthazar to note. Apart from these 5 regions, the former rebel General Rick of the Yun Kingdom and his subordinates should be escorted back to our Daya. It's best if you could expedite this process, lest we waste time. After all, grain isn't cheap now. Oliver squinted his eyes and asked, what do you mean by that, Director Gu? Reed blinked, great Balthazar. Surely you don't think our army supplies grain to the Bailey troops for free, do you? The corner of Oliver's mouth twitched. A surge of anger began to boil within him. Reed continued, great Balthazar. This involves an army of 10,000, at least half a month's worth of grain. If we supplied it to you for free, I would likely lose my position when I return to report to the Emperor. If the regional handovers had been done earlier, these issues wouldn't have surfaced. Even as allies, neither of us would expect the other to provide food and shelter. Humph. Director Gu is truly shrewd. First, under the guise of alliance, you infiltrated our territory, burned our supplies, and now... Oh, speaking like that isn't fun anymore. When Harry threw in sarcastic remarks, Reed promptly replied, our alliance takes effect after the territories are delivered. As long as the treaty hasn't taken effect, we're not allies yet. Burning your supplies doesn't seem to be a problem on our part, does it? Enough. Oliver waved his hand. At this point, debating further serves no purpose. Let's talk about the real matters. Chapter 101. I said to give them food, not that they could be fully fed. Reed and Oliver discussed some details of the handover. In the end, Oliver and his men left Yunzhou with darkened faces. Looking at Oliver's retreating back, Reed sneered. Did he really think it was over like this? Back when Oliver had stationed his army in the city, Reed indeed couldn't do anything about him. But now, without provisions, if Oliver didn't pay for his previous arrogance, then he wouldn't be Reed anymore. Reed returned to the camp with the envoy's guard unit. As soon as he reached the entrance, he saw Unkit waiting for him. Reed went up to him and asked with a smile, when did the great Balthazar arrive in Yunzhou? Unkit did not answer but instead gave a punch on Reed's chest, saying, good lad, you didn't disappoint me. With only 2,000 men in the guard, you actually burned Oliver's provisions. What I haven't managed in so many years defending the north, you've achieved first. Reed laughed bitterly. Great Balthazar jests. It involved a lot of luck. True. There was indeed luck. Unkit nodded in agreement and then turned serious. But for us soldiers, the result is what matters most. Moreover, even if it was by chance, you calculated that Oliver would never have thought you'd have the nerve to do such a thing. You do understand military strategy a bit. How about I suggest a Christian that you leave being a civil official and come join our military as a strategist? Reed laughed bitterly. Balthazar, please don't joke around. All right. Unkit waved his hand indifferently and somewhat boredly said, I don't admire many civil officials in our great Lucas dynasty court, but now there's one more, Reed. No matter how you look at it, our border troops owe you a favor. Reed asked curiously, Great Balthazar, where does this talk of favors come from? Hey, Unkit smiled. Don't mind that the Emperor appointed you as the chief envoy. Recovering the frontier is ultimately our border troops' task. Now, with you taking over Silian's, things will be much easier for me here. Unkit said with a sigh of reflection. Reed responded silently, serving the great Lucas dynasty is every citizen's duty. There's no need for you to feel this way. Haha, you've got spirit. Well, I won't discuss these formalities with you anymore. This debt of gratitude stands anyway. Glancing at him, Reed thought this Balthazar Lee was a good person. Thinking of today's discussion, he continued, the arrival of the great Balthazar is timely. Just in time to assist me with some matters. Oh, then we'd better go inside the tent to talk. Sure. This way, Balthazar. Unkit nodded. Both entered Reed's tent, and Unkit remarked, you can endure hardship. If someone else were the envoy, they'd likely be staying in Yunzhou by now. It'll come, just not until our border troops take their rightful place. Reed smiled and then explained, today, I discussed the handover procedures with Oliver outside the city. He should send people over this afternoon. By then, the great Balthazar needs to arrange 4 capable generals to go ahead and take over in Xiaozu, Daizhou, Erichou, and Xianzhou. Are you worried Oliver will play tricks? It's not worry, but rather fear of an old warhorse feeling aggrieved. Reed elaborated. Although he has lost the first round, the strength of Bailey's border forces remains unharmed. If a clash occurs, it may affect the subsequent handover, and? His eyes flashed. Seeing this, Unkit immediately asked curiously, do you have something else up your sleeve? Indeed. Reed smiled. What does the great Balthazar think of Yuzhou? Yuzhou? Unkit's expression changed abruptly, suddenly realizing, so that's why you want a squad sent to Yuzhou. You're after Yuzhou. Precisely. No way. Absolutely impossible. Unkit shook his head. Yuzhou has a strategic location. The Yugu Pass is a vital stronghold for Bailey against us, Great Lucas. Why would Bailey hand it over? Besides, Oliver doesn't have that kind of authority. It's impossible. Oliver indeed lacks such authority, but someone who does is en route. Reed explained, the great Balthazar may not know, but after we destroyed Bailey's provisions, Chancellor Brett led Rick and others and is heading to Yunzhou. Unkit's lips twitched. Even if he can decide, having already given up 5 prefectures, how can they further surrender Yuzhou? If they don't, those 150,000 troops might starve to death in Yunzhou. Reed said in a stern voice, the conflict between the two countries is about both long-term strategy and short-term gains. The more we gain today, the less resources Bailey will have. Over time, their fate will be gradually exhausted. Unkit opened his mouth. But, aren't we going to form an alliance soon? If something goes wrong during this period, it might be hard to explain. So that's why Balthazar needs to take over those 4 prefectures as soon as possible. Once we get hold of these 4 prefectures, the likelihood of their compromise will be much greater. Okay. Unkit gave Reed a strange look. This guy was too cunning. However, if they could really regain Yuzhou, relying on the advantage of Yuguan, it would make his job as a border army commander much easier. Don't think that 6 additional prefectures meant more defense pressure. In fact, with the new territory secured, the required troops for defense could be reduced by at least 1/3 according to his original defense plan. This was the benefit of recovering these 6 prefectures. Once these troops were freed up, he could focus on training a mobile force to prepare for future battles. After discussing some specific details, Reed said, of course, there is still one thing that I need your help with now. Not a problem. What do you need? After talking several times with Reed, Unkit had a general approval of him, especially seeing a similar bloodline spirit in Reed that did not fall short of their own warriors. That was why he favored Reed so much. Reed smiled. Oliver's army has run out of provisions, but we also have to keep them trapped for some time. To avoid them harassing the citizens, we can only trouble Balthazar to supply them with provisions for a while. Unkit frowned slightly. Jingji, this matter is quite sensitive. One mistake could easily lead to misunderstandings from the court. Besides, supplying grain for an army of 150,000 is no small feat, and the pressure on us is not trivial. With Christian granting me the Delucus Dragon Swallow, there's no need to worry about idle talk from the court. As for the supply of provisions, a smile appeared on Reed's face. We don't have much grain either, so we can't let them eat too much, right? Chapter 102. Reed is a knife, cutting through the aristocratic families. Unkit's mind went blank, not letting them eat their fill. Good heavens, this was calculated at every turn. If not a single grain of food was given, the northernly troops might resort to seizing supplies by force. But if they were given some food without being fully fed, they would lose the justification to do so. Moreover, with time dragging on, the undernourished northernly soldiers' combat effectiveness would plummet, leaving them no choice but to concede. And Yunzhou was already blockaded, making it difficult for outside supplies to enter. Even if some did manage to come in, the quantity could still be controlled by them. As for whether there would be incidents of seizing supplies, such occurrences were inevitable. However, with Oliver's wisdom, large-scale events like this would not happen. Even if there were raids, they would target rich merchants rather than affect all the people of Yunzhou. Understanding this point, Unkit said, "Then let's proceed as you suggested. Once Oliver's transfer documents arrive, I'll have someone follow to receive the 4 territories. In that case, I must trouble Balthazar in chief." Reed smiled slightly. This time, the thwarted Oliver didn't resort to delaying tactics again. After all, he truly couldn't afford to delay now. By the afternoon of the same day, the transfer documents from the other 5 regions arrived at Reed's envoy team. After inspection found no issues, Unkit personally appointed officers to lead troops to oversee the handover. The troop deployment at these frontier passes was beyond what Reed could meddle in. Though occasionally ingenious, he lacked expertise in commanding armies or frontier defenses. As long as the Yunzhou handover was complete, his mission would be considered finished. His most pressing task now was to write an official report to the Lucas Emperor. Using the Lucas Empire's provisions to feed the northernly army, even for territorial exchanges and with payment, required reporting back to the capital to prevent any misgivings from the Lucas Emperor. After painstakingly detailing the events in the report, he called for Dylan. Looking at the thick document in Reed's hands, Dylan naturally understood its significance. "Brother Liu, I need to trouble your men to make another trip to the capital." "My lord, rest assured, we will present it before Christian as quickly as possible." "Good." Reed handed over the report. Normally, reports from the envoy should follow standard procedures and be submitted to the relevant authorities. However, due to Ferdy's obstruction, Reed chose a direct route via the internal guards. With Dylan's men delivering the report to the capital, the internal guards would ensure it reached the Lucas Emperor swiftly. Once Dylan left, Reed felt a wave of relief. Now, he only needed to wait for Yale to arrive. For this alliance, the northernly chancellor had visited him twice, and if he knew he was about to be outmaneuvered again, he might regret coming personally. Time passed. These days, the Lucas court seemed relatively calm. Without Reed around, Ferdy seemed more at ease, reducing conflicts with the Lucas Emperor in court. On the contrary, the Lucas Emperor found himself busier without Reed by his side. Now, the Lucas Emperor was dealing with memorials in the imperial study, feeling somewhat irritable when Hunter suddenly approached. "Your Majesty, Envoy Gu has sent a report from the capital." "Really?" The Lucas Emperor put down his memorial and rubbed his eyes slightly, saying, "It's been half a month since he left. He must have encountered significant matters to send a report now." Hunter inwardly remarked. Since Reed embarked on the mission, every action was significant. Whether sending the envoy guards to burn the northernly army supplies or negotiating territorial exchanges, each move had enormous implications. Take, for example, having the guards burn the grain stores of over 10,000 northernly troops, an event so consequential it could easily trigger border unrest. Initially, the Lucas Emperor was quite angry upon learning of it. However, hearing that Oliver subsequently initiated negotiations for the territorial handover, the Lucas Emperor calmed down. Reed writing a report now suggested matters were nearing resolution. Hunter presented the report, and the Lucas Emperor took it immediately, starting to read. Compared to the mundane memorials from officials, Reed's always held more intrigue. But as he read, he fell into silence. To be honest, using the Lucas border forces provisions to aid the northernly army, this was a transgression. No matter the purpose, selling provisions carried a bad reputation. However, if it was for the strategic layout of Yunzhou, it might just be justified. By providing a small amount of grain daily to sustain Oliver's army, it would protect the people of Yunzhou, gradually weaken the northernly's combat effectiveness, and finally create another pitfall for the northernly. Although the method was far from honorable, it proved quite effective. Of course, the Lucas Emperor had even considered taking advantage of the northernly army's weakness to annihilate Oliver's 15,000-strong force. But after much deliberation, he shook his head. The northernly still needed Oliver. If he were eliminated by the Great Lucas, it would likely cause internal unrest within the northernly, benefiting only Liyue in the end. With Oliver in place, the northernly might still maintain enough confidence. But if Oliver were gone, the northernly court would undoubtedly be thrown into chaos. Comparatively, the Lucas Emperor agreed with Reed's view that the northernly, as a neighbor, resembled a tiger that had nearly lost all its teeth, while the small country of Venetia was more like a vicious wolf. Currently, the Lucas border troops needed reorganization and were not yet ready to engage in open warfare outside the city walls. Quickly reading through Reed's report, the Lucas Emperor approved it with vermilion ink and placed it aside. Since the big picture was not yet settled, it wasn't the right time to present this report to the ministers. Otherwise, Ferdy and others would likely seize on it. Let him finish the task first. The Lucas Emperor sighed softly. He was already particularly dissatisfied with the court situation. Although Ferdy's faction had suffered setbacks in the recent negotiations, losing reputation and failing to gain positions in the northern provinces, their power base remained intact. If Reed could bring back Yuzhou this time, it would indirectly strike another blow to Ferdy's faction. It had been a long time since Reed proposed the policy to abolish the chancellor position. Had it not been for the changing situation in the north, he would have already begun dismantling Ferdy's foundation. This external assignment by the Hanlin Academy reminded him. The Great Lucas, established for 20 years, had a relatively ample reserve of talent. By slightly slowing down the pace and gradually weakening them, it wouldn't harm the foundation of the Great Lucas. Everything will wait until Reed, this knife, returns to the capital. Imagine how lively the court is about to get next. Chapter 103. Griffin came again, accusing the victim first. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Leo was barely holding on, Griffin finally appeared outside Yunzhou City. Upon learning of Griffin's arrival, Reed also heaved a slight sigh of relief. If this guy didn't come, it was feared that Leo would have ordered to plunder for food supplies soon. In these past half a month, things were tolerable for the first few days, but after that period, the soldiers from Bailey received only 2 meals of thin porridge daily. In this situation, not to mention fighting on the battlefield, they even lost strength to lift their swords. Although Leo cursed Reed every day for lacking martial virtues, he knew what Daxia was really concerned about. Moreover, abruptly needing to supply rations for 150,000 more people, it was understandable for Daxia's military might to fall short. Although, he still felt that Reed did this intentionally, weakening his Bailey troops' combat effectiveness. However, what could he do with the advantage being on their side? When Griffin arrived, seeing the somewhat dispirited Bailey army, he couldn't help but feel resentment towards Reed for lacking martial virtues, despite forming an alliance and still plotting against Bailey, directly burning over 10,000 soldiers' rations. He resented Leo even more. Handing over territory to Daxia, an agreement approved by the emperor himself. Why wouldn't Leo, as a general, simply follow orders? Why insist on face saving and deliberately make it difficult for the delegation? Losing face isn't yours, yet you challenging the Daxia delegation is stepping on the Daxia emperor's dignity. Wouldn't Reed retaliate hard? Now, not only did he fail to save face, this renowned general has been toyed with by a newcomer, losing all morale among Bailey soldiers. Estimating Daxia is planning something devious again. Prime Minister, how much food have you brought this time? Leo, upon seeing Griffin, asked straight away about the grain. Griffin replied helplessly, all roads to Yunzhou are blocked by Daxia border forces, so the grains are piled up outside our borders. This trip only brought enough for 3 days. 3 days? A feeling of frustration surged up in Leo's heart. He now confirmed absolutely that Reed's purpose was to exhaust them, but, looking at the soldiers beside him, even if the soldiers ate well for 3 days, they probably wouldn't stand a chance against Unkit. The Daxia army hadn't let any of his men starve to death these days, but they had agreed only to provide basic rations, neglecting fodder for war horses. Bailey's war horses aren't skeletal yet, but they can no longer charge into battle, effectively dismantling the cavalry advantage. Griffin was quite regretful, realizing he had fallen for Reed's scheme. Even if he forced rich merchants to sell food, it was too little for the consumption of 150,000 troops, and the outside supplies couldn't be transported in, thus leaving insufficient food inside the city for the soldiers, let alone for the war horses. Looking at this Bailey general, Griffin felt helpless, saying, after settling down, I will visit Reed and try to resolve the matter as soon as possible so our troops can leave. There was no other solution at this point. Leo suffered a heavy blow this time, not only for losing grain carelessly but also being tricked by Reed's boil frog strategy, causing Bailey troops to lose the final combat advantage. Now having handed over 4 states, the troops are famished and weak, unable to fight. Though Griffin didn't support the war, considering the lives of over 100,000 soldiers, even if the alliance breaks, he had to ensure these 15,000 survived first. Otherwise, word spreading out would demoralize Bailey's soldiers. Sigh. In the end, state affairs are indeed difficult. If not for this, Bailey wouldn't compromise like this. Prime Minister, our troops are utterly without morale, and our horses can no longer charge into battle. If Daxia takes advantage of our weakened forces, rest assured, I guarantee Daxia won't act recklessly or betray trust among nations. But it's true he has other intentions by trapping you here. Speaking of breach of trust, he couldn't help but look at Leo again. If Leo had considered political aspects more when Daxia's delegation came, things might not have escalated this far. But it's too late to talk now. Considering Reed's vindictive nature, even if one's as insignificant as a mosquito, he'd squeeze out 3 pints of blood. However, from a political standpoint, there should be no further warfare between the 2 countries. Leo realized this too. If Daxia wanted to attack, they would have done it long ago, considering Bailey's current state of low combat readiness. It wouldn't be wise for Unkit to wait until they receive food supplies. He had been preoccupied with the food supply issue, only later realizing that he had been outmaneuvered by Reed. Not only did his army have to go hungry, but all other possible solutions were also blocked dead by Reed. Reed's demand for the transfer of other prefectures was for this very purpose today. After the transfer of the 4 prefectures was completed, Yunzhou had lost its strategic significance. More importantly, the counties under Yunzhou. The soldiers there had been sealed off by Daxia. It wouldn't be too much to say they were being held as hostages. At this point, Reed was no longer afraid that Leo would act rashly. This situation forced him to strictly order his troops not to harass the citizens of the city, despite being starved. Leo, known as a renowned general, ended up in this state because of one careless moment. The two stood at the city gate, watching carts of grain enter the city, feeling a slight relief. Although these supplies were only enough for 3 days, once matters were settled, they could leave. Once out of Yunzhou, they would have endless supplies. Leo felt slightly more optimistic. After the supplies entered the city, Griffin did not linger and hurriedly took a few prison carts towards Reed's delegation. Seeing the campsite set up in the wilderness, Griffin sighed inwardly, fearing another huge loss this time. He, Griffin, had achieved many accomplishments for Bailey in his lifetime, never imagining that in his old age, he would encounter such a demonic entity from Daxia, truly tarnishing his reputation. Griffin's visit was reported to Reed early on. When he learned that Griffin was outside the camp, his eyes suddenly lit up. A plump sheep had come to the door. Seeing the uncontainable smile in his eyes, Hampton and others knew immediately that mischief was brewing in his heart. Indeed, the joy flashed across his face before he immediately put on an angry expression, storming outwards. Fred Troy, do your people of Bailey still have any credibility? Our Daxia delegation came here from afar with peace and sincerity, but we were met with your army's obstinacy. Not only must our delegation camp in this wilderness, the dragon flag of Daxia is not allowed even a step into the city. and we must bear the responsibility of feeding your 150,000 troops. Is this reasonable? Are you bullying the honest? Griffin. I haven't even seen you yet, and you accuse first like this? Chapter 104. Surname Gu, name Jingji, styled as Sergiagian. Watching Reed storm out of the tent in a rage, Floyd felt an old-fashioned ache between his legs. Fred Gu's skill at accusing first truly deserves applause. Floyd said with no lack of sarcasm. If Fred Gu really cared about the righteousness of allies, why did you cut off the supply lines for our troops? You burned the supplies for over 100,000 soldiers like it was nothing. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Conscience? What was that thing? Reed glared and retorted. Prime Minister Brett accuses this envoy of disregarding the spirit of allies? What then did Balthazar Leo do? When our delegation first arrived in Yunzhou, we weren't greeted by him. Instead, he brought 10,000 flying cavalry to form an array outside the city, sabers pointing south. Was this your Northern Lee's way of treating allies? He had heard of Leo's first meeting with the Great Lucas delegation, and frankly, he found it quite helpless. But Fred Gu, while Balthazar Nangong may have acted improperly, he has spent half his life on the battlefield. It's not surprising that it's hard for him to accept surrendering city control without suffering any loss. Why would you have someone burn down our army's supplies? Floyd said indignantly. However, mentioning this only made Reed explode with anger immediately. Was it just hard for him to get through it? I think it's more than that. Fortunately, my troops went a shieling. If they hadn't, who knew you Northern Lee were still continuously supplying Yunzhou with grain? Floyd was stunned. When Reed burned the military provisions, he wasn't back in Northern Lee's capital yet, so he didn't fully understand some things. But Reed continued angrily. The grain stored by Yunzhou troops in Shieling could support them for at least half a month. Yet, after we burned the grain, we discovered a Northern Lee grain convoy, a whopping amount enough for 150,000 troops for a whole month. Is this what you call forming an alliance? You are clearly preparing for war. There's absolutely no possibility of that. Floyd refused to yield, directly engaging Reed in a heated exchange. While he wasn't clear on all these details, what Reed said didn't sound like lies. But even if it was true, for now, it had to remain false. Thus, the two stood arguing at the tent entrance. After a while, Reed summoned someone to bring a water pot to moisten his dry throat, which left Floyd speechless. He had traveled far and wide to meet Reed, hadn't even had a sip of tea when he was blocked at the tent entrance and berated. And here Reed was drinking water without even offering him any, showing no etiquette whatsoever. Did such allies exist in this world? Onlooker Horace, feeling awkward, suggested, "My lord, Prime Minister Brett is a guest from afar. Shall we go inside to talk?" "What's the hurry?" Reed glanced at him and said, "This official and Prime Minister Brett are good friends. We formed a deep bond during his stay in Great Lucas. Isn't that right, Prime Minister Brett?" A twitch appeared at the corner of Floyd's mouth. Indeed, their friendship was profound. Without such deep ties, how could you extort 5 provinces from me? But what you say makes some sense. Prime Minister Brett does count as a guest now. Please come in, Floyd. Inside the tent, Reed and Floyd sat opposite each other. Prime Minister Brett, regardless of everything else, our delegation couldn't even enter the city gate. Balthazar Leo's action was humiliating to Great Lucas. Isn't that undeniable? But Fred Gu also burned the grain supplies, leveling the score somewhat. Moreover, cities like Inashiagzu, Daizhou, Phoenixzhou, and Xianzhou have already been delivered to the Great Lucas troops as per your instructions. So, we have fulfilled the treaty. Floyd did not emphasize the absurdity of Reed not entering the city himself, but focused on the food supply issue, trying to deflect. Reed smiled and replied, "That's not the correct way to see it." "Oh, then what is your take, Fred Gu?" "Northern Lee was the one to violate etiquette first. Our Great Lucas dragon flag represents our country and our emperor. Even if Leo is an external minister, he is still a minister." Reed put a cap on that before continuing. "Our treaty stipulated that all cities be delivered and Northern Lee troops vacate our territory before the agreement takes effect. Leo's refusal to comply led me to order my troops to cut off their supply line, merely making Northern Lee pay for their arrogance. But the cities have already been delivered. Prime Minister Troy," Reed raised his voice, "you must understand. The delivery of the 5 provinces was part of our mutual agreement. Agreements are friendly negotiations held under peaceful circumstances. But now, it seems as if these 5 states were reclaimed by our own forces. You're quibbling." Floyd angrily said, "Weren't Inashiagzu, Daizhou, Phoenixzhou, and Xianzhou all handed over according to Balthazar Nangong's orders? That was only after their food supplies were cut off." Reed's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "If not for our troops moving north, and the Northern Lee army running out of provisions, would Leo have submitted? The generals of Northern Lee disregarded our Great Lucas imperial flag, yet our soldiers observed propriety and righteousness. Not only did we refrain from attacking them, but we also provided them with food for half a month. We expended countless resources and showed great benevolence. Does our kindness mean that Great Lucas owes Northern Lee anything?" Floyd fell silent. Although Reed's argument seemed unreasonable, his words held truth. Northern Lee had indeed acted without reason. First, they committed a breach of etiquette, then lost their food supply, and ended up being fed by Great Lucas for half a month. They say a meal received is an obligation incurred. For Great Lucas not to attack and eliminate Northern Lee's 150,000 troops already exemplified great humanity. Floyd said, "Then may I ask what Fred Gu requires?" To call it a requirement is too much. As allies, let's just say, request. Upon hearing Floyd concede, Reed immediately put on a softer expression. Floyd didn't want to argue and simply said, "Please speak, Fred Gu." "Good," Reed said, "our emperor was particularly angered by Northern Lee's impoliteness, so, some additional conditions need to be added to the previous treaty. Just say it directly, Fred Gu." Floyd looked at Reed calmly. He had anticipated that Reed would use this opportunity to demand more, so he wasn't surprised at all. Reed smiled and said, "It's nothing much, but the 5 states mentioned previously are insufficient. Another state, Yuzhou must be included. Moreover, the warhorses in Yunzhou City can barely walk due to hunger, so why not leave them there? What? Despite being prepared for extravagant demands, Floyd hadn't expected Reed to ask for another state and 10,000 warhorses, not to mention the original 5,000. He stared at Reed in shock. Reed remained undeterred, speaking each word clearly. What I mean is, we need more money. Chapter 105. Intense confrontation. Humiliation. Huh. Floyd sneered. Minister Gu must still be asleep and talking in his dreams. Over such a trifling matter, you actually want an entire province plus 100,000 warhorses. Truly outrageous. Reed asked coolly, does Minister Brett think it's too expensive? Not just expensive. In this minister's view, it's akin to extracting marrow from bones. Floyd said indignantly. A twitch appeared at the corner of Reed's mouth. Damn, is that how you use that phrase? He said in a low voice, so Minister Brett intends to refuse? As Minister Gu also said, since this is a request, I naturally have the right to refuse. That's correct. Reed nodded. Then Minister Brett might as well return now and have Oliver prepare. Let's choose a day in these few days for direct battle. Floyd looked at Reed in shock, muttering, you're crazy. You really are crazy. However, Reed stood up directly, looking down at Floyd and said, Yunzhou is already blockaded, and the surrounding states have already fallen to our great Lucas. Frankly speaking, Yunzhou is just a besieged city. The food supplies within Yunzhou City are short, and the elite cavalry troops, reputedly the cream of the crop of Northernly, have starved so much that both man and beast have lost their strength. Why would I honor the previous treaty under such an overwhelming advantage? You complain now. What did you do earlier? Isn't he, Oliver, a famous general? Didn't he look down upon us of the great Lucas? Then let him send troops to attack me. I would like to see if this starving world-renowned general continues his lifetime achievements or perishes here. As Reed spoke, he became angrier and unknowingly pointed his finger at Floyd's nose. His voice echoed through the tent, spreading far and wide. Dylan and others standing outside the tent glanced at each other. Weren't they supposed to negotiate amicably? Why did they start arguing so fiercely? Bastard. Floyd slapped the table angrily, saying, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to this minister like that? Prime Minister has great power, but alas, I, Reed, am a minister of the great Lucas, not your Northernly dog. Reed did not yield, shouting back, the bottom line is this. You province and 100,000 warhorses, not even a single hair less. Otherwise, you Northernly troops, along with your so-called famous general, will forever rest in this land. In consideration of your envoy status, I'll let you and your guards go back. I'd like to see how Northernly copes without these 10,000 strong troops and the famous General Oliver. Humph. Minister Gu should not forget, without our Northernly, it's uncertain whether the great Lucas can withstand the kingdom of Lihua before its border defenses are stabilized. Floyd thought he had thrown out a trump card. Who would have thought? Reed was completely unconcerned, saying, so what? Is Northernly going to collapse instantly? Can the great Lucas not establish a border defense line in a few years? Minister Brett, times have changed. This is no longer the negotiation session in the capital. No one can demand that I, Reed, choose an ally today. To put it bluntly, if Northernly wants an alliance, then comply with our terms. Otherwise, I don't mind letting the famous General Oliver and his army of 10,000s remain here eternally. Frankly speaking, if the war started now against Northernly, the win rate for the great Lucas would be around 80%. However, post-war consequences might not be favorable. At least, without Northernly serving as a shield, the great Lucas might be embroiled in wars for the next decade. This does not align with the interests of the great Lucas. But Reed gambled that Northernly lacked the courage. Indeed, after Reed spoke, although Floyd was extraordinarily angry, his trembling finger pointing at Reed did not release any further threats. Floyd's eyes were bloodshot red. Reed had a proud expression on his face. Floyd never expected that a mere fifth-rank official of the great Lucas would have such audacity and dare speak of war in front of him. He stared coldly at Reed and asked without any emotion, Minister Gu, does the rupture of the bilateral agreement not concern you? Are you not afraid of being punished by the court of the great Lucas, or that the great Lucas will lose credibility among the nations? Humph. Reed replied proudly, on the contrary, if my death as a mere scholar can awaken the consciousness of the people of the great Lucas, making the men of the great Lucas stop being numb, vowing to drink Northernly's blood and eat their flesh, such citizens will ensure the great Lucas stands proudly atop all ethnic groups. One day, when the great Lucas shines brilliantly, I, Reed, will be honored above all else. Floyd. He knew well that there were scholars in the great Lucas who didn't care about life and death, but only cared about immortalizing themselves in history. If Reed were to die as a victor, he would certainly be emulated by future generations of the great Lucas. Such passion, such glory, it would surely inspire generation after generation of the great Lucas. A few people like him would already be terrifying. If an entire nation behaved this way, there would be no place for them, the Northernly, in this world. Seeing Griffin lost in thought, Reed dropped another bombshell. He said, moreover, the one who breached the agreement first was Oliver, the so-called renowned general. Floyd felt his whole body drained of strength. Even if he wanted to argue further, it was clear that a world-renowned general crucial to the Northernly, along with the lives of 150,000 troops, was far more important. With a parched throat, he rasped, prepare the documents. Having spoken, he closed his eyes. 2 tears trickled down from his old eyes. Reed watched this scene and felt as if something had struck his heart. It wasn't that he pitied Floyd much, but he thought of someone, a complex figure of disputed fame and condemnation, Leonard, the senior minister of a dying dynasty who signed many humiliating treaties. Undoubtedly, living in that era was the greatest misfortune of his life. Reed beckoned, and a person outside the door came in carrying 2 documents. Seeing this, Floyd felt a pang of sorrow. It turned out they had prepared everything beforehand. just waiting for him to come. Trembling slightly, he picked up the pen on the tray and looked at the ink-black words on the document, which seemed glaringly offensive to him. Gritting his teeth, he shakily signed the document and then took out his seal. Holding the grand seal symbolizing the position of Prime Minister of the Northernly, he shut his eyes briefly. After today, he would be the only Prime Minister in the history of Northernly who had ceded 6 provinces without any military conflict occurring. Though none of these were due to his own doing, would others care about that? With great resolve, he pressed the seal down heavily. Chapter 106. Weakness Invites Beating. The De Lucas Imperial Court's daily routine. Floyd came and left swiftly. After he departed, Unkit walked in from outside the tent. He looked at Reed with an extremely complicated gaze. As a general, it was his duty and mission to expand the territory and defend the frontier. Yet Reed had established merits that others could not achieve in a lifetime merely by using tactics. How could this not make him feel complex? To be fair, although he was widely recognized as a renowned general in the world, regarding territorial expansion, he hadn't secured more than 6 prefectures for De Lucas. After all, 20 years since the founding of the kingdom, he was only in his 20s 20 years ago. It was after the disastrous defeat of Johnny in the Jianwu 4th year that he managed to save De Lucas from peril, thus earning the title of a renowned general. The result of that battle was simply the withdrawal of Northernly troops from De Lucas. He only defended the territory of De Lucas, nothing more. However, Reed's achievements were secondary. What truly terrified him was that he realized for the first time that national interests could be decided by diplomatic means. As a De Lucas person, he felt exhilarated by the recovery of the 6 prefectures. But as a general, seeing Floyd compromise, he felt an inexplicable fear. The burden on his shoulders seemed to become heavier. Today's methods used by Reed would inevitably spread throughout the world. This method might become a model for other countries to emulate in the future. This indirectly brought greater pressure to generals like him. Silently taking over the document handed by Reed, he carefully read the conditions. 1 new prefecture plus 10,000 trained war horses. If it had been earlier, he would have been exceptionally thrilled. But now, he couldn't be happy at all. Little Fredgu, do you think there will come a day when our De Lucas faces such a situation? Reed lifted his head in surprise, seeing a trace of melancholy in his eyes. He understood what he was thinking and quietly said, there is no saying it won't happen. Seeing Floyd reminded him of Leonard and the era that brought endless humiliation to the nation. Weakness invites beating. Fortunately, we live in a relatively strong country, with a powerful country as our backing. People cannot remain prosperous forever, nor can flowers stay in bloom forever. A nation has a long road ahead. At least De Lucas still has a long way to go. There would be too many events occurring over a century, 2 centuries, even 3 centuries. Throughout the history of Huaxia, numerous heroes emerged. But people who could change a country and extend its prosperity are rare. Weakness invites beating. Unkit murmured these words, looking lost in thought. Reed whispered softly, Balthazar, Northernly, is not just weakening due to national strength. Sometimes, a country's gains and losses are more reflected in political failures. A political failure can never be salvaged by military might alone. The Red regime of the Heavenly Empire illustrates everything. Politics and military complement each other, but a political setback will definitely lead to military failure. Unkit was shocked upon hearing this. Indeed, he could resist foreign invasions, but how could a general decide matters on the political level? He looked at Reed with complexity and said, perhaps this is the fundamental reason why little Fred Gu chose a civil career? Regarding Reed, he still held high hopes. Although a scholar, he displayed exceptional talent in military affairs, evident in this mission to Northernly. In fact, Reed faced many obstacles in the De Lucas Imperial Court but still chose to work there. Reed slightly shook his head upon being asked. If he hadn't made up his mind earlier, choosing a civil career wasn't his only option. Now, to protect himself, relying solely on military achievements was clearly not enough. Unless he amassed power through the army. However, De Lucas was newly founded and hadn't deteriorated to that extent. Accumulating power through the army might not end well. During the early stages of a dynasty, there are rarely any incompetent rulers. At least within his lifetime, De Lucas likely wouldn't see any. Being a civil official is indeed better. Not only prestigious but also safe. Balthazar, before the handover of Yu Prefecture, Oliver should not leave Yunzhou, but the grain they stockpiled at the border can be given in appropriate amounts. Unkit nodded and said, this matter is not difficult, I will notify them. Now that the backbone of Northernly has been broken, even if grain is provided, it's unlikely the Northernly army would cause any turmoil. Of course, he wouldn't be foolish enough to let the Northernly troops eat to their heart's content. At least the soldiers could be fed. But as for the war horses, they should continue in their previous state. As long as they don't starve to death, it's fine. Daxia was only inferior to Bailey in terms of cavalry. Once the Bailey cavalry lost its ability to conduct mobile warfare, their strength would not even match infantry. After discussing specific matters with Reed, Unkit left the tent. After all, Reed had just reclaimed Yuzhou, which was as important as Yunzhou for Daxia. He needed to handle the follow-up affairs. Once Unkit left, Reed sighed quietly and then began drafting a report to send to the capital. The express report quickly reached the capital. As usual, it was the court assembly day. Adolf was discussing state affairs with his ministers when he suddenly heard that good news had arrived. All the officials were taken aback. It seemed that Daxia wasn't currently at war with any foreign power, especially in the north. Could it be that the envoy mission had completed the deployment of the 5 states? But shouldn't such news first be submitted to the Zhongshu office before being reported to the emperor? Reed was breaking the rules again. However, Adolf, who had earlier received Reed's report and now received more good news. Could it be? Suppressing his excitement, Adolf calmly said, announce. Adolf's words made the officials, who were preparing to impeach Reed, retreat immediately. They decided to see what kind of trouble Reed was causing first. If things went as they expected, there would be plenty of time to impeach him later. For a moment, Adolf and the ministers waited quietly. Shortly after, someone walked into the hall from outside, gave a military salute to Adolf, then pulled out a report and held it up high with both hands, loudly announcing, "Your Majesty, the envoy mission has finalized the handover of the various states. The 4 states of Anaxiagzu, Daizhou, Eriksho, and Xianzhou have been successfully transferred. Our envoy leader, Fred Reed, after multiple negotiations, has brought back another prefecture, Yuzhou, for our daxia. Here is the good news." Officials who were planning to impeach Reed suddenly froze in shock. Not just them. Even those who held a favorable view of Reed were bewildered. Yuzhou? Again? What happened in the north? Why did they suddenly recover Yuzhou? Oh my goodness, that's Yuzhou. Ferdy, who had suffered multiple defeats at the hands of Reed, glared angrily. How dare you speak nonsense in the imperial court? Chapter 107. The humiliation of a city, the price of arrogance. The messenger officer was momentarily taken aback. What's going on? Good news from the north should be a cause for celebration, right? Why is this official saying I'm just blabbering nonsense? Is he getting old and losing it? Dumbly he said, "Your Majesty, it truly is good news. A few days ago, the Prime Minister of Bailey once again entered our embassy camp and then signed a supplementary agreement. Our army has now taken control of Yuzhou." The officials were stunned upon hearing this. Not only is it true, but they have also already taken over? Adon stepped forward with an elated look on his face. "Zephyratulations to your Majesty. Greetings to your Majesty. Now that we have reclaimed Yuzhou, there will no longer be concerns about the northern defenses of our dynasty." Regardless of what Ferdy thought or how the other officials felt, as Reed's mentor, Adon absolutely believed Reed would not act rashly. With his promising student achieving such a major accomplishment, he, as the teacher, naturally had to stand up in support. Adolf said with a full smile, "Come, present the good news." "Your Majesty, this matter still requires verification at this time. Minister Hicks, you needn't worry. Minister Gu reported this matter some time ago. Given the arrival of this good news today, it seems there won't be any problems," Adolf said lightly. Upon hearing these words, King, the Duke of England and the leading military general, immediately said, "Yes, I also think Chancellor Hicks is overly concerned. Not to mention that Minister Gu always acts with discretion. Isn't my son leading the troops in the north as well? How could Unkit deceive Christian?" Ferdy's face darkened. He never expected King would actually support Reed. Adon saw Ferdy's embarrassment and gave him a slightly mocking glance. Was Dukely assisting Reed? Not entirely. After all, Unkit commanded the army in the north. Though the territorial handover was managed by Reed, without Unkit soldiers, how could the city possibly be handed over? Suspecting Reed now would be tantamount to questioning Unkit's and the Lee family's loyalty. Adon shook his head lightly. This Ferdy was too anxious, forgetting even the most basic logic to deal with a young man. Seated firmly on his throne, Adolf glanced discreetly at Ferdy while seemingly reading the report, finding it somewhat amusing internally. It looks like Reed's continued success has made this old fox uneasy, but this might be a good thing. Ultimately, Ferdy has been outmaneuvered by Reed. The more successful Reed becomes, the more it highlights Ferdy's incompetence. For a distinguished prime minister to be repeatedly embarrassed, no wonder he was so upset. After reviewing the report, Adolf let out a soft hum. "Recently, we received reports from the north. The Bailey Balthazar Leo refused to hand over the previously agreed upon cities and regions, so our escort team launched a night attack on Bailey's supply depot, cutting off their food supplies and forcing them back to the negotiating table." What? The entire court was shocked. "Hail!" King shouted loudly, red-faced with excitement. A mere 2,000-man escort team cut off the grain supply for Bailey's 15,000-strong army. Each one of them is a fine soldier. Christian's wise eye and ability to employ capable people are truly admirable. This old minister is in awe. As he spoke, he straightened his robe, paying respects to Adolf solemnly. Naturally delighted, Adolf replied with a smile, "This is indeed the blessing of heaven upon our great Lucas." Seeing Adolf and King sing each other's praises, Ferdy felt irritable. Originally, he thought Reed was merely brilliant in studies and strategy. Now it turns out he had a certain prowess in military affairs too. If such a person finds favor with Adolf, he will undoubtedly gain more trust. In that case, it would be even harder to seek retribution later. It seems that allowing him to continue unchecked will soon make Reed a threat. Ferdy hung his eyes, deep in silent contemplation. Yunzhou City. Floyd and Leo looked at the changing royal banners atop the city walls, their expression somber. Especially Floyd, who seemed yet to recover from the blow and appeared very haggard. This city, occupied by Bailey for 20 years, now no longer belonged to them. The armies of both countries lined up south and north of the city. In contrast to the high morale of the great Lucas army, the Bailey troops seemed dejected, heads hanging low. They had lived in constant fear and sporadic meals for over half a month. Now everything was finally over. Though it felt like survival after disaster, they could not find it within themselves to feel joy. Reed and Unkit arrived with a group before Floyd and others. With a gesture from Reed, a soldier presented a tray. On the tray lay the documents of transfer. Leo looked at the transfer documents and sneered, "Minister Gu truly has remarkable means. Today I have witnessed it firsthand. Balthazar Nangong, I understand your feelings, but..." Reed was unmoved by his words and simply said coolly, "Words are useless. I said before that Balthazar Nangong would pay a price for your arrogance." Hearing this, Leo gritted his teeth in fury. Previously, he had to hand over 6 cities under his control without even sending out a single soldier. Now, as a renowned general, he had been outwitted by a mere scholar who burned their food supplies, forcing him and his troops to rely on sporadic meals provided by the great Lucas. Was there any other general in the world who had suffered such humiliation? Humiliation under the city walls today will be repaid someday. Let's see if Minister Gu still has the same capabilities then. I'll be waiting. Reed raised an eyebrow. Again, words are useless. Humph. Leo gave a cold snort and stamped his seal on one corner of the document. Paths may cross again. Hope we meet in the future. Leaving these icy words, Leo glanced sharply at Reed and Unkit once more before turning away with Griffin. With this, the transfer of all 6 states was completed. Unkit looked up at Yunzhou City, took a deep breath, and shouted loudly, "Order the army to enter the city." Boom boom boom. The heavy war drums sounded. Outside the south gate, upon hearing the drums, a general of the Great Lucas Border Army immediately called out loud, "The Grand General has ordered the army to enter the city." Swish. The soldiers nearest the city gate immediately turned and marched toward Yunzhou City in neat rows. First to pass through the city gate was the Imperial Dragon Banner, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Great Lucas, followed by Unkit's command banner. On the other side, Unkit exhaled deeply and laughed heartily. Minister Gu, being the Imperial envoy representing Christian, should enter the city first. Reed nodded, "Then I won't hesitate to go ahead of you." Balthazar Lee, as the chief envoy of the delegation, now that his mission was accomplished, his role transformed into an Imperial envoy representing Adolf, naturally entering the city first. Chapter 108. The Path for Talents from Poor Families. Reform. After the transfer of the city was completed, Unkit immediately threw himself into the busy military affairs. Now that he had 6 new prefectures in his hands, and these were located on the frontier, his first priority was to establish an effective defense system. Additionally, with 150,000 new warhorses at hand, matters related to organizing cavalry units and other military issues kept him extremely busy. Of course, Reed wasn't idle either. Although his mission as an envoy was accomplished, there was still much to do. He spent his days in the Yamen organizing documents. The appointed officials would take some time to arrive. During this period, he intended to draft the land reform program. When Adolf selected officials from humble origins to govern these counties and prefectures, apart from breaking the stranglehold of noble families, another aim was to pilot the land reform in the newly acquired regions. The land reform could not be handled carelessly. Since these prefectures were to be handed over to the Great Lucas dynasty, many aristocratic families of Northernly who had established roots here early on evacuated, leaving large tracts of land vacant. Though this facilitated the implementation of land reform, there remained quite a number of local landlords. To effectively carry out reforms, substantial effort was still needed. Land reform was initially proposed by Reed, and naturally, he had to personally draft the plan, covering all aspects meticulously. Any error could lead to failure. Reforms touched upon the interests of the entire landlord class, making the resistance strong. To put it bluntly, implementing reforms was like walking on the edge of a knife. However, Reed had no choice. He had to align his interests with those of Adolf. What were Adolf's interests? Undoubtedly, they were the interests of the people. Without doubt, though Adolf was the largest landlord under heaven, those who paid taxes to him were not landlords but peasants. Therefore, the struggle between officials and imperial power was fundamentally a conflict between the peasant class and the landlord class. The reform aimed to strengthen the interests of the peasant class, which inevitably damaged the interests of the landlord class. The land reform proposed by Reed was a comprehensive one. Nationalizing the land. This alone revealed the difficulty of the reforms. However, the reforms must succeed. Could they succeed? There was little doubt that it would be incredibly challenging, but there was still hope. At least, the officials Adolf selected this time gave Reed some optimism. Though the prince nominally supervised the official assignments, Adolf had long instructed the officials involved. As long as Adolf did not stop them, the reforms must be resolutely implemented. Despite these officials achieving status through the imperial examinations and becoming part of the landlord class, after so many years without promotion, they finally got their chance to realize their ambitions. They understood clearly that Adolf was their only support. Compared to some farmland, opportunities were more important because prospects meant having more in the future. After half a month of busyness, the dispatched officials finally arrived one by one. One day, Reed was still working in the Yamen when a familiar voice came. "Haha, I would have thought that a certain prefectural governor was working hard if I hadn't seen you." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Reed looked up and saw Lucian smiling at him. Reed exclaimed joyfully, "Mr. Ko, why are you in Yunzhou? What? Am I not allowed to see who's occupying my position?" Lucian said teasingly. "How could that be?" Reed stepped forward, surprised. "This subordinate has been wondering who would take over Yunzhou next. I never expected it to be you. Your arrival reassures me." "Haha." Lucian laughed heartily. "Being close to Christian, handling affairs across the country, what could be difficult for you?" "Oh, you didn't see how overwhelmed I am." He pulled Lucian and sat him in the governor's seat, pointing to the pile of paperwork on the desk. "Here, now that you're here, I should step down as acting governor. All these will be yours from now on." Lucian stared at the pile of paperwork, slightly stunned. Did officials from Northernly actually help our great Lucas with the transition? Choked on water, Reed couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Sir, what are you thinking? These are the past half-month's administrative matters after the transition. So much in just half a month?" Lucian's eyes widened as he looked at Reed. "Jingji, admit it. Did you spend all your time being lazy while waiting for me to arrive?" Reed's mouth twitched. "Your Excellency, you have misunderstood me. With the city just transferred in coordination with the military needed, there's been an endless stream of official business these past half-month. Well, looks like he'd be busy from now on." He thought somewhat helplessly, then added, "Before I came to Yunzhou, Christian instructed that you draft this plan before returning to the capital. This is it." Reed handed a scroll to Lucian. Lucian was taken aback. "This much? Not too much, just quite detailed. Please take a look first." "All right." Lucian nodded, then silently began to read. Another half hour passed, and after rolling up the scroll, he rubbed his slightly sore eyes. "Jingji, this concerns everything. If we proceed as you suggest, my job as prefect of Yunzhou won't be easy at all." Lucian felt a headache coming on. Reed spread his hands. "Your Excellency, talking to me won't change anything. This is Christian's wish. As Yunzhou is a pilot region, you will be the first vanguard for the new policies." "Vanguard of reform?" Lucian smiled bitterly. "If this is really carried out, I might not only lose my position but my life as well. Your Excellency, please listen to what I have to say, and consider it carefully, Reed said seriously, looking intently at Lucian. Seeing Reed's grave expression, Lucian nodded immediately. Reed continued, the officials selected for the 6 northern prefectures were directly appointed by Christian, bypassing the Ministry of Personnel and supervised by the DAG. With your insight, you should see Christian's intention.
Yes.
Lucian softly said, all the officials selected this time come from humble backgrounds, which naturally has its purpose. Reed nodded. With no promotion given to scholars from humble origins, noble families have grown too powerful. All wealth, land, grain, are monopolized by these families. Those scholars from humble origins gain positions through the imperial exams. There are only so many positions available in this world. If someone rises, someone else must fall. If your Excellency wishes to find a path for the children of humble origins, now is the best chance. To succeed means survival, to fail means death. Chapter 109 The Reformer's Sorrow. Return to the capital. In ancient times, reform was a lonely path that often led to a tragic end. Even Alaric, who was exceedingly strong-willed, ended up meeting such a fate. Nevertheless, despite the warnings from predecessors, Reed also had to walk down this path. The same rule applied. Only by aligning with Adolf's goals as his own could he advance in this officialdom and achieve what he desired in less time. What were Adolf's goals? To deal with aristocratic families and strengthen central power. What did Reed want? To gain the greatest authority within the shortest time, eliminate the faction of Ferdy. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. He was fully aware that without sufficient resources, he could only choose to serve as the blade in Adolf's hands. As for whether he would meet a fate like the bow being discarded once all arrows are fired, that possibility was not very high. After all, he was just Ferdy and not a general wielding military power, so this scenario was unlikely. Of course, if the reform failed, he would absolutely be the scapegoat, and most likely, so would the newly dispatched officials in the 6 northern provinces. This was a struggle between imperial power and the officials, between commoner scholars and aristocratic families. Reed's words, victor or loser, left Lucian speechless for half a day. He was no longer the enthusiastic scholar new to officialdom. Although his dedication to serving the country remained unchanged, he now had more concerns. Seeing this, Reed sighed softly and said, my Fred, everything hasn't started yet. If you wish to retreat now, it might still be timely. Retreat? Huh. Lucian gave a self-deprecating smile. If I retreat now, there will never be another chance. This opportunity given by Adolf, indeed, wasn't easily obtained. Upon hearing this, Reed fell silent. In theory, ministers of any era who undertook reforms would have reached the pinnacle of power, unlike them, who were still minor officials. Perhaps because their current positions were low and their involvement limited, there was a chance of success. After all, at present, it was just a pilot program in the north where major aristocratic families didn't have significant influence, reducing resistance. Moreover, they had the founding emperor supporting them. One could say that in Reed's view, this reform team had the smallest authority but the biggest backing. At any time, founding emperors and revival monarchs wielded supreme authority, which ensured that as long as new laws didn't create issues similar to Wang Engshi's reforms, they would basically be implemented successfully. This gave Reed some confidence. Viewing history from the heights of China's 5,000-year history, he naturally wouldn't allow his reforms to fall into Wang Engshi's predicament. With enough determination from the emperor and firm implementation by Lucian, the new land policies in Yunzhou had a high probability of success. Once this successful model was replicated nationwide, it would provide a solid foundation for overall reform. Of course, this required solving the obstacles posed by the aristocratic families. After 2 days of meticulously explaining the details of land reform to Lucian, Reed finally set out on his return journey. On the day of his departure, not only did his former superior Lucian come to see him off, but even Balthazar Unket, who was busy with military affairs, made an appearance. After farewelling everyone, Unket pulled Reed aside and said, don't worry, Hampton will be fine with me. Based on his merits in burning enemy supplies, a promotion to battalion commander is not a problem. And he hesitated a few times before saying, if there's danger in the future, you can go to the Duke of England's residence. Finishing, he turned and walked into the city. Reed looked at the back of the great general and suddenly smiled faintly. The Li family father and son were quite interesting. He turned his head and looked at the others in the envoy. Speaking of which, this emperor was rather peculiar. He bestowed a grand mansion but immediately sent people to the north, where they haven't enjoyed any benefits but instead endured a long journey. On the other side, the brothers Zane and Hampton also finished bidding farewell. Hampton came up to them and said, Jingji, take care of yourself in the future. Yes, brother-in-law, you must also be careful. The border is different from the capital. Be cautious in everything you do, and write back to the capital if anything happens. Also, inform the family about your status at the border. I will. Hampton nodded solemnly. I will not let Jingji down. Reed silently nodded, then looked at the others and said, let's go. We've been away for 2 months. It's time we returned home. With that, he walked towards his carriage first. Zane and Dylan looked at Hampton, who smiled warmly and said, take good care of Jingji. Both of them nodded heavily, then followed Reed. They remained silent as the delegation escorted Rick and others southward. Within a few days, they left Yunzhou and entered the territory of Beichuan Prefecture. Phew. Zane suddenly chuckled. I don't know why, but although Yunzhou is great, the air in Beichuan feels more comfortable. Huh. Reed smiled lightly and asked, I'm curious, the air here seems no different. Why does it feel better? Haha. Dylan laughed along. He said, perhaps because the situation in Yunzhou was tense. Now that we've left, Zane's mood has become lighter? Hee hee. Zane scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He was only 18 or 19, having never left Ningzhou since childhood. Everything was handled by Rollins. This was his first experience with the kind of situation in Yunzhou, so he had been on edge all these days. Brother-in-law, when you led us 3 into the Northernly army, were you nervous at all? There's nothing to be nervous about. Reed smiled faintly. We're the delegation, representing Adolf. Besides, in wartime, messengers aren't harmed. How could a general not understand this? That show was just to intimidate us, to embarrass the Lucas dynasty. Heh, that old fox has a dark heart. Good thing we rushed in. Otherwise, if you went back to the capital, people might gossip about you. Zane laughed merrily. If we're talking about courage among civil officials, you rank right up there? Dylan gave a thumbs up, looking at Reed with admiration. Reed smiled. You three came with me too. Why look at me alone? Hey, brother-in-law. After we got back to camp, I was so shaken that my legs felt weak. Zane exaggeratedly said. My Roland brother almost had to carry me back. Haha. And now? Now? Zane thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled. To tell you the truth, after that, I feel like even going to battle isn't so terrifying anymore. Upon hearing this, Reed just smiled. But Zane suddenly pointed ahead. Look, brother-in-law, there seems to be a large army blocking the road ahead. Chapter 110. The Balthazar blocks the way. An old servant of the Gu family from Yun Kingdom. Reed pulled aside the curtain of the carriage in front and looked out, only to see about 100 soldiers blocking the road ahead. At the forefront rode a general on a tall horse, his face expressionless as he looked toward them. Judging by his armor, he should be a higher-ranking officer in the Great Lucas Army. Strange, aren't these our men? Why are they blocking the road? Dylan said, puzzled. Reed got out of the carriage and observed the situation before saying, the embassy must stop advancing. Fouise nodded and then shouted, be on your guard. Swish swish. The guards of the embassy rushed forward, shielding the carriages inside. Who is the general leading the way ahead? We are envoys of Great Lucas. Facing you is His Excellency Reed, the current Grand Master of the Court of Rituals and Secretary. Fouise shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the general did not respond but drove his warhorse step by step toward Reed and others. Protect His Excellency. Fouise's expression changed. The embassy guards immediately formed an army formation, their spears pointing at the incoming general. The general showed no fear, still walking towards Reed. When he approached the guards, his cold eyes met Reed's, who also held his gaze. After a while, Reed thought he saw the general's eyes soften slightly. He suddenly waved his hand, gesturing for Reed to follow, then turned his horse and walked towards the woods beside the road. Excellency. Fouise looked back at Reed, seemingly asking him what to do. Reed watched the general's back and fell silent for a moment, then suddenly jumped off the carriage. Excellency cannot go. Dylan cried out. The identity of the coming general is unknown. Excellency should not risk yourself. Haha. Reed smiled and said, this man wears the armor of our Great Lucas generals, and we are on Great Lucas territory. There's nothing to worry about. Saying that, he took light steps and followed behind the general. Before long, he entered the woods. The general tied his warhorse to a tree and stood facing away from Reed. Seeming to hear Reed's footsteps, he suddenly turned around and, under Reed's bewildered gaze, prostrated himself on the ground. Ridge greets the young general. What? Reed's face changed, immediately going forward to help the general up. Why does the general bow so deeply? I am a former general of the Yun Kingdom's Gu family army, having followed Balthazar Connor through countless battles. After Rick rebelled and Balthazar Connor passed away, I went to Ningzhou and served under young Balthazar Dasong. You are a member of the old Gu family army? Reed was taken aback and then said, then you shouldn't bow to me either. It seems the young general already knows your heritage. Yes. Reed nodded. My maternal grandfather from Ningzhou wrote letters. Ridge was someone he knew. After discovering his true origins, he had secretly investigated the old servants of Yun Kingdom's Gu family, and Ridge was one of the few survivors. So when he introduced himself, Reed didn't doubt him. Hearing Reed mention his grandfather, Ridge nodded immediately. It seems old Fred Inacio was also informed. However, my life, martial arts skills, and future were all bestowed by the Gu family. Seeing the descendants of the Gu family now, how can I not bow? No need. Reed shook his head and sighed. The Gu family of Yun Kingdom no longer exists, and you are now a general of Great Lucas. The young general doesn't have to worry. This subordinate knows the difference, but once a member of the Gu family, always a member of the Gu family. This will never change. Let me make an agreement with you. From now on, do not bow, and don't call me young general anymore. Reed chuckled bitterly. What kind of legacy did the Gu family leave behind that even the ones who came to see him were high-ranking generals, something rare even in all of Great Lucas? Remember, even Unkit, the great general, is only a third-rank official. Hearing his words, Ridge nodded immediately. From now on, I will pay attention in front of people. Fine. Looks like there's no persuading him. He asked, what brings the general here? This subordinate has two matters. One, to see the young general. Second, entrusted by the internal guard to deliver someone to the young general. Internal guard? Reed was startled and asked, has Christian found out everything? He couldn't help but be alarmed. If Adolf knew Reed's identity, given the reputation of the Gu family back then, it might not be good news. Though many Yun Kingdom's old generals died or were injured in battle over 10 years ago, a few remained in the military, including Ridge. Compared to Reed's surprise, Ridge appeared very calm. He shook his head. Christian probably doesn't know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ordered this subordinate to defend Yuzhou. Oh, is the general heading to take office in Yuzhou? Indeed. Itryi stayed a few days just to meet the young general. But, this internal guard. Reed slightly hesitated. The internal guard naturally wouldn't easily interact with border generals, especially those about to guard an area as a fourth-rank major general. Ridge's mouth curved into a faint smile. This matter isn't hard to understand. Back then, Johnny sent most of our brothers to their deaths, and I have long wanted to avenge them. Hence, I've been gathering evidence of Johnny's crimes. Upon hearing this, Reed immediately understood. Ridge wanting to deal with Johnny was something Adolf clearly knew about. So, he took advantage of Reed's return to the capital to have Ridge deliver the evidence. It seems that the person Ridge mentioned was the eyewitness who could testify against Johnny. After Zhang Fallon and Jian appeared earlier, Reed had already guessed that Adolf would likely give more hints. It seems Adolf's first strike was directly aimed at Johnny. Thinking about it this way made it highly possible. Recently, the Gu family has been acting quite out of line, even interfering in the imperial examinations, which were always a channel for selecting talent for the court. When Adolf learned of the Gu family's actions, he never acted, presumably waiting for today. Moreover, as the son-in-law of the Hicks family, touching Johnny means touching Ferdy. And as the representative chosen by the aristocratic families, Adolf's intentions were clear. Besides, Reed's eyes flickered. Adolf targeting Johnny serves two purposes. First, to fulfill Reed's hatred towards the Gu family. Second, to make Reed bear the blame of persecuting his own biological father. He trusts Reed without question, but if there were no leverage to control him, Adolf would still worry about the emergence of another Ferdy. Reed achieved such great accomplishments at a young age and indirectly secured the future for hundreds of scholars in the Hanlon Academy. This power might not be noticeable now, but once these people develop, they could become the foundation of Reed's influence in the court. Adolf wants a obedient blade, not a double-edged sword. If Reed's reputation is tarnished, he can only rely on the imperial family, whether it's the current Adolf or future rulers. Speaking of which, Adolf probably doesn't know Reed's true origins, otherwise he wouldn't arrange things this way. But this turn of events works in Reed's favor. After all, he isn't Johnny's biological son. He looked up at Ridge, pondered for a moment and asked, Balthazar, did my father, Johnny, truly die at the hands of Rick and others? Chapter 111. Adolf strikes again, setting up the trap. For some reason, Reed felt that something was amiss. It wasn't as if he harbored any feelings toward his biological father whom he had never met. It was just to counteract Johnny. Ever since he discovered the truth about his origins, he repeatedly studied Johnny. This study led to shocking revelations. Johnny was indeed a brave warrior on the battlefield, a fierce general, yet when it came to leading troops, his ability was not remarkable, which led to his catastrophic defeat over a decade ago. Though there were elements of personal motive involved, suffering military defeats did him no good. So, he wouldn't have placed himself at a disadvantage to eliminate former generals of Yun State. Therefore, the only answer was that Johnny's command capabilities were limited. These were conclusions Reed drew from analyzing several battle records. Speaking of Johnny's leadership skills, they weren't even comparable to Ridge's. After all, in that battle more than 10 years ago, Ridge was placed in the most perilous position but managed to bring his troops back alive. This clearly demonstrated that Ridge's command abilities surpassed Johnny's. Reed could discern these issues merely from the battle records, so it made no sense for Dawson, who was directly above Johnny, not to realize this. But what happened? Johnny succeeded as the commander of the Gu family army. Based on the information he currently possessed, the Gu family was an extremely cohesive lineage of generals and would not entrust the entire army solely because Johnny was a family member. This didn't make sense. Indeed, it was proven that Johnny did harbor ambitions like a wolf's. However, regarding Reed's questions, Ridge simply shook his head. Back then, Balthazar Gu and two other young generals of the Gu family were lured into Yun's capital by Rick's false edict. After the rebellion broke out, young Balthazar Gu led Johnny to support them, but only Johnny returned. He claimed that young Balthazar Gu and the entire Gu family were killed by rebels like Rick, and on his deathbed, young Balthazar Gu entrusted the Gu family army to him. As old generals, we naturally didn't believe it, but Ignacio, he glanced at Reed, with a hint of anger in his expression. After Rhonda Gu married down, and given the military orders he held, we had no choice but to comply. In the end, we found out that Johnny, that despicable man, used the lives of young Balthazar and others to threaten us. Worried about the continuation of the Gu family bloodline, we had no choice but to submit. Young Balthazar. Ridge knelt on one knee. Now that young Balthazar has escaped Johnny's control, please consider our past loyalty to the Gu family and avenge our tens of thousands of brothers. Balthazar Killian. Reed helped Ridge up, gazing into his sincere eyes with deep emotion. The ancients valued righteousness highly indeed. He said, Balthazar, dealing with Johnny is not a small matter. He has Prime Minister Ferdy behind him and is a founding aristocrat. Without absolute certainty, we cannot act now. I understand, but I hope young Balthazar will never forget this past enmity. Ridge nodded, then seemed to think of something else. He asked, earlier, young Balthazar inquired about Balthazar Dawson's cause of death. Does that mean you have new discoveries? I have my suspicions, but there are no clues yet, Reed frowned and replied. Isn't that dog Rick being escorted to the capital by young Balthazar? There are opportunities on the way to question him and see if anything can be learned. Hatred flashed in Ridge's eyes. That scoundrel is a mortal enemy of our Gu family army. Being escorted back by young Balthazar does help repay the clan genocide. Only, he looked at Reed, now, that villain is surely doomed. Young Balthazar must not privately kill him. If your identity is suspected, the court might take precautions. The old generals of the Gu family could be re-employed precisely because the Gu family had been destroyed. But if it were known that Reed was a descendant of the Gu family, Adolf might need to reconsider. Reed also understood this point and nodded silently. He had no emotional ties to the Ningzhou Gu family. Besides the blood connection, he knew no one in the Gu family. However, the Gu family's inheritance, judging from Ridge's actions today, if he wanted to claim it for himself, it would likely be without difficulty. Given their irreconcilable conflict with the Gu family, if he hadn't known his origins, it might have been different. Since he did, he certainly wouldn't let the Gu family remain. He wasn't Johnny's son. Johnny could try to kill him without any qualms. Seeing the conversation winding down, Ridge said, those people in the carriage on the road should be useful to young Balthazar. I'll hand them over to you. Who are they? They are all unfortunate souls. 2 were saved by me a few years ago, and 1. He pulled out a letter from his pocket and said, all the details are written here. Young Balthazar will understand upon reading. Reed reached out to receive it. Ridge took another deep look at him and said, I should not stay too long. I must take my leave, young Balthazar. Reed nodded and replied, Balthazar, you will be heading to Yuzhou for your post soon. Please be extra cautious. Rest assured, defending the border is what we warriors excel at. But now that you have achieved fame and success in the capital, you must be even more careful. Reed nodded. Ridge saluted again, then untied his horse's reins and hurriedly left the place. After Ridge left, Reed slowly walked out of the forest. Seeing him emerge, Dylan and Zane immediately jogged over. Fred, cousin. Reed shook his head and instructed, Eric, it will be a trouble for you to deal with that carriage. Remember, do not let anyone approach them. Zane glanced at the carriage. Wasn't this left by that general earlier? Could there be something peculiar about it? But since Reed had spoken, he did not hesitate and said, Don't worry, cousin, I won't make any mistakes. Reed nodded, then turned to Dylan, whispering, Lou, there's a matter that requires your help and your men's cooperation. Please command, Fred. Seeing Reed's cautious expression, Dylan immediately put on a serious demeanor. In 1 hour, night will fall. By then, you will lead your men under cover of darkness to Jizhou Prefecture and, Reed whispered carefully into Dylan's ear. After some time, Dylan looked at Reed in shock. Reed nodded and said, This is important. Remember to be extremely cautious. Don't let anyone detect your movements. You must bring them back to the capital safely. Rest assured, Fred, I understand. Reed advised, if this mission succeeds, don't be complacent on the way. The person must be brought back alive. Dylan nodded, and only then did Reed smile and pat his shoulder. Let's continue the mission. Chapter 112. Another twist. Ambushed on the way home. Although Dylan and his men had been transferred under Reed's command, they were still affiliated with the Internal Guard. They left the embassy directly claiming that the Internal Guard had arranged something, and no one would doubt it. They chose to leave under the cover of darkness just so no one would know their destination. While Reed didn't know if anyone was watching the embassy, it was better to be cautious. As for Ridge, since he was entrusted by the Internal Guard, his traces would naturally be handled by them, requiring no worry from Reed. This place was some distance from Jizhou, separated by Yenzhou in between. Even if someone discovered their departure, it wouldn't likely arouse suspicion. Before becoming a family general for the Gu family, Johnny was originally from Jizhou. Initially, he received the title of Fred Ning due to being a Balthazar of Ningzhou in Yun country before he joined the Great Lucas Empire. After Ningzhou became desolate, his focus shifted to Jizhou. Ridge, who had served under Unkit for years, now extended his reach into Jizhou. It was understandable how much he hated Johnny. After Dylan and his men left that night, the absence of several people did not go unnoticed within the embassy. However, when Reed simply told others that the Internal Guard had assigned them elsewhere, no one asked further questions. The Internal Guard was the Emperor's personal army, whose whereabouts could not be easily probed by others. With the mission completed, Jia and the others did not expect any additional complications. 4 days after Dylan and his team left, the embassy traveled to the border between Beichuan Prefecture and Changning Prefecture. Reed, sitting in the carriage, felt numb from the bumps. He crawled out of the carriage and mounted his warhorse. Seeing this, Arvin chuckled inwardly. Beichuan Prefecture was part of the Great Lucas border region, hence its road conditions were bumpy. But beyond Beichuan Prefecture lay Changning territory, a smooth and flat ride. So why, after enduring the most uneven roads, would he choose to ride once the path became smooth? Sir, we're about to leave Beichuan Prefecture territory, soon reaching Changning Prefecture. We can be in the capital within half a month. Half a month. Reed's scalp tingled at the thought of ancient transportation methods. On the journey there, despite the same level of bumpiness, he had been preoccupied with the task at hand and didn't feel it too much. Now, the monotonous return journey made him acutely aware of the discomfort. Riding his horse, Reed stretched slightly, feeling much more comfortable. He smiled bitterly and said, I barely noticed on the way there, but now it feels like home is still so far away. Haha. Arvin laughed. You must be tired, sir. After more than a month without proper rest, you'll feel better in a few days. He had experience with long marches during his time in the frontier army, and it was only natural that a scholar official like Sir Gu couldn't endure such hardships. Reed shook his head with a smile and continued chatting with Chang'an as they rode. Most of their conversation was led by Reed asking questions and Arvin answering. After about half an hour, Arvin suddenly pointed ahead. Sir, see that grove up ahead? Once past that forest, we're out of Beichuan Prefecture. Reed looked up to see a dense forest stretching before them, bisected by a wide imperial road. Sir, it's too hot today. Should we let the troops rest in the shade of the woods until the sun isn't so intense, then continue? Arvin glanced at Reed. It was mid-August, peak tiger season, and as they approached the forest, a wave of coolness swept over everyone, causing them to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Wiping sweat off his brow, Reed looked at his equally sweating soldiers and said, We'll stop by the edge of the forest for a brief rest and refill water supplies. His qigong cultivation hadn't reached the point where heat and cold didn't affect him, so even he found this unoppressive. The soldiers in heavy armor would suffer even more. Dehydration or heat stroke could be dangerous. All troops, enter the woods, rest on site, and quickly replenish water. Arvin repeated Reed's orders, then walked over with a jug of water. Sir? Just as Reed was about to take the jug, he paused, looking at Arvin with a hint of confusion. Sir? Hush. Reed whispered. Commander Chong, don't you find this situation odd? Huh? Arvin froze, puzzled by Reed's behavior. Reed whispered again. Don't you notice how unusually quiet this forest is? He realized not a single bird call could be heard in this vast forest. What did that imply? Arvin's expression changed abruptly as he shouted, Prepare for battle. Swoosh. The resting soldiers instinctively grabbed their weapons. But just then, hundreds of arrows shot out from the dense forest. Hearing the sound of arrows cutting through the air, Arvin's pupils constricted. Shields. Clank. Some soldiers instinctively went to raise their shields, but it was too late. A volley of arrows claimed dozens of lives. Arvin was livid. Reed hid behind a large tree and shouted at Arvin. Have the men use the surrounding trees to block the arrows. As he finished speaking, the guards also reacted, either raising their shields or taking cover behind trees. After several volleys of dense arrows, over a dozen more brothers were casualties. Reed briefly glanced in the direction the arrows were coming from. His mind raced. Everyone in the embassy, including himself, were mere small players. Even if he had offended Ferdy, a high-ranking official, could Ferdy really privately keep so many people hidden? Moreover, launching an attack on the embassy during broad daylight? If Ferdy wanted to deal with Reed, hiring assassins to directly attack his residence would be easier and less risky than attacking the embassy's guard force. So, this time the target of the enemy's attack might not be him or anyone else in the embassy. That volley of arrows indicated that the enemy numbered at least 1,000. Yet the embassy guard force numbered over 1,000 as well. The person behind this couldn't be foolish enough to think that just 1,000 men could wipe out the entire embassy convoy. Therefore, the target wasn't the embassy. So, his face changed, and his eyes looked towards the prisoner carts. Commander Chong, have the men form a shield formation and move towards the prisoner carts. We must ensure Rick isn't harmed in any way. Upon hearing this, Arvin immediately understood that these bandits' target might very well be Rick and the others. He barked orders. Farron Ernio, take your men and protect the prisoner carts. Don't let anyone get close. Finished, he turned back to look at the wounded soldiers, angrily muttering. In our great Lucas territory, who exactly are these bandits daring to attack our embassy guards? Reed remained silent upon hearing this. Bandits? He said coldly. Commander Chong, can ordinary bandits make bows and arrows capable of piercing our men's armor? Only then did Arvin realize it. He glanced at his fallen comrades and noticed the arrows stuck in them, suddenly thinking of something. Border troops. Chapter 113. Border Army? Shoot the horse to shoot the man. Foyes instinctively shook his head. This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would the Border Army impersonate bandits to attack the envoy's guard without any imperial order? Unauthorized departure from camp was already a serious crime, let alone attacking the envoy. Surely it can't be that people from Bailey had secretly crossed the border? Foyes was confused. Fortunately, Reed and others discovered it in time. Although the rain of enemy arrows had already caused dozens of casualties. However, they still had more than 1,000 people, so the situation wasn't too dire. Before long, the arrows in the forest gradually became less dense, and Foyes immediately shouted loudly, "Form up to defend against the enemy." The guards obeyed the order and didn't care about the sporadic arrows flying out. Each held their shields and gathered together. Seeing this, Reed nodded slightly. It seemed Foyes had a good command over his troops, and these soldiers responded quickly, showing their usual training. "Little brother Eric, give me the sword," Reed shouted, and Zane, who was hiding next to the carriage, immediately dived into it. Soon, he ran over with the sword in hand. "Cousin." Reed took the sword, peeking from behind a big tree, seeing rows of black-clad men forming their own array. "Captain Chong, can you make anything out?" Foyes looked intently but shook his head slightly. "Can't tell much, but they are definitely an army." "Army?" Reed sighed softly. Judging by the current situation, the opponent had at least 3,000 men, while they had barely over 1,000, all of whom were cavalry and couldn't spread out properly in the woods. More importantly, the enemy attacked them when they were unprepared. At that moment, all soldiers had dismounted. After several rounds of arrows, many horses fled or were injured, leaving very few usable mounts. He glanced back at the prisoner's cart and said, "As the saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Captain Chong, you stay here with your men to hold off the enemy. Zane and I will charge their camp and try to capture the enemy leader first." Behind the enemy lines, a masked man on a tall horse watched them coldly. Zane picked up a saber from the ground after hearing Yisroel's words, but Foyes objected. "Sir, you are the chief envoy, personally appointed by Christian as an imperial commissioner. You must not take risks. In times of urgency, you must act according to circumstances. As the commander of the guard, it's best for you to command the defense. Protect the envoy and the prisoners here while we go for the enemy leaders. This is the only way to break the siege today. But this decision is final. Otherwise, none of us will get out of here alive today." Foyes gritted his teeth and said, "All right, sir, please proceed. I promise nothing will happen to the envoy under my watch." Reed nodded, then looked at Zane, who also nodded resolutely. "You soldiers, which camp of the Border Army are you from? How dare you attack the Imperial Envoy's guard? Do you want to rebel?" Reed's sudden roar made the advancing black-clothed men falter, even looking at each other. Seeing this, Reed felt a chill in his heart. He had only tried to bluff these people, yet it turned out they were indeed their own people. The great Lucas Border Army actually attacked their own envoy's guard in broad daylight. Noticing some of them were intimidated, someone in the ranks immediately shouted, "Don't be afraid. They're imposters sent to infiltrate our great Lucas to steal secrets. The Balthazar ordered us to kill them." The black-clothed men turned to look at Reed and Zane upon hearing this. "Bullshit." Zane cursed angrily. "We're on a mission to Bailey by order of the court, and you accuse us of such treachery? Watch me take your lives." Zane's explosive shout stunned many again. Seizing this gap, the two charged forward, soon reaching the front line of the bandit army. The man who had just spoken was taken aback as Reed appeared before him. Reed drew his sword and slashed at the man, whose pupils contracted as he hurriedly blocked with his blade. Unexpectedly, the Da Xiaolong, great Lucas Dragon Sparrow, sword was not only a symbol of the Emperor's authority but also a legendary weapon capable of cutting through iron like butter. With a clink, the man's saber broke in two, and the edge of the Da Xiaolong pierced straight into his neck. Ignoring the gushing blood, Reed and Zane plunged into the enemy camp, unstoppable wherever they went. "Sir." In the rear of the bandit army, a man pointed at Reed and Zane in the crowd, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. Though the battle had only lasted a short while, the masked man regarded the central battlefield closely, and when he saw Reed, his eyes showed a slight surprise. "Leave a squad to tangle with them, and the rest directly charge towards the prisoner's cart. Make sure to slay whoever is inside the cart," the black-clothed man only coldly ordered. Hearing this, a subordinate by the black-clothed man's side shouted immediately, "Don't linger. leave a squad to hold them off, and the rest go straight for the prisoner's cart. The order spread into the formation, and Reed naturally heard it as well. A glint of realization flashed in his eyes. It seemed he had guessed right all along. These people weren't really after them, but rather the person inside the prisoner's cart. Upon hearing the order, they didn't waste any more time on the fight, leaving only a 200-strong team while the others charged straight towards Reed's rear. Zane, let's give it everything we've got and break out first. Even with his extraordinary martial skills and wielding the long sword with such speed that no gaps were visible, Reed was still outnumbered. With no armor, he and Zane had sustained some light injuries already. Sticking together, they slashed through enemies around them. Reed said while fighting, the enemy nearly outnumbers Fuiz's men 3-1. If this keeps up, our casualties will only increase. Soon I'll create an opening for you to break out and go straight for that black-clothed man. Take him down. All right. Zane nodded. Though it looked challenging for his cousin to take on over 200 alone, it was indeed the best solution to resolve the situation. The black-clothed man watched indifferently as Reed and Zane were besieged, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Just two individuals with short weapons could last so long under the attack of hundreds of his men, causing non-stop casualties among his subordinates. In just 15 minutes, nearly 100 men fell. Reed noticed the decreasing number of surrounding enemies and suddenly burst into action with a flash of determination in his eyes. Now, Zane. He grabbed Zane's arm, exerting all his strength to throw him high up, breaking him free from the melee instantly. Zane somersaulted in midair before landing directly on the ground. Seeing this, the black-clothed man's expression changed abruptly. They're coming for me? He barked coldly, charge. Immediately, he led his men straight towards Zane. But after a period of training under Reed, Zane's martial arts had improved significantly. Those accompanying the black-clothed man were no match for Zane at all. Moments later, they all lay on the ground. Zane stared at the black-clothed man with piercing eyes. Your turn? Chapter 114 Retreat the enemy. A heart-stopping maneuver. The black-clothed man's face changed. He had already seen that Reed and Zane were highly skilled in martial arts, but he didn't expect that despite being injured from a fierce battle, Zane was still so courageous. Seeing Zane charging at him with his saber, the black-clothed man was not afraid either. He held his spear and engaged in combat with Zane. On Reed's side, several more wounds appeared on his body, mainly during the gap when he escorted Zane out. Fortunately, none of them were critical injuries. Although facing over 100 people alone, Reed, who possessed dark strength period national arts cultivation, found it effortless to deal with these ordinary soldiers. Especially now that the number of enemies has decreased, he felt even more relaxed. With the donghua dragon swallow as his weapon, he became increasingly proficient. Despite having multiple wounds, those individuals couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. The battle between Zane and the black-clothed man was also intense, both fighting evenly. However, as the number of enemies on Reed's side decreased, and the attackers hadn't returned yet, realizing he might be surrounded by Reed and Zane soon, the black-clothed man feigned an attack and kicked his horse to escape from Zane. Reed, who had been observing the situation here, immediately knew the enemy was going to flee. Sure enough, the black-clothed man rode his horse towards the envoy party, shouting as he ran, "Withdraw!" After his order, the bandits who originally surrounded the envoy party gathered together, resisting the guards' attacks while slowly withdrawing from the battlefield. Fui saw this and shouted loudly, "Pursue!" But before they took 2 steps, the sound of arrows piercing through the air came again, causing a change in the expressions of Reed and others. There were still many of the black-clothed man's subordinates in the battlefield, but he heartlessly ordered the archers to fire. Reed and the others had no choice but to find cover on the spot, watching helplessly as the enemies retreated. The rain of arrows showed no sign of stopping and instead targeted their own people. Reed's expression changed. Fuiz, Zane, capture some alive. In an instant, Reed understood the enemy's intention. They must be afraid of being exposed and thus decided to silence witnesses before leaving. Indeed ruthless. Hearing Reed shout, Fuiz and Zane also realized the enemy's plan. However, the overwhelming rain of arrows pinned them down. After several rounds of arrow attacks, Reed's expression turned extremely grim. Everywhere his eyes could see, the bandits dressed in black, whether alive or dead, were pierced with countless arrows. After a while, when the bandits completely withdrew and the rain of arrows ceased, Reed slammed a fist against a big tree as he watched the escaping enemies. Damn! Despite considering himself highly intelligent, he never expected to encounter such a sudden ambush in donghua territory. Even more unexpectedly, the enemy was so ruthless that, seeing they wouldn't succeed, they ordered their archers to kill even their own men. Hurry up, treat the wounded, and check if any of the enemies are still alive. Regardless of other matters, at this moment, they had suffered significant casualties. He still hoped that some of the enemies would survive so that he could find out who they were. Horace and others emerged from their hiding places upon realizing the danger had passed, helping to tend to the injuries of the guards. Unknowing how much time had passed, Fuiz walked to Reed with a solemn face. "Sir, 420 brothers have fallen, 60 seriously wounded. Almost everyone is injured." Crack? Reed clenched his fists tightly. "Treat the injured where they are. Do everything possible to keep our brothers alive." Fuiz shook his head silently. "It's manageable for the lightly wounded, but the severely injured." He sighed silently. These people followed him to raid Bailey's supply camp, originally expecting to return to the capital for rewards, but they encountered a siege of thousands on their own turf. As for the enemy, are there any survivors? Reed asked quietly. Fuiz sighed. "There are, but they're heavily wounded by arrows. Our prepared medicines aren't even enough for our own men, let alone prioritize our men," Reed decisively ordered. Although he wanted to interrogate them, his comrades in arms' lives came first. They fought alongside him through life and death. He couldn't demoralize the troops. As for the bandits, those capable of mobilizing so many people, in donghua, there were only so many people who could leave traces. It could be investigated later. Hearing Reed's words, warmth surged in Fuiz's heart. Reed chose to prioritize the lives of his men under his command. Others might consider capturing one or two for information first. Let's go. We'll visit our brothers. Reed sheathed his long sword and walked toward the envoy party. Fuiz followed behind, shouting, Sir, your injuries. They're all minor wounds. They can be bandaged up later. At the temporary settlement for the envoy party, dozens of injured were gathered in one place, moans of pain filling the air. The medics from the escorting troops were busy attending to everyone, but there were simply too many injured for them to handle. Some of these injuries were sustained during the battle, but most were inflicted by the enemy's rain of arrows. Sir, we need to send someone to buy some medicine from the nearby town as soon as possible. The bleeding won't stop at all. One medic pressed on a soldier's wound while shouting. Reed glanced at the soldier, then turned to look at Fuiz. Do we have any strong liquor in the army? This. Fuiz, though puzzled, still shook his head. What about needles and thread? Fuiz was somewhat bewildered. We have those? Quickly, gather all the needles and thread. Reed noticed a kettle still boiling over a fire and immediately went over, continuously adding more firewood. Sir, what are you doing? Don't ask. Do as I say. Collect all the needles and thread and boil them in the kettle. Fortunately, he had always insisted that the troops drink boiled water when outside. During the rest period earlier, some soldiers were responsible for boiling water. Now, this kettle hadn't been overturned yet, perfect for disinfecting. Although boiling water wasn't as effective as strong liquor for disinfection, it would have to do under the current circumstances. Soon, after the collected needles and thread were thoroughly boiled, Reed gently bent a needle into a curve, threaded it, and approached the wounded soldier from before. Sir, the soldier weakly called out. Reed said calmly, it might hurt a lot, just bear with it. Everyone was unsure what Reed was planning to do and stared at him. What are you waiting for? Help me hold him down. Ah. The soldiers quickly held down the wounded man's limbs. Fuiz asked, Sir, what are you doing? I'm going to stitch up his wounds first. This will help stop the bleeding. Come, find a stick for him to bite on. Without looking up, Reed cleaned the wound with water, instructing others while assisting in suturing the injury. Ouch! The wounded soldier cried out in pain as Reed began stitching up his abdomen like mending clothes. Fuiz and the others felt their scalps tingle. Chapter 115 Interrogation. The murderer is about to be revealed. What are you all standing around for? If you've learned how to do it, go help treat the wounded. Reed glanced at the others. Handle these knife wounds like this first. As for arrow injuries, leave them to the army doctors. Fuiz and others froze for a moment before each grabbed a needle and thread and began treating the wounded. To be honest, suturing definitely works, but under such primitive conditions, Reed was unsure how many people could be saved. After all, wound infections in this era could be fatal. But stopping the bleeding gave some hope. It would be better if they had strong alcohol. Fuiz led some people to help treat the wounds, while the soldiers hit by arrows had to wait for the military doctors. After much effort, the wounds of these injured soldiers were finally treated, and Reed looked around. Fuiz, lead a team to make some stretchers so that the lightly wounded can carry their comrades to the town ahead to treat their wounds further. Yes, sir. With Reed's suturing technique, the severely wounded soldiers' injuries were relieved, which slightly eased Fuiz's mind. Seeing everyone busy, an army doctor came running over. Sir, everyone else's injuries have been taken care of. Shall we attend to your injuries? He pointed to Reed. Only then did Reed feel a burning pain on his body. After taking off his clothes, the doctor saw that his wounds had stopped bleeding and immediately said, Sir, you only have superficial wounds. You'll be fine after applying medicine. Thank you, doctor. Reed said mildly. Although he couldn't fend off multiple attackers, his martial skills and the divine weapon Daxia Dragon Sparrow ensured his injuries weren't severe. Sir, that suturing technique you used was truly remarkable. I wonder. The doctor asked after bandaging Reed up. Reed smiled gently. Once this matter is resolved, I will document it, and it will be promoted throughout the empire of Daxia. Hearing this, the doctor rejoiced. Your kindness, sir. We soldiers thank you for your benevolence. No need. Medicine is meant to benefit the people. No need to be polite. Putting on his clothes, Reed walked toward the prisoner's cart. Since Rick fell into his hands, he hadn't spoken with the rebel general from Yun country. He didn't expect someone would try to kill him. It seems he does possess some valuable information. Otherwise, a prisoner wouldn't warrant such efforts. Most critically, those who wanted to kill him were people from Daxia. Reed couldn't understand why, even Bryson Spurch or the former Yun generals who surrendered to Daxia, even if they hated Rick, they wouldn't attack the envoy. There must be some unspeakable secret. Sitting in the prisoner's cart, Rick looked increasingly despondent. His gray hair was messy. Seeing Reed approaching, he lifted his head slightly. Can't hold back anymore? Rick's dry lips parted slightly, saying something puzzling. Reed narrowed his eyes. You know who's trying to kill you. Rick's gaze sharpened, looking at Reed seriously before mocking. Reed, the eldest son of the Gu family. With the truth staring you in the face, are you still going to— It looks like you don't know. Stopping halfway through, Rick seemed to realize something. Reed narrowed his eyes coldly. I indeed didn't know until now, but you just told me. Originally, he just wanted to interrogate Rick, but Rick's first sentence made it seem like he thought Reed was here to execute him. So the answer was simple. Rick thought Reed was part of the group that attacked the envoy earlier. His next statement confirmed Reed's suspicions. Thinking for a moment, Reed said, I'm curious why Johnny is so obsessed with killing you that he dared to commit the grave crime of attacking the envoy. Rick mocked. Why pretend? Johnny has done things like this more than once. Did he not tell you anything when he ordered you to do this? It really is him. A chill ran down Reed's spine. Although the black-clad attacker spoke few words, Reed felt there was something familiar about the voice. However, he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Now confirmed by Rick, he suddenly remembered. This voice was never heard in this era, but in his previous life. Porter, the second son of the Gu family. No, he should now say. He himself was the eldest son of the Gu family and the older brother of Johnny and Carrie. Recalling that Porter served on the border, it seemed this incident was likely related to Johnny. Reed looked at Rick quietly and said, "Rest assured, I did not come to kill you." "Not?" Rick looked at him curiously, then laughed suddenly. "If not to kill me, what for? Aren't you afraid that I might talk nonsense? Moreover, if I know correctly, it was you who ordered to escort me back to Daxia. Did you not plan to take me out of Bailey first before attacking on the way?" Chuckles. "Looks like you indeed have some secrets." Reed gave a slight smile, but inwardly he was shocked. He never expected that Johnny would be so cunning as to prepare an ambush on the road to assassinate Rick, even daring to attack the envoy. Presumably, getting rid of Reed in passing might also be part of the plan. It seemed Johnny's plan was significant. But what kind of matter could make Johnny, an ennobled founding hero, take such risks, even daring to attack the envoy? It seemed the answer lay with Rick. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It's true that the idea of escorting you back to Daxia for trial is mine, but this has nothing to do with Johnny." "Heh." Rick scoffed softly. "Now you start distancing Johnny from this matter?" Reed raised his eyebrows. "My surname is indeed Gu, but this Gu is the Gu of Dawson, not the Gu of Johnny." "Dawson?" Rick looked up and carefully scrutinized Reed as if trying to detect something. Reed simply shook his head. "You're wasting your time. Whether you believe it or not is your business. The reason I tell you this is that I don't want to involve Johnny's schemes." "Humph, should I believe just because you say so? Whether you believe or not doesn't matter. Either way, you are going to die. Whether by Johnny's ambush on the way or by beheading when you return to Daxia. It makes no difference to me. What matters is that you must die, isn't that right? Since I am going to die anyway, why should I tell you what you want to know?" "Oh." Reed smiled. "Do you really feel content? Johnny dared to commit the grave crime of attacking the envoy just to eliminate you. Presumably there is some unspeakable secret between you. You worry about keeping secrets until death, yet they want to exterminate your entire family." He cast a meaningful glance at the other prisoner carts and said, "Your youngest grandson should be less than 4 years old, right?" Rick's face changed upon hearing this. Chapter 116 Johnny's Dirty Deeds. "What do you want to do?" Rick barked. He thought Reed intended to use his youngest grandson as a bargaining chip. However, Reed shook his head. "Although I have a feud with you, I do not have the habit of harming family members, especially such a young child." Upon hearing this, Rick was slightly calmed. But Reed wouldn't bring up his youngest grandson without reason. He asked, "What do you really want to do?" "Haha." Reed smiled without answering and instead waved the Daxia Longke in front of him. "Do you recognize this sword? This is Daxia Longke?" Rick looked at Reed with astonishment. Adolf would actually entrust this divine weapon to you? Just temporarily borrowing it. Reed shook his head and then said softly, "But even so, it sufficiently shows that my status in the Daxia court is exceptional, right?" Hearing this, Rick fell silent. Reed continued, "I can openly tell you, you won't survive this trip, and your family will likely be implicated as well. After all, killing royal family members is a grave offense for which the court must give an account to the people." Rick heard this, glanced at the other prisoners in the carriages, and his lips parted slightly. "Sparing your life is naturally impossible, but if you are willing to cooperate, I might be able to save your youngest grandson. Given his age and my involvement, this shouldn't be too difficult." Rick said quietly, "Can you guarantee it?" "Whether I can guarantee it or not isn't important. After all, it seems you have no choice. Johnny has already made his move. Trying to use your dealings with him to threaten him into sparing your family is the most foolish choice." "How do you know?" Shock was evident in Rick's eyes, and although Reed's face remained calm, he was inwardly surprised. It seemed Rick not only had secret dealings with Johnny but also held evidence that terrified Johnny, explaining why Johnny wanted him dead so desperately. Ridge had been patiently plotting for over a decade to bring down Johnny, yet it seemed that just this one Rick held evidence capable of forcing Johnny to eliminate him. But this also proved that his return to the capital would be increasingly dangerous. Seeing Reed's thoughtful expression, Rick realized he had once again been coaxed into speaking. He muttered, "Sir, it seems you are deliberately trying to pry information from me." He couldn't be sure if Reed was telling the truth, but clearly, there was motive to elicit information. If he was indeed Dawson's goo, he must have sensed something. If he was Johnny's goo, at least he could help confirm whether Rick possessed something fatal to Johnny. Looking at Rick's expression, Reed understood what he was thinking and said, "The reason I am determined to escort you back to Daxia is merely to seek revenge for the entire Goo family." Reed said this calmly. Initially, his intention wasn't entirely about revenge. He simply wanted to gain benefits from this matter. Retrieving lost territories for Daxia would benefit the state and greatly improve his prospects. Forcing Bailey to hand over Rick would add another accomplishment to his record. Of course, this would also establish a new belief. Anyone who offends Daxia will be punished, no matter how far they are. This phrase would surely go down in history. However, before Rick, this reason seemed more convincing. Johnny can find my mother and me in his residence to get the support of the Goo family army. You, as a former general of Yun, should be more familiar with the loyalty of the Goo family army, right? Rick opened his mouth to speak. The Goo family army became the top army in Yun because of Balthazar Connor and their unwavering loyalty. That's why, before defecting to Bailey, he had to deceive Connor and others back to the capital and kill them. But now, he still didn't have absolute confidence to trust Reed. He said, "If everything you say is true, I can tell you everything I know when we arrive in the Daxia capital." "Too late," Reed said calmly. "You see, my guard is now only 1,000 men, all wounded, while you and your family are very conspicuous. The future is uncertain." Upon hearing this, Rick anxiously glanced at his family. Seeing his dilemma, Reed immediately added, "As a general of Daxia, supported by Chancellor Ferdy, do you think Emperor would trust someone like Johnny with Daxia Longke?" This statement indeed caused Rick to ponder. Johnny, being a founding aristocrat of Daxia and backed by Chancellor Ferdy, raised suspicion. If Reed is truly from the Goo family, Adolf would be no different from aiding the Goo and Hicks families in consolidating power. Is this possible? As long as one isn't a fool, they would know that this is impossible. Moreover, Johnny suffered a major defeat in the north early on, resulting in over 10,000 casualties for Daxia, nearly compromising the northern defense line. How could Adolf entrust the Daxia Longke, which symbolizes imperial authority, to the Gu family? Rick sighed slightly, as if he had accepted his fate, and said, I can tell you what I know, but you have to guarantee that you will leave my Zhao family a bloodline. Agreed. Reed glanced at the child in the other prisoner's carriage and said, Daxia won't be so heartless as to not accommodate a child under 4 years old. Phew. Rick exhaled slightly and said, then ask your questions. Reed immediately asked, why does Johnny want you dead so badly? As you said, Johnny indeed has something incriminating in my hands. I have corresponded with him twice in my life, each time through letters. Letters? Reed felt a surge of joy and asked, have they been preserved well? Rick nodded silently. I originally planned to use these letters to negotiate with Johnny once we arrived in Daxia, to ensure the safety of my family as much as possible. Little did you think that compared to negotiation, Johnny feels that dead men keep better secrets? Reed just smiled. Watching the increasingly silent Rick, he felt more convinced that Rick had lived a life in vain. Only dead men can keep secrets, a simple truth even children understand. Along this journey, they traversed through mountains and wildernesses. With his military power and 20 years as a general in Daxia, it would be incredibly difficult for Johnny to fail in killing a prisoner en route. Rick was indeed somewhat delusional. Reed said, then tell me, what were the contents of your 2 collaborations? Chapter 117 finally got Johnny's weakness. The first time was 20 years ago. 20 years ago? Reed was taken aback. When Yun Kingdom was destroyed? Exactly. Rick reminisced. Back when the Great Lucas dynasty was newly established, Yun Kingdom was caught between Great Lucas and Bailey in constant fear. Despite having Balthazar Connor, who was known as a world-renowned military commander, Yun Kingdom remained a small country. Before the tides of history, it wasn't something a single renowned general could change. Reed nodded slightly and said, so Yun Kingdom decided to ally with Great Lucas? Yes. Rick smiled. Though the Great Lucas was newly established and its military power was at its peak, everything was still in disarray. Bailey was then the most powerful country. If Yun Kingdom had allied with them, it would have lived in constant fear. Both sides needed to be on guard. Moreover, Yun Kingdom and Bailey just ended a prolonged war. Many soldiers died on both sides. If Yun Kingdom allied with Bailey, its own troops might rebel. Why not choose the former then? Reed asked in return, why did you lead people to surrender to Bailey and massacre the royal family? Hehe. Bailey might not tolerate a king of Yun, but they can accommodate a great general. Rick mused. Bailey found out about Yun Kingdom's decision and contacted me, offering me a marquee title and guaranteeing my command wouldn't be interfered with. Reed sighed deeply. As a modern man, he also believed in if one does not work for oneself, one will be punished by heaven. He understood Rick's choice. Though Rick couldn't remain loyal to his family and name, he shouldn't betray his country. Even if Rick declared rebellion and claimed kingship himself, Reed might respect him more. Since you've already made your choice, why did you harm the royal family and annihilate the entire Gu clan? No way. The credit for merely allying was too insignificant. Rick laughed. Being a commanding general, without presenting an adequate tribute upon defection, how could I establish myself in Bailey? Harming the royal family, plotting against Connor and other ministers of Yun Kingdom. On some level, I sealed my fate with the rest of the world. Except for Bailey, I had no other options. Upon hearing this, Reed silently nodded. Although Rick's character was questioned, such people were easy for emperors to control, especially if capable, thus being even more useful. But, he said, yet you're still abandoned by Bailey now. Yes, that's why I say individuals are truly insignificant before the tides of history. Rick glanced at Reed and said indifferently. Reed murmured, let's talk about your deal with Johnny. Johnny, just an ungrateful dog. Rick sneered. The Gu family was filled with loyal members. Even their subordinates remained steadfast, except for Johnny. Back then, I plotted to recall Connor and his 2 sons back to the capital, leaving only his 3rd son, that is, Dawson. Rick looked at Reed and continued, I didn't recall all of them to avoid alerting Connor. I guess you must have planned how to deal with Dawson long ago, right? Reed recalled Ridge mentioning that Dawson did lead people to rescue Connor and his 2 brothers, but never returned. Rick laughed. Yes, I intended to lure Dawson using the lives of Connor and his 2 sons, hoping to destroy the entire Gu family. But what happened next surprised me. As Dawson's vanguard general, Johnny actually sought me out, willing to help me guide Dawson into my ambush. You really believed him? Reed was skeptical. Rick scoffed. Of course not. I never thought Johnny was so ruthless. He directly killed Connor's eldest grandson to gain my trust. Reed asked curiously, you went outside the city to ambush Dawson with a child? Indeed, to threaten Dawson. Rick explained. Despite being only 13, Ashton, the eldest grandson of Connor, was an exceptional prodigy, outstanding in military strategy. Heaven seemed to love the Gu family so much. Besides Connor, all 3 of his sons were remarkable. Then came the prodigy Ashton, born into the Gu family. If he hadn't died young, his achievements today might surpass Unkit. Reed raised his eyebrows, getting off topic. Let's get back to the main issue. Hehe. Rick smiled at Reed, then continued, being a contemporary of the Gu family was an unfortunate thing for generals across the land, including me and Johnny. If the Gu family hadn't fallen, even if I joined Great Lucas, I wouldn't achieve marquee rank throughout my life. Johnny would have remained a household general despite being treated like a brother by Dawson. So you secretly conspired? Correct. Rick calmly said, Connor was too formidable. I didn't dare to bring too many people, fearing that it would alert him. Even though I prepared an ambush for Dawson's reinforcements, I still lacked confidence. Having Johnny as an inside accomplice, I finally had the confidence to trap Dawson. In fact, at first, I couldn't understand why Johnny wanted to kill Dawson. But after learning that Johnny smoothly took over the Gu family army, I understood. He had always been eyeing the position of commander-in-chief of the Gu family army. Rick's tone was filled with disdain as he said, though I, Rick, also acted for my own benefit, I have never harmed anyone who was kind to me. Is that so? What about the royal family of Yun Kingdom? Reed despised him and asked, wasn't the Yun King beneficial to you? That was earned by my sword and my life on the battlefield. Rick replied contemptuously. Although Reed still looked down on him in his heart, he didn't get hung up on this point. Rick looked at him and said, if everything you say is true, Johnny could smoothly take command of the Gu family army only because of you, right? Reed didn't hide it and nodded directly. Huh. Rick sneered, otherwise, it would be hard for the Gu family army to obey Johnny's orders. Unfortunately, the men trained by Connor were all sent to their deaths by Johnny. Reed trembled and asked, you know about this? How could I not know? Rick said disdainfully, even though he used you to threaten the old generals of the Gu family army, how could those generals willingly follow his commands? Since he had already obtained what he wanted, the best thing for those who wouldn't obey and knew his secrets was death. If there weren't still a few useful old generals in the Gu family army, you probably wouldn't have lived until today. He glanced at Reed. Reed remained silent, lost in thought. Rick wasn't wrong. Johnny hadn't moved against Reed likely because the old generals still commanded troops at the border. But, Rick knowing so much about Johnny's affairs, did he participate in this? Chapter 118. How can this sin be atoned for without exiling the family and eradicating the clan? Rick smiled. Are you curious why I know all this? Perhaps you were involved in it as well? Reed voiced his thoughts directly. Rick nodded with a smile. This was my second collaboration with Johnny. Back then, both of us brought our people and territories to serve different lords. Do you know why I killed Darien and wiped out the Gu family, yet only received the title of Marquis, while Johnny, who merely offered 4 prefectures, was also bestowed the same title? Curiosity filled Reed's heart. He really didn't know. If compared, Rick's contributions should have been far greater than Johnny's. Rick explained, it's just like Adolf buying bones of dead horses at a premium price. After the Gu family was destroyed, ostensibly the entire Yun state fell under my control, but Johnny unexpectedly took command of the Gu family army, thus securing those 4 prefectures. In a sense, he indeed turned the tide. If not for those 4 prefectures, the great Lucas might have had to purchase every warhorse at a high price. Fine. With this explanation, it made perfect sense. Without those 4 prefectures, the current situation of the great Lucas would likely be no different from that of the Northern Hicks dynasty in history. After we each joined Bailey and the great Lucas respectively, I thought we'd never cross paths again. Who would have thought? Rick continued. To show their grace, neither emperor reassigned us. Knowing there could still be opportunities for cooperation, I kept the letters from those days. Reed narrowed his eyes and said, so, the battle between the great Lucas and Bailey in the 4th year of Jinwu was actually your 2-person act? Exactly. Otherwise, why do you think Bailey bestowed me the title of County Duke? Rick sneered. After all, Johnny is nothing more than a brute, incapable of achieving anything significant. The reason he secured the role of chief commander was solely due to the prestige of the Gu family army and his familiarity with the local terrain. But after taking the position, his first move wasn't to strategize, but to contact me. What? Reed was astonished. Wasn't he afraid of bearing the blame for defeat? Why should he fear? Rick laughed coldly. He has the support of powerful families like the Hicks family and the Great Lucas and the credit of offering land. The Great Lucas established its rule for just 4 years. Punishing someone with such merit might cause unrest. Besides, having reached out to me, he must have already had plans in place. And after all, only the old members of the Gu family army died. Reed drew a sharp breath. Rick was right. Apart from setting up this trap, the real reason Johnny avoided punishment was that even Adolf harbored suspicions about the power of the Gu family army. By leading the army to its doom, Johnny removed those who wouldn't follow him and silenced potential informants. At the same time, as Rick suggested, he eliminated Reed, who wasn't his biological son. Moreover, this was perhaps what Adolf wanted too. Johnny hit the nail on the head regarding Adolf's concerns, which allowed him to escape unscathed and retain his title. Or, Colleen may have also seen through everything, hence. Otherwise, why would a girl from a fallen kingdom create so much turmoil behind the scenes? Reed shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts, then asked, so, you arranged it, leading to the annihilation of most of the Gu family army? Was this all a stage drama? Yes. Rick replied, my status in Bailey was awkward, so when a chance for a grand victory appeared, how could I refuse? Reed sighed inwardly. Though he suspected Johnny's intentions and vaguely believed Adolf was also involved, he hadn't expected Adolf to be so ruthless. Nor did he expect Rick's participation. The victims were the once dominant Gu family army from 20 years ago, a renowned military household and a formidable army, first brought down by political struggles and later used as a stepping stone, leaving only desolate white bones scattered across the land. Do you still have the letters exchanged with Johnny? Rick hesitated. Are you sure you can protect my grandson? I'll keep my promise. Reed calmly replied, of course, you can choose not to believe me, but your expression tells me you've already brought the documents. It's still some distance from here to the capital, and I have plenty of ways to find them, don't I? Rick smiled bitterly. Not one of you Gu family members is easy to deal with. Reed nodded. When we reach the next town, write down everything about your collusion with Johnny. Additionally, once we arrive in the capital, you need not say anything to anyone. I will ensure the Zhao family's bloodline is preserved. Rick looked at Reed with confusion. Reed rolled his eyes. If you safely reach the capital, do you think your grandson would still be alive if you revealed these past events? Even if Rick followed Reed's instructions, Johnny might not spare him. However, this could at least ensure no other unexpected incidents occurred. Johnny had once betrayed his own brother Dawson for power, and later colluded with the enemy, sending over 10,000 people to their deaths. What else was he incapable of? If it weren't for Ridge's capabilities, the Gu family army might have been utterly annihilated back then. As for another reason why Rick shouldn't speak out, it primarily concerned Reed himself. The schemes orchestrated by Johnny and Rick were all grave crimes punishable by exile or extermination of the clan. Regardless of whether Adolf condoned them, publicly not punishing these actions would certainly dishearten the military. No one could prove Reed's background, and mishandling it might implicate him as well. Moreover, Adolf first sent a maid, then dispatched Ridge, all aimed at addressing the issue of land occupation by powerful families. Clearly, the Gu family was now the breakthrough point. If Reed recklessly exposed this case, it would draw all attention away from the land issues. This wasn't what Adolf wanted, nor what Reed desired. Revenge against the Ningzhou Gu family and the death of Johnny's family must be based on two premises. First, he himself would not be implicated. Second, Adolf's objectives must not be disrupted. Using the Gu family to expose the Hicks family and even the entire aristocratic group led by Ferdy was Adolf's true goal. If he exposed the case now, Adolf might take the opportunity to eliminate him as well. Considering the upcoming challenges, Rick sighed deeply and could only nod helplessly. Chapter 119. Thoroughly investigating the frontier army? After treating all the wounded in the guard unit and burning the bodies of both the enemy soldiers and their comrades, Reed handed a letter to Zane. The frontier army is being redeployed now. Currently, the person stationed in Beichuan Prefecture is Unkit's deputy, Reed. He was present when I discussed matters concerning the prefecture with Balthazar Unkit at the general's residence. Deliver this letter to him, and he will know what to do. Zane took the letter, looking puzzled. Cousin, you want to dispatch men from the frontier army as escorts? Otherwise, we might face various interceptions along the way. Reed said gravely, take 2 fast horses and head there. I will stay in the next town for 3 days. You must arrive within these 3 days, or unexpected things may happen. 3 days. Zane frowned. Cousin, isn't that too long? Otherwise, we return to Beichuan Prefecture and wait for the troops, then proceed south. Not possible. Reed shook his head. The next town isn't far from here. Even if the enemy redeployed again, it would take them some time. But if our large force heads north, the enemy will certainly become alert. By then, if they send more people, we'll be in danger. All right, I'll ride swiftly to Beichuan Prefecture to bring reinforcements. Zane nodded. Reed patted him on the shoulder, saying, be careful with your injuries. Carry plenty of water and medicine on the journey. Never be careless. These are just minor wounds. Cousin, don't worry, I will be careful. Good. Go ahead. Reed silently nodded. Zane didn't waste any words, but only nodded at Reed before quickly riding north. Only after Zane had completely disappeared from Reed's sight did he turn to Fuiz and say, let's go. Have the brothers endure for a while longer. We'll rest properly once we reach the next town. Fuiz nodded quietly and led over a warhorse. My lord, the carriage has been given to those severely injured. You should ride a horse. Give it to the injured. Walking is no problem for me. Reed shook his head, not because he was fussy, but because there were many injured soldiers, and the guard unit couldn't move fast. Riding a horse wouldn't save much energy for him. Better to make the wounded more comfortable. Fuiz sighed inwardly as he saw Reed walking with the other members of the envoy, without insisting on mounting a horse. After the guard unit marched out and spent some time reaching a town, they finally settled all the soldiers with considerable effort, allowing Reed to breathe a sigh of relief. Fuiz, pass down the orders. All members of the envoy who can still fight will take turns guarding at night. Apart from alerts, there shall be no loud noises. Additionally, food purchases must be carefully selected. No one is allowed to enter or exit without orders from the envoy. Reed rapidly instructed, and Fuiz nodded seriously after each command. Once Reed finished giving instructions, Fuiz immediately went to arrange everything. After briefing the envoy, Reed hurried to where Rick and others were detained. Seeing Reed come, Rick didn't waste time and directly handed over several letters to him. Reed opened them and checked, finding no discrepancies from what Rick mentioned, then said, when writing your confession later, add a few sentences as I ask. Rick was taken aback and looked suspiciously at Reed. You have other motives? Reed raised an eyebrow. In my current position, I am still publicly known as the eldest son of Johnny. Do you think submitting this confession and evidence won't cause problems? He nearly forgot about that aspect. Rick smiled bitterly. Though today's situation was entirely due to Reed, besides cooperating, it seemed he had no other choice. Dragging Reed down with him? That was clearly impossible. Even if he had such thoughts, his entire family likely wouldn't survive, since his life was still in Reed's hands. If anything happened to him, saying he was killed in an ambush would suffice, and no one could challenge Reed on that. After all, the ambush was real, and the envoy's guard unit had already lost many lives. Without Rick, the entire envoy might even be safer. Silently detailing every word of how he conspired with Johnny, adding some content Reed wanted, it took about half an hour to finish the confession. After biting his finger to put his fingerprint on the confession, Reed put away the confession and letters together. Rest assured, I will ensure a path for your grandson. On this journey south, though we don't know what will happen, I will do my best to ensure your safety. After speaking, he turned around. Rick watched Reed's back, feeling somewhat complicated. Wait. Just as Reed was about to step over the threshold, Rick instinctively called out. Reed turned his head, looking at him in confusion and asked, is there something not written clearly? It's not that. Rick opened his mouth and finally sighed. Apart from you, there should be 2 more people of your family alive in the world. Reed was somewhat dazed. The Gu family? Rick said softly. Back then, 2 children of the Gu family managed to escape, and my subordinates did not take their lives. Where are they? Reed couldn't say whether he felt good or bad, but since there were still survivors of the Gu family in the world, it was necessary to look for them at least. Unexpectedly, Rick shook his head and said, they probably went to Ningzhou. After all, that is where the roots of the Gu family lie. Back then, they were only 6 or 7 years old. If nothing unexpected happened, they should still be alive in this world. Ningzhou, again Ningzhou, they were only 6 or 7 years old back then. Escaping from a place in turmoil, the probability of survival, it really wasn't clear. However, he still nodded and expressed gratitude. Although the hope was very slim, perhaps he would never meet them in this life, Rick indeed had some bottom line compared to Johnny, although not much. The reason he thanked Rick was not because of anything else. He didn't leak this news to Johnny, at least ensuring his survival. Otherwise, if Johnny knew, he wouldn't have been valuable at that time. With Johnny's character, he might not have had the chance to be here now. Just as Reed stepped out of the door, he met Fuiz rushing towards him. Seeing his anxious expression, Reed was taken aback. Is there something major happening? Sir, you are injured. The army doctor is looking for you everywhere. You can't be careless. Fuiz felt helpless. If anything happened to Reed, the leader of the envoy, their guard unit would suffer as well. Reed. It's just a few superficial injuries. Is it worth being so nervous? Being pulled by Fuiz to change his medicine. Seeing that Fuiz hadn't left, he couldn't help but ask, anything else? Fuiz hesitated for a moment and asked, Sir, the attack on us this afternoon might have been from the border army. With the Emperor's decree in hand, you could issue an order to thoroughly investigate. Why didn't you? Why let it go unheeded, right? Fuiz nodded. Reed sighed. Chapter 120, Private Army. Another sudden change. Fuiz. Reed was quite helpless. Those people who attacked us this afternoon, although they all came from the army, do you think they could mobilize so many people without leaving any trace? Yes, Your Excellency. Precisely because traces cannot be hidden, it is easier to find out who did it the sooner we investigate. Reed rolled his eyes and said somewhat disappointedly, what I mean is, since the enemy knows this too, would they dare to mobilize border troops? But these people, I can assert with one glance that they are definitely from the border army. Fuiz was a bit puzzled. The weapons might indeed come from the border army, but the people may not necessarily be. With such a large number of people moving, any cursory investigation will surely yield results. Whoever has such power shouldn't act so recklessly. Fuiz was somewhat dazed. Then where did these people come from? Private army. Reed spat out two words coldly. Upon hearing this, Fuiz's eyes widened. Private army? Lower your voice. Reed glared at him. Fuiz immediately lowered his voice, leaning closer to Reed and said, But, Your Excellency, is there still anyone daring enough to keep a private army of 3,000 men within our great Lucas borders? It's not impossible. Reed muttered. They say the Emperor is far away when the sky is high. If someone were to keep a private army, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Although the Imperial Guards Department is powerful, it doesn't mean they know everything. If Johnny wanted to raise a private army, it might look hard now, but what if this private army already existed 20 years ago? He suddenly thought about the scene of Fuiz and others burning the bodies, and he asked suddenly, Do you remember those bandits' bodies? Bodies? What's the secret in them? Not really a secret, I'm talking about their faces. Remember? Fuiz scratched his head. Your Excellency, none of those people were recognizable. Nonsense, if you recognized them, wouldn't we already know who they were? I meant their physical characteristics, didn't you notice? These people don't look young, do they? Fuiz's eyes widened. Your Excellency, you mean these people are retired and Rolandly, then privately kept by someone? Reed suddenly felt that the simple-mindedness of military officers was indeed a tradition. He said angrily, only possibility. He naturally wouldn't tell Fuiz his suspicions. With Rick's identification and that voice very much like Porter, he was almost certain it was the Gu family behind this. But where these soldiers came from had been troubling Reed. While Johnny wasn't overly devious, he wasn't stupid either, and wouldn't let his son lead border troops to attack the embassy. The only answer could be private soldiers. And where did these private soldiers come from? He didn't believe Johnny had the ability to turn Great Lucas's border army into his personal force. Given the appearance of those corpses, there could only be one answer. These people were likely hidden by Johnny as private soldiers more than 20 years ago. It seemed this was the only explanation. The embassy stayed in the small town for 3 days. During these days, Reed had some strong alcohol brought to clean the wounds of the injured soldiers again. However, due to the backward era, 2 more couldn't be saved despite efforts. Still, the death rate was lower than before. Of course, during these 3 days, he didn't just stay idle in the town. Apart from routine affairs of the embassy, he also wrote a report to the capital. He described the attack on the embassy and mentioned the possibility of influential people in Great Lucas secretly keeping private armies. He also reported his preemptive action, using the Imperial Dragon token to call border troops to escort them back to the capital. Regardless of Adolf's opinion, Zane's reinforcements arrived at the town as scheduled after 3 days. After the border troops arrived, Reed wasted no time and immediately had Fuiz and others gather the injured brothers to join the border troops, forming a 4,000-strong unit heading towards the capital. With border troops guarding them, the embassy indeed experienced no further attacks. Moving slowly for about 20 days, as they approached the capital, Reed and his group began to feel relieved, and Fuiz and his men wore broader smiles on their faces. Balthazar Nya, thank you and your soldiers for escorting us all the way. Please convey my thanks to Balthazar Li and Balthazar Gonmao. Next time we meet, I'll host a feast with all the generals. Just a few miles away from the capital, according to custom, border troops were not allowed to enter the city without an imperial decree. However, the Ministry of War had already sent documents, allowing Honest and others to rest in the suburban camp. After preparing the necessary provisions, they could once again march north. Honest just smiled and said, Fred Gu has removed a border threat for our great Lucas. This is a great deed not only to our country, but also to us on the frontier. It's an honor to escort such a hero. There's no need for thanks. But it's only right to thank the brothers who made this trip for me. Honest laughed heartily and said, Haha, the general once said that Fred Gu has the valor, strength, and spirit of a true warrior in our army. If you can regard Honest as a friend, it would be my utmost fortune. Haha, to have Balthazar Nya as a friend is also an honor for this Gu. Then let's skip the formalities. I need to lead my troops back to the capital and report to the Ministry of War. Let's part ways today, and we'll drink together again another day. Agreed. Balthazar Nya, please go ahead. Reed gave a salute, and Honest returned it with a smile before hurriedly leading his men away to the garrison outside the capital. Seeing Honest leave with his men, Reed turned to look at Zane and the others, saying, Let's go. We should head back. He had only spoken half of his sentence when he noticed more than 10 riders suddenly appearing up ahead. The leader wore a long red robe, followed by over 10 sturdy riders, all of whom seemed quite capable. Reed squinted. Why did she come here? He slightly turned his head and glanced at the prison cart within the embassy. Fred, those dozen or so people seem to be coming for us. Fouise looked at the group approaching and frowned lightly. They were practically home. Surely nothing else could go wrong? He set out with 2,000 brothers, but only brought half back. Burning the supplies of Bailey. The loss of soldiers was understandable since it was a feat for the country, and the fallen brothers would be honored. But to lose hundreds more in a surprise attack on their own territory was infuriating. Seeing someone approaching again, Fouise instinctively tightened his spear, suspecting it might be some noble causing trouble from the capital. Reed patted him on the shoulder. Relax, we're already within the capital's jurisdiction. No one will dare act rashly here. Fouise relaxed slightly, but still kept his eyes on the incoming group. Reed lifted his gaze to the 10 riders and asked, May I ask, why did the Brysons come? Chapter 121. So what if it's the Dag's token? It's still useless. The one who came was none other than Bryson Huang, whom Reed had met previously at the Dag's mansion. Tristan. When Fouise and Zane heard this, they were actually facing a princess. Both of them stared blankly at Tristan, who rode towards them on horseback. Tristan stopped her entourage a few steps away from Reed. She looked at Reed, suddenly drawing her long sword from the saddle. On guard. Fouise shouted loudly. He didn't care whether she was a princess or not at this moment. Throughout this journey, he and Reed had already formed a deep friendship. Moreover, Reed had personally wielded his sword for the sake of his brothers in arms and saved so many of their lives. Brotherhood among soldiers weighed heavily on loyalty. Although his rank was lower than Reed's, in his heart, Reed was a comrade and brother. Reed pressed down Fouise's spear with one hand and turned to look at Tristan. What does the princess intend to do? Mr. Gu, for the sake of my Roland brother, the Dag, please make it easy for me. At this moment, Tristan showed no trace of gentleness seen during their first meeting. Instead, she resembled more of the cold and regal woman she was when speaking to Christine. Reed raised an eyebrow. Does the princess wish to kill Rick? I must kill him to avenge my whole family, those soldiers who died unjustly, and the old officials of our royal residence. Her eyes blazed with rage and killing intent. There was no concealment in her words about her determination to kill Rick. Fear that it won't be possible. Reed said calmly, now that Rick has arrived in the capital, he is as good as dead. The only one who can punish him is the law of the state, and no one else, even a princess like you, has the authority to execute him. What if I insist on killing him today? Dare you stop me? Tristan bit her lips, determined not to let go without achieving her goal. Reed remained expressionless. I have 1,000 warriors behind me. Does the princess think she can kill all of them? You. Tristan paused slightly, calming herself down. Mr. Gu, would it be all right if your princess owed you a favor? Although the favor of the princess is precious, I am here on behalf of the imperial court, and there are established rules within the court. My orders are to bring Rick back to Daxia and deliver him to be punished according to national laws. It's best if the princess leaves now. What should be done and what shouldn't? Reed knew it well in his heart. He was an official of Daxia and a minister of Adolf. He knew that his actions today might offend this princess, and even perhaps incur displeasure from the Dag. But Reed didn't care. Though his family and the princess's family had deep ties 20 years ago, if he really allowed the princess to pass today, it wouldn't matter whether the princess and the Dag would be happy or not. What mattered was that if Adolf became unhappy, he would be in trouble. Seeing Reed giving no face at all, Tristan's expression also turned cold. She took out a token and said coldly, my face may not count for much, but will Mr. Gu grant the face of His Highness the Dag? Huh? Reed's face instantly darkened. He never expected Tristan to involve the Dag so directly. This Dag seemed quite confused to agree to such a thing. Damn it. Either way, someone will be offended. So why be afraid? Reed said coldly, Fouise. Yes, sir. Fouise sighed slightly. Now that the Dag has been brought into this, it seemed there was little use in insisting further. Unfortunately, they could not find out who was behind everything. Revenge for those hundreds of his brothers in arms would remain unfulfilled. Just as he thought Reed was going to order someone, he saw Reed say coldly, Rick, as a criminal, can only be punished by the laws of our great Daxia. Besides, the mission to escort him back to the capital encountered ambushing attacks, leaving hundreds of comrades unavenged. Rick cannot be lost. If anyone dares to obstruct us, they will be charged with assaulting the diplomatic envoy. Saying this, he cast a cold glance at Tristan. Hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Fouise's eyes, followed by a surge of passion in his heart. He yelled loudly, by the order of Envoy Gu, any who obstruct the diplomatic envoy shall be killed. Yes, sir. All the guards revealed their weapons and fixed their icy gazes on Tristan and her men. Though they didn't know why this princess was here to demand the man, their comrades couldn't just die in vain. Moreover, they were following orders, representing the dignity of Adolf. What was wrong with obeying orders? Tristan saw the swords pointed at them, and her expression turned extremely grim. She gave a cold look at Reed and lifted her hand slightly. Stand aside. Swish. Upon hearing this, over 10 riders immediately cleared a path. Reed kicked his horse's flank and led the embassy and guard slowly past Jin Yuhuang. After walking a short distance, Fouise said with a grin, Sir, who is that? How does she have the token of His Highness the Dag? Things you shouldn't know, don't ask. Reed said indifferently. Fouise immediately closed his mouth, but after a moment he asked unhappily, Sir, now that they've shown the Dag's token, you won't give any face. Aren't you afraid of offending the Dag? Can't be offended. Reed hadn't replied when Zane answered first. Fouise looked curiously at Zane. Brother Ignacio, how do you know that? Zane glanced at him. Do you think why cousin mentioned the ambush just now? Why? Fouise was still confused. Zane suddenly felt a headache. Brother Chong. Our convoy was attacked within our own territory. Anyone with a brain knows that the target wasn't our convoy. But if not for our convoy, then who? It has to be Rick. Rick had just been intercepted, and many of our guards lost their lives. What crime would attacking our convoy entail? It's obviously a capital offense. Fouise responded instinctively. Then that's it. Zane continued, besides, this isn't merely attacking the convoy. We encountered at least 3,000 enemies earlier. Where did these people come from? I get it, it's from the... Shut up. Reed glared at him impatiently. What do you know? Isn't Fouise's brain too simple? Zane had already made it so clear. He hinted at Tristan about the previous attack on the convoy to let her back off voluntarily. Otherwise, right after the convoy faced danger, she wants to come and kill someone. If someone uses this intentionally, there will be serious trouble. Moreover, there's also the issue of private armies. With the DAG status, killing Rick wouldn't implicate him. But what about the private army? Once the DAG's token is used, whether it's his intention or not, as long as Reed doesn't agree, it's a loss of face for the DAG. He believed with this woman's intelligence, she would understand. But now the mastermind hasn't been found yet, so future troubles in the capital are inevitable. Chapter 122. This humble official is unworthy, but the Prime Minister is too naive and innocent. After settling the matter with Birch, the rest of the journey went smoothly, and they quickly arrived at the capital city gate. At the gate, there were already palace attendants waiting. Looking at the towering capital city, Reed sighed slightly. After all the storms and twists on the way, he was finally home. Sir, everything will be fine once we reach the capital. Fouise also said joyfully. Reed glanced sideways slightly. Everything will be fine? It's probably not so simple. However, for him, indeed everything was fine because Fouise had nothing to do next. He looked at Fouise and said, you go back to the camp and settle down your brother's ashes. I'll report to Christian, and after the rewards and compensation funds are ready, you can send them to their families. Upon hearing the news about fallen comrades, Fouise immediately became gloomy and said, understood. The dead are at peace. Don't be overly sad. You can come over my house for drinks whenever you're free. Reed patted Fouise's shoulder and then whispered a few words. Thereafter, they parted ways. Reed followed the palace attendant all the way to the imperial city. The attendant bowed slightly towards Reed and said, please wait for a moment, Sergio. I'll go inform Christian first. Reed nodded slightly and straightened his robe and official hat casually. Soon, the call for him to see the emperor came from inside the hall, and Reed stepped through the door immediately. At this time, all ministers turned their eyes on him, and even Adolf smiled at Reed. Steadily walking on the platform in the great hall, Reed walked forward a few steps before kneeling down. Your humble servant, Reed, pays respects to your majesty. By your majesty's order, I led the envoy mission to the north. Without disgracing the mission, we reclaimed Yunzhou, Inashiagzu, Daizhou, Phoenixzhou, and Shuangzhou. With your majesty's might, we gained full territory of Yuzhou. Now I present all records of households, land, and geography of the 6 northern states to your majesty. Again, I thank your majesty for your grace. As he spoke, Reed raised high the maps and other items related to the 6 northern states. Great. Adolf shouted loudly, stood up immediately, and exclaimed passionately, Minister Gu, you have represented our country in the north, and as a civil official, you suppressed the elite generals of Bailey. Reclaiming our homeland and enhancing our national prestige without disgracing the face of our nation is a contribution to the country and truly an important minister of the state. This brings me great comfort. Come, draft an edict. Due to Minister Gu's successful mission to the north, bestow upon him the rank of senior judge in Dali Temple, a 4th grade position, promote him to the censor-in-chief, and additionally reward him with 100 acres of good farmland, a royal manor, gold and silver. Seeing the enthusiastic Adolf, Reed was stunned. My goodness. Less than a year into serving in the court, he had become a 4th-rank officer? More importantly, not only did he receive a real position like senior judge in Dali Temple, equivalent to the deputy president of the Supreme Court in later times, but he was also granted a 4th-rank literary civil official title. In less than a year, he had achieved heights that others could not attain throughout their lives. Your Majesty. Reed wanted to decline immediately. He understood the principle that those who stand out in a forest would be felled by the wind. If it was the position of deputy minister of the Ministry of Rights, a 5th-grade official, he might accept it, but for a 4th rank, counting exactly, he was only 20 years old. Such rapid promotion was not necessarily a good thing. Who knew when the emperor would decide that his promotions were excessive and demote him to be a county magistrate in a remote area, forcing him to start over again. Just as he opened his mouth, Ferdy, it was probably convenient for him to handle matters next. He thought for a moment and suddenly added, Your Majesty, after supervising the shift of troops at the frontier, I escorted the criminals Rick and others back to the capital. Along the way, we encountered an attack in the territory of Beichuan Prefecture, resulting in the loss of hundreds of soldiers from the mission's guard force. Your Majesty, these men are all heroes of this mission. I request that you order a thorough investigation to give them justice. Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. When Reed finished speaking, Duke of England King continued, the escort had only 2,000 soldiers yet dared to raid the enemy stronghold and destroy 15 myriads of grain supplies of Bailey, helping our great Lucas recover a prefecture's territory. They have done great service to the court. These soldiers did not die in battle, but on our own soil. If we do not investigate strictly, it will surely lead to dissatisfaction among our troops. Your Majesty. Ferdy gave King a cold look and said, Rick has been in charge of Bailey's border defense for 20 years. I believe this attack was orchestrated by Bailey, fearing we might reveal their defensive strategies across various states, thus sending troops south to ambush the mission. You're talking nonsense. King immediately yelled, What proof do you have that the attackers were from Bailey? Do we need proof, Your Grace? Ferdy smiled sardonically. Reed forced Bailey to relinquish 6 prefectures. Naturally, they would harbor resentment. Also, Rick possesses crucial military secrets of Bailey. It's reasonable for Bailey to want him dead. I humbly request Your Majesty to issue an order to transfer Rick and others to the Ministry of Justice for investigation. First, to uncover the truth about the attack. Second, to interrogate valuable military information from Bailey, which might prove useful in the future. After his eloquent speech, Ferdy cast another glance at King. King faltered. His argument was primarily intended to support Unkit. Ferdy's words seemed logical, but his real target was Unkit. If it were confirmed that Bailey attacked the mission, what would that mean? It would mean that Unkit, as the border commander, failed miserably, allowing Bailey forces to penetrate deep into Great Lucas's territory without detection, resulting in an attack on the mission. Watching this contention between ministers, Reed thought of how Unkit had taken care of him at the border and couldn't help but smile and ask, I'm very curious, is it that the Chancellor is too naive, or does he think the people of Bailey are fools? Ferdy turned around. Chapter 123. Ferdy's absurd reason. Repeating offenses and carelessness. Innocent and guileless? Ferdy's initially decent mood deteriorated instantly. Throughout the Great Lucas's civil and military circles, who didn't know that all those at odds with this prime minister were cursing me behind my back, calling me a wicked chancellor? Although it didn't sound pleasant, I barely tolerated it as a compliment. Now you say, innocent and guileless. Who are you insulting? Ferdy's mood became utterly miserable. This Reed, though rarely attending court, always created obstacles for him during those few times, truly an annoyance. But Adolf favored this young man. Despite already holding a fourth-class rank, his position as secretary still hadn't been revoked, allowing him to appear before the emperor anytime. To move against Reed. If there weren't solid reasons, it just wouldn't do. With a sour expression, Ferdy looked at Reed and asked, I wonder what advice little Sergu has for us? He emphasized advice heavily. However, Reed replied indifferently, from the signing of the alliance between the two countries until Rick was escorted back to the capital, almost 3 months have passed. Does the Chancellor think the intelligence on Rick is still of utmost military importance? If the Chancellor truly believes so, then forgive me for laughing ungraciously. Ferdy. Outrageous. Adolf cast a stern glance at Reed. Minister Gu, how can you be so disrespectful to your superiors in court? Your Majesty, this subject knows his fault. Reed pretended to pay respect and then cupped his hands toward Ferdy. It is said the Prime Minister's belly can hold a ship. My unintentional words, I believe the Chancellor won't take offense, right? King couldn't help but laugh out loud. Looking at Reed, he felt this young man was truly irritating. One phrase about a Prime Minister's belly holding a ship left Ferdy stifled. If he held a grudge, people would view him as petty and narrow-minded. If he let it go, it gnawed at him. Worse yet, this kid offended him multiple times, but always used that perfunctory statement to pressure him. Indeed infuriating. Adolf glanced at the ministers and declared with authority, let's return to the topic. Minister Gu, please continue. As ordered. Reed cupped his hands, Your Majesty, war is the greatest affair of a nation, concerning life and death, not to be taken lightly. Rick spent 20 years in Bailey's army. Though not a corps general, he knew some secrets. Would Bailey not be wary sending such a person to our great Lucas? Fear they began preparing as soon as Griffin's letter reached Bailey. In my opinion, directly interrogating Rick about Bailey's military secrets will only invite ridicule. So according to you, Minister Gu, if not from Bailey, who could it be? Adolf calmly questioned. This matter is still under investigation. Reed responded with lowered eyes, but a faint glint flashed in them. The bandits are cunning. Failing to attack the envoy, they even ordered arrows to kill everyone involved in the fray. This subject risked his life to rescue one person, but he sustained severe injuries and remains unconscious. How hateful! Adolf shouted angrily. Hearing this, the ministers immediately bowed their heads. Among them, one official's eyes flickered. Adolf said, Minister Gu, tell me truthfully, where is that person being held? Your Majesty. This subject acted on his own and sent both the prisoner and the injured bandit to the Imperial Guard's prison. Once the bandit recovers, we can question both. Question? Adolf queried doubtfully. If they are bandits, naturally they should be questioned. But Rick, his crimes are known to all. Why must we question him? I agree. Ferdy stated, given the current presence of Yun's royal descendants, Colleen, who was raised by the late Empress, it is only fitting to execute him swiftly. I oppose. Reed loudly said, Your Majesty, since the bandits targeted Rick, it shows he may hide unknown secrets. Otherwise, why would they go through so much trouble? That does make sense. Adolf nodded. Seeing this, Ferdy quickly added, then why not send the bandits and Rick to the Ministry of Justice for handling? I find Chancellor Hicks's suggestion even more inappropriate. Reed, of course, couldn't agree. When Ferdy first requested transferring the captives to the Ministry of Justice, he knew Ferdy had discovered something about Johnny. Or rather, after their failed ambush, Johnny had already informed Ferdy of everything. Otherwise, Ferdy wouldn't keep demanding the prisoners. Why do you insist on blocking the transfer of prisoners to the Ministry of Justice? Do you have some sinister motive? No wonder Ferdy was angry. Seeing his requests rejected time and again by Reed, even with all his cunning, Ferdy could no longer bother whether his words were appropriate. However, this sentence struck right at the heart of Reed's intentions. With a cold voice he said, although I have obstructed Chancellor Hicks, the prisoners have not been privately detained by me. The Imperial Guard is directly subordinate to the Emperor, an imperial military force. How can you imply distrust towards the loyalty of the Imperial Guard? Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Even Adolf cast a displeased look at Ferdy. If there was a problem with the Imperial Guard, it would suggest that he, as the Emperor, had failed in discerning loyalty. Ferdy hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, I was carried away by anger against Minister Gu, speaking out of turn. Please punish me, Your Majesty. No harm done. Adolf lightly replied, in our great Lucas, we do not hold men accountable for their words. However, as the Chancellor of a nation, every word you speak represents our great Lucas. In the future, be cautious. The corner of Ferdy's mouth twitched, but he could only bow and admit his mistake. I know my fault. Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty. Adolf nodded satisfactorily. Only then did Ferdy turn and say, Minister Gu, the Ministry of Justice is responsible for case reviews across the country. For criminal affairs, it has the best means. My suggestion to transfer the prisoners is merely out of public interest. I absolutely do not suspect the Chancellor, Reed chuckled, then continued. But the Ministry of Justice already has a backlog of cases and endless official duties. As officials, we should urgently address the needs of the people. Although Rick is a serious criminal, the facts are clear, and there is no need for a trial. Why waste public resources? It would be more appropriate for the Imperial Guard to handle this matter. If everything is handled by the Imperial Guard from now on, aren't you afraid our laws will lose their power in the Great Lucas? Seeing Adolph's evident inclination, Ferdy resorted to discussing legal principles. However, after being in such a high position for so long, he overlooked the fact that this move instead touched upon Adolph's sore spot. Chapter 124. Johnny, who now knows fear, seeks Ferdy's help to clean up his mess once again. The Ministry of Justice is indispensable, yet the Chancellor, as the foremost official, holds the authority to oversee all 6 ministries. Today, among the 6 ministries, the Ministries of Personnel, Revenue, and Justice, all 3, are staffed by people aligned with Ferdy. Even outside these 3, many are scions of prestigious families. Naturally, they look to Ferdy for leadership, control over officials' promotions, the nation's wealth, and its penal system. Such power could easily lead to an emperor becoming a mere figurehead unless he's a founding monarch sitting on the throne. Though the imperial examinations fall under the Ministry of Rights, if talents cannot be properly utilized, it would only result in the waste of an era's worth of talent. Fortunately, the Ministry of War is controlled by Adolph, who, as a founding monarch, enjoys immense prestige in the military, which prevents Ferdy from completely overshadowing him. Indeed, it is rare to see such intense rivalry between a founding monarch and the chancellor within one dynasty. This also stems from Adolph himself. He was too young when he rose in revolt, focusing only on overthrowing the corrupt previous dynasty while neglecting the true nature of noble families. Adolph's military prowess surpasses his political acumen, leading to the current situation. When Ferdy mentioned the lack of clear laws, it seemed like he was safeguarding the Ministry of Justice's function, and perhaps he genuinely aimed to protect its role. After all, the existence of the Internal Guard Bureau indeed diverts some of the ministry's responsibilities. However, to Adolph, this sounded like a bid for power. Adolph calmly replied, Minister Gu is correct. The Ministry of Justice oversees the national penal system. Rick's crimes need not be further investigated. It's merely other matters. Let the Internal Guard handle this case, and they can send a copy of the records to the ministry later. Your Majesty is wise. Reed immediately bowed, fearing that Ferdy might press on, creating an impasse no matter the outcome. Hearing Reed's cue, Adon, King, and others quickly followed suit. Your Majesty is wise. With so many ministers praising him, Ferdy knew he had lost the upper hand. Further contention would be pointless. While Rick is significant, there will be other opportunities. Now that Adolph has spoken, pressing on would mean deliberately undermining the Emperor's dignity. Ferdy retreated to his seat with a grim face, but soon heard Reed bow again. Your Majesty, the third matter I wish to address is a request for forgiveness. During the transfer of Zhao family criminals, they were attacked, and Rick's grandson was accidentally hit by an arrow and died from his injuries. I failed to bring back all the prisoners. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Adolph's mouth twitched. Such trivial matters should not occupy our time. As long as Rick and his accomplices are safe, it's fine. Reed was glad to hear this and bowed again. Thank you for your mercy, Your Majesty. Adolph waved his hand, signaling him to step down before turning to discuss other state affairs. Standing at his post, Reed pretended to listen attentively. In reality, he had promised to save Rick's grandson, thinking that Adolph, given his magnanimity, wouldn't mind. A minor issue after all. But later, Reed felt this wasn't appropriate. His actions were above board, but what about Ferdy? And Adolph? If he had directly asked for mercy, these old foxes would surely suspect some deal between him and Rick. Especially Johnny. To kill Rick, he dared to disrupt an embassy protected by over 1,000 guards. If he knew Reed possessed evidence of his past misdeeds, he might take even more extreme actions. As Adolph prepares for nationwide land reforms, avoiding unnecessary complications is crucial. After the court session, Reed naturally needed to report on northern affairs, especially the pilot reforms in Yunzhou. Only after lunch did Adolph let him leave, granting him a 7-day leave. First, Reed had been due for some days off after a 3-month northern mission. Secondly, it hinted that he should use this time to prepare detailed reports for his next audience. Reed was happy with this arrangement. At today's court, his mention of bringing back an injured criminal was merely a ruse. If it turned out Johnny was behind this, and these soldiers were those hidden away 20 years ago, there would certainly be repercussions. After the session, Reed leisurely returned home, ready to enjoy his mansion for the next 7 days. Compared to his ease, Ferdy and Johnny weren't so relaxed. In the study of the Chancellor's residence, Ferdy glared at Johnny. Frankly, he was very disappointed in his son-in-law. Initially, when he saw Johnny bringing the lands of 4 prefectures to submit to Great Lucas, the empire was just stabilizing after the turmoil and hadn't begun large-scale enfeoffment. He originally thought that based on Adolph's style, Johnny would surely be granted a noble title and generous rewards. To gain a foothold in the military, he married his illegitimate daughter Carrie to Johnny as a concubine, with Johnny promising to elevate her to principal wife at an opportune time. Back then, Ferdy wasn't yet the Chancellor, and Johnny wasn't part of Adolph's core founding group. Neither stood out prominently. This led to their marital alliance not causing much of a stir. Many believed Johnny's submission was meritorious, but being an outsider, marrying into one of Great Lucas's prominent families was simply to show loyalty, nothing more. However, what Ferdy didn't expect was that Johnny had such a significant secret before surrendering to Great Lucas. Looking at the grim-faced Ferdy, Johnny felt uneasy. Father-in-law, Rick absolutely cannot live. If the Internal Guard finds something, my life is over. Why are you panicking? Ferdy rebuked him. To Ferdy, while Johnny's actions, slaying his master, were serious crimes, it was ultimately Johnny who submitted the city. Regardless of the circumstances, to outsiders, this was Johnny's merit. With this merit and as a distinguished chancellor backed by a prestigious family, wouldn't he easily protect Johnny? Although after this, Johnny's reputation would indeed become tarnished. As long as he lived, everything was fine. You were too reckless. The worst outcome would have been just a ruined reputation, but you dared to use private troops and attack an embassy. How many lives do you think you have? Johnny was too impulsive. A tarnished name versus losing one's head, which was worse. But Johnny only gave a nervous smile. How could he not panic? As Ferdy said, if it were merely harming his master, with his contributions and Ferdy's protection, the worst would be a tarnished reputation. But he hadn't revealed the later defeat, and his collusion with Rick. Instead, this was a sin deserving eternal damnation, the reason for his assault on the embassy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken such a huge risk. Father-in-law, it's too late to talk about this now. We must focus on solving the problem. Chapter 125. A son-in-law's conversation. Ferdy is extremely troubled. Resolve? How to resolve? Are we supposed to rush into the internal guard office's prison and kill people? Ferdy cast an annoyed glance at Johnny. He had intended to use the Ministry of Justice's function in court to bring the people over, planning to make them unable to speak using some methods. But Reed directly refused on the grounds that Rick's crimes were already established and did not need evidence for conviction. There truly was no other way for him. Regarding the incident of the embassy being attacked, indeed the internal guard office was more suitable than the Ministry of Justice. Father-in-law, we have a way to deal with Rick, but as for the other one, he must die. Strangely enough, Ferdy hit the nail right on the head regarding Johnny's true intentions. He had genuinely planned to have someone kill in the internal guard office's prison. After all, it would be easy to pin the blame on an already critically wounded convict. Compared to Rick, what he feared most was the prisoner waking up. After all, if only Rick testified, he could just say it was a grudge from 20 years ago between the two. As long as there was no evidence on Rick to prove it, this matter might not be enough to convict him. As for whether there was any such evidence, he couldn't guarantee. However, now that Rick's family had arrived, he naturally had a way to keep Rick silent. The surviving mercenary was different though. If he could still talk, it would be a matter of fact for the internal guard office to investigate. Once it was confirmed that he had privately employed mercenaries, nobody could save him. Ferdy asked grimly, isn't he one of your private soldiers? Can he possibly betray you? Since you have a method to deal with Rick, why can't the same method be used on a little soldier? Johnny knew about this team of private soldiers, for after the two families became in-laws, his private soldiers even helped Ferdy do some dirty work. Therefore, he was quite familiar with this group. After Johnny surrendered to Daxia, fearing that his private soldiers would be discovered, these men usually hid among the civilians. Although this caused their combat effectiveness to decline somewhat, it gave Johnny greater control over them due to their weakness, family ties. Some of them replaced their fathers after death. If asked whether Johnny had ways to silence that small soldier, the answer was naturally yes. However, he replied with a gloomy face, my father-in-law, there are methods, but it's uncertain who exactly was brought back. Ferdy was speechless. This son-in-law of his was indeed troublesome, doing things carelessly yet worrying so much over reputation. Why resort to private soldiers for something like this? Now the situation was even worse. With no solution, he might actually fall deeper into the hands of others. After a moment's thought, he said, didn't you say that your son had done everything possible? Could it be that Reed set a trap and there really isn't anyone? Johnny was stunned before replying happily, father-in-law, you mean that brat intentionally did this? Ferdy shook his head slightly. This child is very cunning, thorough in action, and adept at utilizing all available conditions. Recently, even I, as Prime Minister, have suffered setbacks multiple times in court after the Emperor's support. This matter could very well be a deliberate act of his. It wasn't impossible. But, he asked, father-in-law, does that mean the brute has already suspected me? It should be impossible. Ferdy shook his head, even if not you. It might be guessed to be a force within the capital city. Then we can't let that person wake up. Father-in-law, Johnny said anxiously, but regardless of whether this person really exists, we can't take that risk. How can I not know? Ferdy glared. Who made you go too far? Why didn't you just let him fend for himself in your mansion? You treated him poorly and even let Shio steal his achievements. No wonder Ferdy felt disappointed. Since it was impossible to kill Reed, why push things so hard, leading to such passivity? A man who studied in seclusion yet passed the provincial exams and ultimately topped the imperial exams. How could he be merely a bookworm? Given Reed's complete ignorance of his own background, if Johnny had treated him kindly, how could they have come to blows today? Upon hearing Ferdy's words, Johnny became unhappy immediately. Wasn't this matter ultimately Carrie's fault? If not for her relentless attacks on Reed, how could things have turned out this way? The death of Reed's birth mother was for Carrie's position, and this was also the will of the Hicks family. Yet, Reed, although he disliked him, he only hoped that Reed wouldn't die. However, whenever Carrie saw Reed, she seemed to think of his birth mother, hence the constant scolding and beating. Over time, his other two sons followed suit. He couldn't let the hatred between him and Carrie towards Reed result in a vicious cycle. But now, it was too late to say anything. He certainly couldn't blame everything on Carrie in front of Ferdy. Father-in-law, it's already too late for these words. Ridge served under Unkit, and he might have known Reed long ago. If he finds out I'm not his biological father, he will be even more unreserved. Seeing Johnny speak solemnly, Ferdy's expression eased slightly. He knew what kind of character his daughter had, so this matter must have been somewhat related to her. Now, as Johnny said, if Reed knew that Johnny wasn't his birth father, he might no longer hold back. After some thought, he said, the internal guard office isn't entirely impervious. I'll get someone to handle this for you. So then I trouble father-in-law. Johnny's delight was evident, but he wasn't satisfied with just that and asked, what about Rick? What are you thinking? Ferdy scolded. It's easy to kill someone who's already dying, but Rick is fine. If he dies in the internal guard office prison, wouldn't Christian order a thorough investigation? This son-in-law truly never knew when to stop. Killing a man who was already gravely injured wouldn't draw much attention. Even if the internal guard suspected foul play, if done secretly, there would be no trace left. However, Rick was different. A seasoned veteran of the battlefield, despite his age and hardships, he hadn't died until now, and yet he was supposed to die in prison. If two key figures died one after another, people would start to wonder. He sighed and said, "You don't need to worry about Rick. Zhuor was after him all along, and Reed can't fail to see that." Once he realizes this, he would have interrogated Rick during the journey back to the capital. But today in court, Reed didn't mention this, which means he didn't get any information from him. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here at my place but in the internal guard office's prison. Since Rick said nothing, it either means he still hopes for your rescue, or he has no evidence against you. Hearing this analysis, Johnny felt relieved and said, "Then please send someone to tell him not to reveal what shouldn't be said." "Do I need to tell you?" Ferdy waved his hand irritably. Chapter 126, the beginning of a major case. Interrogation by Reed. Frankly speaking, Johnny as a son-in-law had become increasingly useless in his eyes. The defeat in the 4th year of Jinwu not only pushed him to the periphery of core military generals, but also established a formidable enemy for his camp. The king father and son. Unkit has now become one of the most renowned generals in the world, and his father king is a minister who followed Adolf in founding the empire. Although he was conferred the title of duke, he had no entanglements with any aristocratic families. Adolf trusts this family immensely. Moreover, with a renowned general like Unkit around, it could at least ensure several decades of stability for the great Lucas. A loyal and capable general like him, why would Adolf have any reason not to use him? In contrast, what about Johnny? Due to a wastrel son, he not only lost his marquis title and was demoted to a viscount, a trivial title without significance. What's more, this viscount title wasn't even better than those generals who had followed Adolf from the grassroots era. "This matter will be personally arranged by me. You shouldn't do anything during this period. Otherwise, if anyone finds fault with you, even I won't be able to save you." Johnny had completely lost his value in Adolf's eyes. If he were to cause trouble at this moment, even if Ferdy could perfectly resolve Johnny's issues, it might still lead to Adolf's aversion. Then, at an uncertain time, any excuse would suffice to strip him of all titles. When even the viscount title is gone, wouldn't his daughter have to suffer along with him? With Ferdy's assurance, Johnny nodded obediently and said, "Father-in-law, rest assured, I won't leave home during this period." "All right then." Ferdy waved his hand, indicating that Johnny should leave. On the other side, after Reed returned home, Zane was waiting for him in the mansion. Seeing Reed, Zane immediately stepped forward. "Cousin, everything arranged?" Reed asked softly. The people he referred to were naturally the 3 individuals Ridge entrusted to him, plus Rick's young grandson. Ridge's people were crucial for what he planned to do next. As for Rick's young grandson, he intended to send him away after some time when things cooled down. Although he promised Rick to preserve his lineage, considering Rick and the body he inhabited, they had a clan extermination enmity. Leaving him alive wasn't entirely out of mercy, but because of the child's youth and Rick initially sparing 2 members of the Gu family. Now, they would call it even. Once Rick was executed, the grudge between the 2 families would be settled. He thought for a moment and told Zane, "Take me to see those people first?" Zane nodded. The 2 brothers arrived at a secluded place in the backyard. Reed glanced around. It indeed was quite quiet. They walked into a simple courtyard, and what met their eyes was a peasant woman and a girl who looked like her daughter sweeping the yard, while on the other side, a scholar was reading a book. Reed slightly shook his head. According to Ridge's letter, everyone in this scholar's village was gone, yet he could still concentrate on reading, either having a large heart or exceptional character. He hadn't contacted these 3 people throughout the journey to keep everything confidential. Upon seeing Reed arrive, the peasant mother-daughter duo became somewhat uneasy, while the scholar earned a glance of approval from Reed, calmly paying respect to him. "That's enough. There's no need for formalities," Reed said directly. "Balthazar Ridge entrusted you to me, and I have a few things to ask you. Please to answer any questions we can." The scholar responded composedly, and the peasant mother-daughter duo also nodded. The 3 of them had become somewhat familiar traveling together in one carriage. The mother-daughter duo knew the scholar was educated and more capable than them, so they tended to follow his lead. Reed said, "Let's start with your names." "My name is Amal," the scholar answered concisely. The lady then timidly said, "This humble woman's name is Aurelia, my husband's surname is Li, and this is my daughter Rui." Reed glanced at the girl called Rui and then turned back, saying, "I am the current deputy minister of the Supreme Court, and the matters entrusted by Balthazar Ridge are especially important to Christian. Answer truthfully to my questions, understood?" "Deputy minister of the Supreme Court?" Amal was taken aback. Looking younger than him by a few years, Reed held the rank of 4th-class junior, truly a high-ranking official. No wonder he lived in such a luxurious courtyard. As for the mother-daughter duo, although they didn't understand the implications of Reed's position, hearing that even the emperor was concerned made them realize Reed was significant, making them even more cautious. Reed wasn't bothered by their reactions and turned to Aurelia and her daughter, saying, "You start first." "Ah." Aurelia never expected that Reed would start with them, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. Seeing this, Reed smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. Just say whatever comes to mind." "Yes, yes." Aurelia nodded slightly and then lamented with grief. "Sir, my life has been hard. A few years ago, there was a disaster in Jizhou, and my husband went out to look for work." The story of Aurelia's family was relatively simple. It all started when Jizhou suffered from a disaster. Her husband went outside to find work and ended up at Johnny's estate in Jizhou Prefecture. However, the Gu family members had their eyes on their few acres of land. Later, the Gu family set a trap to seize their paddy fields, but they accidentally killed someone. Reed merely frowned upon hearing this. This alone couldn't really hold Johnny accountable, since he didn't issue the orders personally. At most, his clan member involved would face punishment. However, this did suggest that the practice of land consolidation had already begun in various regions. He asked, are there other families like yours? Yes. There are many others who have faced similar situations, but they didn't cause any fatalities, right? That's right. Aurelia cried as she said, my husband refused to agree, so they harmed him. Afterward, I reported it to the authorities with Rui, but not only did they fail to uphold justice for us, they even demanded we compensate the Gu family. But my husband is gone. Reed was momentarily speechless watching the sobbing mother and daughter. Just 3 acres of paddy fields, yet one life was lost. Perhaps it was precisely because such families without any background were what those noble families coveted, though it might seem like just 3 acres of land. If more people were forced to sell their land, it wouldn't remain just 3 acres anymore. However, if this was all there was, it wouldn't hurt the Gu family much, and it wasn't enough to implicate the nobles in a bigger scheme. After some thought, he turned to Amal and said, you look like an educated man. Tell me about your situation. What happened to Amal was quite significant, and could potentially lead Adolf to investigate a major case. Still, Reed wanted to hear the details from him. Chapter 127. Gross negligence, too numerous to record. Your Excellency. Amal lifted the hem of his robe and knelt directly before Reed. My family and all the villagers died unjustly. I beseech your Excellency to seek justice for my family and fellow villagers. Reed scratched his head and said in a muffled voice, if you want me to speak up for you, you must first explain the situation clearly. Stand up and speak. Yes. Amal quickly stood up and then said, this spring, heavy rains hit our hometown for days on end, destroying many farmlands and causing much hardship for our neighbors. Springtime. He thought for a moment and asked, is this about Harrison County and Jizhou Prefecture? Do you know about this matter? Amal looked at Reed curiously. Reed nodded and said, back when I was still serving in the Hanlin Academy, I had heard about what happened in Harrison County. Christian issued an order for Jizhou Prefecture to provide relief to the victims. Speaking of this disaster, it was mainly flooding, but the affected area wasn't extensive. Harrison County suffered severe damage due to its proximity to River G. Such county-level disasters were usually handled locally by the prefectural government without requiring imperial relief. He asked curiously, since Christian has already ordered local relief, why did all the villagers? Your Excellency. Amal sobbed sadly. The granaries did indeed open to distribute food, but what can the dead eat? The dead? What do you mean? Reed immediately stood up. Jizhou Prefecture did not report any shortage of food. On the contrary, less than a month later, Jizhou reported that all disaster-stricken areas in Harrison County had been addressed except for those who perished in the floodwaters. No. He suddenly remembered the content of the report. It mentioned 3 villages in Harrison County that were severely affected. According to the report, River G broke its banks, inundating these 3 villages. Except for a few children, no one survived. This means that even before the relief efforts began, these 3 villages were already wiped out. He asked, do you know Lee Family Village, Maple Tree Village, and Upper Kiln Village in Harrison County? Your Excellency, I am from Upper Kiln Village. Lee Family Village, Maple Tree Village, and Upper Kiln Village are the 3 most severely affected villages. Even if they were severely damaged, there shouldn't be no survivors at all. The report stated that River G's embankment was breached, leading to the destruction of your villages. Reed hesitated. The report mentioned that the river embankment was destroyed at night, leading to the tragedy. Amal said angrily through tears, indeed, the embankment was destroyed at night. But it wasn't due to natural causes. It was human-induced. Human-induced? Reed was shocked. Was it someone who deliberately broke the embankment? Not exactly. Amal wept as he spoke. River G does sometimes flood, but even floods greater than this year's haven't breached the embankment. During the heavy rain, someone built a dam upstream to hold back water. When the water level rose significantly, they opened the gates and released the water, causing a sudden rush downstream which destroyed River G's embankments. What? Reed was shocked. Someone took advantage of the heavy rain to intercept the floodwaters upstream and then breach the levees, leading to the complete annihilation of the 3 villages. If that is the case, he asked, where did you get this information from? That night, I went to the county town to visit my mentor. By the time I returned to the village, it was already late at night. On the road, I encountered a group of people carrying weapons. Frightened, I hid in the woods and overheard their conversation. That's how I found out they were responsible for this. The Gu family? Indeed. It was the Ning Marquis clan led by Fred Johnny. They even said with Fred Ning supporting them, even major crimes would have someone to cover for them. Bang! Reed slapped the stone table, shattering a piece of it. He glared angrily and said, they think they can cover up such disregard for human life? This? Everyone present was stunned, looking at the shattered tabletop. It was a stone table after all. Your Excellency, as a 4th-rank official, naturally no one dares to, but it's the powerful Ning Marquis Gu family. For us powerless commoners, they are formidable figures. Amal suppressed his sorrow and resentment and spoke to Reed. Reed stared at him coldly and said, Balthazar Killian mentioned in his letter that the person in charge in Jizhou Prefecture is Burke, a member of the Gu family. Knowing who committed this crime, why didn't you report it? Your Excellency, it's not that I didn't want to report it. I simply dared not. Amal whispered. At first, the flood only destroyed the farmland. Though we had no harvest this year, lives weren't at stake. Our villagers, though helpless, hoped that the imperial court would handle the matter. But we didn't wait for the court to deal with it. Instead, the Gu family came. They wanted us to transfer our good farmland or trade land for grain. But they only offered 1 tael of silver per acre, which no villager could agree to. This paddy field is worth at least 3 taels of silver an acre. What happened next? At that time, we refused, and they didn't say anything more but went to other villages. But the other villages also wouldn't sell their farmland at such a low price, and were waiting for the government to handle the matter. Reed frowned. 1 tael of silver per acre? It was nothing short of outright extortion. He asked, the government didn't intervene? No. Amal said, we never got any response. Instead, the Gu family came several times, and some villages, fearing them and considering their dire straits this year, ended up selling their fields. Our Shangyao village, Li family village, and Maple Tree village had the most fertile land due to being close to River Ji. So we always held out hope for a better future after this disaster and refused to sell our land. We thought as long as we didn't agree, the Gu family would have no choice, but who knew? Who knew? They actually breached the dike at night and let the water loose. All the villagers in our 3 villages were wiped out. Sniffle. Despicable. Reed's eyes turned red, and he angrily condemned them, his voice filled with a killing intent. He had imagined all kinds of exploitation and intimidation, but he had never thought that for some land, they would go to such lengths, committing such a monstrous act. Shangyao village, Li family village, and Maple Tree village, situated along River Ji, were quite affluent due to convenient irrigation. These 3 villages had at least 300 households combined. 300 households, several thousand lives. Are these thousands of lives worth less than a few thousand acres of land? Looking at the grieving Amal and Aurelia mother and daughter, he thought for a moment and said, for now, the matter still needs investigation, and it's hard to convict without solid evidence. For the time being, you will stay in my residence. When the time is right, I will report to Christian and ensure justice for you. Hearing this, the 3 nodded, and Amal bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Excellency. Reed nodded and then pulled Zane away from there. On his way back to his residence, he thought for a moment and instructed Guillermo to inform Leslie that she would take care of all meals in the courtyard from now on. As for why Leslie, it was naturally because of Adolph's arrangement. Chapter 128, Reed's intention and Hixie Shoe. To be honest, he really did not believe that Adolph would send someone to his residence without an ulterior motive, especially the women exiled to the Jiafangxi Imperial Music Bureau. Even if Christian the Emperor wanted to give his ministers some beauties, there were plenty of ways to do so. Why choose from the Imperial Music Bureau? Moreover, these selected women all belonged to the same case, being relatives of officials who had committed offenses. Further, Ridge delivered these people, whose cases, although related to murder, all stemmed from land disputes. Finally, she was promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court. To say there was no connection here, only a fool would believe it. But Serena had been in his residence for several months now, revealing nothing, even though Reed spent most of his time away from home. Yet he couldn't wait any longer. The Emperor had already set a deadline, requiring him to report after his leave ends. If there's nothing concrete by then, relying solely on 3 aggrieved parties with incidents happening 1,000 miles away in Jizhou, by the time Adolph orders an investigation, all traces might have been erased. What he could do now was try not to alert them. Cousin, isn't this Gu family too outrageous? They are talking about hundreds of households, thousands of people. How can they harm them so casually? Just returning to his quarters, Zane spoke indignantly. This Gu family not only harmed his aunt, but also continuously mistreated his cousin. Every member of the Ignacio family despised the Gu family. Now, learning that the Gu family was so rampant as to treat human lives so lightly, his anger only intensified. Cousin, we cannot ignore this matter. You have the Emperor's trust and are now the Deputy Minister of the Supreme Court. This is within your jurisdiction. We absolutely cannot let the Gu family off. Leaving aside the feud between the Gu family and the Ignacio family, just the matter of treating lives so lightly would be unacceptable to anyone normal. Reed merely nodded silently upon hearing this. Recalling how the Gu family dared to alter names in the imperial examinations back then, he wasn't surprised by their willingness to take lives. Still, it's quite a lot of people. We don't have enough evidence right now. Relying on a few aggrieved parties, I fear we won't be able to bring down Johnny, said Reed quietly. Actually, dealing with Johnny would be simple. From what he learned over these past few months, Johnny turned out to be a typical nouveau riche, with a simple mind and a coarse way of doing things. Although he had some cunning, it wasn't much. Probably because he was only a household guard since childhood, his horizon was limited. It didn't surprise him that he allowed the Gu family in Jizhou to commit such deeds. But Ferdy, who stood behind him, was different. Don't be fooled by Reed making Ferdy suffer setbacks repeatedly. One reason was Ferdy's underestimation of him. Secondly, Reed had Adolph backing him. Rather than saying he was contending with Ferdy, it was more like a struggle between the Emperor's authority and the Chancellor's power. Adolph was the founding Emperor. Ferdy losing to him was only natural. Zane nodded upon hearing this. While no one in the Ignacio family held office, they still understood the principle of mutual protection among officials, especially considering Ferdy and Johnny were father-in-law and son-in-law. Without solid evidence, just relying on these 3 people wouldn't be enough to deal with Johnny. This was a big issue. If placed on anyone other than the imperial family, it might very well result in decapitation. However, erasing all traces after so much time would be far too easy. Therefore, without complete assurance, he wouldn't dare move against the Gu family easily. After having lunch at home, Reed visited the Internal Guard Bureau again. After discussing some specifics with Hartley, he hurriedly left for the prison of the Internal Guard Bureau. In the prison, he met Rick again, both to entrust him with some tasks and to fulfill the promise made to Rick. Busy throughout the afternoon, he rushed back to the residence late. That night, as usual, Reed went to the study to read. Seeing Serena serving beside him, he casually flipped a page of the book and slowly said, "There's no need for anyone to serve here. You may return now." Serena was taken aback, then gave a graceful bow. Returning to her room somewhat bewildered, Gier was tidying up when she saw Serena and quickly approached her. "Fallon, I heard the master asked you to." She pointed to a certain area in the backyard. Serena nodded and replied, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Gier frowned instantly. "Strange, as one of master's attendants, why are you asked to take care of others? Do these people have different statuses?" Serena only shook her head, sighing softly. She said, "Aubrey, I always feel that the master has some other intentions with this arrangement." "What intention?" Aubrey instinctively responded and then teased, "Surely it can't be that master also has someone he wants to please, and he is specifically sending you to him? Tell me, sister, who are the people in that courtyard?" "This," Serena shook her head and replied, they don't seem important, just a peasant mother-daughter pair and a scholar. Peasant mother and daughter and a scholar? Curiously, Aubrey asked, if it's as simple as that, why would they send you? Wouldn't any person do? Yes, that's what troubles me too. Serena voiced her concern. Aubrey, do you think Master knows something? Knows what? Aubrey asked reflexively, then seemed to realize something and inquired, do you mean our identities? Tower nodded and continued, actually, I've been thinking for a while now. Although Master enjoys the Emperor's trust, if he merely wanted to reward a servant, why go through all the trouble of sending us here? The Jiafangxi had unique functions, though serving the nobility and even the palace, they were never given away as servants. Moreover, officials in Daxia strictly prohibited consorting with courtesans, so the women in Jiafangxi, although low in status, did not serve these officials. They only performed songs and dances when required. Thus, there was no need to give them away. Sending both of them now implied some unsaid meanings. Otherwise, they could have chosen two beautiful girls with clean backgrounds like Lucasener and Yuer. Though they only met in the Jiafangxi, they naturally became familiar due to the same case. One was originally a well-bred lady, and the other an exquisite flower queen, both intelligent. Thinking of today's arrangements by Reed, they couldn't help but speculate. Aubrey immediately whispered, so Tower, do you think our master is trustworthy? Fallon shook her head and said, while master has a good reputation, one cannot judge a man by his face alone. It's hard to tell. Official Guillermo from this residence was originally an official at their old residence. Upon learning Tower was exiled here as a slave, he secretly hinted she should appropriately understand the new master's character, which might help with that matter. She had resigned herself to this fate. Her understanding of Reed mostly came from others. Her situation was huge, and she didn't know if Reed could handle it. If misplaced trust led to disaster, her father. Chapter 129. Rumor has it that climbing through windows makes it easy to peep on people bathing. Although the former minister and undersecretary were already gone, many members of the Jiang and Gua families remained exiled. Whether these two families' crimes could be cleared involved not only their clanspeople's lives, but also their own. Once they rid themselves of their criminal status, they could be free from slavery. Although Reed treated the servants in his residence quite well, no one liked feeling inferior. Life in the mansion was worry-free regarding food and clothing, but it lacked freedom. Furthermore, as servants, once the master committed a crime, they too would be sold again. The greatest tragedy of being registered slaves. Reed naturally didn't know what these two girls were thinking, but he didn't need to ponder over this matter much. When he arranged for Leslie to take care of Amal and the other two, he had already devised a plan. Undoubtedly, the case of Amal and the others was closely tied to land consolidation. As long as he understood this point, there was no need for him to delve deeply into Leslie and Aubrey's secrets. Sometimes deliberate questioning proved useless, whereas the words of others might yield unexpected results. Human nature is like that. He currently didn't have time to deal with a maidservant, even though this maid used to be a young lady of high society. However, there was something urgent he needed to handle right away. Birch, this woman whom he met a few times but wasn't familiar with yet, seemed to have some entanglements. Had it not been for that incident 20 years ago, he and Birch might have become acquaintances or even friends. But fate had played its tricks. That turmoil 20 years ago deeply intertwined their fates, but their relationship wasn't good at all. As for why he wanted to find her, it was undoubtedly because of the internal guards. From the last assassination attempt on Chris, it was clear that this woman was deeply involved in the internal guards. Why did he want to see her? Simply to gauge if there was any basis for cooperation between them. Although Adolf showed great trust in him now, the more he knew, the more he felt astonished by Adolf's methods. To Adolf, he was merely a blade, perhaps a sharp one. Yet this was based on his value. Trusting an emperor's character wasn't wise. Looking at the outcome of those who submitted to the Yun kingdom, although Adolf didn't exacerbate the situation, he clearly harbored similar thoughts. If Adolf ever found out he was Dawson's son, how their relationship would change was anyone's guess. As for Birch, he equally didn't trust her, but with limited resources at his disposal, should he ever face off against the aristocracy, the capabilities of the internal guards would still prove somewhat useful. Don't think that just because he has a good relationship with Gage now, the information he can obtain is allowed by Adolf. If Adolf doesn't want him to know something, he would be blind. Opposing the aristocracy, a single misstep means utter ruin. From how Adolf treated the former generals of Yun, one could see that he had a suspicious mind. At his young age, achieving a fourth-rank position made Reed feel less delighted and more uneasy. The higher the rank, the more attention he attracted, and the deeper he could get dragged into dangerous waters. Just like before, when he first received the title of secretarial officer and later promoted twice, the sons of Adolf sent invitations one after another, all of which Reed rejected, presenting an image of loyalty solely to Adolf. But over time, other issues inevitably arose. Recalling Humbert's ordeal, he realized how crucial it was to have reliable people around. Even in the vast capital city, he felt somewhat hindered. Thinking of Humbert, the shadow of Daryl crossed Reed's mind. If his conjecture was correct, the biggest suspect was indeed Daryl. Daryl had repeatedly provoked Reed without success, especially after losing his official status and becoming permanently unemployed, effectively ruining his future. In the end, opening a brothel, only to get arrested due to a murder case orchestrated by Reed. Initially, he suspected Chris, but later realized Chris had no reason or opportunity to harm a servant, particularly the brutal torture inflicted on Humbert. Chris simply lacked the motive and means. So, it had to be Daryl. Thinking about the torment Humbert endured before death, Reed's eyes flickered. Soon your family will pay the price. For Johnny, he had no intention of letting go. Once he finished Adolf's task, dealing with the Gu family came next. How could this all happen without involving that woman? Reed slowly rose and left the study. Returning to the Imperial Pavilion, Reed arrived at a pavilion without disturbing anyone. This time, he naturally did not plan to climb through the window again. Although according to the usual plot in novels, climbing through windows would surely lead to seeing a beauty bathing, if Reed really stumbled upon such a scene, his purpose for coming today might go up in smoke. Step by step, he climbed up the steps of the pavilion. Birch, who was soaking in a petal bath, suddenly heard sounds from outside the pavilion and couldn't help frowning. As a woman always thinking about big deeds, she was certainly no stranger to practical skills like martial arts. Moreover, it was very quiet throughout the entire courtyard late at night, so she could naturally sense someone coming upstairs. However, a cold gleam flashed in her eyes, and without another word, she grabbed the long red robe hanging on the rack, wrapped her graceful and well-proportioned body with it, then walked to a pillar, picked up her sword, and quietly headed toward the door. Based on her usual understanding, this set of footsteps definitely did not belong to anyone in this courtyard, or rather, not to anyone close to her. Furthermore, judging from the footsteps, this person should be skilled in martial arts. Knock knock. The door made a sound. A hint of confusion flashed in Birch's eyes. Why was there even knocking now? Birch did not respond. After 2 more knocks from outside the door, a voice came. Bryson's Jean, stop pretending. The light in this room is still on? Reed? A hint of displeasure flashed in Birch's eyes. A man actually dared to break into a woman's chamber late at night. But Birch was no ordinary woman. As a gentle exterior yet strong-willed woman, she was not afraid of people like Reed. Come in. Birch turned around, walked to a table, and poured herself a cup of water. Hearing the voice, Reed directly pushed open the door and walked in. What caught his eye was a figure in a long red robe, black hair like ink cascading down her back, reaching her waist. Very beautiful face, exquisite figure, multifaceted charm. A top-notch woman. Birch seemed indifferent to Reed, still drinking tea with her back to him, then said lightly, Fredgu and I parted ways just this afternoon, and we were not on good terms. Is Fredgu here late at night to apologize? Also, I'm curious how Fredgu found out where my pavilion is located. By the time she finished speaking, Birch had already turned around, looking at him with a cold glare. Chapter 130. The first clash between the lead characters. Apologies indeed were a form of putting pressure on Reed. After all, what happened during the day did tarnish her reputation in public, especially in front of so many people. As for how he knew where she lived, Reed took out a token and threw it directly to Birch. When she caught and examined the token, her expression changed dramatically. Speak, Fredgu, whatever conditions you have, just name them. Birch was sharp-witted. Upon seeing the token, she immediately understood everything, knowing that Tanya had been exposed and even guessing that Reed might be aware of some of her secrets. Reed's eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of mockery as he smiled. Anything can be a condition? While speaking, he sized up this woman from top to bottom. Her body, which had just come out of a bath, hadn't even put on undergarments yet. Beneath this red long robe, her graceful figure could be vaguely seen. Seeing him looking at her without restraint, a flash of cold light appeared in Birch's eyes. Is it possible that Fredgu wants to savor this princess's fragrance? What the hell? This woman seems somewhat fierce. Reed couldn't help but become interested and asked, suppose I really want to savor the Brysons' fragrance, would the Brysons agree? Agree. Of course I agree. Birch gritted her teeth. This princess has always believed that chastity is not something exclusive to women. Men are the same. However, whoosh. Suddenly, Birch drew her long sword and stabbed directly towards Reed. Damn it. This woman, ready to fight with knives and swords at any moment. This tough nature, even the dag probably doesn't know about it. With a sidestep, Reed easily avoided Birch's stab. Failing to land a hit, she lunged again with her sword and started fighting fiercely with Reed. To be honest, this woman's martial arts skills weren't bad. Just moments into their duel, he sensed that, in terms of martial arts, this noble princess was actually even stronger than Tanya. Even Zane couldn't say he was better. However, such martial arts skills were far from enough against Reed. More crucially, her experience in actual combat was average, as if she only trained behind closed doors. After just a few rounds of sparring, Reed reached out to Birch's wrist, using Tai Chi strength to weaken her force and smoothly taking away her sword. Brysons, you yield. Reed looked at Birch with a smile. Birch snorted. I didn't expect that a literary donghua, top scholar, would have such remarkable martial arts. It seems the military family of the Gu clan indeed lives up to its reputation. The Gu clan? Reed laughed coldly, saying, the Gu clan indeed lives up to its reputation. But this Gu is not the Gu of Johnny. Huh. One sentence filled with implications. Birch immediately detected a different flavor from it. She gave Reed a deep look and then said indifferently, we've chatted and fought. What brings Fredgu here late at night? Haha. If I say I came today to ask for the Brysons' help, what would your highness think? Help. Birch was taken aback for a moment and then said, I'm just an powerless princess. How can I possibly help a highly honored lord like yourself? This woman. Reed shook his head slightly. Brysons, now that the token has appeared, let's be more honest with each other. At the mention of the token, Birch sneered immediately. So, asking for help is fake, and threatening this princess is real, right? As you wish. Reed shrugged, completely unperturbed. Brysons, just tell me whether you agree or not. What happens if I agree? And what if I don't? Would Fredgu report me to the authorities? Birch seemingly didn't care and said, as the only heir of the Yun kingdom, will Christian dare to kill me? The imperial guards were the sore spot of Adolf, and anyone who touched it would surely die. But Birch was the sole remaining royal bloodline of the Yun kingdom. Even if Adolf was very angry, he truly wouldn't harm her. Thus, Birch appeared quite fearless. However, Reed smiled and said, if someone else interferes with the imperial guards, they are dead. Relying on the legacy of the Yun kingdom, the Brysons might escape death, but what about those loyal to you? Birch's face changed upon hearing this. Reed continued, surely these people still matter to you, Brysons? Humph. Birch snorted coldly and said heartlessly, just minor pawns, losing them means nothing. Pawns? I fear it's not entirely true. Reed laughed wryly. I was very curious how a Yun kingdom orphan raised by the Deborah could get involved with the imperial guards. Judging from the assassin skill when attempting to kill Chris that day, these martial arts skills are indeed formidable. A person like that would receive special favor even from Christian in the Inner Guards Bureau. Why would he need to serve a powerless county princess? Reed gave her a meaningful look and then said, I'm afraid this person might also be an old subject of the Yun Kingdom. You. Birch's eyes turned cold, but the faintest trace of fear deep within them couldn't be concealed. Seeing this, Reed lost interest in probing further and directly asked, I have no interest in knowing their background, nor do I want to know why you disrupted the alliance. I just want to ask you one last time, County Brysons, will you agree or not? Please tell me your conditions, Sergu. Birch realized she couldn't gain any advantage over Reed. Ever since she had revealed the token, their confrontation put her at a disadvantage. Since Reed wasn't interested in what she was doing or in revealing her secrets, it wouldn't hurt to agree with him. Reed responded seriously. Regarding the details of the noble families, or more specifically, how much do you know about these noble families in the capital? Noble families? You want to deal with the noble families? Birch was surprised. Reed said calmly, why should the County Brysons pretend to be naive? Ferdy has disliked me for a long time now. The demotion of Daryl from court and the lowering of the Gu family's rank were all my doing. Do you think Ferdy and I can mend our relationship? I always plan ahead before taking action. It's better to understand my enemies thoroughly rather than face them unprepared. Huh. Roy once said Sergu is skilled at strategy. Today, this humble County Brysons has truly witnessed it. But, Birch raised an eyebrow and said, with the Imperial token in your hands, anything you want to know, the Inner Guards Bureau wouldn't dare refuse. Why come to me and waste a chance to threaten me? The County Brysons is a smart person. Can the orders transmitted by this token compare with direct Imperial commands? Birch was taken aback, then sneered, so, Sergu isn't so trusting with everyone after all? Reed shrugged and said, a learned scholar sells his skills to the Imperial family. But if one gives away trust too easily, it will result in significant losses. That's quite frank. Birch was speechless for a moment. After a while, she asked, tell me exactly how much you want to know, Sergu. Chapter 131. Birch's Hidden Hatred. Whatever the Rhonda holds, that's what I shall have. Everything? Birch squinted her eyes and asked, is it true that you're planning to take action against the aristocratic families, Governor Gu? Of course everything. As I mentioned earlier, it's best to prepare in advance, not to undertake a battle without certainty. Reed neither affirmed nor denied. So you've made up your mind already? Birch said coldly. Perhaps this is something done on behalf of Christian again. Governor Gu, do you fear that one day, this weapon becomes obsolete, or perhaps you find out that dealing with the aristocrats is not so easy and Christian hesitates? Have you thought about your own fate then? The Rhonda needn't sow discord. Whether as a weapon or not, does the Rhonda think I had any choice? If it weren't for sheer necessity, who would willingly become a weapon? Though he enjoyed unprecedented glory now, he had plenty of enemies. Hearing this, Birch fell silent. She knew well that the relationship between Reed and the Gu family was estranged. Even some misdeeds of Daryl along with his birth mother Carrie towards Reed were slowly uncovered by the Internal Guard Bureau. One could say that Reed indeed had no one to rely on. What he could depend on now was merely Adolph's trust, but thus, whatever the Emperor required him to do, he must undertake it unhesitantly. There were honors, and there was also helplessness. After thinking for a moment, Birch didn't agree hastily but instead continued asking, then may I ask, Governor Gu, despite your dedication to the planning for Great Lucas, why do you disregard your own safety? Does the Rhonda refer to dealing with the aristocrats? Yes. Birch explained, earlier, Governor Gu mentioned that your talents can be sold to the Imperial family, yet you don't fully trust them. I guess you're not someone overly loyal. Why do you do what that person orders you to do? Does Governor Gu enjoy power? There's nothing wrong with enjoying power. A man cannot live without power. But, Reed paused and pondered, then said, who says I'm disloyal? Do you think, if I sought promotion for the sake of Great Lucas, would I argue? If my only goal was promotion, would I put myself at risk by burning down Bailey's grain supplies? That is precisely where my confusion lies. Might Governor Gu explain this? Birch seemed somewhat perplexed. Reed replied, promotion is certainly preferred, but as for the rest, might the Rhonda first tell me why she initially wanted to disrupt the peace talks with Bailey? Weren't those just my simple thoughts to kill Chris? Birch raised an eyebrow. Reed, however, shook his head calmly and said, does the Rhonda find this kind of conversation amusing? Birch was silent. Both being astute people, she knew Reed wouldn't believe such excuses. Naturally, Birch hadn't expected him to believe it either. Reed sighed softly. If Chris dies in the capital, our Great Lucas will bear irrefutable responsibility. Most likely, the court will blame Bailey. Firstly, to protect Great Lucas's reputation. Secondly, to incite the northern conflict. This result is probably what Ferdy and the powerful families behind him desire. The Rhonda surely hasn't thrown herself into their ranks, right? They? Birch sneered in disdain. If not aligned with the powerful families, then the Rhonda's purpose is straightforward. It's for the former Yun Kingdom, isn't it? Does Governor Gu have to know? Birch smiled coldly. Reed shook his head and sighed deeply. Since the Rhonda doesn't wish to speak, consider it a question unanswered. Let's return to our previous topic. I need information about the powerful families from the Rhonda. Surely this shouldn't be a problem, correct? Birch looked at the internal guard order dropped by Imberg in her hand and said, if it's a deal, naturally there's no problem. Let's treat it as a deal then. Reed didn't want to concern himself with others' matters. As long as he achieved his goal, it was fine. Birch nodded silently and said softly, I hope Governor Gu never regrets this. Doing one's best and leaving the rest to fate leaves no room for regret. I differ from the Rhonda and lack her noble status. Being merely a fourth-rank official offers no guarantee of my life, so a person naturally needs to strive for a glimmer of hope. That's all. Hearing this, Birch just nodded and then turned to pick up her teacup. Seeing her intention to dismiss him, Reed promptly left without further delay. After placing his sword on the table, he turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Birch suddenly asked, Governor Gu, whether war or peace in the north, it doesn't affect your interests. Why are you insistent on forming an alliance with Bailey? Reed paused mid-step. He turned back with a slight smile. Because our country has enjoyed peace for 20 years, and the world would be better off with fewer wars. This way, the common folk can live in peace for a few more years. As the saying goes, those who love war will surely perish, and those who forget war will be in danger. As you said, Great Lucas hasn't engaged in any foreign wars for a long time, and our military preparations have somewhat declined. Wouldn't it be better to fight a war? At least it can wake some people up. The Bryson's words are true, but fighting a war without preparation is foolish. The country has only enjoyed peace for 2 decades, and it's flourishing. With wise rulers and renowned generals. Currently, we can ensure self-preservation. Achieving goals through peaceful means can also strengthen the nation and enrich its people, making the military stronger. It's really not necessary for soldiers to spill blood. Who isn't someone's father, son, or brother? War is something that should be minimized. After speaking, he left the pavilion without caring about Birch, who was stunned by his words. After a while, looking at the empty doorway, Birch muttered to herself. Indeed, no one likes war, and what this world shouldn't have is war, but what about my parents and family? What about them? And those over 10,000 soldiers, what did they do wrong? Birch sighed deeply. As a princess of a fallen kingdom, although she was raised under the care of the Empress of Great Lucas, she often thought about her former country, wondering what kind of nation it was. However, before she could imagine, she had already borne the weight of national enmity and family hatred, along with the tens of thousands of dead soldiers from her former country. Those who remained loyal to the surrender document from start to finish were feared and eventually killed because of it. Her heart was complex. Since she could remember, most of the old people dared not approach her, even dared not to come see her. Her life seemed confined ever since. Later, as she grew up, the woman she regarded as her mother also passed away. Since then, she lived in this courtyard, with only the warmth of Dag still remaining. She didn't know why he did all these things, but she felt she wanted to do something. It seemed only fitting for her identity as a princess of a fallen kingdom. Waiting for 20 years, waiting for a chance that might arise in the north, yet all her plans were ruined by a man named Reed. Ironically, he also presented her with a huge gift, helping her to avenge her national enmity and family hatred. Reed, not the goo from Johnny. Thinking of her initial suspicions, Birch's eyes flashed with doubt. Chapter 132. Hartley's visit. Adolf can hardly wait to move against the aristocratic families. In the following days, Reed stayed at home and did not go anywhere. On this day, Hartley personally paid a visit. As a fourth-rank civil official now, Hartley did not dare to be arrogant anymore and casually have someone deal with Reed. After the two just met and exchanged brief pleasantries, Hartley said in a serious tone, Fred Goo, yesterday, a scout reported from your residence that indeed someone has been in contact with Rick recently, and some people have been probing for information. Oh. Hearing this, Reed immediately rejoiced and said, it seems that this snake lurking in the dark can't help but reveal itself. Hartley nodded and then sighed. If it weren't for Fred Goo's strategy, I wouldn't have discovered that my internal guard bureau had been infiltrated to such an extent. He sighed heavily again after finishing his sentence. Upon hearing this, Reed was somewhat unconcerned. Your internal guard bureau is not merely infiltrated. Some people have likely seized significant power without your knowledge. Thinking back to when he visited Kaylee a few days ago, the information Kaylee provided about the aristocratic families was extremely comprehensive, especially those who held office in the capital. Every detail was meticulously recorded. From this, he could determine that Kaylee controlled the Jade Balance Department of the Internal Guard Bureau, because only the Jade Balance Department was responsible for monitoring officials in the capital. To demonstrate sincerity, even the names of informants within Reed's household, both from the Internal Guard and aristocratic families, were provided. Reed didn't expect that out of his mere 30-odd servants, 3 were spies from different sources. Fortunately, his arrangements in the backyard were relatively secretive. Otherwise, the aristocratic families might have obtained the information. Now that Hartley had come to his house, he learned that not only did Kaylee, but also the aristocratic families began placing their people within the Internal Guard Bureau. He originally thought that Ferdy or Johnny would likely send someone to investigate the Internal Guard Bureau's prison, reminding Hartley to guard against internal traitors. He only mentioned it offhandedly, but he never expected this most unlikely possibility to become reality. Considering it took only 20 years, in an intelligence agency, this situation indicated that the Internal Guard Bureau had already begun to decay. After thinking, he said, Fred Hartley, it may not necessarily be a mole. For some people with extraordinary influence, sometimes holding on to someone's weaknesses can be the key to controlling them, implying, perhaps it's not an enemy's pawn, but someone under threat. Hartley frowned and softly replied, what Fred Goo says does make sense. That person has been detained by me, yet after a night of interrogation, there is no useful information. Even the person who instructed him doesn't know who he is. Reed's face twitched slightly. He had only mentioned it offhandedly, never expecting this possibility. He knew the interrogation methods used by the Internal Guard Bureau. After Dylan added several new forms of punishment inspired by him, each was terrifying. With these punishments, few could withstand the torture. Yet despite this, no information was obtained, indicating 2 possible scenarios. First, this person might be a spy, but the person controlling him did not appear personally, so he doesn't know who his master is. Second, it could simply be that he was threatened. Reed said, whether he is threatened or a mole, isn't it easy for the Internal Guard Bureau to investigate? Fred Goo. Hartley smiled bitterly. You don't know how the Emperor scolded me once this news was reported. If it were just the Internal Guard Bureau being infiltrated, Adolf wouldn't have easily scolded me. But this person's appearance proves that someone harboring a private army originates from the capital. How terrible is that? Right under Adolf's nose, someone was harboring a private army and even attacked the Great Lucas delegation. Yet the Internal Guard Bureau received no clues whatsoever. This time, it was the delegation. Next time, what? Adolf's biggest concern was the succession issue. As long as he sat on the throne safely, any rebellion was impossible. But during the transition of power, a usable private army at that time would be a big problem. Reed was not surprised that Hartley was scolded by Adolf. After all, this matter was taboo not just for the Emperor, but also for ordinary officials. Hartley said, "Today, I came to thank Fred Gu for your advice, and also, well, Fred Hartley, do you have other matters?" Reed looked at Hartley in confusion. His previous so-called advice was merely a smokescreen, just for show. In reality, he had already concluded that Johnny was the real culprit. The reason he did this was to lure out the internal guard, having them investigate Johnny, thus preventing this old fox and his crafty father-in-law from causing trouble in the coming events. Upon hearing Reed's question, Hartley immediately said, "I just want to ask Fred Gu, didn't you notice anything unusual on the way back to the capital?" It wasn't that he was praising Reed. Rather, he knew firsthand how meticulous Reed could be, especially when it came to setting traps. Once this guy got going, even the Chancellor could be caught inside. Hearing this, Reed immediately understood. Hartley was asking if he had noticed anything, but essentially, he was asking if he had discovered anything during interrogation. He replied with a bitter smile. "After the attack on the delegation, I did take the opportunity to interrogate thoroughly. However, Rick said nothing, leaving me with no means to judge. I only came up with the strategy to draw the snake out of its hole after returning to the capital by sheer luck. Keeping private troops costs a lot of money and grain. I think about it, and if it's not someone important, they probably wouldn't have the capacity. The most powerful people would undoubtedly be those in the capital." Hartley understood this logic too. Seeing that Reed truly didn't know, he didn't press further and instead said, "Christian wants to know when you plan to report the current situation." "The current situation? What situation?" Reed was momentarily confused, then he realized. He thought for a moment and said, "The most critical evidence and verification aren't in place yet. If these two elements don't align, we might end up with a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Fred Gu needs to hurry on this matter. Christian is eager to hear your report. Don't delay the important business." Reed felt speechless. Don't delay the important business? You've just thrown a few people my way without giving any specifics, and the crux of whether this matter can progress lies with Serena or Leah. Of the 3 people Ridge sent over, it's highly possible that only one will be charged with gross human rights abuses, but things are different with Serena. The former minister and deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue lost their lives investigating something together. This matter is bound to be significant. Therefore, the result Adolf wants hinges on either Serena or Leah. Otherwise, there's no reason for Adolf to send these 2 people to him. Chapter 133. Everyone is waiting. Of course, even if Serena has any real evidence in her hands, now is not the appropriate time. Everything must wait until something happens to the Gu family. At this moment, Dylan and others have yet to return, and he still lacks the most crucial part of the puzzle. Only after Dylan returns can these pieces be linked together into a complete chain, allowing him to strike down the Gu family at once. As for Ferdy, at present, the odds aren't very promising. After all, Ferdy is the spokesperson chosen by the aristocratic families, and the Hicks family itself is quite powerful. Reed isn't too confident about this, but the issue of Adolf's land reform should be relatively straightforward. This situation reminds Reed of the Sui and Tang dynasties from his past life. Even powerful regimes like the Sui and Tang had to yield to the aristocratic families due to their overwhelming control over resources. Any choice made by these aristocratic families could significantly impact the entire court. If it weren't for Killian Zitian, the problems caused by these families would have persisted indefinitely. His vacation will soon come to an end, and he doesn't know whether Dylan will be able to return in time. While Reed was thinking about Dylan and others, they were enduring countless hardships and finally managed to catch a brief respite. Dylan and 3 others sat on a small boat, watching the docks slowly disappear behind them, slightly relieved. "Sir, we are finally safe," an internal guard said with relief. Upon hearing this, Dylan merely shook his head silently. "It's too early to talk about safety. The person we're dealing with is not just anyone. Even though we've managed to escape for now, what lies ahead will be far more difficult." "Ahead?" One of his subordinates looked puzzled at Dylan. Dylan sighed softly. "When we left, there were 7 of us. Now, only 3 remain. What do you think?" Hearing this, his subordinate also felt somewhat disheartened. They had achieved significant success under Reed in the north. Facing thousands of troops from Bailey, they successfully broke through the encirclement. Yet, they never expected that leaving with only 1 person would cost them 4 comrades. Dylan also felt a bit regretful. Reed had repeatedly emphasized that their target was extremely critical, not just to them but also to their enemies. He urged them to carefully plan their route back to the capital after securing their goal. But a single lapse led to the deaths of 4 comrades. Had it not been for his quick reaction in reversing course and taking a water route away from Jizhou Prefecture, they might not have completed Reed's mission or worse, sacrificed everyone. 4 days passed swiftly, and today was the first assembly after Reed's vacation ended. Nothing particularly notable happened. It was mostly boring reports. During this time, Adolf hinted to Reed twice. However, Reed did not act as Adolf had hoped. Having no choice, Adolf dismissed the assembly quickly and returned to the imperial study full of confusion. There, he summoned Hartley directly. "Last time, when you went to Reed, did you clearly convey my intentions?" Hartley, having just arrived, answered respectfully, "Your Majesty, I conveyed your Majesty's orders to Minister Gu long ago, and it seems he understood them well." If he understood, why hasn't he expedited the matters? Adolf was somewhat displeased. Surely, it couldn't be that Reed became fearful after his promotion? He gave Reed considerable authority, including the imperial token symbolizing imperial power and the Delucus dragon quail, representing Adolf's own power. If he still acted timidly, Adolf might need to give him a stern warning. Hartley replied cautiously, "Your Majesty, recently, news came from Jizhou Prefecture. It appears that the ancestors' land of Guiyuan Bo lost someone." Adolf immediately grasped the implication and asked, "Are you saying that the person who disappeared from Johnny's hometown was possibly sent by Reed?" "That's correct." Adolf frowned upon hearing this. "That's too reckless. If it alerts the wrong people, future matters will become even harder to handle." "Your Majesty," Hartley lowered his head and spoke quietly, "in my opinion, this move by Minister Gu may actually benefit the case. Investigating cases requires solid evidence. Without it, the final verdict won't convince anyone. Humph. Adolf sneered and said, evidence? Did the case they handled earlier really satisfy everyone? Thinking back to that incident, Adolf felt quite uncomfortable. To think that at that time, they fabricated some evidence and promptly convicted the suspect without proper investigation. Hartley opened his mouth but dared not speak. Back then, the case was concluded so quickly, and several high-ranking officials in the court were directly investigated and punished. Frankly speaking, those people lacked a solid foundation behind them. Now it's different. Now they are dealing with aristocratic families. Without substantial evidence, it might end up unresolved. Reed's actions may alarm the snake from its hiding, but catching the key figure will make this case an ironclad one. What about the 2 people you were supposed to send him? Have there been any developments lately? About this, Hartley hesitated and said, I'm afraid Minister Gu hasn't obtained the critical thing yet. It has been such a long time. Adolf slightly complained, Reed is just over 20 years old, and I have given him a 4th-grade official position. I didn't expect he couldn't handle 2 women. Hartley was really melancholic. Sometimes his emperor, well, you're the boss, everything you say is right. Of course, Adolf only made a few light complaints. Knowing that Reed had other considerations, as an emperor, if he interfered too much, it would bind the hands of his subordinates instead. Adolf was anxious, and so was Reed. After all, Dylan and others hadn't sent any news at all. The most worried, besides Adolf and Reed, was Johnny. He had received the news of problems back home several days ago, but after these few days, still no news. These past few days, apart from attending court meetings, he didn't go anywhere. He stayed in his own house, anxiously waiting. Even his old father-in-law he dared not trouble. There were too many annoying things recently. If something else happened now, who knows whether Ferdy would abandon him. There has been no progress in the internal guard prison issue. Although Ferdy told him that Rick had been notified, the severely injured and critically ill person gave no news at all. Instead, they lost a pawn. If he troubled Ferdy again with the matter back home now, he would definitely get scolded. Johnny walked restlessly in the study. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded. The door opened, and when Johnny saw the visitor, he hurriedly asked, Is there any news? Chapter 134 Breakthrough. There's a demon at home. However, to his disappointment, the person who came just shook his head. Sir, there is no news at all. Waste of space. Johnny cursed and said, The other party only had 4 people. And you? How many of you were there? You couldn't even keep a few measly individuals. The servant explained, Sir, although they weren't many in number, each one of them was an ace. The brothers lost several men while chasing them down. Besides what? Johnny narrowed his eyes, guessing that these servants were about to find other reasons to cover up their incompetence. The servant continued, Sir, according to feedback from the fellows, Mr. Burke seems to have left with those people willingly. What? Does he know something? Johnny asked subconsciously. As a chief administrator back home, Burke did almost everything dirty for him to gain his trust. Seeing Burke's utmost loyalty, and not wanting too many people to be involved in his affairs, Johnny entrusted all such work to him. Until recently, he felt as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything behind the scenes, and his situation seemed to be worsening. Therefore, he started to plan Burke's elimination. However, this issue hadn't been resolved yet, when it was interrupted by Reed's return to the capital. To his surprise, during this gap, Burke actually ran away. Could it be that he realized I didn't intend to keep him around? Johnny thought for a moment before asking, Have you found out who took Burke? Not specifically clear, but it's highly likely to be the internal guards. Internal guards? Startled, Johnny blurted out, Burke must not fall into the hands of the internal guards. Yes. The servant nodded and said, But after leaving Jizhou Prefecture, they vanished without a trace, leaving us nowhere to investigate. That's your incompetence, Johnny reprimanded. The servant stood still, not daring to make a sound, fearing that it might provoke Johnny. Seeing his reaction, Johnny thought for a moment before saying, If it's the internal guards, regardless of how they disappeared, they will eventually come back to the capital. Arrange now for a strict surveillance of all routes leading into the city. Under no circumstances should Burke enter the capital. Also, immediately send word back to our hometown in Jizhou, ensuring all previous matters are thoroughly cleaned up so nothing can be traced here. Yes. The servant replied without hesitation, then hurriedly left Johnny's study. After everyone left, Johnny became somewhat silent. He never expected it would be the internal guards acting against him. Why go through all this trouble and take action in my hometown? Did Rick and that detainee say something? No. This is impossible. This thought barely entered his mind when Johnny instinctively shook his head. The matter concerning Rick has nothing to do with my hometown. Only a few people knew about it, so it's simply not possible. Of course, now that the internal guards have become involved and taken Burke, it doesn't matter why. Regardless of their intentions, whether coming to pay respects in the capital or anything else, Johnny, won't allow anyone to leave. Meanwhile, Reed also felt anxious. Adolf cannot hold off indefinitely, and Dylan's group was encountering unknown problems. Without Burke, making a breakthrough in his plan seemed much more difficult. Distractedly flipping through the pages, not knowing how much time had passed, he noticed Leslie, who was serving him, looking restless. Her expression showed some hesitation. Are you feeling unwell? Reed furrowed his brow slightly. Leslie gave a start, then saw Reed looking at her questioningly. No, my lord. If you're tired, you can rest first. There's no need for you to stay here to serve me continuously. Reed spoke gently, with no suspicion. Leslie uttered an oh, then slowly walked towards the door of the study. Just as her hand touched the door, she withdrew as if electrocuted, turning to look at Reed. My lord? Stacy bit her lip. Your servant has something important to say to you, my lord. Oh, something to say. Could it be what he guessed? A wave of excitement welled up inside Reed, but he kept a straight face and said, Feel free to speak up. To you, my lord, for clearing my father's name and rescuing our whole Jiang family. Suddenly, Leslie knelt on the ground. It's finally happening. Feeling a thrill inside, Reed waited for this moment for a long time, staring at Leslie prostrate, revealing her graceful silhouette. But Reed could hardly focus on such details now. Instead, he feigned confusion and asked, "Your father? Hasn't the verdict on his case already been decided?" "My lord, my late father was framed. Not only him, but Secretary Gu was also framed." "Nonsense." Reed pretended to reprimand. "This matter was personally reviewed by Christian. How could it be wrongful?" "But my lord, my father was indeed wronged. I have the evidence." "Evidence? What kind of evidence?" Reed frowned. "I don't have the evidence with me, but if my lord agrees, I will certainly present it." "This?" Reed thought for a moment and then said, "Stand up and speak." Hearing this, Leslie carefully stood up, glancing at Reed briefly. Reed asked, "You've been in my household for some time. Why are you only now thinking of seeking justice for your father?" "This?" Leslie was taken aback. She hadn't expected Reed to ask this. She replied, "Previously, I didn't dare trouble my lord. Moreover, at that time, my lord held an important position in the Honglu Temple." She dared not tell Reed that she initially didn't know his character and therefore didn't dare reveal she had evidence. If not for what she learned from those few people in the back courtyard about Reed's intention to help them seek justice, this matter might have been postponed indefinitely. These past days, she had been torn, fearing she might entrust her trust in the wrong person. But later, she thought that as long as nothing happened to Reed, she would likely never have another chance to meet other high-ranking officials. Reed became a fourth-rank official within a year of entering court. His future prospects were boundless. Besides, he had even kept 3 strangers who looked like poor folk in his household, preparing to help them seek justice. Such a person must have good character, right? Reed didn't concern himself with whether Leslie's explanation was true or false. Having a plausible explanation was enough. He thought for a moment and said, "Your father's case is quite complicated. As long as my lord can clear my father's name and save my clan, Leslie is willing to be anything, even a servant." The corner of Reed's mouth twitched, and he said impatiently, "A servant? Aren't you one already?" "My lord." Leslie blushed instantly, her eyes sparkling with an almost mesmerizing allure. Even her voice seemed more enchanting. Reed was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Chapter 135. Dylan returns to the capital. Reed sets a trap. The study suddenly fell quiet, an oddly ambiguous atmosphere faintly lingering. After a while, Reed came back to his senses and said, "Let's talk about these things later. Didn't you say you have evidence to prove your father was wronged? Where is it?" "Ah." Stacy was slightly stunned, her expression turning somewhat awkward. She had braced herself for what she thought would be the price to pay. But unexpectedly, Reed directly asked for the evidence. Considering that she came from a scholarly family, being a well-known lady of high birth in the capital before being exiled to the music bureau and taught various arts, didn't Aaliyah say that women like her, with a hint of scholarly grace and an allure unmatched by ordinary women, were most favored by men? Why does my master seem completely uninterested? Reed looked at the slightly dazed young Stacy and couldn't help but tap the table. "What are you thinking about?" No. Stacy's face turned red. She adjusted her demeanor slightly and said, "The items left by my father are in our old residence." Stacy explained in detail, and upon hearing this, Reed nodded. "All right, I know about this. I need to plan this carefully. I'll let you know when there's any result." Yes. This servant thanks master." Stacy appeared very excited, but Reed shook his head almost imperceptibly. Though there was no news from Dylan, this breakthrough with Jiang Stacy did lift his spirits a little. In the next 3 days, nothing unusual happened in the court. Reed didn't make any moves, so Adolf thought he probably had other plans and didn't urge him, or even summon him. Reed daily reviewed cases in the Dali Temple, everything proceeding methodically. As for Johnny, his heart was filled with both joy and worry. He was happy that after all these days, everything in the capital remained normal, and the thing he feared most hadn't happened. His worry was simple. Precisely because Reginald hadn't shown up, he wasn't feeling very confident, even fearing that one day, this matter might suddenly burst out. Therefore, he had never stopped monitoring inside and outside the capital these past few days. In a small courtyard near the outskirts of the capital, Dylan and his people secretly hid here. They had been within the territory of the capital for a day already, but they sensed something different as soon as they entered. Out of caution, Dylan stopped and didn't advance further, choosing instead to hide in a peasant's small yard. On this day, those who went out to scout returned, and Dylan asked, "How is it outside?" "Sir, they are still keeping an eye on us. Although it looks more relaxed on the surface, they've actually dispatched more people in secret. It won't be easy for us to return. We can't stay out here forever. Sooner or later we'll be discovered," one person worriedly said. F***CK. To be blocked right at home. Truly damned unlucky. Dylan thought for a moment and said, "We indeed cannot just wait here. Corey, you will disguise yourself tomorrow and go back into the city to meet with Sir Gu." "Me?" Corey was taken aback. Dylan said, "That's right. You rarely go out, so you're least likely to be noticed." "Got it, Chief. Tomorrow I'll dress up and find Sir Gu, but what should I tell Sir Gu?" "You tell him we've brought people back to the capital, but can't enter the city yet. Ask if he has any other solutions." That's a good idea. We can't get in, but Sir Gu can come out. Once we see him, all problems will be solved." "Exactly." Another person smiled and said, "Corey going to invite Sir Gu is appropriate. Those people only dare to investigate in secret, probably not official enforcers. Sir Gu holds office and is close to the emperor. Few would dare offend him." "Indeed." Dylan grinned and said, "When you go, be quick but also careful. Do not expose yourself, and try not to wear the same disguise back and forth to avoid suspicion." Haha. Chief has become more cautious after this journey. Cautiousness never hurt anyone. We must be more careful. Have you forgotten how our brothers met their end? Mentioning their fallen comrades instantly darkened everyone's expressions. All right, don't all wear long faces. The revenge for our brothers? Sir will help us take it sooner or later. For now, let's focus on what Sir entrusted us to do. Early the next morning, after disguising himself, Corey swaggered back into the capital on the main road. After wandering around the city a few times and feeling sure no one was following him, he finally arrived at Reed's residence. Learning of Corey's arrival, Reed was overjoyed. As soon as they met, he couldn't wait to ask, "How did it go? Did you complete the task?" "Sir, everything is set. Our leader is hiding in a small farmhouse outside the city. There are spies everywhere around the capital, so he dares not return to the city." "Spies?" Reed, who had been staying in the capital all along, was unaware of this. He immediately asked, "What about the men? Are they all safe?" "When we left Jizhou, we were discovered, and 4 of our brothers didn't make it." Corey's expression turned somber. 4. Reed felt heavy-hearted upon hearing this. Though he hadn't spoken much with these brothers, they had served diligently over the past few months. He thought for a moment and said, "Rest assured, their lives won't be in vain. I promise to give you an account of this matter." "Thank you on behalf of the brothers, sir." Corey expressed his gratitude. Reed's concern for the men touched those who had been out working tirelessly. Even though they were just minor figures, it didn't mean they lacked feelings. After thanking Reed, Corey said, "The situation is urgent. My leader has sent me to inform sir that there are too many spies outside the city, making it difficult to bring people in. We hope sir can provide a solution." "A solution?" Reed hesitated for a moment and then suddenly said, "I have an estate outside the city that I recently acquired. You can go back and, with my order, say that I'm sending you to take charge of the estate. Just be discreet and ensure no one discovers you. I'll take a day off the day after tomorrow and visit the estate under the pretext of inspection." "Got it. I'll go tell my leader right away." "Hold on. Have some water first, rest for a while, and change your clothes before heading back." Chapter 136. Reed leaves the city, and Johnny is very anxious. After Corey left, Reed could not help but swing his fists. This is perfect. Dylan has brought them back, so this time the Gu family cannot escape. As for the aristocratic families, Reed had never imagined that a mere land case could solve all of their problems. Without land, they still control half of the officials in the country and most of its money, especially money, which has been a problem in Daxia for 20 years. Although the current monetary system hasn't collapsed yet, the currency is already starting to devalue, especially the banknotes. Apart from being easy to carry, they have no practical use at all. On the contrary, as time passes, those aristocratic families gradually exchange banknotes for silver and store it away, resulting in less and less circulating silver on the market. With no money available to common people, it naturally leads to the court printing more banknotes and minting more copper coins. This results in rising prices. If this issue isn't resolved, the economy of Daxia will collapse soon. Banknotes will become waste paper, and copper coins will continue to devalue. At that time, the aristocratic families who hold large amounts of silver will once again become the dominant force in this country. Currency concerns the comprehensive strength of a country. If the monetary system collapses, even if he does well with the land reform now, things will eventually regress. Of course, the road must be walked step by step, and meals eaten bite by bite. If he can make good use of the matter concerning the Gu family to promote national land reforms, it would be a huge step forward. Once they have land, taxes can be stabilized in the short term. Only when the country has money can more things be done. Otherwise, everything remains just talk. Unconsciously, Reed's thoughts strayed. After another hard day at work in the capital, Reed immediately set out of the city with some people from the mansion who were already eagerly waiting. His movement was most sensed by Adolf and Johnny. But after hearing this, Adolf just pretended to be displeased and cursed. "Didn't I just give him a holiday? Why is he taking another rest?" In fact, both he and Hartley guessed that Reed leaving the city must mean something significant. With the capital as the base of the internal guards, there were suddenly so many spies added. How could the internal guard office not notice? They are just pretending. These spies undoubtedly come from the Gu family. From this, it can be seen that this matter involving the Gu family is serious. Since outsiders cannot enter, Reed naturally has to choose an appropriate time to leave the city. And Johnny had more questions in his heart. "Are you sure that scoundrel went outside the city?" "Master, it is indeed young master." "Him? How can you let him go out of the city? What is he going to do out there?" Johnny immediately broke down when he heard about Reed. Recently, Reed has been quite enthusiastic about opposing him, always finding opportunities to put him and his father-in-law into difficult situations. If this was arranged by Reed using the internal guards, he wouldn't have doubted it. It's just that there's no evidence now. Moreover, during Reed's return to the capital after the diplomatic mission, apart from resting in that town while waiting for reinforcements, there wasn't any time to do anything else. The servant, upon hearing what Johnny said, was also speechless. They were only servants, and Reed was an official. You, as a father, couldn't manage your own son. Do you expect us, the servants, to be able to? How can we let young master go out of the city? You sure you're not stupid? The servant slightly complained and then said, "Master, young master has been watched all the way. They went to a manor in the suburbs." "Manor? Which manor? Under whose name?" Johnny asked unconsciously, but halfway through his question, he suddenly remembered that Adolf had previously granted a manor to Reed. "Are you sure they went to the manor, without doing anything else on the way?" He couldn't be careful enough at this moment. Ever since Reed entered the court, every time he dealt with the Gu family and his father-in-law, numerous strategies emerged one after another. With Adolf's support, even his father-in-law sometimes gets trapped if not careful. At this moment, he thought about the eldest grandson of the Gu family. Both sharing the surname Gu, why is Connor's grandson so outstanding? The former Ashton and the present Reed, both martial and civil talents, neither of them are easy to deal with. When he killed Ashton and got rid of Dawson, the Gu family had no one capable of leading anymore. Previously, he had the idea of letting Reed become useless by making him read classics like philosophy books. A bookworm isn't scary, right? Besides, Reed was originally meant to be a stepping stone for Daryl. However, unexpectedly, after the Imperial examination, not only did he get hold of their family but also managed to break free from constraints, becoming a major threat now. When asked by Johnny, the servant said, Master, young master brought some of us along and traveled slowly as if enjoying the scenery. He doesn't seem to be in any hurry. Moreover, according to the feedback from our men outside the city, young master sent someone to notify that manor yesterday, preparing to take over the manor today during his day off. Alright, I got it. You can go now. Keep people watching outside the city. For some reason, Johnny felt uneasy. Too much time had passed with no news, which made him really anxious. Under normal circumstances, this should not happen. The internal guard office always acts swiftly without delay, but at the moment, Burke has been in their hands for some time. Yet there was no news from the capital. The court remained calm, showing no sign of any major event happening. Yet, Johnny's worry never decreased. Even Carrie, who lived like a noble lady in the mansion, and Daryl, who did nothing productive every day, noticed something. Of course, after asking once or twice without results, Carrie stopped caring. With her son Daryl having no future prospects, she had nothing else to hope for. Although she hated Reed deeply, she was always warned by her father and husband. Now that Reed held an official rank of 4th grade lower class, he was a high-ranking official. She really didn't dare to act rashly. As for Daryl, though it's unknown whether he cursed Reed 100 times daily while hiding in the mansion, his future was uncertain, and the brothel he operated had been shut down. Relying on the power of the Gu family, he wasn't implicated in previous affairs, and thus had nothing to do now. He spent his days either playing with maidservants at home or seeking thrills with friends outside. He couldn't care less about his father Johnny's business. In fact, he hoped to stay far away from Johnny, fearing that one day the gloomy-faced Johnny might vent his anger on him. In short, the few people in the Gu family lived each day in such a strange manner. On the contrary, Reed finally initiated the next phase of his plan. Chapter 137. Deceiving Reginald, the Yingdi goes online. In a separate room of the mansion, Reed sized up a man in his early 40s. The man had a pair of triangular eyes, clearly not a good-natured person. Reginald, the Gu family's chief manager whom Johnny relied heavily upon. Manager Gu, you were too careless and reckless, causing dikes to breach and 3 villages to be flooded just for some land, affecting thousands of lives. If father hadn't made timely arrangements, our entire Gu family might have been doomed. A hint of suspicion flashed across Reginald's eyes. Squinting his eyes, he said in an ambiguous tone, Young master, what are you talking about? And where is Fred? Do you think father would dare to come see you at this critical moment? Reed rebuked with an unflinching expression, but inwardly alert. Though this old fellow came here with Dylan, he didn't seem to trust Reed at all. It appeared that most of Gu family's confidants knew Reed wasn't favored. He calmly said, Manager Gu, do you distrust me, the young master? How dare I? Reginald gave a smile devoid of sincerity, saying, although I was promoted to be the chief manager by Fred, servants are still servants. How can we be insolent before the master? SK, Reed scoffed mentally, then said, on your way back, you were intercepted and pursued by internal guards everywhere. Do you know why they tried to capture you so openly? Reed subtly set a trap. When he asked Dylan and others to take Reginald away from Jizhou Prefecture, he had already planned everything out. Under Johnny's name, he claimed Reginald's actions were exposed. If the Gu family openly chased him, it could frame Johnny as trying to cover up. If the Gu family didn't expose themselves, they would be seen as internal guards. No matter what, the goal was to bring Reginald to the capital. And Reed would interrogate Reginald as the eldest son of the Gu family. Should Dylan's identity be exposed, Reed would cut off Reginald's retreat route first. Otherwise, the original plan would proceed. Upon hearing internal guards, Reginald's pupils contracted sharply. Internal guards reported directly to the Emperor. Now, if internal guards were after him, it clearly indicated the Emperor had his eye on the Gu family. Seeing Reginald seem to believe, Reed continued, as our family and Hicks family are relatives through marriage. Once the internal guards moved, father noticed the problem immediately and arranged to get you out. I understand what young master says, but why come to the capital? Haven't you heard darkness under the lamp? Darkness under the lamp? Reginald was confused. Reed said mildly, it means the place closest to the light is darkest, pointing to a lit lantern in the room. Reginald saw it did appear darker near the lamp. Being smart, he instantly understood Reed's intent, but he remained skeptical, asking, why did you come instead of someone else? Himph, do you think I wanted to? Reed coldly harumphed, I seldom go out and outsiders don't recognize me. This way, it's hardest to be noticed. If it were old 3. Though Reginald still didn't fully believe, he acknowledged Reed's reasoning. Reed sighed deeply, you've done a lot for father and the family. In this situation, we certainly can't let you fall into enemy hands. But once the internal guards fail, there will naturally be officials who petition for impeachment. Then father will be at a disadvantage. They dared to act now, probably having plenty of information. Father trusts you and knows little of the details, so bringing you here is to clarify what happened these years. Young master, isn't it better if less is known, proving Fred's non-involvement? Reginald's words carried suspicion. Reed cast a cold glance, saying, Father is Adam. Can any matter back home be unrelated to him? Now that enemies have taken control and even sent internal guards, if father doesn't know what's going on, how can he defend himself before the Emperor? Oh, so it's for defending before the Emperor. That makes sense. If Fred is unaware of the specifics, it indeed leaves room for exploitation. If stories don't align, he'd be guilty regardless. However, he still did not fully trust Reed and said, Young master, although the situation is urgent now, this matter is of great importance. I still wish to see Fred. Never think about it. Father definitely can't come to see you at this critical moment. He is precious in status with internal guards lurking everywhere. Now we should keep quiet instead of making moves. But this servant, would I, as the eldest son of the Gu family, harm the Gu family? This servant would never think that. Reginald gave an embarrassed smile. He wasn't really afraid that Reed would harm the Gu family, but not harming the Gu family didn't mean not harming me. The logic that once the hare is dead, the dog will be boiled. They who do dirty work couldn't fail to understand. Reed glanced at him coldly and then took out a letter from his bosom and handed it over to Reginald, saying coldly, "Father knew beforehand that you would reserve a trump card, so he wrote you a letter. He said you would understand after reading it." "Oh." Reginald's eyes brightened instantly. He quickly grabbed the letter and started reading after tearing it open. After a long while, he smiled and said, "If young master had shown me the handwriting of Fred earlier, this servant wouldn't have acted like this. I hope young master can forgive me." And he even pretended to bow formally. Reed wore an unpleasant face and said sarcastically, "This master just wanted to see how much sincerity our head manager has for the Gu family." After such a look, Manager Gu truly turns out to be a cautious person. No wonder father holds you in high regard. He added a cold snort. This letter was, of course, fake. It was written by someone mimicking Johnny's handwriting. As for its content, naturally, it was all made up. Roughly speaking, it told Reginald to explain everything clearly, assuring that no harm would come to him, and subtly indicated that he knew some things about Gu family's past were recorded elsewhere. As long as he cooperated this time, after the wind blew over, he would be released and guaranteed wealth for life. In fact, these words were merely probing by Reed. Reginald, acting as Johnny's white glove, naturally foresaw his future outcome, so he couldn't help but make preparations. Even if Reed's imitation was crude, Reginald, no matter how shrewd, would subconsciously choose to believe it because of the guilt he felt inside. Seeing Reginald believed in deed now, Reed immediately put on a stern face and said, "Since you have read the letter, now can you talk?" Chapter 138. Reginald's revelation. The curtain is about to rise. To everyone's surprise, however, Reginald had no intention of speaking but instead looked at Reed with a smile. A chill ran down Reed's spine. Could this old man have seen through something? Ripples arose in his heart, but he kept his expression unchanged and said, "Why? Chief Officer Gu still doesn't believe me? It's not disbelief. It's just that it would be better for young master to know as little about some matters as possible. Still, let's fetch some ink and paper." Reginald looked at Reed with a beaming face. Reed's complexion darkened. So this old fox was on guard against him, the disfavored eldest son. But this was good too. Actions speak louder than words. Now you're here offering your handwriting yourself. Such evidence holds much more weight. While secretly delighted inside, he maintained a displeased look and said coldly, "Wait." Saying so, he walked out of the door and gave some instructions to Dylan and others. Soon enough, servants delivered the writing materials, and Reginald, still smiling, looked at the desk filled with stationery before glancing at Reed. Reed's face turned black again, and he left the room directly, closing the door behind him. "Sir." Dylan cast a quick glance into the room and called softly. Reed shook his head slightly, then pulled Dylan aside a few steps and said, "Arrange for the brothers to monitor this house strictly. Under no circumstances should he escape. He impressed upon me during our brief clash earlier that Reginald is not an ordinary thinker. If he were to escape at this crucial moment, all his efforts would be in vain." Hearing this, Dylan immediately agreed. Subsequently, they both sat quietly waiting in the yard. Indeed, Reginald, whether being smart or feeling invulnerable, had never once thought of escaping. He remained in the room writing for 2 hours. Even though Reed had prepared mentally, he couldn't help feeling a chill run through him. To merely recount all those years' misdeeds took 4 hours in detail. What did this mean? It meant that the crimes of the Gu family were beyond enumeration. No wonder he didn't try to escape. Reginald was indeed emboldened by some unknown confidence. If Reed's conjecture held true, Reginald had kept evidence of all his wrongdoings, using these to threaten Johnny. Who knew? Johnny might have even promised to ensure his long life. Speaking of Johnny, other than being stupid, there was nothing else to say about him. He had conspired early on with Rick, leaving deadly evidence. Now, even a mere servant dared to hold such incriminating evidence over him. Had it not been for Ferdy's protection, he would have died hundreds of times already. After waiting for a short while longer, Reginald emerged holding a thick stack of paper. When Reed moved to approach, he saw him say smilingly, "Please ask eldest young master to get a bigger container, as this small envelope can't hold all these secrets." The corner of Reed's mouth twitched. This rascal called him eldest young master, repeatedly yet treated him like a servant. He glanced at Dylan, who immediately stood up and left the courtyard. Reginald watched all this with a smiling face. After a while, Dylan returned carrying a large bamboo tube and handed it directly to Reginald, who smiled and thanked him. Another moment passed, and Reginald came out holding a bamboo tube sealed with hot wax. "I have troubled eldest young master to wait. All the information Fred wants is enclosed within. You may give this to him." Reed took the bamboo tube, gently weighing it. It was indeed heavier. However, based on previous experiences, Reed was not courteous at all. "Chief Officer Gu, how can I be sure what you've written inside is true? Or, perhaps you just slept all day in the room and now hand us a stack of blank paper." "Humph." Reginald glanced at Reed with disdain. "My life is in your hands. What good does it do me to anger you?" Damn it. He realized that among the Gu family's servants, none showed any respect for Reed. With a cold laugh, Reed said, "I'm learning from Chief Officer Gu. Since one must be cautious, let me be extra careful. How about this?" He shook the large bamboo tube in his hand and said, "Before father verifies its authenticity, perhaps Chief Officer Gu could temporarily reside in the cellar of this villa?" "What?" Reginald's expression changed rapidly. In a hurry, he tried to speak. "Eldest young master, There's no need for further words, Chief Officer Gu. Being cautious benefits both of us, doesn't it? You have secrets in hand, but my Gu family wields power. One cannot manipulate the master without suffering consequences, right?" With this, he signaled to Dylan, who promptly led people to escort Reginald away. He had long been displeased with this arrogant old man. If it weren't for Reed needing to get what he wanted from him, he would have already taken measures against him. After all, before they followed Reed, they were top-notch interrogators in the inner guard prison. Taking some measures was simply too easy. On the other side, after Dylan and others left, Reed looked at the sealing wax on the bamboo tube, smiled coldly, and then directly opened the bamboo tube. This thing was not meant for Johnny to see. No matter how meticulously you prepared, what use is there? He opened the bamboo tube, took out the handwritten document inside, and silently read it. This reading lasted nearly an hour, and even when Dylan returned here, he stood quietly beside him waiting for him to finish. Ah. Reed sighed faintly and put away the manuscript. Dylan asked softly, "Sir, did that old rascal behave?" Reed nodded slowly and said, "The content written inside is quite detailed. Each item clearly stated, logical and reasonable, seemingly not fake. But what? Did this old rascal try to trick us?" Dylan asked curiously. Reed shook his head slightly. "It's just that the more realistic it seems, the more it indicates the enormity of the Gu family's crimes. Simply inconceivable. A mere 20-year-old aristocratic family, in order to rapidly accumulate wealth, committed so many outrageous acts. This was just a 20-year-old Gu family. What about those centuries-old noble families? If one were to gather cases spanning hundreds or thousands of years, it would likely be a history soaked in blood and tears. These people only thought of amassing the world's wealth. But behind this wealth was bloodshed, stinking to high heavens. Apart from these matters, Reginald naturally didn't forget to remind Johnny once again about the leverage he held over the Gu family, warning Johnny to protect his life. Reed sighed softly. With things done to this extent now, there was much more to do next. Just verifying the events and people mentioned in this handwritten document alone would keep them busy. There would indeed be plenty of work ahead. Chapter 139. Causing trouble. The capital is about to be in turmoil soon. It's best for you to stay hidden. Don't return to the capital at this time. After putting away those manuscripts, Reed silently gave a reminder. Dylan thought for a moment and said, "But sir, now that you're serving as a lesser censor-in-chief of the Board of Punishments, with such a major case happening, your men are needed under your command. If we stay here, actually, it's not a big deal." Reed waved his hand and explained, "While having you around in the capital would make things easier for me. Since you left the city with the embassy and returned just as this major case broke out, people in the capital aren't fools." The power of noble families was something Dylan and his men could not bear. If it were confirmed that they had any connection to this matter, and if enemies retaliated fiercely, their families would be in grave danger. No matter what, Dylan and others had risked their lives for him. At least their safety should be ensured. Dylan, who had always been in the capital, knew some of its darkness. Seeing Reed's intention to protect them, he nodded silently. They were only minor characters. An error might implicate their families. Seeing that Dylan no longer insisted, Reed added, "Tomorrow I will report this matter in court. My actions today definitely can't be kept secret from others. You shouldn't stay in this villa anymore." Dylan agreed after hearing this and directly asked, "Is there anything we can do for you, sir?" Reed shook his head. "For now, it's better for you to stay quiet rather than take action. Just leave this villa and avoid being visited by others." What about Reginald? As the main witness and convict in this case, Reginald's importance was self-evident. However, Reginald couldn't be left in the care of other people in the villa. If they left, they couldn't just let Reginald starve here. Reed laughed and replied, "Tutu came here as one of my household servants yesterday. Let him continue to pretend to be a servant in my household." Hearing this, Dylan immediately laughed. "That's a good idea." Reed smiled, nodded, and then said, "After leaving the villa, find a place to stay for a while before returning to the capital." "Yes, sir." Dylan knew that if they went back now, it would likely not only be unhelpful but also endanger their families. But if Reed succeeded, the risks would be minimized. Reed stayed at the villa until the afternoon, watching the sun set before leisurely returning to the capital. Though his trip to the villa was mainly to set a trap for Reginald, he couldn't ignore the estate's affairs, as it now belonged to him. When Reed and others returned to the capital, it was already getting dark. After dinner, he sent Zane to the Imperial Guard headquarters, and then waited patiently in his study for Hartley to come over. About an hour later, Hartley arrived at Reed's residence. Zane led him into the study. The moment he saw Reed, Hartley asked, "Fredgu urgently summoned me. Has there been progress on that matter?" "That's right." Reed handed over the confession written by Reginald to Hartley. "Sir Hartley, please see this confession personally written by the convict Reginald, confessing all his actions." "Really? Fredgu has finished the interrogation so quickly?" Hartley took the document curiously. If everything written here was true, Reed's efficiency was indeed too fast. Did Fredgu use any means? "Sir Hartley, don't forget who I am." Reed chuckled softly. Hartley's mouth twitched. He suddenly remembered that this Reed was actually Johnny's eldest son, even though he wasn't favored by Johnny. Still, his identity wasn't false. If Johnny knew that Reed used the title of his eldest son to pry open all the secrets of the Gu family, he might go mad with anger. Also, Reed seemed quite ruthless. Given such serious charges against the Gu family, execution might be the only way to quell public outrage. Yet, he was still the son of the Gu family. Hartley, lost in thought, continued to focus on the confession. After a long pause, he put down the document and bitterly smiled. Who would have thought that such high-ranking nobles could commit so many vile deeds? And who would have imagined that the esteemed Earl Johnny could be manipulated by his servants? Hartley shook his head helplessly. How careless was Johnny? Reed just chuckled softly. How could it be just one incident where Johnny was manipulated by others? "Sir Hartley, I invited you here today mainly because I need your assistance from the Imperial Guards." He didn't bother criticizing Johnny now, instead requesting immediate help from the guards. Hartley said in a daze, "You already have the authority to submit memorials, and reviewing cases is your duty as the Minister of Punishments. If there's any issue, you can mobilize your own clerks directly. Why would you need help from the Imperial Guards? This case involves a wide range of people. Johnny, being one of the founding nobles, has marital ties with the Hicks family. He will certainly use this to take over the case and hand it to the Board of Punishments, or even convene a joint trial by 3 departments. I am the eldest son of the Gu family, and Ferdy will definitely use this as a reason to exclude me from the core of this case. Once they take over, all the certification and victims involved will be..." Hearing this, Hartley was taken aback. That's right, he had almost forgotten about that. If Ferdy really seized this opportunity to kick Reed out of the core of the case and then petition for a joint trial, the case would likely be downplayed. Reed said, with the current materials and evidence complete, I need to start writing the memorial to inform Christian. But once this case begins, we won't have much time left. So, Fredgu means to have the Imperial Guards directly protect the victims and witnesses mentioned in the confession? Not just that. The best plan is to escort them all to the capital. I will propose having the Imperial Guards Bureau protect these certifications. When the facts and evidence are all in place, even if Ferdy intends to cover up, it will be useless. Good. I will send word to the palace later and inform Christian of this matter. When does Fredgu plan to submit the memorial? That depends on the speed of the Imperial Guards Bureau. How long will it take to ensure the protection of these victims and certifications? Hartley immediately smiled and said, the Tianji division of the Imperial Guards has the authority to oversee local areas. Mobilizing the entire Ji Prefecture's Imperial Guards, it will take no more than 3 days to have these people under our control. Additionally, I will send the Kaiyang division out of the capital to Ji Prefecture, riding post horses day and night, which should only take 2 weeks for a round trip. Great. Then I'll submit the memorial in 3 days. As long as the eyewitnesses and victims are controlled by the Imperial Guards, the whole process can be initiated directly. Surely, Reginald couldn't have possibly known about every immoral act committed by Johnny, right? Chapter 140. Opening one's mouth to bring death, just like Reed. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Upon receiving the Emperor's consent, on the 4th day, immediately after the court assembly began and the formalities were completed, Reed was the first to step forward. Your Majesty, this humble official, Deputy Chief of the Dali Thur, Criminal Investigation Bureau, Reed, has a memorial to present. The moment Reed spoke, Ferdy couldn't help but twitch his eye almost imperceptibly. This kid opening his mouth? It can't be anything good. Adolf pretended to be curious and laughed. Ah, it's official goo? Since you took office at the Dali Thur, you usually don't have much to report during court sessions. What important matter do you have today? Your Majesty, this official accuses Fred Birkin, the Marquis of Guifeng, of harboring murderous criminals, treating human lives like grass, occupying peasants' farmland, robbing people of their possessions, allowing relatives to murder and set fires, abducting peasant women, and disregarding your grace. The moment Reed started speaking, he directly accused Johnny of several grave offenses. Instantly, there was uproar in the court. Everyone looked at Johnny. Johnny looked at Reed, and his old face turned pale with shock. It's him. Indeed, it's him. It must be him. Reginald must have been in his hands. When he heard about the occupation of peasants' farmland, he knew that Reginald had definitely fallen into Reed's hands. He wanted to defend himself immediately, but before he could, someone else interrupted, saying, ridiculous. Do I see rudeness from Claude? Reed glanced at him coldly and said, as a subordinate, this is how Claude scolds his superior? Claude froze, suddenly realizing that Reed wasn't the 6th rank officer anymore, but now held the 4th rank, 1 rank higher than his 5th rank. Seeing everyone looking at him disdainfully, Claude awkwardly smiled and was about to retreat. Would Reed let him off so easily? This old fellow had clung to Ferdy's leg and repeatedly opposed him. Now that he finally caught him, he reported to Adolf immediately. Your Majesty, this official also accuses Claude of ignoring court laws and disrespecting his superiors. As soon as I presented my case, he jumped out to protect the criminal. This suggests a possible collusion with the criminals. Seeing the sharp gaze of Adolf, Claude immediately tried to argue. But Ferdy preempted him. Isn't official Gu being too domineering? Ari just considered camaraderie among colleagues and spoke up, not expecting such accusations. Without discussing whether the accusations against Gu are true, even if they were, differing opinions among colleagues are normal. Why does official Gu escalate it? Although Claude had spoken without thinking and seemed foolish, he was still part of their faction, and Ferdy couldn't ignore him. Ferdy's words were logical, and many nodded in agreement privately. Reed smiled and asked, what about defying a superior? Ferdy's mouth twitched. He looked at Claude speechlessly and continued, Claude hasn't even finished speaking, perhaps? Ridiculous. Just as Ferdy was calmly talking, Reed shouted loudly, startling Ferdy so much that he shuddered. Once he regained his composure, his eyes flashed with danger as he looked at Reed. Is official Gu challenging the current chancellor? Reed didn't seem to mind. Instead, he exclaimed as if he suddenly understood. Oh, so this is called challenging a superior. Chancellor, you've given me quite a lesson. Ferdy. Claude. To hell with Rice. This little bastard actually learned quickly. Frustrated, Ferdy was about to speak when Adolf suddenly snapped, enough. In the presence of all ministers, a chancellor and a deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, both key officials of the state, behave like street brawlers here in the court, disgracing the dignity of all officials. Enraged, Adolf silenced the entire court. Claude ignores court laws, disrespects his superiors, and repeatedly disrupts court sessions. Perhaps it's best for him to go serve as a county magistrate in Jiaozhou and learn some proper conduct. What? Claude's eyes widened in shock. He immediately wailed, Your Majesty. What? You don't want to go? Adolf's eyes turned dangerously cold. Claude trembled all over and bowed deeply. Both storm and rain come from your imperial favor. I am willing to serve your majesty as a county magistrate. Claude was almost crying. Not only was Jiaozhou a harsh place, but a county magistrate was merely a 7th rank position, and some counties were even 8th or Sarah rank. How could he possibly want to go? He was doing well as an officer in the capital, but now he might end up as a mere 7th or even Sarah rank petty official. When Ferdy heard Claude was demoted outright, his eyes darkened with a flicker of anger. However, Adolf was not done yet. He directly looked at Ferdy and said with a seemingly earnest tone, Minister Hicks, as the head of all officials, why are you interfering with lower-ranking officials presenting memorials? Is this how you govern the 6 ministries? Upon hearing this, Ferdy's heart sank. He hurriedly bent down and cupped his hands, saying, This minister is incompetent. Please punish me, your majesty. A mere trifle doesn't need punishment. Wouldn't outsiders think I am unduly harsh on officials? Adolf said in an ambiguous tone, then looked at Reed with a stern face and scolded. If you want to impeach someone, do it properly. Why argue with others on the court like a marketplace? Your subject knows his fault, please. Enough. Continue with what you were saying. Junjur. Reed cupped his hands and said, apart from impeaching Fred Guiyuan, I also have a memorial to impeach the prefect of Jizhou Ellsworth and its subordinate county magistrate of Harrisoning. With one sentence, he mentioned one prefect and 4 county magistrates. The officials looked at Reed in astonishment, especially the Minister of Punishment Zaire. Ellsworth and Limoges now, who had indirect conflicts with Reed before, were all cousins of the Minister of Punishment Zaire. They came from the prestigious Li family, whose influence in the court was second only to the Prime Minister's Hicks family. Upon hearing this, Adolf immediately asked, what crimes do you accuse them of? Protecting each other, accepting bribes, forming cliques for private gains, treating human lives as grass? Holy shit. The officials were shocked to hear this. Treat human lives as grass again? Reed was always quiet, and now that he acted, he accused them of serious crimes, intending to catch them all at once. Zaire could hardly stand still. He stepped forward and asked, does Senior Official Gu have concrete evidence to impeach so many heavyweights and local officials at once? Reed calmly took out a stack of thick documents and a petition from his sleeve, saying, when I first heard about this matter, I was profoundly shocked but was afraid of accusing the wrong people. So I investigated privately. Now all confessions and evidence are here. Please review it, Your Majesty. Russell. All eyes in the court looked at the documents in Reed's hand, dumbfounded. This is going to be a huge deal. Chapter 141. Johnny, you will be residing in the Imperial Prison for now. Bring it up. Although Adolf had already received news from Hartley about today's report from Reed, he was still unclear about the detailed content. Now, with evidence and confessions presented, Adolf naturally wanted to see it for himself. After all, this was related to the implementation of his national policies moving forward. The attending eunuch took over the documents from Reed and quickly brought them forward. However, Adolf did not take them but instead instructed the attending eunuch to read them aloud in the Great Hall. Ferdy immediately knew things were going to get bad. If they were read in court, it meant there was no room for maneuver on this matter. Johnny's face instantly turned deathly pale. All the officials listened to Reed's memorial, looking at Johnny one by one, completely unexpected. Such a man with prominent eyebrows and eyes, who usually didn't stand out much in the court, actually had such audacity. When Reed first impeached Johnny, many felt it might have been motivated by personal grudges. After all, the conflict between Ferdy and Reed was almost irreconcilable. The ministers weren't fools. They knew this was because of Adolf's support behind the scenes. But once it was read out, they suddenly realized that while it was uncertain whether Reed acted out of personal vengeance, Johnny's crimes indeed warranted severe punishment, especially Reginald's confession, which left no logical loopholes. The actions described were truly horrifying. Using the disaster as a pretext, 3 entire villages were destroyed, costing thousands of lives. For a bit of farmland, they dared to commit such heartless acts. After about half an hour, the reading of all the case files was completed. Before Adolf could express his anger, Adon stood up, indignant. Your Majesty, the crimes of Johnny and the entire Gu family are too numerous to count. I implore Your Majesty to issue an edict for a thorough investigation and not to tolerate evildoers. Justice must be given to those thousands of innocent civilians. Adon, being in the court, understood the darkness of politics. He wasn't exactly a pure innocent himself, but such cunning exploitation and callous disregard for human life were truly shocking. As soon as he finished speaking, King also stood up angrily. Your Majesty, this Gu family used military tactics intended for enemies against their own people to seize civilian property. I implore Your Majesty to execute the entire Gu family. Johnny must die to quell the people's resentment. Since ancient times, water and fire showed no mercy. As military generals, they often used such methods in warfare, but using them against their own citizens, even King, who had killed countless in battle, found it unbearable. With these two leading the charge, more than half of the officials followed suit. Your Majesty, we concur. Johnny must die to pacify public sentiment and uphold the law. We concur. A wave of officials echoed in agreement. Adolf glanced at Johnny with fiery eyes and said sternly, Johnny, do you have anything to say? Your Majesty, this minister, Your Majesty. Seeing Johnny's state, Ferdy promptly said, it is a grave sin for a slave to accuse his master or for a son to accuse his father. The so-called handwritten account by Reginald is fundamentally treasonous. Our laws clearly do not permit believing such statements from lowly slaves. Many were confused upon hearing Ferdy's words. While accusing one's master made sense, accusing one's father, could it be? Everyone glanced at Reed and Johnny, wondering if there was some other relationship between them. Reed, noticing the looks, remained calm and said, according to the principle of investigating every case, clearing every wrong, and punishing every crime. Now, someone has reported crimes, each item logically clear and facts well structured. Where is the treason? Moreover, Your Majesty is the ruler of the land and should protect the people. To let grievances go unheard due to Reginald's low status and set aside national law would be the real act of treason. Upon hearing this, Ferdy's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Reed to use this rationale. Other ministers shouted in agreement after hearing it. Minister Gu speaks the truth. Listening to Premier Hicks would be the true treason. Yes. Amidst the heated debate among the officials, Ferdy cast a dark look at Reed and then at Johnny. He knew it would be difficult for Johnny to escape blame. His main point was to emphasize that Reed was accusing his own father. Reed also understood Ferdy's intentions to tarnish his reputation but didn't care. Although clan loyalties outweighed national interest in ancient society, the concept of respecting the heavens, ruler, kin, and teachers still prevailed. With this protection, Reed's reputation might suffer only slightly among the noble families, not affecting much else. Especially once Johnny's sordid deeds came to light, it would impact Reed even less. Of course. As a result, Adolf's trust in him was not as strong as before. Seeing that his plan had failed, Ferdy immediately said, "Your Majesty, Johnny is after all one of the founding nobles. Gu Shaoqing has also mentioned that every case must be investigated. I think it would be best to transfer this matter to the Ministry of Punishments for a thorough investigation to give the people a fair verdict." Minister Hicks, I'm afraid that just the Ministry of Punishments might not be able to handle such a big case. Then let's have a joint trial by 3 departments. After all, it can't be that someone reports an issue and isn't allowed to investigate it, right? What if these charges were planted intentionally? Ferdy was waiting for someone to take the bait, but he didn't expect Adon to be so cooperative. Reed had long guessed Ferdy's tactics and smiled, saying, "If this case is handled by the 3 departments, it would indeed be a good thing. I think Minister Hicks's suggestion is feasible." Humph. Ferdy gave a cold snort and looked at Reed, saying, "Although you denounce your own father with great righteousness, according to court customs, there should still be a conflict of interest in this case." Although he was 100% sure that Reed would handle this case with complete fairness, that wasn't the outcome Ferdy wanted. Therefore, diverting Reed was inevitable. His words directly pointed out Reed's identity, but Reed did not object. For a moment, the officials all looked at Reed with puzzlement. Those who held him in high regard, such as Adon and King, as well as those who had some dealings with him like Barney and members of the Hanlon Academy, all looked at him worriedly. One must understand that in this era, once someone's reputation was ruined, their personal and professional life would be tainted. Thinking he had played his trump card, Ferdy didn't realize that Reed didn't care at all and instead smiled. Minister Hicks really plays the role of a seasoned minister. The proposal for the 3 departments to handle it was made by us. However, the final decision rests with your Majesty. Why is Minister Hicks already making arrangements now? If you say that I have some connection with the Gu family and should recuse myself, then do you think Minister Hicks needs to as well? Well, the son accuses the father-in-law, resulting in both needing to recuse themselves. Adolf watched this scene indifferently and directly said, "As you have suggested, Johnny has indeed contributed to the nation, so we cannot act rashly. This case will be presided over by the DAG with the cooperation of the 3 departments. Ministers Hicks and Gu, you two shall not interfere. Furthermore, before the case is thoroughly investigated, Johnny, you will reside in the Imperial Prison for some time." Chapter 142. Anticipating your anticipation. Watching Johnny being escorted out of the hall, Ferdy's expression turned extremely ugly. The 3 departments mainly referred to the Ministry of Justice, the Dali Temple, and the Censorate. As for the Ministry of Justice, there was no need to mention it. Zaire, the Minister of Justice, was a paternal cousin of Ellsworth, the governor of Jizhou who was involved in this case, so they were naturally on the same side. Marvin, the left censor-in-chief of the Censorate, although did not get along well with him, was ultimately just an old man, making it easy to deal with him. On the side of the Dali Temple, even though Reed was troublesome, he had been squeezed out by invoking court precedent, which did not affect the overall situation. As long as all the witness testimonies were in place, when the time came, it would be sufficient for the Ministry of Justice to apply some means. Even without interference from Ferdy, there would be no problem with this case. Who would have thought? Without Reed, they attracted the DAG. Although this crown prince did not quite align politically with his emperor father, Ferdy realized that Adolf didn't mind much. On the contrary, for the 2nd and 3rd princes who were close to them, Adolf seemed to look at them unfavorably. As long as the crown prince did not ally with the aristocratic families, his position as crown prince would remain secure. Moreover, Adolf had unusual feelings for his deceased empress consort, the late Brooklyn, and the crown prince had done pretty well. One could say, at present, it seemed that as long as this crown prince did not rebel or cause trouble, there wouldn't be any problems at all. Letting the crown prince take charge, this matter might not be so easy to handle. However, compared to Adolf, the crown prince still fell short. It was possible to manipulate things a little, at least to protect some people. Ferdy thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, since the personnel handling this case have been decided, why don't we entrust all the case files to the 3 departments? This way, the investigation can be completed sooner." Adolf did not object. He looked at Reed and said, "Minister Gu, if you have no other objections, let's proceed as such." "Your Majesty, the case files, witnesses, and plaintiffs currently in the capital can be handed over to the 3 departments, but those outside the capital." Reed glanced at Ferdy and smiled. "I was also worried that this case might not be truthful recently, so I requested assistance from the internal guard to bring the aggrieved parties and witnesses to the capital. It will probably take some more time." What? Everyone stared blankly at Reed. This wasn't even an impeachment yet, and he already had the victims and witnesses under control. Were you trying to exonerate Johnny, or stomp him to death? That's your old father, damn it. Everyone looked at him meaningfully. What a ruthless guy. What did Johnny do to make his son want to eliminate him so badly? Upon hearing this, Ferdy's face immediately darkened. He originally intended to work on the witnesses and victims. As long as he could mitigate Johnny's guilt, then push all the responsibility for flooding the village onto Reginald, Johnny could basically be saved then. Relying on Johnny's past contributions, even if punished, it wouldn't be too damaging. Who made this case involve not only the Gu family but also the Lee family? But unexpectedly, before he could prepare, Reed completely sealed off all his paths. Ferdy said coldly, "Young Minister Gu, as a lesser minister of the Dali Temple, Christian has not ordered a thorough investigation, nor has the Ministry of Justice issued any documents. Isn't your action disregarding the imperial dignity and court laws?" Reed asked curiously, "Since Chancellor Hicks has said that I am the lesser minister of the Dali Temple, I naturally have the authority to investigate and adjudicate this case. With aggrieved parties lodging complaints now, how can the Dali Temple not take charge? And investigating cases is inherently our responsibility at the Dali Temple, a power granted by Christian. If everything must be decided by Christian as you say, what use would all the officials be? Especially you, Chancellor Hicks. You have greater authority and power. Aren't you going to trouble Christian with every trivial matter?" Hearing this divisive rhetoric, Ferdy's eyes turned dangerous immediately. Adolf had always been wary of him. Although he wasn't outstanding in court now, their relationship had reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. Now Reed was deliberately stirring things up. It would be strange if Adolf were happy, but this was not the time to worry about these matters. Ferdy smiled and said, "The Dali Temple isn't short of constables. Why the need to mobilize the internal guard? Could it be that Minister Gu is accustomed to using the internal guard and can now privately mobilize them? Damn Ferdy, aren't you just itching to set traps for me? What is the internal guard? They are the Emperor's personal guards. Besides the Emperor, only the 7 leaders of the Internal Guard Bureau could directly mobilize the internal guard. Reed did not belong to the Internal Guard Bureau but could casually mobilize them. Normally, this would touch upon Adolf's taboos. Muttering a few curses under his breath, Reed cupped his hands toward Adolf and said, "With your Majesty's trust, in order to facilitate the alliance with Bailey, you specially bestowed me a gold plaque. By your Majesty's grace, it has not been reclaimed. However, due to urgency, I privately mobilized the internal guard, which was beyond protocol. Please punish me as you see fit." Adolf's expression remained unchanged as he asked, "Since the internal guard was mobilized with this gold plaque from the Imperial Court, it doesn't count as a violation. Still, Hicks Qingxing makes a valid point. Why did you not use the constables of the Dali Temple but instead mobilize the internal guard? Your Majesty, I thought this case was extremely important. If the constables were dispatched from the capital to Jizhou Prefecture, it would take at least several months to fully investigate. The internal guard specializes in such matters and can work much faster. I consider that this not only concerns the reputation of our great Lucas dynasty's court and local government, but also the livelihoods of thousands of commoners. Should this case drag on for months, these affected civilians may miss their spring plowing. Your Majesty always loves the people as if they were your own children. We ministers should alleviate your worries. That's why I took this expedient measure." Reed spoke the truth here. Although there was personal gain involved in his actions, he truly feared delaying the peasants' activities. Those who lost their land could reclaim it sooner if the case was resolved early, allowing them to resume farming without missing the spring plowing. After all, this involved the livelihoods of thousands of families, as well as justice for the deceased. The amount of land appropriated by the Gu family alone was considerable, let alone what others and the Gu family officials had seized. It certainly wasn't less. Upon being reminded by Reed, Adolf became serious. He said, "Minister Gu cares for the people and helps relieve my worries. While the method is inappropriate, the intention is good. There will be no punishment this time, but it must not happen again. Furthermore, we who are high up should follow Minister Gu's example, always caring for all the people." Dag. Adolf looked at his eldest son, the Crown Prince, and said, "Since this case is entrusted to you for review, provide conclusions quickly without hindering the major affairs of the people. Do you understand?" Chapter 143. Despair and Ferdy's helplessness. In the court, while conspiracies are frightening, overt plots are truly unsolvable. Moreover, Reed was waving the banner of righteousness. Even if few among these people genuinely cared about the common folk, once such rhetoric was put forward, these nobles still cared about their reputation. Speaking of political struggles, Reed was not a match for Ferdy, but it was only because he had the support of Adolf and didn't fear offending others. If these political tactics were used in modern times, they would probably have failed long ago. But what could be done since this was a feudal society under autocratic rule? No matter how adept Ferdy was, Reed hadn't revealed any weaknesses and had Adolf's backing. Despite Ferdy's power, he had to step back again. Thus, Reed gained another advantage. Although the Gu family wasn't sealed off, news of Johnny's imprisonment reached them. Upon hearing about Johnny's arrest, Carrie immediately became anxious. No matter how much they inquired, they couldn't get more detailed information. All they knew was that it was caused by Reed. Carrie and Daryl were immediately shocked when they heard this. "Reed, that dog. How dare he?" Daryl broke down instantly. After all, that was father. Even though the Gu family did not like Reed, his status in their eyes was less than that of a servant. But Johnny was the father, and Reed was the son. How dared he? Carrie also didn't expect Reed to have such audacity, nor did she expect her father, the head of all officials, to be unable to protect her husband. This news completely destroyed their worldview. "No, I must go find that dog and ask him clearly." Daryl suddenly stood up and walked straight toward the door. Still in shock, Carrie suddenly snapped out of it. Seeing her impulsive younger son, she shouted, "Stop right there." Daryl froze, intimidated by his mother's authority, but he turned back, still dissatisfied. "Mother, Reed has trampled on us. He even framed father. I must teach him a lesson." "You shut up," Carrie rebuked. "Your father has been thrown into prison by him. What can you do with your incompetence? How will you teach him a lesson?" It wasn't that Carrie looked down on her son, but Reed was indeed formidable. Now, even though Carrie despised Reed, she had to admit his capability. Under the severe suppression of her father, he managed to rise from a minor 6th-rank official to a 4th-rank one within just over half a year. To be honest, even her father's promotion speed in the past did not match this. And this was with the support of prestigious families. Now Reed was already a 4th-rank official, while Daryl, an ordinary civilian, was no match for him at all. Johnny, a 3rd-rank military general, was held captive by him, let alone Daryl, the son of a viscount. Before he could see Reed, he might be thrown into jail for insulting a government official and join his father. She realized now that Reed was someone beyond their control. Being scolded, Daryl roared almost hysterically, "What should we do now? Are we going to let him trample on us? He's illegitimate. Does he deserve it?" "Whether he deserves it or not is debatable, but if you go now, I'll be bringing meals to both you and your father in jail tomorrow." Seeing her son acting so foolishly, Carrie was furious. At the thought of eating prison food and her mother-in-law's rage, Daryl asked weakly, "Mother, what should we do? Father is still in prison. Go find your grandfather. He will surely have a better plan." Given the situation, seeking help from anyone other than Ferdy seemed pointless. If even Ferdy, the head of all officials, was helpless, what could others do? Carrie and Daryl rushed to the Chancellor's residence. Upon entering, before they could greet properly, they saw Ferdy with a stern face. Father. Carrie called out timidly. Don't call me father. If this keeps up, who knows when our family will be ruined. Ferdy was thoroughly disgusted with Johnny's family. Previously, placing Daryl in the Ministry of Personnel only resulted in trouble. He got involved in the allocation of officials without any skills. Because of this, Johnny was demoted, Carrie lost her rank, and even Ferdy faced repercussions. It got worse later on. Johnny actually ordered his private soldiers to ambush Reed's envoy, a crime worthy of execution for 9 generations. Thankfully, it hadn't been exposed yet, but who knew when it would happen? This great offense of extermination for 9 generations. What a bold move by Johnny. To be fair, since it concerned the future of the Gu family, he could somewhat understand. But now, Ferdy said in full anger, Johnny has been a marquis for over a decade. Isn't the wealth and benefits from a marquis enough for your whole family? Why do you covet the little possessions of those peasants? He couldn't help but get angry. A marquis had considerable land grants. Even buying more was perfectly reasonable. But what about the Gu family? They preferred to seize land from commoners. Was stolen land more fragrant? Fine. If they insisted on this method, could they at least be strategic? Couldn't they just buy the land at inflated prices? Was it necessary to take lives too? Under Johnny's leadership, how many underlings were using his name to plunder wealth unjustly? Father, our family isn't the only one doing this. Countless nobles in the capital do the same. Carrie felt wronged. After all, they were just a few peasants. How could their lives compare to Johnny's? Ferdy was both amused and furious by Carrie's words. He shouted, so you're saying it's justified to kill people for a bit of farmland? If Johnny had the capability, advancing from a marquis to a duke wouldn't be hard. If not, he should stay at home instead of courting disaster. Your family's fortune would have been safe. For such trivial land, he's now imprisoned. Was it worth it? Are you so greedy, or do you really think there's no one left who can control you? Most noble families indeed used ruthless means when accumulating their initial wealth, but eventually realized that the more brutal the methods, the quicker they perished. Any clan using violent tactics would inevitably fall victim to imperial wrath and be completely eradicated. He, Ferdy, as a representative of the noble clans, still maintained power because his clan hadn't crossed that line yet. He wielded great power, but even the emperor had to maintain stability in the realm by following rules. If the emperor followed rules, who did Johnny think he was to surpass the emperor? Carrie was thoroughly scolded by her father, but didn't dare argue back. Instead, she said, Father, all our faults aside, my husband is still in jail. Please, think of a way. Chapter 144. Ferdy. Is this a full-scale war against the aristocratic families? What could be done? What could Ferdy do? This was entirely orchestrated by Reed. All his responses were within Reed's anticipation, just waiting for him to make a move. Seeing Ferdy silent, Carrie became anxious immediately. She shouted, Father, shut up. Ferdy snapped gently and said in frustration, if only you had thought of today before you acted? Do you think I, as the Prime Minister, can really overshadow everyone in the Great Lucas? But, Carrie, at a loss, said, but he is my husband, your son-in-law. That's what he deserves. Ferdy roared angrily. He had the ability to commit such filthy acts, but didn't have the capability to clean up after them, leaving handles for others now. Do you think people in the court are easy to deal with? But, enough. Let's leave it like this for now. Let him reflect in jail. The trial has not started yet. Let's wait and see when it begins. Ferdy currently had no good solutions. Reed's actions were thorough, and it was impossible to save Johnny now. They could only wait until the witnesses arrived in the capital, and then try some means. In fact, from the time Johnny was denounced to being imprisoned, Ferdy was somewhat caught off guard. Moreover, based on his understanding of Adolf, a mere Johnny now had absolutely no utility in Adolf's eyes. Even if Reed revealed everything, Adolf's style would not be so decisive. After all, as an underling of the aristocratic families, shouldn't they consider their feelings? But Adolf did not act that way. Though the matters involving Johnny seemed reasonable, with Ferdy's years of experience in the court, Adolf's intentions likely went beyond this. However, what was Adolf's true intention? Surely not merely to help Reed? The thought crossed his mind but was quickly discarded. How naive was this idea? Not getting any results from Ferdy, Carrie had no choice but to leave with her son. Before leaving, she said, Father, regardless of what my husband did, please give him a hand for my sake. Don't worry about it. Since Johnny is my son-in-law, I naturally won't watch him be punished. Though he scolded him, he couldn't abandon Johnny either. He warned, now the whole capital city is watching. It's better to avoid trouble now. When you visit Johnny later, whatever he says, don't agree to it. Do you understand? Ferdy's eyes swept over Carrie and her son sternly, waiting for their nod before dismissing them. After Carrie and her son left, Ferdy still felt uneasy. As a strategist in the Prime Minister's residence, Killian Shai noticed this and asked, Your Excellency, is it that Fred Gu's matter is difficult? Ferdy shook his head and softly said, if it were only about Johnny, it would be easier, but I fear Christian has other intentions. Oh. Killian Shai stroked his beard, hesitating slightly, and asked, Your Excellency finds the Emperor's attitude unusual? How else would it be? Ferdy sat down on a chair and pondered. If it were only Johnny, even as an honored founding official, it wouldn't necessitate such mobilization. The case materials I heard should not be framed. Killian Shai immediately understood the meaning behind Ferdy's words and asked, Your Excellency refers to the deployment of the Imperial Guards? Right. Ferdy nodded and said, although Reed claims he acted with the Emperor's token, as the Emperor's dogs, how could the guards not report when Reed mobilized so many men? You mean the Emperor actually knew about this all along and held back because he had other purposes? Precisely. Ferdy seemed weary. If it were only about punishing Johnny, there was no need to delay it for so long. How to handle Johnny is just a word from the Emperor. Though he would protect Johnny, facing such a significant case, Adolf's efforts seemed out of place. Your Excellency, if the Emperor has other intentions, What benefits does he get from taking down Johnny? Benefits? Ferdy frowned. If it were only Johnny, though nominally a third-rank general, his military power doesn't pose a threat. What benefits could there be? There might not be anything beneficial from Fred Gu, but what about your excellency? Me. Ferdy froze upon hearing this. An observer sees clearly where the player is confused. Conflicts between Ferdy and Adolf were not new, and he had become accustomed to it. However, Adolf had always been unable to find his weaknesses since he backed the aristocratic families. As long as he avoided critical mistakes, things were generally fine. In this balance, Ferdy was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Adolf might be targeting him. Recently, with Reed entering the court, Christian indeed has been more cautious of me. Could he be targeting this chancellor? Ferdy frowned. Honestly, the reason why he was pushed to the position of chancellor by the noble families was twofold. First, his capability. Second, his love for power and his reputation, which made him cleaner compared to other officials from noble families. Such a person could withstand investigation. This was the fundamental reason why the noble families supported him. If not for the large family and numerous descendants who sometimes acted improperly, there would have been even fewer handles against Ferdy. Caught in this balance, Ferdy was momentarily taken aback, but he frowned again. To the emperor, the biggest issue with this chancellor's position was that it could replace part of the imperial power. Furthermore, the existence of noble families greatly constrained the imperial power. So, did Adolf want to weaken the noble families? No, that was impossible. Being from a noble family himself, Ferdy understood how powerful the noble families were. Without their support, Adolf might have paid a much higher price to unify the world. However, if Adolf truly intended to take action against the noble families, it wasn't out of the question. As long as the noble families existed, this chancellor's position wasn't crucial. Without Ferdy, others would step up. Regardless, this position represented the interests of the noble families. Therefore, moving against him now wouldn't yield much benefit unless Adolf wanted to weaken the noble families. Ferdy thought for a moment and suddenly said to Mr. Killian, Mr. Killian, I'm afraid you will have to make a trip. Your Excellency, what are your instructions? Seeing him contemplate for a while, and then asking him to go, Mr. Killian believed he must have come to a conclusion. Ferdy spoke earnestly. Go around the capital city and visit all the noble families. Tell them to restrain their children and grandchildren during this period. They should avoid provoking the emperor. Don't give the emperor any excuse. Chapter 145. You were the quickest to agree, but soon forgot. Though Ferdy was confident that Adolf's plan to deal with the aristocratic families would ultimately fail, it still gave him a warning. Adolf was already very dissatisfied with the aristocratic families. This was not a good signal. Although the aristocratic families did not fear the imperial family, continuously being at odds like this would lead to no good for anyone. Since Adolf didn't have many years left to live, it seemed like other matters needed to be pushed forward. Ferdy thought to himself in secret. While Ferdy was contemplating countermeasures, on the other side, Carrie led Daryl to visit the heavenly prison. Upon seeing the Gu family, Carrie immediately cried out, My Fred, you've suffered so much. The corner of Johnny's mouth twitched. To say he had suffered, he hadn't really suffered much since entering the prison. After all, this was the Ministry of Punishment's prison, and the Minister of Punishments was an official under Ferdy's faction. No one in the prison dared to make things difficult for him. You've arrived just in time. There's something I need you to do. Johnny said without hesitation. Who knew that as soon as these words came out, Daryl said, Father, before we came, Grandfather told us that whatever you ask us to do, it's best if we do nothing right now. Oh? Johnny was stunned. His old father-in-law had instructed his wife and children not to do anything. If they really did nothing, then sitting in this prison indefinitely would be the best outcome. He said, Listen to me. You can't believe what your grandfather says. We mustn't just sit here waiting. Carrie and Daryl looked at each other helplessly. The father, grandfather, said it was better to remain calm, while the husband, father, insisted on doing something. Whose word should they follow? However, Johnny did not notice the expressions of his wife and child, and continued. That dog Reginald must have been tricked by that beast Reed. He's currently outside Reed City. Send someone there, and leave no stone unturned to eliminate Reginald. Reginald? Eliminate him? Carrie was stunned and asked, My Fred, are you sure Reginald is in Reed's hands? Is there any doubt about that? If not for Reed holding him, how could he obtain that confession? Johnny said resentfully, If not for that confession, how would I end up in this situation? Father, are you saying Reginald was deceived by Reed? How could that be possible? Hasn't Reginald always been the most loyal to you? Would he believe Reed? Perhaps the confession was fabricated by them. Right, my Fred? Carrie also looked at Johnny with doubt. They knew those who were in charge of matters in the Gu family well, especially Reginald, who always did the dirty work. The trust the Gu family placed in him, his loyalty to the Gu family, there was no question about it. But what if that beast used the name of our Roland's son to deceive him? Johnny said bitterly. He didn't like Reed mainly because Reed wasn't of his bloodline, but he couldn't openly announce this fact, even to his wife and children. He couldn't damage his image. Carrie was taken aback, muttering, Now that you mention it, my Fred, it's indeed possible. No matter how little favored the son might be, he's still a son, isn't he? Reginald was merely a servant of the Gu family. If Reed used Johnny's name and pretended that it was an order from their master, Reginald might very well believe it. This damned rogue. Thinking back to Reed's triumphant expression, Carrie clenched her teeth and cursed. Then she said to Johnny, Don't worry, my Fred. I'll send people to search that scoundrel's estate outside the city, eliminating any evidence. If Reed used Reginald's handwritten testimony as evidence against Johnny, but Reginald was gone, they could naturally question whether the evidence in Reed's hand was fake, used solely to frame Johnny. Although this approach was riddled with flaws, what they needed was just an excuse to challenge the authenticity of Reed's evidence. As for those witnesses and victims heading to the capital, with her father involved, dealing with them wouldn't be difficult. Johnny stood in shock. When parting ways with his father-in-law earlier, his mother Carrie agreed with the fastest response. Yet now, She had readily agreed to his request to kill and silence at Reed's estate. Mother, but grandfather. Which is more important, your grandfather's words or your father's life? Johnny glared, wanting to slap some sense into this unfilial son. How could he care only about his grandfather's words when his father was imprisoned? Daryl. Johnny's words left him speechless. His grandfather was known in the court for being shrewd. His words were probably reliable. But if they did nothing and waited outside while his father faced judgment, it would be too tormenting. Especially since Reed mainly relied on Reginald's confession to indict Johnny. If Reginald was gone, the handwritten testimony could naturally be fake. If the testimony was fake, then the witnesses and victims could also be false. Collaboration of the three judicial departments. His maternal grandfather certainly wasn't short of people, was he? At that time, they only needed to appropriately utilize the power of the aristocratic family, and this matter would become simple. After hearing Johnny's explanation, the mother and son had long forgotten Ferdy's warning. If Ferdy knew that his daughter and grandson were a pair who acted recklessly, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason he didn't propose eliminating evidence was precisely to make Reginald the scapegoat in the end. Now things were well done. They were actually eager to get rid of the person who would take the blame for their father. Fortunately, Ferdy didn't know about the conversation among the three members of the Gu family. Otherwise, Ferdy might really let go and stop managing. This Gu family, did they have any brains at all? Outside the Ministry of Punishment's prison, Zane had been monitoring the heavenly prison all along. After waiting for Carrie and her son to leave, he followed them back to the Gu family residence until it was dark before blending into the night. Soon after, Zane returned to Reed's residence and went straight to the study. Reed, who was reading a book, directly asked upon hearing the noise. Do we have news from the Gu family? Yeah, cousin. Today Carrie and her son first went to the Hicks family, and then to the heavenly prison. I watched over the Gu family for the entire afternoon. Nearly 30 people left the Gu family compound. All of them were skilled martial artists. Oh. Reed was startled and blurted out subconsciously. Is Johnny planning to kill to silence someone? Kill? Silence someone? Silence whose mouth? Zane was initially stunned. Then his face turned enlightened as he asked, Do you mean the Gu family wants to silence Johnny? Of course. Reed chuckled softly. They are truly accustomed to arrogance, thinking any problem can be solved by killing. Hearing this, Zane fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Reed curiously asked, What are you thinking? Chapter 146, a long-standing case. Zane heads south. Cousin, but we have protected Reginald. If Ferdy ultimately pins all the blame on Reginald, then our plan will fall through. You can rest assured about this. The Emperor and officials are not fools. The Gu family won't get away. Reed smiled faintly and then asked, Have Dylan and the others settled in? Yes, they're all at the residence now, and Reginald is also being secretly detained there. Good. Tell them, before other witnesses from Jizhou arrive in the capital, they should not be seen outside. All right. Zane silently responded and then said, Cousin, today I received a letter from my eldest brother. He has become a military adjutant on the border and enjoys the deep trust of Balthazar Lee. Great. Reed rejoiced and said, Cousin Harrison deserves to be called a natural military talent. It's impressive he's been promoted to adjutant after just a short while. To think it's still Cousin's achievement. Zane said with a smile, If not for Cousin's previous plans, which burned down the Northern Army's grain supplies, it wouldn't have been so easy for my eldest brother to rise in rank. That's due to their bravery. Reed showed no hint of claiming credit, instead smiling and asking, How about Foy's? As an adjutant leading troops, he must have been promoted too? Yes, Brother Foy's is now a 5th-rank general. Oh. Reed chuckled in surprise. That's 3 ranks up. Quite the leap. Before, Foy's was merely a 7th-rank adjutant. Reaching a rankless general in the military is very rare. Zane nodded with a smile. Reed looked at him and said, Speaking of which, you also contributed in that battle. But I didn't request any rewards for you. Are you upset? What are you talking about, cousin? Zane waved his hands hurriedly. Compared to being an official, I'd rather stay by your side. Besides, this is grandfather's wish too. Now that eldest brother is at the frontier, if I also become an official, you'll have fewer trusted people around you. Reed simply smiled when he heard this, then asked, Did you get hold of the things from the old Zhang residence? I didn't disappoint. They're in hand. Zane took out a booklet from his chest and said with a bitter smile, Attendant Zhang really knew how to hide things. If I hadn't been more cautious, this thing would have been hard to find. Reed took the booklet and remarked solemnly, It makes sense he was careful. This booklet concerns changes in the national landscape. As he spoke, he opened the booklet and slowly began reading. Unknowingly, Reed became absorbed in the book. After some time, he closed it and thought deeply. Do you see any problems, cousin? Zane asked curiously. Reed shook his head, muttering, I just find it strange. Strange? Did you find something suspicious? Yeah. Reed nodded and explained. This booklet documents the misconduct of aristocratic families in the South, solid cases with ample evidence. But why wasn't it reported back then? Zane paused, then asked, So you mean that if the contents of this booklet were handed over to the Emperor, the southern aristocratic families could have been convicted? But those 2 officials didn't expose anything? Yes. That's the most puzzling part. Reed genuinely couldn't understand why Faulkner, as an imperial envoy inspecting various areas in the South, managed to gather this information but ended up in such a predicament. Why don't you ask Leslie? She might know something. Leslie? Reed had a sudden idea and then asked Leslie, who was guarding outside, to come in. Leslie looked confusedly at Reed, asking, Does Master have any instructions? Yes. Reed waved the booklet in his hand and said, This was left by your father. However, if this had been given to Christian back then, perhaps your family and the Guo family would not have met such misfortune. Leslie was taken aback and said, So, why didn't father give it? This is what I need to ask you, Reed said implicitly. Me? Leslie was puzzled and replied, But I know nothing, Mississippi. After father told me where to find the items, he only asked me to live well and seek help from righteous officials like you if needed. Reed was stunned and asked, Just that? Just that. Leslie blinked her eyes, then seemed to recall something. But Father was quite strange back then, apologizing profusely. I'd never seen Father act that way. Soon after, Father was arrested, and our entire family was thrown into prison. Eventually, recalling her family's tragic fate, tears welled up in Leslie's eyes. In the end, the men in my family were exiled and the women. Leslie covered her mouth, unable to continue speaking. Reed sighed deeply. It seems that something indeed happened back then. Otherwise, Faulkner wouldn't have chosen to remain passive despite having the upper hand. The same goes for Oral. What were they really up to? Despite racking his brains, Reed couldn't figure it out and had no choice but to give up. He waved his hand, signaling Leslie to step down. After Leslie left, Reed said with a bitter smile, if we can't uncover the mystery inside this booklet, the evidence might lose its significance. Zane nodded silently in agreement. If their targets were ordinary people, this evidence would be enough to bring someone down multiple times over. But when facing the noble families, to put it bluntly, most of the elite in the world come from these noble families. Any weakness in the evidence could lead to an anticlimactic end to the case, leaving everything unresolved. If Reed risked defending all the noble families only to achieve a meager outcome, it would be a huge loss. Do you think Jiang and Guo could have been threatened? Zane asked. Threatened? Reed frowned, saying, that possibility can't be ruled out. But what methods did the noble families use? Speaking of threats, there's nothing more effective than leverage or family. Leverage was possible, but it was unlikely to be family. As a minister of revenue, Faulkner should have known that if he committed a crime, his family would inevitably be implicated as well. In that case, any threat would be meaningless. After some thought, he said, Erikti, I need you to do something for me. Going south? Zane asked instinctively. Reed nodded with a smile. You should read this booklet too, and try to verify the information about the people listed inside. All right. Zane immediately became excited upon hearing that Reed allowed him to act independently. Reed warned him, on your trip to the south, make sure not to alarm anyone. Although it has been 2 years since the incident, 2 years isn't long. You must be extremely cautious and not tip off anyone. Don't worry, cousin. I'll be careful, Zane reassured him. Good. There's no one else I can send with you on this trip. You'll have to rely on yourself entirely. Also, Reed paused for a moment before continuing. If possible, try to find out why Faulkner and the other kept this matter under wraps. Chapter 147. My son-in-law's family are all useless. Outside the city of Reed's villa in the outskirts of the capital, it was already midnight, and the villa was eerily quiet. Suddenly, a group of black-clad figures stealthily approached the outer walls of the villa. Boss, this is the place. One of the black-clad men whispered. A man who looked like the leader glanced at the villa's courtyard wall and said in a low voice, remember, once inside, act swiftly. Find the person imprisoned here and kill them immediately. Don't worry, boss. We're experts at this. Enough chatter. Let's get it done quickly and head back. Hearing this, the black-clothed men immediately began climbing over the wall. Seeing that his people had all entered, the leader whispered, search every corner carefully. Leave no place unchecked. August, you lead the team. Suddenly, before he could finish, dozens of torches suddenly lit up within the villa, making the leader's pupils contract sharply. There's an ambush. He roared and tried to retreat. However, a troop of armored soldiers carrying bows hurriedly ran over, surrounding them by the wall shortly after. Boss, we're surrounded, and they are equipped with military-grade weapons. The leader looked at the encircling people, all wearing armor and holding long spears or strong crossbows. Military soldiers? How can there be military soldiers here? He cried out incredulously. Although this place originally belonged to the imperial family, even the imperial villas didn't have military personnel guarding them. Moreover, from the armor styles, these were soldiers from the great camp outside the capital, and their leader wore a general's helmet. Could Reed actually mobilize the troops from the great camp? You bandits still dare to resist? Don't make me use arrows on you. Foyes mocked the black-clothed men. Boss, what should we do? August asked. The leader gave Foyes and his men a hateful look, considering whether to order a retreat when Foyes loudly declared, don't even think about escaping. You are surrounded both inside and outside. Your only way out is to surrender. This shocked the leader. So it seemed their plan had been leaked long ago. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed such advanced preparation. If they tried to climb out now, if the enemy ordered an attack with arrows, they wouldn't stand a chance, especially with more guards outside the courtyard. He looked at his comrades and suddenly asked, brothers, are you afraid of death? Startled by this question, the other black-clothed men realized this might be a last-ditch, desperate battle. But, how could they fight? At least 100 arrows faced them from the other side. Any move they made would probably result in immediate death. Just as they hesitated, Foyes added timely, think well. If you put down your weapons now and tell us who ordered this, I promise you will live. Instantly, any thoughts of resistance vanished. Boss, I don't want to die. I just got married, and if I die, Wonger Matsi next door will be delighted. One of the black-clothed men lamented. Not that he didn't want to be loyal, but he lived next to old Wong. When he said this, the others also looked at the leader, shouting in unison, Boss, shall we surrender? At least we can stay alive. Seeing none of his men willing to fight, the leader knew ordering a fight would be useless. These men weren't elite warriors and had come out of the Gu family together. Any one of them captured would likely reveal everything about the Gu family. What was the point of fighting under these circumstances? He looked at Foyes uncertainly and asked unwillingly, if we surrender, can you guarantee our lives? I swear on my honor as a general, as long as you surrender and cooperate, you will not be harmed. Foyes replied nonchalantly. That evening, just before dusk, he received orders from his superiors to take his newly formed battalion out for training. Foyes had been puzzled. Why train in the dead of night? After leaving the camp, an internal guard told him to stay here. They were nearly asleep waiting until dawn when finally, the intruders appeared. No matter how dull he was, he knew something was up. After dealing with the bandits, he smiled and walked to the leader, asking, you're their leader, right? Tell me, what's your name? Why are you here? And who ordered you? My name is Ganon. These are my men. The leader did not hide his identity, but showed hesitation regarding Fui's subsequent questions. Fuiz raised an eyebrow and asked, "What? Is it that hard to answer who sent you? Don't hesitate. If you don't reveal who ordered this and the matter gets uncovered, do you think you'll still have a way out? And, fortunately, you surrendered after laying down your weapons just now. Otherwise, even if you had escaped, do you think, with such a big deal, the people behind you would let you live?" Ganon was startled. He had originally thought it was just a farm outside the city, definitely not dangerous. He never expected they would be captured alive as soon as they arrived here. Just as this general said, if their plan failed, they probably wouldn't survive either. "We are all under the command of Fred Guin's mansion, ordered to come here to kill someone." "Who?" "Gu, Reginald." "Who is Reginald? Why kill him?" "We don't know." "Alright, it seems they are just hired hands. However, since he has found out that the Gu family is involved, it's not a complete waste." He thought for a moment and waved his hand directly. "Take them away." The next morning, by the time Reed got up, it was already quite late. Today he didn't need to attend court. He only needed to go to his post, so there was no need to wake up so early. Fallon and Jin were already standing by with water and towels. Seeing Reed wake up, they immediately attended to him. "Sir, young Masterby came by earlier." "Oh, what did he say?" "Yes," Fallon softly said. "Young Masterby said everything is fine at the farm outside the city, and those flies have all been caught. And young Masterby has already left." "Left?" Reed paused, then recalled his conversation with Farron Eric last night. He nodded and said, "I understand." Fallon took the towel from Reed, while Jin helped him tidy his clothes. Seeing Fallon looking at him with curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, "What? Is there anything else?" Fallon immediately snapped back to reality. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Sir, everyone outside is saying that you are Fred Guin's eldest son. Is this true?" Reed was taken aback. "Everyone is talking about it?" Chapter 148. This woman is definitely not a good person. Humph. Reed laughed carefree. It seemed that someone was deliberately spreading propaganda for him. "Is it true that people outside are saying I am unfeeling and unjust, even harming my own biological father?" Leslie and Aubrey looked at him curiously. This statement was tantamount to Reed admitting his identity. "You know about this?" "It's just some people in the court who find me unpleasant, wanting to besmirch my reputation." Reed showed no concern at all, but Aubrey worried. "My Fred, this matter is not trivial. If this taints your reputation, it could hinder your future prospects." In Great Lucas, benevolence and filial piety were paramount. If Reed truly was Johnny's son, his actions did not reflect filial piety. Seeing his indifferent attitude now, Aubrey and Leslie couldn't help but feel anxious. Their fates were intertwined with Reed's. If Reed's moral conduct caused his future to be uncertain, their status would also be affected. Reed smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I have my own way of handling it." The smear campaign against Reed was what Adolf wanted, as well as Ferdy et al. While it was true that Johnny committed grave offenses, Reed's actions could cause significant trouble in the future. The concept of heaven, ruler, kin, and teacher could indeed shield him from some negative comments. But what if Adolf were gone? As for Ferdy, they merely wished to annoy Reed, especially among the scholars. If Reed continued to bear this bad reputation, those scholars wouldn't hesitate to criticize him. What a pity. No matter whether it was Adolf or Ferdy, their wishes were destined to come to naught. Ignoring what the two maidservants thought, after washing up and having breakfast at home, Reed slowly went to the Ministry of Justice by carriage. Sure enough, these rumors had an unusual impact on Reed. When he was out, there were people blocking his carriage, and when he was at home or working at the Ministry of Justice, people blocked his doors. In short, criticizing Reed had become a hot topic. Reed naturally ignored these people, as they were insignificant individuals, not worth bothering about. And what's the point of arguing with people who let rumors sway their judgment? However, not everyone blindly followed. After all, many agreed with Reed's emphasis on heaven, ruler, kin, and teacher. Though many approved of Reed's actions, they still found them too ruthless. After all, if Johnny's crimes were confirmed, the exile of the Gu family would be inevitable. In effect, Reed had sent the prestigious Gu family down a path of ruin. Just as the entire capital was buzzing with news, the Imperial Guards finally brought the witnesses and victims involved in the Johnny case to the capital. Suddenly, the ones who became worried were Ferdy and the aristocratic families behind him. Jijo was neither too big nor too small. There were hundreds of officials involved, although not many were directly linked to the Johnny case. But if this case expanded, many more could be implicated. After all, collusion among noble families didn't happen just once or twice. If thoroughly investigated, old dirty secrets might come to light. Now, having a rare chance to strike against the aristocracy, how could Adolf let it slip away? At court, Reed saw the troubled Ferdy and felt delighted. This old man had been trying hard to undermine him recently. Now it was their turn to be troubled. Even instigating students to follow him, though Reed didn't take it seriously, it was truly annoying. During the court assembly, Reed watched Adolf and his son's performance, relishing Ferdy's dark expression. After the assembly, Ferdy hurriedly left, looking unhappy. Just as he passed Reed, the Crown Prince loudly announced to Reed, "Your Highness, rest assured, I will hand over all the witnesses and victims to you soon. I will not delay important matters of state." The Crown Prince noticed Ferdy passing by and chuckled inwardly, thinking of the Emperor's sharp blade. Indeed, quite sharp. Yet, he was pleased to see this. The Crown Prince lightly said, "Then please deliver them to the Imperial Guard Bureau promptly." "Your Highness, I will do so immediately." Although this case was co-handled by 3 ministries, placing the people under the Ministry of Justice or Punishments was unsuitable. So, the Crown Prince decided to place them under the Imperial Guard Bureau. Thus, fewer people could interfere. Especially after Reed deceived Johnny last time, Hartley conducted a thorough self-inspection of the Inner Guard Bureau. Surprisingly, it proved to be effective and quite a few rats were uncovered within the bureau. It would not be accurate to say that the Inner Guard Bureau was now completely impervious to leaks, but it was certainly much more secure than before. The interference from aristocratic families also served as a reminder for Hartley, who made self-inspections one of the essential methods to test the integrity of the Inner Guard Bureau. After returning to his residence, Reed went straight to the back courtyard. Amal and others, upon hearing they would be transferred to the Inner Guard Bureau, couldn't help but feel anxious. Sir, since you are the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Justice, wouldn't you participate in the trial of this case? Due to some other reasons, I cannot participate in the trial of this case. However, Reed smiled and said, you don't need to worry about this. The DAG will personally oversee the trial of this case, so you can rest assured. The DAG? Amal was taken aback. He had never imagined that the DAG himself would preside over the case. With this arrangement, justice might come sooner than expected. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, Reed smiled and said, rest assured. The DAG is benevolent and cares deeply for the common people, which is why Christian entrusted him with this case. When the trial begins, just answer truthfully whatever the DAG asks. Don't worry about anything else. Certainly, certainly. Amal and Aurelia nodded vigorously. Hearing their response, Reed merely chuckled and then said, let's go now. The DAG is still waiting at the Inner Guard Bureau. Reed took a few servants and arranged for a carriage to take Amal and others out of the residence, heading directly towards the Inner Guard Bureau. Before long, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the Inner Guard Bureau. Reed jumped out of the carriage and called out loudly, this is Deputy Minister Reed of the Ministry of Justice, following the order of the DAG, here to transfer all witnesses and evidence. The guards stationed at the gate were startled. This was Reed? Just as they were about to greet him, someone inside the compound shouted cheerfully, ha ha, so it's Sir Gu who has arrived. You've kept me waiting. The DAG? Reed was stunned for a moment. Was he waiting for me at the gate? Taking a couple of steps forward, Reed saw two figures appear at the gate. One was undoubtedly the DAG and, upon recognizing the other person, Reed felt a sudden surge of confusion. Why is she here too? This woman is definitely not a good person. Chapter 149. Bryson's Regina's Invitation. Seeing this woman, Reed asked curiously, Bryson's is here too? Hearing this, the DAG thought that Reed was still concerned about the previous incident when Regina had blocked his way. He hurriedly explained, Minister Gu, you worry too much. Rick is detained here after all, and Bryson's Lila only wanted me to bring her along to take a look. Regina also looked at Reed with a smile and said, would a great man like Minister Gu still be bothered by what happened before? Look, these words, this demeanor. Reed truly suspected that there were two souls hiding in this woman's head. The DAG was pitiful too. His sister was constantly trying to create trouble for them. Reed glanced at the DAG and shook his head inwardly, then he replied, Your Highness, your words are too heavy. Speaking of which, prior to the Imperial Order, it is still me. He originally intended to mention the token matter, but unexpectedly, the DAG waved his hand directly. Minister Gu need not say more. Thank you for helping. Without your reminder on that day, my brother and I might have been scolded by the Emperor by now. It's just part of being a loyal minister. Your Highness, it's too kind of you to say so. Reed smiled and then pointed to the carriage behind him, saying, among those in this carriage, 3 are victims, and 1 is the Gu family steward. Is it Steward Reginald from the Gu family? The DAG immediately asked. Reed nodded and walked over to the DAG, whispering quietly, this Reginald is very cunning. To prevent him from changing his testimony, your Highness should handle him before the court hearing. Oh. The DAG appeared deep in thought. In this trial involving officials from 3 departments, apart from him and the left censor Balthazar Marvin from the censorate, people from the Ministry of Punishments and the Supreme Court all came from noble families, with Ferdy backing them up. If Reginald, as one of the defendants, doesn't cooperate or leans toward the Gu family, it might be difficult to conduct this trial properly. However, fortunately, there are many witnesses and victims brought from Jizhou Prefecture, so this case likely won't have problems. My manor outside the city was attacked by assassins last night, whose target was precisely Reginald. We verified that the mastermind behind them is none other than the Gu family. The Gu family? The DAG paused, but Minister Gu mentioned in the dossier presented that day that this Johnny has plenty of evidence held by Reginald. Isn't he afraid? Your Highness, I don't know about that, but since Johnny attempted to silence him, it suggests that those pieces of evidence are insignificant. Or perhaps Johnny has some kind of support. So, Minister Gu means that I should use this matter. Exactly. If Reginald learns that Johnny wants to kill him, he might no longer trust Johnny. Therefore, your Highness must inform Reginald of this before the court hearing. Also, your Highness, Reed added, Christian intends to target the nobility through this case. Absolutely cannot let others shift all blame onto Reginald. Otherwise, we can't proceed further with the aftermath of the case. The DAG was confused. Isn't this increasing the difficulty for him? Originally, he thought whoever bore the final responsibility, the Gu family would be implicated anyway. Once Johnny falls, the main goal of this case would be achieved. Now you're telling me that Johnny must be identified as the mastermind of this case? Good heavens, both Ferdy and the noble families want to separate Ferdy from this case. Minister Gu, can you explain more clearly? A corner of Reed's mouth twitched. He glanced around and, seeing no one paying attention to them, whispered, Your Highness, what is the foundation of the noble families? Foundation. The DAG first froze, then thinking of the essence of this case, instantly became enlightened. I see. A smile quickly spread across Reed's face, and he congratulated, with this, I wish you victory right from the start. After dealing with matters with the DAG, Reed no longer cared about it. Anyway, the Gu family wouldn't stir up any more waves. He needed to spend more energy thinking about how to use the land infringement case of the Gu family to directly point the sword at the noble families. As he slowly walked out of the Imperial Guard's office, he was thinking about going back to rest when he was suddenly called again. Turning around, he saw Bryson's Lei Wang of the Jean family. He looked at Regina curiously and asked, Bryson stopped me. May I ask what's so important? Regina replied with a smile. If Minister Gu has nothing else, why not walk with Lei Wang for a bit? This isn't quite appropriate, is it? Reed glanced at the busy street. Regina retorted, even I, the princess, don't mind. What do you care about? At least you helped me get revenge, and I want to express my gratitude. Is there a problem? No problem indeed, but baby isn't happy. Who knows what she's up to behind the scenes? If things go wrong in the future, it's uncertain whether or not I'll be implicated. Bryson's. I'm quite busy with official duties, you see. Oh, busy with official duties? Regina nodded in agreement, then turned around. Reed thought she was about to leave, but unexpectedly, she turned back and said, Minister Gu, don't say I didn't warn you. The land of the noble families won't be as easy to take as you think. Reed was taken aback. How did this woman know about his next plan? Bryson's. I'll be waiting for your visit at Qin Tower. Regina just smiled faintly and then gracefully walked away. Reed squinted his eyes watching her retreating figure, feeling somewhat uncertain. The first step to deal with the noble families is to start with their land. Once the land reform is achieved, the entire empire's tax revenue can be significantly increased. The plan is simple, using the case of Johnny to expand the scope to a national level, combined with Faulkner's previous record of crimes committed by the noble families in Jiangnan. Adolf can completely push this case nationwide. This would provide an excuse for land reform. Previously, when discussing with Adolf, Reed avoided drastic educational reforms such as promoting papermaking and movable type printing, fearing that too large a step might lead to significant repercussions. After all, monopolizing knowledge means monopolizing the bureaucracy. If this lifeline were cut off directly, chaos would surely ensue. However, landholdings are different. Although important, they are less critical compared to the monopoly on the bureaucracy. Moreover, the noble families still control the wealth of the empire. As long as they can maintain their monopoly on the bureaucracy, the noble families have the power to regain what they lost. Adolf understands this, and so does Reed. But since they've decided to scheme against the noble families, it wouldn't be so simple. Now is only the first step. After delving deep into the bureaucracy for some time, Reed, with his godlike perspective, has already seen through everything. So be it. Today, let's see what that woman Regina really wants to do. Chapter 150 Uncongenial Conversation. Reed got into his carriage and headed straight to Qin Building. Qin Building was a renowned wine shop in the capital, always a favorite gathering place for officials and nobles. Reed arrived at a private room on the top floor, where he immediately saw Rhonda Birch. But this woman, she had actually changed her clothes while waiting? There she stood, smiling gracefully, her eyes as clear as water looking at Reed with a gentle smile that was both noble and irresistibly beautiful. Her hair, black as ink, cascaded down to her waist, her slender waist easily graspable, adorned in a long black gauze robe that made her skin appear whiter than snow and her figure alluring. She was an enticing demoness. Did you bring me here just to show off your new outfit? Reed walked over slowly. My lady invited me here. May I ask what it's about? Rhonda Birch smiled. Everyone says Fred Gu is ruthless and heartless. Judging by today, it seems he doesn't understand romance either. With that, she sat gracefully by the tea table and gestured to the seat opposite her. Reed frowned. Why did this princess talk like a famous courtesan? He sat down across from her in silence, took the teacup offered by Birch, sipped slightly, then said, Fred Gu and my lady are not on the same path. If you have any advice, please be direct. Fred Gu, when you schemed against the Gu family, wasn't it to deal with the aristocracy? Birch smiled at Reed. This lady has the Internal Guard Bureau at my command, and the movements of the aristocracy are within my grasp. If I were to offer you more intelligence on them, what would you want in return? Reed raised an eyebrow. There's no such thing as a free lunch, he thought, not believing Birch to be so kind-hearted. This lady doesn't need much, but... Upon hearing this, Reed looked up at Birch, who continued calmly, however, I am very interested in Fred Gu. The hand holding Reed's teacup trembled slightly, ripples forming in the tea. Seeing this, Birch chuckled. Are you afraid, Fred Gu? My lady, as the saying goes, birds of different feathers do not flock together. We are not on the same path, so I fear I will disappoint you. Oh, not on the same path? Is that truly what you think, Fred Gu? Putting down her teacup, Birch glanced meaningfully at Reed. So, you're willing to be used by others, huh? What difference does it make? Reed whispered. A man cannot live without power for even a day. The emperor can give me power, being a tool. So what? Don't you know that once the hare is dead, the hunting dog is discarded? Are you content with this fate forever? I, Reed, have no powerful backers, no illustrious family name, and nothing like my lady's get-out-of-jail-free card. What choice do I have? Reed met her gaze with a smile. Am I alone in this? Aren't other officials in the same position? Perhaps. But Ferdy is much smarter than you, Fred Gu. Birch commented nonchalantly. Reed retorted decisively, therefore, the aristocracy must be destroyed. Destroyed? Birch furrowed her brows. Throughout history, only families have lasted for millennia, never dynasties. Do you really believe the aristocracy can be eliminated? If one sets their mind to it, why not? Birch frowned and softly replied, you underestimate the power of the aristocracy. Even an emperor as great as Adolf was restrained by them. That's because he didn't understand their strengths. Reed spoke indifferently and then changed the subject. Let's not talk about this now. Please tell me, my lady, why did you invite me here today? Birch picked up her teacup and said coolly, I've already said, I'm interested in you, Fred Gu. Reed's mouth twitched as he put down the teacup and stood up. If my lady has nothing else to say, I will take my leave. Not so fast, Fred Gu. Birch laughed gently. After I finish speaking, if you still refuse, I won't hold you back. Then please be brief. Given Birch's recent actions, Reed wanted to keep his distance from her. He was satisfied with his current life and had no reason to follow her lead. A few days ago, this lady corresponded with Balthazar Ridge at the border. Ridge? Reed frowned and replied indifferently, Balthazar Ridge? Who is he, and how does your correspondence with him concern me? Hee hee. Fred Gu, is it amusing to pretend? I don't understand what you mean, Your Highness. Bryson Birch chuckled lightly. Previously, Fred Gu mentioned that your surname Gu is not the same as Johnny's Gu. This princess was puzzled until I learned about your background from Balthazar Ridge. I didn't expect that your Gu actually refers to the Gu of Grand Balthazar Connor of our Yun Kingdom. Reed's entire body trembled. Did Ridge even tell her this? No? Absolutely impossible. Although he only met Ridge once, judging by Ridge's character, it was absolutely impossible for him to casually reveal his background. Reed calmed his heart and turned his head, looking at Bryson Birch calmly, saying, Your Highness jests. The Gu family of Yun Kingdom is a top-ranking military aristocratic family. How could someone like me come from such a noble house? Is that so? How do you explain your words to me back then, that it's not the Gu of Johnny? Though full of doubts, Bryson Birch looked very certain. Reed replied indifferently, I was treated poorly in the Gu family and often persecuted by them. After becoming an official, I uncovered evidence of their crimes. Isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to distance myself from them? PSK. What about your mother, Ignacio Wan, the eldest daughter of the Ignacio family of Ningzhou? The expression on Reed's face turned unpleasant. Yet Bryson Birch continued. It's said that Ignacio's eldest daughter and the third son of the Gu family, Balthazar Dawson. Enough. Reed coldly shouted, Your Highness, though I may not have been born into such high nobility, if you continue to slander my late mother so recklessly, do you foresee no end to the Gu family's downfall? Bryson Birch was taken aback, then she quickly explained, Fred Gu, please don't be angry. This princess means no harm. I don't care about your intentions, but you needn't say anything more. All I want is to live freely. Reed and your Highness are not on the same path. There can be no collaboration. Freely? Do you really think you can be free? You have no idea the power of the aristocracy. Once you leave, there's no turning back. Do you really believe Adolf is as lenient as you think? No matter whether you succeed or fail, do you think your fate will be any better? Chapter 151. Case closed. The Lucas Emperor strikes. Then I won't trouble the princess to worry. Reed replied indifferently. He was now 80% certain that Birch had not contacted Ridge, or more precisely, Ridge did not reveal any information, nor did he even reply to her. As a princess of the previous dynasty, frequent contact with border generals would have consequences that someone as cautious as Ridge would certainly be aware of. Knowing the consequences, how could Ridge push Reed into an abyss? Would they, who had suffered under Johnny's threats leading to most of the Gu family army being sent to their deaths, make such a mistake in this matter? As for how Birch found out about the contact between Ridge and Reed, it was simple. The meeting between Reed and Ridge when Reed returned to the capital was arranged by the inner guards under the Lucas Emperor's command. With the inner guards involved, how could it escape Birch's notice? Regarding Reed's background, the reason he didn't consider hiding it from Birch was because he estimated that Birch probably knew some things about Johnny. From her actions, even if Reed hadn't moved against the Gu family, she would eventually settle accounts with Johnny. By clarifying his stance regarding the Gu family, Reed only wished to avoid this woman interfering with his plans in the future. But this didn't mean he was interested in Birch's behind-the-scenes schemes. Reed's attitude was clear, and Birch saw it clearly. Yet she was not content. The Gu family is a renowned clan of Yun Kingdom, having long received national favor. You are a descendant of the Gu family? So what if I'm a descendant of the Gu family? I was born and raised in the Great Lucas, never eating a single grain from the Gu family, nor spending a penny of theirs. What does the Gu family's favor from Yun Kingdom have to do with me? What about those more than 100,000 soldiers of the Gu family army? Are their lives insignificant? Those soldiers who died on the battlefield, what were they fighting for? More than 100,000 soldiers fought for the country and served the state. And what about Johnny, the culprit? Birch appeared unusually agitated. Reed replied coldly, hasn't the princess seen Johnny's fate? Birch was speechless. She suddenly felt that perhaps everything was as Reed said. The existence of the Gu family army indeed saved his life, but now Reed has personally buried Johnny's family. This grudge seemed to be settled here. As for Yun Kingdom, just as Reed said, he had received no favors from Yun Kingdom. Among those who submitted to the Great Lucas, none suffered as much as Reed and the border soldiers. To avenge these soldiers was already considered remembering past ties. In fact, what Reed planned to do went further. The tens of thousands of soldiers lost due to Johnny. Reed intended to reveal this at an appropriate time, so that the blame for the defeat wouldn't be wrongly placed on the soldiers. Bryson's Yun Kingdom no longer exists. Think of those Yun Kingdom soldiers who defected to Bailey and the Great Lucas. If you still remember past feelings, you should consider carefully what to do and what not to do. Saying this, Reed opened the door and left the room directly. Wandering aimlessly on the streets, Reed felt somewhat depressed. He couldn't explain why, but there was something pressing on his mind. Though he wanted to do something for the more than 100,000 soldiers, he felt powerless. Johnny would soon face justice. Once the case was concluded, Reed would publicly announce Johnny's other crimes in court. This would clarify to the court and the world that the Jinwu Year 4 battle where the Gu family army was defeated wasn't due to military failures, but was caused by treachery, resulting in over 100,000 lives lost. However, over 100,000 people, a mere Gu family, how could they apologize? These people died due to Johnny's betrayal, yet if not for his threats, the Gu family army wouldn't have obeyed him. And then there was Birch. This princess of the fallen Yun Kingdom constantly thought of something. Though unclear, it definitely wasn't good. She was smart, but her methods weren't subtle. Today she tried using old relationships to get Reed to join her camp, undoubtedly overthinking things. Since the victims and witnesses from Jizhou Prefecture gathered in the capital, with the Crown Prince's lead, the case progressed rapidly. Despite interference from Ferdy and the nobles, and Johnny denying all accusations, Reginald insisted it was Johnny's order and confessed other crimes committed by the Gu family, as well as collusion with officials in Jizhou Prefecture, making the case gradually clearer. Although investigating other officials in Jizhou Prefecture took considerable effort, the case became increasingly clear. Even in the face of solid evidence, Ferdy and the aristocratic families behind him had to back down. The case, spanning over 2 months, finally came to a close. In the imperial court, the Dag stood in the middle of the hall, methodically reporting the entire case to Adolf. With each crime exposed, even the officials were secretly astounded. Were the Gu family really that bold? In less than 20 years, they had occupied nearly 10,000 acres of good farmland, accumulating wealth through forced buying, selling, and disregard for human life. The pile of files was almost as tall as a table. The ministers, filled with righteous indignation, demanded the execution of Johnny, especially the clean officials who wished to skin him alive and stuff him with straw. As for the officials aligned with Ferdy, they remained silent, fearing any involvement in the case. It was known that the exposure of the Johnny case alone had toppled 70% of the officials in Jizhou Prefecture, indicating the severity of the situation. Adolf sat on his dragon throne, his face dark. He had long heard of Johnny's crimes, but never expected the entire Jizhou Prefecture to be so thoroughly corrupt. 70% of Jizhou's officials were implicated. My ministers, this case against Johnny truly broadens my horizons. A founding noble, yet committing numerous heinous crimes. Was it because I paid you too little, or are you insatiable, coveting the people's livelihood? An entire prefecture's officials, rotten by 70%? Enraged, Adolf stood up and pointed at the officials, scolding, "These are the loyal ministers guarding the empire for me? In just 20 years, an entire prefecture has decayed to this extent, with more than 70% of its officials colluding together. Ferdy, I am here, your majesty." Ferdy stepped forward with a dark face. As the chief minister overseeing all 6 ministries, the decay of an entire prefecture to such a degree naturally implicated him. Sure enough, Adolf, still furious, asked, "You oversee the 6 ministries for me. How could you let Jizhou deteriorate so much? Were there no issues with the officials promoted from there? And the Ministry of Personnel, responsible for promotions, were you all blind?" Chapter 152. The war hasn't started yet. Why is there no Minister of Rights? Your subjects admit our guilt. All officials from the Ministry of Personnel bowed in unison. Admitting guilt. Humph. Adolf swept his sleeves, glaring coldly at the side of the Dali Temple, and said coldly, "Minister of the Dali Temple, your subject is here." Emeric, who was standing in front of Reed, hurriedly stepped forward in a panic. Adolf squinted his eyes and asked, "What do you think should be done with the officials of Jizhou Prefecture?" Well, Emeric instinctively looked at Ferdy. Seeing this, Adolf became immediately displeased. "What? Does my minister of the Dali Temple need to consult Chancellor Hicks for how to act?" "Ah." Emeric froze, quickly shaking his head. "No, not at all. Your subject." Emeric's jumbled words made even Ferdy shudder slightly in his heart, cursing Emeric inwardly for looking at him like that. Seeing Emeric's hesitant appearance, Adolf felt extreme displeasure. He then looked at Reed. "Minister Gu, what do you think?" "Your Majesty, in my opinion, officials who harm the country and its people deserve death." As soon as Reed spoke, all the civil and military officials sensed a fierce killing intent, decapitating over 200 officials at once. "What are you up to?" "Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done." The Minister of Personnel stepped forward, saying, "Your Majesty, the officials involved exceed 70% of Jizhou Prefecture. If they were all executed, the entire prefecture would grind to a halt. All administrative affairs and public welfare would be left unattended. I believe, Minister Farron, your point is flawed." Startled by Ned's words, he turned around to see Reed speaking. Ned was immediately displeased. "What mistake have I made? As a newcomer to the court, you don't understand how local administrations function. If these officials were all gone, who would manage local governance for the court? Our great Lucas has stood for 20 years, holding exams every 3 years. How can you say there would be no one?" Reed said coldly, "Is it impossible to mobilize 200 officials across the empire? What do you know? The promotion and transfer of officials follow strict regulations. But which is greater, the rules of the Ministry of Personnel or the stability of our great Lucas?" Reed shot back and then looked at Adolf, saying, "Your Majesty, in my opinion, all the corrupt officials of Jizhou either embezzled, colluded, or took lives without regard. They show no respect for human life. What use are such parents' officers? The people view local officials as their parental guardians, but if these guardians commit heinous crimes, keeping them in office would be a disaster for the people and a disaster for our great Lucas." "Your Majesty, I object." As soon as Reed finished, another person opposed him. It was D, that old devil. This old fox glared coldly at Reed and said, "Your Majesty, who is free of mistakes? In my opinion, only the chief culprits should be punished, while the others, who committed less severe offenses, could serve while under punishment. Your Majesty, the principle of preventing future faults through rectification. Punishment is not the goal. The key is to save them. Our great Lucas governs based on Confucian teachings, which emphasize education. We should give people more opportunities to reform. Osiris, have you read yourself silly?" Upon hearing D's rhetoric, Reed rolled his eyes continuously and interrupted. "If we followed Osiris's logic, what would be the purpose of laws in a country?" Interrupted, D was displeased. "Would you advocate governing with severe laws and harsh punishments?" "Severe laws and harsh punishments?" Reed laughed wryly. "Our great Lucas has enlightened rulers and laws. Following the laws is enough. Why speak of harsh punishments? Does Osiris think our laws are nothing but harsh punishments, and our law enforcers are nothing but cruel officials, implying Christian is blind in judging people?" Whoa, everyone's eyes widened. This Reed really dared to speak his mind? He could escalate any trivial matter into something significant. You. D pointed at Reed with anger and resentment, shouting, "How can a child understand the way of governing a country? Governing a great country is like cooking a small fish. If one uses harsh punishments blindly, it will inevitably cause chaos and fear among officials. Can we blame our laws for that?" Reed raised his voice. "Laws are the baseline of morality. You, Osiris, talk incessantly about propriety. Are officials taught integrity by reading books? If officials are always fearful, does it mean those in power are impartial and righteous? Why should they fear? If they don't abide by the law, where is their virtue? Our dynasty evaluates officials based on knowledge, ability, and morality. Those with talent and virtue are promoted. Those with virtue but lacking talent are trained, and those lacking both are never used. Osiris, virtue comes first. As the Minister of Rights, don't you understand this? As Reed continued speaking, his passionate anger burst forth. He saluted Adolf and said, Your Majesty, D, as the Minister of Rights, oversees the nation's education and rituals. Yet he doesn't understand even the most basic principles of propriety, righteousness, honesty, and shame. How can he have the face to carry out educational duties on behalf of Your Majesty? I ask Your Majesty to strip him of his office and choose capable and virtuous officials. Your Majesty, this absolutely cannot be done. Ferdy stepped forward and said, It's just a debate in court, differing in ideas. Osiris has always been diligent and… Minister Hicks. Adolf directly interrupted Ferdy. With a cold expression he asked, Just now, I heard what Minister Gu and Osiris had to say. Let me ask you, as an official of the court, those who compete for profit with the people, disregard human life, or condone the persecution of the common folk, should they be forgiven? Ferdy. Your Majesty, if officials do not serve the people, they might as well go home and raise pigs. There are countless scholars in the world who wish to do something for the country and the people. If those corrupt officials were to be forgiven, wouldn't it be unfair to those who have devoted their entire lives to the great Lucas? Your Majesty, I concur. I also concur. Seeing half of the court petitioning, Ferdy and D were stunned. A moment ago, they were still discussing matters of Jizhou Prefecture. How did they end up wanting to remove the Minister of Rights first before resolving the issues of Jizhou? Observing nearly half of the civil and military officials petitioning, a hint of amusement flashed in Adolf's eyes. Osiris. Adolf spoke leisurely. Upon hearing this, D was shaken and revealed a bitter expression. Adolf was really going to make him step down. Your Majesty. Osiris, you've managed the Ministry of Rights for many years. It must be tiring. Go home and rest well. With a light sentence, Adolf directly dismissed D. Ferdy, witnessing this scene, a dark shadow flashed in his eyes. The case involving Johnny was too significant, especially Zaire, the Minister of Justice and Roland cousin of Ellsworth, the governor of Jizhou. It was certain that he would be implicated. He had already prepared himself for the possibility of losing the position of Minister of Justice, but he didn't expect that before dealing with Zaire, the aristocratic faction lost the position of Minister of Rights first. Thus, at today's court session, their faction would lose at least 2 ministers. He cast a cold glance at Reed. All because of this little scoundrel. Chapter 153. From the Ministry of Rights to the Ministry of Punishments, remember my name is Fraser. However, matters were far from over. Just after D had been dismissed, Reed continued, Your Majesty, as the prefect of Jizhou, Ellsworth has been deceiving superiors while covering up below, accepting bribes. Yet, as his Roland brother, Minister of Punishment Zaire has failed to restrain him, and through Ellsworth's protection, such significant negligence has occurred in Jizhou. I believe that Zaire is no longer fit to control the Ministry of Punishments. After all, this ministry oversees the nation's criminal justice system, a matter of utmost importance. There was a hush. Everyone looked at Reed with shock. No one had expected that after pulling D down, Reed would not be satisfied but instead target the Ministry of Punishments. Minister of Punishments Zaire sighed inwardly. As the Minister of Punishments, he governed the legal system of Daxia. Yet, his own younger brother took the lead in breaking the law, and even the jurisdiction under his supervision had deteriorated to 70%. He acknowledged that it was his duty to take responsibility for this negligence. Zaire was ready to step forward to resign, but Ferdy, who had lost a round before, refused to let go of another department this time, and so he argued. Your Majesty, Zaire and Ellsworth are separate individuals. Though Ellsworth has betrayed Your Majesty's grace, his crime should not implicate family members or the clan. I believe that by doing this, Sir Gu's actions may appear to be an act of retaliation. Retaliation? Revenge? Reed couldn't help but laugh. He turned towards Ferdy with a smile. May I ask the Prime Minister, given that Minister Lee and I have no grievances past or present, what reason could there be for me to retaliate? You. Ferdy suddenly realized that if anyone was retaliating, it was against Johnny. Although he had decided that Reed was taking advantage of this opportunity to help Adolf sever the arms of the aristocratic families, they indeed had no direct conflicts. The claim of retaliation seemed too far-fetched. With the loss of the Ministry of Rights, Ferdy was flustered, leading to such thoughtless reasoning. Seizing this golden opportunity, Reed pressed on, the Prime Minister has the authority to supervise officials, and Minister Lee governs the country's criminal penalties. His cousin's crimes are documented not once or twice but for several years. Isn't it reasonable to say that he has been negligent? Moreover, the Ministry of Punishments has the right to verify the legality across all prefectures. Ignoring these issues amounts not only to negligence but also dereliction of duty. Is it to say that because Ellsworth is the brother of the Minister of Punishments, the region under his jurisdiction is exempt from inspection? Ferdy's face darkened. Zaire glanced at him and sighed. It seemed that Ferdy couldn't protect him either. First, negligence, then dereliction, almost implicating him in cover-ups. Though everything was true, allowing Reed to continue might result in more fabricated charges. Stepping forward, Zaire bowed and said, Your Majesty, as the Minister of Punishments and the eldest in my family, I have indeed failed to detect Ellsworth's offenses promptly. I accept the responsibility for my negligence and beg for Your Majesty's punishment. Seeing Zaire take the initiative to admit fault, Adolf felt elated. First the Ministry of Rights, now the Ministry of Punishments, cutting off 2 limbs of the noble families. This change in the court dynamics would happen soon. But, after pondering, he spoke, Jizhou Prefect Ellsworth is guilty of numerous crimes, and Minister of Punishment Zaire was negligent. Demoted to Prefect of Jizhou, he turned to Zaire. Zaire responded promptly, this sinner is here. This Jizhou Prefecture, under Ellsworth's management, has deteriorated. I hope you can redeem yourself by improving its condition. Your will be followed. Zaire humbly replied. Watching this scene, Reed sighed inwardly. It appeared even Adolf didn't dare proceed too hastily against the power behind these noble families. Although he had gained control over both ministries, giving Jizhou back to Zaire seemed like a form of trade-off. Sighing again, he continued, Your Majesty, you still have something else? Adolf cast a glance at him, warningly. Feeling a chill, Reed knew Adolf was warning him not to stir up more trouble. His original intent was to impeach the Ministry of Personnel, especially since Jizhou had degraded so badly. Yet, promotions in Jizhou went smoothly over the years. A place deteriorated to this extent, yet officials promoted without hindrance. It was hard to believe there were no ulterior motives involved. But, since 2 ministers had fallen and the aristocratic young nobles within Jizhou were practically purged, further targeting the Ministry of Personnel might push the noble families into a corner. After all, though Ferdy held half of the support within the 6 ministries, his greatest stronghold was the Ministry of Personnel. After all, the Ministry of Personnel oversees the promotion of officials nationwide. If there were no Ministry of Personnel, how would so many young nobles from prestigious families get promoted? When Ferdy heard Reed speak, he felt a slight tremor in his heart. He was fully aware of what the case against Johnny meant. The only thing he hadn't anticipated was D being implicated as the Minister of Rights. As soon as the truth came to light, he already knew that the Ministry of Punishments couldn't be saved. However, if Adolf were to target the Ministry of Personnel, he could not compromise on that. Indeed, after Reed impeached the Ministry of Punishments and moved straight to attack the Ministry of Personnel, Adolf timely intervened. It seemed Adolf did not want to wage war with the noble families at this time. Ferdy felt slightly relieved. What about Reed? Seeing Adolf's warning look, he knew he shouldn't bring up the Ministry of Personnel now, but he had to respond to the Emperor's question. Your Majesty, the Gu family is merely a viscount mansion, yet they have the audacity to seize peasants' land through power. But is Johnny alone in this world? Yes. As Reed finished speaking, all the officials in court were stunned. Turning down a Minister of Rights and a Minister of Punishments wasn't his goal. His real intention was actually... Adolf was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected that Reed's mind would pivot directly to this matter. His heart stirred, but his expression remained cold. Minister Gu, what are you implying? Seemingly understanding an unspoken signal, Reed immediately turned serious. Your Majesty, land is the foundation of the nation and the means of survival for our people, concerning the safety and stability of our empire. In just 20 years, Johnny dared to order his subordinates to seize thousands of acres, causing countless hardships. If everyone imitates this behavior, how much land will be seized by then? What will those who lose their land do to survive? As a father to the people, Your Majesty must investigate this issue. The lessons from history teach us why the people gravitate towards our dynasty. Wasn't it because the previous dynasty mistreated the people, leaving them starving? Reed's words hit right at the core, leaving all the officials too frightened to say a word. Not everyone remained silent though. Another official stood up and shouted at Reed, Reed, how dare you? Chapter 154, Nile, I will kill you. Reed, you dare. While our Willie is alive, the people of the world live in peace and prosperity. How dare you compare our great Daxia to the former Yu dynasty and liken our wise emperor to the tyrant of the former Yu? A man, with his face flushed red and ears burning, lunged at Reed, shouting angrily, I see you are truly a treacherous minister. Your Majesty. This subject impeaches Reed for his contempt towards the throne. This act of utter disrespect must be punished. I implore Your Majesty to demote him and exile him to the frontier. This subject agrees. Nile is committing an unpardonable crime. We request Christian to expel this traitor. Your Majesty. I concur. When those words were spoken, officials allied with Ferdy instantly burst into action. Seeing that nearly half of the court officials were impeaching him, Reed not only felt no fear but was instead exhilarated by it. Suddenly he tilted his head back. Ha ha ha. I thought the esteemed members of this court had lofty views. Who would have thought they would speak such baseless nonsense? What? Everyone's eyes bulged out upon hearing this. Oh my god. Almost half of your fellow officials are impeaching you. And not only do you laugh boisterously, but you also insult everyone here? This is outrageous. The official who initially berated Reed became even more infuriated. Pointing at Reed, he shouted, reckless rogue. And with that, he raised his tablet and aimed it at Reed. Reed's eyes widened. What the hell? It's just a court debate. Are you going to hit someone with a work credential? As the tablet neared Reed's forehead, he slightly shifted his body and extended his leg. The official was caught off guard. With a thud, he was tripped and fell directly to the ground. Even Adolf watched with a mix of astonishment and exasperation. Sensing everyone's gazes on him, Reed feigned indignation, pointing at the still stunned official, and berated. Am I wrong? As the saying goes, by holding up a bronze mirror, one can adjust one's attire. To use a person as a mirror shows one's virtues and vices. To use history as a mirror reveals the rise and fall of dynasties. At the founding of the former Yu, did they not envision creating a prosperous empire for eternity? Did they not aim for eternal fame? Not mentioning the former Yu and all previous dynasties before our Daxia, did they not think the same? Yet, what was the result? All lost their empires. Our wise emperor upholds heaven's will and follows the people's wishes, overthrowing the brutal Yu and bringing clarity and justice to the world. But if officials are like Johnny and those from Jizhou Prefecture, how long will the hearts of the people endure? If the common folk have no land, they cannot eat. If they starve, should we expect them not to rebel? Do you want our great Daxia to send armies to slay these unfortunate people? Reed's roar shook the court profoundly. Adon, being Reed's mentor, was so moved that he couldn't contain himself. Jumping forward, he passionately said, holding up a bronze mirror adjusts one's attire. Using a person as a mirror shows one's gains and losses. By using history as a mirror, we know the rise and fall of dynasties. Your Majesty, Adon said excitedly, these are words that should warn all. The former Yu's lack of action left the world in disarray. refugees scattered everywhere. Our daxia overthrew the former Yu and re-established order. This is the path of both heaven's will and public sentiment. The former Yu has decayed. By taking this as a lesson, daxia understands governance without repeating past mistakes. Your Majesty, please accept this advice. Moved by a dawn, other officials of integrity exclaimed, "We urge your Majesty to listen." Looking at the revived spirit of the court, Adolf felt the passion that had settled in his heart start to stir again. Though not the first time he heard Reed's words, he found them incredibly stirring here in the hall. Satisfied, he glanced at Reed and said, "Minister Gu, speak your counsel freely." "Your Majesty," Reed earnestly said, "if I say there is only one corrupt official in this world named Johnny, would you believe me? Would the esteemed court members believe it?" At this question, many court officials looked embarrassed. Speaking of corruption, who among them was not guilty? But asking this openly, was it appropriate? Ferdy gave Reed a cold stare and retorted icily, "If the guilt of Johnny alone warrants investigating the entire country, causing unrest, and delaying local government affairs, can you take responsibility for that?" Prime Minister indeed makes an eloquent argument. But surely, if the central government is rotten, the whole country will decay. Shouldn't we investigate? Do we need to explain why Ferdy doesn't want to investigate? Noble families have been the main force behind seizing land. If the emperor really investigates, who knows what disasters would befall these noble families? Though fearful inside, Ferdy could not show it now. Since only Jizhou Prefecture is affected, why not investigate it directly? Why cause unrest throughout the empire? Your Majesty, in a few months, it will be time for spring planting. If the investigation delays this, fields will lie fallow next year, and the people will have no harvest. This could lead to disaster, plunging the world into chaos. So may I ask the Prime Minister when would be the most appropriate time for an investigation? Reed raised an eyebrow and threw the ball back to Ferdy. Ferdy gave a cold snort. Didn't I just say that no matter when we investigate, there will be unrest in the world? Does Fredgu wish for this world to remain unstable? Huh? Reed laughed loudly. Common folk know that one rotten grain can spoil a whole pot of porridge. If we don't find this rotten grain, even the best rice will cook into foul-smelling porridge. Your Majesty, while investigations may cause some disorder, if the people understand that investigating land ownership will bring fairness, they will surely support the court wholeheartedly. Tisich, how does Fredgu know the suffering of common people and believe they would welcome this eagerly? Because justice resides in people's hearts. Seeking justice for all under heaven, how could the people not embrace it enthusiastically? People detest injustice, and your Majesty seeks the greater good for all. The people will only hail our dynasty as wise and enlightened. TSK. Ferdy sneered. In the end, this is merely Fredgu's wishful thinking. As Chancellor of Daxia, I believe stability should come first. Besides, an investigation, without a complainant, where's the case? Your Majesty. Ferdy clasped his hands and said, I believe Fredgu has zeal but lacks experience. Your Majesty must not accept his words, lest it causes turmoil. Under normal circumstances, given their usual conflicts, he wouldn't have dismissed Reed's proposal so lightly. But now, Reed seemed like a mad dog to him, unpredictable if provoked. Who knew? Before Adolf could speak, Reed calmly said, A complainant? I do have one. Chapter 155. The Days I Argued in the Court, Part 1. In the 18th year of Jinwu, former Minister of Revenue Glover and Attendant Gentleman Faulkner were commissioned to survey all the farmlands across the realm and produce a new fishtail map register. Reed suddenly pulled out a booklet from his sleeve. During the land survey in Jiangnan by the former Attendant Gentleman Faulkner, he discovered that local officials colluded with the aristocrats to hide land ownership and population figures. However, just as the truth was about to be revealed, Faulkner was framed, resulting in nonsense. Before Reed could finish, Ferdy shouted. Glover and Faulkner abused their power while producing the fishtail map register, taking bribes, embezzling public funds. They even drove many commoners to death. Evidence is abundant, and they have been punished by national law. You dare to twist facts and confuse right and wrong here in court. What do you intend? Ferdy pointed at Reed righteously, his eyes filled with anger, and an unnoticed hint of panic. Reed sneered, Your Excellency asks me about my intention? Then let me ask, why are you so nervous before I even finish speaking? Insolence. Ferdy denied outright. The imperial court is where officials discuss matters of state. Is it not a waste of time for Christian and everyone else to deliberate on these already convicted criminals? Tisich. Reed gave a cold laugh, turning to face the emperor. Your Majesty, whether or not the case 2 years ago was unjust, your servant is unaware. But every incident recorded in this booklet is too shocking to believe. The detailed chronicles and evidence statements, they don't seem fabricated. How can we trust what criminals say? In our great Lucas, has any law ever stated that the accused cannot prove their own innocence? But it's entrapment. How can there be entrapment if it hasn't even been investigated? Those two have long been convicted. According to your Excellency, should we stop investigating once someone is convicted, even if we find inconsistencies during review at our Imperial Court of Justice? Reed smiled amiably. If so, why not simply make up charges against anyone in the Hicks family? Would your Excellency approve of that? You insolent man. This is what your Excellency taught me. You. Enough. What do you take this place for? Adolf slapped the armrest of his throne, staring at Ferdy and Reed with a dark expression, utterly displeased. He glanced coldly at Ferdy. This emperor wonders, why can't cases under review by our Imperial Court of Justice be retried if inconsistencies are found? Your Majesty, your servant. Ferdy's complexion changed. Adolf waved a hand to cut him off, then looked at Reed coldly. Investigate if you must, but why speak of irrelevant things? Is the court a place for you to quarrel? I know my fault. Please punish me as you see fit. Humph. You'll lose half a year's salary, Adolf said lightly. Reed was taken aback, blurting out instinctively, Your Majesty, I was already punished with a half-year salary cut last time. Another half year means less than a year as an official, and now I owe the court months' worth of salary. Reed felt dejected. Having worked over 6 months without pay was bad enough. Now he actually owed the court months of salary. Bah! As soon as Reed finished, someone in court couldn't hold back laughter. Adolph's mouth twitched, waving his hand irritably. Bargain again, and I'll punish you for a full year. Though saying this, he wasn't as angry as before. Clearly, Reed's attempt at humor had some effect. Adolph glanced at the booklet in his hand. Speak up. What is this? Your Majesty, this is a record kept by the former attendant gentleman of the Ministry of Revenue during his thorough investigation in Jiangnan. It details the land seizures by Jiangnan aristocrats, plundering of commoners' wealth. All evidence and witness testimonies are documented inside. What? The entire court was startled. Evidence against the Jiangnan aristocrats? Was this a joke? Didn't Glover and Faulkner get exiled precisely because they coerced the Jiangnan aristocrats to surrender their wealth and took bribes? How did this record of crimes suddenly appear? The expressions among the court officials varied. Neutral ones stared in shock at the booklet in Reed's hand. Those who supported Glover and Faulkner wore gloomy faces, especially those officials of aristocratic origin, who watched the booklet nervously. This was their masterpiece from 2 years ago, and now it had been dug up by Reed. More importantly, he had found crucial evidence pointing to the nobility. Was he planning to overturn the case? After handing the booklet to the attendant eunuch, Reed said, Your Majesty, surveying all the farmlands across the realm is an important administrative task of the state. Although Glover and Faulkner were punished upon obtaining this booklet, I examined their case files with a questioning mind and found many suspicious points. Especially when cross-referencing Faulkner's notes, the doubts matched the clues in the booklet. Hence, are you planning to overturn their cases? Adolph asked neutrally. Reed replied, Your Majesty, that's one aspect. As the saying goes, a glimpse can show the whole picture. Initially, I thought simply, if the Gu family dared to commit such crimes, how many other nobles and officials have done the same? If there are more pests gnawing at our country, what then? Therefore, I had someone retrieve old land-related cases, unexpectedly uncovering clues in the cases of Glover and Faulkner. Adolph nodded slightly, showing no expression on his face, but feeling exceptionally satisfied inside. Indeed, Reed did not disappoint him. Right after resolving the Johnny case, he directly targeted the nobility across the land. What do you plan to do? Your Majesty, regardless of whether the information in this booklet is true or false, the survey of the nation's farmlands was initially ordered by Your Majesty 2 years ago, and was subsequently halted due to the case involving Glover and Faulkner. I believe we should use this opportunity to continue investigating, especially in Jiangnan. We must get to the bottom of this. Your Majesty, I object. Suddenly, someone stood up and said, If we start a massive upheaval based on unverifiable and possibly defamatory evidence, I think it's inappropriate. Yes, Your Majesty. A large-scale disturbance would cause local officials to be uneasy. Your Majesty, I concur. This matter is too significant and involves a 2-year-old case, making it very difficult to investigate. Reed sneered disdainfully, following this official's logic. If something is hard to investigate, it shouldn't be investigated. So, if foreign enemies invade, should we just give up because the battle might be tough? Chapter 156. Those days I quarreled in the Imperial Court, Part 2. Nonsense. You are defaming me. The official who was scolded by Reed immediately explained with indignation. Your Majesty, all this is slander from Reed against me. I just think that such a great upheaval within the court might not be good for our country. Reed laughed loudly and said to the official, Left, not good, and right, not good. If everything were that easy to handle, why do we need officials like us? If things in this world were all that easy, what would be the point of selecting capable people and assigning them positions in our great Lucas? The emperor only needs to sit on the throne, facing south from north, without doing much. So why does the imperial court need to spend so many salaries on a bunch of lazy officials who can only complain? If you fear hardships and fatigue, why take up an official post at all? Everyone's lips twitched. This Reed really had a poisonous tongue when it came to insulting people. If one's mental strength was slightly weaker, they could easily get infuriated to the point of spitting blood. The most critical thing, despite being so brazen in the court, Adolph seemed indifferent, only occasionally rebuking him lightly. Seeing the noisy argument in the court again, Adolph couldn't help but feel a headache. Since this young man joined the court, he always provoked hatred with his words and turned his hall into a chaotic place where civil and military officers argued as if they were buying vegetables in a market, or quarreling street women. Although Reed had done several things very well since entering the court, it wasn't easy for an aging man like Adolph to endure this constant chaos. With a stern face, Adolph looked at the ministers, who were oblivious. After a while, those ministers suddenly realized something. Adolph didn't stop them this time? All eyes turned to Adolph, only to find he was looking at their debate with a darkened face. Instantly, all officials fell silent, some pulling at the sleeves of those who hadn't noticed yet. After a moment, silence returned to the court. Adolph, expressionless, said, Ministers, let's discuss what Minister Gu has said. Your Majesty, I believe this matter should not be investigated, or at least not now. A half-gray-haired Roland stepped forward, saying, There is some merit in what my colleagues have said. Investigating a local case requires more than a few months' effort. In a few months, civilians will be preparing for spring farming. Such a thorough investigation is too significant. If no results come from it, it will undoubtedly hinder local agricultural policies. Glancing at this Roland, Reed knew he belonged to the neutral faction. His words took everyone by surprise. The neutral and even the pure stream factions stared at the Roland, seemingly puzzled. Even though these people were neutrals, Ferdy's group suppressed the entire court so harshly that few would speak up for them. Ferdy's face showed satisfaction upon hearing someone from the usually detested neutral faction offer support. He had read their minds accurately. Though they often clashed with each other, both parties genuinely cared for the nation, considering the big picture in everything they did. Your Majesty, I have different views. Suddenly, a person from the censorate stood up, saying, "Local government affairs are indeed important, but the foundation of all our great Lucas's policies and the prestige of the court lies on the belief that Christian is a wise ruler and the court enjoys authority. This case concerns fairness, justice, and righteousness. If the court cannot provide basic justice to the people, how can they still trust Christian and the court? Prestige accumulates day by day, but it could be ruined overnight by a few wrongful cases. I believe that if this fundamental principle is lost, the edicts issued by the court will also appear unjust to the common people." Finishing, the person bowed deeply. Many nodded unconsciously after these words. However, the officials of the aristocratic camp couldn't agree so easily, since the ones under investigation were from the noble families. One of them stepped out, pointing at the censorate officer, and retorted, "Nonsense. Our Majesty loves the people like children. Delaying their livelihoods over a questionable case would be casting the emperor as unrighteous." Following this logic, I think this case should be investigated further. Reed smiled and said, "If Christian loves the people like children and all civilians are the emperor's children, how can they focus on agriculture if they live in a society without justice?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I think this case must be investigated." "I oppose it, Your Majesty. Everything must prioritize the welfare of the people." "Me. Enough." Looking at the noisy court, Adolf felt another headache coming on. He then shifted his gaze to his sons. "Dag, what do you think?" The Dag was enjoying the spectacle when he was suddenly called upon by Adolf. He immediately reacted, and turned to salute Adolf. "Father, your subject believes that while the people seek survival, they also seek justice. Justice comes first. Only with justice can they survive better. Without it, even if they live, they will be in dire straits. Your subject believes an investigation should be conducted." The Dag spoke firmly. Adolf nodded slightly, then casually asked, "Second and Gideon, what do you think?" "Father, your subject believes this case should not be investigated. Regardless of the cases of Gua and Jiang, these matters are primarily handled by the 3 judicial departments. If we reopen this old case now, it won't benefit the people but instead delay farming preparations. Moreover, this case has already been concluded. Reopening it, no matter the final result, doesn't it mean telling the whole country that the court wronged its officials?" A hint of disappointment flashed in Adolf's eyes. It seems his second prince is really going all the way with the aristocratic families, but by helping them so much, even if you ascend the throne one day, would they treat you as a true emperor? More likely, you'd just be a puppet. He looked at the Gideon. The Gideon hesitated for a moment before saying, "Father, your subject believes both the Roland brother and the second brother have valid points." Adolf's lips twitched. He wanted an answer, not someone who avoided taking a stance. Feeling somewhat disappointed in his third son, such a prince who doesn't offend anyone and lacks initiative couldn't amount to much. Just as he was about to look away, the Gideon said, "Your subject believes the case cannot be left uninvestigated, but it shouldn't be done immediately. Since Gua and Jiang are no longer alive, your subject suggests waiting until after next year's autumn harvest. That way, there will be plenty of time." The Gideon makes a good point. This way, farming won't be disrupted, and the court's prestige won't be damaged. I agree. Surprisingly, Ferdy was the first to support the Gideon's opinion. Upon hearing this, Adolf had even less goodwill towards his third son. This answer seemed to accommodate both sides, but in reality, it completely served the aristocratic families, and was even worse than what the Jedi proposed. Chapter 157. Accepting the Emperor's Sword, thoroughly investigating the aristocratic land issues. Adolf looked at his 2 sons, feeling indescribable disappointment. He had risked his twilight years to challenge the aristocratic families so that he could open up a new situation for the great Lucas dynasty and free future emperors from the shackles of these aristocratic families. He wanted them to be true rulers of all under heaven. But Bryson's heir and Sand still leaned on the aristocrats. If they were allowed to take power, surely the policies he established would probably be overturned as soon as he was dead. Dispirited by his son's words, Adolf lost the interest to continue questioning and said somberly, "I still remember when I first raised my army. That year, I was only 15. The ministers did not understand. Wasn't this supposed to be about a case? Why was Christian reminiscing?" Only a few people discerned the hidden meanings in Adolf's words. Especially Ferdy, upon hearing the emperor recount the past, immediately changed expression. It seemed that the emperor had made a decision. Sure enough, Adolf then spoke with a change in tone. "If back then, the great you could have offered me and those fellow villagers some justice, perhaps I wouldn't have joined the righteous army to overthrow the great you." "Your Majesty," several court officials instinctively exclaimed. Waving his hand, the emperor continued, "We fought wars for over 10 years in the south and north, and after founding the great Lucas, I became emperor, all aiming to reduce the number of deaths caused by famine." When these words came out, the old veterans who rose with Adolf shed tears, recalling the days filled with blood and fire. Which of us hasn't bled and struggled, rising from ordinary people to stand here in the imperial court? I aim to establish an everlasting foundation for the great Lucas, and they dreamed of endless nobility for their families. Pointing at King and others, the emperor gave a slight smile. Suddenly, however, his face darkened, a heavy aura of killing intent appearing as he shouted angrily, "What about the people of the land? What if there are others like me, and if they find no justice, will they too raise the banner of righteousness and overthrow my great Lucas? Your Majesty, it is absolutely impossible. Be silent, all of you." Adolf roared, "Back then, I could think such thoughts. How can we guarantee no other commoner thought similarly? In this dossier, what I see isn't just treacherous officials eroding our nation but also stains of blood. As appointed officials of the court, do you feel nothing at all reading this? The laws of our great Lucas, written in tens of thousands of characters, speak of what? Isn't it fairness and justice? If we lose fairness and justice, then our great Lucas deserves to perish." In uncontrollable anger, the emperor fiercely threw the dossier to the ground. The entire court turned silent, each official holding their breath, bowing their heads away from Adolf's gaze. Until now, Adolf had always appeared relatively benevolent, leading some to forget who they faced. This Emperor donned armor at 15, carving out the world with his sword. Adolf silently watched his officials for a long time, then walked to the side of the dragon throne, picked up the long K sword of the great Lucas, gently stroking this ancient and dignified sword before turning. "Read. Your servant is present. I hereby grant you the long K sword of the great Lucas, entrusting you with full authority to handle this case. I have no other requirements, but remember, to bring justice to the land." Upon hearing this, Reed's heart pounded wildly. Watching Adolf step down the dais carrying the sword, Reed hurriedly stepped forward and held out both hands. Adolf forcefully pressed the imperial sword into his hands. "Given the broad implications of this case, you may mobilize personnel from the Ministry of Revenue and select participants from the Ministry of Punishments and the Censorate. Do you know the meaning of this sword? I will never forget it. Holding this sword, I will cut through thorns for your majesty, clear away corruption, and restore clear skies for our great Lucas and its people," Reed loudly proclaimed. His voice echoed through the grand hall. Aristocratic-born officials, hearing Reed's firm tone, felt a jolt in their hearts. Reed was getting serious. Ferdy finally realized what Adolf and Reed truly planned. Earlier, he thought Adolf would merely teach a lesson to a few aristocratic troublemakers. He hadn't anticipated that Adolf intended to sever the very roots of the aristocracy. Using the case of the Gu family's land encroachment, he unearthed the 2-year-old incident and ignited flames against the aristocracy across the land. Yet, they had no valid rebuttal. Adolf was the founder of the dynasty, not an incompetent or senile ruler. Challenging him required adhering to rules, the proper way for imperial and ministerial powers to compete. Now, with Adolf holding the moral high ground, they resembled the Shuo and Jiang duo from 2 years ago. At that time, Adolf won in the end, but the final result was the total annihilation of the Gua and Jiang families. Now, regarding this Reed, they watched as Reed, dressed in a red official robe and holding the long K sword of the great Lucas, this young man, was not as easily disposed of as Gua and Jiang had been. Fortunately, everything was still salvageable. If they could just seize the opportunity now, with enough time for the aristocratic families to smooth over their troubles, even if Reed did find something out, it would likely not harm the foundations. Moreover, this little scoundrel had taken on this hot potato. Even without Ferdy's intervention, would the other aristocratic families also refrain from action? Meanwhile, others looked at Reed with envy, especially the old generals. Having followed Adolf for so many years, few had received such honors as Reed. After all, the long K sword symbolizing the emperor's power had already fallen into Reed's hands twice. To receive such favor was a young man who had entered court for less than a year. After the court adjourned, Reed caught up with his teacher Adon right after stepping out of the palace gate. Adon smiled at him, holding the imperial sword, feeling some nostalgia. He never expected that the first imperial examination he presided over would produce someone like Reed. Considering his current honor and achievements, if he could make it to the top in the great Lucas court, he might very well become another famous minister recorded in history. If he handled this case successfully, in the future, relying on his experience of wielding the long K sword twice, as long as he didn't rebel, even future emperors would respect him. "Teacher, Christian has entrusted me with an important task, yet I have spent too little time in court, and there are matters I must consult with you. It's about choosing the right people, isn't it?" Adon smiled at Reed, immediately seeing through his problem. Reed smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, "These hundreds of officials in court, I haven't fully recognized them all yet. Now that Christian has entrusted me with this responsibility, I have to trouble teacher to recommend a few people to me." Adon stroked his beard with a smile, but instead of making direct recommendations, he asked, "I'm curious, how far do you intend to take this case?" Chapter 158. Secret Meeting of Prestigious Families, Discussing Countermeasures. To what extent? Reed was a bit confused. He didn't quite understand Aiden's meaning. After some thought, he solemnly said, "Teacher, the root cause of the world's turmoil lies in land consolidation. With the emperor's trust and bestowing me the emblem of Daxia Longke, to ensure the prosperity of our great Daxia, I wish to implement land reforms through this opportunity, to radically change the accumulated problems of past dynasties." Looking back at both his previous life and this one, historical records show that land issues have always been one of the most severe problems leading to nationwide unrest, even being the fundamental reason for the downfall of many dynasties. Since joining the court, he had meticulously planned all this time, intending to leverage a major land consolidation case to push for land reform. Even without the Gu family, Adolf would likely choose another family. The existence of prestigious families poses significant obstacles, which is why Adolf has not taken action against them, mainly due to historical limitations. Dismantling the foundations of these families is difficult, but for a founding emperor, it's not an insurmountable challenge. What's hard is finding the right people and new laws. Those handling matters for Adolf are from a landlord class, making it naturally difficult to expect this class to address this issue. More importantly, there currently isn't an effective way to deal with existing laws. Without proper new laws, real chaos will ensue. This won't just fail to shake the foundation of prestigious families, but also lead to suffering among the common people. Reed's land reforms cannot be achieved overnight. Currently, they need only seize illegally acquired lands from prestigious families, distribute them to the people, formulate land policies, reclaim lands as state property, and prohibit private land transactions. Once the foundation is stable, taxation laws can be gradually modified. This is the follow-up to the land policy. As long as the initial moves don't rush to touch the core interests of prestigious families, officialdom, further investigation into land consolidation cases will inevitably implicate officials. After all, without official protection, land consolidation wouldn't have escalated to this point. With involvement, prestigious families must compromise. As long as actions don't overtly aim to sever their political careers, the likelihood of their compliance is high. Looking at the confident Reed, Adon smiled and pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve, handing it to Reed. Upon seeing it, Reed's eyes widened in surprise. "Teacher, You've had this list ready for a long time? Hee hee. Adon patted Reed on the shoulder, laughing. Since you've made your decision, do it well. Saying this, he turned around and quickly left, leaving a stunned Reed behind. Little did he know, Adolf had already communicated about the list with Adon, knowing that Reed would seek help from Adon rather than others for this matter. Thus, Adolf laid out his entire plan, aiming to gain Aiden's support for reforms. Initially, Adon prepared 2 lists. Both contained competent ministers. One list was relatively conservative, while the other consisted of resolute and responsible officials. He simply wanted to know how far Reed intended to go. Now that Reed has made his choice, he naturally needs suitable people by his side. Based on the list provided by Adon, Reed summoned officials from the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, and the Censorate, then selected a few more from the Supreme Court. Of course, people like Dylan who were assigned under him were indispensable. Once personnel were confirmed, Reed began preparing the entry point for the case. Undoubtedly, Jiangnan would be the first stop, but for now, he had to wait for Zane's return. Given that Adolf has ordered action against prestigious families, this news will spread once court ends. Fortunately, Reed sent Zane to Jiangnan 2 months ago. No matter how quickly the prestigious families move, they can't surpass Zane's progress. Currently, all eyes in the capital are on Reed, and the prestigious families never expected him to have already set up plans. All he needed to do now was divert attention in the capital to assist Zane. Of course, prestigious families are not letting this go unchecked. Indeed, officials from various prestigious families gathered once again in the capital. In a garden located in the eastern part of the capital, the representatives of prominent families from the city had convened. Everyone, today's events in court are clear, so no further introduction is necessary. Bryson, also the head of the Farron family and the initiator of this gathering. Unlike the Hicks and Lee families or the Tang family, none of the Farron family members hold high-ranking positions in central government. However, he is here for a different reason. Although the Farron family does not have key figures in the 6 ministries, their influence in local areas is the strongest. The main reason for initiating this gathering was that once this case is investigated, the Farron family would undoubtedly be the most severely affected. As soon as Bryson finished speaking, Zaire said indifferently, although it's currently about investigating land consolidation cases, it ultimately aims at undermining the foundations of our prestigious families. The members of each family are involved in this matter, especially those who serve in local positions. The emperor probably targets them. He was demoted from a minister to the governor of Jizhou, tasked with cleaning up the mess left by his brother Ellsworth. As the first senior official to be demoted, he naturally felt that Adolf's intention was to dismantle their influence in the regions. However, his words were met with rebuttal from Mr. Killian, the advisor of Fred Hicks. He shook his head and said, Master Lee is overthinking this. Fred Hicks mentioned before coming here that while Adolf's aim is indeed to weaken our foundations, the current situation is not what Master Lee described. Really? Bryson asked curiously. Brother Hicks doesn't think so? Mr. Killian nodded and looked at Zaire, saying, although Master Lee was demoted today, and Osiris was dismissed, the Emperor will not declare a full-scale war against our prestigious families at this moment. A full-scale war would mean touching on the taboos of prestigious families, the bureaucracy. The 5 leading families, Hicks, Farron, Lee, Tang, and Een, control the land and wealth of the country, but more importantly, nearly half of all officials come from these prestigious families. If the Emperor were to go to war with us now, it would be like smashing eggs against rocks. If Brother Hicks puts it this way, then we just need to unite with officials from all regions and submit petitions to have the Emperor retract his order, right? Why are we even discussing countermeasures? Representative of the Een family, Fisher, said this. After hearing this, the representatives of the other families couldn't help but laugh or cry. Bryson said, Brother Een, if it were that simple, it would be much better. Although the Een family is also a prestigious one, they later focused on military matters, with most of their descendants serving in the military. Their minds naturally aren't as sharp as those of civil officials. As an imperial founder, Adolf's capabilities and decisiveness surpass those of ordinary emperors. If we pressure him through the regions, it might lead to a long-term full-scale war between our prestigious families and the royal family. Since we don't want a war but also refuse to be investigated, what do you suggest we do? Chapter 159. How about we choose a different person to be emperor? For a moment, everyone fell silent. Although the Een family was primarily focused on the military, all of the founding nobles were present in court at this time, and military power was firmly held by Adolf and those loyal dukes and marquises to him. If they incited local officials to oppose Adolf, based on his nature, it was highly likely he would make examples out of several aristocratic families. To incite rebellion from the Een family at that time? Forget it. Unless they wanted to replace the emperor with someone else, there was no way the Een family would come to a good end. Everyone, there is a way now, but we need all of you to deliberate. Mr. Killian saw that everyone was silent, and had to speak up to draw everyone's attention back. Zaire, hearing this, asked curiously, Mr. Killian, does Prime Minister Hicks have any good plans? Not necessarily great plans, but there are 3 methods. 3? Everyone was startled at once. They racked their brains and the best solution was merely to coerce Adolf with officials from aristocratic families. This would tear everything apart. Unexpectedly, Ferdy had 3 methods. Suddenly, everyone perked up. Tell us quickly. The first method is to negotiate with the emperor. We return our surplus lands in exchange for the safety of our descendants. All of these people came from prestigious families. Who among them hadn't manipulated land matters? This matter couldn't withstand investigation. Once investigated, even if Adolf wanted to consider the threat of the aristocratic families, it would inevitably lead to the loss of 2 to 3/10 of aristocratic officials. Therefore, using the land to protect those officials could also be considered a form of trade. Power is the servant of interest. As long as they retain their positions and power, interest would eventually return. When Mr. Killian spoke these words, all the spokespeople of the noble houses immediately objected. Mr. Killian, what kind of plan is this? If we could hand over the land, why would we gather here today? The representative of the Tang family opposed first. Other members of the aristocratic families also nodded in agreement. It seemed that Mr. Killian had anticipated this reaction from the families. He immediately said, "As for the second method, it's simply making this case fizzle out just like before." Huh. Upon hearing this, representatives of various families were momentarily stunned. Just like before? Reed and Faulkner? Everyone's eyes lit up. This was indeed a good plan. But Mr. Killian may not know that Reed is no longer the small fry he used to be. He's now a fourth-rank official and holds the great Lucas Dragon Sparrow sword, which can mobilize armies. He has Aiden's support in the court, and even the top military Lee family values him greatly. Moreover, with precedents set by Glover and Faulkner, the Emperor might unconditionally support him on this issue. He might even get assistance from the Imperial Guards. After all, every task this young man undertakes after entering officialdom always involves the shadows of the Imperial Guards. Frankly speaking, before, when Adolf ordered Glover and Faulkner to thoroughly investigate and measure the land across the Empire, he didn't give them as much support as he did to Reed now. This led to turmoil in the capital while Faulkner was still handling matters elsewhere. Eventually, Faulkner ended up being falsely accused and imprisoned before he could react. Now, wanting to use the same method against Reed would be incredibly difficult. Unless Reed died, attempting to frame him, even with full evidence, would see Adolf giving Reed a chance to clear his name rather than executing him outright like with Glover and Faulkner. As for killing Reed, stop joking. Reed never acted alone, and his martial arts skills seemed comparable to those of senior generals. No one had ever seen him unleash his full strength. Without absolute certainty, doing this would likely only expose oneself. After all, everyone knew how meticulous this young man could be. Had it not been for this characteristic, Ferdy wouldn't have been repeatedly restrained by him in the court. However, Mr. Killian spoke as if he had a master plan. From appearances, Reed seems to have no weaknesses other than his enthusiasm for power. But who says we have to handle him exactly like we did with Glover and Faulkner? Oh. Bryson was taken aback and asked, "Mr. Killian, could you elaborate? You must know that character and virtue are extremely important criteria for officials." Huh. Zaire's eyes lit up. Does Mr. Killian mean nothing else? Destroy his reputation? Mr. Killian smiled. Minister Lee lost his position as Shangshu because of one oversight. It was also entrapment. If Reed's reputation gets ruined while he investigates the Empire on behalf of the Emperor, this matter will surely be impeded. Most officials in the court were deeply involved in extensive issues. Those capable enough to handle this matter either lacked the ability or had too many vulnerabilities or were implicated themselves. Therefore, after consideration, Reed was the only one left. But he is extremely cautious in his daily life, not greedy for wealth or fond of women. Even though there's the Inacio family in Ningxiu who has connections to him, they have no dealings with him. If we threaten him with the Inacio family, it might even backfire on us. What should we do? Haha, why go through such trouble with the Inacio family? Mr. Killian chuckled and stroked his beard, saying, "We just need to do this." He whispered quietly to them, and after hearing his plan, the representatives from noble families had rather unpleasant expressions. Mr. Killian's method, if it succeeded, it would indeed be effective, but if truly carried out, it was quite too. Mr. Killian, why don't you tell us about the last method first? The second method was too underhanded. It wasn't that they felt any burden in dealing with Reed this way, but for themselves, it wasn't a good approach either. As for the third method, Mr. Killian hesitated, pondering before saying, "Then let's replace him." He pointed upwards with his finger. Upon hearing this, everyone was greatly alarmed. Zaire lowered his voice and roared angrily, "Are you mad? Do you know the consequences of doing this?" Replacing the Emperor. Although the second prince and the third prince were indeed inclined toward the noble families, replacing the Emperor was too risky. When the Yin family heard this, their eyes lit up. Their family held military power. Although they couldn't compare with the founding nobles, their influence wasn't insignificant. Moreover, the current empress was from their Yin family. The second prince was also born to Empressine. If the second prince became emperor, their Yin family would naturally become the highest-ranking nobility. They had always harbored this ambition. However, Adolf hadn't shown any signs of aging, and at his current state, living another 10 years wouldn't be a problem. Currently, the position of the crown prince was stable, posing a big problem for them. This crown prince was not close to them at all. Besides, even if he were closer, so what? Could he be better than a blood nephew? Now that Mr. Killian proposed this question, he felt a slight stir in his heart. To say, the last method is indeed inappropriate, but it can still be considered. Chapter 160. Aristocratic invitations. No banquet is without a hidden agenda. Shall we give it a try? As soon as Fisher spoke, the other families understood his meaning and were too lazy to respond. You must be joking. Given the current relationship between the Dag and the Jedi, should the Dag ascend, these aristocratic families might not have many problems, but the Yin family is different. The Yin family's fate is closely tied with the Jedis. His ascension would bring infinite glory to the Yin family. His downfall would most likely lead to the decline of the Yin family. But what about them? With the Dag's position now secure, should they side with the Yin family in rebellion? Wouldn't that be utterly foolish? The entire palace is under Adolf's control. Rebelling would mean courting death. No matter how powerful the aristocratic families are, once they rebel, the emperor wouldn't tolerate anyone who dares to rise against him, let alone an entire clan. Fisher's words made all the families abandon their thoughts instantly. Bryson thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go with the second option." The second option? The other families were somewhat unwilling. While this would ruin Reed's reputation, it wouldn't do much good for theirs either. Seeing everyone's reluctance, Bryson couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a better plan at this point?" The other families fell silent one by one. After a while, Zaire said solemnly, "Then who will handle this matter?" "I'll let our Farron family take care of it." Bryson quietly said a sentence. Their Farron family had no members in high ranks within the government, so local matters were especially important to them. If this case were to proceed, their losses would be the greatest among all the families. Emperor had just removed D and Zaire from power. He wouldn't risk stirring more trouble in the court. Otherwise, all the aristocratic families across the nation would unite in opposition. Upon hearing that the Farron family agreed to handle the matter, the others were pleased and bowed to Bryson. Roger is truly righteous. We all admire you. Bryson's face darkened slightly as he said indifferently, I hope we can weather this storm together. Saying that, he left the place with a grim expression. Seeing the issue resolved, the others bid farewell to each other with clasped hands. Only Fisher stared blankly at them. Weren't they supposed to overthrow the old emperor? Why are you leaving now? He watched those people walk away and, with a twirl of his eyes, started having different thoughts. Imperial Manor, capital city. Birch was quietly reading when the candle on her desk flickered suddenly. Closing her book, she looked at a certain spot and said calmly, There's new movement among the capital's aristocratic families? Milady, the aristocratic families met tonight, preparing to deal with Reed. They intend to? Lori leaned next to Birch, whispering something into her ear. Upon hearing this, Birch's eyebrows furrowed slightly. She pondered for a while and asked, Does anyone else in the Imperial Guard Bureau know about this? No one except our spies embedded within the family's knows. Good. Keep this information within our circle, and ensure it doesn't get recorded in any official archives. Milady, should we not inform Director Gu? Lori seemed hesitant. She was one of the few who knew about Birch and Reed's collaboration and had grown to respect him after he returned the token without exposing himself. Birch glanced at her briefly. Ember quickly lowered her head in a bow. Birch whispered, Just focus on your own duties, everything else. Milady, I overstepped my bounds. Lori promptly replied. Birch nodded slightly and waved her hand. Lori took a few steps back and disappeared into the darkness again. Holding a needle, Birch adjusted the wick of the candle, a faint smile on her face. Reed, Director Gu, let's see how you handle this. Her gaze flickered. All along, she had been operating behind the scenes using her former identity as Bryson Savyun. Things had always gone smoothly, but encountering Reed had changed that. Lately, many of her plans had been thwarted by him. Seeing the aristocratic family's strategy against Reed, she was quite amused. She wanted to see how he would break through this situation. Reed spent several days organizing all the documents related to the case. Just as he was about to leave for Jiangnan, he suddenly received an invitation to a banquet from the aristocratic families. Holding the invitation, a mocking look appeared in his eyes. You are now tasked with investigating the land usurpation by the aristocrats. Perhaps you shouldn't go, sir, suggested an attendant. Dylan's eyes were filled with concern as he said, even the case of the minister and undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue from 2 years ago might have been deeply tied to them. You are in a critical period now. Attending this banquet will likely lead to unforeseen changes. Reed merely smiled faintly. Indeed, attending the Farron family's banquet at this time would naturally mean no good intentions behind it. He was entrusted to thoroughly investigate the aristocratic families. Going there now, these people would inevitably try every means to pull him into their camp or devise ways to bring him down, just as they had done to Guohua and Faulkner before. Leslie, who stood beside him, also showed signs of worry on her face. She said, Master, the aristocratic family's methods are always dirty. If you go, they will definitely plot something against you. Haha, what is there to fear? Reed chuckled and said, They do want to harm me, but I also have some matters I wish to probe their stance on. To be precise, he indeed wanted to see where the aristocratic family's bottom line truly lay. Adolf was very clear. He wanted the aristocratic families to give up their lands, but wasn't prepared to touch their influence in the government. The purpose of the investigation was to expose the truth and then force the aristocratic families to trade their lands for official positions. As for the official positions, there would be plenty of ways to handle that in the future. For now, land was the priority. The reason Reed wanted to probe the aristocratic families was to see how they would react if his and Adolf's plans came true. Sir, I don't think this is necessary. No matter what they're thinking, as long as we solidify our case, they won't be able to cause much trouble. Yes. Master, Director Liu is right. Leslie nodded obediently from the side. Reed sighed softly, but Zane is still in Jiangnan. This? Dylan hesitated. He knew why Zane had gone to Jiangnan. Indeed, Reed staying in the capital helped divert their attention, allowing Zane to thoroughly investigate the Jiangnan case. Zane held no official title and rarely appeared in public. His presence in Jiangnan was extremely discreet. Director, please be extra cautious, especially with what you eat and drink at the banquet. Dylan had no doubt that with Reed's caution, others wouldn't easily scheme against him. But the food and drinks served at the banquet might not be safe. Chapter 161. Is your fourth rank at 20 years old very impressive? The methods of the noble families are indeed deplorable, but it's fine now that Zane has returned. They have only those many tricks up their sleeves. However, what we lack most is time. Open and covert investigations. Timothy's official visit to Jiangnan was an open investigation. Once he set out, it would be as hard as climbing to the heavens to uncover the crimes of the noble families in Jiangnan. Otherwise, the great Lucas wouldn't still be without a truly effective cadastral map of Jiangnan even after being established for 20 years. The difficulty can be imagined. Therefore, Timothy had long decided to investigate covertly. However, once news of his visit to Jiangnan spread, the time required along the way would be enough for them to erase some traces. By then, investigating the core of the case would be extraordinarily difficult. Zane was currently active in Jiangnan. If the noble families began to cover their tracks, they would inevitably find some traces left by Zane. Therefore, this was why Timothy agreed to attend the banquet. At night, Timothy arrived at the Farron family residence by carriage. As soon as he got off the carriage, he saw someone waiting at the door. Seeing Timothy's carriage, the person immediately came forward and said with a bow, Your Excellency Gu's arrival at my humble abode truly adds luster to my poor home. That man wore a broad smile, clearly a smooth talker. Timothy looked at the prominent gate of the Farron residence and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. If such residences are considered humble abodes, then there wouldn't be any decent mansions left in the capital except for the palace. Saying this, he turned to look at the man and asked, May I ask who you are? This lowly one is Jonah from the Farron family. Oh, It's actually the young Adam of the Farron family. I am truly honored. Timothy did not expect that the person who came would be Bryson's eldest son, Jonah, who would be the future Adam of the Farron family. It seemed that these nobles in the capital didn't plan anything good for today's banquet. Excellency Gu, you must be tired from the journey. Why not come inside and have a cup of wine first? Hee, young Patriarch Farron invites me. I naturally will follow the host's convenience. Timothy smiled warmly. He didn't call him Excellency Farron, indicating that he came to the banquet in a private capacity today. There were inner security bureau spies everywhere in the nobles' residences, so it was best to be more cautious when speaking or acting. Jonah wasn't bothered by this and personally led Timothy into the residence. Before long, guided by Jonah, the two arrived at the hall where guests were entertained. Timothy looked around and suddenly smiled. Excellency Gu, what pleasant thing came to mind? Naturally, Timothy smiled. As the saying goes, is it not delightful to have friends coming from afar? With such distinguished guests present, I feel greatly pleased. The corners of Jonah's mouth twitched. Excellency Gu, this is the Farron family residence. Oh, a few details, nothing to pay attention to. What the hell? This is my home, how can I not care? But thinking of the matters his old father had instructed him about, he could only force a smile and say, now that all guests have arrived, perhaps Excellency Gu can take your seat. Please. Timothy waved his hand slightly, then followed Jonah into the hall. The banquet used individual servings, similar to the Han Dynasty style. As soon as Timothy entered, Jonah pointed to a seat closest to the door. Excellency Gu, this is your seat. Timothy glanced at the seat, then looked at Jonah, only to see this old fellow smiling brightly. Damn, mouthing respect, yet seating me closest to the door? Fourth rank in the current court, seems not high enough in the Farron family. Definitely something worth reporting. But, Timothy's lips curved slightly into a smile, yet he did not challenge it. Instead, he sat down smiling. Others, seeing Timothy act like this, originally waiting to watch a show, were dumbfounded. They merely wanted to test Timothy a little, but never expected this kid wouldn't make trouble. Now they lost even an excuse. Some shrewd people observing this felt a sinking heart. This guy wasn't easy to deal with. Timothy sat on his seat, ignoring the others' opinions, pouring himself some wine from the jug. He sniffed the wine lightly. Yes, the wine is good, no poison. In his past life, having been involved in underground dealings, he naturally knew something about pharmacology. Just that these dishes couldn't be easily checked, so if necessary, he could simply skip eating. Timothy leisurely drank a cup of wine, disregarding the surprised gazes from others, serving himself continuously. Suddenly, the person sitting next to Timothy suddenly laughed and said, I heard that when you were at Grandfather Gu's residence, you rarely went out. Although many banquets were held there, I've never seen you attend any. This must be your first time participating in such a banquet, right? Oh, you're saying I'm ignorant and inexperienced, right? Timothy held a cup of wine and smiled, saying, luckily I didn't attend those before. Otherwise, eating all the people's blood and sweat would really make me worry about indigestion. Since the Grandfather Gu you mentioned is already in jail, it's uncertain when those who attended the Gu family's banquets will be implicated. You? Oh, no need to be angry. Isn't this kind of banquet meant for free speech? As he spoke, Timothy raised his cup slightly. Humph. That person directly ignored him and mocked instead. Grandfather Gu is in prison, but you, Governor Gu, have it pretty good, haven't you? Within a year of entering the court, you've risen so high, truly an example for us all. If you hadn't said that first part, I could have taken it as a compliment. But now, he glanced at the man, please forgive my poor eyesight. I've only been in the court for a short while and never met someone like you. May I ask what position you hold? The corner of that person's mouth twitched, inwardly cursing. Little rascal, are you mocking my low rank? Yet, even with a low rank, I still sit higher than you now. Just as he felt smug, he heard Timothy say again. No wonder, someone like you who spends all day attending banquets might never see the inside of the Killianying Hall, even with white hair. Damn, this guy was losing face. He was nearly 50 but still just a low-level official below 5th rank. If not for being from the Farron family, he wouldn't have been able to join this feast today. And what about spending all day at banquets? Isn't that just calling him a drunkard and a glutton? This despicable little rascal. But after understanding Timothy's sharp tongue, he didn't want to provoke this trouble anymore. Let's wait and see how the head of our family and other noble families deal with you. Being a 4th rank official at 20 years old is impressive, but do you think offending all the noble families in the capital will let you off easily? Chapter 162. Since ancient times, there has never been a night banquet without ulterior motives. Reed drank wine on his own. The dishes on the table remained untouched while he listened to the murmurs of people at the feast. He wondered if they were talking about him. In response, he merely smiled faintly. Soon after, leading figures from Farron family and various aristocratic families in the capital arrived, officially starting the banquet. The routine of these aristocratic families was quite simple. They just invited some dancers from the teaching office to perform at the feast. Reed coldly observed all this as if it had nothing to do with him. Before long, the performance concluded. Bryson chuckled and said, ladies and gentlemen, today we have many distinguished guests here, and he went through a lot of formalities before finally smiling and saying, apart from our old relatives and friends present today, we've also invited the current rising star of our court. In 20 years since our dynasty's founding, he is the only young man under 20 who holds an honorary 4th-class official rank. Gu. Bryson cast his gaze towards a certain seat, but saw it was empty, and his expression froze. Director Reed didn't come today? Jonah instantly looked awkward. He had merely wanted to embarrass Reed, not expecting him to take advantage of this opportunity, instead happily sitting at the most outer seat, completely ignoring him. Jonah pointed to the outermost seat. Seeing this, Bryson's expression changed, then his face filled with anger. Who is so unmannered? Director Gu is an honored guest of our Farron family. Is this how you treat him? As he spoke, he glared at his son, then personally walked to Reed. He slightly clasped his hands and said, Director Gu, our Farron family's reception is inadequate and? Why such words, Chief Farron? Reed inwardly sneered, but outwardly appeared confused, asking, I'm drinking fine wine and eating good food, enjoying the dances. How is this inadequate? This? Bryson didn't know how to explain for a moment, then laughed and said, Director Gu is an honored guest and a role model for us all. Why should you sit here? Let's switch seats. Saying this, he pointed to an empty seat. Reed, seeing this, inwardly mocked it, but curiously said, Aren't these seats arranged by age order? Being the youngest, isn't this seat suitable for me? How could that be? Bryson laughed and pulled Reed to the empty seat, saying, Director Gu now holds a 4th-class rank, trusted by Christian and given significant responsibilities. Indeed, you are a role model for all of us. This seat is the one worthy of your nobility. Oh, so it's ordered by rank. I thought everyone attending this banquet today were Prime Minister Hicks and other departmental secretaries. Saying this, he grinned slyly at Jonah. Jonah clenched his fists tightly. This little rogue was referring to him. Jonah forced a smile and said, Forgive me, Director Gu. It seems I was negligent. Originally, today's invitees were uncles and brothers, and I thought it was just a family gathering, so the seating arrangement. I understand. Reed nodded with a smile. It's just the way Farron family entertains guests. Jonah. This damned old fox, accusing him of neglecting hospitality. But with all guests present, he couldn't start trouble, so he only laughed dryly. Seeing his son embarrassed, Bryson decided to ease the tension, smiling. My apologies, Director Gu. Old man here owes you an apology. Now that all guests have arrived, perhaps Director Gu you can? He indicated the empty seat again, very clearly. Reed glanced around and smiled. If he caused a ruckus now, he wouldn't achieve what he wanted, and he'd become a laughingstock. Forget it. He would let it go for now. With a pleasant smile, he nodded and moved to the designated seat. Seeing Reed comply, Bryson felt somewhat satisfied. After settling Reed, he returned to his seat, smiling. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Director Gu, for gracing us with your presence today. Let us all toast to welcome you. Cheers. Everyone cheered, lifting their glasses. Reed also lifted his glass with a smile. Yet when drinking, he sniffed, sensing a rich wine fragrance mixed with a light floral scent. The hell? Different seats even have different quality wines. Reed mentally complained. However, the wine seemed fine, so he drained it with a smile. Seeing this from his seat, Bryson had a barely noticeable smile in his eyes and clapped his hands. We've heard that the teaching office has newly composed songs and dances. What a coincidence for us to enjoy them here. Come on. Shouting this, Bryson prompted more music and dance as several dancers entered the main hall and began to perform. Seeing this, Reed shook his head in mild boredom before picking up his wine cup again. He had little interest in the performances, but watched some people become entranced by it. After some light-hearted grumbling, he simply let it be. Given the nature of these aristocratic feasts, he only needed to watch events unfold. Although he wasn't into dancing or singing, the teaching office didn't disappoint. Its performers were quite exquisite. As these dancers swayed, an alluring fragrance wafted through the grand hall. Having watched the performance with apathy until its end and the dancers' retreat, Bryson invited everyone for another toast. Then he turned to Reed, smiling. When will Sir Gu set out south? Hey, just within these 2 days. Reed chuckled and said, Could it be that you're specially throwing this farewell feast for me because I'm leaving soon? Bryson paused in surprise before laughing. If you put it that way, not impossible. Ha ha ha. With another loud laugh following. A person seated below Bryson's right asked suddenly, Sir Gu, your journey south is long and rugged, likely taking several months. Do you have any leads? We also have connections in Jiangnan. Would you like our help? That's wonderful. Reed raised his wine cup and smiled. Each of you comes from influential families, your influence reaching far and wide. With your assistance, my mission should go smoothly. Everyone's lips twitched. This was just polite talk. Why did you take it seriously? Help you undermine the foundations of our family in Jiangnan? Are you sick, or are we foolish? Despite such thoughts, they maintained smiles and responded, All for the Emperor's service, of course. Exactly what I thought. All of you are pillars of our empire, surely willing to help. So today, I offer this cup of wine as gratitude. Reed was generous with praise, toasted everyone, and then drank. After finishing their drinks, everyone put down their cups. Suddenly, someone asked, I'm curious. Where does Sir Gu plan to start, and how deep will you dig? Reed was taken aback. Here it comes. Here it comes. Chapter 163. The favors of the noble families? No, I don't need them. May I ask how should I address you? Reed smiled slightly and looked at the person who asked. I am Hart from the Tang family. The man looked at Reed with pride. Reed raised an eyebrow. It turned out to be Hart, the grandson of D. He came here to provoke him probably because D had been stripped of his official position in court due to his actions. Reed just smiled and then shifted his gaze to Bryson. Leader Farron, can I assume that the question raised by young Master Tang is also what the Farron family, as well as everyone present, wants to ask? Haha. Bryson laughed and thought for a moment before saying, There's something Fred Gu may not know. In big families, there are always a few disloyal descendants, of course. This is certainly not our intention. What does Leader Farron want to say? Reed asked calmly. Well, we only hope that Fred Gu can show some leniency. We have all passed down knowledge from generation to generation, but as the old saying goes, children grow up and no longer listen to their mothers. Some of our family members might leave home and be tempted. So, Leader Farron is trying to plead for these people? No. Bryson quickly denied with a serious face. We are all loyal to Christian and the imperial court. How could we protect these rotten apples? It's just that. He looked at Reed hesitantly. These are personal behaviors. Fred Gu can randomly choose a few to deal with. There's no need to involve too many people. What do you think, Fred Gu? Reed pretended to be enlightened. I see. But, he hesitated. But it's difficult for me since Christian values this matter greatly. If it ends up trivially, it would be hard for me to give an account. You don't need to worry, Fredgu. If this works out, consider us owing you a favor. Whenever you need help in the future, just let us know. Hehe. Leader Farron is really generous. Reed just smiled, but inside he felt contemptuous. For these favors from the noble families, if it were others, they would be significant. But for him, they were utterly useless. If he helped the noble families this time, it would mean standing against Adolf. Who was Adolf? He was his backing. Since he didn't have any foundation in the court, he could stand there only by relying on Adolf's trust. If he betrayed him for the noble families, even with their favors, what would be the point? Counting on them to help him in the future? Don't joke. He wasn't a descendant of a noble family. Why would he think the noble families were a better support than Adolf? Reed looked at Bryson meaningfully and said word by word, what if this official doesn't agree? Not agreeing? Everyone at the banquet froze in their smiles, and hands holding wine glasses stopped midair. Looking at the smiling Reed, Bryson narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Fredgu, this joke isn't funny? It's not funny, so this official isn't joking either. Reed was indifferent and replied with the same calm tone. What? This means he's mocking us? Upon hearing this, all the officials from the noble families glared at Reed angrily, especially Hart, the grandson of D. He threw his cup aside, pointed at Reed and shouted, Reed, who do you think you are? How dare you embarrass the 4 major families publicly? Do you want to be driven out of the court? Driven out of the court? TSK, TSK, TSK. Truly impressive authority. Reed clicked his tongue in wonder. Your grandfather was the Minister of Rights, which I know. But may I ask what rank you hold? What level do you reach, daring to question a 4th-rank Vice Minister of the Supreme Court? Such a treasonous remark. You. Hart was enraged. This damned Reed was indeed like others said, always using high-ranking officials' authority as an excuse and accusing people of treason easily. Reed sneered, young Master Tang, a worthless heir like you. What qualification do you have to discuss state affairs? Didn't your grandfather, D, understand propriety the most? How could he fail to teach his own grandson? It seems he didn't deserve to keep his post as Minister of Rights at all. How dare you? Reed, how dare you insult my Tang family? Hart pointed at Reed furiously. Reed said calmly, publicly insulting a 4th-rank court official. I wonder if it's enough to send you to jail for a while? Reed, you're a 4th-rank official, true, but a 4th rank without a foundation. Do you think you are someone important in the eyes of the 4 major families? Let me tell you, people like you, enough. Bryson suddenly shouted loudly, his gaze shifting to Hart as he rebuked. At my Farron family banquet, Cousin Tang insults guests so rudely. Does he not respect the Farron family, or the Rolands here? Get out. Bryson angrily ordered, intending to drive him away. Hart's face darkened, shouting, Uncle Farron, our 4 major families are closely connected. You, get lost. Bryson seemed to have exhausted his patience and yelled it out directly. Reed watched from the side, sneering inwardly. It appeared that Bryson was helping Reed, but in reality, he was saving Hart. Hart was indeed too thoughtless, publicly spouting off such inflammatory remarks in front of everyone, insulting officials of the court and showing contempt for the imperial authority. If these words were leaked by the ever-present internal guards, not only would the Tang family be in trouble, but even their Farron family might be implicated. The noble families, though deeply rooted, could counterbalance the royal power to some extent. But at the end of the day, they truly didn't dare to openly confront the emperor if it came to a showdown, at least not on the surface. However, this spoiled son Hart, accustomed to wielding family influence and looking down on others, had only thought about his own face and failed to see the consequences of his words. If this were before any ordinary official or even another 4th-rank official, it wouldn't matter much. But who was the person before him now? This was Reed, a close minister to the emperor who held the great power of Dia Longke. Given that the emperor was already planning to deal with the noble families, if Hart's words reached the emperor's ears and their Farron family showed no reaction, wouldn't they be giving Adolf an excuse to act? Seeing Bryson's anger and the dissatisfaction of other senior members of noble families, Hart felt a jolt. What? This situation seemed wrong. He glanced at the smiling Reed, suddenly realizing the true backing of Reed, and his earlier drunkenness vanished. But the arrogance of a noble descendant wouldn't allow him to bow his head. He just coldly harumphed and left the banquet. After seeing Hart leave, Bryson finally calmed down, turning to Reed with a fake smile, saying, a small mishap. I hope it hasn't disturbed your enjoyment, Fredgu. Not at all, not at all. Reed chuckled but added sardonically, I thought the descendants of high-ranking families were mostly gentlemen, but didn't expect there to be such useless sons of privilege who do no good for country or family. Bryson's mouth twitched, replying faintly, just the words of a spoiled son. Fredgu has always been magnanimous, so please don't mind them. Let's continue discussing the previous matter. Chapter 164, calculated against, but who can say whether it's a loss? The previous matter? Reed pretended to be curious and said, Clan Leader Farron, didn't we finish talking about what happened before? Minister Gu really won't reconsider? Reconsider? Reed chuckled lightly, his eyes deeply gazing at Bryson. He suddenly asked, Clan Leader Farron, your noble families monopolize the path for the poor, accumulating wealth from all over the world. Saying you're as rich as a nation isn't an exaggeration. This world has enjoyed peace for only 20 years, yet you already sit high above the clouds. Isn't this enough? As you all claim, each of you are from scholarly families, but which scholarly family is like yours? A mere Gu family can rely on its power to annex 10,000 acres of good land. This is just one Gu family. What of you other noble families that have passed down for hundreds, even thousands of years? In this world, there are still people who cannot get enough food to eat or clothes to wear. Can you bear it with a clear conscience? Reed's voice was soft, but the anger in his words was genuine. He thought of his past life, the world of 5,000 years of brilliant civilization. However, before the Red Regime was established, throughout several thousand years combined, not more than 100 years have seen no starvation deaths. It wasn't that they weren't starving to death, they simply didn't have enough to eat. Such was the case in the Great Heavenly Dynasty, let alone the Great Lucas. He believed that although worlds differed, under similar cultural backgrounds, the trajectory of history would not change. Thoroughly investigating the lands owned by these noble families was indeed for his own future. Adolf left him no way back from this mission. But after seeing so much during this time, he had developed an intention to do something for this world. The cases involving Johnny, those records filled with bloodstains, touched him directly. Since he had no way out, why not do the best he could? Reed's words moved some slightly, but most remained indifferent. Minister Gu, admittedly everything you say is true, but our great families have also worked hard for generations to achieve what we have. Worked hard? Reed turned his head and looked at the person speaking, softly asking, isn't it by killing and plundering for generations? Reed, you dare. I dare? Is what I say false? In a rage, Reed pointed at everyone and said, didn't you admit yourselves just now? If your noble families were not steeped in blood, why would you invite me here today? You. Everyone immediately fell silent. With plenty inside the Vermilion Gate while the dead freeze outside, Reed coldly hummed, without a hint of emotion in his voice, saying, you accumulate the wealth of the world. This abundance could sustain your families for generations. How many fields are worth a few coins? Is it worth murder and arson? Different ideals lead to different actions. Today I put it out plainly. If I were merely a commoner, it would be fine. But as an official, my duty is to benefit my region. I, Reed, currently serve in the Supreme Court. My responsibility is to use all my strength to ensure there are no wrongful or fake cases in this world. If I govern a region, I do not seek immense wealth, only wishing for a place where there are no unjust wrongs, no starved souls, no frozen bones. Today, the court has given me this mission, so I will investigate thoroughly without any leniency. The 4 words, without any leniency, were strong and unwavering, leaving no room for retreat. Those present were all stunned by the powerful aura he exuded, staring at him dumbfounded. Seemingly, they hadn't seen such a person in a long time. 10 years, 100 years. Those who once spoke such words might not even have a trace left of their remains. Reed looked at these stunned people and sneered, preparing to leave, bypassing the table. However, just as he took a step, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to stagger forward onto the table. Damn it, still got tricked? Not only did dizziness assail him, but a burning sensation in his heart too. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes falling on the wine glass. Is it the wine? No. Suddenly recalling a method of poisoning, his face turned deathly pale. He was careless, struggling to stand. He couldn't shake off the dizziness. Bryson and a few others who knew the truth saw Reed fall onto the table and only sneered coldly. Idealism? Of any use? Does this world lack passionate, dedicated people? But what use is it? Any passion must bow to reality. Bryson watched Reed coldly, devoid of any emotion. Haven't you seen Minister Gu drunk? Take him to rest in the side room. As soon as he finished speaking, several servants came from outside the door, helping Reed up. Reed was breathing heavily. He turned to look at Bryson, only to see Bryson grinning insincerely and saying, although Minister Gu and we may not agree on principles, my Farron family still knows how to treat guests. Since Minister Gu is drunk, you may rest here tonight. Reed's eyes looked coldly at Bryson, but he did not utter a word. Bryson waved his hand and rebuked, what are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take Minister Gu to rest. Upon hearing this, the servants immediately fell silent, not daring to say anything. They directly supported Reed out of the hall. Reed stumbled slightly, shakily being helped out of the hall. Once outside, he could no longer hold back, leaning heavily on one of the servants' shoulders. In a side room of the Farron residence, a woman of extraordinary beauty looked at Reed lying on the bed, her face showing a hint of sorrow. Her hands trembled as she clutched her collar, her lips quivering slightly. Fate seemed to enjoy playing tricks on those with hard lives. She had no choice in her birth. She did not resent it. As an illegitimate daughter, she grew up in a dilapidated courtyard with her mother and younger brother. She did not resent it. At least she had a loving mother and an adorable little brother. But her mother passed away under mysterious circumstances, and her 10-year-old brother still lacked a teacher to start his education. She had originally thought that her life would be spent teaching her brother in their courtyard, waiting for fate to arrive, using her as a tool to pull in some talented youth from a humble background. However, she never imagined that her destiny would turn out like this. Jonah closed her eyes lightly, a tear sliding down her cheek. At the same time, a beautiful pink silk gown, the finest garment she had ever worn, slipped off her shoulder. She walked slowly to the bedside, gently undoing Reed's clothes. The curtains over the bed were drawn, revealing only faintly the intertwined figures within. The candle flame flickered, as if dancing along with the stirring sounds in the room. After what felt like a long while, the candle on the stand dimmed, nearly extinguished. In the weak candlelight, Reed suddenly opened his eyes. This movement startled the beauty who had been resting in his arms. Opening her eyes, they shimmered like stars in the dim light. Reed had never seen such a pair of eyes, deep and enchanting. Yet, he had no heart to admire them. His eyes glowed coldly as he stared at Jonah. Who are you? Chapter 165. The Peerless Jonah and Reed's countermove. I am Jonah. Jonah? Reed's brow furrowed slightly. According to the dossier Tinsley gave him, Jonah was a common-born daughter of the Farron family. Her life story somewhat paralleled that of his previous incarnation. However, this woman appeared on his bed. Presumably, whatever needed to be done had been done. It seemed they intended to frame him using this Jonah. Looking at that face fair enough to sink fish and charm wild geese, even with signs of malnourishment, the scholarly aura combined with her nearly perfect looks surpassed all the women he had met by far. Jonah, who could sink fish. Indeed, her name fit her beauty perfectly. A woman like her with such an air, if not for her lowly birth and suppression by the matriarch, would surely have been pursued by the whole capital city. Almost instantly, Reed understood everything. He looked at Jonah and said coolly, The common-born daughter of the Farron family, Jonah. Though secluded from society, your talent and appearance do not fall short of any scholar from a prestigious family. Now you are treated like merchandise, given to others for pleasure. Are you so willing? You. Jonah frowned slightly, biting her lower lip, seemingly displeased with what Reed had said. Reed glanced at the night outside the window and continued. I suppose there are quite a few people watching us from the courtyard outside now. Once the door opens tomorrow, both you and I will be branded as adulterers. Or perhaps, it will be said that the young magistrate of the Dali Temple, raped a Farron family daughter while drunk. In this case, my position might be retained, but this job? Jonah sat on the bed silently, her expression conflicted. She looked at Reed. Aren't you afraid? A faint smile curled the corners of Reed's mouth. What is there to fear? With your looks, it's almost like I'm not losing anything. Besides, favored by Christian, even if I'm demoted out of the capital, it won't be long before this incident blows over, and I can return. It's all because of you. Reed lifted Jonah's chin, adopting a roguelike demeanor. He smiled and said, with a ruined reputation, it'll be hard for you to find a good match and escape the constraints of the Farron family. As for a woman who has lost her virtue, if the Farron family wants to preserve its reputation, guess what fate awaits you? With her chin held by him, Jonah's tear-filled eyes gazed at him, her tears slipping onto Reed's hand. Feeling the slight chill, Reed felt a pang of sympathy. Living in such peril for so long, and having avoided women ever since arriving in this era, now faced with such a beautiful woman. Admittedly, even knowing it was a scheme by the noble families, his heart stirred a little, causing national chaos. Ancient wisdom truly doesn't deceive me. Since things have happened, perhaps this is my fate. It seemed Jonah's resolve crumbled under Reed's words. Though despair loomed over her future, she grew calmer inside. Seeing the change in the woman's expression, Reed nodded slightly. He released Jonah's chin and asked casually, the Farron family is a renowned and prestigious clan, yet they allowed one of their daughters to do such a thing. Clearly, they are no virtuous household. You, being such a fine person, must understand this. You're doing this only because they promised you something beneficial, right? Let me think. What exactly was it? Reed pinched his chin, pretending to ponder. After a while, he said, they probably promised you money and assured you that you could take your younger brother away from the capital. Jonah's eyelashes fluttered. Reed continued, or they told you directly that you wouldn't survive, and then promised that your brother would receive the same status as legitimate sons within the family, correct? How do you know all this? Jonah looked at Reed with a mix of shock and fear. Reed smiled inwardly. Of course he knew. It was a logical conclusion. The information provided by Tinsley was detailed, and with his photographic memory, these details were already stored in his mind. Especially when Jonah mentioned her name, the answer immediately surfaced without much thought. However, Reed did not answer her question but instead said, you don't need to know how I found out. I just want to tell you that what you hope for cannot be achieved. Not possible. Jonah immediately objected. Even if my brother is just a common-born son, he is still a Farron family member. Now, since I have, she glanced at Reed, as if intending to say that she harmed him for the Farron family's sake. Reed sneered, do you really believe them? You and your brother didn't get what you wanted while alive. Do you think your brother will gain anything after you die? Even if your father is willing to fulfill his promise, do you think his chief wife, will she not meddle behind the scenes? Tisk. Reed shook his head and said, then what about your younger brother Farron Lacaso? What kind of life will he have in the future? It might go like this. A lowly born son of a servant, with a sister who doesn't adhere to feminine virtues. Sigh. Probably even the servants in this mansion would consider themselves higher than him, right? You, stop talking. Jonah covered her ears, unwilling to listen anymore. But Reed raised an eyebrow and fell silent. After a while, Jonah dropped her hands listlessly, her eyes unfocused as she murmured to herself, what should I do? She was inherently intelligent and understood that what Reed said was intentional. But even if there was just a minuscule chance, she couldn't bear the consequences. In the end, she would have sacrificed herself for the family, yet her brother wouldn't get what was promised. Instead, because of today's events, he would never be able to hold his head high anywhere. Based on her understanding of the chief wife, this scenario was highly likely. In other words, she and her brother would be complete sacrifices. Reed looked at Jonah and sighed inwardly. To say that she shared the same plight as the original owner of his body was accurate, especially since, in terms of bloodline, Reed's current body was even more noble. After all, the Gu family of the past had been one of the most prestigious military families. His grandmother was even a princess of the Yun kingdom, yet their fates couldn't be described by just one word of misery. Now, he had escaped the Gu family's quagmire thanks to the advantages of being from another world, and ultimately, he was fortunate because his life was protected by over 100,000 people. What about Jonah? Because her biological mother came from a noble family, even if her father wanted to help, he had to consider the interests of the alliance between the families. With her mother long dead and her young brother still small, it took considerable ability for a woman to keep them both alive. Reed watched the lost and bewildered Jonah, knowing the moment had come. He opened his mouth to speak. Chapter 166. Just try again. I didn't feel anything just now. You might as well cooperate with me. Reed looked at Jonah and said indifferently, if you cooperate with me, I can give you everything you want, including your younger brother. You? Jonah was a bit doubtful. Reed said calmly, you don't need to doubt. Although I'm not as powerful as the aristocratic families, do you think I could be promoted to the 4th rank of criminal court vice minister within less than a year of entering the government without any reason? Jonah seldom went out, so she didn't know much about Reed. Although Reed's words made her realize he wasn't an ordinary person, she still hesitated. Reed turned his head and looked into Jonah's eyes, asking, the Farron family went to such lengths and even sacrificed one of their clan's girls. Haven't you heard anything? Jonah shook her head and said softly, they only told me that I was brought here tonight to make me. She glanced at Reed shyly, with 2 red flushes creeping up on her face. Reed raised an eyebrow and understood in his heart. He said, "There's no need to rush you. Christian is preparing to take action against the aristocratic families and thoroughly investigate their criminal activities. And I am in charge of this matter." "You? Investigate the aristocratic families?" Jonah pointed at Reed, slightly astonished. Reed waved his hand and asked, "What? Are you curious?" No, just." Jonah hesitated. "The aristocratic families have deep roots. How can you deal with them?" "Of course, I can't deal with them alone, but with the support of Christian, what do you think?" I don't know." Although Reed said he had the Emperor's support, she also knew about the power of the aristocratic families and was unsure about it. Seeing her hesitation, Reed did not want to say anything else. He just asked casually, "Do you think you have any other way out now? If you cooperate with me, even if we fail in the end, I can take you away from here. Although you won't enjoy the glory of the capital, living a simple life will not be a problem. If we succeed, you can cooperate with me to overthrow the Farron family, and I can ask Christian for permission to let you and your brother escape this mess. You're a smart person. It shouldn't be too hard to think about what benefits you, right?" I'll think about it." Jonah lowered her head, intertwining her hands, as if finding it difficult to decide. Reed just watched her like this. Her exposed shoulders were smooth like they had been chiseled, with a porcelain-like white complexion. Looking further down, although covered by the quilt, something could still be vaguely seen. Though Jonah looked thin, her appearance and figure were impressive. After an unknown period of time, Jonah seemed to have made up her mind. She turned her head. "Can I, what are you looking at?" She stopped halfway through her sentence when she noticed Reed staring at a certain part of her body, blushing involuntarily. Cough. Caught in the act, Reed coughed awkwardly and then asked seriously, "Have you thought it over?" "Yes." Jonah nodded slightly. "I agree to follow you, but about what you mentioned. Rest assured, although I, Reed, am not a man of perfect integrity, my words count." "Okay," Jonah replied, "then tell me what to do." "It's very simple. You." Reed leaned on her shoulder and whispered a few words softly. Jonah felt uneasy with his actions, but she dared not move as Reed continued discussing his plans. After a while, after Reed finished talking, all that could be heard was his slightly solemn breathing. Jonah, feeling uncomfortable, asked, "Are you finished?" "Finished. So, see, can you stop leaning on me so closely?" Jonah blushed, but Reed teased, "No. I." Jonah didn't know what to say, twisting the quilt with both hands, seeming both afraid and embarrassed. Reed reached out to embrace her, laughing, "From now on, whatever the outcome, you belong to me." But, what, don't you want to?" Reed said deliberately. Jonah replied immediately, "No. It's just that I haven't gone to your residence yet." "Go to the residence?" Reed paused. Upon hearing this, Jonah thought Reed was unwilling to marry her. Considering the vast gap between their statuses, she hurriedly said, I never expected to be your principal wife. If you let me be a secondary wife, that would be fine." Her voice almost inaudible at the end. If it weren't for Reed's martial arts skills, he might not have heard clearly. He laughed immediately. "Since you admit you belong to me, doing something together should not be excessive, right?" No, don't be shy. They drugged you yesterday. You didn't know what happened. Let's try again." Reed pounced directly. You." Jonah cried out in surprise, followed by some indescribable sounds. The candles on the candlestick seemed unwilling to witness the 2 people in the room, flickering slightly, darkening the room instantly. Only the dripping wax seemed to tell a story. Dawn broke, and the first rays of light filtered through the window, spreading into the room. Reed held Jonah close, her face still flushed from their encounter. She looked breathtakingly beautiful. "Next, I might have to ask you to bear with it a bit." Reed sighed softly in his heart. In such schemes, even if he had thought of a plan, someone would inevitably be hurt. But that's how the world is. Upon hearing this, Jonah tightened her grip around Reed's waist without opening her eyes. Only her long lashes fluttered. "Since you are my husband, for you bearing a little waycheck, untranslated as it doesn't have a direct equivalent, is nothing much." She snuggled closer into Reed's embrace. Seeing her like this, Reed also sighed softly in his heart. These ancient women, once they decided, love and affection were not even within their scope of consideration. Once recognized, it was a lifetime commitment. How wonderful. Unlike in his world, where there were so many hypocritical feminists everywhere. Reed glanced at the sky just beginning to lighten, gently stroking the black hair atop Jonah's head. "After I leave, no matter what they say, don't panic. Just follow what they instruct. Once we get to court, everything will be handled by me." Jonah hummed lightly. Reed continued, "This matter will soon come to an end. During this time, you must be extra cautious at the Farron family. I'll have someone take care of you and your brother." Jonah hummed again. Reed glanced at her and faintly heard footsteps approaching the door. He sighed softly in his heart. More games to play. 3, 2, 1. Counting down 3 numbers silently in his heart, the door suddenly swung open. Sergu. Chapter 167. Patriarch Farron, thank you for the hospitality. I am very satisfied. Reed. It's bad enough that you caused a commotion at my banquet after I invited you, and you got drunk. As patriarch of our clan, seeing you intoxicated, I had arranged for you to rest here, yet you actually violated one of our women. If you don't give an explanation for this, I will certainly file charges against you for rape. Panting, Bryson accused Reed of committing rape in just one sentence. The corners of Reed's mouth twitched slightly, sneering inwardly. While dressing in his outer robe, he gave Jonah a glance. Jonah immediately started wailing upon receiving Reed's hint. But Reed looked like an experienced libertine, with an extremely satisfied expression, smiling and saying, "Patriarch Farron, you and I both know what happened inside. There's no need to make such a fuss here." As he spoke, he glanced at the servant by the door. Who has ever seen a servant come pushing the door before the guests have even risen? Especially in the Farron family, one of the prominent clans. Despite their despicable methods, they still understand propriety. If a servant comes to disturb the guest before dawn, what else could it be but framing someone? By the time this servant left to report, it took Reed only the time to put on his underclothes for Bryson to enter from outside, saying, "It must have been quite tiring for this old man." No trace of panic appeared on Reed's face. Seeing him so defiant, Bryson grew furious. Originally, he planned to use intimidation to seize this leverage and turn Reed into a dog for the nobility, but now that idea was completely out of mind. "Reed, wait for me. I will take this case to the officials, thoroughly charging you with rape. Let's see if Christian's favor can protect you after you've committed such despicable acts." "Sure, I'll wait." Putting on his outer robe, Reed gave another secret look to Jonah, who then cried even louder. Seeing his brazen behavior, Bryson, despite knowing what had truly transpired, was inwardly infuriated. Reed was really too audacious, treating the violation of the Farron family daughter as nothing. Even though she was just a common-born daughter without much standing in the manor, she was still a Farron family daughter. Did Reed disdain the Farron family so much? Fine. Director Gu, indeed very impressive. Committing such indecencies and boasting about it. Today, I will go to the capital prefecture judge to seek justice. Let's see if the law still exists in Daxia. Justice? Law? Reed sneered. Does your Farron family still recognize the laws of Daxia? Huh. Report to the authorities? This official is the deputy minister of the Supreme Court responsible for reviewing all cases. What are you going to accuse me with? If Reed's previous remarks were arrogant, these words were utterly reckless. If not for prior preparation, Jonah would have thought he was going to deny everything and walk away. But seeing that even the Atom couldn't overpower Reed, she was shocked. She knew how powerful the Farron family was, yet their respected Atom seemed powerless in front of Reed. What kind of man was this? Bryson's face turned green with anger, his finger pointing at Reed, trembling uncontrollably as if he was at his wit's end. Adjusting his robe, Reed shoved him aside directly. "Patriarch Farron, this official has urgent matters and can't chat with you. Thank you again for the hospitality." He shot Bryson a glance expressing his satisfaction and then subtly signaled Jonah, who blinked in response. Reed then laughed loudly as he left the room. "Chatting? You raped our Farron family daughter, and I came here seeking justice, but you treat the Atom as if he were a gossipy woman at the village entrance? Reckless rascal, you dare to humiliate the Farron family like this. We will never let this go." Bryson shouted curses at Reed's back, but Reed simply waved and replied over his shoulder, "I'm waiting." Leaving the Farron family gates, Dylan and the coachman were waiting beside the carriage. Seeing Reed, Dylan hurried over. "Director, you finally came out?" Reed laughed out loud. "What? Waiting all night? This? Hee. Laughing, Reed patted his shoulder. "Brother Lou, I appreciate your effort. Let's go back first. I didn't sleep well all night at the Farron family." Didn't sleep well all night? Dylan subconsciously asked. "They used some means against you?" "Used means?" Reed paused, then nodded as if recalling something. "Yes, they did. Kept me up all night, making it hard for me to rest. If I hadn't practiced diligently all along, I might need to be carried out by now." "So serious?" Dylan hurriedly asked. "Then how do you feel now, sir? Nothing uncomfortable?" "Ah, Brother Lou, you are overthinking it." "Overthinking it?" Reed quickly stopped him. Although this guy had followed Reed for some time, his obsession with interrogation techniques hadn't changed. If he were to really let him go on, he could meticulously describe all the means of these families. "I'm just a little tired. Otherwise, there's nothing else. Let's talk when I get home. If I delay any longer, I might not be able to sleep at all." It's my fault for talking too much. I forgot that you were up all night last night, sir." Reed opened his mouth, suddenly realizing how wrong it was to deceive such an honest person. Upon returning home and arriving at his residence, he saw Leslie and Aubrey sitting in the room. The two women propped their chins, looking listless. Seeing Reed enter the courtyard, they immediately got up and ran over. "Fred, you're finally back." Reed blinked and looked at the weary faces of the two girls. "You didn't sleep all night?" "Without Fred's return, we were worried," Leslie softly said. Reed patted her head and said, "Good girl, but one cannot do without sleep. You two rest today. No need to serve." "No way." Stacy wrinkled her nose and said, "Fred doesn't seem to have slept well either. Aubrey and I should first help Fred rest a bit." Saying so, she moved to support Reed. Reed flicked her nose and smiled. "Your lord is strong and healthy. Do I need you little maidservant support? Go to sleep." Leslie shook her head and continued pulling Reed towards the screen. Reed laughed and shook his head. This girl. Ever since he reopened the Faulkner case, she seemed more cheerful and clingier. Deciding not to resist, he allowed it. Leslie supported Reed, then suddenly wrinkled her little nose, sniffing at his chest. "Fred, why does your body have a fragrance?" Chapter 168. The joy of quarreling you don't understand. The fragrance? Could it be Jonah? Reed shook his head. Jonah didn't seem to use any cosmetics like rouge or powder either. Seeing Reed shaking his head, Leslie asked with a frown, "Fred, were you out enjoying yourself last night?" A corner of Reed's mouth twitched, and he reached out to push her small head away. Go, what enjoyment? The Farron family would be glad to see me dead. What fragrance? It must be an illusion produced by your lack of sleep." "Illusion?" Leslie was somewhat confused. Was it really an illusion caused by her lack of sleep? While this girl was in confusion, Reed walked to the bedside composedly. Aubrey approached with a smile and helped Reed take off his outer robe. Perceiving a faint fragrance being drawn into his nose, he smiled mysteriously and hung the outer robe aside. After removing the outer robe, Reed burrowed straight into the bed. This night was utterly exhausting for even a peak Dark Realm warrior. This physique almost got drained dry by Jonah. This woman, top-notch. Seeing Reed had already burrowed into the bed, Leslie took 2 steps forward and murmured confusingly, "It wasn't an illusion." Seeing this dazed look of the girl, Aubrey couldn't help but pull her over. "All right, I just smelled it. Fred doesn't have any fragrance on him. Let's also rest. As she spoke, she pulled Leslie away without waiting for her reaction. Watching his two maidservants leave, Reed lifted the quilt and sniffed his clothes. There indeed was a very pleasant scent. He slept until noon, stretched lazily when getting up. After dressing up and washing up, Aubrey came over and said softly, Fred, Mr. Jiang just came and said he has something important to find you for. Find me? Reed's heart moved. He roughly knew what it was about. He said, call him here. Yes, Fred. Aubrey bowed slightly and then withdrew. Shortly after, Guillermo followed Aubrey to Reed's residence. Seeing Guillermo's arrival, he directly opened his mouth and said, Aubrey said you have something to report? Yes, Fred. Guillermo clasped his hands together. Just now, the mayor of the imperial capital sent someone to convey a message, saying that he wants you to attend a court hearing at the prefectural office afternoon. Oh, Reed was inwardly delighted. So Bryson really went to the mayor of the imperial capital. To speak of the mayor of the imperial capital, it was naturally just going through the motions. Like the mayor of the imperial capital at this level, he was only Reed's peer. Moreover, since the Grand Court was in charge of reviewing all cases across the country, the mayor of the imperial capital certainly did not have the qualifications to review him. This was merely a formality. If he confessed, the case would naturally be handed over to the Ministry of Punishments and the Grand Court. If he did not confess, it would naturally be reported to a higher department, which was the Ministry of Punishments. Reed waved his sleeves and said, I already know about this matter. You may go down first. Guillermo clapped his hands slightly and then slowly withdrew. As soon as he left, Leslie ran out. Fred, why does the mayor of the imperial capital want you to attend the court hearing? Has something happened? Aubrey's beautiful eyes also looked at Reed with a hint of worry. Although she was just a courtesan before, compared to Leslie, she was less naive. When Fred returned with that hint of fragrance, and went to the Farron family for dinner last night, today he is going to attend a court hearing at the mayor of the imperial capital. To say that these things have no connection would definitely be false. Has something happened to our Fred? Reed glanced at the two of them and laughed. Just some official business, nothing serious. Ayo. Leslie made an Ayo sound and stopped speaking, while Aubrey's doubts grew stronger in her heart. Discussing official business. Where does a court hearing come into play? And from what Mr. Jiang just said, having a fixed time for a court hearing, this isn't anything related to official business. The mayor of the imperial capital is on par with our Fred. Even if they are discussing official business, it should be an invitation. That attitude just didn't fit. The mayor of the imperial capital, Li Moju, comes from a powerful family and shares the same ancestry as Zaire. Now rumors are spreading outside that the Minister of Punishments, Zaire, was demoted because of our Fred's actions. So to say, the two families now have irreconcilable conflicts. Won't something happen to Fred? Reed didn't know what thoughts were going through his maidservant's mind. After a simple lunch, he stood up to prepare to go to the mayor of the imperial capital. Fred? Aubrey suddenly shouted, and Reed turned back. Anything? And nothing. Aubrey shook her head and finally said, Please return early after finishing business, Fred. Hearing this, Reed understood. It seemed this girl guessed something. He smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. After Reed arrived at the Jingzhou Fu, he saw Bryson already seated inside the hall, with Jonah kneeling on the ground and several servants dressed in their livery standing behind Bryson. It was those very people who had accompanied him on the morality raid that morning. Reed strolled into the hall with a smile, not looking at Jonah but fixing his smiling gaze on Bryson. Clan Chief Farron certainly arrived early. It seems you can't wait to send this official to jail. Humph. Bryson sneered and said, I am nothing like Governor Gu, who is so negligent. I have been waiting for an hour already. 1 hour. He instinctively glanced at Jonah and noticed the girl kneeling, her legs trembling slightly. Recalling last night's tenderness, his heart ached. Clan Chief Farron sure has a grand presence. You sit here while making a weak woman kneel for an hour, truly opening my eyes wide. Reed couldn't help but say sarcastically. Bryson bristled as if he were about to explode, pointing at Reed and scolding, Isn't it all because of you? Reed shrugged. If it's all because of me, why do you have to make it hard for a woman? Saying this, he reached out and helped Jonah up, looking at her pale face and sweaty forehead, feeling even more pain in his heart. He turned to look at Bryson. As far as I know, this young lady is Clan Chief Farron's granddaughter. I didn't expect such harsh treatment within such a prestigious family. Sigh. The sages say, self-cultivation, management of the family, governance of the state, and peace under heaven. Seeing how Clan Chief Farron treats his juniors so harshly, it seems managing the family falls short. For scholars, literature passes down through generations. Tsk tisk. Reed clicked his tongue in mock admiration. Seems quite hollow, doesn't it? Enraged, Bryson roared. For a woman who lost her chastity and disgraced our family, I've already shown leniency by not drowning her in a pig's cage. What harm does kneeling for 1 hour do? Yes, yes, yes. Clan Chief Farron, you have the heart of a wolf, the gall of a snake, and the thick skin of a tortoise. This official cannot match your brute behavior. Reed, you dare to insult me? How dare you? What will you do if I act out of line? Reed scoffed. You old fool, given a bit of leeway, you've opened up a dye shop, but you just dyed your own heart black first. You. Furious, Bryson flung his sleeve. Enjoy your bravado now. Once we begin the hearing, we'll see how rampant you remain. Chapter 169 The Legend of Master Dalton comes to Daya. His Excellency the Prefect has arrived. As they were arguing, the Jingzhou Prefect Adelaide hurried over. Upon seeing Bryson and Timothy, he gave his insincere greetings as usual, then smiled and said, Now that both of you are here, let's begin the court session. Timothy and Bryson nodded, and each found a seat on either side. Timothy held an official rank, and was of the same level as Adelaide. Bryson, as a retired official, naturally also had a place. After sitting down, Adelaide looked at Jonah standing in the middle of the hall and sternly asked, Who is this person below? Why do you not kneel before me? Jonah's little mouth pursed, about to kneel, but Timothy spoke calmly. She has been kneeling for an hour. For a frail woman, let it be. Looking specifically at Jonah, he added, you needn't pay attention to him. Adelaide. Bryson. What the hell is going on? You, the defendant, are actually caring about the plaintiff? Adelaide's face darkened. Timothy was indeed quite audacious. Even though they were peers, this was the Jingzhou prefecture, his territory. Seeing this, Bryson gave Adelaide a look, and Adelaide immediately understood, saying, all right, since she has already knelt for so long and is a woman, I will show mercy. With that, he put on a serious face and asked, who is below? What are you accusing? This humble woman is Jonah. I accuse. Jonah stuttered, glancing at Timothy. Accuse? What do you accuse? Do not have any qualms. If you truly have a grievance, I will stand up for you. Jonah, let me speak instead. Seeing Jonah's timid appearance, Bryson didn't want to waste more time. It was normal for a common-born girl who had never seen the world to feel pressure when suing. He promptly took over and said, Fredley, this Jonah is my family's daughter. Last night, Minister Timothy came to our Farron residence for a feast and got drunk. As the head of our clan, I kindly allowed him to rest at our residence, yet he took advantage of the night to sexually assault a woman of our clan. Upon such a disgraceful matter, I originally planned to settle this quietly. If Minister Gu would acknowledge his mistake and marry the woman, we could have left it at that. However, this rogue not only denied everything but also said that the case should ultimately be handed over to the Dali Temple, claiming our accusation would be in vain. Damn. Everyone turned to look at Timothy after hearing this. They thought how unbelievably bold could one be, going to someone's home for a feast, ending up playing around with their daughter, and denying it all while holding his pants up. Even storytellers wouldn't dare say something like that. Adelaide slammed the desk gavel. Smack. Plaintiff Jonah, is this true? Aye. Jonah immediately stuttered again, weakly glancing at Timothy, then slowly said, Excellency, please discern clearly. Looks like nothing can be drawn from her. Turning his head toward Timothy, he asked, Minister Gu, do you acknowledge the Farron family's accusations? I deny it completely. Timothy said coolly, not only do I deny it, I will counter-accuse the Farron family of slander and plotting against a government official. How dare you? Bryson was thoroughly infuriated by Timothy's counter-accusation, pointing at him angrily and shouting, you rascal caused trouble in my Farron residence. All eyewitnesses are here, yet you still try to argue your way out. Eyewitnesses? Glancing back at those misshapen servants behind him, Timothy scoffed. These are your household servants and slaves. Would they dare disobey your orders? Stunned, Bryson hadn't expected Timothy to respond like this. Anger surged within him as he pointed at Timothy and screamed, Timothy, you? Do I have to lie about such a scandal? Growing annoyed, Timothy stood up and cursed, Old man, I've tolerated you for too long. Keep insisting I did what? Did I desecrate your family grave? You can sue me, but I can't accuse you of slander? The accused hasn't said a word, and you keep ranting here? Or did your sow rape you and come to Jingzhou Prefecture seeking justice from Fredley? You? What are you saying? Relying on being from a noble clan to bully us scholars from humble backgrounds? Let me tell you, Daya has laws, and scoundrels like you who harm government officials will end up rotting in jail. Aye. What are you stammering for? Don't think just because you're older and have eaten more food you're smarter. Wake up and smell the coffee. You've lived for decades and haven't learned a damn thing. You should at least come up with a better reason to frame me. How convenient. Something happens every time I go to your house for a banquet. If we follow this logic, wouldn't something happen every time your Farron family invites guests? Don't you and ah. Just tell me if what I said makes sense. Reed waved his hand, interrupting Bryson again, then said disdainfully, if you have any grievances with me, just confront me directly. But why do you resort to such despicable means? Who is she? He pointed at Jonah, saying, she is your close relative, beloved friend. Yet you black-heartedly use her like this, to frame me, even disregarding her reputation. If this gets out, how will she live on? Reed pointed at him, lamenting, as a noble of the great Lucas, instead of serving the country, you indulge in these underhanded deeds, which is disloyalty. Arbitrarily framing colleagues. No, arbitrarily framing my colleague who is also your son's colleague, which is unrighteousness. As the head of the clan, caring only for personal gain, ignoring the innocence and honor of your clan's daughter, this is inhumanity to her and unfilial to your ancestors. A person like you, disloyal, unrighteous, inhumane, and unfilial, dares to bark madly in the dignified courthouse of our great Lucas. I have never seen such shameless people. Huh. Everyone in the court stared dumbfounded at Reed. I have never seen such shameless people. What the hell? This is who, the Adam of the Farron family, one of the 5 major clans of the great Lucas. To be described as disloyal, unrighteous, inhumane, unfilial, and shameless. Bryson covered his heart with one hand and pointed at Reed with the other. You. A mouthful of blood spewed from Bryson. Rogue, I will not rest until you are destroyed. Thud. Bryson fell to the ground. The servants behind him rushed forward upon realizing what happened. Head of the family. Chapter 170. Adolf. Every time we mention Reed, you all start arguing, right? In the courtroom, everyone was in a panic. Jonas stood to one side, utterly confused, his eyes fixed on Bryson. Rachel also stood in shock at her position, staring at the scene. After a while, she roared, what are you all standing around for? Haven't you called for the doctor yet? The people in the government office immediately rushed out in confusion, until no one was left. Only then did Rachel turn her head to look at Reed with a dazed expression. After a while, he said with a dark face, Minister Gu, I will definitely report this matter to Christian. Minister Lee, do as you wish. Reed shrugged and then said regretfully. A few words were enough to make him spit blood. It seems that either they were causing trouble, or there is something else here. Rachel. Minister Lee, since we can't proceed with the case anymore, why don't we dismiss it? As you know, this official is very busy, about to travel to Jiangnan, where there are many things waiting for me. Humph, Minister Gu. It looks like you won't be able to go anytime soon, Rachel said expressionlessly. Before the case is concluded, Minister Gu should remain in the capital. No problem. Reed waved his hand. Rachel merely wanted to delay time, hoping to pin the charge of adultery on him, thereby stripping him of his official title. But would Reed give him the chance? He said, this matter doesn't need to trouble Minister Li. Once I return, I'll submit a petition accusing the Farron family of slander. The corner of Rachel's mouth twitched, and finally, she looked at him darkly, gritting her teeth and saying, dismissed? Reed bowed. No need to see me off. Speaking, Reed turned around and gave Jonah an approving glance where Rachel couldn't see. Well performed. Jonah quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Reed. Seeing her like this, Reed sighed softly. Since Bryson had been made to spit blood by his scolding, it was likely that the girl's life would become even harder after returning home. He needed to submit a petition to the Emperor as soon as possible. Otherwise, every minute she stayed in the Farron family might lead to some unforeseen events. Watching Jonah walk silently towards the Farron family residence, Reed almost couldn't resist pulling her away. Whether it was pity or attraction, it didn't matter. Anyway, Reed felt that way. The girl had done nothing wrong but was caught up in the political struggle. She lost her innocence and was driven to file a complaint at the magistrate's office. One mistake could cost her reputation for life. And in the end, she had to walk back alone. Sighing deeply, he climbed into his carriage directly. If he acted impulsively now, who knew what other tricks the gentry families would come up with? Back to the residence. After Reed returned home, he went straight to the study and started writing on a blank petition. Soon, he finished describing the situation and brought the petition to the palace. Adolf, as usual, was shut up in the imperial study being his old recluse self. Upon hearing the eunuch outside announce that Reed requested an audience, he immediately blurted, haha, this kid has arrived quite timely, hasn't seen him for some time. Without him, reviewing these petitions daily is such a bother. Heartily. Receiving the summon from Adolf, Reed straightened his attire and entered the imperial study. Your servant, Reed, pays respect to your majesty. May your majesty be in good health. I am not well. Reed lifted his head, utterly bewildered, asking, is your majesty unwell? Nonsense, what are you talking about? Adolf glared and rebuked. My imperial envoy is so engrossed in revelry that he falls into others' traps. How can I be at ease? Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Reed let out a breath of relief. Since Adolf already knew he fell into a trap, there probably wasn't any blame. Your majesty, your servant is also wronged in this matter. They drugged me. I'm not a court eunuch. Inevitably, I might make some small mistakes. Small mistakes? Adolf raised an eyebrow, his piercing eyes looking at Reed. Reed quickly said, however, today your servant isn't here to plead guilty, but to congratulate your majesty. Zephyratulate? Even I don't know what there is to celebrate. Adolf gnashed his teeth and said, if you don't explain clearly, you can stay in the palace serving me from now on. Shit. Subconsciously tightening his legs, Reed spoke rapidly. Good news, certainly good news. Then, he took out the petition in his hand. Your servant has written down the whole incident and the solutions in the petition. Please review it, your majesty. Humph, I don't want to see your romantic affairs. I only ask you this. If tomorrow in the morning court I let the Ministry of Justice handle this matter, do you have full confidence to resolve it? Don't you already know? Reed was a bit puzzled. Since you know I was entrapped, why are you asking if I have confidence? But with the boss speaking, how could he dare to complain? He hurriedly nodded. I have confidence, I have confidence. This matter will definitely not delay the matters in Jiangnan. Humph, Adolf said dissatisfied. Next time when you're handling important tasks, if you behave like today again, will I forgive you? I am filled with fear and trembling. Enough. Adolf impatiently waved his sleeve as if he didn't have time to deal with him. Seeing this, Reed was about to take his leave when Adolf pointed at the stack of memorials on the desk and said, since you're here, you may as well finish reviewing those memorials first. Your majesty, it's almost time to close the palace gates. What about this? Don't worry, I'll take care of your dinner. Reed's mouth twitched. He could only hang his head and go to work for Adolf. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and said, your majesty, although this is a plot by the Farron family, the girl is innocent. I would like to request an imperial edict from your majesty, allowing her and her brother to leave the Farron family and establish their own household. Do you want me to arrange a marriage for you two, and let the Ministry of Rights handle your wedding ceremony? Adolf glared, looking very dissatisfied. Reed retracted his head and got down to work obediently. The next day, when the Grand Council opened and before anyone could speak up, Adolf spoke first. Yesterday, Vice Minister of the Board of Pardons Reed submitted a memorial accusing the Farron family in the capital, that is, the former Undersecretary of the Ministry of Revenue Bryson, who has retired, of slander. Your Majesty, this servant has heard something about this matter. Please, your Majesty stand up for old Fred Farron. That goo. Enough. Adolf shouted impatiently. Why every time we mention Reed, you all start arguing? Can't I have a moment of peace? Reed touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Damn it, your Majesty, can't you give me some face? Maverick. Yes, your Majesty. A minister standing in the front row stepped out. He was the newly appointed Minister of Justice. Without even lifting his eyelids, Adolf said, Rachel from the capital prefecture also submitted a memorial. This matter will be handled by your ministry. I don't care about the result, but it must be settled early. Your servant accepts the decree. Chapter 171. Accusing the wrong party. Thieves shouting, catch the thief. Since it was a matter directly entrusted by Adolf himself, the Ministry of Punishments and Reed did not dare to neglect it. Right after court concluded that morning, Reed came to report at the Ministry of Punishments. Naturally, Reed would not treat this newly appointed Minister Maverick with indifference as he had previously. For one thing, Maverick was personally promoted by Adolf. And who knew if this new minister had the habit of creating 3 fires upon taking office? It wouldn't be amusing if one of those fires reached him, Reed. As for Jonah, although they hadn't seen each other since last night, her face now bore 2 more bruises. Reed's heart grew heavy looking at her appearance. Indeed, the Farron family had vented their anger on her. Today's judge in court was not that old man Bryson, but rather Jonah, whom he had met briefly before. Reed glanced at him once, then promptly turned his gaze away. Maverick sat at the main seat, carefully examining the accusation papers submitted by the Farron family. After a while, he lifted his head and slammed the wooden block on the table heavily. Jonah, you accuse Reed of indecent behavior. Is this true? Your Honor, no? Good. Reed, the Farron family accuses you, Maverick suddenly felt confused. What did I just hear? No? The Farron family members were equally stunned. Jonah shouted. In court, how can you speak nonsense? Jonah remained calm, raising her head to look at Maverick. Your Honor, this is all false accusations by the Farron family. Jonah, think carefully. If this is a false accusation, you are slandering an imperial official. Maverick gave her a meaningful look and then glanced at Reed. Regarding this newcomer in the court, he neither liked nor disliked him. He found him too ostentatious. Jonah calmly replied, Your Honor, please allow me to explain. This incident is not as described in the petition. Everything is fabricated by them. The day before Fred Gu attended the banquet, the clan leader approached me and asked me to falsely accuse Fred Gu. You lie, you disloyal girl? Jonah roared. But unexpectedly, a sharp sound interrupted him. Slap. Maverick shouted. Jonah, this is the Ministry of Punishments, not a place for your outburst. Next time, I will have you removed. Maverick was clearly displeased. After rebuking Jonah, he turned his head toward Jonah, his face expressionless, and said, So, you acted under duress and were forced to do this? That's right, Your Honor. Do you have any evidence? No, but, Jonah continued, I never intended to accuse Fred Gu. It was all coercion by the Farron family. I am a concubine-born daughter of the Farron family, seldom esteemed by my family. That day, the clan leader ordered me to do as he instructed or else. Your Honor, you are like a beacon of justice, please save my younger brother and me. Otherwise, we will have no place in the Farron family and might be beaten to death. As she spoke, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing many bruises. Perhaps moved by sorrow, tears streamed down her face. Watching from the side, Reed couldn't help feeling sympathetic. Most of what Jonah said, except for what he had taught her earlier, was true. This accurately depicted the situation between her and her brother in the Farron family. The bruises on her face and hands further proved her words. Even Maverick, seeing this scene, frowned while looking at Jonah. They always say the Farron family carries on the tradition of literature and poetry, yet such foul deeds occur within. Seeing Maverick's glare, Jonah exploded. What nonsense are you saying? You lost your chastity and disgraced the entire clan, and this is merely enforcing clan rules. Jonah sneered. Clan rules? Why didn't you drown me in the river, as usual to maintain the Farron family's reputation? You. Slap. Maverick struck the wooden block again, shouting, Enough! The Ministry of Punishments is not a place to handle family matters. Jonah immediately shut up. Only then did Maverick turn back to Jonah and say, As you claim, both times you came to court were under coercion and all petitions were written privately by the Farron family. Yes, Your Honor, I was coerced. If I didn't come, they would beat me and my brother again. Maverick narrowed his eyes, examining her for a moment. Seeing no sign of deception, he turned to Nick beside him and asked, Minister Lee, is what Jonah said true? This? Nick wanted to refute her, but Jonah interjected. If I recall correctly, I didn't say a word when I was in the capital's court yesterday. Maverick suddenly sensed something unusual. He looked at Jonah, then saw Reed sitting unperturbed, seemingly understanding something. However, all of this was just his own suspicion. He said in a deep voice, Minister Lee, this official is asking you a question. Fred Zhao, this matter. He glanced at Jonah and said helplessly, Yesterday in the capital's court, Jonah indeed did not say anything. Slap. Maverick slammed the table and scolded. So it seems you are mocking the court and this official? This? Hearing this, Jonah and Nick exchanged glances. Jonah denied outright, My Fred, she is slandering us. It must be they who colluded. This is slander against our Farron family. Slander? Reed suddenly laughed. Originally, he did not intend to speak up so soon, but now he really couldn't hold back. He mocked, What Farron young clan leader means is, we are sacrificing our own reputation, our official standing, to slander your Farron family? My bright future is precisely when I am serving the country. Would I use my prospects to slander a single Farron family? Most importantly, this official has no old grudges or recent enmity with your Farron family. I only met one of your Farron family members at the banquet that day. What benefits or motives does this official have to harm your Farron family? Yes. Maverick looked at Jonah with a stern face. Although it was clear there were other hidden details from what everyone had described, he could already determine that this matter was definitely orchestrated by the Farron family. Jonah, you insist that Director Gu and your Farron family members deliberately framed your Farron family. Why would he do such a thing? The case was basically clear at this point. Though it wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface, the main issue clearly lay with the Farron family. When Jonah heard Maverick's question, he felt some anxiety. He hadn't attended the court session yesterday and didn't know what happened there. His Rolandly father returned home after attending court for a short while. He heard that his father was made to spit blood out of anger by Reed. In his rage, he beat Jonah. He originally planned to handle the matter after his father recovered somewhat, but unexpectedly, Reed submitted a report to the court first. The Emperor directly ordered the Ministry of Punishments to deal with this matter. He vaguely sensed something amiss. Almost without thinking, he said, According to what Jonah said, why would my Farron family frame Reed? As Reed said, My Farron family has no past grievances or recent conflicts with him. Why would we do this? My Fred, it must be intentional by this disobedient daughter. She harbors resentment and intentionally uses such despicable tactics to harm our Farron family and Director Gu. Chapter 172. Jonah's resolve and Reed's intent to kill. Oh, what the hell? This Farron family is really shameless. Seeing that they couldn't tarnish Reed's reputation, they immediately shifted all the blame onto Jonah, letting her take the fall. If someone else were conducting this trial, this might have been turned into an irrefutable case. After all, not everyone can afford to offend the power of the Farron family. And Reed, holding the dragon swallow of Daxia, enjoys a dazzling level of favoritism. Aside from those aristocratic families, no one wishes to create more enemies for themselves. Jonah was also dumbfounded. Although she knew she held little status in the Farron family, she never expected them to abandon her so easily. Haha. Jonah suddenly laughed out bitterly. Pointing at Jonah, she shouted hoarsely, "What an outwardly righteous yet inwardly corrupt Farron family. You did all these despicable things, unwilling to repent, and now you want to push all the responsibility onto me, a weak woman." Himph. Jonah raised his chin arrogantly, scoffing. "Our Farron family has no place for immoral women like you. So many people witnessed it, even father saw it with his own eyes, how you were found half-naked in Magistrate Gu's room. If you hadn't told father that it was Magistrate Gu, why would our Farron family have brought you here to seek justice? Why would I want to target the Farron family?" Jonah could no longer bear it. She never imagined that the Farron family could be so despicable. Does this need to be said? Jonah stated matter-of-factly, "I admit my family neglected you and your brother, which must have made you resentful, leading you to lose self-respect and crawl into other people's beds on your own accord, just to stir up discord." My Fred? Jonah clasped his hands together. Everything was part of this woman's trap, intending to provoke enmity between our Farron family and Magistrate Gu. One should know that Magistrate Gu is a rising star in court and enjoys the Emperor's trust. She wanted to use him as a tool against us. Huh. The great Farron family, one of the 5 major aristocratic families of Daxia, truly shameless. Jonah suddenly felt as if her heart had turned to ashes. She muttered, "I was born into the Farron family, merely a concubine's daughter, living a life worse than servants, my mother being just a maidservant who faced the mistress's jealousy. After giving birth to my brother, even during the cold winter months, we had to wash clothes and cook meals. All our daily necessities and clothes came from the scraps my mother earned by mending clothes for others. My brother is over 10 years old, yet we haven't even hired a tutor for his education. I, Jonah, though of lowly origin, didn't ask for much from the Farron family. We only wished to live a peaceful life. I hoped my brother would grow up, learn a skill, and survive in this callous world. But why? Why do you still not let us go, even in such circumstances? No matter how unworthy we are still part of the Farron family. Even if you don't want to care for us, why torment us? Why?" The more Jonah spoke, the more agitated she became. Her voice was filled with sorrow, helplessness, pain, and despair. "Clearly, all of this was planned by you, but you insist on pinning it on me. I only wanted to live peacefully and see my brother grow up. Why did you treat me like this? You made me frame Magistrate Gu, and I dared not refuse. But because you lack ability, you shift this matter onto me. Why? Jonah screamed hysterically. Everyone in the courtroom fell silent. Even Maverick felt some compassion. However, Jonah remained unmoved, instead sneering coldly, "So, you finally admitted it? You harbored resentment and intended to incite conflict between our Farron family and Magistrate Gu. This is revenge. You are shameless." Shameless? It seems to me that the Farron family is the one who lacks honor. You, Jonah, flustered, eventually waved his sleeve and said coldly, "I won't argue with you, my Fred." He turned to Maverick and said, "My Fred, as you heard earlier, while our Farron family may have treated her harshly, her resentment is real. Such behavior, framing our Farron family, does give her a motive. I respectfully request that you investigate clearly." Maverick felt somewhat helpless and asked, "Jonah, do you recognize any of this?" "I do not," Jonah replied resolutely. Maverick frowned slightly. Emotionally, he sympathized with Jonah, and he was more inclined to believe that the Farron family was at fault. However, there was no concrete evidence. Moreover, with Jonah revealing her grievances herself, according to Jonah's narrative, it made sense to a certain extent. It seemed that the case should be postponed until sufficient evidence was gathered before reopening the hearing. Looking around, he said, "Let's adjourn for today. This case is complex, and each party lacks relevant evidence. It would not be right for me to hastily conclude. We will continue after gathering more evidence." No need. Reed and Jonah almost spoke at the same time, but Jonah's voice drowned out Reed's. Jonah said in a deadened tone, "Once I leave this court, no matter what, people will call me promiscuous and shameless. What good is it for me, Jonah, to live on?" Her voice was soft, yet it sent a shock through everyone present except Jonah. "Hold her back." Just then, Maverick cried out in alarm. Almost simultaneously, Jonah suddenly dashed towards one of the pillars in the hall. Everyone screamed upon seeing this. Reed muttered a curse and lunged forward. However, it was too late. She could only grab Jonah's legs in desperation. Bang! Jonah's head collided with the pillar. "Jonah! Jonah!" Reed turned Jonah over and held her, repeatedly calling out her name. Trails of blood slid down from Jonah's forehead. If not for Reed's hold on her, the outcome might have been much worse. Reed examined her wound and kept murmuring in relief, Thank goodness. Why isn't a doctor called yet?" He turned his head and shouted at Maverick. Maverick was also shaken by the scene, his eyes bloodshot and face filled with rage. "Hurry, get a doctor." The Ministry of Punishment's officers scrambled out of the courthouse in response. Seeing this, Jonah felt a slight satisfaction. The plan to frame Reed seemed likely to be dropped, though he couldn't let the blame for framing an official fall on the Farron family. He didn't expect Jonah to attempt suicide in such a manner after just a few words. Your Excellency, it looks like this licentious woman is trying to commit suicide to escape justice, as you can see. Shut up, Reed roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Do you think I won't cut you down here even if I have to quit my post today, if you say another word? You. Jonah's face twitched, clearly frightened by Reed's glare. He looked away, instead addressing Maverick. Sir Zhao, since the trial cannot proceed today, I will return first. When this case is retried, I will certainly cooperate. Maverick nodded gravely. Seeing this, Jonah glanced at Reed again and tried to sneak away quietly. Stop. No one leaves until we clarify everything. Chapter 173. The truth comes to light. The Farron family enters the fray. Huh. Everyone present, including Maverick, their expressions changed. Sergu, this is the Ministry of Justice. Now that the case has stalled, you should return and not obstruct the duties of our ministry. Director Zhao, in essence, the victims in this case are only Sir Jonah and myself. Since Jonah has been forced to such an extent, have you considered asking for my opinion? Huh. Maverick was taken aback, still stunned by Jonah's actions, and had forgotten what Reed had mentioned earlier about the Farron family intending to frame him. Upon hearing this, Jonah suddenly felt a wave of panic. But as he thought there was no evidence left behind, he instantly calmed down. With a grim face, Maverick sat down and said, let's continue with the trial then. Sergu, what exactly do you want to accuse the Farron family of? The Farron family ostensibly invited me to a banquet, but actually attempted to bribe me to abandon the thorough investigation into land consolidation in Jiangnan, or rather to turn a blind eye and catch small fish while letting big ones escape. Deeply honored by Christian, I naturally cannot agree. So they drugged the wine and tea. How dare you, Reed, you? Shut up, Reed bellowed angrily, staring at Jonah with a murderous look and coldly saying, do you think I am Jonah? Who gave you the nerve to speak so loudly in front of me? Roaring in the court like this, do you wish to taste the rod of the Ministry of Justice? You. Jonah stared fiercely at Reed, finally realizing that Reed was indeed not Jonah. Rebuking Jonah could be considered a domestic matter, but what about Reed? In rank, he is one level higher than me. Enraged inwardly, Jonah did not dare to shout again but instead turned to look at Maverick. Director Zhao, what Sergu is saying is utter nonsense. Please provide justice. Maverick stopped Jonah with a gesture, carefully pondering over what Reed had said. Compared to Jonah's claim that Jonah was framing them by sowing discord, he found Reed's version more credible. After all, as an imperial envoy about to head south to investigate, if something were to happen now, the case might not proceed. Just like the case of Glover and Faulkner 2 years ago. Indeed. Before taking office, Adolf had instructed him that his first task would be to cooperate with the Dali Temple to overturn the cases of Gua and Jiang. Since Adolf had said it, it clearly meant Gua and Jiang were innocent and framed. If Gua and Jiang were innocent, then the case in Jiangnan needs no further words. Looking at Reed, he narrowed his eyes and said, Sergu, the Ministry of Justice requires witnesses, confessions, and evidence, not just words. Do you understand this? As deputy director of the Dali Temple, I know the procedure. Reed nodded slightly, but inside, he scoffed. Forget witness testimonies, he had handled many cases with 0 confessions. Since he took office as deputy director of the Dali Temple, he had reviewed numerous cases, often overturning wrongful convictions with 0 confessions. Many local officials were implicated because of this. He glanced indifferently at Jonah and said, if I say it, I have concrete evidence proving that the Farron family orchestrated this entire event. If you approve, the witnesses can be brought in immediately. Then summon the witnesses. Maverick did not hesitate. If there were witnesses, this case could reach a quicker conclusion. After all, Adolf wanted it resolved soon. The court attendants immediately called out, witnesses enter the court. Shortly after, an Roland Lee man dressed in the official attire of the Imperial Medical Bureau and a servant-like figure entered the courtroom. Seeing the servant, Jonah couldn't help but be stunned. Isn't this the uniform for the servants in his Farron family? How did he become Reed's witness? While Jonah was thinking, Maverick spoke, state your names, witnesses below. Your Excellency, this old man is Adonisari, chief physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau. I am Zhong Anashiog from the Internal Guard, currently serving as a servant in the Farron family. Damn, Jonah staggered, nearly falling. This Zhong Anashiog was actually an undercover agent from the Internal Guard. This was bad, very bad. With the Internal Guard involved, things had gotten serious. All the color drained from Jonah's face. There was none of the earlier smugness. Maverick, hearing the Internal Guard was involved, immediately asked, what testimony do you have to offer? With your permission, I will speak first. Zhong Anashiog bowed and said, on the day before yesterday, during the Farron family's banquet, I was responsible for serving outside. During the feast, the Adam of the Farron family tried to force Sergu to agree to let the Jiangnan families off, which Sergu refused. Maverick's gaze became razor sharp. He looked at Jonah and rebuked, Jonah, is this true? Your Honor, this is slander. Who doesn't know that usually when Commissioner Gu works, he has the assistance of the Internal Guard? They are framing my Farron family using the Internal Guard. Nonsense. Zhong Anashiog said, I heard everything clearly, it certainly cannot be wrong. The Farron family serves Christian, and Commissioner Gu also serves Christian. We only handle supervision in the Internal Guard. How could we frame the Emperor's ministers? On that day, not long after the banquet started, Commissioner Gu was drunk. At first, I didn't think much about it. While helping Commissioner Gu to rest in the side room, he took the opportunity to give me a wine glass. As he spoke, he took out a wine glass. Seeing this cup, Jonah's expression changed dramatically. Reed saw this and directly said, the Farron family has been a noble lineage for generations, and the utensils they use are all specially customized from official kills. Surely young Patriarch Farron won't deny this? Humph. Jonah, though shocked internally, remained nonchalant on his face. A mere wine glass, what can it prove? It indeed proves nothing by itself, but what if the wine in the cup has an issue? Reed sneered, then looked at Adonisari and said, Physician Adonis, please continue. Adonisari clasped his hands and said, Commissioner, after examination by my colleagues in the Imperial Medical Bureau, the wine previously contained in this cup is the extremely rare jade essence. This wine is very complex to brew, with extremely precious ingredients. Only nobles can drink it. So what? My Farron family using precious jade essence to entertain you, Reed, is a sign of our hospitality. What's wrong with that? Adonisari continued calmly. This wine is so rare that it is impossible to find it in the civilian world. However, brewing jade essence requires a specific medicinal herb. Medicinal herb? Maverick's expression changed. Is this medicinal herb critical? Indeed. Adonisari said, without this herb, the wine would be completely different, even inferior to ordinary wines in the capital. But most people don't know that once this herb encounters a certain spice, the two combined will become. Chapter 174. Nameless, just a sexy chapter without a title. A potent aphrodisiac? An aphrodisiac that could also cause unconsciousness? Maverick was stunned. He turned his head to look at Reed, meaning that this person indeed had been with Jonah. Nonsense. Before anyone could react, Jonah loudly said, this so-called fact that Qingyu Sui mixed with spices can form a potent aphrodisiac. I have never heard of it. How dare you? Do you doubt an old man like me? Dr. Adonis instantly got angry and said, I have saved countless lives in my medical career. The medical books I've seen outnumber the medicines you've consumed. How dare you insult my medical knowledge? Everyone. Goodness, this old doctor. Looks somewhat cute, doesn't he? He stared with wide eyes and said, Minister, every word I say is true. If you don't believe it, you can ask my colleagues from the Imperial Medical Institute for verification. Also, there are records about this Qingyu Sui in our institute's documents, which I brought. Saying so, he pulled out an ancient book from his bosom, flipping it open to a certain page and handed it over to Maverick. Maverick and other officials from the Ministry of Punishments leaned over to look. Dr. Adonis said in a somewhat heartbroken tone, Please be careful, honorable sirs. This is a rare antique manuscript. Don't damage it. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched again. After seeing the records in the ancient book, an official exclaimed, Found it. It really exists. I didn't expect such mysterious things actually exist. Indeed, indeed. After Maverick saw the record, he returned the manuscript to Dr. Adonis and then scolded, Jonah, what do you have to say for yourself? Jonah seemed somewhat passive, but then said after a moment of thought, even if this is true, I have never heard of this spice mentioned here. Our Farron family does not have such spices. So, how can you explain this? Right. Suddenly everyone realized that none of them had ever heard of this kind of spice recorded in the ancient book. Dr. Adonis explained, this kind of spice only exists in the western regions and is extremely rare. All its petals and pollen bloom within one incense time, a short period, and if not preserved with special methods, its fragrance and effects will vanish. Haha, western regions? Jonah laughed out loud. If it only exists in the western regions, it has nothing to do with my Farron family. TC, hasn't young clan leader Farron lost his mind? Reed sarcastically said, although this spice is very rare, it shouldn't be too difficult for your Farron family, right? You are talking nonsense. I am not, I did not. Enough. This official is tired of wasting everyone's time on you. Fred Zhao. Reed turned to Maverick and said, I have another witness. Another witness? Maverick was taken aback. It seemed that Reed was well prepared today and intended to bring down the Farron family. Without hesitation, he said, bring her forward. Not long afterward, another witness appeared before the court, a very beautiful woman. The humble dancer Inatiaglong from the music department pays respect to all honorable lords. What? Music department? Jonah sneered disdainfully. How dare a low-class woman like her appear as a witness in court? So, a low-class person is not human? Reed asked. Even Christian never said that a low-class person cannot be a witness. Is your Farron family greater than Christian? I did not. Don't talk nonsense. Jonah roared. Maverick slammed his desk. Jonah, if you disrupt the court any more today, I'll give you a beating. Jonah immediately shrank to one side. Maverick then turned his head. Speak up. What testimony do you have? I report to your honor, this item was arranged by the Farron family when I performed at their house. They required me to wear it during the banquet. As she spoke, she raised both hands. Upon hearing this, Dr. Adonis immediately became excited. Yes, that's it. Seeing Dr. Adonis's excited expression, Maverick immediately knew something was amiss. Now, with the evidence clearly laid out, the Farron family's plot against Reed was beyond doubt. As for what happened after Reed took the aphrodisiac, Maverick was not interested and did not want to mention it. After all, it concerned the honor of women. Thinking about that spirited woman, perhaps even she had been persuaded by that boy. This case, though not overly complicated, underwent several twists and turns, making it quite engaging. Most commendable of all was that Reed seemed to have planned everything from the start, except perhaps he hadn't expected that the final trick would involve a potent aphrodisiac. Maverick struck the gavel and said, Jonah, your family plotted against an imperial official. The facts of this case are clear, and the evidence is solid. What do you have to say for yourself? Fred Zhao, I refuse to accept it. Jonah was still struggling, saying, our Farron family invited dozens of guests. Why did only Sir Gu have an incident? Perhaps it's because I was the only one seated at a position with Qingyu Sui? Reed said in a deep voice. Do you remember when I first came to your house for the banquet? To humiliate me, you arranged my seat near the main door. The wine there was just ordinary wine from Beijing. After your clan leader changed my seat, the wine turned into Qingyu Sui. Humph. Reed sneered, saying, even if I got drunk, my carriage was right outside the door. Why should I stay at your Farron family residence? Before Jonah could continue, Maverick interrupted directly. Enough. This case is now clear. I will report this matter to Christian. Jonah. From now on, no one from your Farron family shall leave Beijing without Christian's decree. An imperial edict has arrived. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. The verdict had just been reached, and the imperial edict arrived immediately after. Reed and others stood up to receive the edict. By the grace of heaven, Emperor decrees. The Farron family of the capital, Bryson, Jonah, disregarding Christians' favor, at #UN%. The edict was read for quite a while. It basically stated that the Farron family had betrayed the Emperor's trust, conspired to harm officials, obstructed state policies, stripped Bryson and Jonah of all honors and positions, confined them to their residence. Additionally, it specifically mentioned the matter of Jonah, female, and her brother. It fulfilled Reed's request, allowing Jonah to take her brother out of the family estate and start anew, much like how Reed once did. With the edict issued, the matter was settled. Reed felt relieved and came to a side room in the Ministry of Punishments. Jonah had already awakened. Seeing Reed, tears streamed down her face. Don't worry, it's over now. Christian has personally decreed to allow you to take your brother out of the family estate and start anew. Then the Farron family can no longer restrict you. Wah 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 wah. Jonah sniffled at first but couldn't help sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing this, Reed sighed softly and held her in his arms. Chapter 175. The Scroll of the People. To cut down great injustices with a 3-foot green blade. I have a courtyard in Ninging Lane. It's not big, but it will be suitable for you and your younger brother to live in. I'll also assign 2 quick-witted servants to you. You'll stay there for the time being. Reed helped smooth her hair, speaking gently. But Jonah straightened up at this, her dim eyes looking at him. You don't want me? That's right. That's right. I'm just a lowly-born illegitimate daughter. At his young age, he has already achieved the rank of 4th-class official in the court. He naturally needs to marry an aristocratic lady, or even a princess. Given his status and future prospects, he deserves nothing less. As for myself, I didn't realize that I wasn't even qualified to be a concubine. Never mind. He has helped me escape from the abyss that is the Farron family. My innocence was given to him, and now let's consider everything settled. At least my younger brother won't suffer the same humiliation as I did. Thinking so, she couldn't stop tears from rolling down her face. Seeing this, Reed immediately understood what she was thinking. He softened his voice. After this lawsuit, if I take you into the residence now, it might damage your reputation. You first stay in the small courtyard in Ninging Lane for a while. When the time is right, I will officially welcome you into the residence. Really? Of course it's true. Reed smiled slightly. Though they hadn't known each other for long, through these few brief interactions, he had gained some understanding of Jonah. Having a modern soul, he hadn't considered marrying any aristocratic lady. Politically speaking, choosing the legitimate daughter of a noble family would be more beneficial for his career. But how life would be, good or bad, only he knew. Though Jonah was an illegitimate daughter who usually remained humble, her upbringing was quite decent. Ignoring her background, she was no less a match for him. With Jonah, Reed first went to the Farron family to retrieve her younger brother Farron Lacaso, then to the Jingzhou government office to handle the household registration. With Reed's help, the matter encountered no hindrance. Although the Farron family members wore sour faces, they dared not say a word due to Adolf's imperial decree. After settling the siblings and assigning 2 servants from his residence to them, Reed left the small courtyard where he had lived for over half a year and returned to his own residence. Just as he entered the gate, the steward Guillermo stood by the door. Fred, Master Anashifeng is back? Zane? Reed was slightly startled. When did he return? Early this afternoon. Good, I understand. Reed hurried towards his living quarters. Soon, he saw Zane waiting outside his residence. Upon seeing Reed, Zane rushed forward. Cousin, I'm back. Good job. Reed patted his arms and said, 2 months out have been tough on you, haven't they? You're quite tanned. Hi, what's this compared to what you assigned me? Zane excitedly remarked. Cousin, you wouldn't believe it. I thought the land of Jiangnan, being such a fertile region, should be flourishing and prosperous with contented citizens. But it turns out, the smile on Zane's face faded as he said somberly, in just 2 months, I personally witnessed over 10 people starving to death. Let's discuss this inside. Upon hearing that in just 2 months, Zane had seen over 10 people starve to death, Reed felt a heavy heart. If Zane described it this way, it must mean ordinary commoners, not beggars on the streets. The two entered the room. Zane eagerly carried a chest towards him. Besides bringing this back, dozens of people have accompanied me to the capital. They are all listed civilians, representatives of their villages and regions, including those who lost their lands to deceit in recent years. So many? Reed frowned and asked, have they been settled? Yes, they are currently staying at an estate outside the city. Zane nodded and added, Cousin, you must stand up for these people. They are truly pitiful. Don't worry. Reed solemnly nodded and responded, a local official should serve the people well and ensure their welfare. That is the duty of an official. I will investigate this case thoroughly and will not betray the trust of the people. Reed felt weighed down by the gravity of the situation. These were oppressed commoners who had traveled thousands of miles from Jiangnan to the capital, following Zane here to appeal. What did it mean? It meant they could no longer endure their suffering. Cousin, take a look at this. Zane opened the box and took out a long scroll. This is. Open it and you'll see. As he spoke, he laid the scroll on the ground and unrolled it. Reed looked at it. His heart skipped a beat. This. His fingers trembled slightly as he pointed to the images on the scroll, feeling an immense impact. On it were individual names, along with fresh red handprints. A scroll of 10,000 people. Zane said bitterly, these Jiangnan families are insatiable and utterly lawless. There are cases of farmland being directly seized, collusion between officials and merchants, and even more. Zane found it hard to continue. He handed another notebook to Reed and said, these are the petitions I wrote for the common people during my 2 months in Jiangnan. I've also investigated events from 2 years ago. Those records kept by Governor Jiang are all accurate. Some might even be too lenient. Everything has been certified and signed. Brother, the people of Jiangnan have suffered so much. You must present this to Christian and seek justice for the people of Jiangnan and all those oppressed across the land. Zane spoke earnestly. Reed sighed inwardly and replied seriously, Eric D., rest assured. I will not let this matter rest until these corrupt officials are rooted out. I will present this to Christian at the next court session. But there's something you need to prepare yourself for? What is it? Zane was curious. Reed thought for a moment and said helplessly, the officials in Jiangnan can't escape their responsibilities, but it's impossible to completely purge them. Why? Zane urgently asked. Brother, look at this scroll of 10,000 people and all the crimes described in these petitions. Why can't the court thoroughly eliminate them? The power of these aristocratic families is deeply entrenched, with their protégés spread across the country. If killing them would solve the problem, we wouldn't be here today. If we were to kill all of them, the entire country would fall into chaos. But, Eric D., I understand what you mean, but we cannot let the country descend into chaos. Reed said solemnly, as an official of the court, I wish more than you do to eliminate these corrupt officials. However, there aren't enough loyal officials to fill the vacancies if the country falls into chaos. Then, the people who would suffer wouldn't just be those mentioned in this scroll of 10,000 people. Hey. Zane sighed heavily, picked up a wine pot, and drank a mouthful, saying bitterly, how I wish I could wield a 3-foot sword and rid the world of all its filth. Chapter 176. Reed, why hasn't this guy gone to Jiangnan yet? Wielding a 3-foot-long sword, cutting down all injustice in the world. Isn't this the dream of countless young men? However, as life is unpredictable and complicated, it's not that easy. Reed comforted, there will be such a day. I firmly believe it. The things you've brought can't entirely eliminate those people, but it isn't meaningless either. At least this action can lead the emperor to issue new national policies, leaving land for the commoners. Let's first deal with what's at hand. At least we can bring justice back to the people. Zane fell silent. He had seen similar scenes before. He knew how the Ignacio family declined. Even one Gu family could make their wealthy household shrink back into Ningzhou, let alone more powerful families. Cousin, although what you said makes sense, how long will this take? Don't worry, it won't be too long. Reed patted his shoulder, saying, families of nobility only rely on land, money, and disciples and officials spread across the world. This time we'll take the land from them, at least allowing the commoners a few days of stability. With the emperor's order, these noble families will be noted, so there shouldn't be any problems while he reigns. As for the rest, I have a plan. Good. Upon hearing this, Zane perked up and said, I believe in you, cousin. I'm willing to follow you to clear the corruption in this world. Reed nodded contentedly, then said, you must be tired after the journey. Go rest first, and later hold my imperial commissioner's symbol to summon troops outside the city. Have Chang'an send some soldiers to protect the people on the farm. No need to rest, I'll go now. Zane patted his chest, saying, I'm not tired. Helping you sooner means you can focus on dealing with those parasites. Seeing Zane excitedly running out, looking like he'd been energized by adrenaline, Reed opened his mouth to call him back. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and laugh. Well, this was good. It seemed Jiangnan didn't need him, sparing him the trouble. As for subsequent matters, Reed thought about it. Large-scale land reform throughout Daxia would probably not involve him. This achievement was too significant. As a leader, he already had enough credit. Besides, he had risen 3 ranks this year, and was now 4th grade junior rank. Any more achievements might make it difficult for promotion. There was a saying in the Daxia court, only those who have served in the Hanlin Academy can become chancellor. Although the prime minister system hadn't been abolished yet, it would eventually be, but even if it changes to the cabinet system, this condition likely won't change. He now has experience serving in the Hanlin Academy, but he still lacks an essential part. Local administration. He has never worked in local government, and without this record, he can't join the cabinet. He also doesn't harbor rebellious thoughts. Thus, reaching the peak as a civil servant is his greatest pursuit. Now that noble families are losing their land, his next step might very well be working outside. Fortunately, with his current rank, being assigned as a county magistrate is unlikely. Instead, managing the affairs of a region is probable. This starting point is far above ordinary people. Thinking about Xavion digging soil in Ningzhou, and Stanley still being a county magistrate, being appointed as the head of a region would save him several, or even 10 years of hard work. A day passed since Zane returned to the capital, and on this day, the Grand Council convened. Reed entered the hall with a group of civil and military officials. These officials were puzzled when they saw Reed diligently attending court again. The Farron family incident couldn't be hidden, and now that it was resolved, this guy wasn't heading south but came to court. Was he planning something else? Taking advantage of the emperor's absence, Barney, who had a good relationship with Reed, approached. Minister Gu, did not Christian appoint you as a special envoy to handle land consolidation cases in Jiangnan? Why haven't you gone? Barney whispered. Reed smiled seeing Barney's cautious demeanor. Is Minister Li hoping for me to leave the capital soon? That's not what I meant. Barney shook his head, still whispering, but Christian's decree has been issued. You should not delay your mission. Otherwise, if the emperor blames you, it would be tough for you. Hee. Minister Li needn't worry, you'll know soon. The two whispered in the hall as if other officials didn't exist, but because Reed had the emperor's favor, they dared not cross this line. After all, a certain sleazy official who opposed him was directly exiled by the emperor to dig soil in the mountains. Not even Chancellor Ferdy could protect him. This kid is an extremely dangerous character. Officials in the court had different thoughts. They did not know why Reed was attending court today, but they were determined not to provoke him no matter what he intended to do. While they were thinking, suddenly, they heard a eunuch announce loudly, Christian has arrived. Russell. All the civil and military officials held their ivory tablets and bowed deeply as Adolf walked up the dais with majestic strides, turned around, and sat on the imperial throne. All right, you may rise. Does anyone have petitions for today's assembly? Your Majesty, your servant Reed has something to report. Reed was the first to step forward. Officials. Oh my God, This kid isn't planning another trick, is he? Those who were close by saw his feet move and inwardly exclaimed, "Here he comes again." Whenever Reed spoke first, nothing good followed. Adolf had just sat down when he heard someone petitioning. Recognizing Reed's voice, he raised his eyelids sharply. "Reed, you've been away for several days after receiving the Imperial command. Now that your personal issues are resolved, why are you still in the capital? Shouldn't you be in Jiangnan?" The corners of Reed's mouth twitched. "You can't wait for me to leave, huh?" Of course, he could only think this internally while maintaining a respectful demeanor. "Your Majesty, it might be unnecessary for me to go to Jiangnan." Not going? Adolf was puzzled. Reed hadn't reported anything specific to him over the past couple of days. "Why isn't he going?" He said sternly, "Minister Gu, this is no joke. Are you saying you're unable to handle this task?" "Your Majesty," Minister Reed ignored the Imperial command, "and I request Your Majesty to punish him for disrespect." "Your Majesty," Minister Reed accepted the royal order but failed to act, which is dereliction of duty. "Please punish him for dereliction of duty." "It's more than dereliction of duty. In my view, since Minister Reed received the Imperial order but failed to act, he should also be charged with deceiving the Emperor." "Reed, you guys just can't stand seeing me well, huh? Fine, then I won't hold back. Your Majesty, I have not failed to act, nor have I been negligent or deceived you. Instead, Chapter 177 Reed's methods. Is the matter in Jiangnan already settled? How come we didn't know?" Someone immediately raged. "What nonsense! You, Reed, haven't even stepped out of the capital's gate and dare to boast that the matter in Jiangnan has been taken care of? This is an open act of deceiving Christian. I request that Christian order the beheading of this arrogant scoundrel who dares to deceive the Emperor." "Hell, I said one sentence, and you dogs are already eager to cut my head off?" He immediately rebuked. "Does this minister look as foolish as you all? Knowing it's treason, why would I come here to seek death?" The faces of those officials Isn't this power and responsibility granted by Your Majesty to the Board of Pardons? Hell, it seems quite reasonable. Previously, because Adolf had issued an edict to review the case again, they thought it required an imperial decree to be effective. But it seems, this is originally within the jurisdiction of the Board of Pardons. They understood clearly now. This was indeed a case overturned, but the focus was on investigating land consolidation. Gua and Jiang were implicated. If it were about land consolidation, it would indeed require an imperial decree. But what about Gua and Jiang? For a concluded case, the Board of Pardons has the duty to re-examine it, though no one would willingly take on a case that was already decided without any appeals. However, the Board of Pardons does have that power. Therefore, even without the Emperor's decree, Reed could still review the case. Only many knew that the 2-year-old case was their masterpiece. To overturn the case of Gua and Jiang meant overturning some previous conclusions. And thus, the land consolidation case also progressed naturally. In other words, 2 months ago, before Adolf issued the decree, Reed had already started the investigation. By the time the decree came, the case was basically resolved. Ferdy looked back at Reed deeply, feeling some fear. This kid's methods were becoming more mature and terrifying. Once he acts, it means life or death. It seems he can't let him stay in the court any longer. In less than a year, he'd have the power of the aristocratic families in the court. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before Ferdy himself might lose his position as chancellor. Whether he could retire peacefully would then be a problem. But first, let's see how he handled the investigation. Ferdy decided not to oppose Reed this time. Adolf was also puzzled. Reed had conducted secret investigations in Jiangnan without informing him. Did he not trust him? Or, he glanced at Hartley, multiple thoughts flashing in his mind. But there was no conclusion for now. He thought for a moment and said, "Minister Gu, since you say the case is clear, tell me the whole story." "Your Majesty." Reed clasped his hands and said, "Since I took office in the Board of Pardons, to familiarize myself with its operations, I reviewed nearly 10 years of case files. During the re-examination, I found numerous suspicious points in the case concerning the former Minister of Revenue, Glover, and the former Deputy Minister, Faulkner, 2 years ago. Considering the wide scope of the case file and possible omissions, I did not mention it earlier, intending to report after obtaining solid evidence. Later, I obtained a record left by the former deputy minister from Zhang's descendants. Considering this case involves the entire Jiangnan bureaucracy, I therefore dispatched people to investigate. After more than 2 months, the case has finally been clarified. Although some cases have not been thoroughly investigated, according to the records written by the former deputy minister Faulkner, apart from those who died or moved for various reasons over the past 2 years, all other records have been verified. The case involving the former Minister of Revenue, Glover, and the former Deputy Minister, Faulkner, is completely fabricated. This is a wrongful case orchestrated by villains in the court, leading to the death of the Gua and Jiang families. What? It's a wrongful case? Who could be so bold as to endanger the reputation and lives of hundreds of people? That's wonderful, wonderful. I have never believed that Gua and Jiang would be such despicable individuals. Now, the truth has finally come to light. As soon as Reed finished speaking, there was an uproar in the court. The entire hall was buzzing with noise. The newly appointed Minister of Justice immediately stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Minister Gu's words are convincing. This case is likely a significant miscarriage of justice. This case concerns the honor and lives of the Gua and Jiang families. I request Your Majesty to order a retrial to rectify this injustice and punish the wrongdoers." "Your Majesty, I second this motion." "I also second it." Almost half the court officials quickly agreed, demanding the rectification of the injustice against Gua and Jiang. Adolf stood up upon hearing this. "Ladies and gentlemen, please allow Vice Minister Gu to explain the entire case before deciding on overturning the verdict." When Gua and Jiang were exiled, Adolf had suddenly realized he had been tricked by the aristocratic families. But by then, both men had already died on the way. Moreover, the case had been turned into an irrefutable one at that time. It was unrealistic to reverse the decision right after making it, because the aristocratic families were already on guard. Finding evidence to overturn the case was unlikely. That's why it dragged on for 2 years. If it weren't for Reed's proposal to dismantle the foundations of the aristocratic families, he wouldn't have thought to use Serena to open up this case. Hearing Adolph's words, Reed immediately clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I have brought all the relevant case files. Please allow me to present them." Permitted. Chapter 178. Your subject requests the removal of the Chancellor. Upon hearing this, Ferdy suddenly felt a twinge of unease in his heart. The case of Gua and Jiang had been under his personal direction. The former Minister of Punishments, Zaire, and the Grand Court Magistrate, Kilian Bin's Hin, Gu Jingji's direct superiors, had concluded the investigation. It was originally framed as entrapment. If Gu Jingji's findings on the incidents in Jiangnan were confirmed, the charges against Gua and Jiang would be dismissed. However, he had no reason to obstruct this process. Gu Jingji's actions were too solid to refute. Before long, several guards entered the Grand Hall carrying a stack of documents, with one guard holding a large scroll. "Your Majesty, this box contains evidence and witness testimonies collected from Jiangnan. Please review it." As the box was opened, a thick pile of documents appeared before the officials. Adolf furrowed his brow at the sight of the thick stack and asked, "Censorate censors?" The censors from the censorate looked at each other. Who exactly is Christian calling? Don't just stare. All of you, help me examine these. So that's how it is. The censors stepped forward, and several eunuchs brought tables into the hall for them to work on site. The civil and military officials watched curiously. After about half an hour, the censorate censors had neatly organized all the files. Left Censor-in-Chief Marvin stood up and silently walked to the center of the hall. "Tianqing, have you examined everything carefully?" "Your Majesty." Marvin's face turned beet red, and after a while, he suddenly exclaimed, "The Jiangnan clans and local officials deserve death." A murmur of shock rippled through the court. As a censor, Marvin was not known for being easily roused to anger, but he always insisted on truthfulness. Despite filing countless impeachment memorials, he never spoke lightly about condemning people to death. Today, however, he uttered such harsh words about the entire Jiangnan region. What sin could the Jiangnan area have committed? "Your Majesty, the Jiangnan clans used illegal means to forcibly buy and sell properties, colluding with officials to seize land from the common people, and even resorted to murder or maiming. Our great Lucas dynasty has stood for 20 years, yet in the prosperous Jiangnan region, there are still starving citizens. I reviewed the testimonies and complaints and noticed a pattern. Every famine year becomes an opportunity for the clans and officials to seize more land. Jiangnan suffers from floods every year, and much of its fertile land has been confiscated." Marvin could not help but express his sorrow and anger. "Your Majesty, I request severe punishment for the Jiangnan clans." "Yes, severe punishment. It must be severe." "Your Majesty, if what is written here is true, it is truly shocking." "Your Majesty." The censors seized this opportunity, especially focusing on named local officials and clans in the records. Watching the censors come forward, Ferdy directly challenged them. "Honorable censors, everything you mentioned comes from these documents. How can you determine that all of this is true? Do we need further proof? These documents are clear enough. All you are saying comes from the documents." Ferdy cut off the censors without giving them a chance to respond. Seeing this, Gu Jingji interrupted, "Does Chancellor Hicks want eyewitnesses or physical evidence?" With that, everyone's attention shifted back to him. He smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, I have already brought the witnesses who provided the testimonies and evidence to the capital. There are over 50 of them." Damn. Others couldn't help but marvel at Gu Jingji's thoroughness, leaving no room for anyone to argue. Ferdy countered with each word, and Gu Jingji had an answer ready. Adolf, also impressed, asked, "Where are these citizens now?" "They were previously settled outside the city walls, and they have now been escorted into the city by imperial guards. Your Majesty and all the officials will have the opportunity to question them later. Additionally, those who investigated Jiangnan also brought back something. I would like to present it to your Majesty and all the officials to see how dire the situation in Jiangnan truly is." He gestured to the guards, who unrolled the long scroll. As the scroll slowly unfurled, names and bloody handprints caught everyone's eye. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. This? The officials were speechless, pointing at the documents. This was the first time in 20 years since the establishment of the Lucas dynasty that they saw a petition signed by thousands of commoners. 10,000 names and handprints. How could this not be shocking? Yet, this first petition from the masses was not for praise, but for plea. Adolf descended directly from the dais and walked over with heavy steps. His eyes were filled with shock as his old hands trembled while touching the names and bloody handprints on the petition. Petition of the masses. Petition of the masses. If the people were not suffering unbearably, how could such a weighty petition come to exist? I spent my life in battles to establish this vast territory so that the people could have enough food and warm clothes. But now, which one of you officials can tell me what this petition is all about? Your Majesty, the ruler is like a boat, the people like water. Water can carry a boat, but also capsize it. Although he had already seen this petition once, Reed was still deeply moved. He said, Your Majesty, the affairs of the people are no trivial matters. Their needs are simple, enough food to eat and enough clothes to wear, but these are huge issues for them. If we cannot even satisfy this, how can the people support their ruler, support our great Lucas? Our taxes come from the people, and the million soldiers guarding our borders are also sons of the common folk. Your Majesty, if justice fails, what will those who pay taxes every year for our great Lucas and the soldiers guarding the borders think? Subject, Deputy Chief of the Grand Court Reed, humbly begs Your Majesty to heed the will of heaven and the people, and issue an edict to severely punish the officials and gentry families in Jiangnan. Those guilty or negligent should all be punished without leniency. In addition, if Jiangnan is like this, what about other places? I believe not only should we investigate Jiangnan thoroughly, but also conduct a comprehensive investigation across the entire country. This will eliminate lawbreakers nationwide. restore justice to the people, and return a clear sky to our great Lucas. It should be done this way. Your Majesty, if this matter is not thoroughly investigated, there will be no more justice in this world. Under the rule of our wise emperor, such corrupt practices should not exist. I plead for the people and ask for an edict to investigate. I concur. It's not too late to cleanse now. Your Majesty, please issue the edict. Your ministers. Adolf's lips trembled. Chapter 179. Ferdy compromises. The aristocratic families lose their arm. Not only this, I believe that Chancellor Ferdy is of aristocratic origin. Yet, as a chancellor, such negligence has occurred under his watch. This clearly shows that Ferdy's capability is insufficient to manage the entire nation. I request. Dismiss the chancellor. Dismiss the chancellor? Everyone was stunned, staring at Reed in disbelief. Even Adolf turned his gaze toward him in incredulity. Reed had long advised him to abolish the position of chancellor, but it was the office he wanted to get rid of, not Ferdy. Why was he bringing it up now? Adolf was momentarily taken aback, but soon understood that Reed was merely putting on an act, applying pressure on Ferdy. Before Adolf could speak, someone spoke up for Ferdy, angrily pointing at Reed and shouting, "Reed, you are bold. Chancellor has assisted Christian for decades, even before our great Lucas was established. He has served faithfully and diligently all his life for our great Lucas. How dare you, a mere youth, suggest dismissing the Chancellor so lightly? The Chancellor is loyal and serves the state wholeheartedly, thinking only of our great Lucas. How dare you, a traitor, incite Christian to dismiss the Chancellor? It is treason. Your Majesty." The words, "dismiss the Chancellor," stirred half the court into defending Ferdy. Initially unconcerned, Adolf's deep eyes became inexplicable dark, but Reed was undeterred. He said firmly, "If it were any other crime, it might be forgivable for Ferdy as Chancellor of Great Lucas. But now the entire Jiangnan region is rotten to the core. How can mere inspection suffice? This is dereliction of duty. Since he can no longer assist your Majesty in governing well, should he not be dismissed?" Damn, using Jiangnan again. Those speaking on behalf of Ferdy felt helpless. The issue in Jiangnan was too significant for them to argue effectively on his behalf. Adolf understood Reed's intention and continued along the same line. Looking at Ferdy, "Fred Hicks, what do you think of Fred Gu's words?" Ferdy hesitated for a moment, making a decision in his heart. He bowed to Adolf. "Your Majesty, with such a serious incident in Jiangnan, indeed, I have been negligent as Chancellor. However, I have heard about matters in Jiangnan earlier, but due to busy daily affairs, I did not pay attention until now. I have gathered some information and wish to report after this assembly for your Majesty to decide." After the assembly? Adolf seemed contemplative. Upon hearing this, Reed knew Ferdy was preparing to compromise. So-called private reporting was just negotiation and bargaining. Though the outcome was already clear, Reed still felt a bit regretful. These aristocratic families were indeed powerful, possessing much that Adolf desired. This alone was enough to protect them time and again. However, Reed wasn't discouraged. There would eventually come a day when these trump cards would run out. As for the upcoming events, they were no longer within his domain. Sure enough, Adon stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the matter of Jiangnan is grave. The evidence brought back by young Minister Gu proves that the situation in Jiangnan has become uncontrollable. Please make a prompt decision. Furthermore, since Morgan and Jiang were wronged, although both have passed away, their clans still exist. Please order a re-examination of their cases to clear their names and lift the stigma of being criminals from the Morgan and Jiang families. Simultaneously, those who fabricated charges against Morgan and Jiang should not escape punishment. Otherwise, their grievances cannot be avenged, and their hatred will never be resolved." After Morgan and Jiang's deaths, Adon replaced them as leaders of the humble clans. Now, given this opportunity to overturn their convictions, he wouldn't let it pass. After all, these were acts committed by the aristocratic families, and they must bear the consequences. Adolf immediately replied to Aiden's plea, "Approved." After issuing the order for a re-examination of old cases, Adolf ordered Maverick, the Minister of Justice, and Adon to thoroughly investigate the land issues nationwide. As expected, the investigation had nothing to do with Reed. He was well aware that until the case concluded, his role would mostly involve assisting in reviewing the cases. This was naturally part of the Board of Punishment's duties. His superior, one of the presiding judges in the Morgan Huai and Faulkner cases, would naturally not escape responsibility once the wrongful conviction was confirmed. Now, most of the tasks at the Board of Punishments would fall on his shoulders. As for why Maverick and Adon were assigned to investigate, without key officials from the Ministry of Revenue being mentioned, it was simply to avoid conflict of interest. Most officials from the Ministry of Revenue were from aristocratic families, and thus could not directly participate in the case. With these decisions made, there was nothing more to discuss in the Grand Council. Leaving the hall with colleagues, Reed hadn't walked far when an attendant hurriedly approached, saying Adolf wished to see him. Reed was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Adolf going to negotiate with Ferdy? Why did he summon him now? He couldn't be asking him to negotiate with Ferdy, could he? Carrying a belly full of questions, Reed followed the attendant to the entrance of the imperial study. The young eunuch bowed and said, "Fred Gu, Christian's edict is for you to wait here until he finishes his discussion inside and then summons you." What the hell? There's no human rights in this feudal society. Adolf and Ferdy had just started their talk, hadn't they? How long would he have to stand? But since the emperor spoke, he could only obediently follow orders. Inside the imperial study, as soon as Adolf sat down, Ferdy cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the noble families can give up all the land beyond the stipulated quotas. Additionally, the private servants and tenant farmers will be handled according to the Great Lucas laws." Not enough, Adolf said indifferently. Although Ferdy had already offered considerable concessions, it wasn't enough for him. He said, "The Jiangnan incident is known by everyone. If I don't take action, it wouldn't do." He didn't talk about how serious the crimes of the Jiangnan noble families were. Since Ferdy had openly clarified, Adolf didn't need to hide anything. Also, those officials involved in the cases of Glover and Faulkner cannot be pardoned. Adolf cast a deep look at Ferdy and asked, "What do you think, Fred Hicks?" "Your Majesty is wise," Ferdy replied. "Those who committed crimes indeed deserve severe punishment to show the authority of our great Lucas law. However," Ferdy glanced at Adolf and continued, "these noble families are the foundation of the nation. A nationwide investigation might lead to. Those without blood on their hands can make amends, but I don't want any discounts on this. Additionally, there hasn't been a proper solution to the land issues over the past few years. This time, I have devised a new law. I don't want any obstruction in its implementation. I will follow your Majesty's orders." Ferdy understood that no obstruction meant not only in the regions but also within the court, there should be no hindrance. Although, even if the noble families didn't compromise, Adolf might still be powerless, but such an outcome would place them in an unfavorable position. Even worse, Adolf might wield the sword of execution. Though it wouldn't be a massacre, how many of the guilty officials and the noble families in the capital could survive? Ferdy knew he lost this round. He couldn't win much back, but thinking of his unworthy daughter, he still wanted to ask, "Your Majesty." Chapter 180, Imperial Power, the Emperor's Heart. Reed's reluctance. "Forgive my audacity, Your Majesty. Johnny has indeed contributed to the country. Although he has committed a grave error now, as he has always been in the capital, it is possible that he neglected the matters of his clan. I humbly request Your Majesty to pardon him of his sins." "Pardon?" Adolf looked at him deeply, but Ferdy stood there calmly, not showing any signs of guilt. After a long time, Adolf said, "Very well. Johnny did have the merit of presenting the city. However, this incident has caused a wide impact in the court, so death penalty shall be spared. But it will not be possible for him to serve in the government anymore. Remove his titles and positions, confiscate the mansion granted by the Emperor, and let him spend his days at home." "I thank Your Majesty for your mercy." Ferdy bowed all the way down, showing unprecedented respect. Adolf waved his hand slightly, and Ferdy understood what he meant. He immediately said, "If Your Majesty has no other instructions, I shall take my leave first." Upon hearing this, Adolf took up a petition on the imperial desk and began to read it. Ferdy bowed again, then slowly left the study room. Just as he walked to the door of the study room, he saw Reed standing there looking straight ahead, and couldn't help sneering, "Lesser Minister Gu here to see the Emperor?" Reed lifted his eyelids, seeing Ferdy's expression. He knew he and Adolf had already reached an agreement. He then said, "Fred Chancellor and I are not that close, am I? Why should I report anything to you?" "Huh." Ferdy laughed coldly and said, "Lesser Minister Gu, you sure have a set of skills. This time, this minister admits defeat. But next time, it won't be that easy. Is Fred Chancellor hallucinating? I can't understand a word of what you're saying." "Humph." Ferdy got nowhere with this. He flicked his sleeves and left straight away. Yet his meaningful words were still echoing in the air. "Fred Gu should be more cautious in the future. What you've done today, this minister has taken note of it." Reed listened but remained calm. Be it the Gu family, or the little things that happen later, he and Ferdy, even the aristocratic families, have irreconcilable conflicts. A few threats wouldn't scare him. But the aristocratic families suffered such a big loss, they probably wouldn't let it go easily. Fortunately, he wasn't empty-handed this time either. At least during this period, he had built a certain foundation and achieved some accomplishments. And then there was the Gu family, the mountain that had weighed on the original host for 20 years, which was finally going to be moved. After receiving the summons, Reed entered the study room directly. After a while, he came before Adolf. "Minister Reed congratulates Christian, wishes Your Majesty great joy." Before even bowing, Reed greeted Adolf with a look of delight. Resolving the problem of aristocratic landholdings, Adolf felt much relieved. He smiled and said, "This matter owes much to your planning. It took only half a year to cut off one arm of the aristocracy. Speak, how does this emperor reward you?" He was truly happy now. He thought that he would never live to see the day when the threat of the aristocracy could be resolved. And among his sons, except for the crown prince, the rest were siding with the aristocrats. Although the crown prince agreed with his stance, he could only be a maintaining king, not having enough courage to deal with the aristocracy, let alone implementing reforms. Because of this, the crown prince often disagreed with him, causing many arguments between father and son. But fortunately, the crown prince was still quite filial. With the determination to eradicate the roots of the aristocracy, Reed was now completely bound with the imperial power after this incident. Even if he couldn't finish everything in his lifetime, neither Reed nor the crown prince could step back, and they couldn't afford to. For meritorious and loyal ministers, Adolf was naturally generous with rewards. Reed, hearing about the rewards, naturally didn't hold back. He smiled and said, "Whatever Your Majesty decides, I agree." "You?" Adolf couldn't help laughing, becoming more cheerful. He said, "All right, then I'll give you some treasures. Didn't you keep complaining about how the emperor fined you a year's salary within a year of entering the court? So, this time, I'll reward you with some treasures." "Then I thank Your Majesty," Reed said happily. Speaking of contributions, Reed could have gotten promoted further. But considering his current rank relative to his age, it was too high already. Another promotion would be unreasonable. Secondly, the seizure of landholdings across the nation couldn't be counted as achievements for Reed. After all, Adolf's thoughts couldn't be revealed outside, right? As for the cases, Reed merely fulfilled his duties as a lesser minister of the Board of Pardons. If promotions were based solely on fulfilling one's job, wouldn't it lead to chaos? Reed didn't feel dissatisfied, but was rather pleased with this arrangement. Otherwise, another promotion would make him a director Balthazar, or possibly send him abroad. But since the land reform hasn't been implemented yet, sending him abroad now obviously wouldn't be appropriate. Satisfied that Reed did not hold any resentment for not being rewarded immediately, Adolf nodded approvingly and then said, "There is something I need to discuss with you." Ferdy just now put forward a condition, asking me to spare the Gu family. "Johnny?" Reed's heart skipped a beat. He immediately opposed, "Your Majesty, everything I've done wasn't out of personal grudges. The Gu family's crimes are numerous and grave. I believe. I know. Adolf softly replied. But this is a critical moment, and everything must be considered in the larger context. Although I spared him from death, he has also contributed. Ferdy seized this opportunity, and I have my own unspoken difficulties. The current situation has just begun to unfold. We can't easily ruin it like this. Do you understand? As he spoke, Adolf glanced over, his expression leaving no room for misunderstanding. Seeing the cold look in his eyes, Reed felt a chill. He bowed his head and responded, I understand. Adolf nodded slightly and said, rest assured. When the time is right, the Gu family will be at your disposal. I understand. Thank your majesty. Reed's voice was still very soft. Adolf saw his demeanor and knew he was displeased but didn't feel like delving into it further. He waved a hand and said, I'm tired. I will take my leave first. Leaving the palace somewhat dejected, Reed was accompanied by a pair of palace attendants and imperial guards. They were helping him carry back the rewards granted by the emperor. The rewards were heavy, yet Reed felt no joy. The Gu family had always been the mountain weighing heavily on his heart, the root cause of all his troubles. Humbert's death was orchestrated by Daryl, which Dylan had already uncovered clues about, only lacking solid evidence, so Reed hadn't acted rashly. He originally thought that this time, he could finally eliminate the Gu family and seek revenge for Humbert and the more than 10,000 soldiers of the Gu family army. However, unexpectedly, Adolf directly pardoned the Gu family's crimes. Although the Gu family would now be demoted to commoners, with Reed's current power, dealing with the Gu family would be easy as pie. But there was another identity Johnny carried, the father identity. While this identity was fake, few people knew the truth. The consequences of Johnny dying due to his crimes versus being killed by Reed were two different matters. Patricide, regardless of era, was unacceptable under heaven. However, Reed felt increasingly choked up inside. With Johnny alive and the Gu family intact, he couldn't find peace. Chapter 181. Good grief, playing games so damn elaborately? Reed was walking aimlessly, not knowing how long he had been walking when someone suddenly blocked his path ahead. Upon closer inspection, it was Brian. Seeing her hand slightly pointing, Reed followed her gaze and saw Sierra standing there with a smiling face. Without any second thoughts, Reed walked straight over. Does her Rhondaship need me for something? Is there something troubling you, Minister Gu? Sierra looked at him with a smile. Reed was about to say it's none of your business, but saw this woman smiling as she said, Minister Gu, don't speak yet. Let me guess. She circled around Reed, then suddenly said, you did not get what you wished for, didn't you, Minister Gu? Reed frowned slightly and said, why is her Rhondaship waiting here for me? Nothing much. I just wanted to tell you that it seems what I previously mentioned has come true. Sierra smiled charmingly. I've always said, Minister Gu, nobody cares about a knife's thoughts. When you're useful, those above will use you. But if greater benefits are at stake, does the knife swish matter? It's like this. Sierra pointed to a stray dog on the roadside. If you feed it until it's full, it might become tame. But if you never fully satisfy its hunger, this wild dog will keep crazily snatching food. Minister Gu. Her eyes twinkled meaningfully. Do you think what I'm saying makes sense? Whoosh. Reed suddenly acted, directly grabbing Sierra by the neck. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Sierra, do you think I dare not kill you? Minister Gu, you seem rather upset. How about finding a place where I can help calm you down? Sierra remained undeterred, her voice carrying an inviting tone. Reed narrowed his eyes. His gaze turned cold. I don't know why you sought me today, but I said, your trivial matters aren't my concern. Yet if you seek death, I'll be glad to oblige. As he spoke, he tightened his grip, making it increasingly difficult for Sierra to breathe. Brian approached and grabbed Reed's hand. Reed, how dare you offend her Rhondaship? Offend? Reed glanced coldly at Sierra and said coolly, that's because she asked for it. Although her Rhondaship's words were disrespectful, she is still a princess ennobled by Christian. If you harm her Rhondaship, you too will not escape blame. Brian felt helpless. This princess was acting strange, coming to provoke Reed out of nowhere and comparing him to a stray dog on the street. It certainly wasn't like her usual behavior. Hearing Brian's words, Reed flung his hand, throwing Sierra to the ground. He was already in a foul mood today, and Sierra's words infuriated him further. While he couldn't understand why this woman had suddenly gone mad, he had no interest in her affairs. Although Reed didn't understand what Sierra was secretly plotting, from her daily actions, it probably wasn't anything good. At present, Reed didn't want to get involved in her chaotic schemes, so he only probed her to avoid being manipulated. Lying on the ground, Sierra covered her neck and glared at Reed. Just now, she had seen in Reed's indifferent eyes that he truly could have killed her. I said, whatever you plan to do, I don't want to know, but I warn you one last time. If you dare provoke me again, I'll make sure you have nowhere to bury yourself. Himph. Reed waved his sleeve and left straight away. After Reed left, Brian quickly helped Sierra up and repeatedly asked, Your Highness, are you alright? This Reed is really too. Smack. Brian got slapped hard before she could finish her sentence. She looked at Sierra in disbelief as the latter spat hatefully. Reed, wait and see. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me like a lowly stray dog. Without waiting for Brian's response, Sierra turned and walked away. Brian held her cheek, unable to understand what was happening, silently following behind Sierra. Imperial Villa. Upon returning to her residence, Sierra suddenly noticed a potted plant on her pavilion, causing her pupils to constrict slightly and her steps to hesitate. Is there anything you need me to do, Your Highness? Despite the slap, Brian still dared not show any resentment and asked respectfully. Sierra said coldly, You may leave now. Nobody is allowed near unless ordered by me. Without another word, she headed straight for the pavilion. As soon as the door was pushed open, an eerie and strange voice came from inside. Oh, my little female dog has returned. Quickly tell this Bryson how things went. Why, Your Highness? HM? What did you call this Bryson? Sierra's whole body trembled as she uttered a deeply insulting word. Master. Ah. The person with the eerie tone slowly rose. It seems the lesson I gave you last night wasn't enough. You're disobedient today. It looks like this Bryson needs to continue. Otherwise, the memory won't be deep enough. Do you agree? This Bryson's little female dog? Aye. Sierra's body shuddered violently, looking at the invasive gaze and the implements in the room used for tormenting her. Fear filled Sierra's heart, but she obediently said, Master, please forgive me. Forgive you? That depends on your performance. Sierra clenched her teeth, took off her luxurious outer robe, and put on a thin gauze dress, revealing her captivating curves. The man was quite satisfied with her obedient actions, eyeing her figure appreciatively. The only flaw was the crisscrossing marks on her once snow-white skin. The one called Master by Sierra chuckled softly. I wouldn't have thought, truly wouldn't have thought, the incomparably noble County Bryson Slahuang could actually be like this. The person holding a candle approached slowly. Sierra kept her head down, hiding her eyes which were filled with hatred, savagery, brutality, and a hint of endurance. She said, whatever Master wants, I'll do it. Good. That person said excitedly, since you're so obedient, you should know what to do, right? As he spoke, he beckoned with his finger. Yes, I know. Sierra humiliated herself by kneeling on the ground, inching toward the owner of the voice. With each step forward, a tear of utter humiliation fell. The man watched this scene without a trace of pity, instead reveling in mockery. Reaching the man, Sierra looked up. Master. Following her gaze, the identity of the person was something no one would have guessed. Chapter 182. Seemingly noble but truly vile, conspiracy revealed in cunning acts. Gideon. It was actually the Gideon who was reputed to be a fool within the court. If others saw him controlling Bryson's Birch like this, they would be astonished. This fool of a Gideon could actually make the proud Colleen humbly refer to herself as a bitch. Master. Birch pretended to be obedient, looking at the Gideon with eyes like water. The Gideon pulled her roughly and rubbed her indiscriminately, causing Birch to frown involuntarily. So, what did Reed say when you went to see him today? Master. That Reed has no intention of cooperating with us. Moreover, he almost strangled your servant. Smack. The Gideon suddenly slapped her hard, causing Birch to tremble slightly from pain. Bastard. Is Reed going to follow my so-called good Roland brother all the way to the end? Why, your servant reports that Reed hasn't aligned with the dag yet. Birch stuttered. Indeed, the Gideon was really playing games. He asked questions while tormenting her. Hearing Birch's words, the Gideon said irritably, Reed's schemes have directly dismantled the centuries-old foundation of the aristocratic families. They despise him so much that they wish to flay his skin. Since he has no interest in joining us, don't blame me for leaning towards the side of the aristocrats. The aristocrats. Birch buried her head in the Gideon's chest, her eyes filled with hatred. The Gideon had long allied with the aristocrats. When she was still a powerless princess in the early days, due to her involvement in plotting against the Internal Guard office, the aristocrats discovered her plans. She was treated like a gift, given to this fool of a Gideon, and mistreated like a bitch by him. For whole years had passed. If not for her gradual growth over the years and helping the aristocracy eliminate Glover and Faulkner, thereby gaining some status with the Gideon, she would not only have suffered under the Gideon's abuse but also, she hated the aristocracy. This was why, when Reed requested information on the aristocracy initially, she handed it over without reservation. None of this was noticed by anyone. Of course, what she hated even more was the Gideon. This beast had ruined her life. The reason for her losing composure in front of Reed today was because of the brutal humiliation she endured from the Gideon last night. After concealing the hatred in her eyes, Birch looked up like a little white flower. Master, what do you plan to do? What else can be done? Reed has great talent, but refuses to serve me. In that case, might as well send him straight to hell. Do you want to kill him, Master? Kill? The Gideon chuckled lightly. Exactly. This king wants to kill him. If he won't serve me, then send him to meet Yama. Master, I'm afraid that won't work. Reed is usually too cautious. Killing a fourth-grade official, especially one favored by Christian, in the capital city leaves two obvious traces. Birch hurriedly objected. She wasn't just the Gideon's toy. She was also his white glove, always carrying out various dirty jobs for him. However, Reed's status was different. If Reed were killed in the capital, she would be exposed immediately. She said, Master may not know, but Reed might have another identity. Oh, another identity? Tell me more. The Gideon suddenly became interested. Birch said, your servant once probed him and had people investigate. Reed's background might not be simple at all. Background? Isn't he just the neglected eldest son of Johnny? The Gideon was somewhat surprised. Not quite. I suspect that he might be a descendant of the Gu family from years ago. His birth mother, Inacia Wan, had a marriage contract with the third son of Connor, Dawson. After Dawson's death, she quickly married Deputy Commander Johnny. I investigated. Among all the deputy commanders of the Gu family army, Johnny's prestige was insufficient to control the Gu family army. Yet, this grand reward ended up in Johnny's hands. I think Johnny might have used the Gu family bloodline, or rather, Reed's life as a threat, making the Gu family army obey him. Huh. Upon hearing this, the Gideon laughed. That does sound interesting. Birch continued. The generals of the Gu family army are extremely loyal. Over the years, even I couldn't sway them. If Master kills Reed, things will surely get messy, making it hard to resolve later. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Since that's the case, let's play big this time. The Gideon smiled sinisterly and said, isn't my so-called good Roland brother close friends with that rascal Gu? Let's handle them together this time. If we can't assassinate in secret, then let's go public and let Father Emperor deal with him. As he spoke, he lowered his head, playing with Birch's body with one hand while saying, little bitch, it's time for you to exert some effort. Master, your servant is at your command. Very good. The Gideon said approvingly, Atticus's existence is a ticking bomb. I'm afraid Reed has already suspected something. Since that's the case, let him make one last contribution to our great cause. Master, what about me? You? The Gideon grabbed her and said, once the dag falls out of favor, there will be no need for you in this capital city. No, I don't want to die. Birch said in fear. Don't worry, how could I bear to let such a perfect little bitch die? The Gideon said with deep meaning. You've been worried about Atticus being exposed for a long time, haven't you? That's why you supported another person. Let him expose Atticus. As for you, from now on you'll operate in secret, making things easier for me. Saying this, he stroked Birch's head as if consoling his own little bitch. Yes. Birch closed her eyes contentedly, hiding her hatred inside. Rest assured, master. I'll do whatever you ask. Good. The Gideon laughed loudly and picked up a candle. Since you're so obedient today, I'll reward you properly. Saying this, he tilted the candle. Oomph. Lori sat dumbfounded on the threshold outside Birch's courtyard. What she saw today completely shattered all her previous beliefs. The noble princess, once the only royal bloodline of Yun Kingdom, was reduced to a plaything like a bitch. Lori felt as if her world had collapsed. She had always served her subject unconditionally, never questioning right or wrong because of her noble status as a princess. But what did she see today? Being called little bitch repeatedly, and she accepted it willingly, displaying such humility that even Lori felt an unprecedented sense of shame just witnessing it. And their plot. Lori was torn. She didn't know whether to tell Reed. Telling would mean betrayal. Not telling also seemed wrong. Chapter 183. Thoughts. Transformation. The sky gradually turned gloomy, and Christine rubbed her arms. It was much colder at night than during the day. Yet, it had been 2 hours now, and the princess was still inside. Thinking of Birch's ordeal, Christine felt a strange complexity again. Soon, footsteps came from behind, and Christine immediately stood up and turned around. Bryson's. Go to Beau's residence and tell him that this princess wishes to see him. Have him come to the villa at an appropriate time. Christine was startled by this command. Beau, one of the vice-commanders of the Imperial Guards. When did her princess have dealings with the Imperial Guards? Or more specifically, Vice-Commander Beau? The Imperial Guards of the great Lucas capital city totaled 50,000 men, with one supreme commander and 5 deputies, primarily responsible for defending the capital city. How could their princess extend her reach there? Moreover, from the tone of the princess, it seemed Beau would surely obey her commands. After enduring what happened earlier in the day, Christine felt as if her princess had changed into a different person. She dared not ask further and merely bowed her head, saying, I shall do as you bid. Ningen District, Reed's old residence. Jonas stood under the eaves, silently watching Reed who had sat motionless in the courtyard all afternoon. Since Reed arrived here, he had sat silently in the courtyard without eating or drinking and refusing any disturbance. Jonah felt a twinge of pain. Though this man had not yet taken her back to his residence officially, his treatment of her was beyond reproach. He provided her with living expenses at an extremely high standard, as servants mentioned, comparable to Reed's own, but due to Reed's frugal nature, everything was exquisite yet not excessive. While it couldn't match the luxury of aristocratic families, it certainly made her life far more comfortable than when she lived in the Farron family. Furthermore, this man even arranged secret formulas to improve her health. Indeed, after just a few days, despite winter setting in, she felt warm within her body. Though they had only known each other for a short while, Reed's caring touched Jonah deeply. She was convinced that as long as Reed didn't discard her, she was willing to stay by his side forever. A gust of cold wind blew past, and she looked up to see dark skies with something floating. It's snowing? Jonah paused momentarily. This year's first snow was unexpected. Rushing back inside, she quickly emerged with a large cloak, walked briskly to Reed, and draped it over him. Sir, it's snowing. You should return inside. It's snowing? Reed regained awareness and caught a falling snowflake on his finger, feeling a chill run through it. An indistinct image flashed in his mind. I remember seeing snow for the first time when I was 2. Mother stood by the pavilion, and I took my first unsteady steps. A faint smile appeared on Reed's face but soon vanished, replaced by profound melancholy. He said, afterwards, I never saw Mother again. Day and night, I was confined to the residence, accompanied only by an Rolandly servant. Upon hearing this, Jonah knew that Reed's mother had passed away when he was 2. Several months ago, Humbert also left us, killed. Knowing who the enemy is, but unable to seek vengeance, what am I supposed to do? That person, is it Christian? Jonah asked hesitantly. Reed was surprised and looked up at her. Why would you guess it's Christian? You. Jonah pursed her lips, then said, Lucas Anur and Uer told me that Sir handles official matters without fear of the Prime Minister or powerful clans, always acting according to principles and conscience. After careful thought, I believe the only ones who can restrain Sir are family members or Christian. What about the Dagger Princes? It won't be them. Jonah shook her head, even as a woman. I know a man as wise as Sir would never involve himself in royal disputes. Haha. Reed held her hand, laughing lightly. You are indeed very clever, just as I thought. I simply speak what I feel. Jonah slightly shook her head. Although not royalty, the Farron clan also had internal struggles. Those entangled often faced dire consequences, usually minor servants or less significant individuals. Only those who stayed out remained safe. Understanding her thoughts, Reed sighed and said, It's late. You should rest now. Jonah nodded silently. Reed stood up, helped her brush off the snowflakes on her shoulders, and said, The new year is coming soon. After the new year, I will have my mentor officiate and take you back to the residence. Marry? Jonah was slightly stunned. Reed used the word marry, not take in. Though it was just a one-character difference, the distinction was enormous. Looking at Reed's silhouette, she couldn't help but call out, Sir, what's wrong? Reed turned around. If you wish to do something for the people as an official, my humble suggestion is that you should follow your heart. If your heart isn't clear, how can you firmly serve the people? If you just get by, your current official position and rank will certainly ensure a carefree life. But if you want to stick to your original intention, you must overcome all difficulties. Hearing this, Reed shuddered. He had always been hesitant to present Rick's confession. Once his identity was confirmed, even though he wouldn't be morally condemned for his schemes against the Gu family, Adolf might inevitably have some suspicions. Being from a military family of Yun Kingdom, with Birch being a princess of Yun Kingdom, their positions were naturally seen as the same by others. Even if they were different, there would still be a bond. Nowadays, most people only think Birch has a close relationship with the Dag, unaware of everything behind her. Reed also has connections with the Dag, and given his Yun Kingdom background, it is natural to see him as part of the Dag circle. In fact, this isn't much of a problem. But Adolf is still healthy, and early contact with the heir apparent is not allowed by the Emperor. He is not yet a major figure like one of the 3 tutors to the Crown Prince. Too early involvement with the Dag. The Emperor definitely doesn't want to see it, especially since Reed is a descendant of the Gu family, with Ridge and others still guarding the border. Even if Reed remains loyal, the Emperor will keep some constraints. Throughout the thousands of years of history in the Great Empire, no capable emperor has ever fully trusted a minister. Dear, regardless of future wealth or poverty, since my heart belongs to you, I won't let you down in this life. You just focus on what you need to do. During the silence, Jonah's voice came again. But this time, the term of address had changed. Reed looked into her sparkling eyes and smiled calmly. I understand. Chapter 184. The aristocratic families prepare to counterattack, and Reed's ambition as a power minister. It was another day in the capital. Birch and Bryson III were plotting secretly, each harboring their own schemes despite their outward alliance. Reed, feeling frustrated, could only confide in Jonah and the aristocratic families. They too had reached a crucial moment of decision. Not long after Reed returned home, the major aristocratic families also began to conspire among themselves. This time, Ferdy did not just send a clerk symbolically. He personally took his seat to inform them of the decisions. At this critical juncture, we aristocratic families must have our own strategies. I want to inform everyone now to avoid greater losses for us in the days to come. Ferdy said indifferently. Xerxes was quite curious and asked, Prime Minister Hicks, what plans did you discuss with the Emperor in the imperial study today? The 5 great families of the capital. D lost his position as Minister of Rights in the land consolidation case, and the Lee family lost their position as Minister of Justice. As for the Farron family, although the Farron family did not hold any particularly powerful official positions, due to their involvement in framing Reed, Jonah, who was expected to succeed as minister within a few years, was dismissed from office. Although the Farron family still ranked among the 5 great families, they would have to remain low profile for at least 10 years. Everyone was deeply concerned about Xerxes' question. Ferdy glanced silently at Zaire and said, This matter is likely very unfavorable for you. You may not be able to go to Jizhou Prefecture, and even your position as governor of Jingzhou Prefecture might not be safe. Zaire responded quietly, I've already prepared myself for that, Brother Hicks. Why don't you talk about something else? Ferdy sighed heavily. A single land consolidation case has led to such consequences, which none of us anticipated. Our power in the court has been greatly weakened, and it will take at least a decade for our families to recover. 10 years. Brother Hicks, are you joking? Dee sneered. Even if you can't see it, the Emperor is very fond of the Crown Prince. Although their political views often differ, considering the Emperor's attitude towards our aristocratic families, the Crown Prince's position is very stable. Indeed, Brother Tang is right. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne, it will be extremely difficult for us to regain influence. Yes. The aristocratic families agreed one by one. Ferdy's face darkened. These people were all pretending to be oblivious. He said sternly, At this point, do you think such talk is useful? Or, to put it another way, if the Crown Prince is close to the aristocratic families, would you allow him to ascend the throne? As he spoke, he glanced subtly at Xerxes. Seeing this, everyone laughed awkwardly. After all, Xerxes was the uncle of Bryson II, and whether Bryson II ascended the throne directly affected the interests of the Yen family. And since the 5 great families were closely linked, they would naturally benefit if Bryson II became emperor. Ferdy continued, With so many key positions in the central government now lost, we cannot afford to lose ground locally. Otherwise, our families will suffer a severe setback. I have already decided privately today in the imperial study to surrender all the lands of our families to the court in exchange for stability in local regions. What? Everyone was stunned and immediately refused. No, absolutely not. That's right. These lands are the accumulation of hundreds of years of effort by our families. How can we hand them over to the emperor easily? It's out of the question. Yes, to take away our lands, they might as well kill us. Ferdy's face turned cold as he slapped the table. Ignorant fools. If you want to die, then go ahead, but don't drag the rest of us down with you. Ferdy shouted angrily. You never listen when I tell you to restrain yourselves. Even if you use some means, you're only spending money. Who allowed you to run wild in the local regions? The Yangtze River Delta, the most prosperous area in the empire. Have you driven the commoners to the brink? You've had no qualms about murder and arson. Do you really think the emperor won't act against you? Everyone fell silent. In the end, they were in the wrong and had to pay a price. But, all the lands, that was all their lands. Brother Hicks, our families still hold more than half of the officials. If we collectively pressure the court, perhaps, you'd be courting death. Ferdy retorted harshly. Our power in the court has been severely weakened. If you pressure the emperor, he could use the land case as an excuse to punish you. Do you think you'll be able to protect many of your people? Even if Bryson II becomes emperor, will you have anyone capable enough to take on key positions in the central government? In fact, Ferdy compromised not because he feared that Adolf would round up all the aristocratic heirs with records. Adolf was a wise man and would not make such a mutually destructive decision. But what if he only held accountable those at the level of prefects or officials of higher ranks? Once these people were punished, many capable middle-aged members of the aristocratic families would be lost. Even if the Jedi ascended the throne, they would lack competent individuals to fill key positions. Currently, commoner backgrounds already occupied multiple important positions in the court. If they vigorously promoted commoner youth during these years, when could the aristocratic families possibly rise again? Although both the Jedi and the Gideon currently lean towards the aristocratic families, once they were in power, who could guarantee their intentions wouldn't change when they saw the threat the aristocratic families posed to imperial authority? In this world, the least trustworthy are emperors. Only by having enough power can the aristocratic families balance against imperial authority, ensuring a shared rule. This question left everyone speechless. Even the Een family, who had the closest ties with the Jedi, fell into deep thought. Seeing everyone stunned, Ferdy said, "The foundation of our aristocratic families, ultimately, is still the bureaucracy. As long as we don't lose our influence there, some land, it can always be taken back." Take back. After considering for a long time, one of the Adams suddenly said, "Prime Minister Hicks, we will hand over the land. It's just some land." The Ignacio family believes in Prime Minister Hicks. The first to decide were not the 5 great families but other aristocratic families in the capital that were slightly lower in status than the 5 great families. Once the Ignacio family Adams spoke, the smaller aristocratic families echoed in agreement. Ferdy nodded in satisfaction and looked at the 5 great families. "What about you?" With less than a month until the new year, all departments of the court became abnormally busy. The year-end period involves official evaluations and assessments of various government offices, essentially an annual summary. At this court session, Reed brought something to the court again. He knew that if there were no other issues, Adolf would announce the punishment for the Gu family today. It was heard that Adolf had already met with Adon and Maverick yesterday, likely giving instructions on thoroughly investigating the land cases nationwide, since Ferdy had already compromised. Adolf naturally would not go back on his word on this matter. However, regarding the Gu family, Reed was unwilling to let go so easily. He realized that even if he were to be used as a tool, it should be done with dignity, not like how Birch suggested, acting like a mad dog biting indiscriminately. Why could the aristocratic families wrestle with Adolf? Wasn't it because of their strength? He had been too young before. If he had any real power, would Adolf have agreed? From today onward, he refused to be a deadbeat anymore. Instead, he aimed to be a powerful minister. Chapter 185. The world where Reed was injured reached its end, though the time spent in this era wasn't long, just over half a year. These past 8 years had meant that he seldom ventured outside the capital city's gates. The Gu family, aristocratic clans, all wanted his life. He had been the blade for Adolf, and he had never complained. Yet, even after being abandoned by Adolf, the Gu family remained untouchable to Reed. All he did seemed like a farce. He helped the great Lucas reclaim 6 prefectures in the north and took back land from the hands of the nobility. But what about him? His official rank rose, but this 4th-class official, apart from holding sway over commoners, was regarded by no one else in the aristocracy. Everyone believed he only relied on Adolf. Even Bryson's Jeanla dared compare him to a stray dog in front of him. Reflecting on everything, Reed suddenly felt that his current status hadn't changed much from before. If anything, it might be worse now. In the past, he was just an enemy of the Gu family, but now, putting aside widespread enmity throughout the court, the aristocrats would be happier if he were dead. Adolf could abandon Johnny without hesitation and disregard Reed's thoughts when making deals with the aristocrats. Since that was the case, he needed to make these people fear him. The emperor's trust always depended on value and power. If his support came solely from Adolf, it wouldn't be enough to protect himself. In the eyes of the emperor, nothing could compare to the importance of the empire. Although Adolf was also a capable and enlightened founder, he still fell short compared to emperors like Li Shimin, Zhu Yuanzhang, and Alfredo, let alone the unparalleled Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi. Speaking of ministerial principles, Yu Qian was certainly a revered figure in history, but Adolf was not Alfredo. Indeed, after listening to Aiden's report, Ferdy immediately stepped forward in the imperial court. "Your Majesty, yesterday, Reginald, the accomplice in the Jizhou land encroachment case, recanted his confession in prison. He admitted that everything that happened in Jizhou was due to the greed of himself and other main decision-makers in the Gu family. This case was not instigated by Johnny. After receiving this information, I consulted with relevant departments overnight and confirmed many inconsistencies in the case file. I am distressed and humbly request your Majesty's leniency to prevent another tragedy like that of Gua and Jiang 2 years ago." All civil and military officials were surprised. Unexpected twists in a nearly concluded case led to a buzz among the officials. Upon hearing this, Adolf glanced at Reed, who appeared indifferent as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Feeling slightly relieved, he turned to the Crown Prince and asked, "Bryson, your son is here. Is what Minister Hicks says true? Dag requests your permission to explain." Regarding this matter, the Crown Prince paused, glancing at Reed, feeling a bit uneasy. He knew well how hard Reed had worked against the Gu family and the aristocratic clans supporting Ferdy. Now, he sighed slightly, what Minister Hicks said is true. After recanting, this person committed suicide in prison. After discussing with several ministers all night, many accusations made by Reginald lack substantial evidence. Adolf nodded slightly. With the Crown Prince vouching, this must be credible. However, Reginald did rely on Johnny's influence, and without Johnny's actions in earlier years, today's calamity might not have happened. Concerning this, Your Majesty, Ferdy expressed profound grief. Johnny is my son-in-law. With such grave crimes committed by the Gu family, I can't face Your Majesty. However, Johnny has made contributions. Even though he is guilty, it was due to unscrupulous servants. While I dare not plead his innocence, the previous judgment was indeed too severe. I humbly ask for lighter punishment. Adolf frowned slightly, seemingly conflicted. After some thought, he said, since Minister Hicks pleads for mercy, most accusations were made by unscrupulous servants. However, thousands of lives are at stake in Jizhou, which cannot be ignored. Otherwise, the common people will not accept it. So, strip Johnny of his titles and positions, reclaim the state-granted mansion, spare his life? Wow. Upon this ruling, all officials were astonished. They were clear about how Reed handled this case initially. The records were clear. But today, even with someone recanting, why would the verdict change so quickly? Those who could stand in the imperial court were all shrewd individuals. They glanced at Reed, giving him pitiful looks, thinking that after all his efforts, even enduring the maiming of betraying his biological father, he ended up with such an outcome. Reed closed his eyes slightly, seemingly indifferent to the gazes from the court. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Officials aligned with Ferdy all shot disdainful glances at Reed. What good did it do to have the Emperor's trust? What difference did his extraordinary abilities make? In front of the aristocratic clans, all your efforts can be undone by a few words from them. Do you really think we are just decorations in the court? Adon, Reed's mentor and a senior who had always been optimistic about his future, gave him a somewhat pained look. Yesterday, he and the Crown Prince were summoned to the Imperial study, where Adolf directly laid out how the case should be handled. He then spoke about the case involving Johnny. The Crown Prince and Adon were initially unwilling, but how could they possibly defy the Emperor? Ultimately, only Reed's world of injury came to an end. Seeing that the Qinglu faction did not oppose the matter, some officials in the Ferdy camp began to get restless. After some consideration, one official suddenly stepped forward. Your Majesty. This minister believes that as a deputy minister of the Supreme Court, Reed failed to discern the truth from the words of lowly servants, almost leading to Johnny being wrongfully sentenced to death. Such actions clearly show that Reed is too hasty and unfit for a key position in the Supreme Court. Furthermore, as Johnny is Reed's biological father, despite the saying heaven, earth, sovereign, kin, and teacher, facing his father's crimes, he did not conduct a thorough investigation but instead blindly believed the words of a guilty servant. Considering this, he does not deserve to be called filial. Reed has committed dereliction of duty and disloyalty to his parents. This minister believes that he can no longer remain in the imperial court. A man who shows no filial piety like this will only tarnish the dignity of this grand hall. I hereby request your majesty to dismiss Reed. Chapter 186. Reed impeached, each with their own schemes. Impeach Reed? Many people were instantly taken aback upon hearing this. In the last court session, Reed had been in high spirits, boldly asking for the dismissal of the prime minister. But today, he was targeted by someone who accused him of being unfilial and demanded Adolf to impeach Reed. Adolf and Dag's faces darkened at this. To impeach Reed? What the hell? Don't they clearly know what's really going on? However, they didn't expect that by changing Johnny's crime, Reed would become unfilial. Though Reed had once been known as unfilial before, after all, there was still the Confucian ethics to protect him. Others could discuss it privately, but they couldn't harm Reed in any way. Even if Reed was promoted later, officials and even the Emperor could not use this as a weapon against him. But now, if this change goes through, then Reed's name as an unfilial son will be solidified. Yesterday, Adolf was so preoccupied with reclaiming the land of aristocratic families that he forgot Reed could deal with Johnny's crimes without too much impact on himself, due to both evidence and ethics. But now, Reed's accusations have been overturned, making him seem like he has falsely accused his biological father, especially as Deputy Minister of Justice. This crime. Suddenly, Adolf felt as if he was hoisting the stone only to drop it on his own feet. If he punished Reed today, even if their relationship wouldn't completely break, a rift would exist. He still needed Reed's help in the future. Besides, anyone with eyes could see through this. Who would remain loyal to Adolf after this? He discreetly glanced at Ferdy, seeing the old fox with a hint of smugness. The day before yesterday, Ferdy visited Adolf to exonerate Johnny. Firstly, because Johnny is indeed his son-in-law. If Johnny wasn't treated well, others like Carrie wouldn't fare better. Secondly, it's to dig a pit for Reed. The matter in court today, though no one was instructed directly, everyone knew. If Johnny's crime is false, then naturally, Reed was accusing him falsely. Falsely accusing his own father. Such a great sin of unfilial piety could pin Reed forever on the pillar of shame. At this moment, Adolf's previous joy vanished, replaced by a heavy heart. He had already determined the nature of Johnny's crimes and asked the Crown Prince to confirm it. Reversing this would damage the dignity of the Emperor and even tarnish the Crown Prince's reputation. Ferdy had dug a pit big enough to trap them both. If he condemned Reed, it would inevitably alienate him and dishearten loyalists. Not condemning him would mean disregarding law and showing undue favoritism. Worse yet, reversing his words now would ruin both the Emperor's and Crown Prince's dignity and make him appear indecisive. Seeing the smugness in Ferdy's eyes, Adolf knew he was being provoked. But, this situation is really hard to handle. After some thought, remembering Reed's usual cleverness, he asked, Minister Gu, do you admit this crime? I will follow your Majesty's command. Reed stepped forward slowly, his face calm despite his heart racing with joy. The more these people accuse him, the more shocking the eventual twist will be. Initially, he thought Adolf would be displeased since he had just pardoned Johnny. But now, this is about self-preservation. As for the question from Adolf, his silence aims to see how far the Emperor will go. Frankly speaking, ever since the Emperor spoke of pardoning Johnny 2 days ago, he had been very dissatisfied. Only after Jonah's words did he harbor thoughts of becoming a powerful minister. He had made up his mind never to work for Adolf so diligently again. Why should I bear all the burdens alone? The moment he was impeached, he realized the key point. No matter what choice Adolf makes, Reed will suffer greatly. Certainly, if Reed exposed Johnny's crimes before Adolf's decision, it would save the Emperor's embarrassment. But doing so might make the Emperor think he can be bullied in the future. Reed remained calm, causing Adon great anxiety. For Reed, this was his last chance to turn things around. His silence suggested he saw no hope. Adolf and the Crown Prince looked slightly disappointed, filled with regret for having fallen into a trap. Adolf's face darkened, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He said unhappily, as the Deputy Minister of Justice, Reed failed to thoroughly investigate the case, leading to such a significant oversight, and thus bears the responsibility for negligence. Considering your contributions in reclaiming lost territories, I shall not revoke previous rewards. However, the penalty for negligence cannot be overlooked. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your duties as Deputy Minister of Justice and must retire to reflect on your conduct. With that, Adolf stood up and left the hall, clearly displeased. Today, being outwitted by Ferdy, he was forced to sacrifice Reed. But he still showed some mercy, refraining from labeling him with the serious charge of filial impiety. The rewards previously granted for his achievements were not reclaimed. Only his position as Deputy Minister of Justice was taken away. His honorary title of fourth-rank official was left untouched. Even so, he remained irked. Reed calmly removed his official hat, placing it gently at the center of the hall before bowing toward the dragon throne. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Amidst the shocked gazes of the officials, he walked out of the hall, emitting hearty laughter. Hearing this laughter as he had not yet left far, Adolf suddenly felt uneasy. To others, Reed was using laughter to mask his disappointment over his dismissal, but some discerned something different from his laughter. That feeling was like he had finally broken free from some kind of shackles. Adolf signaled an attendant beside him, who immediately understood and hurriedly followed after Reed. By now, Reed had already left the hall, but his laughter still echoed. Previously, he had felt grateful for the care shown by Adolf and the Crown Prince, making him somewhat conflicted about his decision. But now, this decisive move by Adolf cleanly severed his inner restraints. From today onward, he would act solely according to his own will, no longer bound by impractical obligations. Neither Adolf nor the Crown Prince could do this. While laughing, he walked toward the Ministry of Justice, pursued by an attendant. Mr. Gu. Reed turned around, looked at the attendant, and smiled, saying, Eunuch Adonis, since I have resigned my post, calling me adult is inappropriate. Since you've come today, accompany me to the Ministry of Justice. I have a few items to deliver to Christian. Ha ha ha. Chapter 187 Adolf's suspicion. Darcy's actions left Senior Eunuch Adonis somewhat stunned. He was handing something to Christian? Did this mean that Darcy wouldn't meet the Emperor as requested? The two arrived at the Dali Temple, and Darcy walked into his office, directly took something out from his sleeve, and then turned to hand it over to Senior Eunuch Adonis. This is an old case I have been investigating these past few days. I originally intended to present it to your majesty after gathering more evidence. Now, I won't have the honor of seeing Christian again. Please trouble you to forward it for me. Sir Gu, your majesty. That's enough, your grace. The contents here concern the safety of our great Lucas. Please don't delay this matter. Saying this, he placed the items heavily into Senior Eunuch Adonis's hands. He then tidied up his things briefly and left his office without any regret. His actions left his colleagues and subordinates in the Dali Temple dazed. This Sir Gu seems a bit off today. Senior Eunuch Adonis returned to the imperial study in bewilderment. Seeing him return alone, Adolf immediately darkened in expression. Where is Darcy? Why did he disobey my order? Senior Eunuch Adonis suddenly trembled, realizing he hadn't had time to inform Darcy of the imperial summons. Your majesty. Senior Eunuch Adonis stammered. This servant rushed out just now but didn't get a chance to convey your majesty's command when Sir Gu pulled me aside, saying he needed to present something of grave importance to your majesty about the safety of our great Lucas. I followed him to the Dali Temple, fetched the items, and Sir Gu urged me to submit them to your majesty immediately. This servant commits a crime punishable by death. Kneeling on the ground, Senior Eunuch Adonis held the items high in both hands. Adolf. So, there comes a day when even my decree cannot be properly conveyed. Looking at the trembling Senior Eunuch Adonis and the documents he was holding aloft, thinking about the gravity of the cases presented by Darcy, all of which were serious matters, he walked over, took the documents with one hand, and kicked him away with the other. Not being able to handle such a simple task, leave my sight. Yes, leaving immediately. Senior Eunuch Adonis kept knocking his head against the floor, repeating, Thank your majesty for sparing me. Thank your majesty for sparing me, before hastily crawling out of the imperial study. Just as Senior Eunuch Adonis crawled out of the imperial study, he hadn't risen yet when he heard a sudden smack behind him. Fool! Adolf's furious shout resounded, and on the ground lay Darcy's memorial. Hearing the emperor's intense anger, Senior Eunuch Adonis simply stayed prone on the ground. Fool! Adolf muttered under his breath, while pacing anxiously back and forth. Seeing Senior Eunuch Adonis still lying at the entrance, he roared, Old dog! Why are you still sprawled there? Get inside! Yes. Senior Eunuch Adonis returned to the imperial study with a pained face. Adolf's eyes, filled with suspicion, asked, You're certain this item was given to you by Darcy at the Dali Temple? Precisely so. This servant followed Sir Gu to the Dali Temple, and he handed it over right at his office. A hint of doubt flashed in Adolf's eyes, but seeing Senior Eunuch Adonis didn't seem to be lying, he scolded, Get out. Senior Eunuch Adonis. Suddenly, he felt a bit tired. They say serving an emperor is like walking beside a tiger. At this moment, he wanted to go home and raise pigs. The emperor was too terrifying. After Senior Eunuch Adonis left, Adolf picked up the fallen memorial, read through it silently, then finished reviewing the other documents. Finally, he collapsed into his dragon throne, drained of energy. After some time, he spoke, Gage. Gage instantly appeared in the imperial study, bowing respectfully. What does your majesty need? Come here, take a look at this. Adolf handed Darcy's memorial to Gage, who began reading it carefully. The more he read, the more shocked he became. After a moment, he looked up at Adolf. Your majesty, this? How genuine do you think this is? Your majesty, this servant. Gage lowered his eyes and said, If everything Sir Gu said is true, then everything makes sense. Do you believe it's true? At least, there are no loopholes in this memorial. Without considering evidence, it's hard for this servant to believe it could be false. However, all of this needs concrete proof. Evidence. Adolf murmured softly twice, then took out several letters from his desk and handed them to Gage. Upon opening them, Gage's pupils constricted. Your Majesty, this? Gage stared dumbfounded at Adolf. Adolf gave a self-deprecating smile. Oh, these ministers of mine, each and every one, truly excellent. Gage lowered his head at once, standing to the side upon hearing this. One shouldn't respond rashly to what Adolf was saying now. Enraged to the core yet unsure how to vent, Adolf initially thought Reed deliberately concealed and failed to report matters when he first saw the memorial. It was just retaliation for what happened 2 days ago. That was why he had asked Adonis Gungong to verify repeatedly. After confirming that Reed indeed handed over the items only after reaching the Dali temple, he felt he wronged Reed again but couldn't help but grumble inwardly. It was such a big matter, yet he kept it under wraps all along. What did he want? If Reed had reported earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to spare Johnny. Now, they convicted Johnny first and overturned it today, only to convict Reed, and then plot twist. Johnny turned out to be a traitor leading to the death of more than 100,000 soldiers on the frontier. Could he just ignore this? Of course not. But imprisoning the entire Gu family now would make everything he did in court today into a complete joke. And about Reed's identity. Did this kid know his true identity long ago, so he couldn't wait to get rid of Johnny? There were also several former generals from the old Gu family army stationed on the frontier, and if Reed had connections with these people, it might lead to quite a dilemma. Adolf's face flickered between cloudy and clear. He asked, who has Reed been in contact with since he came back from the north? Fred Gu? Gage glanced curiously at Adolf and said, Fred Gu usually stays indoors, and mostly reads or writes at home, hardly interacting with others. According to reports from spies below, apart from occasionally having meals or drinking with colleagues at the Dali temple, Fred Gu only drank with Galen, the minister of the Ministry of Reception. Besides that, there was no interaction with anyone else. A rather simple life. Muttering under his breath, Adolf didn't doubt Gage's intelligence at all. However, Gage seemed to recall something and suddenly said, right, Fred Gu met Bryson's Trish 2 days ago. Trish. Adolf's expression changed drastically. Chapter 188. Not a slave. Being a concubine is also acceptable. Did they say anything? Lucas D blurted out almost instinctively. Gage shook his head. They did not spend much time together, and they didn't avoid outsiders. However, it seemed that their conversation was very unpleasant. Minister Gu even laid hands on someone, and it looked quite heavy. Is that so? Lucas D lowered his head, walking back and forth as if lost in thought. Gage added, also, previously when Minister Gu escorted Rick into the capital, outside the city, Bryson Sua Huang attempted to kill Rick. She was stopped by Minister Gu and reminded of her position, leading her to withdraw. Lucas D waved his hand. Reed had already told him about this incident. Concerning the reputation of the DAG, Reed's actions were justified. But, Lucas D said, judging by their actions, these two should have had other contacts. Have the internal guard investigate thoroughly and see if there are any further interactions between them. With Reed's identity exposed, Lucas D's suspicions were roused, particularly given how extraordinary Reed's identity was. Although the Gu family army no longer existed, the cunning design of Johnny and Rick allowed Ridge and a few others to break through the encirclement. Such military talent was truly exceptional. These people now guarded the border regions. If Reed and Bryson's Jinil Huang were indeed plotting something, it would introduce a highly unstable element across the entire Lucas Empire's borders. Few knew Bryson's Jinil Huang's true identity, but Gage was one of them. He understood Lucas D's concerns. Now, ordered by Lucas D to have the internal guard monitor Reed, he dared not oppose. However, regarding Johnny, he asked, Your Majesty, how shall we handle the Gu family? And Gu's son, Porter, is still stationed at the border. What about him? Let's put Rick on trial first. Gage was taken aback, asking, about the early matters involving Johnny? No, this matter is basically clear. There's no need for another trial. Ask him what benefits Reed promised him to make him confess all of this. Yes. After Gage left, Lucas D turned back to look at the things left behind by Reed, his doubts growing. Reed knew so much but revealed nothing until today, right after sacrificing Reed's interests. It was too coincidental to be unintentional. In the following days, apart from visiting Jonah, Reed went nowhere else. Every day, he stayed home drinking with Zane and others, or read books and practiced calligraphy. Throughout the capital, rumors of Reed's unfilial acts spread wildly, and now he had even lost his position as undersecretary of the Board of Punishments. The mansion was unusually quiet these days. Servants tiptoed cautiously. Stacy and Aaliyah, seeing Reed indulge in drinking daily, assumed he was drowning his sorrows, feeling worried. A few days ago, the emperor issued an edict to reopen a case from 2 years ago. Though it was yet unresolved, everyone knew that the crimes of the Gua and Jiang families would likely be cleared. Stacy and Aaliyah felt genuinely grateful to Reed. Before their own fates were decided, Reed lost his official title. Everyone knew Reed was innocent, but the emperor had decreed, and who could change such words? Hadn't it been the same with their own families long ago? That day, Stacy and Aaliyah brought tea and snacks to Reed's residence, finding him holding a wine pot, scribbling on paper, occasionally taking a swig. Reed's recent routine had almost become predictable. The two exchanged glances. Fred, you must eat something besides just drinking all day. Stacy snatched the wine pot from his hand, while Aaliyah pulled him away from the desk. All right, stop pulling me around. Reed put down his brush, glaring at the two maids. You're getting bold, managing my affairs now? Our household has no mistress, so naturally, Stacy and I will take care of your daily needs, Stacy huffed, with Aaliyah nodding beside her. All right. Reed tapped the maid's forehead and then took out 2 items from the desk drawer. You both will soon be exonerated, so you won't be disgraced anymore. Here are your indenture papers. From now on, you're free. Stacy and Aaliyah stared dumbfoundedly at the papers, their lips trembling but their hands as if weighed down by iron, unable to reach out. Why the stunned look? You will be restored to good standing. Come, give me a smile. Reed held their hands, placing the indenture papers in their palms with a smile. This case still needs some time to conclude, but there won't be any surprises now. Your clansmen will soon return. These days you can still live in the mansion, and once your families come back, you can reunite. After the case is concluded, the court will also return your family's former properties. I imagine Christian will offer corresponding compensation as well. In the future, as he spoke, Reed's smile never faded, but after speaking for so long, he realized the two girls hadn't moved. Looking up, he saw their eyes filled with tears. Startled, Reed hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Master, are you not wanting us anymore?" Stacy looked at Reed with weight sheet. Grievance. Reed's heart softened immediately. He said, "You're talking nonsense. I've gotten used to having you around. But now that the court has decreed to clear your family's names, you will once again be the young misses of respectable families. As for Aaliyah..." "Master." Aaliyah knelt gracefully on the ground. "I was born into a lowly status, and in the Gua family, I was merely a concubine. Now that Fred Gua has passed away, I have nowhere else to go." "I'm not leaving either," Stacy stubbornly stated. "Our family was punished long ago, and both Aaliyah and I were sent to the music bureau. Even though we remain pure, would outsiders easily believe it?" Reed glared. "What do you want then? You don't want to get married for life? How old are you two? There's still plenty of time ahead." "No way. I won't either." Stacy huffed. "Aaliyah and I are like this now, and we've served as maids in the mansion for so long. If we leave, others will think we've lost our virtue. Rather than being treated badly outside, we'd rather serve Master for life. At least Master treats Aaliyah and me as humans." The corners of Reed's mouth twitched. He sternly replied, "You're harming me. The court has restored your family's reputations, making you honorable women. Why are you serving as maids in my mansion? People might think I'm forcing good women into slavery." "No way, absolutely not." Stacy and Aaliyah exchanged looks, as if they had made a decision. They suddenly untied their waistbands, revealing much. "If we can't be slaves, then Stacy and Aaliyah will be your concubines." With that, the two directly pounced on Reed. Oh no. Chapter 189. The Unparalleled White Lotus Jingle Adonis. Reed enjoyed the utmost tenderness, and it was not until nightfall that he watched the two already sleeping individuals with a slight shake of his head and a bitter smile. What the hell is going on here? The feudal society is truly amazing. He realized that this matter seemed to have only a first time and countless times after. Ever since he had that affair with Jonah, his resistance to women's charms seemed to drop almost to zero. Rubbing his somewhat sore waist, these two demons, if it weren't for his martial arts skills, he might not even be able to get out of bed today. Forget it. It's deep into the night. It's time to sleep. The Imperial Villa. Paige wore a black silk dress and quietly stood by the candle stand. Before long, a gust of wind blew in, making the candle flicker slightly. The door opened, and a figure clad in a black cloak walked in. From his build, it should be a tall man, who looked at Paige with fiery eyes. Especially the fair and delicate skin revealed under the thin dress made his heart race. "Balthazar has come." Paige smiled coquettishly and gently rose, walking to a desk where she picked up a wine pot to pour a cup of wine. She held the cup gracefully. "It's freezing outside, but I had no choice but to invite the Balthazar over. Please have a sip of warm wine to warm yourself." The man referred to as Balthazar never took his eyes off Paige's charming face. He unconsciously took the cup of wine, feeling a shiver of ecstasy when he touched her delicate hand. Your Highness." The man knocked over the wine cup, his large hands capturing Paige's small hands. "Balthazar." Paige frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. Yet there were ripples of light in her eyes. "Did you come here just to tease me? Although I admire the Balthazar, how can you act so rashly?" "Tea this." The man gave a sheepish laugh and subconsciously released her hand. Paige, like a doting wife, reached out to untie the cloak from the man's body. "Balthazar, a brave warrior like you seems too timid. With such timidity, when will you reach high positions?" The man paid no heed, still fixated on Paige's face. "Balthazar." Paige pouted playfully, pretending to be upset. The man immediately came to his senses and chuckled bitterly. "Your Highness, it's my fault. Balthazar, capable both in literature and military affairs, could never be deemed incapable." Paige placed her hand on the man's mouth and leaned closer, the faint fragrance enveloping them, causing the man to lose himself momentarily, hugging Paige instinctively. "Your Highness." The man suddenly started kissing Paige passionately, causing her to struggle like a startled rabbit. However, her small frame was no match for him, and she eventually stopped resisting. As he kissed her, he suddenly heard soft sobs and stopped abruptly, lifting his head to see tears streaming down Paige's face. "Your Highness, you. I apologize, Your Highness. I overstepped boundaries. Paige continued sobbing, not responding, which made the man feel even more ashamed. Several times, he wanted to console her but didn't know what to say. Finally, he slapped himself hard across the face. Smack. The sound was loud. Paige seemed frightened, raising her head dazedly, forgetting to cry. When the man saw her looking at him, he raised his hand again. "Balthazar, why are you doing this?" Paige quickly pulled back the man's hand, saying, "It's all my fault. Why do you blame yourself so much?" Your Highness, it's wrong of me to offend you." "No, it's not your fault. Just now, I thought about possibly never seeing you again, which made me sorrowful. It's not your fault." When Paige spoke, the man was stunned. Never seeing each other again? What did that mean? He quickly grabbed Paige's hand, asking, "Your Highness, what happened? Has someone bullied you?" Paige hesitated, several times opening her mouth but swallowing the words. This made the man anxious like an ant on a hot pan. "Your Highness, speak. As long as I'm here, I'll follow you through fire and water without hesitation." The man thumped his chest loudly. Paige sighed sadly. "I only blame myself for being weak, unable to change anything. Now, I am mere prey for others' knives." "Never mind. Let's leave it at that. There's no need for the Balthazar to worry. Meeting the Balthazar today, I am content. Tomorrow, even if I am on the execution ground, I will remember meeting the Balthazar. I sniffle. She cried softly once more as she spoke. Bryson's. The man, looking at Paige's state, felt conflicted inside. Seeing his hesitation, Paige cried even harder. Well then, I agree to Bryson's request. The man closed his eyes as if making a final decision. Paige immediately stopped her crying and looked at the man in great shock. For a long while, she suddenly gave a bitter smile and said, Balthazar, let's forget it. This matter is no small affair. I wouldn't wish to put you in danger like this. It's only that my fate is unfortunate. No, I promised you. The man earnestly said, since I admire Bryson so much, naturally I would go through fire and water without hesitation. But it's too perilous. There might not be much chance of success. Bryson did say that we have the dag to assist us. I've thought about this over these few days, and there is indeed a great possibility. But, Bryson's, please stop talking. The man hastily interrupted her with affectionate eyes. Bryson's also mentioned, as long as we succeed in this, then we can ask the dag for your hand in marriage at that time. This is my deepest desire. Balthazar. Paige called out in deep emotion, but the man softly said, Bryson's, let's leave other words for later. Now I just want to know, what should I do? Balthazar. The man looked at Paige firmly, and Paige resignedly said, all right, since Balthazar has made up your mind, I will tell you. Do you still remember the last time I invited you to visit? Yes. The man nodded, asking, did the Gideon make a move? Yes. Paige lamented, Balthazar knows, although the dag and I are not real siblings, he treats me like a real sister. I have no one else in Dacia, so I chose to help him. Just because Esau from the Internal Guard was once part of our secret military force in Yun country, and out of old ties, I joined the dag, relaying information through me. But the Gideon found out about this, and used it to threaten me. This beast, appearing human but acting like a beast, how could I possibly agree to help him? Initially, I planned to just placate him, but I didn't expect him to report this matter to Christian. Now Esau is in prison. As long as Esau speaks up, I probably won't escape either. Chapter 190. The Watered White Lotus, with ambitions so damned vast. What? The man's eyes widened. He never would have thought that things had escalated to such a point. Last time Bryson's Tinsley approached him, she wanted him to find an opportunity to kill the Gideon. But back then, he was afraid and didn't agree. Milady, it's all because I was too timid at the time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a passive situation now. This matter does not blame Balthazar. After all, he is a prince. You, who are loyal to Daya, would never do such a disloyal thing. It's my own fault for having concerns and not speaking openly. Now this matter not only threatens Liu's life, but also involves Dagbrother. As a general loyal to his highness, if something happens to the dag, there will likely be no chance of turning things around. How can this be? How could it be like this? The man was none other than Bo, the deputy commander of the palace guards, who owed much to the dag in his early years and had since become one of the dag's men. He had visited the dag's mansion 2 years ago and accidentally met Tinsley. At first sight, he was astonished by her beauty and became hopelessly infatuated with her. Tinsley seemed not to reject him either. In the following few years, they met several times more, and every time Bo saw Tinsley, he was enchanted by her. Last time Tinsley approached him, she promised that if he could eliminate the Gideon, she would ask the dag to arrange their marriage for her. Bo felt his heart burning hot, yet assassinating a prince was a serious matter which made him hesitate. Unexpectedly, due to his fear, the situation had deteriorated to this extent. Feeling guilty, he blamed himself. Milady, it's all because of me, all because of my cowardice. Your highness has been kind to me, and Milady has favored me so greatly. It's all. No. Tinsley quickly said, it's also because I didn't speak clearly at first. Otherwise, given your loyalty, you certainly wouldn't have refused. Sigh. Bo lamented. Now the new year is approaching. The emperor has ordered all princes to prepare for the festivities. It's already too late to get rid of him now. Balthazar, now that Esau is imprisoned, do you think killing the Gideon would still be of any use? Tinsley shook her head with a bitter smile. We are at a critical moment. Once this happens, the dag will surely be confined in his mansion, and I won't escape death either. What can we do? I absolutely cannot let you come to harm. Bo exclaimed in alarm. Tinsley sighed. Now we can only strike first while matters are still unsettled, helping the dag seize the throne as soon as possible. Only then can. Milady, you want to rebel? Bo's mouth gaped open. He never expected it to escalate from assassination to rebellion directly. That's the crime that punishes 9 generations of families, milady. Doesn't assassinating a prince carry the same consequence? Tinsley scoffed. You really are a coward. Now that everything is exposed, if we don't act first, once our necks are under the axe, none of us will escape. The loyalty to the dag cannot hide from those with intentions, and when the dag falls, your position in the palace guards might not even hold. But rebellion was still far too extreme. He had merely 10,000 troops under his command, while the palace guards had another 40,000. He simply wasn't enough. Balthazar, there's no room for hesitation anymore. Tinsley said softly, if his highness becomes emperor, you will be the first great contributor of the new era. Titles and glory won't be out of reach. With these accomplishments, you can request to marry me from his highness. Otherwise, with your current status, even if I admire you, it may just be, but this is so difficult. Although my troops guard the palace, there are still other units of palace guards within the palace. But what if it's your turn to be on duty that day? Bo was stunned and asked, Milady, are you saying? There will be one last grand assembly before the government takes a break to prepare for the New Year celebrations. Even if something happens now, it won't be dealt with until next year. Using this window, if we make a move on New Year's Eve, we'll gain a higher likelihood of success. On New Year's Eve? Bo paused, then recalled Tinsley's previous words. You mean on New Year's Eve when I'm on duty? Precisely, Tinsley replied. This has already been arranged by His Highness. As long as you nod now, honor and wealth, power and fame, and even, I will be yours too. Tinsley gave him a shy yet enticing look, and Bo involuntarily swallowed. But considering it was about rebellion, he was scared and quite hesitant. Seeing his doubt, Tinsley did not disturb him, but instead her eyes filled with tears. Looking at her, Bo felt immensely sorry. On one side were his loyalty to the master and his love for her, and on the other was a capital crime, leaving him extremely conflicted. After a long while, Bryson's Tinsley suddenly took something out from her bosom, seemingly in infinite sorrow, and slowly poured some medicinal powder into the wine glass. Your rendezship? Bo watched Tinsley in shock. Tinsley said coldly, rebellion is no trivial matter. If you hesitate, Balthazar, we won't be able to succeed even if forced. Let's not trouble you with this matter. However, as a princess of Yun country, how can I bear the humiliation of prison? Today, I will end my life with this poison cup, hoping that on my future anniversary, you might pour a thin drink at my grave. No, no way. Bo's eyes were red with anger as he reached out to snatch the wine glass, but Tinsley resisted. Don't care about me. I'd rather die than suffer such disgrace. Bryson's, I agree. I'll do whatever you ask. Tinsley suddenly paused, raising her head suspiciously and asked, really? Truly? Yes, really. Not regretful? Never regretful. Bo answered firmly, then softened his tone. I have never seen a woman like you, Bryson's, Balthazar, don't say more. I trust you. Tinsley looked at Bo with affectionate eyes. After a while, she said, but now the situation is urgent. There are several things I need to tell you. Now, both Bryson Esau and I are at risk of exposure. As the crown prince, His Highness would not be punished right away, but I am different. What is your rendezship plan to do then? I plan to leave the capital tonight and wait for you at an estate 10 miles north of the city. To prevent anyone from controlling you, I intend to take your Rolandly mother and only son with me, so that they cannot be used as hostages against you. What? Bo was stunned. As the deputy commander of the palace guards, he naturally had relations with women, but his wife died early, leaving behind only a young son and an old mother. He thought for a moment and nodded. Bryson's, your consideration is thorough. This matter is significant. It's true that having my mother and son leave the capital will ease my concerns. I will follow your lead. He knew that with these words, he had cut off all retreat. However, whether this was genuine or a threat could not be determined immediately. He looked at Tinsley and said, Bryson's, this matter is dangerous, and I'm not sure if it will succeed. But now I have one wish. Upon hearing this, Tinsley understood clearly in her heart. She lightly tapped Bo on the forehead. You fool. Speaking, her hand slowly reached toward the rope knot at her waist. Chapter 191. Had her way and now prepares to rebel. After an indeterminate amount of time, Paige looked at the neatly dressed Bo with affectionate eyes and said, Balthazar, I now belong completely to you. In the future, do not forget that Lahuan will always wait for you at home. My princess, rest assured, I shall never fail you in this life. After this display of tenderness, Bo no longer harbored any suspicions, for in his view, this woman had given him everything and naturally leaned toward him. At first, when Paige said she wanted to take away his family, he suspected it was her way of controlling him, which led to his demand for a shared night. She just wanted to see if Paige merely intended to threaten him with his family or truly cared for him. Unexpectedly, Paige's decisiveness quickly dispelled all his doubts. After Bo left, Paige couldn't help but lean over the bed, retching, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes after being repeatedly humiliated by such a rough brute as Bo. It made her feel inwardly disgusted. After a while, she lifted her head, her face contorted with madness. You have all wronged me so. I will surely make you die, leave you without even a place to bury your corpses. The fire of hatred in Paige's eyes seemed capable of burning everything. Her hysterical yet extremely restrained voice made anyone who heard it feel a chill deep within. Just you wait. One day, I will crush you and the entire Great Lucas under my feet. Definitely. Paige cast a disdainful glance at the marks on her body and went behind the screen to wash herself, scrubbing as though she wanted to peel off her skin. After some time, there was a knock at the door. Paige snapped back to reality. She slightly concealed her venomous expression and reverted to her usual self, calling out, come in. Shortly after, her personal maid approached. She stood outside the screen and respectfully called, Bryson's. Is everything taken care of? Paige asked coolly. Reporting to Bryson's, Bo's Rolandly mother and son have been brought back. Did he suspect anything along the way? No. Good. Our people will withdraw from the capital shortly, operating covertly henceforth. In the future, matters in the capital will be handed over to you. Remember, do not act rashly without my orders. Bryson's, after laying so many plans in the capital for so long, are we really going to leave like this? If we don't leave, are we supposed to perish with them? The maid hesitated, but ultimately remained silent. Seeing this, Paige said coldly, if you have something to ask, then ask. No need to hold back. The maid's name was Roxy. Though ostensibly Paige's maid, she was actually her most trusted subordinate, maintaining a low profile, with few knowing of her existence. Except for Paige, she never revealed her true identity to anyone. Bryson's, your intention to deal with the prince and the crown prince, I can understand. But why must Bryson's also target Reed? Be mindful of his status. Roxy paused for a moment before adding, moreover, although he has only recently joined the court, his depth and skills are top-notch. If we could recruit him, it would greatly benefit Bryson's plans. He won't escape. Previously, when he discovered my involvement in the internal guard, he didn't report it. That day, Atticus and Elise both went together. Atticus could not have hidden it. Paige remarked dispassionately, furthermore, he is entirely devoted to Great Lucas. Such a person is useless to us and would become our greatest adversary. Might as well let him go down with the crown prince. Dag. Roxy's expression grew complicated. Everyone knew how the dag treated Paige. But, Roxy, those who aspire to great things do not dwell on trivialities. To achieve our goals, this crown prince must not be left alive. Paige continued as if reading Roxy's thoughts. Like his father, the crown prince would certainly rely on Reed to continue the struggle against the aristocratic families should he ascend the throne. On the other hand, the second prince's ascension would be different. Even if he changes his mindset later, before taking full control, he would likely order the repeal of Adolf's new policies to appease the aristocratic families. At that time, chaos would reign within Great Lucas, the greatest turmoil since its founding. As long as Great Lucas remains unstable, we will have our chance. At that time, all we need to do is raise our voices, and many will rally to our cause. Does Bryson's intend to use Reed's reform methods? Yes, to win the favor of the commoners, we must use Reed's reforms. He once said correctly, in this world, the ones paying taxes to the emperor are the commoners, not officials. The commoners stand on the side of the emperor. Roxy felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this. It's a pity that such a great talent cannot be utilized for our cause. Otherwise, it would have been a sure bet for him to become a high-ranking minister in the future. Now he can only sacrifice himself for Rhonda's grand cause. What a pity. All right, everything has been made clear. Let's withdraw from the capital as soon as possible. Paige waved her hand slightly and put on a black robe over her shoulders. The two ladies descended the stairs. Christine was waiting downstairs. Upon seeing Paige approach, Christine immediately greeted her. Rhonda, everything is ready. We can evacuate the capital immediately. Good. Paige said, let's go. As she spoke, she walked straight past Christine. Just as they were about to pass each other, Paige's face changed slightly. She stopped, turned around, and looked at Christine. Rhonda, do you have any other instructions? Christine asked. Paige narrowed her eyes. Faye, we've been through so much together. I don't want you to hide anything from me. Why would you say that, my lady? How could I dare to hide anything from you? Kill her. Paige did not want to say more, leaving only a casual remark behind. Upon hearing this, Christine was shaken to the core. They never expected Paige to be so heartless. Before she could react, Roxy drew her long sword. Christine's heart trembled, and without thinking, she tried to flee. However, it was too late. Roxy slashed into her abdomen with one swift stroke. Struggling free, Christine ignored her severe injuries, suppressing the pain and flying away. Roxy was about to pursue her, but Paige said, forget it. Her identity will soon be exposed. There will be no place for her in the capital then, and with her injuries, she's bound to die. No one knew what happened that night, but it would change the entire political landscape. Adolf was unaware. Reed was unaware. Even Hartley, the head of the internal guard, did not know. He was interrogating prisoners in the prison of the internal guard. He sat opposite a middle-aged man in white prisoner's clothes, as if they were very familiar with each other. Hartley silently poured a cup of wine for the man and said, Atticus, we've been brothers for over a decade. Now, are you still unwilling to tell me the truth? Hartley's gaze was like a sharp sword, piercing directly into Atticus's heart. He never imagined that Atticus, one of the 7 commanders of the internal guard, would be a pawn planted by someone else. He had never doubted the loyalty of the 7 commanders. After all, they had all passed rigorous examinations. Atticus smiled and asked, if I tell you everything, will my family have a chance to live? Chapter 192. Atticus speaks. The situation changes. Events unfolded too suddenly. Atticus never expected that he would completely become a pawn to be abandoned. It wasn't until after the incident that he realized Birch had other plans. However, in all these schemes, he was merely a sacrifice, and even his family was abandoned. Though he didn't know what exactly Birch was plotting, he understood that only by sacrificing him and his family could her goal be achieved. Knowing this, he couldn't help but fall into the trap. He knew for certain he wouldn't survive. After all, he knew very well what Hartley, his eldest brother, was capable of. But he couldn't let his family perish. Hartley responded to his plea with silence before saying quietly, you know our family's rules. However, considering we were once brothers, I can't allow you to leave behind your lineage. Fine, I'll talk. Atticus smiled wryly and began. I indeed took orders from Rhonda Lehuang. It started about 5 years ago. The interrogation continued until dawn. By the time Hartley hurried out of the prison, he learned that Birch had already escaped the capital, leaving only servants behind at the imperial villa while others vanished without a trace. Hartley clenched his fist tightly. He never imagined it was too late. My lord, what should we do now? We must continue the pursuit. Although the likelihood was slim, Hartley couldn't give up just yet. He realized that either Birch had planned this long ago, or the information leaked from the Imperial Guard, which allowed her to escape. I need to go to the palace immediately. You and your men continue the search inside and outside the city walls. Outside the city? His subordinate looked surprised. Don't ask questions, just do as I say. Hartley couldn't explain how, if Birch was hiding outside the city. That would mean there was a problem with the entire capital's defense force. Involving the military, especially the crucial defense force, Hartley dared not make hasty conclusions and could only report this to the Emperor for a decision. Reed, cuddling 2 beautiful maidservants, slept soundly until morning. Indeed, without needing to attend the early court session, this day felt incredibly relaxing. Having lived in this world for half a year, it truly felt like paradise for men, something he had previously overlooked. What a waste. He gradually woke up and hadn't even teased the 2 maidservants when Guillermo's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Fred. Guillermo sounded urgent. Reed was puzzled and asked, what's the matter? Fred, Miss Jonah sent someone over from Ning and Lane. She said she needs to see you urgently. Jonah? Urgent matters? I'm coming. Reed extricated himself from the arms of the 2 beauties, who drowsily glanced at him. Fred, if you're still sleepy, sleep a little more. I have to go out for something. With that, he hastily dressed and straightened his appearance before rushing out. Steward Jiang, did she mention what it's about? She didn't specify, only that it's an emergency. An emergency? Reed paused. Based on his understanding, Jonah wasn't one to exaggerate. If she said it was urgent, then it was indeed urgent. Let's go. Without further thought, Reed left for the front courtyard. Shortly, he arrived to find a servant waiting for him. Upon seeing him, the servant bowed. Fred? No need for formalities. What happened with Miss Farron that made her so anxious? The servant doesn't know specifics, but this morning, I found a bloodied person lying in the yard, seemingly injured. After Miss Farron examined them, she sent me to find you, saying it's an emergency. Reed furrowed his brows. Though the servant didn't elaborate, he could guess the general situation. Someone seriously injured had come to his residence and likely conveyed important information, prompting Jonah to send someone to find him urgently. Let's go to Ning and Lane. Reed rushed to the small courtyard in Ning and Lane, where Jonah awaited him. Sir, where is the person? Follow me. Jonah led Reed to a room. As he approached the bed, he exclaimed in surprise, Lori? Why is she here? Do you know her? Yes, I do. Reed nodded and said, she is from the internal guard. But this isn't the time to discuss that. Tell me, why did she come here? Jonah shook her head. I don't know either. Chrisu found her in the morning. I thought someone with such serious injuries must have something significant to report, so I brought her back to the courtyard. The doctor just came by and said she lost too much blood. It's unlikely she will survive. Reed frowned as he looked at Lori's pale face, feeling quite curious. This woman was loyal to Birch. In the capital, could Birch have sent her on a mission? Even if that were the case, with her injuries, why didn't she go to Birch but ran here instead? Was she out to get him? Make sure no one talks about this. Keep it all inside. Reed immediately gave orders and then asked, did she say anything urgent to you? Jonah frowned. She didn't specify. She was already unconscious when she arrived, muttering about the Dag, the Brysons, and rebellion. Rebellion? Reed's eyes widened. Of course, the Dag had to be his brother, and the Brysons must be Birch. But rebellion? Damn, how could that be possible? His brother's position as heir was secure and unshakable. How could there be a rebellion? No. Reed instinctively felt something was off. Fred, this lady mentioned your name before losing consciousness. Since this used to be your residence, and she also mentioned you, I asked Chrisu to fetch you. But Reed seemed not to hear, his mind occupied by the words Dag and rebellion. After a while, he turned to look at Lori and said, only she knows what's happening now. Do you still have the medicine I prescribed for you? Yes. There are still 2 doses left. You instructed me to take it every 3 days, so I didn't use it excessively. Now, there are still 2 doses. You, quickly have someone brew the medicine. This is crucial. She absolutely cannot die. Now, he could only rely on the usual prescription to keep Lori alive. Chapter 193. Adolf's suspicion and Reed's crisis. After giving Lori the herbal decoction, it only took a short while for her complexion to regain some color. Seeing that the medicine was effective, Reed immediately said, I'll have someone send more over later. 1 dose a day until she wakes up. Jonah, hearing this, also looked curiously at Lori. She never expected that the decoction Reed used to adjust her health could actually save her life. It was simply too miraculous. Little did she know that the concoction was originally made by Reed for his practice, intended to strengthen the body and stimulate potential. Reed now used 1,000-year-old blood ginseng for his own use. Since Lori needed to recover, he used 10-year-old wild mountain ginseng instead of something too potent. Even so, its effects were far superior to ordinary prescriptions. Dear husband, how long will it take for her to wake up? Reed hesitated and finally shook his head. It may take some time. You might consider finding a doctor to examine her. Lori had indeed lost a lot of blood, but luckily had not injured her internal organs. Otherwise, in this era, it would be hard to say what might happen. And with her current frail condition, using too strong a medicine could be fatal. Jonah silently noted what Reed said. Meanwhile, Reed was still thinking about the things Lori mentioned, feeling uncertain. He said, what Lori said is too important. I cannot linger here too long. Dear husband, please don't worry. I understand. If you have important matters to attend to, go ahead. I will take good care of her. Jonah pointed at Lori and spoke softly. Reed nodded slightly and said, remember, this matter is extremely significant. Under no circumstances should anyone find out she's here. Jonah nodded. Though she did not fully understand the situation, from the little information Lori revealed, she knew it was a major issue. Who knows if someone was still looking for this woman? Moreover, since Lori's words implicated Reed, her reliance on him meant she had to be especially cautious. And, if anything happens to me later, don't panic. As long as my household is not completely captured, do not act rashly. Originally calm, Jonah suddenly looked startled. Is dear husband in danger? Reed hesitated slightly and shook his head. It's not certain yet, but I have a premonition that there must be a conspiracy involved. However, I haven't been involved in those messy affairs, so it shouldn't be too problematic. Well, take care of yourself, dear husband. Jonah was worried but forced herself to suppress her concerns, only reminding Reed earnestly. Reed held her hand and smiled. Don't worry. Christian isn't an incompetent ruler. As long as I haven't done it, I won't be blamed for it. All right. Jonah nodded quietly. Reed patted her hand and said, major events are about to unfold in the capital, and I can't stay here for long. I'll go back first. Remember what I said. Not long after Reed left Ning and Alley, he ran into the steward Guillermo. Oh, master, I finally found you. Guillermo hurried over, and Reed had an ominous feeling. He asked, did something happen at the mansion? Master, someone from the palace has arrived and is waiting for you at home. Please return quickly. From the palace. Reed thought of Lori. Could these two things be connected? This thought lingered in his mind. He asked, did the person from the palace mention what it's about? Not specifically, but... Guillermo glanced around warily. Reed immediately said, let's go back and see. Soon, Reed returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the main courtyard, he saw eunuchs from the palace standing in the middle, flanked by imperial guards. Reed felt a chill. Even the Imperial guards were dispatched. Forcing himself to remain calm, he walked forward. Before he could speak, the palace eunuch announced loudly, "Imperial edict." Reed immediately bowed. "Your servant, Reed, receives the edict." The emperor summons Reed to an audience. To the palace, Reed glanced at the guards, seeing them gripping their sword hilts, and felt some unease. It looked like it might be that incident. The eunuch smiled and said, "Minister Gu, please follow me to the palace." "Please lead the way, sir." Reed suppressed his thoughts and put on a smile. The eunuch smiled back and gestured, "Let's go back to the palace." During the journey, Reed kept his eyes closed, mentally organizing everything. He didn't inquire with the eunuch since they weren't familiar with each other. Secondly, if the reason Adolf summoned him into the palace was what he suspected, asking would be pointless and might even expose him, causing unnecessary suspicion in Adolf's heart. Before long, the carriage arrived at the palace gate, and Reed walked to the imperial study. Seeing guards everywhere inside the study, he inwardly sighed with a slight bitter smile. It seemed like something big had happened. Reed silently moved forward. "Your servant, Reed, pays respects to your majesty." "Ah, Minister Gu has arrived." Adolf's tone was very calm. Reed couldn't detect any emotional fluctuation. He only heard Adolf ask, "Minister Gu, do you know why I have summoned you to the palace?" "Your majesty's wisdom is as deep as the ocean. Your servant does not know." "You don't know." Adolf narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you really not know?" "Your majesty, these days, your servant stayed at home reading books and practicing calligraphy. Occasionally, I visited my fiancée, paying no attention to anything concerning the court. Indeed, I don't know." Adolf's lips trembled. Whether from anger or something else was hard to tell. Adolf knew every move of Reed these past few days and everything he did at home. However, this matter was too significant for him not to be suspicious. Then, Adolf asked, "Do you recognize Colleen Jingle Adonis?" "I've seen her a few times." Reed nodded slightly. Adolf sneered, "Is it really just seeing each other a few times?" "Your majesty, it is indeed so." "Fine." Adolf slapped the desk and angrily said, "Tell me then, do you know that Bryson's Jingle Adonis interfered with the internal guard affairs?" "What? Interfering with the internal guard?" Reed was taken aback, staring at Adolf blankly, and asked, "Your majesty, isn't Colleen part of the internal guard office?" This counterquestion momentarily confused Adolf, who roared back, "When was she part of the internal guard office? Since she is not, how could she command the internal guard? Moreover, when I was investigating the aristocratic families earlier, she provided me with information. The detailed records of large and small aristocratic families in the capital could not be obtained without power in the internal guard office." "Nonsense. Didn't I let Basil send people to assist you?" "Your majesty." Reed looked aggrieved. "Basil indeed had the internal guard office assist me, but later because of spies from other families within the internal guard office, I didn't dare to be careless." "Damn." Adolf felt somewhat irked. "So, because the internal guard was unreliable, you..." He glanced at Basil, who immediately lowered his head. Adolf coldly snorted. "Now tell me, how did you find out about the connection between Jingle Adonis and the internal guard office?" Chapter 194, 7 parts true, 3 parts false. Chao Yanshang Ban. "Your majesty, this matter should be traced back to the June negotiations. That day, Minister and Gillis were at the inn." Reed recounted the events of the assassination attempt and the token. Hearing this, Adolf narrowed his eyes. "Then, why did you not inform Tianju when you learned it was Nei Wei who attempted the assassination? Why did you not report this to me?" "Your majesty, Lori was assigned by Fred Tianju to assist me. This matter concerns the fate of the nation. I believed only someone trustworthy would be sent by Fred Tianju." Reed spoke as if still bewildered. Hearing this, Adolf's heart eased a bit. Yet he wasn't fully convinced and continued questioning. "Why didn't you report after discovering Lori had connections with Bryson's Birch?" "How could I report, your majesty?" Reed said, "The Nei Wei is the emperor's personal army, and I have no authority to supervise them. Furthermore, Colleen was raised under Deborah Lucasen Winden from a young age, growing up close to your majesty and the late empress. I thought she was someone trusted by your majesty." "Nonsense. How could a survivor of the Yun kingdom like Birch be allowed to control the Nei Wei?" "Your majesty, with the Yun kingdom long gone and Bryson's being a woman, receiving royal patronage, how could I know?" Reed's words were 7 parts true and 3 parts false. He answered truthfully about what happened, but denied any involvement otherwise. Through this interrogation, Reed understood what Lori meant. This woman wanted to rebel. He didn't know whether she was behind it all or if it was the dag. If it was just her own idea, this woman was a madwoman. If it involved the dag, things might not be simple. The apparent kindness and righteousness of this dag brother might all be an act. His initial hesitation to reveal Bryson's Birch's connection to the Nei Wei stemmed from uncertainty over who was truly orchestrating this. If it was just her, then fine, but if it involved the dag, he really didn't want to get involved in the struggle for succession. "Then let me ask you again. You were attacked upon returning from the mission, and later Colleen intercepted you outside the capital. Have you considered the connection between these two events?" "Your majesty, there is no connection whatsoever." Reed said, "When our envoy team was attacked, those assassins were targeting Rick, and their leader was none other than Gu Jia, son of Johnny. How do you know it was Gu Jia?" "Your majesty, after all, we've been brothers for 20 years. Though we rarely interacted, I can still recognize his voice." "Why didn't you report it?" "Your majesty, this isn't a trivial matter. I had no solid evidence to prove anything. If not for Rick's confession, I wouldn't have dared to suspect. Besides, both Rick and Johnny are now in the Nei Wei prison. Just interrogate them, and the truth will come out. After all, based on the letters provided by Rick, the motive for Johnny killing Rick is clear." Adolf felt somewhat helpless. Reed was like an egg without seams, leaving him no way to find fault. However, mentioning Rick, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Tell me, since Rick confessed so much, why haven't you reported it?" "Your majesty, it's not that I didn't report. Didn't I give everything to your majesty that day?" Reed replied, feeling wronged. I thought this matter concerning the defense of our borders wasn't merely about accusing Johnny. If there were deeper issues, our border security might be jeopardized. This information came from Rick, and even small matters at the border are significant. I certainly hate Johnny, but I dare not mix personal feelings with official duties. Your Majesty, do you not trust me? Reed looked at Adolf pitifully and said, since entering court, my every action has been seen by your Majesty. If one says I have selfish intentions, then it's only that I wish to live well. To live? Adolf laughed coldly. Is there nothing else? There is. Reed hesitated. The main reason I didn't immediately inform your Majesty was because of what Rick said about my origins. He secretly glanced at Adolf and continued, your Majesty knows, if I am indeed from Ningzhou's Gu family, the reason Johnny didn't kill me could be due to assurances made by old generals from the Yuan Kingdom. However, close ties between ministers and border commanders are forbidden. I feared that if this were true, then, Adolf raised an eyebrow. Do you think I cannot tolerate others? Your Majesty is an unparalleled sage king and would naturally not hold this against me. However, having grown accustomed to being bullied since childhood, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. Moreover, I am at odds with the aristocratic families. If someone uses this as leverage and accuses me of colluding with the border military, your Majesty, I am truly frightened. Adolf's mouth twitched. Damn. If Reed's account was to be believed, there really wasn't much he could say. After all, due to the land case, he had already offended all the powerful families in the world, and even a lot of officials secretly hated this kid. If his background were exposed, it indeed might be used as an excuse against him. After pondering for a moment, Adolf asked, how do you explain Colleen intercepting you on the road? Your Majesty. Reed gave a bitter smile and said, if it were just Colleen, I could have simply ordered my guards to apprehend them. But she had the Bryson Regent's token in her hand, and she deeply hated Rick. She had a motive to kill Rick. If this matter were made public, it might implicate the Bryson Regent over the previous attack on the envoy team. Upon hearing this, Adolf narrowed his eyes slightly. Implicate the Bryson Regent? You are truly loyal. Reed lowered his head and said, your Majesty, the Bryson Regent is the heir, concerning the foundation of our country. Even if there is an issue, it should be decided solely by your Majesty's wisdom. As a minister. Enough, no need to say more. Adolf waved his hand, cutting him off directly. After hearing Reed's explanation, Adolf found no faults. Although he did not choose to believe everything, Reed's words did make sense. Colleen was raised by the Deborah and was close to the Bryson Regent, besides being a woman with no roots. If she were placed in the Neiwei, others wouldn't have much to say about it. Moreover, the Neiwei answered directly to the emperor. Who would have thought such a major problem would arise? This was indeed also a fault of the Neiwei. As for the origins, Reed worked for him and had already offended many people. Without his trust, even Adan and others couldn't protect him. It was understandable for a minister to have some personal concerns. After all, it would be unfair not to consider his safety while asking him to handle matters. Furthermore, since entering court, Reed had done many things that pleased him greatly, solving many problems for the Lucas dynasty and himself. Yet personally, despite reaching the rank of fourth-class officer, he still kept a low profile, acting cautiously, hardly like a young man at all. And he had even lost his position because of these matters. This matter involved imperial power. Although Adolf didn't fully believe it, he also didn't intend to kill him, but his gaze turned sharp as he looked at Reed. Minister Gu, you and Colleen have deep ties and frequent interactions. Now, since she is implicated in the Neiwei affair and fled from the capital yesterday, I find this situation very difficult to handle. What? Reed was stunned. Colleen ran away? Chapter 195. Deceiving the way through. The situation is about to change. After his initial shock, Reed's heart gradually calmed down. Since Adolf told him this, it was likely that the crisis had passed and his life was no longer in danger. However, thinking of Imberg's rebellious words before she fainted, and also thinking of the dag, this matter was far from over. Moreover, Birch had already escaped. The possibility of a rebellion seemed slim since no general would be foolish enough to give up a promising future just to rebel with this woman. The Daxia Empire, though not long established, wasn't wealthy, but its internal unity was strong because most of the meritorious officials were still around. With these people present, rebellion was impossible, unless, like the great Ming dynasty in his past life. But that was only due to Bud's own fatal mistakes, combined with the fact that Hongwu Emperor had eliminated almost all capable generals, leaving none who could match Alfredo, leading to Bud losing his empire. Even so, Alfredo nearly risked his life countless times. But Daxia wasn't the great Ming. Meritorious officials still existed, and the court had successor generals. To rebel, they would have to start directly in the capital. So, was the Dag planning to launch a rebellion? That didn't seem right. Although he repeatedly told Adolf that he believed Birch was an imperial spy planted in the Inner Guard Bureau, this conclusion was merely a pretext he used to deceive Adolf. From his observations, this woman might even have hidden things from the Dag. Therefore, her true intention was to disrupt the court of Daxia, just like she aimed to sabotage the trilateral negotiations previously to achieve some secret and unspeakable goals. In fact, there was one truth he hadn't revealed, that he kept Birch around initially purely to guard against the Inner Guard Bureau, or perhaps Adolf himself. He intended to use Birch to get leverage on the Inner Guard Bureau and seek help under specific circumstances, as happened during the Noble Families incident. However, he didn't expect this woman to act so crazily. Could it be that Imberg met her doom for exposing some of her plots? Reed pondered rapidly. If he ruled out the Dag's rebellion, then who else in the capital wielded power? Furrowing his brow, Adolf noticed his state and asked solemnly, Minister Gu, did you think of something? Your Majesty, I have some doubts. What are your concerns? Your Majesty, despite Colleen's involvement with the Inner Guard Bureau, which is unclear, given Your Majesty's deep kindness and 20 years of upbringing, she should know that unless it's a major crime like rebellion, Your Majesty would surely be lenient towards her. But why did she escape? By fleeing, she placed Your Majesty in an unjust position and became a fugitive everyone wants to capture. She is intelligent and shouldn't make such a choice. This sounded quite diplomatic. In reality, as a remnant of the Yun kingdom, Birch was the last bloodline. No matter how angry Adolf was, unless it was a crime that required exterminating 9 generations, considering Yun kingdom's surrender, Adolf would likely forgive Birch. Upon hearing this, Adolf's heart tightened. Reed's words made sense. His affection for Birch was significant. Apart from not bestowing her with a princess title, she enjoyed treatment better than some concubine-born princesses. Such favor meant Adolf wouldn't harm her much. Why did she flee? Are you saying she has other motives? Your Majesty, I think, it's very likely. Moreover, whatever she's plotting must be a grave sin warranting your Majesty's death sentence or lifelong imprisonment. Hearing this, Adolf's expression changed. He shouted, Maurice, did Esau's confession mention anything else? Esau? A thought struck Reed. Wasn't Maurice one of the 7 commanders who had been Birch's covert line in the Inner Guard Bureau? Your Majesty, Esau's confession didn't mention anything else, so it seems he doesn't know. Doesn't know? Adolf murmured these 2 words silently. After a while, he asked, Minister Gu, what do you think? Your Majesty? Reed laughed bitterly. I've been in the court for too short a time to fully understand the situation. Adolf remained silent for a moment. Eventually, he waved his hand and said, forget it. Let the Inner Guard Bureau investigate this matter. Turning to Reed, he said seriously, Minister Gu, you have done well in your duties after joining the court, but you concealed a lot. Considering your merits, I will not punish you. But, until the matter is settled, stay at home and go nowhere. Alright, looks like he can't escape it. Claiming that he concealed much actually revolved around the issue of lineage. His deep ties with Birch made Adolf distrust him until the matter was resolved. Reed wore a troubled expression and said, Your Majesty's decree I dare not disobey. However, I'm almost 21, yet still alone. Now that I've finally met someone I like, could your Majesty allow me to meet my betrothed? Huh, so you're also a lecherous one. Enjoying love, how does that make him lecherous? But Reed did not dare to speak up. Adolf looked at him for a long time. Seeing that he didn't move, he thought for a moment and sighed. Fine. Ningzhou's Gu family once facilitated Yun Kingdom's surrender to Daxia early on. If you are of the Gu family lineage, you have contributed greatly to the nation. Plus, you've reclaimed 6 states for Daxia. Quite a feat. So be it. You may return home now. An imperial edict will be issued shortly. Reed blinked. It was just allowing him to see Jonah, and this required an imperial edict? How casually this edict was issued. Carrying his doubts, he was ushered out of the imperial study by Adolf. After leaving the palace, Reed couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed he had passed this hurdle, but the suspicion of rebellion still lingered in his mind. Until Imberg wakes up, this matter might remain unresolved. Now, he could only hope that the Inner Guard Bureau would find some clues, otherwise, there might be great turmoil in the capital. He had lost his position and, due to Adolf's lack of trust, could not possibly handle the case. Now all he could do was stay at home and do nothing. Just hope this affair didn't involve other princes or noble families, or else his life might be in danger. If the army caused chaos in the capital, no one would care whether he was an emperor's confidant. A man without an official position dying in the chaos would be quite reasonable. After Reed left, Adolf fell silent for a while before asking, Do you think Reed's words were true? Your Majesty, I believe not everything he said was true, but I think he should not have been involved. After all, only your Majesty can protect him. Adolf nodded and asked, What about the dag? The dag. Maurice fell silent. Chapter 196. Unlucky dag. Before Reed arrived, Adolf had just finished dealing with the dag. Although there was no substantial punishment, he ordered that the dag be confined within his mansion and not allowed to leave without an imperial edict. This was almost the same treatment as Reed's. The reason Adolf summoned Reed immediately after handling the dag was that he suspected a connection between the two. Everyone who knew Bryson's Jinla Adonis also knew that she was closest to the dag. Subconsciously, it felt like Bryson's Jinla Adonis did these things to help the dag achieve some plot. As for Reed, since he joined the court, he had multiple contacts with the dag, all of which were due to official duties, by Adolf's orders. But once suspicion took root, how easy would it be to remove? Unless it could be proven that the dag had no ulterior motives, Reed's suspicions couldn't be cleared. Reed's abilities, even Adolf had to admit, were impressive. Not only was he adept at planning, but the probability of success in his plans was very high. If Reed assisted from the sidelines, the problem would become severe. However, without evidence, one was his favored son, and the other was his carefully cultivated minister. The loss of either would be a blow to the Lucas dynasty. Adolf clearly understood that eliminating the aristocratic families would not happen overnight. Without Reed, the dag wouldn't stand a chance against them. Reviewing Reed's time in court, his strategies, though ruthless, were all overt. Even seasoned figures like the old foxes from the aristocratic families and Ferdy were forced to accept his schemes. Such a person he could entrust to the dag, but this depended on the dag being next in line, not through treasonous means. Eastern Palace. Dag drank gloomily, drowning himself in wine since returning to the Eastern Palace. He was already quite intoxicated. The defense of the Eastern Palace was now handled by the Imperial Guards, and his 6 rates were under control. He had no one left to rely on. Mia looked worriedly at the dag. Since her husband returned, he had been drinking without saying a word, and the entire Eastern Palace was taken over by the Imperial Guards. Your Highness, please talk to me. What has happened? You went to see Christian Fine. Why have you returned like this? The dag poured himself another mouthful of wine, but remained silent, radiating a depressed air. Mia, married to him for 10 years, had never seen him like this before. Seeing the dag like this, she was at a loss, pacing back and forth anxiously. At this moment, an eunuch suddenly walked in. Your Highness. The dag raised his head and glanced at him, though still silent. His eyes stayed fixed on the eunuch, who bowed and said, Your Highness. News came that Christian summoned Minister Gu into the palace. Not long after, Minister Gu left the palace but was ordered to stay confined in his residence. Confinement, ha ha ha. The dag laughed bitterly. I didn't think. He is actually dragged down by me too. Mia's eyes widened. She waved the eunuch away and asked, Your Highness, what exactly happened? And what about Minister Gu? Why do you say he is dragged down? Hee. The dag laughed bitterly again. What else? I didn't expect my good sister, Lila, to secretly contact the internal guards and plant informants among them, even becoming one of the 7 commanders. What great skills, what great methods. The dag picked up a jug of wine, continuously pouring it down his throat. After a while, he threw the jug to the ground in anger. Everyone knows our close relationship. She does such rebellious things, then leaves everything for me to bear. How angry he was inside. What truly angered him wasn't that Bryson's Jinla Adonis interfered with the Internal Guard Bureau. It was that she had deceived him. Who was he? He was the dag. Once Bryson's Jinla Adonis's actions were attributed to him, his reign as dag would end. Who in court didn't know that interfering with the Internal Guard Bureau was a fatal offense for Adolf. Whoever touched it would die. A dag interfering with the Internal Guard Bureau, what could it mean? Rebellion. For others, interfering with the Internal Guard Bureau might be for power. But for the dag, the heir apparent, it could only mean rebellion. But he didn't do any of that. Even Reed was implicated. Thinking back to when Reed warned him outside the capital, he ended up being involved too. Bryson's Jinla Adonis, truly malevolent. The dags, upon hearing this, looked at the dag in disbelief and asked, Your Highness, don't scare me. Could it be that Lila? Lila really dared to be so bold? Huh. Now that I'm confined in the Eastern Palace, can you still not believe it? The dag laughed bitterly. My dear sister managed to deceive me for so long. She began plotting 5 years ago. 5 whole years. The dags gazed at her husband, feeling a complex mix of emotions. She and Bryson's Jinla Adonis had been like sisters, and she always felt that Bryson's Jinla Adonis was close to her husband, often showing her kindness. She never imagined that someone so harmless-looking would dare to touch on what the Emperor forbade. After the incident, she completely disregarded their past relationship and left without a word. Her husband went to the palace and answered nothing when questioned. The Emperor's anger was obvious. Even capable ministers like Reed, who were slightly close to the dag, were implicated in this matter. Though she was not in the court, she knew clearly what kind of person Reed was. He was a pillar minister prepared by Adolf for the dag, and he might even become an auxiliary minister for her son in the future. Adolf said, such a person could secure the prosperity of the Lucas dynasty for 100 years if used well. Bryson's Jinla Adonis indeed harmed others deeply. Facing the facts, no matter how it was in the past, she could no longer defend Bryson's Jinla Adonis. Her husband being sealed in the Eastern Palace was the best proof. Your Highness. Seeing the despondent look of the dags wanted to comfort him but didn't know how to start. The dag, looking at his wife, felt a pang of pity and said, Warner, it's my fault that you're involved. If I cannot shake off the suspicion, I'm afraid my 2 younger brothers will surely contact the court officials to have me dethroned. The dags opened her mouth but couldn't think of what to say, just watching her husband drink cup after cup. If I lose my position as dag, our family's future. The dag didn't finish his sentence, but the dags, being intelligent, understood his meaning. She softly said, Your Highness, marrying you is already my lifetime happiness. No matter whether you are a prince or a commoner, no matter life or death, I will stay with you. Warner. The dag got up and staggered to the dag's side, who reached out to support him. Your Highness, I feel that this matter is not so simple. The dag lifted his head and looked at the dags. Chapter 197. The Awakening Dag. A word roused him from his stupor. The dags's remark suddenly enlightened the dag. Yes. The dag was startled into a cold sweat, and he said slightly trembling, She's scheming against me. If it's only because she meddled with the inner guards, Father Emperor would indeed be furious, but he wouldn't sentence her to death. At most, she'd be demoted to a commoner. She must know this much. But once she leaves the capital, I can't explain my side of the story anymore. She is plotting against me. Seeing her husband finally realized, the dags felt relieved, saying, If she didn't leave the capital, even if she were demoted to a commoner, given your highness's benevolence, you could probably ensure her lifelong peace and safety. But by fleeing the capital, she immediately becomes a fugitive wanted by the court, adding another layer of crime to her actions. She can't be unaware of what's at stake here. Now that she has escaped, it can only mean she has other secrets, ones dire enough to doom her completely. The dag silently returned to his seat, still somewhat puzzled. If it's just about secrets, she wouldn't have to reveal them. From the information I have, at present, her crime is limited to meddling with the inner guards. That means, this secret is known only to her. Unless, the dags continued, unless this secret hasn't reached its critical point yet. Is she planning to rebel? Rebellion? The dag paused. But where would she get troops? To rebel, one must have an army. The city defense camp is commanded by descendants of meritorious generals. In the Imperial Guards, apart from one who secretly swears loyalty to me, the rest are trusted by the Emperor. As for the Jingji camp outside the capital, it is led by those who earned their titles through founding the empire. In the end, she has no troops at her command. Your Highness, might we be misunderstanding? Though she lacks soldiers, she has controlled the Esau division of the inner guards for 5 years. The Esau monitors everything in the capital. During these 5 years, if she had tried to place some people inside the palace, it wouldn't be too difficult, right? The dag shuddered and asked, what does she intend to do then? What else can be done in the palace? Think about it, Your Highness. In a few days will be the New Year feast. The dag exclaimed. She plans to act during the New Year feast? Indeed. Given what she possesses and what she's done, it seems like Esau was something she intentionally gave up. She must have other tricks up her sleeve in the capital. Poisoning? Assassination? Various possibilities raced through the dag's mind as he mentally reviewed every detail of the New Year feast. No, the priority now is to report this matter to Father Emperor. If we can uncover her intentions, everything would be manageable, and I can clear my name. The dag slammed the table and shouted, Someone, Prepare ink and paper for me, Your Highness, since we haven't figured out her plan yet. Hastily reporting it might incur Father Emperor's displeasure. I can't worry about that. Being confined here, my ability to act is limited. I must inform Father Emperor and let the inner guards handle the investigation. Although the Dag's options were limited, doing something was better than waiting in the East Palace for death. The new year was fast approaching, making this a busy time for all government offices and palaces. Such times were prone to oversights, although the palace was also more strictly regulated during this period. However, if Birch acted contrary to expectations, she could still succeed with high probability. After all, Birch was familiar with the inner workings of the palace. The New Year feast involved many aspects, from food supply to preparation and serving. It passed through countless hands. Additionally, the attendees were diverse. The Dag wrote down everything he could think of in his petition. After some time, he sealed the petition and handed it to a nearby attendant. This petition must be personally presented to Father Emperor without fail. Now he couldn't be sure whom to trust within the palace. After the attendant left, the Dag laid down the pen, sighing deeply. It all depends on fate now. The Dags nodded silently beside him. Birch's involvement with the inner guards became known among various factions in the capital. Upon learning that the Dag was confined to his residence, everyone reacted differently. The Walter clique, who followed Adolf to establish the empire, were filled with concern. As the earliest supporters of Adolf, they had close ties with the late Brooklyn and stood distinctly separate from the aristocratic families. Although they did not engage in party struggles or succession disputes, deep down they hoped for the Dag to ascend the throne. After all, with the Dag on the throne, their connections would remain intact. Moreover, the Dags' family belonged to the Walter clique and held the rank of Marquis. Now, with the Dag confined, the Dags' family was implicated, being put on leave by Adolf. They couldn't command the Jingji camp without an imperial order. Adolf was already watching them closely. This move caused some worry among all the founding nobles of the Walter faction. As for the aristocratic families, these officials from influential families, who had nothing better to do and spent their days plotting intrigues, gathered together again. Fred Chancellor, now that the Dag is under house arrest, should we fan the flames further? Absolutely. We should take this opportunity to unite all families in a petition, using it as a chance to depose the Dag and promote another prince to his position. Xerxes was most enthusiastic about this idea. Upon hearing someone suggest deposing the Dag, he showed extraordinary eagerness. Ferdy glanced at him indifferently. The matter is not yet settled. It's inappropriate to be too hasty right now. We just need to ensure that the inner guards find no evidence. Once enough time passes, everything will naturally fall into place. Though he said this, he secretly despised these brainless members of the Yin family. The current predicament of the Dag was their doing. If they rushed to the emperor the moment the Dag faced trouble, it would backfire. It might even provoke Adolf's reaction, considering he had recently issued an edict to reclaim their lands. Now, with problems arising around the Dag, suspicion was inevitable. However, without evidence, Adolf wouldn't choose to confront the aristocratic families at this time to ensure the smooth implementation of national policies. Remember, during this period, regardless of whom the emperor questions, do not attack the Dag. As long as the matter remains unsettled, over time, the emperor's trust in the Dag will significantly diminish. Considering other aristocratic families might act hastily, Ferdy felt compelled to remind them again. Upon hearing this, Xerxes silently curled his lips. While his Yin family was also one of the 5 major families, their influence in official circles gradually waned, leading them to increasingly participate in military affairs. Thus, despite retaining the title of one of the 5 great families, the Yin family often faced disdain from the other 4 families for lacking foresight. After Brooklyn passed away, by sheer luck, the position of empress fell into their hands. He was now the maternal uncle of the Jedi. Should the Jedi ascend the throne, their Yin family would rise even higher. This was probably why these old foxes always talked with such feigned indifference. However, it's too late. Chapter 198. Adolf's probe of his son. In the imperial palace, in the imperial study, Adolf glared at the Jedi with a grim face. So, you have come here today to ask this emperor to depose your eldest brother from the position of Dag? Your Majesty, meddling with the internal guards is tantamount to treason. My Roland brother, already being the heir, has committed such an act, revealing his wolfish ambition clearly. If the Dag is not deposed, this subject and the Gideon will not submit, nor will the court officials. Not submit? Adolf snorted coldly. Leaving aside the fact that this matter has yet to be determined, even if it was your eldest brother who did it, do you want this emperor to kill him as well? This subject dares not. This subject came here today solely for your Majesty, for the great Lucas dynasty, with absolutely no personal motives. The Jedi argued. The internal guards supervise the whole empire and take orders only from your Majesty. My Roland brother's action defies your Majesty. This subject. Enough. Adolf roared angrily. Are you so impatient? You demand this emperor to punish the Dag before any conclusion is reached on the matter? He is your Roland brother, this emperor's son. Who taught you to do this? Are you so eager for the throne that you wish your Roland brother dead? Your Majesty. The Jedi knelt down. Even if my Roland brother is deposed, your Majesty still has more than just this subject among your sons. There are 5 younger brothers below me. The position of the heir is up to your Majesty's decision. This subject truly worries about your Majesty and the great Lucas. That's enough. Adolf barked, saying, in the common law, even criminals need evidence to convict them. Your eldest brother and Trish were both raised by the Deborah and share deep bonds. It has not been determined if he was involved. This emperor has ordered a thorough investigation. Before we have a conclusion, you, stay at home obediently. Your Majesty, but Rhonda Trish meddled in the internal guards as a woman. You dare defy this emperor? Adolf shouted, filled with rage. His words were clear, yet his second son would not let go. Adolf's anger flared, and he called out, come, drag this creature away. Do not let him leave the mansion without my command. The Jedi's pupil shrank, dumbfounded. He looked at Adolf, Your Majesty, get out. Shocked, the Jedi slunk away with the Imperial guards. Humph. Adolf scoffed coldly. After reading books for over 20 years, he still doesn't understand filial piety and brotherhood. I don't know if he is stupid or influenced by others. Adolf flicked his sleeve, indeed quite angry. He felt that his second son was either stupid or wicked. He rushed to attack his Roland brother without conclusive evidence. How could the position of Dag be easily abolished? Even the Emperor cannot. Adolf exhaled slightly, then walked to the desk and lifted the teacup, taking a sip of tea. Just as he considered whether to stroll in the back garden, another eunuch reported. Your Majesty, the Gideon seeks an audience outside the study. Heh. Adolf laughed wryly. These two brothers are truly restless. Just confining the Dag sends them into action. Fine, let him in. Let's see what he can say. Adolf straightened his clothes and sat in his chair, pretending to read the petitions. Soon after, the Gideon arrived. Adolf raised his head, seeing him drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, frowning. What kind of decorum is this in the Imperial Palace? Your Majesty. The Gideon feigned terror, saying, My servant told me that the second brother entered the palace to impeach elder brother, so I rushed here, disregarding proper conduct. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Forget it. Adolf said coldly, How did you know that your second brother came to impeach your elder brother? Your Majesty's wisdom discerns all. My second brother was too rash, shouting loudly before entering the palace and urging this subject to sign a petition together to ask your Majesty to depose elder brother. Is that so? Adolf lifted his teacup and asked, Did your second brother find you? Yes, indeed. The Gideon wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, But this subject didn't wish for such sibling rivalry, so I advised my second brother otherwise. Unexpectedly, he scolded me for being cowardly and declared he would petition alone. After much thought, this subject still felt it necessary to inform your Majesty. Adolf nodded silently, then asked, Since you don't wish to side with your second brother, what do you think? Your Majesty's wisdom discerns all. From elder brother's usual behavior, this subject does not believe he could commit such a grave mistake. It must have been Rhonda Trish's decision. Elder brother must have been implicated by her. But you also said that was only on the surface. What if elder brother acted differently inside and out? How should this matter be handled then? Well, that wouldn't be possible, right? Elton stammered. The court officials all say that elder brother is kind-hearted and tops in talent. He has been very filial to your Majesty. That's why the court officials all respect him. Adolf narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and asked, If the court officials see it that way, what about you? I naturally feel the same too. And what if your Roland brother really did this? Elton was startled but quickly pleaded, Then please consider the father-son relationship we have and pardon him this time. I truly do not wish to see a tragedy like this unfold within our family. Is that so? Adolf kept his eyes half closed as he scrutinized his third son who normally seemed weak, not wanting to offend anyone. He didn't expect him to actually stand up for his Roland brother at such a crucial moment. That made Adolf feel somewhat comforted compared to the incompetence of his second son. He thought for a while and said, We have yet to clarify the situation. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Go back first. The new year is coming soon. Get ready for it properly at home. I accept your Majesty's command, only hoping that your Majesty will take it into serious consideration. The new year is just around the corner. We should all get together then. Adolf waved his sleeves. Your words are noted by this emperor. Take good care of yourself. You don't want to catch a cold in this freezing weather after sweating so much. While saying this, he even gave Elton a warm smile. Seeing this, Elton left the study with evident gratitude. After he left, Adolf let out a cold snort and threw the pen on the table. Not one of them can stay out of trouble. Adolf cursed inwardly. Although Elton had persistently pleaded for the Dag, his words also implied that the court officials were still loyal to the Dag. What was he trying to convey? Before we have determined whether the Dag has interfered with the internal guards, yet some court officials are still leaning towards him. Wasn't this like urging me to send the Dag on his way? However, thinking of how timid he usually appeared, not speaking very appropriately most of the time, Adolf asked, Gage, what do you think of what Elton just said? Your Majesty, Elton is worried about the Dag. This shows brotherly friendship and respect. Your servant. Your Majesty, the Dag has sent someone to deliver a petition. Gage. Adolf. These three brothers sure know how to stir things up. Two had just left and now, they might not be able to come in personally, but they certainly found a way to send their petitions. Chapter 199. The New Year feast is about to begin. Adolf opened the memorial and silently read it. After a while, he handed the memorial to Gage. Reed says that Birch intends to rebel, and the Dag believes there might be issues during the New Year feast. Regardless of which answer it is, the common point in their judgment is, Le Huang has left something behind in the capital and must have some plan. I ask you, whose idea do you lean towards more? This? Gage furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before saying, Your Majesty, this minister believes it's more likely that they will make a move during the New Year feast. Oh, explain. Adolf said noncommittally. Gage explained, If we are talking about rebellion, nothing can be accomplished without troops. Besides, on the day of the New Year feast, the palace is guarded by the Imperial Guards. Even with an army of 100,000, nothing can be achieved. On the contrary, if there are spies planted inside the palace, it would be much easier to make a move. Gage was feeling overwhelmed. He knew the capabilities of the internal guard. With so many maids, eunuchs, and guards in the palace, coupled with the busy personnel movement during the New Year feast, it would be extremely difficult for even the internal guard to find all the spies planted in the palace. Upon hearing this, Adolf merely said coldly, Since you know that, why haven't you gone to investigate yet? Moreover, such a big loophole in the internal guard department has disappointed me greatly. Your Majesty. Gage knelt down on one knee. This minister. That's enough. Now is not the time for self-incrimination. You should solve the problem first. Adolf waved his hand. Gage got up silently, bowed to Adolf, and then quietly left. Time passed slowly, and soon it was New Year's Day. These days had been exhausting for the entire internal guard department. Even with intelligence provided by Esau, Gage managed to uncover quite a few people connected to Birch from the internal guard, the palace, and various noble residences. But what he didn't expect was that apart from the list provided by Esau, Gage found dozens more people just within the palace alone. Although these dozen or so people seemed insignificant among the vast number of people in the palace, if they were all trained spies, it would be a different story. Upon receiving the list, Adolf immediately flew into a rage. Birch had planted dozens of people in the palace, meaning he, as emperor, was living with assassins in his own palace every day. As the Dag suspected, they indeed planned to take action during the New Year feast. Luckily, they discovered this early. Otherwise, any slip-up during the feast would have been disastrous. After all, those participating in the feast included the imperial family, members of the imperial clan, and important ministers. Seeing that most of Birch's spies were uncovered, Adolf sighed in relief. The suspicion on the Dag was largely cleared, proving that all these actions were taken by Birch alone, with neither Reed nor the Dag involved. In fact, what worried Adolf most was still Reed's speculation. If it really was a rebellion, that would be a serious issue, especially when it couldn't be determined which army might cause trouble. Now that the Dag's conjecture had been verified and so many hidden agents were uncovered from the palace, it proved that Reed's concerns were somewhat exaggerated. Looking at the slightly exhausted Gage, Adolf nodded slightly in satisfaction. After tonight's New Year feast, you may take a few days off. You've worked hard these past few days. Your servant thanks your majesty. Gage respectfully bowed and then asked, Your Majesty, the New Year feast is coming soon. What about the Dag's residence? Adolf pondered for a while and said, The Dag thought the bandits would make a move during the feast and has uncovered many people, but there is no evidence pointing to him. So be it. Today's New Year feast, let him participate exceptionally. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, invite Reed to tonight's feast too. Since he came to court, he has done much for the state, benefiting our nation. Moreover, Johnny stole the credit of the Gu family and will be executed after the new year. Naturally, past achievements should be returned to the Gu clan. You should lead a team to his residence and read out my decree. Yes, Your Majesty. Gage silently acknowledged, yet inwardly envied him a bit. With the ancestral credit now attributed to Reed, plus his own achievements in recovering northern territories, wouldn't he be ennobled? Today was also lively at Reed's residence. Although Reed had already been dismissed from office, his other benefits remained unchanged. Though people in the mansion were a bit anxious, everything had been normal for so long that they became somewhat reassured. Especially a few days ago, just before the holiday break, the case involving Glover and Faulkner was completely overturned. The decree restoring their reputations also reached Reed's residence. Seeing that Reed lost his post but wasn't forgotten by the emperor, those who initially tried to stir up trouble became quiet again. Today, the Reed family gathered together. Jonah and her siblings were all invited over to celebrate the new year. Jonah initially felt that this was not appropriate according to etiquette, but Reed didn't care. He had a premonition that something big was about to happen, especially as the new year approached. This feeling grew stronger. Birch had left the capital for quite some time now. Yet, these days, the entire city remained quiet, which made Reed increasingly uneasy. Looking at the joyful faces of the people in his mansion, who were preparing for the evening banquet, Reed silently hoped that all of this was just his overthinking. In the main hall, maids and servants were bustling around, while the steward Guillermo directed everything with a happy smile. Now that the injustice of the Zhang family had been cleared, his young miss had also found a home. Although it was only as a concubine to Reed, he was content. After all, the young miss had once served in the teaching office. Even though she hadn't lost her virtue, her reputation, being treated respectfully by Reed and taken into the household as a concubine was indeed a very good outcome. Moreover, based on his years of experience in judging people, the new mistress-to-be was kind-hearted, so his young miss should be fine. Thinking like this, he felt more reassured. Reed also noticed Jonah and the others. She was chatting with Leslie and Aubrey. Since Leslie and Aubrey were now related to Reed, they naturally couldn't wear servant clothes anymore. When Jonah came to the mansion today and saw Leslie and Aubrey, she felt somewhat anxious. The official wife hadn't even entered the household yet, and there were already 2 concubines. They had been staying in the mansion since they were granted by the emperor to the Gu residence. Would future conflicts arise within the household? Fortunately, Leslie and Aubrey understood their positions well and didn't mistreat Jonah because of her secondary daughter status in the Farron family. In just half a day, they got along harmoniously. Seeing all this, Reed was quite satisfied. If it weren't for the lethal sword of aristocratic traditions hanging over him, he would be a perfect life winner. Just as he was thinking this, someone outside suddenly shouted, Imperial decree has arrived. Chapter 200. Bestowing marriage, a warning. In the name of the emperor who rules by heaven's mandate, let it be decreed. Given that Reed, the court deliberation doctor and descendant of the renowned Gu family, is of noble character and steadfast integrity, learned and upright, loyal and incorruptible, and given Shang family's 7th daughter, a lady from a prestigious household in the capital, who is gentle, kind-hearted, of excellent demeanor, and remarkable beauty, now at marriageable age. Their union blessed with harmony, 2 such fine souls united by fate, henceforth we bestow upon them this marriage. People's prosperity and the nation's prosperity are intertwined. May you 2 uphold virtue and loyalty to the state, and never betray our wishes. So be it. Reed stood there dumbfounded. Jonah was likewise speechless, both looking bewildered. Had they just been bestowed marriage by the emperor? When Adolf told him to wait at home for the imperial decree, he never expected it to be an edict of marriage. Jonah was equally baffled. As a secondary daughter, she was only a 4th-rank official, and Reed had been dismissed from office. How could they possibly receive an imperial match? Not only did the emperor bestow the marriage contract, but they would also be ennobled after their wedding. This was truly incredible. Jonah always felt unworthy of Reed. Though she trusted his character, she worried about being despised in the future. Now, with the emperor's blessing, she felt reassured. The Farron family wouldn't dare look down on her anymore, as she was now an emperor-approved bride-to-be, soon to be ennobled. The entire Gu mansion was shaken by this scene. Everyone's face lit up with joy. They had thought their lord was out of the emperor's favor, but unexpectedly, his imperial grace remained undiminished. Clearly, what people outside were saying was wrong. Seeing the dazed expressions on their faces, eunuch Adonisson smiled and said, "Minister Gu, shall you accept the decree?" "Huh." Reed finally reacted. "Your subject Reed receives the decree." "Hee." Adonisson said with a smile, "Minister Gu's imperial favor truly makes others envious. This royal decree is indeed a great joyous occasion. Minister should write a memorial later to express your gratitude to Christian. Additionally, Christian has invited guests to a New Year banquet at the Hall of Supreme Harmony tonight, especially requesting Minister Gu to attend. The banquet starts at dog hour, do not forget." Never had he imagined that his first year after transmigration would be spent accompanying the emperor. "Don't worry, public official Adonis, I will certainly arrive on time." "Indeed." Adonisson laughed. With the decree and verbal message conveyed, "My duties are done. I'll report back to Christian now. Do remember the hour, Minister?" After bidding farewell to Adonis and his retinue, the mansion immediately burst into jubilation. "Cousin, Christian has bestowed marriage between you and cousin-in-law." Zane came forward to congratulate. "No one can match the honor bestowed upon cousin, a trusted minister of Christian." "That's enough. It's fine to say these words here, but don't talk recklessly outside," Reed advised, then turned to steward Guillermo. "Have someone close the gates and keep everything private." A servant heard this and quickly shut the main gate. "I need you to wait for a moment while I give some instructions," Reed quietly told Zane, then looked at Jonah and the others. "I had planned to celebrate the new year with you, but now Christian has summoned me to attend the banquet at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. You must oversee all arrangements for the New Year feast today." His last sentence was directed at Jonah. He lowered his voice. "After the hour of dog, make sure no one opens the gates again. If anything happens, Leslie and Aaliyah, lead everyone to the secret chamber." "The secret chamber?" Jonah was startled and whispered, "My Fred, something is going to happen in the capital?" "It's uncertain, but just precautions. I've stored food in the secret chamber, enough to last you for quite some time." He had built the secret chamber secretly after obtaining the residence, and only Zane, Dylan, and a few others knew about it. He had only recently informed Leslie of its location. After giving these instructions, Reed turned to Zane. "Follow me." Giving Jonah a reassuring glance, he took Zane away. The two brothers came to a secluded spot in the courtyard. Reed said, "There might be changes tonight. Once anything unusual happens in the capital, bring Dylan and others into the palace to find me." "What? Into the palace?" Zane was shocked. "Cousin, the palace is huge. How am I supposed to find you?" Instead of mentioning the dangers of entering the palace illegally, he asked a key question. Reed explained, "Tonight's banquet is at the Hall of Supreme Harmony. There's a simple map of the palace in my study, and since Dylan has been in the capital for a long time, he knows how to get in. After entering, stay hidden near the Hall of Supreme Harmony." At the hour of dog, Reed left home. The New Year banquet at the Hall of Supreme Harmony, although scheduled for the hour of dog, naturally couldn't have him arriving just in time as a minister. When Reed appeared inside the imperial palace, the civil and military officials who saw him were somewhat stunned. They never expected to meet Reed on the day of the New Year banquet. It seemed this young man would be reinstated after the new year. Many people thought secretly. Reed didn't talk much with anyone. Those attending today's banquet were all higher-ranking officials and royal kin. He was alone and didn't know many familiar faces. However, the dad came over when he saw Reed, bringing his consort with him. "Minister Gu, I am sorry for what happened to you because of me." "Your Highness, you put it too seriously." Reed only smiled faintly, then lowered his voice. "At tonight's banquet, your Highness and consort should pay attention to everything." The dag was startled. Hadn't all the spies inside the palace been cleared out? Why still need to be cautious? Could this matter be more complicated than it seemed? After several interactions, the dag knew Reed well, understanding that he wasn't one to speak without evidence. But just as he wanted to ask further, Reed smiled and left the place. After this incident, he felt it better to minimize contact with the dag for now. Who knew what might go wrong at the banquet? If the dag was targeted again, he might be implicated once more. Seeing Yisroel like this, the dag couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Dag's Felicity noticed this, but only smiled faintly, saying, "Your Highness need not worry. At this moment, we are at a critical point, and Minister Gu's actions are merely for show." Minister Gu is now irreconcilable with the aristocratic families, while the relationship between the second and Gideons and him is average. Even if these events happen, he won't switch support to them. "Your Highness, what's most important now is to stay cautious and avoid giving others any handle," Felicity said with lingering fear. During the previous 2 weeks when the dag was confined in the palace, she lived in constant anxiety, fearing each day that an edict might arrive. Hearing this, the dag looked worried. "Just now, Minister Gu reminded me, which made me feel uneasy. I hope all these worries are unfounded." Chapter 201. New Year Feast and Fiefment. The Imperial New Year Feast invited only close nobles and high-ranking ministers. Without a certain rank, one really couldn't have a place at the table. Even someone like Reed was considered low-ranked for tonight's feast. There was an upside to this. No one came to provoke him, so he enjoyed himself without having to worry about playing any arrogant games at the banquet. Adolph arrived right on time, looking quite pleased. After everyone paid their respects, he said with a gentle smile, "All of you. This past year has been a good year for our great Lucas. The entire country can be said to have enjoyed favorable weather conditions, and without deploying a single soldier, we have recovered 6 states of territory. I am greatly comforted. Father, all this is due to your wise rule. Our great Lucas's might extends across the seas, leading to the submission of all nations. Here, I offer you a toast to wish you 1,000 autumns." Just as Adolph finished speaking, the Gideon eagerly stepped forward, flattering him while not mentioning the merits of Reed or other ministers. However, Adolf seemed very pleased by this. You silly child. Speaking like that could offend people. Then Adolf laughed and said, reclaiming the border territories was achieved through the collective efforts of the court ministers. How could it be attributed to me alone? Adolf's words made everyone feel warm inside. But when his third son offered a toast, he had to drink. After all, he shouldn't embarrass his own son, right? After drinking, Adolf put down his wine cup and called out, Minister Gu. Reed, who was drinking, paused. Was Adolf calling him? He stood up and replied, Your Majesty, I'm here. Adolf smiled in satisfaction. If I were to speak of the joys of this year, although I am happy about recovering the 6 border territories, what pleases me most is Minister Gu. Reed immediately responded, Your Majesty's praise makes me feel unworthy. I am also a citizen of the Great Lucas. When the Great Lucas prospers, the people thrive. I merely did my duty. What should be done? Fine, what should be done? You may offer me a toast. Calling someone to offer a toast? Reed lifted his wine glass and said, I offer Your Majesty a toast, wishing Your Majesty and the Great Lucas eternal prosperity. Excellent. Adolf was very generous and finished his drink in one go. He then said pensively, You come from the renowned military family of the Gu family in Ningzhou. Your ancestor was a famous general of the world. If not for his full efforts, the former Yun kingdom would not have surrendered to our Great Lucas back then. But times change, and your family suffered persecution by villains for it. Afterwards, others even claimed their achievements. This is my failure. Your Majesty, the Gu family has not assisted the sage emperor in governing the world, which is not Your Majesty's fault, but our family's lack of virtue. However, every time I think about it, I always feel guilty, especially letting a distinguished descendant like you suffer humiliation from women in the harem for 2 decades. Fortunately, your strong will shone brightly in the imperial examination, living up to your ancestors. I have decided to posthumously confer the title of Ningwa Duke to the Gu family's ancestor, Connor. Reed, as the grandson of Connor, has contributed significantly to the recovery of the 6 territories since joining the court. You have also achieved much in administrative matters. As the vice president of the Ministry of Punishments, you have cleaned up accumulated evils in our Great Lucas. You are a national hero. I have decided to enfeoff Reed as the Marquis of Shieling in our Great Lucas. What? Enfeoffment? Everyone at the banquet was astonished. They never imagined that just as Reed was freed from house arrest, he would directly receive an enfeoffment. Damn, this man truly has good luck. Having such a distinguished grandfather, despite the family's remaining only 1 member, and because of his personal achievements in recovering territory, he actually received an enfeoffment. Even Ferdy could find no grounds to oppose this. If he opposed now, others would inevitably mention Johnny, making him even more embarrassed. However, Reed immediately replied, Your Majesty, I entered service through the imperial examinations. Bestowing a dukedom on me now seems unreasonable. Traditionally, civil officials received posthumous titles for honorable praises after death, or were enshrined in the imperial ancestral temple as honors. There weren't many civil officials who received dukedoms, usually only those who followed the emperor in founding the empire. Adolf waved his hand and said, Your situation is different. If meritorious service goes unrewarded, wouldn't I be an unclear and dim-witted ruler? Exactly. Little Gu, what the emperor says makes sense. If you think civil positions aren't fun, why not switch to military? My boy said you have great talent in military strategy. Some experience in the army might make you a pillar of our Great Lucas. Duke King of England stood up brusquely and spoke, essentially trying to poach talent. Adolf glared at him. Old rascal. Eating good food and meat at my New Year feast and you still can't keep quiet? Hee hee, just being honest. Don't be angry, Your Majesty. Duke King didn't care and continued to laugh heartily. Adolf glared at him. Sit down and drink your wine. Duke King, having failed to gain any ground, sat back down to drink by himself. After his disruption, Reed could no longer refuse Adolf's enfeoffment. He bowed and said, I, Reed, on behalf of the entire Gu family, thank Your Majesty for your gracious kindness. Good. Adolf laughed heartily. Now that the enfeoffment is settled, let's all drink several more cups in celebration of a prosperous new year for our Great Lucas, wishing favorable weather conditions, national peace and prosperity, and flourishing state fortunes. The rest of the banquet was filled with insubstantial New Year greetings. However, drinking heavily among so many people proved hard to resist. After declining several attempts to drink more, Reed left the grand hall and found out where he needed to go. He left the place along the path. It had already been an hour. He didn't know if Zane and Dylan had entered yet. Given that the New Year feast was currently at its most lively moment, it wouldn't end for at least another hour or so. If anything were to happen tonight, the next hour would likely be the most crucial time. Chapter 202 The Dag's Hat. Green. It had to be said, the palace toilet was quite far and located in an extremely secluded area. Everything around was dark, and there was what looked like an abandoned courtyard nearby. Reed walked for a while before finally finishing his business. Satisfied, he shook himself and tidied up his clothes before preparing to head back. He hadn't taken a few steps when a figure staggered towards him, looking as if drunk. After walking a few steps, it collapsed on the ground. Reed was taken aback. Was someone actually drunk at this imperial banquet? He quickly approached and saw that it was a woman. My lady. Minister Gu, save me. Acquainted? Reed squatted down and helped her up for a closer look. The Dags? What happened? Dags Felicity exhaled softly, a mix of fragrance and alcohol emanating from her. But she seemed very disoriented. Reed blinked his eyes. Your Highness, why are you so drunk at this banquet? I was tricked by someone. Tricked? Reed's heart sank. Someone dared to scheme against the Dags during the Imperial New Year feast? He immediately said, Your Highness, please stay here for a moment. I'll call for help. This wasn't because he was worried about others saying he was too close to the Dag, but rather because, as the Dag's female relative, if he were seen with her, rumors could spread and damage both their reputations. Besides, he didn't want to offend the royal family. Unexpectedly, the Dags held onto him and said, "No, no one must see us. Please help me rest over there. I'll be fine soon." Reed looked around. Aside from the woods, there was only the abandoned courtyard. In such cold weather, taking her into the forest might make her fall ill. He thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, there's an abandoned courtyard ahead. Shall I take you there to rest for a while?" Good. The Dag softly agreed and then slumped into Reed's arms. Reed. What the hell? Reed gritted his teeth, picked up the Dags, and carried her towards the courtyard. Soon, Reed pushed open the gate and looked inside, frowning slightly. It appeared that this courtyard hadn't been cleaned in years. The dilapidation was obvious even just standing in the yard. He found a relatively intact wing room and carried the Dags inside. Finding a somewhat clean blanket, he dusted it off, laid it on the ground, and gently placed the Dags on it. In the dim light, seeing the flushed face of the Dags, Reed wondered if she had been drugged. Looking outside, he realized he'd been gone for about 10 minutes. If he didn't return soon, who knew what trouble might arise? He also wondered about Zane, Dylan, and the other situation. And then there was the Dags. Hot, I'm so hot. Just as Reed was pondering, the Dags began to moan unconsciously. Reed felt a chill. Could it be aphrodisiacs? How dirty did things get inside the palace? Also, how did someone manage to drug the Dags right under everyone's noses while she sat behind the Dag? I'm hot. The Dag suddenly sat up and wrapped her arms around Reed's neck. Her dazed eyes met Reed's startled gaze. A sudden wave of excitement hit him. After a brief moment, the Dags leaned in, startling Reed. An icy sensation surged into his brain while a fiery heat surged in his heart as she abruptly unfastened his waistband. He froze. Damn. A small tongue suddenly entered his mouth, tangling with his. Her hands roamed aimlessly. Soon, both were undressed. Reed walked alone on the path, feeling melancholic. Strange knowledge had once again been learned, especially the way of writing that character lubricate, which filled his mind. No wonder. After so many years of marriage, the taste was indeed rich. More importantly, Reed felt the Dax was truly adept. Just as he emerged from the woods and saw the brightly lit palace, hearing the faint sounds of music, Reed shook his head, letting the cold wind clear his thoughts. As he was about to head toward Taya Palace, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Cousin. Minister. Reed was startled. It was Zane and the others. He turned towards the direction of the voice and saw several people crouching beside the woods. Reed walked over. Cousin, something terrible has happened. There's unrest within the palace. Chaos. Reed was startled and asked, have you investigated who is causing the chaos? Unclear, but it can be confirmed. It's the Imperial Guards, and at least one battalion. Imperial Guards? You're sure it's the Imperial Guards? An entire battalion? Reed's face changed. He had thought of the Imperial Guards, but only a small part, never imagining so many as an entire battalion. Yes, exactly one battalion. Dylan affirmed. This? Reed was taken aback. The Imperial Guards comprised 5 battalions, each with 10,000 men. They took turns on duty, with the rest guarding various gates of the palace. If one battalion revolted and waited for other Imperial Guards to arrive, the situation would likely be out of control. If it's confirmed that a battalion is revolting, they must divide their forces to block other entrances leading to Taiha Palace. This way, they have to split up. But even if they do split up, we can't do much. The most urgent task now is to report to Christian immediately. There are still some of the feathered forest guards and internal guards inside the hall who should be able to delay them for a moment. Reed forced himself to calm down. Although there were not many feathered forest guards and internal guards, they were all elite forces. If organized properly, they should be able to hold out for a while. After some thought, Reed said, let's head to Taiha Palace first. Only Christian can mobilize the Imperial Guards. Without Christian's token, even if we know the rebels' plans, it will be of no use. Fine. I'll follow cousin. Zane nodded immediately, and Reed said, time is critical. Let's act now. Reed led Zane and Dylan directly towards Taiha Palace. After just a few steps, they saw the Dag consort, who had already tidied herself up. Seeing her, Reed's heart skipped a beat. Your Highness, wait. Reed called out instinctively. The Dag consort turned around and saw Reed. Thinking of their recent intimate encounter, she felt shy and embarrassed. That man had almost exhausted her, yet here he was, still full of energy. However, she suddenly noticed several people following Reed and couldn't help asking, who are they? There's no time to explain, Your Highness. There's a revolt by the Imperial Guards, at least one battalion. It will be chaos soon. You should hide somewhere. What? A revolt by the Imperial Guards? The Dag consort was shocked. Chapter 203, Rebellion and Countermeasures. Now all the Imperial nobles are in the Taiha Palace. What should we do now? Suddenly hearing this news, the Dag consort was immediately at a loss. A regiment of the Imperial Guard consisted of 10,000 men. Though insignificant compared to the other 40,000, if properly deployed to prevent other troops from approaching the Taiha Palace, the result would be, who is rebelling? The Dag consort unconsciously grabbed Reed's arm. Reed patted her hand and said, this isn't the time to worry about that. We must inform your majesty as soon as possible and call for other forces before the rebels completely surround the Taiha Palace. Yes. The Dag consort took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She then released Reed's hand and said, then I shall not disturb you, Sergu. I will hide myself and await your good news. All right. Reed nodded and then looked at Dylan. You make sure the brothers follow Her Highness the Dag consort and ensure her safety. Sure. Dylan nodded and signaled his subordinates. The others immediately understood. The Dag consort gave Reed a long look and then walked back towards the abandoned palace garden where they had previously stayed. Seeing the Dag consort leave, Reed said, let's go. As soon as Reed reached the entrance of the Taiha Palace, he rushed inside. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Reed pretended to shout in alarm. Your Majesty, there's an uprising within the palace. They're about to approach the Taiha Palace. What? The nobles and officials who were about to reprimand Reed for his disrespect suddenly froze. Rebellion within the palace? By the Imperial Guard? The music in the hall abruptly stopped, and everyone turned their attention to Reed. Reed, how dare you speak such nonsense at the banquet? The Imperial Guard reports directly to the Emperor. How can they possibly rebel within the palace? Are you trying to deceive Christian? Ferdy stood up, pointing at Reed and scolding him. Reed retorted, Old man, have you been a chancellor so long that your head is full of shit? You say it's treason, but why would I, newly ennobled as a marquis, lie about military matters before your majesty? Do you think I'm as foolish as you? With the situation urgent, he ignored decorum and hurled insults at Ferdy before turning to Adolf. Your majesty, while returning just now, I overheard someone plotting, and at least one regiment of the Imperial Guard has already revolted. Your majesty, one regiment can seal off all entrances to the Taiha Palace. I humbly request that your majesty send reinforcements immediately. What? One regiment is a lot. Everyone was stunned, especially the young lords and ladies who lived in luxury and had never witnessed such a scene. Just moments ago, they found Reed scolding amusing, but now 10,000 soldiers were in rebellion. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Reed, stop spreading lies. Apart from Ferdy, the only one who would confront Reed directly was Maximilian, the commander of the Imperial Guard who accompanied Adolf. If the rebellion charge stuck, he would be the first to suffer. Mismanagement leading to a mutiny. Adolf might even suspect that he orchestrated the rebellion. What did 10,000 soldiers mean to the imperial city? That was 2/10 of the entire city's armed force. If they all rebelled within the palace, it could lead to a coup. Other troops were dispersed throughout the city and couldn't easily be gathered. Reed didn't spare him either and similarly shouted, Commander Zhou, how can you guarantee that all the officers are loyal to your majesty? Now, you're thinking only of escaping blame instead of your majesty's safety. Is this what a commander does? By hindering us, you're only helping the enemy delay things. Maximilian's pupils contracted. He glanced at the grim-faced Adolf, wanting to explain more, but Adolf roared, Silence. The hall instantly quieted down. Adolf narrowed his eyes at Reed and said coldly, Minister Gu, this isn't something to joke about. Once again, are you certain? Your majesty, this concerns your majesty's and the court's safety. How can I jest about this? Everyone important is here in the Taiha Palace. Any mistake, our great empire is doomed. Your majesty, please make a decision quickly. While the rebels haven't sealed the palace, hurry and call for reinforcements. Delaying any longer could be too late. Gathering the imperial family and high-ranking officials here, Adolf, as the founding monarch, knew these people were essential. Losing them would mean the end of the Lucas dynasty. Upon hearing this, Adolf felt a chill in his heart. The other princes and princesses were also struck with fear, constantly speculating among themselves as to who among them was causing the disturbance, or whether it was one of the court ministers. Adolf glanced at Maximilian and suddenly shouted, Gage! Your Majesty! Gage stepped forward as Adolf said, Convey my orders, summon Deputy Commander Alistair and Jean Min of the Imperial Guard to suppress the rebellion quickly. I obey your command. Gage knew the situation was urgent and dared not delay, immediately rushing out of the hall with his men. After instructing Gage, Adolf looked at Reed and asked, Minister Gu, what should we do now? Perhaps Adolf had lost his composure, asking such a question to Reed. Reed replied, Your Majesty, all the dukes and generals are present here. Leading troops against the enemy is their expertise. I can serve as your Majesty's vanguard. Adolf was stunned for a moment, then realized that tonight's annual banquet included high-ranking civil and military officials. He immediately turned to King, Donghua, can you still fight? It wasn't that he didn't trust King, but at the banquet tonight, these generals and dukes had all consumed quite a bit of alcohol. It was uncertain how much combat capability they still had. King took a deep breath after being called by Adolf and said, Your Majesty, I have observed that around the hall, there are still 100 Yuanwei, 100 inner guards, and 300 imperial guards. 500 men should be enough to hold off the attackers for some time. Speaking of the first elite force of Daxia, naturally, it was the Yuanwei beside Adolf, each man capable of fighting 10 foes. Unfortunately, this elite army had a disadvantage. It was too small in number. Secondly, there were 500 inner guards, not the general term inner guards, but the exclusive security forces of the Inner Guard Bureau. Normally these guards were deployed outside, but today, it was because of the annual banquet that Gage brought 100 of them. As for the other 300 imperial guards, they were brought by Maximilian. Seeing this scene, Maximilian knew his earlier words made Adolf hesitant to trust him easily during this critical moment. A sense of melancholy welled up within him. He knelt on one knee before Adolf and said, Your Majesty, the chaos caused by the Imperial Guard is my responsibility. Today, I will guard outside the hall. If the rebels want to rush into the hall, they must step over my body first. Adolf gave this beloved general a complicated look and slowly said, Approved. Chapter 204. The Imperial Guard's Rebellion and the Anxious Dag. Clunk clunk clunk. Maximilian stepped out of the hall with heavy strides. Seeing this, King immediately said, Use all the tables inside the hall as shields against enemy arrows. Leave 50 feathered forest guards to protect Christian inside. The rest shall tie white cloth strips around their arms and guard outside with me. There was hardly any suspense in this kind of battle. There was nothing available in this imperial courtyard. They could only make do with whatever was at hand. However, when Reed heard King's arrangements, he inwardly praised how wise experience could be. With a rebellion ongoing within the palace, who knew who orchestrated it? If everyone was sent outside due to enemies from the outside, should anything happen in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, it might already be too late. As for tying white cloth strips around their arms, it was merely for identification. After all, they still had 300 imperial guards on their side. Fortunately, the feathered forest guards and the inner guards wore different uniforms, so there was no need for such measures. Now, regardless of age, all the generals inside the hall were driven out by King, preparing to combat the rebel troops. But An old general said, Fred Donghua, we don't even have weapons or armor if we go out. The other generals, upon hearing this, realized that weapons and armor were indispensable on the battlefield, especially armor, which could literally mean the difference between life and death. Especially for general armor, ordinary blades could not penetrate it. Only long weapons like spears might stand a chance. Now, they were all rollingly, never expecting that in their twilight years they would engage in battle without weapons or armor. Unexpectedly, King glared at them and said, Do I have any either? After fighting wars for so many years, don't we know to snatch what we need from our enemies? I think you've all been living in peace for too long, now you're all afraid of death. Look at young Master Gu, a weak scholar without any weapon, yet dared to serve as the vanguard for Christian. All the dukes and marquises felt embarrassed instantly. If one were to say Reed was a scholar, but when he returned from his diplomatic mission, he dared to charge into an enemy force of 3,000 with just 2 people. How is this a weakling? You must misunderstand the term, weak. Enough, no more talking. Once on the battlefield, you all will follow my orders. King, in his bandit-like manner, ordered the doors of the Hall of Supreme Harmony closed. Looking at the over 400 men prepared at the staircase of the hall, King cast a silent glance at these soldiers and his old comrades beside him, feeling a bit melancholy. Who knew how many would survive after this battle? Everyone, pay attention. When the enemies bring archers, don't stop, directly charge forward. Mix in with their forces. Although charging directly might easily disrupt their own formation, it couldn't be helped today. The soldiers here today were just for show, not even equipped with shields. Other than some armor, they barely had weapons. After King finished speaking, he quietly whispered to Reed, Little Gu, old man knows your martial skills. If things get out of hand, you take the young prince inside and leave. Fred Guagong, don't argue. We don't know who's behind this rebellion yet. As long as the situation stabilizes, everything is still possible. As a veteran who fought his entire life on the battlefield, he knew well that holding off the enemies with these few hundred men until reinforcements arrive wouldn't be easy. Their opponents were the guards responsible for defending the palace. Hearing this, Reed only silently nodded, gazing at the night sky, feeling quite sentimental. The normally bustling Hall of Supreme Harmony was now eerily quiet, signaling that the rebels must have already taken action. He hadn't expected that his first new year in this world after traveling through time would turn into a bloody night. Just as he was lost in thought, the night air suddenly echoed with heavy footsteps, the sounds of thousands of marching troops. Hearing those steps caused unrest among the crowd. King shouted, What are you all afraid of? Just a few thousand men. What's there to fear? Haven't we seen worse while fighting alongside Christian? King's voice did calm the crowd somewhat. After all, at the entrance of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, except for those already dead, almost all founding dukes and marquises were present, especially King, known as the foremost Duke of Great Lucas. Being nearly 70, he stood guard at the hall entrance. Reed watched as the large army slowly approached in the darkness, softly telling Zane and Dylan, Be careful when the fight starts, follow orders strictly, don't be reckless. Don't worry cousin, we understand. Good. The rebels gradually approached the steps of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and King fixed his gaze on the front of their formation. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, Bo, I never expected the one leading this rebellion would be you, you dog. His voice was loud and resonant, clearly heard even by those inside the hall. As soon as Bo's name was mentioned, the Dag's face changed instantly. Bo, it's him. The Dag seemed to be in a daze, endlessly muttering Bo's name. This name was all too familiar to him, but he never imagined that Bo would cause trouble. Below him, the second and Gideons also noticed this scene and couldn't help teasing, Elder brother, are you afraid? In the quiet grand hall, everyone could hear the Jedi's words clearly. Adolf rebuked angrily, Rebellious son, shut your mouth. At such a critical moment, he still had the nerve to scheme against his Roland brother. Truly a fool. Scolded by Adolf, the Jedi quickly closed his mouth, while the Dag remained in panic. Bo had been under the Dag's command since his time as a captain. After 10 years, Bo had become the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, one of the Dag's biggest assets. After all, controlling a 10,000-strong army capable of securing the palace city would give him ample power to turn things around if there were changes in the future. But now, reality told him that this asset had turned against him and might even threaten his life. Yet, he couldn't figure out why Bo would do this. He had always treated Bo well, yet Bo didn't even inform him before launching this rebellion. Has he switched allegiances to someone else? Suddenly, a young princess sitting behind the Dag grabbed his hand and said in a tearful voice, Elder brother, I'm scared. Startled, the Dag quickly comforted his younger sister. But when he turned his head, he realized that the seat reserved for the Dags was empty. It seemed like she had left some time ago. Could she have encountered the rebel forces? Chapter 205 Old man has never seen a civil official as valiant as Reed. Aiden, you actually dared a rebel? Maximilian looked at Aiden and angrily questioned him. Seeing Maximilian, Aiden's heart subconsciously felt some turmoil, but in just an instant, he recalled the slippery touch of that night. He steadied his mind and rebuked, Clearly it is you who have used the name of the palace banquet to imprison Christian here. You are the rebels, yet you still dare to quibble? F***ck. Aiden's sudden attack caught Maximilian off guard. Aiden, are you saying that this duke and all the nobles here have imprisoned Christian? British Duke King, who had been listening from behind, could not bear it any longer. If you do not trust Maximilian, how can you also suspect all the nobles? Now, with so many troops under Aiden's command, if he could break their morale first, it might be useful when they fight. But Aiden attacked again unexpectedly. Humph, you and the ministers coerced Christian here to abdicate the throne. Is this not treason? You're talking nonsense. Why else would you seal off the hall doors? F***ck. If we didn't seal off the palace doors, what would happen if you rebels harm the emperor? Standing beside King, Maximilian said, Duke, Aiden served in the imperial army for 10 years, from captain to vice general. Who knows how many people he has promoted under his command? Whatever we say now, they will not listen. What? King's eyes widened. He was well aware that one person serving in the military for 10 years, especially with continuous promotions, would have enough time to plant numerous confidants. He glanced at the 4,000 men behind Aiden. Presumably these were all his intimates. The other 6,000 men, even those who were slightly unreliable, were dispatched to block the important paths to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Aiden, you have enjoyed great imperial grace. Today, are you truly going to rebel? British Duke, I have already made it clear just now. I received Christian's decree, telling me that it is you ministers plotting rebellion, attempting to force Christian to abdicate. That's why I came with my men to protect the emperor. Brothers, don't waste time with them. If Christian inside can't hold on, our rescue will become a rebellion. Everyone, charge forward. Charge. The men Aiden brought did not hesitate at all and rushed up the steps, engaging the guards blocking the staircase. Seeing this, Reed shook his head slightly. This Aiden indeed had some skill in leading soldiers. Even when the title of British Duke King was raised, these men did not waver in the slightest. Once the order to charge was given, there was no hesitation. What a pity. Only, it was unclear who he ultimately obeyed. But this matter was definitely related to Tristan. Could it really be the dag? Reed had no way of knowing. In a moment, dozens on both sides fell. Reed took a deep breath. British Duke, there's no turning back. Aiden is obstinate. Let's fight. With that, Reed rushed down the steps, Zane and Dylan closely following. In no time, the three of them entered the enemy ranks, with Reed snatching a weapon from the enemy and kicking the soldier away. Zane snatched their weapons. He did not forget that there were still over 10 dukes and marquises behind him without weapons. Once a fight broke out, they couldn't be left unarmed. These dukes were of a certain age and carried old injuries, their martial prowess uncertain. Upon hearing this, Zane and Dylan immediately followed Reed's example, seizing weapons from the enemy and tossing them to the rear. Within moments, Reed had a long spear in hand, which he snatched from an Imperial Army captain. With this spear, he became like Zhao Zilong at Changban Slope, making repeated attacks. No one could last a single round against him. Instantly, a small space around him was cleared. Seeing this, Aiden shouted from the back of the troops, quickly, order them to shoot arrows. We mustn't let this continue. Balthazar, this cannot be done. Our men and the enemies are mixed together. If we shoot arrows now, our brothers will be F***CK. Aiden cursed. Earlier, while he was arguing with the British Duke, he worried about other reinforcements arriving after a long time, and reluctantly ordered the charge. Now he remembered he brought archers. However, with both sides intertwined, firing arrows now would inevitably harm their own men. If this happened, they were really doomed. They were already considered rebels. Previously, he told his men they were rescuing the emperor, but if he disregarded their lives, who knew what would happen next? Hohenwu gritted his teeth and said, then charge forward and finish them as soon as possible. On the other side, a group of Rolandly dukes and marquises were shocked to see Reed displaying such martial prowess. They knew Reed had some skill in swordsmanship, but they only thought he was good with knives and swords like most people. Such skills were excellent for one-on-one duels, but they hadn't expected this young man to wield a long spear so masterfully, turning into a killing machine on the battlefield. The Eric watched Reed rampage through the enemy ranks and murmured unconsciously, good, good. Our great Lucas hasn't seen such a brave general for many years. Eric, he is a civil official? Shut up. Does old man not know that? As long as he fights like a general now, it's enough. King shot him a glare and then lifted his weapon. Old comrades, we rose with Christian and have received great grace from him. I thought I wouldn't have the chance to step onto the battlefield again in this life. Now that rebels are rebelling, we must hold our weapons and protect Christian. Comrades, follow me and fight. Though Rolandly, as pioneers of an era, these old generals were not lacking in courage or fear of death. With these old generals joining the battle, the morale of Reed's soldiers was greatly boosted, and the frontline enemy soldiers fell in droves. After meeting up with King, Reed laughed loudly. Reed, was born at the wrong time and couldn't be in the same era as the old generals, yet today I can fight alongside you. Truly exhilarating. Great kid. Your martial skills earn the respect of this old man. Fighting with you today, I'll definitely invite you for a drink later. King laughed aloud while slashing enemies, his grizzled hair and beard truly making him seem overwhelmingly heroic. Balthazar, don't let your guard down. We need to stay at the forefront once we break through their lines, or else the enemy's archers will target us. Don't worry. Old man used to be a brave general leading from the front and won't hold you back. Alright, then I'll compete with the old general today to see who kills more enemies. Haha, fine. Saying this, the two of them charged straight into the enemy ranks. Chapter 206, Fierce Battle. With Reed and King taking the lead, other dukes and generals plunged into the formation, and the soldiers who followed them fought even more bravely. Several hundred people actually made thousands of enemy troops retreat continuously. Reed observed the entire battle situation while fighting. Within just a few hours, nearly 1,000 enemies had fallen. But on Reed's side, casualties also increased to almost half, and almost all the dukes were wounded. Most of these dukes did not wear armor in this chaotic battlefield, which was somewhat disadvantageous. Zane, you take some men to follow by the old general's side. You must ensure their safety. Although the situation was perilous, these old generals' lives could not be lost. Although they mostly could not continue to fight on the battlefield, they were still the backbone of the court. If many senior military leaders were to die here, it would be a huge loss for great Lucas. Moreover, if these old generals fell here, Adolf's strength would be greatly weakened in the future, losing control over the military power and aristocratic families. Who could guarantee that after the loss of many high-ranking military leaders, the replacements wouldn't be spies from other families? So, these people absolutely couldn't fall here. Fernando saw that within a short time, 1,000 men on his side had fallen. The enemy had only several hundred people, yet 10 times their number could not change the outcome, which made him increasingly panic. No way, we must shoot arrows otherwise, the army will soon lose its footing. Shoot arrows. Fernando no longer cared whether the enemy and his own troops were mixed together and directly ordered the release of arrows. Instantly, hundreds of arrows flew into the ranks. Reed's face changed. Their side was caught off guard, and many people fell. Even some of the old generals were injured. However, Fernando's troops suffered the most. Being 10 times the number of Reed's troops, this wave of arrows indeed helped clear away a lot of enemies. Reed shouted immediately, "Quick, continue charging into the enemy camp." This wave of arrows led to a significant reduction of enemies around them. Without these people helping to block the arrows, they would inevitably be exposed to the enemy's rain of arrows. In ancient times, close combat was the cruelest, but the fastest way to defeat a general was undoubtedly archery. On Reed's side, there were no shields or even armor. If hit by these arrows, they would either die or suffer severe injuries. Reed's loud shout immediately woke everyone up. Those old generals disregarded their safety and charged back into the enemy camp before the second wave of arrows arrived. Learning from the first mistake, these old generals were mentally prepared. Being veterans who survived on the battlefield, they knew well how to save their lives. Before the second wave of arrows landed, they found shelters, bodies. The soldiers under Fernando, betrayed by their own generals, groaned in misery. Those soldiers at the back wondered why their general, while killing enemies, ignored the safety of his own men. Didn't he promise that they would share happiness together afterward? Having learned from previous experiences, Reed and others rushed toward the enemy formation again. The soldiers realized what was happening. "Balthazar, we can't shoot arrows anymore. The arrows you order will kill our brothers." A junior officer shouted loudly, instantly waking others up. Many joined in demanding Fernando to stop shooting arrows. However, Fernando was anxious too. He never expected that with 4,000 men facing 400, almost 10 times the enemy, they couldn't take them down. Now delaying was already too much. Who knew when reinforcements would arrive? He gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Christian is still in their hands. If we don't rescue Christian, our brothers will have died in vain." Shoot, shoot. Another wave of arrows came down, and many on Fernando's side fell. But under 3 waves of arrows, the people on Reed's side, apart from those old generals, 10 out of 9 didn't remain standing. Only about 30 were left, and all of them were injured. Almost. Seeing that only a few remained on Reed's side, Fernando became crazily excited. Once he led the charge inside, he would become a meritorious official. Then wealth, honor, beautiful wives, and concubines would gather like a crowd? Right. There was also Bryson Huang whom he adored. Once wasn't enough. While Fernando was fantasizing, Reed also noticed their dire situation, and as time passed, their numbers continued to decrease. No way. If this continues, even if reinforcements come, the casualties on this side will still be heavy. While slashing through the enemy ranks, Reed moved closer to Maximilian. "Leader Zhou, you take your men to protect the senior generals. The situation is critical. These veteran generals must not come to harm." Reed didn't bother with formalities or chain of command issues, nor did he care that Maximilian outranked him. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Maximilian's martial prowess was dependable. With him leading a group to protect those veteran generals, they would be safer. Hearing this, Maximilian asked, "What about you? Capture the leader first. I'll deal with Fernando." Dealing with Fernando? Heaven forbid. Fernando still had over 2,000 men around him, and only the 3 of them? However, Reed didn't waste any more time on explanations but led Zane and Dylan into the enemy formation, going all out without regard for his injuries, adopting a completely reckless stance. With him at the forefront, anyone who clashed with the 3 of them ended up sprawled. Seeing their situation, Fernando realized that Reed was coming for him and immediately ordered, "Archers, fire! Shoot them dead." Compared to those veteran generals, he recognized that Reed was the greatest threat. If Reed wasn't eliminated first, today's battle would be dire. Both Reed and Zane practiced state martial arts and were at the concealed strength stage. Ordinary soldiers were no match for them, often dying with just a touch. As the arrows rained down again, this time concentrated due to their smaller numbers, Reed used his foot to push off the ground, leaping into the air. His long spear formed a large circular shield, deflecting a cluster of incoming arrows. With a flick of his wrist, dozens of arrows shot towards Fernando. Instantly, a vacuum formed around Fernando. Upon landing, Reed thrust his spear, lifting a soldier and hurling him toward Fernando's forces. Seeing this, Zane followed suit. Though this method lacked killing power, it greatly increased their speed in closing in on Fernando. As they got closer, Reed suddenly roared, "Fernando?" Chapter 207. Pacifying the Rebellion and Aftermath. You would dare to plot a rebellion for a woman? What about the lives of your 10,000 brothers in arms and their families? What? Everyone was taken aback. Wasn't it said that Christian was forced by those ministers to abdicate? Why is it different now? Was Bo starting a rebellion for a woman? When Bo heard Reed's words, his face changed dramatically. "You are lying. It was clearly you who held Christian hostage and forced him to abdicate. I merely came to rescue him." Rescue? While Reed was fighting, he shouted, "Since you say we forced Christian to abdicate, let me ask you, to whom did he abdicate? This? How would he know to whom?" But thinking back to what Ephraim had said, he stubbornly replied, "Naturally, you wanted Christian to pass the throne to the Gideon. The Dag is the rightful one." Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. The Dag? Could it be that the Dag instigated the rebellion? Reed, however, shouted, "You talk nonsense. Clearly, you're just a fool being manipulated. And don't go making baseless accusations here. Have you lost your mind over lust? Do you think Ephraim is a good person? Your family might already be in the underworld." "What?" Bo was shocked and instinctively asked, "How do you know that?" However, by speaking up, he exposed everything, including to his own men. So all of this was a deception, and their general was indeed a rebel. What about them? Even Reed was surprised. He had merely made up these lies to disrupt their morale, never expecting that he had accidentally hit upon the truth. Taking advantage of Bo's momentary lapse, Reed exchanged a glance with Zane. The two leaped forward, taking down the people around Bo before anyone could react, and and then captured Bo from his horse. Bo, you lose. Reed placed the tip of his spear against Bo's throat and calmly said. Only now did Bo realize what had happened. He angrily shouted, did you trick me? So what if I did? Reed said, now I will take you to the Grand Hall to see who really forced Christian to abdicate, or if you were the real rebel. He directly crippled Bo's limbs, and then addressed the royal guards. Gentlemen, Bo deceived you into following him in rebellion. Now I am taking him to stand trial before Christian. If you don't want to be treated as accomplices, lay down your weapons and await judgment. Later, I can still plead for leniency from Christian on your behalf. If you persist in defiance, your entire clans will be exterminated. With the threat of exterminating 9 generations, the soldiers who had been restless immediately became obedient. Reed dragged Bo out from the ranks of the army. Facing the nobles and generals, Reed said, Balthazars, the rebel leader has been captured. Let's return home now. Phew. The Duke of England sighed heavily, exhausted, saying, fortunately for you, kid. Otherwise, today. He looked back at the fallen bodies and said, we've been through life and death together for decades. But now. Reed, seeing everyone injured, said, Duke of England, this isn't the time for such things. We must inform Christian first. There are still other rebels within the imperial city. Christian needs to make a decision. Also, everyone is wounded and should have medical treatment as soon as possible. Yeah, let's go. He and others supported the more seriously wounded, slowly walking toward the Grand Hall. Soon, the Grand Hall doors were opened. Those ministers hiding behind tables were startled. Did the rebels breach the hall? In that case, only Adolf, having been a military man himself, remained relatively calm despite his inner anxiety and didn't hide like the rest. When the Grand Hall doors opened, he quickly stood up and saw Reed and others enter while supporting someone. He descended from the dais. The disorder outside, has it been quelled? Reed shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, the rebels haven't been completely suppressed yet, but the rebel leader has been captured. Please issue your command. There are still rebels blocking the key path to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but sending someone to negotiate with them should suffice. Good. Adolf nodded and turned to Maximilian, saying, since they are part of the royal guards, take the imperial decree and go negotiate. Yes. Maximilian was delighted. After the desperate fight outside, Adolf no longer doubted him. After Maximilian left, Adolf looked at the incapacitated Bo on the ground and said, you were deputy commander of the royal guards. I have always treated you well. Why did you rebel? Why did you rebel? Bo gave a bitter laugh, but did not answer Adolf's question. Instead, he looked at the dag and said, Your Highness, I have failed you. What? Everyone was startled. Bo was apologizing to the dag? What was going on here? Could it be that the rebellion was orchestrated by the dag? Even Adolf turned his gaze toward the dag and asked, Dag, explain this to me. Father, I swear by the royal bloodline that I had nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with it? The Jedi sneered, Big brother, this traitor apologized to you. Surely it can't be because the rebellion failed? Jedi, while all the veteran generals are wounded, you are already weaving accusations here. Doesn't that make us feel cold to the bone? Reed couldn't bear to watch. Many were injured just now outside, and their wounds hadn't been treated yet. But the Jedi was already busy attacking the dag. What a damn fool. When Adolf heard Reed's words, he suddenly realized what was happening. He turned to look at Duke of England and asked, Minister Lee, are you all right? Your Majesty. King sighed deeply, we've only sustained some injuries. But old Ari, old Zhou, and old Yang, they're gone. Tears welled up in King's eyes. These were all veteran generals from their faction. During the battle, they suffered greatly without armor, and finally, under the barrage of arrows, they almost all died from arrow wounds. What? Adolf's heart quivered slightly. A national duke and 2 marquises dead in one rebellion. This. Adolf looked at Bo with a grim expression and said hatefully, lock this man in the Imperial Guard prison and interrogate him to find out who is behind this. And, dag. I am here, father. After we return, stay in your mansion. After settling this matter, Adolf immediately looked at the eunuch beside him and scolded, why haven't you called for the imperial doctors yet? At the imperial banquet, all the guests were nobles and ministers, so there were always attending imperial doctors present, avoiding the trouble of rushing to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take. Chapter 208. A snowy night conversation. Before long, the court physician came with a medical box on his back. Reed hurriedly said, please tend to the severely wounded first. As for those with minor injuries, they can dress their wounds here. Also, I request Christian dispatch more personnel, as there are still many soldiers outside who need immediate treatment. Upon hearing this, someone immediately reprimanded him. Reed, medicinal supplies are limited at the moment. Even these dukes have yet to be treated, so how can you attend to those soldiers? What? Everyone looked at the Jedi. Adolf slapped the Jedi hard and scolded, unfilial son. If it weren't for those soldiers saving your life just now, you would already be chopped into mincemeat. How ungrateful can you be? Are you fit to be a member of the royal family? Get out of my sight. Speak out of turn again, and I will break your legs first. Adolf's anger silenced the Jedi instantly. In contrast, the Gideon, standing behind the crowd, had a smile in his eyes. He didn't expect today's events to turn out so well for him. Originally, he only planned to have Birch frame the dag to sow doubt in Adolf's mind. He never expected that she would have the capability to incite a rebellion among the Imperial Guards. The key point was, with the dag under suspicion for inciting a rebellion, it would be difficult for him to clear his name. Earlier, when he thought the dag might clear his name, he cursed Birch for being incapable, but unexpectedly, she gave him such a big surprise, proving that this woman wasn't only good at pleasing people in bed, and even his own second brother foolishly stood up to speak, offending all the nobles. If something happened to the dag, this fool wouldn't likely become the heir either. However, if it hadn't been for Reed capturing the rebels alive, the Hall of Supreme Harmony would have certainly been breached by now. The Gideon inwardly shuddered. This woman seemed determined to kill even the princes. While Reed was treating the injured soldiers outside the hall, Hartley also arrived with reinforcements. Upon entering the hall, he pleaded guilty. Your Majesty, the rebels have been subdued. We were late in coming to your aid. Please forgive us. Forget it. Since the rebels have been cleared out, quickly send for all the physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau to treat the soldiers. I will send someone right away. When Hartley arrived, he saw bodies scattered everywhere outside. The rebelling guards disarmed and kneeling in the courtyard, and realized the rebellion had been quelled. But a huge change was about to happen in the imperial court. The grand banquet was cut short. Reed and several dukes had sustained injuries, and Adolf couldn't ask them to stay. After tending to their wounds, he had the guards escort them out of the palace. Just as Reed and his group left the palace gates, they saw King waiting with a group of people. Reed quickly approached and asked, "Why aren't you resting if you're all injured?" "Just superficial injuries, nothing serious." King slightly shook his head and forced a smile. "If not for you today, we sigh." King sighed deeply. Reed said quietly, "Old Duke, it's better not to grieve over the loss of old friends. With all these events, it seems the political situation is bound to change." "Yes, truly. One problem just leads to another." King shook his head and then looked at the other dukes. "I have some words to say to Reed. Please go ahead and rest." As the Grand Duke of Great Lucas, he naturally commanded respect. The others bid farewell to Reed and left one by one. After bidding farewell to everyone, the Duke of England smiled. "After what just happened, these old fellows consider you their savior. Your future career will likely be smoother." "That?" Reed smiled faintly. "Old Duke, I did not ask for favors from any of you. You are the generals who hold military power in our country. If anything happens to you, Great Lucas would be in danger." "Hee hee." King laughed. "You are the grandson of the old man Connor. Although your family has not fought alongside us before, had it not been for Johnny stealing your family's credit, you would be among the founding aristocrats of our country. Today, having the opportunity to fight alongside each other, and since you saved our lives, we now consider you one of us. There are a few things I want to discuss with you." "Please proceed, Duke." Reed replied softly. King pointed down the street. "Mind accompanying an old man for a walk?" "If the Duke wishes, I shall comply." "Hee hee." King chuckled, and after a long pause, sighed deeply, asking, "Given your wisdom, do you think today's events were instigated by the Dag?" "No, not only not the Dag, but probably not any prince." "Then the noble families?" "Uncertain." Reed slightly shook his head. Although the Jedi has been constantly attacking the Dag, as the saying goes, a barking dog does not bite. The Jedi is being too eager. He has wanted to depose the Dag for quite some time, but his eagerness has instead cleared him of suspicion. Moreover, he has the Empress in the palace backing him up, and her maternal clan is one of the high-ranking families. He wouldn't be so desperate for success. If anything happened to the Dag, he could just wait. If it's not the Jedi, then it probably isn't from the noble families either. King sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't from the noble families, it would be fine. Currently, the power of the noble families was still strong, and if there was unrest, all of Daxia would be shaken. Who knew that upon hearing this, Reed smiled faintly and said, "The Jedi and the Een family behind him can be cleared of suspicion, but not necessarily the noble families." "This?" King was a bit puzzled. Reed laughed and said, "Duke, don't forget. Although these noble families are closely connected, they aren't of the same clan. How can they really be harmonious within? The Een family may also belong to the 5 major noble families, but their power lies in the military. At present, they are suppressed by you and others, which is fine, but it would be different if the Jedi were in power. Even these founding aristocrats will eventually grow old." Reed sighed deeply. "The noble families share power equally in the government, but if one of them holds the knife, the other families would naturally be afraid. Now that you mention it, that does make sense." King nodded silently and then asked, "Then who do you think it is? The Gideon?" "He might have incited the trouble behind the scenes, but he wouldn't be foolish enough to do it himself." Reed said, "This rebellion seems dangerous on the surface, but in reality, it is destined to fail." "Destined to fail?" King was somewhat surprised. Reed laughed and said, "Yes. Besides failure, I can't think of any other outcome. Even though we chant, 'Long live' to Christian every day, throughout history, has anyone really lived for 10,000 years? He sighed again, saying, "I have been with Christian for some time now. Although Christian and the Dag have different political views, it's merely the difference between a founding emperor and a succeeding ruler." "A founding emperor and a succeeding ruler? What does that mean?" Chapter 209 The Duke of England's Probe. The Great Lucas has been established for 21 years, yet the people are still very poor. Christian is an emperor who came to power through military prowess, and his courage and vision are extraordinary. But what about His Highness the Dag? Although the Dag was born before the realm was unified, he has had a relatively smooth life. War poses a brutal test for a country and its people. The Dag is by no means mediocre. However, having never been on the battlefield, it's natural that he would consider statecraft from a peaceful perspective. So, this is the difference between Christian and the Dag. Christian is a wise sovereign who understands that after great chaos comes great order. Thus, while he and the Dag have differing political views, there's a lot of mutual tolerance. The Dag also understands this deeply. With such an understanding between father and son, why would the Dag need to rebel? This? Duke King frowned and asked, "So what do you think about today's matter?" Aiden with the Dag should be acquainted. Perhaps Aiden even serves the Dag, but as for rebellion, the Dag probably didn't know about it. Reed said confidently, Your first part matches my view, but the latter part confounds me. If he is the Dag's man, without the Dag's consent, how could he dare to cause chaos? Do you remember Natalia? Why bring her up now?" King frowned. Since the scandal involving Natalia broke out, he had no good feelings towards this woman. Reed smiled faintly. "I have a hunch that she is likely behind all this. A woman who controls the internal guard, how could she not know Aiden's true identity? Moreover, She can move freely in and out of the Dag's residence and is deeply favored by him. While I was negotiating with the two countries, I saw her at the Dag's residence. Except for extremely secret matters, the Dag doesn't hide much from her. One truly wonders about this Dag. The word stupid remained unspoken, but King frowned and said, if you believe it's her, then what is her motive? She wants to create chaos in the Great Lucas. Reed sighed gently. Although I don't know why she desires chaos for the Great Lucas, it seems like she's behind this. Just wait and see. After the New Year session starts, many impeachment petitions against the Dag will certainly come in. Some might even dig up some evidence. The Dag's troubles lie ahead. King frowned and asked, even if what you say is true, why frame the Dag? Why? Of course, it's to make the Great Lucas descend into chaos. Reed explained, based on my observations, this Duchess always dreams of overthrowing the Great Lucas. If the Dag ascends, with his capabilities, securing the empire wouldn't be an issue. But if either of the other two princes were to ascend, they might repeal the emperor's new policies to curry favor with noble families. These new policies have just started. Nationalizing land across the empire will take at least a year. By the time they're implemented, the foundations aren't solid, and benefits haven't materialized. If a new emperor abolishes these policies immediately, the entire Great Lucas will surely fall into chaos, possibly the greatest turmoil since its establishment. Is it really so perilous? Your Excellency, didn't anyone come to your residence to talk about land recently? King was momentarily stunned, and then smiled awkwardly. As Reed said, indeed, people had visited his residence recently to discuss land issues. Many founding nobles, originally from humble backgrounds, naturally thought of amassing large estates upon achieving success. Besides lands granted by the emperor, they acquired many more fields. Compared to the aristocratic families who seized wealth forcefully, these founding nobles still showed some understanding of the common folk's hardships. Apart from some unreasonable relatives, most of these nobles had their principles. Nonetheless, they had accumulated a considerable amount of land. Upon Yisrael's reminder, King knew that implementing reforms affected more than just a few interests. If it weren't for Adolf's suppression and the nobles' loyalty, Adolf wouldn't be able to implement new policies. Having watched the Dag grow up, they shared a close relationship. If he ascended, they could support the continuation of new policies. But if either of the second or third princes ascended, the new policies would definitely be abolished. While preserving their interests, did they rely solely on these lands? If not for their positions, how could they accumulate wealth? One must know that within this capital city, numerous founding nobles had squandered their fortunes within just 20 years. Duke, when I returned from my previous mission, I encountered a private army. We still haven't figured out where it came from. Who can guarantee that there aren't any more of these private armies? Or how many there might be? If the world falls into chaos, let's not even mention foreign troubles. Just think about internal unrest. If the court cuts off grain supplies to the border, what can Balthazar do at the frontier? Upon hearing this, King's expression changed. He finally understood what Reed was getting at and said in disbelief, can Bryson Birch, a mere woman, really have such power? Even the inner guard under Christian's command didn't notice someone like Hartley. Reed smiled faintly and remarked, if even the inner guard missed it, how much more so for other places? Even the Imperial Guard has been affected. To think that under Birch's shadow, the inner guard seemed somewhat inept, having overlooked such significant flaws, allowing the Esau department to be compromised. This was indeed. However, if one were to underestimate the inner guard's capabilities as a result, they would likely meet an untimely end. King sighed deeply, saying, talking with you today has truly been enlightening. Let's leave it at that for now. You've only received cursory treatment for your injuries. You should take care of yourself back home. Don't think you're young and push yourself too hard. Balthazars like them who had come from the battlefield all had hidden injuries on their bodies. Though they were warriors, their physical strength was no longer what it used to be. As Reed was someone he respected, he couldn't help but give him some extra advice. After returning home, Reed looked at his peaceful residence and felt a warmth in his heart. Seeing the three of them wounded, Jonah and the others inevitably worried again. After comforting them properly, Reed asked them to rest first. After Jonah and the others left, Reed looked at Dylan and asked, is the Dag consort all right? Still okay. Dylan replied, those few guys said that although some unruly soldiers ran over there, they were all dealt with. The Dag consort is safe and went to find the Dag after the rebellion was quelled. To think that the Dag consort also has such bad luck. Zane chuckled bitterly. The Dag was just released from house arrest, and now he's been caught again. Truly unlucky. Read. Chapter 210. How should the Dag be dealt with? Zane was indeed right. The Dag's family had recently been quite unfortunate. Reed said, the treason case has yet to be concluded, but the matter will definitely not bode well for the Dag's family. During this period, it's best not to go out if there's nothing urgent, to avoid unnecessary trouble. The two men nodded, then Zane suddenly smiled and said, I haven't congratulated my cousin yet. Christian bestowed a marriage, and today he became a marquis. He will surely restore the former glory of the Gu family. Yes, sir. I congratulate you on receiving the title of marquis. From now on, we should address you as marquis. Following Reed could indeed bring honor or downfall, especially for the Ignacio family. With this new marquis title from Reed, their family was bound to regain its former prosperity. Reed looked at Zane and said with a smile, speaking of which, I've never had the chance to visit my maternal grandfather. Since I no longer hold an official position, perhaps it's time to make a trip. Are you going to Ningzhou? Zane seemed pleasantly surprised. Reed nodded. My mother is in Ningzhou, and the Gu clan is also there. It's time to pay them a visit. Indeed, it's time to visit. Zane's face turned somewhat somber. In the past, Johnny oppressed us too much. My aunt's grave couldn't even be placed beside her husband's within the Gu family burial ground. Now that you have this title, it's time to properly repair the ancestral graves of the Gu family. Back when Yun Kingdom fell, the bodies of the Gu clan were moved to Ningzhou by Adolf, but they were buried hastily. Now that Connor Bey has been posthumously honored as a duke, it's time to give the Gu clan a proper burial. Let's wait until after the new year. After the new year, I'll request permission to return to Ningzhou, and we can visit my grandfather together. Speaking of which, he had never met this grandfather who sent both cousins to assist him in the capital and provided substantial financial support, fearing he might struggle in the city. Though they had never met, the sentiment was very deep. He had finally achieved success and should indeed visit. Several days passed quickly. The court session was approaching, and there were hidden currents of tension in the capital, all centered around the New Year's rebellion case. However, Reed neither listened nor inquired about it, spending his days at home celebrating the new year with his family. These days, Jonah brought his younger brother Farron Lacaso to stay at Reed's mansion, not returning to their small courtyard. Adolf indeed had foresight, granting him a marquee-level mansion early on. Now that Reed was officially made a marquis, he didn't need to move. One day, heavy snow fell. Reed's entire family, along with Dylan and his brothers, gathered around a fire pit for hot pot, filling up a table. It was lively and joyful. Just as they were enjoying themselves, Guillermo announced a distinguished guest. Reed was taken aback. Distinguished guest? He hurriedly rose, leading people to the front gate. There, he saw Adolf and the Eric admiring plum blossoms in the courtyard. Upon seeing Reed arrive, Adolf looked delighted. Sir Gu, I've been bored in the palace every day. Seeing these beautiful plum blossoms here makes me feel so refreshed. Reed humbly replied, they are just ordinary flowers, far inferior to those in the palace. Haha. The place for admiring plum blossoms is different, thus the mood naturally differs. Adolf laughed heartily, then noticed everyone sweating profusely despite the icy weather. Curious, he asked, how can you be sweating like this in such cold? Are you drinking wine? Ah yes, we had a few drinks due to the cold. Since your majesty is here, would you like to join us? Reed tentatively invited, only for Adolf to laugh and ask, won't I disturb your family gathering? Despite his words, he walked straight inside. Reed signaled to Guillermo and followed behind Adolf. They entered the main hall, where servants cleared away the previous dishes. Jonah and others stood respectfully and greeted Adolf. Looking at Jonah, Adolf chuckled and said to Reed, you can't wait to bring him into your home. Aren't you afraid the censors will accuse you? Reed smiled awkwardly, it's just for fun. Besides, it was a royal match arranged by Christian, so it's inevitable. Adolf shook his head laughing, then took a jade pendant from his waist, saying, since you're getting married soon, take this jade pendant as a wedding gift. Thank you, your majesty. Reed smiled and motioned for Jonah, who respectfully received the pendant. Seeing Reed's behavior, Adolf knew his thoughts and couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to go to great lengths to elevate her status. You are now a marquis of our great Lucas, and your wife naturally deserves the rank of a second-class lady. After your wedding, an imperial edict will be issued. As he spoke, without waiting for Reed's thanks, he turned to Zane and Dylan, asking, were these two also with you in the palace that day when you quelled the rebellion? Please forgive me, your majesty. I brought people into the palace without permission, which is a grave offense. No harm done. Adolf sighed deeply, saying, if only I had listened to you back then, perhaps the incident would not have happened. These two are exceptionally loyal and brave. They should be rewarded. Your subject, humble citizen, thanks your majesty. Dylan and Zane bowed immediately to express their gratitude. Adolf paused slightly and asked, what? This brave man has no official rank? Your majesty, Zane is my cousin sent by my maternal grandfather to help me handle daily matters, but he does not hold an official rank. Reed explained with a smile. Adolf smiled slightly, saying, to have such courage at such a young age, it would indeed be a pity if he did not serve as an official. Hehe, it's up to your majesty. Reed chuckled happily. As they talked, the pot on the stove began to boil. Adolf sniffed and asked, what is this? Why is it so fragrant? Your majesty, this is hot pot, perfect for cold weather, especially when paired with fine wine. It's unmatched. Reed laughed and said, would your majesty like to try it? Yes. Excitedly, Adolf sat in the main seat. After indicating others to step back, Reed and Eric sat beside him, one on each side. I've come and interrupted your gathering. Are you not upset? How could it be, your majesty? Your presence is an honor. How could this be called an interruption? Reed scooped a piece of lamb into the boiling pot and then placed it in Adolf's bowl. Your majesty, hot pot is best enjoyed while hot. Please try it. Yes. Adolf put the lamb into his mouth and his eyes lit up. After a moment, he smiled. Delicious. I have eaten countless lambs, but this time it feels particularly different. Hehe. Reed merely smiled faintly, and the three continued chatting while eating. After several rounds of drinks, Adolf suddenly asked, Minister Gu, what do you think should be done with the dag? Chapter 211 Dethronement of the Dag. Do you, your majesty, really believe that the dag would rebel? Reed asked with a poker face. Adolf put down his chopsticks and picked up a cup of wine, drinking it in one go before calmly saying, the matter is quite clear now. Era is also under the dag's influence, and relevant evidence has been found recently. But may I ask, does this evidence directly prove that the dag ordered Era to rebel? To be honest, it doesn't. However, rebellion is an unpardonable crime, and many officials have submitted petitions urging me to depose the dag. Your majesty, if I'm not mistaken, Era's family isn't in the capital city anymore, right? Reed said with a smile, as a leader, if one is going to rebel, allowing his generals' families to leave while keeping his own wife and daughter within the city, it just sounds unlikely. Rebellion is risky, especially for someone of royal blood who can obtain the throne easily. Why would he need to rebel? Apart from Era leading troops into chaos, was there any meticulous plan behind it? Any power obtained through rebellion wouldn't be recognized by even those founding dukes and marquises. If I were him, I would directly control all the ministers' families, force them to admit, and then eliminate Second and Gideon's. But now, this rebellion brought no benefits but cost him dearly. Truly, I don't understand why the dag would take such a risk, knowing it was bound to fail. What was his purpose? But now the dag can hardly defend himself. Adolf said solemnly, many officials have petitioned against him. They are nothing more than some people. Reed put a piece of meat in his mouth and said, furthermore, why should the dag prove his innocence? If they say he rebelled, let them present concrete evidence. As the saying goes, he who makes the assertion bears the burden of proof. Commoners often defame others' reputations, causing those being accused to die to clear their names, which provides fertile ground for crime. I'm curious, why do the innocent always bear the brunt of others' actions? Adolf. Eric. While it seemed logical, could this approach simply ignore everything? Adolf hesitated, but Era's statements haven't been refuted, and the ministers keep impeaching? Why should we prove anything? Without solid evidence, this accusation is shaky. Now everyone in court is framing the dag, who has been confined to his residence by your majesty. How can he investigate? To my point of view, when in doubt, acquit is the best policy. Bullshit. Adolf displeasedly said, so what you're saying is, after this rebellion and 3 founding nobles dead, we just let it go. What else? Unless, your majesty orders the secret police to find that woman Jingle Adonis, and then everything will be clear. Adolf suddenly recalled the conversation Eric had with him, on that snowy night, when Reed informed King about these matters, which King relayed verbatim to Adolf. Adolf asked, how are you sure this incident is related to Jingle Adonis? Who else? Reed shrugged. She can interfere with the palace guards loyal to your majesty. How hard is it to manipulate others? Adolf saw clearly now. Reed didn't want to get involved in this matter. Looking at the silent emperor, Reed quietly said, what you seek is nothing but to ensure that there are no stains on the dag that others can attack. But unless we find Jingle Adonis, the dag will only carry this stain. Of course, what I say about burden of proof is also reasonable. Someone did this deliberately, and I've long warned your majesty that unless it's a death penalty case, Jingle Adonis wouldn't flee the capital. She meddled with the palace guards, aiming for great things. Even though I had no evidence at the time, I still believe that only military turmoil was her means, but apparently, your majesty didn't believe it. The secret police uncovered an attempt to poison during the New Year feast, targeting the royal family and the officials, which itself is a capital offense, so? Adolf was silent. Reed continued, therefore, your majesty thought this was Jingle Adonis's full scheme. But, your majesty, the poisoning incident had... However, now that she has shown her hand, it shouldn't be too difficult to investigate this matter. It just takes some time. So what we need most right now is time? King, after hearing Adolf's and Reed's conversation, understood roughly what was going on in his heart. He pondered for a while and said, your majesty at present, only by breaking the cooking pot and sinking the boat can we solve the problem. Breaking the cooking pot and sinking the boat? Adolf looked at him curiously and asked, does Ministerly have any suggestions? Your majesty agrees to their demands and deposes the dag. Is this even a suggestion? Deposing the dag will satisfy them. Are you suggesting that I depose the dag and then establish the second or third prince? Wouldn't doing so be the same as handing the whole country to the noble families? Your majesty, the idea of deposing the dag is not real. You just need to. Adolf and King stayed in Reed's house for 2 hours, eating and drinking fully before they slowly returned to the palace. Watching the convoy they left in, Reed sighed inwardly. Honestly speaking, King's method did indeed have feasibility, but the risk was too great. If handled improperly, Great Lucas would plunge into internal strife. Yet, Adolf ultimately chose this method. Zane stood beside. Seeing Reed's melancholy, couldn't help but ask, brother-in-law, what exactly did Christian and Eric say just now that made you feel like this? Alas, he is indeed a founding emperor. This kind of resolution surpasses ordinary people. Just hope you can win. Reed shook his head and walked towards the backyard, leaving Zane standing there puzzled. Chapter 212. A year of work and 2 years' salary and penalty? Ferdy has caused much harm. It was the Grand Court Assembly during the New Year. As expected, once the court convened, impeachments against the Crown Prince flew everywhere. Not only were they from those aligned with noble families, but even the neutral factions did so. However, compared to the noble families weaving all kinds of charges, the neutral factions clung solely to that one sentence by Bo. After a long commotion, Adolf opened his eyes and said gravely, these past days I've been thinking, regarding what all of you have spoken, about the case of the dag's alleged treason, I find the evidence insufficient. Your Majesty, the dag is the heir, concerning the peace and safety of our state. We ministers naturally do not wish anything ill for His Highness, which is why none of us have rested this holiday season. We've been tirelessly searching for evidence to prove the dag's innocence. But as we delve deeper into the investigation, it turns out that Bo's relation with the dag was indeed verified, and he did visit the imperial villa before causing trouble. If Bryson's Jinla Adonis's involvement is undeniable, she is just a woman, not of royal bloodline. What could she be seeking? Other than securing the dag's ascension, there can be no other motive. Ferdy spoke fervently, with loyalty etched on his face. However, Reed laughed at this, his laughter especially clear in the silent hall. Everyone looked at Reed, wondering if he would start some trouble again. Initially somewhat annoyed, Adolf asked upon hearing Reed's antics, Minister Gu, do you disagree with Prime Minister Hicks's words? Yes, Your Majesty. Originally Reed didn't intend to get involved. Watching silently was good enough since Adolf and Storm had already reached an understanding. But Ferdy's words made him laugh. He said, Your Majesty, while what Prime Minister Hicks has found does make Bo and Jinla Adonis central to the case, their support for the dag is mere speculation. If our nation's future heir were convicted based on mere guesswork, wouldn't the law of Daxia become nothing but a formality? Enraged, Ferdy retorted, though these are merely my conjectures, combined with Bo's statement, it proves the dag's guilt. Huh. Reed sneered, if I recall correctly, Bo expressed his regret towards the dag. Does that single phrase justify your conviction? What else can it mean? Arrogantly, Ferdy replied, being the dag's general, his inability to complete assigned tasks is entirely reasonable. Reasonable my ass. Reed suddenly exploded, pointing at Ferdy. Old man, without solid evidence, how many unjust cases might you still cause? How can you call yourself prime minister? While Bo apologized because he failed in his task, couldn't it also be understood as apologizing due to betrayal of the DAG? That explanation doesn't seem unreasonable, right? You're twisting the truth. This prime minister refuses to argue with you. Humph. Reed snorted, saying, Bo moved his family away early. If he were truly loyal to the DAG, why would he apologize at the last moment? On account of his crime, death is too light a sentence. He has no way out, and his family has left. Why would he implicate the DAG? Well, many people started whispering after hearing this, finding logic in Reed's argument. If this were true, wouldn't it mean the DAG was wrongly accused? The Duke of Gu speaks well, but this prime minister must point out that as the heir, the DAG collecting military generals without imperial decree isn't treasonous? Now that Bo has done this, the facts are indisputable. Why should the Duke of Gu debate further? I know you and the DAG are close, but can state matters be swayed by personal affection? Fine. You old coot. Now you want not only to establish the DAG's guilt, but also brand me a collaborator? Today, let me properly debate with you then. Reed continued. The palace guards are essentially the private army of the royal family. Whether the emperor or the DAG controls them, it's merely internal affairs. They say sons inherit from their fathers. Is there anything wrong with the DAG inheriting early or later when he's already the heir? There are no private affairs within the royal family. You talk rubbish. Reed cursed loudly. When the emperor took concubines before, didn't you insist it was his private matter? Why is it no longer a private affair now regarding succession? So, is it up to you to decide whether or not the emperor's private matters are really private? You young whippersnapper, how dare you? I never meant that. If you didn't mean it, then it's okay for the emperor to consider it a private matter, isn't it? Bryson's commanding armies are improper, according to regulations. These are royal private troops. Private armies are still armies. Then we should punish the DAG for involving in the royal family's private troops. After all, this is merely an internal matter of the royal family. Why should it be escalated to a national law level? Reed. Ferdy pointed at Reed and scolded. Have you forgotten about the rebellion on New Year's Eve? 1 duke and 2 marquises died. They were all distinguished figures of our great Lucas. If you want to accuse the DAG of rebellion, find evidence that he was directly involved. Reed retorted with disdain. Why don't you go after Hao Wenwu and Jinla Adonis who actually led the rebellion? Humph. Then let the DAG prove his innocence. Prove my ass. Reed snapped back. The one making accusations provides the evidence. Otherwise, would the DAG have to run himself ragged just because of your baseless claims? If that's the case, I could say your wife is having an affair with a servant. Does she have to prove her innocence by drowning herself in a pig pen? You insolent dog, how dare you? How dare you? Ferdy completely lost his composure, brandishing his work permit at Reed, who hurriedly jumped away, pointing his tablet at Ferdy and cursing. Old man, you even dare hit me? Don't forget, I can charge into battle among thousands of soldiers as a civil official. All the ministers. Damn, everyone smacked their heads in frustration. They should have known this troublemaker likes picking fights with Ferdy. Nothing good ever comes from him speaking up. Indeed, it happened again. Shocked into silence by Reed's rebuke, Ferdy turned around and knelt down, crying loudly, Your Majesty, Reed has insulted my old wife. Please do justice for me. My old wife passed away many years ago, now long turned to yellow earth. Dead? Reed really didn't know this fact, but instinctively said, Oh, she's dead? Then your concubine works too. Just an example. No need to take it personally, Prime Minister Hicks. Ministers. Adolf. He glared at Reed irritably. What kind of conduct is this? Not only did you criticize Ferdy, but you also dragged my own affairs into this. Am I supposed to lose face too? Reed bowed deeply. Adolf looked at Ferdy. Prime Minister Hicks, please rise. What are you doing? Your Majesty, I have suffered such a great humiliation. Reed openly defamed a senior official's family. Punish him with a year's salary deduction. Reed. For fuck's sake, another year's salary deducted. Reed's lips trembled as he quietly returned to his place. Seeing this, everyone burst out laughing. Chapter 213. Adolf, you lack martial virtue. Adolf's perfunctory punishment marked the end of the farce between Ferdy and Reed. Looking at the now quiet court, Adolf said, regarding the case of the DAG's rebellion, the court is now divided into 2 camps. What do you all think should be done about sentencing? Upon hearing this, Ferdy was about to speak, but Adolf waved his hand. Minister Hicks, if there's no direct evidence of the DAG's rebellion, I suggest you refrain from your usual rhetoric. Or can you logically refute what Minister Gu has said? Ferdy was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, Adolf asked, Minister Hicks, are you speechless? Your Majesty. Ferdy cupped his hands and said, No dynasty has ever had a precedent of acquittal due to reasonable doubt. Moreover, even with reasonable doubt, it would suffice for minor crimes. However, if we don't punish this grave crime of rebellion, it will only encourage bad feng qi to grow. Besides, the heir cannot bear any ambiguous stains. Otherwise, the DAG will face endless criticism, leading to instability in the realm. Adolf nodded. Minister Hicks makes sense, but how should we proceed now? Your Majesty, with these doubts, the DAG can no longer remain as heir. In my view, we should choose another worthy one. Is that so? Then I ask Prime Minister Hicks, if it is later found that the DAG is innocent, what then? Adon rebutted. The current heir is embroiled in a rebellion case. Instead of seeking evidence, everyone is thinking of dethroning him. This isn't the way of a minister. Minister Ari, this minister is merely considering the welfare of our great Lucas. If it's for the welfare of the state, then please answer this. If the doubts about the DAG are cleared in the future, what should be done? Then strip him of his princely status and change his title to prince. Ridiculous. Adon rebuked, putting aside this case. The DAG has been a qualified heir. If he is demoted to prince after being proven innocent, it wouldn't be fair to him or beneficial for the great Lucas. Since Minister Ari disagrees, may I ask what solution you have? Adon calmly replied, "It was your majesty who asked you. I was merely countering you." Reed looked at his mentor as if discovering new territory, not expecting him to play this card, truly eye-opening. His words left the entire court stunned. After a long while, Duke King of England stood up. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." "Oh." Adolf pretended to be curious. "Dukely, you also have thoughts on this matter?" "Your Majesty, it seems this matter won't be resolved anytime soon. However, I have a compromise." King's words made every official look at him. He slowly said, "We could follow Prime Minister Hicks's suggestion to depose the Dag. But considering the possibility of the Dag's innocence, perhaps we could set a 3-year term. Within 3 years, if the Dag can uncover the truth, he shall be reinstated. If not, we shall choose another capable one." "Not acceptable." Ferdy immediately said, "If the foundation of the state is uncertain, any issue that arises might lead to unrest. Minister Hicks, you may openly speak your mind. Are you worried about my health?" "I dare not. Your Majesty is the son of heaven, naturally protected by the heavens." Enough." Adolf waved his hand. "I believe Duke England's method is suitable. This way, neither side will be dissatisfied. If the Dag cannot prove his innocence within 3 years, his capabilities are indeed insufficient for the role. Furthermore, since he'll be stripped of his title, he cannot remain in the capital. Send him to Ningzhou." Upon hearing Ningzhou, Reed felt a sudden unease and looked up. Sure enough, Adolf was looking right at him. "Minister Gu, you recently submitted a petition to return home to repair the ancestral graves. From my perspective, you shouldn't take leave. I appoint you as the inspector of the Northwest, bestow upon you the dragon swallow of Great Lucas, and let you inspect the Northwest. Coincidentally, the position of prefect of Ningzhou is vacant. Before returning to the capital, take up this post temporarily." "What? The Dag just got exiled to Ningzhou, and Reed is appointed as the Northwest inspector and prefect of Ningzhou. Isn't this clearly to protect the Dag? The deposed Dag, powerless, would easily benefit from Reed's help." Reed hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this journey, do it all together." Adolf didn't give Reed a chance to speak, finalizing the decision. At this moment, someone stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Dag's suspicions haven't been cleared. Bestowing the dragon swallow now might?" "Old man, what do you mean? Are you doubting this Marquis?" Reed glared at the old man and said, "Christian has ordered me to inspect the Northwest. What does that have to do with the Dag? Are you accusing me of plotting a rebellion?" Damn, Ferdy wished he could slap that old man hard. Anyone with clear eyes could see that Adolf was deliberately protecting the Dag. Mentioning this now would offend Reed, wouldn't it? The man who met Reed's glare shrank back meekly. Only then did Reed shout, "Your Majesty, I have just arranged my wedding, and it is about to take place. You, what, do you intend to defy my orders?" Well, there was no way out now. Seeing the man shrink back, Adolf thought that this matter did indeed inconvenience Reed. After some consideration, he said, "Since your marriage is an imperial gift, the palace will handle the arrangements for you, scheduled 3 days from now." Fine. Even his wedding was arranged. Reed felt helpless. It was too obvious that the emperor was assigning him to be his son's bodyguard, locking him into the fate of the Dag. If this had happened before, it wouldn't have mattered much. After all, the Dag was the first in line to inherit the throne and wasn't a suicidal type. As long as he was careful and attentive, he could ensure his life without worries. But now, the position of heir had been stripped, and although a 3-year agreement was set, during these 3 years, the Dag would be powerless and unpredictable events might happen in the capital. Too long away from the center of power could destroy everything the Dag had prepared beforehand. Moreover, given the character of the second and third princes, it wouldn't be easy for the Dag to live comfortably in Ningzhou, and he himself wouldn't be spared either. Damn, he only wanted to visit his never-seen grandfather and repair the ancestral graves, yet the emperor directly assigned him official duties. Furthermore, to ensure his son's safety, he even transferred the original prefect of Ningzhou. With this move, Reed went straight from hard mode to hell mode. However, speaking of Xavion's year in Ningzhou, he wondered how things were going now. Chapter 214, Marriage, preparing to leave the capital. 3 days later, at the Western Anasiog Marquis Mansion, news that the royal family was helping Reed with his wedding preparations quickly spread throughout the capital. The Marquis Mansion was decorated with lanterns and looked extremely festive. However, Reed did not have many acquaintances in the capital. Jonah's maternal family was even less mentioned, as the emperor had severed ties documented officially. Thus, Jonah had no maternal relatives. After much deliberation, they invited Adon as their teacher, and Zane prepared a small yet exquisite family banquet along with Dylan and others. Under Aiden's supervision, Reed married Jonah. Speaking of which, for someone who held the noble rank of Marquis, this wedding was rather simple, but Reed didn't mind. Those present today were all his close friends and family. Surprisingly, after the ceremony, many people sent gifts. These weren't just anyone but founding nobles like Li Geef, some acquaintances, and distinguished scholars from the Hanlon Academy. For Reed's home banquet, it would be impolite for them to come and congratulate in person, especially since he was about to set off for the Northwest after the wedding. Therefore, none of them came over. However, the emperor dispatched someone, delivering not only a handwritten note, but also bestowing upon Jonah a second-rank duchess title. Though the wedding was simple, it became an enviable event for all of the capital. The next morning, the newlyweds, who had already consummated their marriage, had no trouble waking up early, rising with the dawn. With no Rolands in the mansion to greet, Reed and Jonah got up, washed, and then Guillermo led everyone in the Marquis Mansion to pay respects to the new Ronda of the manor, Jonah. Seeing Jonah dressed in her magnificent attire, exuding an otherworldly beauty, Fallon and others envied her greatly. They, being concubines of Yisroel who were not officially recognized, naturally could not compare with Jonah, whose marriage was arranged by the emperor and officiated royally. The morning passed swiftly. After Dylan and others paid respects to Jonah, they pulled Yisroel aside and said, "Sir, Christian has appointed you to patrol the northwest. When do you plan to depart?" "In 3 days." Reed thought for a moment and directly replied. He had just gotten married, and the emperor's decision was abrupt. He had no preparations at all. Immediate departure would be too hasty. Additionally, there was the crown prince, deposed by Adolf without any alternative titles. The deposed crown prince and the entire royal family, including the parents of the crown princess, were stripped of their titles and military ranks, exiled together to Ningzhou. Hearing this, Dylan immediately said, "Very well, I will inform the Dag's mansion of the departure in 3 days." Reed nodded, then instructed, "Since the crown prince has been deposed, to avoid unnecessary gossip, call him your highness in the future and don't give people a reason to talk. Also, once we head to the northwest, things won't be peaceful. Has the emperor designated a special guard?" "Yes, a choice has been made." Dylan chuckled and said, "The one leading the imperial envoy's guard is our brother Zane. To command a unit of 3,000 soldiers on his first mission shows how trusted he is by Christian. He never thought it would be this kid." Reed laughed and added, "You are now the magistrate of Ningzhou. Integrate the region properly and avoid mistakes." "Rest assured, sir." "Good. If there's nothing else, please leave for now." Reed held Jonah's hand, discussing state affairs while still newlyweds. Seeing this, Dylan left with a chuckle. After he departed, Jonah held Reed's hand and asked concernedly, "My lord, now that the crown prince is deposed, and the emperor sends you to patrol the northwest while granting you the great Lucas Dragon Quetzal, what does this mean?" Although she did not pay much attention to court affairs, she knew that from this moment on, Reed was associated with the crown prince, and if the crown prince faltered, their family would be implicated. Reed paused, replying, "What can we do as subjects?" Fortunately, Duke England proposed a 3-year pact in front of all officials, proving that the crown prince is legitimate within these 3 years. True, but the crown prince is powerless now, and the parents of the crown princess have been stripped of their titles and ranks. The only one with any influence left is my lord. However, you can only influence the northwest, while Birch is missing. Jonah was right. There wasn't much they could do about it. Reed silently remarked, "I am also curious why the emperor assigned me to the northwest when Birch is nowhere to be found. Any intelligent person would know it's to help the crown prince." "This?" Jonah furrowed her brows and asked, "The emperor's secret agents are everywhere. Husband, do you think it's possible that Birch might be in Ningzhou or the northwestern border? I remember you once told me that all she does is to stir up chaos in Great Lucas. Now she has lost her disguise in the capital. She can only work secretly. If anyone could cause turmoil throughout the land, the methods used in the capital by her count is one, but others would have to start from the border regions. Ningzhou was once part of the Yun kingdom. There might be some secrets hidden within." Upon hearing this, Reed had a sudden flash of inspiration. Due to the matters concerning his birth mother and the Inacio family, he had specifically reviewed a lot of information about Ningzhou. After being reminded by Jonah, it seemed like something clicked. Jonah looked at Reed, seeing him deep in thought, and couldn't help but ask, "Husband, did you think of something?" "Yes." Reed nodded, and then whispered something into her ear. Then he raised his head and said, "It's been 20 years since the events in Ningzhou. If we want to understand things better, we can talk to my maternal grandparents. The Inacio family is a long-standing major clan in Ningzhou. They will surely be able to assist you." Before coming to live with Reed, Jonah hadn't had much exposure to these things. But after being taken in by him, she started catching up on various aspects. She knew very well that she was a discarded illegitimate daughter of the Farron family, accompanied by a younger brother. If she couldn't be of help to her husband's family, she wouldn't feel justified holding the position of main wife. After all her current glory came from Reed. Hearing her words, Reed smiled and said, "We're going to meet your maternal grandparents soon. Rest well in these few days. For the next month, we'll likely be traveling non-stop." "All right, I'll prepare some warm clothes with Fallon and Jin later." Jonah nodded slightly, and then gracefully left. Reed watched her retreating figure, sighing inwardly. Chapter 215. Settling accounts. It was already dark, and Reed stayed in his study as if waiting for something. Before long, the door of the study opened, and Dylan walked in. "Sir, everything has been taken care of." Although Reed had already been ennobled as a marquis, Dylan still habitually addressed him as sir. Reed nodded and said, "Then let's go." With that, Reed stood up and hurriedly walked towards the door. Passing by his courtyard, he happened to see Jonah directing people to move things around. "So late and you're still packing?" Reed approached Jonah and said gently, "It's snowing outside. You all should rest early and not catch a chill." Jonah shook her head and smiled softly. "No problem, we'll finish soon. Is my lord going out?" Seeing Reed wrapped in a heavy cloak, she couldn't help but feel curious. Reed reached out to brush off the snowflakes from her hair, smiling. "Before leaving the capital, I need to resolve some matters. You should return inside and rest early so you don't catch a cold." "All right, my lord, please come back soon." Jonah helped adjust Reed's clothes and said softly. Reed nodded with a smile and then left with Dylan. After they left, Jonah looked at Leslie and asked, "At this hour, my lord is still thinking about settling some matters. It must be something significant. You've been with my lord longer. Do you know when these matters started?" "I don't know." Leslie shook her head. "Since we followed Fred. All we know is that Fred spends his days on official business. It seems there are no other matters to handle. Has he ever had any grudges with anyone? Besides political enemies in the court, I haven't heard of. However, do you have something in mind?" "Yes." Leslie nodded. "I once heard someone mention that when Fred left the Gu family, an old servant followed him, who was originally a servant from Madame's maternal family. This old servant died for unknown reasons later on, and Fred investigated it for quite some time." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Jonah suddenly thought of the house in the yard where they previously lived, which still contained items but was unoccupied. Reed had also instructed that the items in that room should be discarded. "Probably." She thought for a moment and said, "Let's take these things back to the courtyard and then get some rest." Reed led Dylan and others through the snowy night, arriving silently at the Inner Guard Bureau prison. Originally, as death row inmates, the Gu family would have been held in the Ministry of Justice's prison. But recently, with Reed's intervention, the Johnny family was detained at the Inner Guard Bureau prison. Reed walked into the Inner Guard Bureau prison without any hindrance, heading straight to the innermost cell. Here were imprisoned the Johnny family and the Rick family. These were the very culprits who had caused the downfall of the Gu clan. Startled by the noise, both families woke up. Under the illumination of several torches, Reed's face was clear to them. Daryl rushed forward, grabbing the prison bars and shouted angrily, "Reed, it's all your fault. Why should our family end up in prison while you walk free?" "Huh?" Reed sneered. "You still haven't learned after all this time. Didn't your father tell you the real story? You think the crimes of your Gu family can implicate me? How naive." Reed slapped his face mockingly and then turned to the jailer, saying, "I don't have time to deal with him now. Keep him quiet." Saying that, he turned to the opposite cell. "Reed." Daryl tried to reach out, but was pushed back forcefully by the jailer's sword hilt. Daryl groaned and fell inside the cell. Seeing this, Carrie immediately rushed forward. "Show her. If you don't want to taste the whip, keep quiet." The jailer bellowed under Reed's orders. Carrie immediately shut her mouth, while Johnny and Porter glared coldly at Reed. Reed walked over to the opposite cell. Rick, whose hair was already white, looked even more aged. Seeing Reed approach, he smiled faintly. "Didn't expect to see you again before my death. I came here just to settle the feud between our two families," Reed said coolly. Rick appeared rather calm. "So, Fred Gu, who always emphasizes the law, is now eager to take matters into your own hands? You're wrong." Reed shook his head slightly. "Only the law of Daxia can judge you. Today, I only want to tell you that I have fulfilled our agreement. You released 2 members of my Gu family, and I ensured no one tortured you. Be good in your next life." In my next life, ha ha ha." Rick laughed bitterly. Reed said, "You harmed the entire Gu clan, and now your family will soon reunite in the underworld. Have you repented?" "Repent?" Rick was taken aback and asked, "Do you mean to ask me if I regret what I did back then?" "Yes." Reed was brief. Rick turned his head and looked at his family. Seeing the dim light in their eyes, there seemed to be a touch of remorse in his own eyes. His lips quivered, and finally, he said, "I do not regret competing with Connor, but I regret choosing the wrong path. If I had chosen the great Lucas, would there have been no such difficulties today? Rick, there are no what-ifs in life. When you slaughtered the entire Gu clan, the retribution was set in motion. The grudges from 20 years ago should indeed come to an end today. Whether it's the Yun kingdom, the Gu clan, or your Zhao family, they are all past clouds of smoke. The only remaining bloodline of your Yun kingdom will soon be lost. Today, I came here just to tell you that the Gu clan you once destroyed will rise again on this land." "Haha." Rick laughed and said, "The Gu clan has produced many talents over 5 generations, without a single mediocrity. Losing to you, Reed, leaves me with no regrets. I've committed many evil deeds in my life. In the afterlife, I'll apologize to your Gu clan." Defeat? Upon hearing Rick's words, Reed shook his head slightly. Though the Zhao family was destroyed by his hand, did he really win? Not exactly. Now, only he remained of the Gu clan, along with 2 distant cousins whose fates were uncertain. The glory of the Gu clan could only serve as a topic for people to reminisce about. Rick, at least, had enjoyed 20 years of wealth and luxury. His defeat could be said to be more due to circumstances than losing to Reed. Whether it was him, Griffin, or Leo, their defeats were not solely because of Reed, but rather because of the changing times. Yet, the Gu family, this family of heroes, was also filled with tragic hues. Revenge did not bring joy to Reed, but rather endless melancholy. Would such tragedies continue to happen in this era? Reed silently turned his head and said to Dylan, "Bring Johnny and Daryl to the interrogation room." Chapter 216. Turn their trick on them. Reed, let them go. This is the Internal Guard Bureau. What do you think you're doing? Carrie grew anxious when she saw Reed take Johnny and Daryl away. Reed said indifferently, "Carrie, what did you tell me when I left the Gu family back then? You father, the prime minister of the current dynasty, the head of all officials? How impressive." Reed, don't be too proud. Even if I Carrie die, you know very well that offending a powerful family, it will never be easy for you afterward. Powerful family? Haha. Reed sneered. Is this my first time offending a powerful family? Don't be so naive, Carrie. When my mother passed away back then, apart from Johnny, there must have been your part in it, right? When you harmed my mother, did you ever think about today? Humph, that wretch deserved to die. As the daughter of the current chancellor, why should I bow to her in any way? She. Slap. Reed slapped Carrie across the face angrily. You vicious bitch with a wicked heart. How dare you speak of my mother before me? Aren't you always bragging about your noble lineage? Weren't you always boasting of your powerful father? Let me ask you now, can your prime minister father save you from dire straits? You. Huh. Reed suddenly laughed lightly and said, oh right, I forgot. Your prime minister father indeed thought of saving you. But alas. He looked at Carrie's face mockingly. Do you know how happy I was when your prime minister father begged Christian to pardon your death penalty? You. Carrie pointed at Reed and screamed. You? What did you do? Haha, nothing much. Reed explained. I thought you were still quite charming. When your father pleaded for mercy before the emperor, I took the opportunity to petition the emperor to send you to the teaching directorate. Do you know what kind of place the teaching directorate is? You. Carrie pointed at Reed, retreating 2 steps in terror, shouting, no, I don't want to go to that filthy place. Filthy? Reed smiled. But why do I think no place suits you better than the teaching directorate? You used to look down upon my mother's origins, didn't you? Although I cannot decide your origins, you shall now enjoy the treatment of a courtesan in a brothel for the rest of your life. I assure you will understand what a jade arm resting with thousands, a vermilion lip tasting tens of thousands means. And then, you will drag your filthy body, suffering in endless torment until you die. Hatred covered Reed's face. Though the memory of when he was 2 was blurry, the gentle voice would often echo in his midnight dreams. Over time, this carved a deep impression into Reed's heart. Though not his birth mother, having lived this life again, how could he not avenge her? Especially Ignacio family, knowing well that his situation in the capital was difficult and that his enemy, the Gu family headed by Johnny, had caused the decline of the Ignacio family, still sent their eldest grandson Hampton and Zane over without hesitation. If Carrie didn't receive the strictest punishment, Reed would feel guilty towards this body, its mother, and the Ignacio family. Reed's voice sounded like a devil call from hell, scaring Carrie into stepping backward repeatedly. Locked nearby, Porter staggered forward, supporting Carrie and looking at Reed, saying, Jingji, no matter what, you were raised in the Gu family. You've eaten the Gu family's food for 20 years? Am I supposed to thank you? Thinking of this only made Reed angrier. He raged, why don't you ask your wicked mother how she abused me for these 20 years? To eat the Gu family's food for 20 years, haha. Reed laughed bitterly. Back then, your father colluded with foreign enemies to harm our entire Gu clan under the pretext of a servant murdering his master, eventually threatening my life to seize control of the Gu clan. This is the origin of the nobility status of the Gu family. You usurped our place, took our wealth, killed our clansmen, imprisoned my mother to control the Gu family army. After using her, you first murdered my mother and then sent over 100,000 soldiers to certain death. The blood debts owed by my parents, the bloodshed of loyal generals and innocent troops, not even the entire Gu family's torture to death could repay it all. As the eldest son of Johnny, how could you not know this? Reed's piercing gaze stabbed directly into Ernest's eyes, shattering his defenses completely. Johnny trusted him enough to manage the private army and naturally told him some things. Among the Gu family, only Ernest had some humanity. But for the glory of the Gu family, he stood against Reed. So how could Reed possibly let Ernest live? After rebuking Porter, Reed turned to Carrie again, saying coldly, Carrie, do you know why I spared your life? Because you fear pain, fear hardship, and fear death. I have to admit, you're truly afraid in the right way. If not for this, I wouldn't have petitioned to send you to the teaching directorate. I want to keep you alive, making you endure humiliations that no woman should bear, and watch here in the capital as your so-called chancellor father falls from grace, and see how I uproot your so-called powerful family piece by piece, until you die slowly in endless repentance. Leaving these words behind, Reed turned and walked toward the interrogation room. As he stepped inside, a wave of blood smell greeted him. He frowned and approached Daryl, who was already tortured beyond recognition. He squatted down and pinched Daryl's chin. Does this feel familiar to you? Daryl let out a few weak cries but couldn't utter a single word, only spitting out a mass of blood. Reed whispered softly, back then, Humbert crawled home little by little like this, dying right at the doorstep. Between you and me, if you look down on me or bully me, my biggest revenge would have been merely to make you lose everything you're proud of. But alas, you shouldn't have touched Humbert. What you're suffering today is exactly what he endured back then. When I had his body examined, I specifically recorded every detail, just to return the same treatment to you someday. Ugh, Daryl called out weakly, trying to grab Reed's hand for mercy. However, with broken limbs, Daryl couldn't even attempt it. Reed patted his face, saying, rest assured, you won't die that quickly. I'll stay in the capital for 3 more days. Soon someone will blind you and slice your skin open to ensure you spend these 3 days in endless darkness, hearing your life slowly slipping away. Relax, when you're about to die before I leave, someone will use medicinal herbs to keep you alive just long enough to prolong your agony. Enjoy it well, my dear brother. Chapter 217. A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Reed stood up and walked to Johnny, only to find that he had already passed out. He secretly gave Dylan a thumbs up, then looked at Johnny and said, pour water on him to wake him up. Whoosh. A bucket of water was poured down, and Johnny shuddered awake immediately. In the freezing cold day, the dungeon appeared even more chilling. Johnny woke up shivering straight away. The first thing he saw was Reed's face. Johnny extended his trembling finger towards Reed. Rebellious son. Are you going to commit patricide? You wanted to say patricide? Is that right? Reed chuckled softly and said, Johnny, don't you still think you're the high and mighty Marquis, while I'm still the Reed who used to be bullied by your family? Sometimes I just wonder what kind of delusion makes you all feel so invincible. Johnny, I share the same surname Gu, but it's not the Gu of yours. So where does this idea of patricide come from? Johnny fell silent for a moment before he said with hatred, our Gu family has been sentenced to execution en masse. Why do you have to torment him like this before Shoer dies? Torture? Reed curled the corner of his lips into a cold smile and said, he deserves this punishment. If it were just a grudge between him and me, I wouldn't have come to this prison. But your Gu family thought too highly of yourselves, relying on noble titles and the support of prime ministers and aristocratic families, never taking human lives seriously. Daryl knew about my friendship with Humbert, yet he tortured him to death piece by piece because he wanted to take revenge on me. Shouldn't I seek vengeance for that? But he was just a servant. He was my family. Reed retorted loudly, you know very well how I was treated in your Gu family. Besides Humbert, did anyone in the entire Gu family treat me genuinely well? When I broke ties with your family, I hoped that if your family didn't provoke me, I would leave your family alone. But, Reed sneered and continued, however, with Carrie and Daryl around, my thoughts could only remain mere thoughts. Since that's the case, I figured, fine, then let's compete. Haha, now that you've lost, isn't it better to die quietly? Lost? Johnny shouldn't have brought up this topic, because once mentioned, Reed burst into anger. With your Gu family extinct, can my mother and Humbert come back to life? You coveted the power of the Gu family, harmed our clan, poisoned my birth mother, imprisoned me within the mansion, oppressed my maternal family without restraint, and bullied the local people. Do you think the lives of your Gu family members are enough to make amends? I will wait until every one of you is executed on the gallows. I will hold your heads to honor my mother. I will make sure your death is not peaceful. And there's that venomous woman, Carrie. She'll soon become a laughingstock. I want you, Johnny, to go to hell wearing a green hat for eternity, becoming the cuckold king. You. Johnny looked at Reed in terror. After a long while, he screamed hoarsely, Reed, you're poisonous. Not even a fraction of what you did. Reed said indifferently, then turned and left. 3 days later, 2 carriages from the Marquis residence slowly departed the city. This trip might last quite long in the northwest, so he brought more people and supplies. Just as they passed through the city gates, they saw the Dag's family and several others, namely the relatives of the Dags. Reed got off the carriage and saw 7 adults and 5 children, and several guards standing nearby. Reed frowned. Wasn't this way too humiliating? Who sent you here? Reed asked calmly, looking at the leading figure. Well, sir, we were ordered to escort. That's enough. You may all return. I'll personally escort the Dag. You don't need to trouble yourselves with this trip. But, the lead guard hesitated. Reed spoke calmly. What's wrong? When you return, you can blame everything on me. Huh. The guard saw Reed's displeased expression and hesitantly responded. But these prisoners? What prisoners? He is the Emperor's eldest son. Reed said expressionlessly. When you return, tell them it was me who said it. In the future, pay attention to your own actions and don't let others use you without knowing. Yes, sir. We will return immediately. It was no secret in the entire capital that Reed was touring the northwest with Adolf's imperial insignia, the red crane of Dacia. Since Reed spoke up, no one would dare blame them for anything. Don't underestimate these lowest-ranking officials from the capital. They each have their own way of getting things done, and they are quite clever in their own right. After dismissing the officials, Reed saluted the Dag and said, Your Highness. Fredgu, please don't address me like that. I have been stripped of my position as Dag. Such an address might not be good if people hear it. Although the 3-year grace period gave him some hope, he still felt somewhat dejected. Hearing this, Reed simply replied calmly, Even without the honor of being the crown prince, you are still the Emperor's eldest son. Calling you Highness is not too much. Besides, do you think I would still fear them now? You. The Dag laughed bitterly. It was the Dags who glanced at Reed with a charming look and then tugged on the Dag's sleeve, saying, My lord, Fredgu has good intentions, don't refuse. Wanner, we will be a burden to Fredgu. Your Highness, our paths have crossed, and you've been quite considerate towards me before. Let's not talk about being a burden. Reed smiled and said, The Emperor bestowed upon me the Dacia red crane. Outside this capital, my words will not be restrained by anyone. Please do not refuse, Your Highness. Speaking, Reed smiled and greeted the others, saying, Old Balthazar Chiao, greetings. Jackson, Marquis Farron, was one of the old generals who fought alongside Reed against the rebels on New Year's Eve. It turned out that Adolf had arranged for him to help the Dag. The Chiao family was said to be exiled, but in fact, Adolf was giving the Dag away to survive. The Chiao family was after all a family of warriors, and their 2 sons were quite well regarded in the capital. Speaking of these 2 children, Reed shook his head slightly. Under Balthazar Jackson were 2 sons and a daughter, the daughter being the Dags. The youngest son was unmarried, so these 2 children must be Chiao Zhe's offspring, Jackson's eldest son. It was rumored that when the Chiao family got implicated, Chiao Zhe's in-laws came to the door that night with people and made Chiao Zhe sign a divorce decree. What a damned reality. Seeing Reed looking at his grandchildren, Jackson could not help but say awkwardly, Fredgu, please trouble yourself along the way. Old Balthazar, what are you saying? We fought side by side. It's just a small matter. No need to worry. Reed just smiled slightly and then looked at Zane, saying, Go get 2 more carriages and bring a few horses over. Chapter 2:18 Sacrifice. A brief interlude in the capital city. Fredgu, this might not be proper. Jackson hurriedly stopped him and said, We are all sinners. To do so now would surely. No worries. Reed smiled and said, You just follow my embassy later. No one will dare to say anything. As he spoke, he patted the Dacia dragon finch hanging at his waist and said, The Emperor knows of this matter and will certainly not blame us. Today's incident with the Crown Prince and the others was surely intentional. This exiled prince, even if only a commoner now, is still the Emperor's son. Yet someone sent minor officials to escort him. Wasn't this outright humiliation? But given the current situation of the Dag, it was better not to stir up more trouble. After waiting for quite some time, the carriage and warhorse Zane arranged finally arrived, followed by Dylan and others. Behind him, 2 people carried 2 boxes. Reed immediately understood what was going on at the site. Sir, everything has been taken care of. Dylan stood before Reed and respectfully said. Reed nodded slightly and then said to the Dag's family and Jackson's family, We should set off as soon as possible. He signaled to Dylan and Zane, then slowly walked towards Jonah's carriage. The Dags looked at his back and said, I've never seen such an imperial envoy, touring the country on behalf of Christian and bringing his family along. Haha. The Dag smiled bitterly and said, Fredgu needs to inspect the northwestern lands and also serves concurrently as the prefect of Ningzhou. Since he'll be away for years, wouldn't it be improper not to bring his family along? That's true. But considering Fredgu's current rank, Christian having him act as prefect of Ningzhou must have ulterior motives. The Dags asked softly, Do you know what those reasons are? Not really. The Dag shook his head and said, But Fredgu is extraordinary. Although he is an aristocrat, he has chosen the path of a civil official. Christian probably wants to send him out to gain local governance experience. So Christian plans to appoint him as chancellor in the future? The Dag's eyes were filled with shock. In the Dacia bureaucracy, there's a saying that only scholars from the Hanlin Academy can become chancellors. However, a chancellor also needs rich local administrative experience. Reed served in the Hanlin Academy for some time, and the position of secretarial officer given by the Emperor has never been revoked, even when implicated in the Dag's affair. This favor shows a lot. Now sending him on an external assignment, but giving him the temporary position of imperial envoy because of his marquis title, effectively making him act as prefect of Ningzhou, Isn't this to let him accumulate local experience? She didn't realize that these were just part of Adolf's thoughts. More importantly, Adolf wanted Reed to lead reforms in Ningzhou, since the reform policy was proposed by Reed himself. If Reed could transform the poorest area in Daxia like Ningzhou, no one could doubt his capabilities. After traveling over 10 miles, the imperial escort halted at a crossroad. Jonah, puzzled, asked, "My lord, what are you doing? Come with me." Reed calmly said this, then got off the carriage. Jonah didn't ask further, though she didn't understand. After they got off the carriage, Dylan came forward with a box. "Sir, let's go." Reed pulled Jonah, while Dylan followed behind. Zane, as the commander of the imperial escort, couldn't leave easily. The convoy halted, leaving the Daggs family confused, looking at Reed and Jonah's backs. Felicity curiously asked, "Why did we stop halfway?" The Dagg was also puzzled. Beside him, Fuller saw his sister asking and said, "Should I ask Captain Ignacio?" "Forget it." The Dagg replied, "There must be something he needs to handle. Let's wait a moment." Reed led Jonah to a cemetery. Seeing the tombstone, Jonah understood it belonged to Reed's old servant, who had always been with him. Reed sighed deeply at Adonislau's tombstone, placing the box Dylan carried at Adonislau's grave. "Do you blame me for avenging you late, old dog? Now I am a marquis, yet you didn't live to see it. I even wanted to find a young widow for you. But you?" Reed's eyes were slightly moist. The unopened box contained Daryl's severed head. Listening beside him, Jonah felt profound emotions. Seemingly, her husband was very different from others. Ordinarily, masters don't pay tribute to servants, which only highlighted her husband's character. It also showed how hard he had been, early on only able to be accompanied by servants. After some time, Reed got up and said to Dylan, "Take care of it." Dylan silently nodded, then picked up the box and dug a hole nearby, burying the box inside. Reed said to Jonah, "It might be several years before I can come here again. My lady, please bow on my behalf." "Okay." Jonah calmly responded, and then paid her respects to the tombstone. "Let's go. Others are waiting for us." Reed smiled slightly, then put the cloak over Jonah and led her away from there. Back at the convoy, Reed saw Fuller, the youngest son of the Chow family, chatting with Zane. When Zane saw Reed coming, he stood up and called out, "Cousin?" "Yes." Reed nodded and said, "Everything is settled here. Let's get moving with the men." Speaking, he turned to Fuller and said, "I was just paying homage to an old friend. I apologize for making everyone wait. Please convey my apologies to His Highness." "Oh." Fuller scratched his head and replied, "Fred Gu, you're too modest. Without you, we might have been left to fend for ourselves in the wild." Reed only smiled and said, "All will pass. You were born into a noble family, but this experience can help you understand much more. Since you and Zane are around the same age, feel free to meet up whenever you can." "Can I really?" Fuller's eyes showed a hint of joy. "Of course." Reed smiled and said, "I will be staying in Ningzhou for a long time. Zane is from Ningzhou, so he can take you around more often." "Thank you, Fred Gu." Fuller's eyes revealed gratitude. In these few days, he had witnessed the fickleness of human nature. His family's downfall had caused those who once were close relatives to distance themselves, especially his sister-in-law, who divorced his Roland brother and abandoned their 2 children. The grand residence of Marquis Farron, once frequented by the nobility, instantly became deserted. People even sent minor officials to escort them, which was nothing less than an outright humiliation. Chapter 219. The backward Ningzhou Prefecture. After rushing all the way, it still took them 20 days to reach Ningzhou Prefecture. Looking at the dilapidated Ningzhou, Reed felt overwhelmed. Though he had anticipated that Ningzhou Prefecture would be in poor condition, he never expected it to be this bad. Standing at the city gate, the Dag said somewhat 复杂地说道：“20年前，宁州虽然不能算富庶的州府，但也有100万人口的7县州府。只是历经战乱，到我大夏接手后，如今不过4县之地，人口仅10余万。” What kind of prefecture is this? It's even worse than some counties in the south. A mere population of over 100,000. When Reed was working in the Hanlin Academy, he had also researched Ningzhou Prefecture's data. These 10,000 plus people, nearly half live in the prefectural city, and the remaining 4 counties combined only have about 10,000 residents. Especially Fufeng County, which has the least population, with merely over 1,000 households and 5 to 6,000 people. What kind of county is this? Let's enter the city first. We will consider everything else later. Even though Ningzhou is very poor, no matter how poor it is, now that he has arrived, life must go on, and the people here still need to be managed. Reed led the Imperial Envoy guards into the city, immediately causing a sensation. After all, impoverished Ningzhou, which has been poor for over a decade, hasn't seen such a grand spectacle in a long time. The streets, usually not crowded, were now filled with people who came to see the commotion. Looking at the commoners on the street, compared to the capital, even the poorest ward was much better off than here. One couldn't spot anyone wearing silk even with a glance. It was even worse than Reed had imagined. To the prefectural yamen first. After observing the area along the way, Reed had a general idea. The convoy arrived at the prefectural yamen, and seeing the equally dilapidated government offices, Reed sighed inwardly. It seemed everything had to start from scratch. He got off the carriage, and an official was already waiting with more than a dozen people in front of the yamen. Amin, Deputy Magistrate of Ningzhou Prefecture, pays respects to His Grace. Paying respects to His Grace. You don't need to be so formal. Reed helped them up and smiled at Amin, a Jinshur, high-ranking degree holder, from Jinwu's 14th year. Am I correct? Ah. Amin was taken aback and asked, "Does Your Grace know me?" "I reviewed Ningzhou's records and found out that you are the only one promoted from a county-level position within this entire prefecture." Reed smiled slightly. Amin has served as an official for 6 years and is currently a 6th-ranked deputy magistrate, responsible for criminal law in Ningzhou Prefecture. Apart from the governor, there was only Amin left. Due to Reed's reasons, the original governor was reassigned elsewhere, but he happily went to take up his new post despite this. After all, Ningzhou Prefecture was far too poor. The previous governor was merely a fourth-rank official, appointed to the governorship exceptionally, as Ningzhou had already become one of the poorest prefectures. Glancing at everyone, Reed said, "You all enter the Yamen first. I need to talk to Magistrate Killian." This was naturally directed at Zane and Jonah. The Dags family and the Chow family have special status, so they were not specifically mentioned. Dylan is now a fifth-rank associate judge of Ningzhou, serving as Reed's deputy. Since Reed needed to discuss official matters in Ningzhou, he naturally stayed behind. Everyone entered the Yamen, where attendants served tea. Seeing the tea dregs floating in the teacup, Reed didn't mind and picked up the cup directly. The men awkwardly laughed. "Your Grace, the Yamen is currently—" "No problem, we are all having a tough time, I understand." Reed smiled faintly and said, "Christian appointed me as the Inspector Balthazar of the Northwest, and concurrently as the Governor of Ningzhou Prefecture. I plan to stay here for a long time. I'm not here to enjoy myself." Naturally, Amin couldn't say he didn't believe him. Reed just smiled and continued, "This gentleman beside me is the Associate Judge of Ningzhou Prefecture. If I'm not in the Yamen, you can consult him for any matters. Don't look down on Dylan just because he's a martial artist. He studied Confucian classics early on. Only because he offended someone did he end up in the Imperial Guard's Bureau handling prison affairs. However, after following Reed for a while, he made significant progress in many areas." After both sides exchanged greetings, Reed said to Amin, "Now, as the local magistrate, please tell me about the situation in Ningzhou Prefecture." "Well," Amin replied somewhat embarrassedly, "Your Grace, our Ningzhou is poor and has little land, so there aren't many issues. I believe Your Grace has already seen that our Ningzhou Prefecture only governs 4 counties now, and each county is similarly understaffed. Only counties with larger populations have a few clerks, and Fufeng County is the worst among them. Our Ningzhou has scarce fertile land and a shrinking population. I have already looked into these situations." Reed said somewhat helplessly, "Back when our Great Ming was established, Ningzhou Prefecture had 80,000 people registered. Why, in just 20 years, has the population dwindled to only 12 or 13,000? Well, it's because we're too poor." Amin explained, "In earlier years, there were still some prominent clans in Ningzhou. Although they didn't have much fertile land, they took advantage of the benefits from the Ning River and the influence of various clans, allowing the common folk to live decent lives." Reed nodded slightly. Ningzhou was formerly part of the Yun Kingdom. Due to the defense against the daxia, a military administration was set up here, controlled by the Gu family. With over 10,000 troops under the Gu family, this region naturally remained stable. Stability led to prosperity, with numerous enterprises run by the powerful clans, so Ningzhou wasn't poor. However, after the extermination of the Gu family, this place came under the control of the daxia. The major Gu family and Inacio family gradually declined, leading to the withering of other industries. Due to the changes in administration and various reasons, Ningzhou fell into disrepair. Reed remarked, "A prefecture that could support several 100,000 people should not be reduced to such a state even if it deteriorates." About this, Amin replied helplessly, "Originally, Ningzhou had 7 counties. But the 3 main grain-producing counties were reassigned to neighboring Chizhou Prefecture during the second year of the Jinwu era. Therefore, I understand." Reed nodded. This was likely someone's deliberate attempt to weaken Ningzhou. After all, Ningzhou once had a fierce populace, being a prime source of elite soldiers for the Yun Kingdom. Some measures were understandable. However, Reed furrowed his brows. Even so, shouldn't the remaining 4 counties be able to support more than this small population? "It's due to the bandits." Amin explained, "The remaining 4 counties don't have much fertile land. They are mostly hills, and what little there is mostly winter paddy fields which don't yield much grain. Add to that the constant raids by bandits, eventually, people either left or became bandits themselves, and whenever it's time for grain collection, the bandits would come down the mountains to cause trouble. People work hard all year, only to see their harvests benefit others, and over time, no one wants to farm anymore, and they gradually leave." Read. Chapter 220. Visiting the Inacio Manor. So, to protect the land and its people, the mountain bandits in the 4 counties must be eliminated. However, spring plowing was just 2 months away. Although there weren't many people in Ningzhou Prefecture, they still needed to eat. A year's plan starts with spring. If this spring plowing was delayed, his plan to develop Ningzhou would have to be postponed for a year. Without land and grain, the population could not flourish. Without people, everything would be futile. Reed pondered for a moment. Seeing Amin standing cautiously beside him, Reed pointed to a chair and smiled, saying, "Don't be so formal, please sit." Amin smiled and said, "Thank you, Marquis." Reed nodded slightly and glanced at a person dressed as a constable standing next to him. He looked at Amin and said with a smile, "Introduce this person beside you." Amin looked at the constable and said, "This is our prefecture's head constable, Ike, who has been a constable for over 10 years. Reed smiled slightly and said, "To hold such a position, one must have some skills. Why don't you tell me about criminal law matters in recent years?" Ike looked at Amin, who then said, "Marquis, he can speak now." "Yes." After bowing to both of them, Ike said, "Ningzhou Prefecture was rather chaotic a few years ago, but now that the population has decreased, civilian cases are few, and there's almost no backlog of cases. However, what? There are still a few unresolved cases where the criminals haven't been caught yet. Why haven't they been captured? Is it because of insufficient manpower or the criminals' prowess?" "Marquis." Ike smiled bitterly and said, "These were all caused by mountain bandits, and our Yamen brothers can't do anything about them." "I see." Reed nodded slightly and then smiled, saying, "Though the population of Ningzhou Prefecture is small, your ability to handle civilian cases within your capacity is commendable. As for other cases, I will give you an answer later. Now, Sir Killian." Reed looked at Amin and said, "Write a letter on my behalf, and I'll have the Imperial Guard deliver it to the 4 counties to summon all county magistrates to the Yamen for discussion." "But, Marquis, although these counties are not far, a round trip would take 7 to 8 days, plus they're preparing for spring plowing. If this is delayed, it might—" "No harm done." Reed smiled and said, I'll send the Imperial Guard with fast horses. It will save time and help solve their problems here. All right then. Amin said, I will issue documents to all counties immediately to ensure they come as soon as possible. Very good. Reed smiled and said, as I arrived hurriedly today, I still have a few things to attend to, so I won't keep Sir Killian longer. After preparing the document, hand it directly to Lu Tongpan, and let the soldiers depart today. Today? We shouldn't delay, right? You also mentioned that spring plowing is approaching. After arranging matters at the Yamen, Reed went straight to the back courtyard. The back courtyard, as the residence of the prefect and his family, was better than the external civilian houses, but not much better. It looked quite old. Following the servant to his residence, Reed saw Jonah leading people tidying up the yard. Seeing Reed arrive, Jonah greeted him with a smile. The place isn't as grand as the Marquis residence, so I'm afraid it may seem shabby to you. Hearing this, Jonah shook her head and replied, My lord, what are you talking about? Although it doesn't compare to the Marquis residence, after cleaning, it should be nice. As long as you are here, it is home to me. You. Reed just smiled and then said, Go fetch some water to wash your face first. We need to go out later. Are you going to visit grandfather's house? Yes. Reed said, Now that we're in Ningxiu Prefecture, we should visit grandfather first. Otherwise, he might nag. Jonah smiled and said, Earlier, while you were discussing with others, I watched Erikti settle the army and let him return first. By now, grandfather must know you've arrived in Ningxiu. So let's not wait. Go freshen up first. Yes. Early in the past, Ningxiu City was capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, making it not too small. But now, it was nearly half empty. There were only about 70 to 80,000 people left. Taking a carriage, it took roughly 15 minutes to reach a grand mansion. Getting off the carriage, Reed gazed at the manor. The gate alone showed its former prosperity, but after so many years, it seemed neglected. Even the door of the mansion was peeling, and the Inacio Manor plaque hanging on the gateway was somewhat dilapidated. I heard that my maternal grandparents' family used to be a prominent clan in Ningxiu, but I didn't expect it to have become so dilapidated. Life these past years must not have been as good as before. Power truly is something one both loves and hates. Jonah felt slightly sentimental. Reed sighed upon hearing her words. The Inacio family had faced the oppression from the power elite of the DeLucas dynasty. It was already a testament to old Master Inacio's capability and character that they had managed to preserve their legacy intact. But, Reed said, let's go in first and talk inside. He walked up the steps and knocked on the door. Soon, a servant boy opened the door. Seeing Reed and his companion in their elegant attire, he seemed a bit nervous. May I ask the honorable visitors, why you have come to the Inacio Manor? Hearing the servant's question, Reed felt a touch of sentimentality. Even a servant from a fallen manor spoke with such courtesy. This indeed showed that the Inacio family's house rules were impeccable. Perhaps this was the reason why Reed's biological father and mother could have become acquainted back then. Seeing that Reed did not speak, Jonah gently replied, My husband is surnamed Gu, and we are here to visit the old master and uncles. Please inform them. Ah. The servant was stunned for a moment, then looked at Reed with surprise. You, your young Master Gu? Yes. Reed nodded slightly. Then please come in quickly. Just now, Master ordered us that whenever young Master Gu comes, there's no need for an announcement. The servant smiled and moved aside to let Reed and his companion in, then instructed another servant, quickly report to the old master and all masters that young Master Gu has arrived. The other servant hurried into the courtyard, shouting as he ran, Old Master, young Master Gu is here. Reed and Jonah exchanged glances. The servant who had opened the door smiled warmly and said, Young Master Gu and Rhonda Gu, please follow me. The old master and the others should be waiting in the inner hall, hoping for young Master Gu's arrival. Reed nodded slightly, then took Jonah by the hand and walked into the courtyard. Shortly after, they suddenly heard a series of footsteps coming from ahead, accompanied by a robust yet Rolandly voice shouting, Where is my grandson? Quickly take me to see him. Chapter 221. The Inacio family. Reed looked over and saw an old man, about 70 years old. Even though he was in his 70s, he walked with a dignified gait, his eyes bright, clearly a trained martial artist. Jingji, you are my grandson Jingji? Inacio Jiatu's hands trembled slightly as he tightly held Reed's hands, tears streaming down his old eyes. Grandfather, I am Jingji, your nephew. Though it was their first meeting, Reed felt a wave of familiarity from deep within. Inacio Jiatu's lips quivered. You've suffered these years. It's all because your grandfather is useless and couldn't protect you, causing you difficulties for 20 years. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Isn't everything better now? Not only am I safe and sound, but I have also avenged my parents and the Inacio family. With me around, no one will dare to bully us anymore. Good, good. Inacio Jiatu patted Reed's hands, relieved yet proud. My grandson truly is extraordinary. Reed. As the two chatted, an Rolandly woman nearby grumbled, You old man, it's so cold out here, yet you keep dragging your grandson outside to talk instead of going inside. Haha, look at me. Once Jingji arrived, I forgot everything. Quickly, quickly, let's go inside. Saying this, he pulled Reed towards the house, afraid that he might get cold. Reed smiled, Grandfather, please be careful. The group returned inside and sat down. The Rolandly woman held Reed's hand, her eyes filled with tears. Jingji, seeing you like this, my heart can finally rest easy. After I meet my dear one in the afterlife, I can finally be less guilty. Grandmother. Reed held her hands, saying, I made you worry. You child, don't say such things. Back then, the Gu family was powerful, and you were powerless in the capital. How could you stand up to them? You've suffered enough these years. Grandmother, your grandson hasn't suffered. Just knowing that grandfather and uncle are all well makes my heart yearn greatly. Himph. Jiatu suddenly snorted. That Gu family is nothing but scum. They killed my son and imprisoned my grandson, even preventing people from our Inacio family from visiting. They are worse than beasts. Upon hearing this, Reed consoled him. Grandfather, don't be angry. Now that the Gu family has been destroyed, they've all received their due punishment. We must look forward and restore the glory of the Ignacio family. Speaking of which, grandfather, I should thank you. Talking about the Ignacio family, Ignacio Yuan, moved, said, originally, I had sent my sons Harrison and Eric to help you, never expecting that because of you, they both now hold military ranks. A few days ago, Harrison wrote in a letter that he has become a major in the border army, commanding 1,000 soldiers, making him a cavalry commander. As for Eric, before he reached adulthood, he became the chief officer of your guard. Our Ignacio family seems destined to produce 2 generals soon. Haha. At this point, the old man laughed loudly. He then shouted, Elder brother 1, Roland brother 2, Roland brother 3, father. 3 middle-aged men stepped forward. Pointing at them, the old man said, these are your uncles. Your mother had 4 siblings. She was the youngest. You have an aunt who married into another county and should return tomorrow. Reed immediately saluted. Jingji greets the 3 uncles and aunties. The eldest of the 3 middle-aged men was Hampton's father, also Reed's eldest uncle Ignacio Han, who resembled Hampton, honest and simple-looking. He was the one who went to the capital to visit Reed and was turned away by the Gu family. Reed's second uncle, Ignacio Zhe, looked sharp and shrewd, currently overseeing the entire Ignacio family affairs. Due to Hampton's father being overly honest, the family business was mainly managed by the second uncle, while Ignacio Han took care of the Ignacio family's escort business. However, due to suppression by the Gu family, the Ignacio family's escort business retained some influence only in the northwest. Reed's third uncle, Ignacio Farong, looked more like a scholar, always staying at home reading without pursuing any official rank, simply teaching in Ningzhou prefecture. Seeing Reed salute, Ignacio Han immediately helped him up and then said to the young people behind him, haven't you met your cousin yet? Together with Zane, 3 others bowed towards Reed. Greetings, cousin. Reed looked at Zane, who promptly introduced them. Cousin, we are 7 brothers and sisters in total. My eldest brother is the eldest, and there's also an older sister who is already married. My second Roland sister is Uncle Ignacio Zhe's daughter, married a few years ago. This is my cousin Ignacio Yong, also from Uncle Ignacio Zhe's family. As for these 2, pointing at 2 girls in their early teens, he continued, they are my younger sisters. Oh. Reed was taken aback, not expecting them to be twins. After the 3 of them greeted Reed, Uncle Ignacio Zhe chuckled and said, now Harrison and Eric both hold military ranks, while Yong loves reading books and has always been taught by third brother. Being a top scholar, Jingji, you should guide this young man when you have time. Away with you, my grandson is busy with royal duties. He's tasked to inspect the northwest region on behalf of the emperor, and he's swamped with official business. Maternal grandfather. We're family, no need for such formalities besides. Reed looked at Ignacio Yong and smiled. I see cousin Ignacio Yong exudes a gentle demeanor. Surely he's a learned gentleman. It would be great to exchange ideas whenever free. But does cousin Ignacio Yong already have an academic title? Back cousin. Ignacio Yong replied, I passed the examination last year and became a scholar. I plan to study for a few more years before taking the prefecture exam. Excellent. Reed smiled warmly. A scholar at 16 is rare indeed. In 2 years, you should give it a try. As he spoke, he turned to introduce Jonah to the Rolands. Maternal grandfather, maternal grandmother, uncles and aunts. This is my new wife, Jonah. The emperor arranged our marriage early this year, and we were just wed. My granddaughter-in-law? Hearing Reed's introduction, Ignacio Jiatu and his wife's faces lit up with joy. They had suspected that the dignified woman accompanying Reed might be his spouse, but didn't expect her to be an emperor-bestowed granddaughter-in-law. Seeing everyone's gazes, Jonah blushed slightly, and she gave a small bow. Your humble granddaughter-in-law greets maternal grandfather, greets maternal grandmother. Then she greeted the rest of the uncles and aunts. Seeing her propriety, everyone nodded in approval. The Rolandly woman was particularly warm-hearted. She took Jonah's hand and exclaimed, good, good, good. This girl looks lovely. I like her. She then slipped off a jade bracelet from her own wrist and smiled. For my granddaughter-in-law's first visit, I haven't prepared much, but this bracelet I've worn for years can serve as a gift. This? Jonah hesitated, glancing at Reed. This piece of jewelry, cherished by the Roland for years, was undoubtedly precious. Seeing this, Reed nodded slightly, and Jonah held out her hands. Thank you, maternal grandmother. You are too formal, child. The Rolandly woman scolded her affectionately, then caught her hand and slid the jade bracelet onto her wrist. Chapter 222. Doubts in Ningzhou. After reuniting with the Ignacio family, the Aloysia led the women to the back courtyard for conversation. The male members of the Ignacio family remained in the main hall, and the Rolandly Adam asked, Jingji, I heard from Eric that you've returned this time to repair the Gu family's ancestral graves? Right. Reed nodded and said, Christian bestowed the title of Duke of Ningwa on my grandfather, so I thought of using this opportunity to repair the Gu family's ancestral graves. Additionally, there's something I need to discuss with my maternal grandfather. I want to move my mother's tomb into the Gu family's ancestral graveyard. It should be this way. Upon hearing Reed mention his mother, the Rolandly Adam sighed. It's my failure as an old man, your mother, sigh. Reed quietly said, maternal grandfather, there's no need for guilt. The Gu family was once powerful and supported by noble families. It was already difficult for maternal grandfather to protect the Ignacio family. My mother, perhaps it was just her fate. Right. The Rolandly Adam nodded and then said, but now that you have avenged your parents, it can also comfort the souls of the Gu family and your mother. Yes, nowadays, it feels like we've gone through all the hardship and we'll have better days ahead. Ignacio's second uncle remarked, indeed. It's thanks to Jingji's efforts that he earned such honor. When Harrison wrote back telling us that you had won several states for our great Lucas with mere words, even the old master got drunk that day. He praised how well Lucaso may raised such a capable talent who brought glory to the country and both the Gu and Ignacio families. True. Inaccio's third uncle also smiled and said, leading only 3,000 men to raid the northernly grain depot, ultimately winning and forcing the northernly to concede territory. Jingji is about to become a role model for young men throughout the Great Lucas. Reed replied with a bitter smile, second and third uncles, you flatter me too much. Back then, it was Otis and others leading the charge, while I merely strategized from the rear. Speaking of which, Xander should thank Jingji. Without your recommendation, Harrison would still be accompanying me on escort missions and wouldn't have such prospects. Xander, who had been silent, couldn't help but express gratitude upon mentioning his son. Reed smiled and said, Xander, you're flattering me. If not for Otis's own abilities, any help I could offer would be useless. We are all one family. Good futures for my cousins also mean good things for me, right? Suddenly recalling something, Reed asked curiously, didn't Otis have a son and daughter? Why haven't I seen them today? Oh, the two kids went with their mother to her natal home to deliver some items. Spring farming is just around the corner, you know? Speaking of spring farming, Reed suddenly remembered another reason for his visit. He considered for a moment and said, maternal grandfather, there are a few things I need your assistance with this time. Might this involve official matters? The Rolandly Adam, without beating around the bush, directly responded. Now that you have taken over as the prefect of Ningzhou, our Inacio family has always been locals here in Ningzhou. If you need anything, just say it. In that case, I won't refuse any further. Reed smiled and said, although Christian appointed me to the position of Northwest Inspector, having served in the court for such a short time, matters of the Northwest generally don't fall within my jurisdiction. This time, my primary responsibility is handling the administrative affairs of Ningzhou Prefecture and ensuring the safety of the Dag and his family. The Dag? He's here too. The Inacio family immediately became curious. However, Reed quickly explained, maternal grandfather, uncles, matters of the imperial family aren't for us to discuss. You only need to understand it internally. Currently, the Dag is involved in certain issues, so Christian has placed him in Ningzhou, essentially for protection. So, what I need to focus on right now is for the people of Ningzhou. The Inacio family listened and assured him immediately, Jingji, rest assured, none of us are gossips. We'll keep this matter under wraps. Now, tell us about the situation in Ningzhou. Right. Reed explained, though I've only just arrived in Ningzhou, the biggest problems here are population, food supplies, and bandit suppression. Among these three, bandit suppression is the most critical. If the bandit problem isn't solved, the people can't feel safe farming and growing crops. Without food, Ningzhou can't rapidly increase its population, so I plan to eliminate the bandits before spring farming begins. Eliminate bandits? Mr. Inacio furrowed his brows and sighed, you might not be aware of this, Jingji. Our Ningzhou capital city is fine, but in the other 4 counties, even Fufeng County, which is the poorest, has tens of thousands of bandits. So many? Reed frowned and asked, maternal grandfather, if the number of bandits is this high, possibly more than the civilians, how do they sustain themselves? The entire Fufeng County has only a few thousand civilians, yet the bandit population is 2 or 3 times that. How do these people survive? They were mostly originally from Ningzhou but had no choice but to turn to a life of banditry. Among these tens of thousands, many are the Rolandly, women, and children. They can't make a living in civilian life, so they? Yes, Jingji. Your first uncle regularly escorts shipments, thus he's quite familiar with the bandit issues across the counties. There are nearly 200,000 bandits in the 4 counties, but 8 or 9 out of 10 are Rolandly, women, and children. They are merely the families of these bandits. This is strange. Reed was puzzled. If there are so many women and children, why don't they come down from the mountains to farm and live? Why must they engage in such perilous activities for a living? What else could they do? Mr. Inacio said, Ningzhou is located by the Ning River. Whether north or northwest, it is a key transit point. The merchants rely on tolls for passage. Reed frowned and asked, are you saying that the reason Ningzhou can't develop is mainly due to the bandits? Considering Ningzhou's geographical location isn't particularly advantageous, but since merchants travel through, it shouldn't be this bad. Now that it has deteriorated to this extent, it seems unreasonable. Mr. Inacio immediately replied, indeed, it is because of the bandits. While most of the Ningzhou bandits are just rabble, there is one particularly slippery group that cannot be eradicated. The imperial court once sent several tens of thousands of troops into the mountains to eliminate the bandits, but came back empty-handed. Eventually, nobody mentioned the issue of bandit suppression again. How odd. Reed furrowed his brow. If the bandit problem in Ningzhou is so severe, why did I never hear about it in the capital? This is all local government business. In your position in the capital, you wouldn't have encountered it. Mr. Inacio didn't think much about it and sighed instead. Ningzhou doesn't produce grain, so it holds little value for the court. Now that there are even fewer residents, it's even more sigh. As a native of Ningzhou, he found its current state unacceptable. However, Reed realized there was an issue here. While the Hanlin Academy and the Dali Temple don't interfere with local affairs, he has another role, as a secretary. This position allows access to all memorials except for classified ones. Yet, he had never seen any memorial reporting bandit problems in Ningzhou. Bandits aren't a classified matter, so there must be something very wrong here. Chapter 223, Planning the Suppression. However, Reed did not mention this matter to anyone. Instead, he inquired about the largest band of outlaws. Hearing his question, his maternal uncle immediately replied, that group of mountain bandits primarily gathers in Lianyan Mountain. The terrain there is perilous, which is why several military sieges have failed to capture them. Oh, Reed thought for a moment and asked, do you know how many members are in that band? Roughly 1,000. Most crucially, they all possess military weapons, making them difficult to deal with. 1,000. Reed frowned deeply. 1,000 people, and armed ones at that. If they were taking advantage of the terrain, indeed, it wouldn't be easy to eliminate them. However, just by relying on 1,000 men, one could create enough chaos to let banditry run rampant throughout Ningzhou region. These must be capable individuals. Reed asked, Uncle, Does this band from Lianyun Mountain usually follow a pattern? Pattern? His maternal uncle frowned. As mere highway robbers, their movements are always unpredictable. There's no discernible regularity in their activities. Yet, this band never plunders common folk. In daily life, they are particular, only robbing traveling merchants or some wealthy households. They never harm ordinary people or loot grain from farmers. The other bandits frequently oppress commoners. Is that so? Not oppressing commoners. It's hard to say whether these bandits can be considered righteous bandits, or if they simply think that peasants are too poor to be exploited. But even if they were righteous bandits, Reed couldn't possibly let them continue raiding without interference. Their existence has led to continuous unrest in Ningzhou. While they do not plunder civilians, other bandits don't follow the same rule. Without dealing with this strongest force, other mountain bandits would remain unsolved as well. Moreover, Reed had a hunch that the Lianyun mountain bandits' behavior was likely a strategy to use other bandits as shields. With severe bandit issues in Ningzhou, it's naturally challenging for government troops to carry out a cleanup. Issues in any area also help them divert attention and make it easier for them to escape and hide. This speculation isn't groundless. After all, while all groups cause bandit troubles, Lianyun mountain bandits haven't absorbed other mountain bandits into their ranks. Instead, they've watched them grow in strength. This certainly seems unreasonable. As bandits, they can't not know that they will eventually be wiped out by government forces. If so, why don't they expand now? Either they have ulterior motives, or they look down on these scattered rabble who oppress the people. Perhaps it would be worth meeting the Lianyun mountain bandits sometime. Seeing him lost in thought, Ford spoke up, Jingji? Huh. Reed looked up, Grandfather, you called me? Jingji, what were you thinking just now? Oh, nothing much. Reed smiled, just worrying that if we don't solve Ningzhou's issue soon, it won't be beneficial for the region. Tisk. Garth Ignacio sighed. If it were easy to extinguish, it would have been done long ago. The court did send troops years ago, but after failing, they ceased sending armies. Ningzhou isn't like before. There are no troops stationed here anymore. Eliminating these bandits is going to be tough. Yes, Jingji, though you have your 3,000-strong guard, against the countless number of bandits, excluding women and children, it's still overwhelming. Hee hee. Reed chuckled. I understand. For now, I'll return and convene my subordinates to discuss it further. Ford nodded, smiling. You're thoughtful, Jingji. You're an official from the capital. If you could manage to get some soldiers here, resolving Ningzhou's problem would truly benefit our fellow townsfolk. As they talked, someone from the inner chamber came out calling everyone for dinner. It was ready. Reed and others stopped talking and followed to the dining table. The old lady kept tugging at Reed and his wife, constantly offering dishes and soup. Her enthusiasm made Reed feel somewhat overwhelmed, but Jonah seemed quite at ease handling it. By the end of the meal, she not only pleased the Rolandly lady, but also took care of Reed's aunties. After enjoying a harmonious family dinner, Reed chatted a bit more with the Ignacio family. Seeing it was getting late, he then leisurely returned home. Back at Ningzhou government office, everything in the backyard was prepared. Reed summoned Dylan and said, Brother Liu, I need your help with something. At your command, sir. Without asking what the matter was, Dylan responded immediately. Reed took out 4 letters from his chest and said, have the brothers deliver these letters to the county magistrates as quickly as possible by catching up with the escort troops headed to the 4 counties. Additionally, spread a piece of news. Say that upon my initial appointment as the Imperial Commissioner for the Northwest Inspection, I received substantial tributes from each county. Make sure to inflate the amount. Remember, it must reach the ears of those mountain bandits, especially those from Lianyun Mountain, and specifically mention that these valuables will be landed at Ningzhou's ferry along with the military pay, then transported into Ningzhou Prefecture. This seems improper. Dylan remarked, for no reason, you are defaming your own reputation. If this gets back to the capital, how would Christian and the officials react? No harm done. You just need to have the brothers follow through. If this plan works, the bandit problems in Ningzhou might be resolved within a month or so. Sir, you're planning to suppress the bandits? Upon hearing this, Dylan immediately understood Reed's strategy. Reed confirmed, exactly. I learned today from my maternal grandparents' house that the bandits in Ningzhou are rampant. However, they are all hiding in the mountains. If we go after them in the mountains, our efforts will be fruitless and yield nothing. Instead, let's use a stratagem to lure them out and solve the problem once and for all. Sir, even if so, why tarnish your own reputation? This could be exploited by someone with ulterior motives, which isn't right. There's no other way. Reed explained, Ningzhou is impoverished and it's not harvest time. Without bait, how can we lure them out? As an Imperial Commissioner, it's normal for local officials to curry favor when I arrive. If this news spreads, they will definitely fall for it. Dylan felt a headache coming on. Though he didn't know the exact scale of the bandit issue, given Reed's attention, it must be serious. It had likely become quite severe. However, Reed insisted, now is not the time for hesitation. You must spread the word as soon as possible. Any delay could jeopardize the plan. Then, alright. Chapter 224 Seeking help from the Ignacio family. The Ningzhou ferry was only 10 miles away from the Ningzhou Prefecture city and about 20 miles from Lianyun Mountain. This was precisely why Reed had deliberately delivered this bait right before the bandits of Lianyun Mountain. It was hard to imagine that within just 20 or 30 miles of a prefecture, such a den of bandits could hide, and no matter what, they couldn't be exterminated. If not for his maternal uncle from the Ignacio family informing him, Reed wouldn't have thought to act so soon, as eradicating bandits is no easy task accomplished in a day. However, upon hearing that there were at least 200,000 people hiding in the mountains, he became resolute. No matter what, it was essential to resolve these bandit issues before spring plowing. It was now early February. If he acted quickly enough, he could solve this problem before the spring plowing began. Although the timeline was tight, as long as he worked diligently, everything should go smoothly. Of course, he would need significant assistance from his maternal grandfather's family. The next day, Reed visited the Ignacio family again. Hearing that Reed had arrived, Ford was a bit curious. Did his grandson miss him already? Yesterday, when he was asked to stay overnight at the Ignacio residence, he firmly refused, yet he came over early this morning. Ford chuckled as he walked into the inner hall where Reed was chatting with the whole Ignacio family over tea. You naughty monkey, yesterday you wouldn't stay, but today you come early to disturb my sleep. If you don't give me a good explanation, even as a marquis, I'll still give you a good thrashing. Hearing Ford's mock scolding, Reed was momentarily taken aback before smiling. Grandfather, your grandson never forgets you. Today I've brought an opportunity to share with you. Will you accept it? Ford was stunned, then scolded with a laugh. You little rascal. Whether it's prosperous or not, this old man doesn't know, but your face begging for favors is crystal clear to me. Reed's lips twitched, and he laughed bitterly. Grandfather, we are family. Why do you say it like that? We're simply asking for your help. Indeed, experience does come with age. Just by one sentence, Ford saw through Reed's intentions. Speak directly. Our Ignacio family has some resources left, and if our future depends on you and the younger generations of the Ignacio family, we won't be stingy. In fact, ever since learning that Reed took the position of prefect of Ningzhou, he knew his grandson would come seeking help. After all, who else could represent the wealthy families in Ningzhou besides the Ignacio family? Moreover, the future prosperity of the Ignacio family depended on this grandson, so it was necessary for the grandfather to offer assistance when needed. Reed said promptly, Grandfather, I plan to borrow a large number of farm tools, oxen, and grain from the Ignacio family under the authority of the government. Ford was puzzled and asked, why do you need the grain? The oxen and farming tools made sense, but the grain, currently, while Ningzhou citizens weren't fully fed, it didn't seem necessary for the government to provide for them. Reed explained, I intend to eliminate all the bandits across Ningzhou before the spring plowing season. Afterward, the people hiding in the mountains will be relocated. Without sufficient food, tools, and cattle, it might lead to, you're mad? Eradicating bandits before the spring plowing? Before Reed finished, Ford looked at him in shock and said, these bandits have operated in the mountains for over a decade, and tens of thousands of Imperial troops haven't managed to eradicate them. How can you possibly do it in 2 months? It's impossible. Not just Ford, but the entire Ignacio family, including Zane, who followed Reed the longest, found it hard to believe. He argued, Cousin, we have only 3,000 men, none experienced in mountain warfare. How can you expect us to succeed? They may not know how to fight in the mountains, but can't they fight elsewhere? Zane hesitated. But Uncle also said these mountain bandits rarely come down, and even when they do, they're very alert. We might fail. Cousin, shall we consider this carefully? I absolutely agree with exterminating bandits, but haste makes waste. It's not that I can't wait, but Ningzhou cannot afford to wait. Reed explained, Ningzhou has only a population of over 10,000, but knowing that hundreds of thousands more are hidden in the mountains, missing this year's chance will delay Ningzhou's development by years. As you know, Beijing's situation is pressing. You know well why we are here in Ningzhou. Can we really wait a few more years? Upon hearing these words, Zane fell silent immediately. Seeing his grandson and nephew like this, Ford knew that they must have some information unknown to him, especially when it came to mentioning the capital. Ford and the 3 uncles of the Ignacio family fell silent. After a while, Ford asked, Jingji, what do you think? Maternal grandfather. Yesterday, Josiah mentioned the situation of the Lianyun mountain bandits. After I returned home, I reviewed some files and already have a plan in mind. I am planning to. Reed recounted what he had discussed with Dylan last night. Upon hearing this, Ford was taken aback and said, Jingji, you must think carefully. If the bandit issue is eradicated, all would be well, but if this attempt fails, it might mean disaster for you. Maternal grandfather, you don't need to worry. I have considered this matter thoroughly. I came to Ningzhou under Christian's arrangement, with a maximum of 3 years. If within these 3 years Ningzhou doesn't see significant improvement, then in the future. Reed hesitated slightly, not wanting to reveal his suspicions, and instead said, however, my 3 years are not just about Ningzhou. There are more important matters that I must personally handle. Certainly, this year could be spent focusing on eradicating the bandits as in previous years, which would suffice to settle the bandit troubles. But losing this year means Ningzhou's development will lag by several years. Modern people know that one starting point affects the speed of future development. Reed explained in a way they could understand. Maternal grandfather, having managed the Ignacio family's assets for decades, you should understand this simple principle. The difference between starting a business with 100 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of silver. If one person has 100 taels to open a tea house and another has 1,000 taels to open an inn, without considering other factors, who do you think will make money faster? If we disregard losses, which one would expand faster? Ford certainly understood this logic, but Reed's plan was too bold. If it failed, all the preparations made by the Ignacio family would be in vain. He thought for a moment, looked at Garth and asked, Old two, you now manage the family business. What do you think? Father, Jingji and Eriker have their hearts set on this. In my view, our Ignacio family should help. Before Garth could speak, Josiah directly chimed in. Garth also nodded, saying, now that Jingji is a marquis and Harrisoner and Eriker have official positions, even if this attempt fails, our Ignacio family can bear it. Besides, it's all for Ningzhou. Our Ignacio family should take the lead. Chapter 225 Apprenticeship? Seeing both of his sons siding with Reed, old Mr. Ignacio didn't hesitate and immediately decided. Alright, if your uncles have no objections, then this old man naturally won't object either. I'll leave this matter to your second uncle. Oxen, farming tools, grain. Within a month, the Ignacio family will provide everything we can. You just focus on eliminating the bandits. Old Mr. Ignacio made the decision, and the 3 uncles nodded in agreement. Reed immediately smiled and said, then I must thank grandfather and the 3 uncles for your help. There's still one more thing I need to trouble Garth with. Is there something else? Are you planning to use the same strategy against other mountain bandits? Garth Ignacio chuckled and said, Jingji, Don't blame me for not reminding you, but using the same strategy twice likely won't work. Garth is overthinking it. This method might be ineffective against others, but it will definitely work against other mountain bandits. Reed laughed. These bandits are merely commoners who turn to outlawry. Even if they have some concerns, when faced with an abundance of grain, they will inevitably be tempted. Moreover, this time the transport will be carried out under the name of the Ignacio family. My cousin Eric will only hide with his men in secret, waiting until all the bandits are lured down the mountain. Then other matters can be left to Eric. This could actually work. Garth Ignacio smiled. After the new year but before spring plowing, is when they are most in need of grain. If the Ignacio family were to transport a large amount of grain through here at this time, they might really not be able to resist. Rest assured, Jingji, there's already grain stockpiled in Ning'an County by the Ignacio family. To transport it to the capital city, it has to pass through Inasiagshan Mountain. The mountain bandits on Inasiagshan Mountain are the most numerous in all of Ningzhou. Once this group of bandits is eliminated, the rest will pose no threat. Great. Reed said, then I'll wait until I resolve the issue on Lianyun Mountain, after which our plan can be implemented. If he used the same strategy twice against soldiers, prestigious families, or even the bandits from Lianyun Mountain, it definitely wouldn't work. However, after using it on the bandits of Lianyun Mountain, applying it to regular bandits would have no problem. But, Reed smiled and said, Grandfather and all the uncles, before we implement our plan, my relationship with the Ignacio family mustn't be known to outsiders. That's natural. Old Mr. Ignacio laughed. If people found out about Reed's identity, this strategy would certainly not work. In fact, Reed was merely exploiting the psychological tendencies of these bandits. The bandits of Lianyun Mountain seemed somewhat like righteous bandits. Although he didn't know what the puppet master behind them aimed for, as righteous bandits, the corrupt official should be their target, right? As for the miscellaneous bandits on Inasiagshan Mountain, though they were many, they were ultimately a group without sophistication. Even with the lesson from Lianyun Mountain, as long as Reed and the Ignacio family's relationship wasn't exposed, faced with mountains of grain, they surely couldn't resist the temptation. Of course, there was a difference between the two. If the bandits on Lianyun Mountain didn't cooperate, they would be directly eliminated. As for those on Inasiagshan Mountain, they were just ordinary folk who had turned into bandits. There was no need to be so extreme. After agreeing on a strategy with the Ignacio family, Reed hurried back to the prefectural office. He had just returned when the dag came visiting. Your Highness, what brings you here? Reed looked curiously at the dag, who brought along his two children and Fuller. Jingji, the dag said somewhat bashfully, being away from the capital has caused many inconveniences. My 3 children have lost their teachers. Since you, Jingji, being the top scholar, can you perhaps teach my 2 sons and daughter? Fredgu. Fuller also said from the side, my 2 nephews. This. Reed scratched his head and said, Your Highness, with bandit troubles throughout Ningzhou, my recent focus has been on bandit suppression. After dealing with the bandits, spring plowing comes up soon, leaving little time for teaching the children. What do you think? No worries. Fredgu bears an imperial mission and naturally should prioritize official duties, just whenever you have leisure moments. The dag did not press. Reed thought for a moment and said, Since so, I have a suggestion. Will your Highness agree? Oh. The dag was curious. What good idea does Fredgu have? Reed smiled. It's like this. My brother-in-law Farron Lacaso has been taught by my wife. The children are of similar ages and can study together. My wife can teach them for a while, and after finishing spring plowing, I'll invite tutors. How does that sound? Does the Rhonda of Xining County indeed have such capability? Fuller asked curiously. Reed smiled and said, I had tested Farron Lacaso before inviting a tutor for him, and the tutors all said he has an extremely solid foundation. Is that really so? The dag was somewhat surprised. Reed smiled and said, Of course I wouldn't dare to lie to your Highness. My brother-in-law is my wife's only younger brother. How could this be something to joke about? All right then, let it be decided this way. The dag's face was full of smiles, and then he said, However, although Madam will teach them, the apprenticeship must still be acknowledged under you, Gudaran. After all, the children are growing older and need to learn statecraft. Besides you, who else can understand these matters? This, being a teacher to the dag's children meant, if nothing unexpected happened in the future, he would have to take on the title of imperial tutor. Jonah, being a woman, naturally couldn't assume such a title. But for Reed, if he agreed this time, his fate would be completely tied to the dag. Although he was already closely associated with the dag, he didn't want to be so intertwined with his children. Who knew what the situation would be decades later? However, seeing the hopeful gaze of the dag, he thought for a moment and said, Since your Highness does not mind, then there's no harm in me teaching these few children. But Ningzhou is currently in dire straits. My teaching methods will be different from others, and neither the dag nor the Rolands of the Chow family should oppose my methods. The dag and Fuller were curious and asked, How will they be different? As the saying goes, what is learned from books seems superficial until truly experienced. Reading 10,000 scrolls is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. In books, one can read about benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faithfulness, but statecraft cannot be learned solely through reading. Reed sighed and said, Statecraft and studying books are 2 different things. The more one reads does not necessarily mean they understand governance better. Therefore, if I teach, I will mainly impart knowledge beyond the books. Knowledge beyond the books? The dag and Fuller looked very curious. Reed nodded. For example, spring plowing is approaching soon. Your Highness and the rest have always been people high up. Have you ever known how ordinary people live? Do you know how much grain can be produced from 1 mu of land per year? Do you know? Chapter 226. The fish takes the bait. Reed fired off a series of questions, leaving Dag and the others momentarily stunned. Seeing their reactions, Reed smiled and said, Your Highness, this trip to Ningzhou isn't necessarily a bad thing for you and the other young princes. The art of politics in the court is surely something you all can handle with ease, but the path of governing lies among the people. Observing matters here will be nothing but beneficial. Upon hearing this, the dag laughed immediately. So it seems that not only are these children to follow your excellency to learn, but so shall we? Haha. Reed said, take things as they come. Since we're already here, why don't we together develop a prosperous ningzhou? That way, our term as officials won't have been in vain. Agreed. The dag replied, then let's follow Fred Gu's plan. Ha ha ha. The trio burst into hearty laughter. Subsequently, the initiation ceremonies of several kids followed. After drinking the tea presented by the kids, Reed sent them off under Jonah's care. Once they left, the dag suddenly asked, earlier, Fred Gu mentioned dealing with bandits. Does this mean Ningzhou has a serious bandit problem? Fear not, it's not simple. Reed explained, the bandit situation in Ningzhou is severe. There are at least 200,000 people hiding in the mountains. As he spoke, he revealed the information he obtained from the Inacio family and the government records. Upon hearing this, the dag frowned immediately. With such a serious bandit issue, why haven't there been any reports from Ningzhou before? Therein lies the problem. Reed responded, even when I reviewed Imperial reports in the Imperial Study Hall, I never saw Ningzhou mention the bandit issues. Someone must have intercepted those reports or perhaps received an earlier response, causing Ningzhou to give up on it. However, since we've only just arrived, we still don't know the full story. This matter needs further investigation. The dag nodded and then added, since Fred Gu already has a plan to deal with the bandits, my Yu family can lend a hand. Although my father-in-law and Roland brother no longer hold military positions, they can still offer assistance. The dag wasn't foolish. Though he had never led troops, he understood Reed's strategy was likely to be small-scale bait. However, eliminating the bandits in Lianyun Mountain would require a larger force. Dividing the army was inevitable, and at such times, the commander's capabilities became critical. The Chow family was a lineage of generals, making leading troops no trouble at all. Upon hearing that the dag intended to enlist help from the Chow family, Reed immediately said, thank you, your highness. The army will be setting out soon, and the Chow family's effort will be greatly appreciated. Several days later, built on a steep mountain peak, Lianyun Stronghold had existed for over 10 years due to its strategic advantage atop Lianyun Mountain. On this day, the Lian and Conan of Lianyun Stronghold were discussing matters. Eldest sister, our informants in several county towns reported that the new imperial envoy is insatiable. He just arrived in Ningzhou but has already summoned county magistrates, said the Conan, who looked about 25 years old. Officially, it's a meeting, but in reality, he's asking for tribute. Now the county magistrates are busy gathering resources. What? Sitting upright was the Lian, a woman despite her title. Though she was a woman, she exuded a sense of valor. Slamming the table, she exclaimed, these insatiable maggots. DeLucas has been established for barely 2 decades, yet Ningzhou is like this. He actually thinks of extorting more wealth. How shameful. Hearing his sister's words about Ningzhou, the Conan couldn't help but feel enraged. Back when Ningzhou was under Yun state, though not rich, it was still a significant city with a population of 1 million. Now it belongs to DeLucas, yet their court doesn't strive for progress and only thinks of plundering. At this point, even digging 3 feet deep in Ningzhou wouldn't find anything valuable, yet these corrupt officials still want to extort more. Brother and sister were indignant. Sister, since these are corrupt officials from DeLucas, we of Lianyun Stronghold cannot stand idly by. If we let these dogs continue to loot, Ningzhou might turn into a dead land. After listening, the Lian furrowed her brow. How do you intend to intervene? Old tactics. We seize the wealth the corrupt officials have plundered. But, the Lian hesitated, yet we received orders from the capital to remain calm. If we cause chaos now, it might draw attention from the authorities. That dog is the Emperor's envoy. If anything happens to him, DeLucas will know about us. Sister, rest assured, we'll only take the loot and leave the dog unharmed. The second chief said, this wealth was extorted from the people. Even if we raid it, that dog official would not dare to report it. Otherwise, he would be in trouble himself. The brothers outside have said that all these assets will travel down the Ning River at the same time and land at the Ningzhou ferry. When that time comes, our opportunity will be here. As long as we are fast enough, we won't leave any traces. But what about the Imperial Envoy's guard? The first chief seemed somewhat tempted. What her brother said made sense. If they were traveling through the Ningzhou ferry, it would indeed be a big piece of fat meat for their Lianyun fort. However, they could not underestimate the Imperial Envoy's guard. There were exactly 3,000 men. In contrast, their fort only had around 2,000 able-bodied young men. In the mountains, it wouldn't be an issue. But the terrain at Ningzhou ferry was flat, and they had no confidence fighting against 3,000 troops on level ground. Previously, they had suffered a huge loss. If they hadn't retreated into the mountains in time, Lianyun fort probably wouldn't exist anymore. As a result, their population dropped sharply from 5,000 to 2,000. These 2,000 were gradually gathered back later. Without its previous strength, Lianyun fort naturally couldn't control the bandits in Ningzhou as before. That led to other forts starting to plunder civilians and gradually growing stronger. The second chief also knew this lesson well, but this time he smiled. Sister, rest assured. We've learned that only 300 men will escort this batch of wealth. We'll send 1,500 men, and it will take no effort to take them down. 5 against 1. Even on flat ground, they could finish in just 15 minutes at most. Hearing this, the first chief frowned. 300 men? The wealth scraped from Ningzhou doesn't require so many guards. Is there a trap? The second chief laughed. Sister, I forgot to mention, this includes the salary for their guards. Because of the salary, they dispatched 300 men. Salary? That's even more wrong. The first chief said, the salary is very important. With rampant bandits in Ningzhou, they dare to send just 300 men to escort the salary? Sister, aren't you confused? We know the area is rife with bandits, but their court does not. Oh, the first chief slapped her forehead. I forgot about that. The second chief said with a smile, the news from Ningzhou has been sealed off for years. Everything has been peaceful. This greedy imperial envoy must not have noticed, thus sending just 300 men. The first chief thought for a while, then remained silent. Chapter 227. Luring the snake out of its hole. Anti-bandit operations. Since that's the case, you shall be in charge of this matter. The two are siblings. Without hesitation, the Randy entrusted this significant task to her younger brother and then asked, "When do you plan to set out?" "I'll prepare within a few days. As soon as their official ships depart, I'll lead people down the mountain to ambush." "Great." The Randy nodded and instructed, "Be extra cautious after leaving. Prioritize your safety above all. Also, dispatch more scouts in the coming days to prevent any contingencies." "Sure thing, sister. I will definitely bring our brothers back safely." In the following days, both sides were preparing intensively. Ever since the news went out, Reed put on the appearance of a dim-witted official, always looking idle and incompetent. However, only a few people knew he wasn't idle at all, but was drafting a comprehensive development plan for Ningzhou. After the anti-bandit operation, he planned to hold a meeting with the magistrates of Ningzhou's 4 counties. Without solid plans, how could Ningzhou possibly develop? After several busy days, everything was ready. This day was also when all county magistrates arrived in Ningzhou. At Ningzhou Wharf, Xavion looked somewhat worried. A few days ago, an envoy from the Imperial Commissioner brought the order to Fufeng County, where Xavion learned that this commissioner appointed by Christian to inspect the northwest region also supervised the administration of Ningzhou. Subsequently, some instructions were given to him, which seemed superficial. Yet, he wasn't sure whether the commissioner was using this pretext to extort bribes. As a low-ranking magistrate of a minor county, his position was just 8th rank, too insignificant to offer anything valuable. His annual salary barely amounted to a mere 20 taels of silver. What did he have to present? During this year in Fufeng, he had endured much hardship. Although his good friend Reed helped, Fufeng's economic foundation was extremely weak. The best he could achieve was preventing anyone from starving to death. Without assistance from his friend's maternal grandparents, his work might not even have been possible. Now the court had sent a commissioner to Ningzhou, who would be his direct superior overseeing local administration. If he failed to make a good impression on his superiors, would he remain in Fufeng forever? Speaking of living well, it was still his good friend who had it easier. By merely talking, he managed to help the great Lucas reclaim 6 prefectures, and is now promoted to the rank of vice president of the Supreme Court, reaching 4th rank junior level. How many could reach such heights in their lifetime? The boat slowly docked, and Xavion emerged from the cabin, finding the magistrates of the other 3 counties arriving simultaneously. Upon seeing each other, the 4 were momentarily stunned. Magistrate Farron, Magistrate Jean, Magistrate Killian, Magistrate Guan. Ningzhou governed 4 counties. Magistrate Xavier of Inisiagnan County, Magistrate Pete of Gan County, Magistrate Killian Chi of Lannan County, and Magistrate Xavion of Fufeng County. They looked at each other, especially the other 3 towards Xavion, saying, "Magistrate Farron, shouldn't traveling overland be faster for you from Fufeng County? Why did you take the water route?" "This is what the Imperial Commissioner arranged." Xavion replied somewhat helplessly. These 4 last met before spring plowing last year, and rarely gathered since. Now, during another spring plowing season, they had met again under a new superior. Upon disembarking, they watched as soldiers of the Commissioner's Guard unloaded supplies from the ship. Xavion was confused. Magistrates, could these be? He wanted to ask if these were gifts prepared by the other 3 county magistrates for their new superior. Seeing others equally puzzled, he realized it must be due to arrangements by their new superior. While they speculated, a soldier suddenly approached and said, "Magistrates, please stay behind our formation shortly and be cautious." All 4 magistrates were instantly bewildered. Cautious? What does that mean? Before they could inquire, shouts and battle cries erupted nearby. They lifted their eyes to see a dark mass of people wielding swords rushing toward them. "Brothers, let's plunder these corrupt officials." Led by the Reagan of Lianyun Fort, riding a steed with a long spear in hand, charging toward the wharf. Upon seeing this, the faces of Xavion and the other 3 changed dramatically. Bandits? Why were there bandits here? Before they could think further, the soldier who warned them shouted, "Brothers, form up to defend." Who? 300 soldiers immediately drew their long sabers in unison, swiftly forming a defensive formation facing the approaching bandits from Lianyun Fort. Seeing the bandits getting closer, the soldier ordered, "Archers? Gaga!" 200 archers at the rear raised their bows skyward, firing arrows simultaneously upon command. Not far away, the bandits on the mountain began to emit continuous screams of pain. The Reagan of Lianyun Fort's face changed. Isn't this just a regular guard duty? Why are they carrying bows and arrows? Although the bandits in their fort wore armor, it had been over 10 years since they wore them. Such old armor couldn't defend against arrows at all. As more and more arrows were shot, the Reagan suddenly realized that these people seemed to have been prepared for this. So, did I fall into a trap? Almost instantly, he pulled the reins tight and shouted loudly, "The enemy has an ambush! Brothers, let's retreat quickly." What? Hearing the order from the Reagan, all the bandits were momentarily confused. There's an ambush? All the bandits stopped abruptly, looking at their Reagan. The Reagan shouted, "What are you all waiting for? The enemy has an ambush, run now." Saying that, he turned his horse around. However, at this moment, 2 groups of soldiers suddenly charged towards them from the front, and without exception, they were all cavalry. Second chieftain, it's the Imperial Army. They're here." In a moment, chaos broke out among the bandits. "Why are you panicking? Why are you panicking?" The Reagan cursed angrily. "Follow me, everyone, let's charge out." With one loud roar from the Reagan, the group of bandits finally stabilized. However, Reed's Imperial envoy guards had also arrived. Zane, holding a long spear, led the charge straight into the enemy ranks. Ningzhou government office. Reed was leisurely holding a teacup, watching Amin pace back and forth inside the government office. Amin felt very helpless. His leader was too immoral, such a significant anti-bandit operation, and not a single word was mentioned to him. Now, the troops were already dispatched. Though Amin had no authority to oversee Reed's actions, this matter was closely intertwined with many other issues. If anything went wrong with the anti-bandit operation, it could affect the Ningzhou government office. Killian Da-run, you look somewhat uneasy? Reed, holding a cup of tea, watched Amin with interest. The Min replied with a bitter smile, Your Excellency, the anti-bandit operation is no small matter. If AI. Haha. Reed laughed. Now that the troops have already set out, news should come soon. Killian Da-run, please calm down. Take this opportunity to talk about the issue of bandits in Ningzhou. Chapter 228. Many affairs in Ningzhou. Ningzhou banditry? Amin was taken aback and asked, Your Grace, what would you like to know? I want to know why such severe banditry problems in Ningzhou have never been reported to the court, allowing it to persist for over a decade and become increasingly rampant. If the reports from Ningzhou had reached the capital earlier, the prefecture of Ningzhou certainly wouldn't be in this state. Amin, startled, said, How could that be? The issue of bandits has been reported long ago, and at least 5 or 6 times a year. But, he frowned and continued, sometimes the court doesn't respond at all. Other times they say there are other arrangements. In any case, it gets delayed year after year until it became what it is now. Oh. Reed asked, Where are the records of the memorials submitted to the court stored, as well as the court's replies? In the official document warehouse of the prefecture. Amin curiously asked, Your Grace, is there a problem with this? Indeed, there might be one. Reed said, After I entered the court, Christian appointed me as a secretary of the secretariat, serving alongside the emperor for about half a year, yet I've never seen any memorial concerning the banditry in Ningzhou. What? Amin said, That's impossible. During my tenure in Ningzhou, 2 successive magistrates constantly submitted reports, especially before spring plowing and autumn harvest, always focusing on the issue of bandit suppression. How could there be no memorials? Then let someone search the document warehouse and review all relevant records. Reed didn't doubt Amin. According to his understanding, Amin's administration was still quite decent, as determined by the Internal Security Bureau. It shouldn't be wrong. Although the Internal Security Bureau had significant oversights, it was only within its ESA department, while the Tianji department responsible for local affairs had no issues. Therefore, he could still trust the Bureau's conclusions. About half an hour later, a clerk from the document office rushed into the main hall, looking flustered, and said, Your Grace, and all honorable officials, something terrible has happened. All the replies from the court regarding our anti-bandit measures have vanished. What? Everyone was shocked, standing up and looking at the clerk. And what about our records of submitting memorials to the court? These records still exist. The clerk nervously replied, Your Grace. Amin turned to look at Reed. If the court's replies were lost, then, all right, everyone, please sit down and discuss. Reed sat calmly in his chair and said mildly, All the records of memorials submitted over the past decade in Ningzhou are here, but the replies are missing. Clearly, there are many issues here. Your Grace. Amin urgently said, I swear with my life, Ningzhou absolutely did not. Before he finished, Reed raised his hand to stop him and said, Fred Killian, I believe you and the officials of Ningzhou Prefecture. But with such a significant oversight, I must remind you, do you truly think the replies you received came from the court? Reed spoke irritably, You claim the replies were lost, which clearly indicates that someone knew I was coming and feared I would uncover some clues, so they destroyed the evidence during this period. I have never seen any memorials concerning bandits in Ningzhou in the Imperial Library, yet you claim you received replies. Think about the implications yourselves. Reed sipped his tea lightly. This situation needed no speculation. It was clearly caused by someone who wanted to mislead and create confusion. The process for court memorials is strict, and for the entire Ningzhou prefecture to be deceived, only the 6 ministries or Chancellor Ferdi, or perhaps Birch, could achieve such a feat. However, the officials of the 6 ministries wouldn't have a reason to go against Ningzhou, considering its poor condition. If anything happened in Ningzhou, no one could bear the responsibility. As for Ferdi, to be honest, Reed doubted it was him. As the prime minister, although he came from an aristocratic family, unless it affected their interests, there was no need for concealment. So, Birch? She had influence over the Internal Security Bureau, and could easily intercept a memorial from Ningzhou. But, the timing didn't match. According to ESA's findings, Birch's involvement in the Internal Security Bureau started only 5 years ago, while Ningzhou's issue dated back more than 10 years, making the timeline inconsistent. For a moment, everyone was baffled and couldn't figure it out. Finally, Reed regained his composure and called out, Everyone. Others were startled awake by him, all looking towards Reed. Reed said, With no conclusion yet, we can only investigate slowly. The magistrates of the 4 counties will be here soon. I have made a plan for Ningzhou's development in the coming years. In a while, he didn't finish his sentence when someone rushed over from outside the government office. Your Grace, Your Grace? A soldier covered in blood came rushing in. Seeing who it was, Reed immediately stood up. Has the bandit suppression succeeded? Your Grace, great news. The soldier quickly said, We used your strategy to lure the mountain bandits down the mountain. We either captured or eliminated 1,500 bandits, not one escaped. Everyone was immediately shocked upon hearing this. They couldn't believe that a problem troubling Ningzhou for more than 10 years had been solved by Reed in just a few days. Was this a dream? Reed was the first to react. He slapped the table and shouted loudly, Good, well done. Although he was very confident this time, he still understood that plans often don't go as expected. But he never thought things would go so smoothly. He asked the soldier, Have Captain Ignacio and the others returned? Report to Your Grace. After the suppression ended, Captain instructed me to come report. They are tidying up the aftermath and will return within an hour. Excellent. Reed laughed heartily, saying, Truly, heaven favors our Ningzhou. This year during spring plowing, our Ningzhou is bound to take on a brand new look, no longer like previous years. Hearing this, the others also congratulated him in unison. Zephyraculations, Your Grace, many felicitations. Everyone, This is a joy for Ningzhou, and also for all of you. Reed smiled. With the resolution of the Lianyun Mountain Bandit issue, other bandits are nothing to worry about. In the coming days, as long as we move fast enough, we will definitely make tremendous changes in Ningzhou. Listening to this, the rest felt some excitement. After all, the last major bandit suppression saw the court deploying tens of thousands of troops without fully eliminating the bandit problem. Yet, Reed managed to get the Lianyun Fort bandits to come down the mountain with just a stratagem and then dealt with them. Though this didn't completely eradicate the bandits, only about 500 people remained at Lianyun Fort. As long as Reed persisted, Lianyun Fort wouldn't cause trouble again. The men excitedly said, "We will not fail your grace's trust." Chapter 229. Meeting the Bandit Chief, judging by actions, not intentions. After Reed reached a consensus with the officials of Ningzhou Prefecture, Zane and his men returned with the surrendered mountain bandits. Upon seeing Reed, Zane said somewhat painfully, "Cousin, it's all my fault. Over 60 brothers died in this battle, and over 400 were injured, lightly or severely. It's all due to my improper command." That's enough. It's not your fault. Reed patted him on the shoulder and said, "In war, casualties are inevitable, but the sacrifice of our soldiers is worth it, as they have resolved the bandit problem in Ningzhou and brought peace to the region. Our soldiers did not die in vain. Tell the soldiers that I will never forget their sacrifice today. Once the anti-bandit campaign ends, I will certainly apply to the court for commendations for them." Inacio boy has done quite well. Those mountain bandits have been trained by someone. Their combat methods are meticulously organized, even better than average armies. If not for lack of training, our casualty numbers would be much higher today. Balthazar Chiao, who was standing nearby, sighed slightly. Hearing this, Reed paused and asked, "Old Balthazar Chiao, do you mean these mountain bandits received military training?" "Yes," Jackson replied. "I've fought wars all my life, and my eyes don't lie. Their training methods are no different from those of the army. Only due to lack of training did we find some gaps. They must not have had enough food to support intense training. Otherwise, our casualties today would have been even greater." Reed nodded thoughtfully and then said, "Trouble you, old Balthazar Chiao. Why don't you go rest first? I will tidy up Ningzhou's affairs and visit you later." "Oh, no need for that." Jackson waved his hand and laughed. "By accepting my 2 grandchildren, you've already shown great kindness to the Chiao family. I just did what I could. This Ningzhou prefecture looks like a tangled mess with many administrative tasks to keep you busy. You don't need to worry about me. Go handle your business." Reed nodded and smiled. "Then let me see you off, old Balthazar." "Ha." Jackson laughed heartily and then left with his 2 sons. After the 3 left, Zane instructed his subordinate officers to return and saw that only their own people remained. He handed a token to Reed. "Cousin, this was found on the bandit chief. Look." Reed took it and saw that the token was longer and narrower than usual with a Gu character in the middle. He was inwardly moved and asked, "What is this?" "Cousin, this is an order from the Gu family army." "The Gu family army?" Reed suddenly felt a chill and asked, "Are you saying these people are from the early days of the Gu family army?" Zane replied, "Though I've never seen the Gu family army's orders, considering old Balthazar Chiao's remarks and examining the corpses, these bandits might be remnants of the early Gu family army or their descendants." Many thoughts flashed through Reed's mind. If these really were remnants of the early Gu family army, who was the leader? Who gathered them together? And who has been manipulating them behind the scenes all these years? Could they have hidden the Ningzhou bandit problem simply to preserve this Yulian fort? If so, this issue would be huge. The Gu family army originally came from a distinguished lineage, but now they had become bandits. If ordinary bandits were bad enough, hiding armor and repeatedly opposing the troops was worse. Such a crime was serious. Moreover, is there anyone from the Gu family among them? If there is someone from the Gu family, does he have to personally send them to the guillotine? After some thought, Reed asked, "Where are these people being held?" "In the Ningzhou prefecture jail." "Why are they still in jail?" Reed frowned. These bandits were not ordinary bandits, and there were too many people in the jail. Zane said, "Cousin, we have no other place to detain them. The Ningzhou prefecture jail is very empty, so I had them put in there. Rest assured, they are separated from ordinary criminals." Seeing Reed was still uneasy, he added this detail. Reed heard this and said, "All right, let's go to the jail and see these people. If you're free, come with me." Zane nodded. They slowly made their way to the jail. Outside the jail, guards had been replaced by soldiers, who tried to salute upon seeing Reed arrive, but he immediately stopped them. Inside the jail, Zane said, "Cousin, the bandit chief is in the cell at the very back." "Fine, let's go." Before long, the 2 arrived at the innermost cell, where a young man wrapped in chains was imprisoned. This was none other than the Gene. Reed looked at the man, and the man looked back at Reed. Seeing Reed, the man's pupils suddenly contracted. "Who are you?" "Me?" Reed was momentarily puzzled. Zane, however, reprimanded, "This is Christian's personally appointed Marquis of Shieling, who has been commissioned to inspect the Northwest region and is now leading the Ningzhou prefect, Fred Gu." Gu. Hearing this surname, he suddenly seemed melancholic. "You previously spread rumors, portraying yourself as a corrupt official planning to extort wealth from Ningzhou. All of that was just to lure us into your trap?" "Yes." Reed nodded. "Bandits will not cease until they are eradicated. Ningzhou cannot be pacified otherwise. For the greater good of Ningzhou, all mountain bandits, including those of Lianyun Fort, must be completely wiped out." "Eradicate?" The second chief did not become enraged at Reed's words but instead said, "But they are ordinary people. As officials, can you be so careless with human lives? The country has its laws, and families have their rules. Your presence has led to the depopulation of Ningzhou. Isn't this your fault? But it's also due to the incompetence of officials." Seemingly reminded of something, the second chief's tone suddenly grew intense. "Ningzhou once had a population of over 1 million. What about now? Established for only 20 years, Daya has come to this state. Is this not because of the inaction of Daya's officials?" Reed laughed, then asked curiously, I wonder what kind of courage allows you to say such things? If it weren't for Lianyun Fort encouraging banditry across Ningzhou, even robbing the peasants' grain, would Ningzhou be like this now? Our Lianyun Fort only plundered from the unkind rich. Enough. Reed rebuked. The empire has its own system of laws. Even if there are many problems, they should be addressed through proper means. Lianyun Fort claims justice, but what has been the result? Peasants fear cultivating their land, lest their hard work end up enriching others. You say Lianyun Fort only plunders from the unkind rich, but weren't those bandits initially protected by your actions and thus allowed to grow? Bans are still bans, no matter the righteousness. The outcome remains. Chapter 230. The Orphan of the Gu Family? The Reagan, thinking about the problems in recent years, didn't know how to answer. Reed had no pity for them. Indeed, these people could be considered righteous bandits, but how could national affairs be solved by such means? Without system and law management, even righteousness would eventually go astray. He judged by deeds, not intentions. Reed always believed this. Reed revered the imperial laws, but this era was indeed unfair. At least, the punishment for nobility who broke the law was different from that for commoners. In historical books from his previous life, whenever a noble committed a crime and received proper punishment, it was either due to the appearance of a famous minister or political struggles. Reed did not have the power to change the era at present. What he could do was topple some people through political struggles and then establish a relatively fair social system. For this Reagan, although he felt a little regretful, he did not intend to show mercy. People like him, if they went to war and survived, could become generals in the future. Unfortunately, he chose the wrong path. Reed didn't procrastinate and directly said, You're just a mountain bandit of Lianyun Fort. I'm very curious as to who has been helping you all along. Haha. The Reagan smiled, countering, Do you think I will tell you? You won't. Reed also smiled and then said, However, I believe one day you will confess everything on your own. Reed had no interest in interrogating this man. These people were tough, immune to both soft and hard tactics. Brutal torture wasn't his cup of tea. The Reagan obviously sneered at Reed's words. Reed didn't explain further, instead saying, Lianyun Fort won't last much longer. I'll let your men report back. I won't take the lives of the Rolandly, women, and children on the mountain, but they will suffer as a result of their sins, becoming slaves for 3 years. Hearing this, the Reagan became furious. They are just ordinary people who have never participated in anything concerning Lianyun Fort. How can you treat them like this? Reed didn't respond but continued, Not only them, other bandit fortresses too. They will serve as government slaves for 3 years, then have their status improved after that. The vast land of Ningzhou can accommodate them. After 3 years, the government will allocate land and houses to them. This is the last kindness the great Lucas dynasty shows them. There's no need for you to speak in front of this marquis. Wrongdoing must bear a corresponding price. This is natural law and human truth. Their fates are set. Consider your own situation well. Life or death depends entirely on your choice, but a pity for the Gu family name. What? The Reagan was shocked upon hearing this. He looked at Reed, his mind filled with shock. How did he know? However, Reed walked away with Zane without responding to his shouts. When they arrived at the prison entrance, they met Dylan. Reed asked, How did things go? It's all done. Dylan replied. Those who were sent back, this subordinate conveyed the messages according to your instructions. Good. Reed nodded and said, Next are those on Lishan Mountain. Dylan and Zane nodded on hearing this, but Dylan hesitated and asked, Sir, do you really think sending someone back to spread the word will work? Of course not. Reed smiled faintly. These people have been mountain bandits for so many years, looking down on the authorities. Besides, the crimes of these people in prison are not small, especially the leaders, who deserve the death penalty. They will definitely try other ways. But sir, Dylan didn't know what to say. Reed laughed. Although they are unwilling, if we arrest all of them, they will naturally give in. Dylan thought for a moment and admitted Reed made sense, but, sir, these bandits possess hidden armor and military equipment. According to our great Lucas laws, it's a capital offense. Why go to such lengths to capture them alive? Wouldn't it be easier just to kill them? Reed gave him an odd look and asked, Can you be so indifferent to these thousands of lives? No. Dylan hurriedly explained, I'm worried about implicating you. We still have the aristocrats in the capital watching us. One misstep, and you might get punished. Relax. Reed patted his shoulder and smiled. Though unusual, the court may not dare to report this. Laughing, he left with Zane, leaving Dylan standing there deep in thought. After leaving the prison, Zane asked, Cousin, you just said the bandit leader is a member of our Gu clan? Can't be sure. Reed shook his head and said, Rick told me back then that 2 members of the Gu family managed to escape that calamity. This military order from the Gu family army must have been brought out at that time. The Gu family regards the military order as a matter of life and death. It would never fall into others' hands easily. Moreover, the timing matches. The Reagan of Lianyun Fort looked to be about 25 or 26. If what Rick said was true, and they had survived safely, it could very well be him. Besides, Humbert once mentioned that he resembled his birth mother. When that person saw Reed's appearance just now, there was obvious surprise. But after so many years, this alone is not enough proof. Only when all the people from Lianyun Mountain come down can he be certain. Zane, hearing this, asked with some concern, Cousin, if he really is your cousin you've never met, what will you do? Don't know. Reed said, This matter isn't settled yet. We can only take it step by step. By the way, speaking of which, has grandmother found a good day for the ceremony? Yes. Zane replied, In 3 days, there will be an auspicious day. Grandfather has already found someone. He's just waiting for you, cousin. Great. Then let's deal with the bandits on Anashashan after the Gu family ancestral tomb renovation. Reed said, In these few days, pay special attention to the wounded and try your best to keep them alive. Yes. Zane nodded and said, With the suturing technique you taught me, plus the alcohol disinfection, as long as the injuries aren't fatal, they should be saved. Good. Try to get them more meat in the coming days so they can recover as much as possible. We still have to tackle the bandits on Anatian. We can't let the soldiers suffer because of their injuries. You can rest assured, cousin. I'll supervise personally to ensure no mistakes happen. Great. Reed patted Zane on the shoulder and smiled. Next, I need to meet those county magistrates. Chapter 231. Ningzhou's first Balthazar meeting. The next morning, in the government office of Ningzhou, the magistrates of the 4 counties and other officials under Ningzhou's jurisdiction were sitting in a room chatting idly. This was a meeting room that Reed had arranged for discussing Ningzhou affairs over the coming years. Reed hadn't arrived yet, so these officials were conversing to build rapport. But there wasn't much worth discussing at present. Everyone knew Ningzhou was impoverished, and they talked about nothing more than Reed's anti-bandit operation from the day before. As they chatted freely, someone suddenly called out loudly, "His Grace has arrived." The men and others immediately stood up upon hearing this, bowing towards the doorway. "Your subordinate greets His Grace." "Haha, you've all come so early." Reed walked into the meeting room laughing heartily, looking around as everyone bowed and said, "We are colleagues. No need for such formalities." Xavion, recognizing the familiar voice, instinctively raised his head. Upon seeing Reed, his expression flared with excitement. He wanted to speak, but restrained himself, remembering the occasion. However, his eyes revealed his agitation, curiosity, shock, and even a touch of disappointment. Seeing Xavion's reaction, Reed chuckled. "What? Brother Baoyan, you don't recognize me after just a year apart? What?" Everyone stared at Xavion in surprise. Could it be Fred Sheeling knew Fred Farron? Xavion forced a tight smile. "Thank you for thinking of me, Fred. Your Grace, your subordinate is well this year." Hee. This Duke is quite aware of Ningzhou's situation. If things here were indeed going well, then there would truly be a problem. With a teasing tone, Reed then addressed everyone openly. "The Duke and I both passed the Imperial examinations in the same year, and were named on the Golden List, hence our acquaintance. However, we'll put reminiscing aside for later. Let us first discuss the future development of Ningzhou." Saying this, Reed sat in the seat of honor. Immediately, someone hung a map showing Ningzhou's entire region, including the capital city and the 4 counties. Reed continued, "Yesterday's anti-bandit operation largely eradicated the threat from the Yunlian mountain bandits who plagued Ningzhou for over a decade. The remnants will not cause much trouble. The Imperial Commissioner Guard will carry out routine anti-bandit operations across the region, ensuring daily efforts as long as I remain in Ningzhou." What does routine mean? It means making it a daily task. This is what it means. All of you know very well how banditry or any criminal elements can severely hinder the development of an area. Eradicating bandits is urgent and critical. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They had come to serve in Ningzhou. Xavion, despite being the most recent arrival, understood the importance of a stable environment for governing. Reed added, "After addressing the issue of bandits, my Commissioner Guard will rotate through each county to maintain public order for 1 year, giving you time to streamline your county offices." When Reed finished speaking, 2 faces showed difficulty, especially Xavion's. He gave a wry smile. "Your Grace, Ericphone County has only a few thousand residents, and the county town is nearly in ruins." Reed waved a hand. "Don't worry about this, as it's precisely what I'm about to explain. I've gathered some data recently. There are roughly 200,000 people hidden in the mountains. Once the bandits are eliminated, these people will inevitably come down from the mountains and need to be distributed among your counties." "What?" Upon hearing this, the magistrates of the 4 counties exclaimed in shock. "Your Grace, these people have been in hiding for many years. Letting them into the city so easily could cause trouble." "Yes." Others also nodded. While they desired achievements, these former bandits might cause unrest. How could they manage if that happened? Forget achievements, it would be enough not to create more chaos. However, Reed only smiled, saying, "Of course, letting them down won't be without regulation. As I mentioned, the Commissioner Guard will be divided into multiple units, each responsible for maintaining order in your counties. In addition, when these mountain dwellers come down, they won't immediately regain commoner status. Instead, they will serve as official slaves for 3 years. During farming seasons, they will cultivate land and grow food for the government. In their spare time, they will repair city walls and undertake various labor tasks. But," Reed said sternly, "becoming official slaves is a form of punishment, but I will not allow harsh treatment by the government to endanger their lives. In other words, while they must perform labor duties, they must never starve, freeze, or die of illness. During these 3 years, 30% of their labor's produce will belong to them, while the remaining 70% will be confiscated for use in Ningzhou's construction. Additionally, have you all received the land reform policy issued by the court?" Everyone nodded in response, and Reed continued, "In this period, the government must not only reclaim land according to the policy, but also register the cultivated land. In 3 years, after their slave status is abolished, the land they have cultivated will be considered as rented from the government. At that time, they will enjoy all benefits of freemen. Moreover, during these 3 years of slavery, children under 13 years old shall not be treated differently by the government. If they wish to study, they must not be discriminated against." Scratching their heads, they said doubtfully, "Your Grace, we understand your order not to harm their lives casually, but why should we treat their children specially?" Reed felt a bit helpless. These ancient people were really a little uncivilized. He explained, "Whether it's Ningzhou or the entire world, children are always hope. For Ningzhou's development, education is absolutely critical. How many times do we get 3 years in one's life?" Reed remarked, "They are the hopes of Ningzhou's future. Their parents may be guilty, but let their parents pay the price. There's no need to involve the children. Of course, if their parents are ringleaders, they will not be included in this arrangement. Also, if any child behaves improperly in school, the government will certainly manage and constrain them." Xavier, the magistrate of Anasiakshan County, pondered and frowned. "Your Grace, if you're so lenient with these criminal slaves, what if they refuse to reform?" "Rest assured." Reed smiled slightly. "I don't deny that such cases might occur, But I believe that if we take this approach, most of them won't just resist reform. Instead, they will work even harder. As officials serving in this region, we are called the parents of the people. We must not exploit our people. They have erred, but we must give them hope. Hope. Sometimes it's the most terrifying thing in the world. If they only see despair, they will either choose to die silently or rebel in silence. But with a glimmer of hope, they will spare no effort to strive for it. This is human nature. Chapter 232. Ningzhou's first-year development plan. Having resolved this issue, Reed pointed at the map in front of him and said, "Now that we have people, the next step is development. If we want Ningzhou to prosper, our first step must be food production." Reed smiled and said, "This Duke has formulated a 3-year plan. The priorities for this first year can be summarized as follows: eliminating mountain bandits, stabilizing security, increasing population, reclaiming wasteland, boosting grain production, and repairing local infrastructure." Your Excellency, we understand everything else, but it's about the grain. County Magistrate Killian Shi of Lannan County said, "Ningzhou has been neglected for so many years. The land here isn't enough to support such a large population. In earlier years, there were noble family estates here, but now? Yes, Your Excellency, except for Jinling County overseen by Darenjin, Fufeng, Gan, and Lannan counties are predominantly mountainous, making them unsuitable for farming. Even if we reclaim all cultivable land, it might still not be enough to sustain so many people." Haha. Reed burst into laughter, then turned his gaze toward Xavion, saying, "Director Farron." Xavion immediately stood up with a smile. "Fellow officials, when I took office in Fufeng last year, His Excellency provided some solutions which could address our current issues." As he spoke, he took out some scrolls from his bag. These are the methods proposed by His Excellency for terracing and winter paddy management. He distributed these materials to the other county magistrates. After a year of studying these, my main concern was the sparse population in Fufeng. Now that His Excellency has helped resolve the population issue, these methods can finally be put to use. The other county magistrates looked on curiously, examining the scrolls intently. Reed did not interrupt but watched everyone with a smiling face. The 4 county magistrates began discussing, while even the Ningzhou officials leaned in with interest. For an entire day, Reed explained Ningzhou's development plans to the officials. Over the following day, the officials meticulously deliberated over the various solutions proposed by Reed. After 2 days, they finally agreed on the year's plan. On the 3rd day, Dylan suddenly sought out Reed. "Sir, there's movement at Lianyun Fort." "Oh." Reed put down his book and smiled. It seems they couldn't hold back any longer. "Well then, let's resolve the Lianyun Fort issue today. I will arrange it." Dylan left after reporting this to Reed. After Dylan departed, Reed fell into thought. According to the testimonies from Lianyun Fort, the chief leader was a woman of unknown age, and she was siblings with the second in command. This information aligned with what Rick mentioned earlier. But, recalling Lianyun Fort's crimes, Reed sighed deeply. Under the bright moon and scattered stars, at Ningzhou Prefecture Jail, Chief Warden Becker finished checking the daily affairs and waved goodbye to the guards stationed there before leaving happily. The guards rubbed their cold hands, cursing inwardly. This spring chill, it's really not something just anyone can endure at night. "How about we warm ourselves with some wine?" one of the guards suggested. Another guard replied immediately, "I think we shouldn't. Captain has emphasized that serious criminals are imprisoned here. If anything goes wrong, we can't afford it. It's fine. It's been so many days without any incidents. It's too cold tonight. We'll drink a little and go straight to bed after our shift." Yeah, it's too cold tonight. Captain cares most about us brothers. Drinking a little won't hurt. Besides, Becker left the wine here. Not drinking would be such a waste. Seeing others persuading, the originally opposing guard hesitated, saying, "All right, let's drink a little, but we mustn't get drunk. Relax." Soon, the 4 guards were drunkenly slumped on the table, snoring softly in the dark prison. Suddenly, the jail door opened. A group of black-clad figures rushed in. Seeing the dazed guards, one of them asked, "Chief, they're knocked out. What should we do?" He made a slicing gesture across his neck. "In no way. Let's focus on saving lives first." She led the way towards the deepest part of the jail. "Chief, second chief is being held in the deepest part of the jail. Please follow me." Head Warden Becker led the way for this group. Soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the jail. The second chief in the cell was very alert and asked loudly upon hearing the noise, "Who's there?" "It's me, brother." The chief whispered, "I've come with the brothers to rescue you." "Eldest sister?" Second chief exclaimed in surprise, then hurriedly warned, "It's a trap. Run now, eldest sister." "A trap?" The chief paused slightly, then said, "What nonsense are you talking? We acted secretly, no one could have noticed." "Don't be." "Really no one noticed?" A faint laugh echoed, followed by torches lighting up the entire jail, turning the dark place bright. The faces of the black-clad figures changed instantly. "Chief, we've been tricked. It's a trap. Quickly, take the second chief, tie up this official, and we will break out together." A black-clad figure shouted almost immediately, "Are you conspiring so openly in front of me?" Reed looked around amusedly, then fixed his gaze on a tall woman and called out teasingly, "Chief of Lianyun Fort? Dog official, how despicable you are." The chief rebuked. Reed smiled gently and asked, "Despicable? I am an official, you are a bandit. Just using some strategies makes it despicable? Didn't you and your brother study military tactics? How do you know we read military books?" The chief asked subconsciously. Reed's mouth twitched. He had thought she was someone formidable, but it turned out she was just tough and clueless. Reed waved his sleeves and said, "How I know isn't important. Behind me, I have 100 crossbows. If you don't want your brothers to die pointlessly, perhaps you should put down your weapons peacefully." "Dog official, you can dream. We would rather die than surrender." Reed rolled his eyes. "You think you can escape from my guards with just a few of you? Why don't we talk first? This duke guarantees no harm will come to you or your people. Of course, if you resist, I wonder if your ancestors would rest in peace knowing their descendants are such fools. 5 generations without a single mediocre talent. Chapter 233 Trap. Capture. Corrupt official, you? The eldest chieftain almost blurted out in her extreme anger. Fortunately, at the last moment, she suppressed her rage and said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Damn. Listening to this familiar line, Reed suddenly felt like he was the villain boss. This pointless dialogue didn't interest Reed at all, so he decided to subdue them first. He just smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, then flashed forward, appearing right in front of Lianyun Fort's chief. Everyone hadn't even reacted when he grabbed the chieftain by the neck and brought her back. Now, can we talk? Reed's voice sounded, and everyone finally reacted. Corrupt official, you dare to hold our chieftain hostage? Reed raised an eyebrow and applied a little force. Listen, are all of you from Lianyun Fort brainless fools? You fell into my hands, and you're still threatening me here? And who gave you the courage for a group of mountain bandits to speak with the authority of the emperor? The bandits were stunned. Damn it, this corrupt official can really make one furious. However, with their chieftain under control, they didn't dare to act rashly. Only the Reagan who was locked in the prison cell shouted, Don't hurt my Roland sister, let's talk if you want to. Finally, someone with a bit of sense. Reed smiled, then looked around. Lock these bandits up for me. Beat them if they resist. Shut the mouths of those who curse. Just don't kill them. Damn, do you take us as dead people? The bandits wanted to resist immediately, but were silenced by the swarm of soldiers. Looking at the beaten bandits, the chieftain struggled to say, Why you? What do you want to KO? Please stop your men first. But Reed ignored her until all the bandits were thoroughly beaten before saying, All right, lock them up. Arrange a place. Nobody is allowed to disturb without my permission. Not long after, in a cleaned-up prison cell, while brewing tea, Reed laughed, boiling tea in this dungeon, quite unique, don't you think? The 2 chieftains of Lianyun Fort were helpless. What kind of weird habit does this corrupt official have? Who would come here to boil tea? What do you want to ask us? The chieftain clearly had no leisure for this. Now that they were caught like fish on a chopping board, they had no room for negotiation. Reed poured himself a cup of tea, sniffed it lightly, then asked, What are your names, and what relation do you have with the old Gu family? We are mere commoners turned bandits. What connection could we have with the old Gu family? Seemingly knowing that Reed wouldn't easily let them die, they responded indifferently. After hearing this, Reed smiled faintly and pulled out something from his sleeve. The military order that once commanded tens of thousands of troops in the Gu family army. How could such a symbol of the supreme glory of the Gu family end up in 2 ordinary people's hands? Their pupils contracted. They looked at the military order with slightly dimmer eyes. Reed said, I mean no harm to the Gu family. I just want to know if either of you is one of the Gu family's surviving heirs who escaped from Rick. They felt a sudden thump in their hearts upon hearing this. But they quickly said, We don't know what you're talking about. This token was found after we took over Lianyun Fort. Still not admitting. Though they refused to admit it, from their tone, Reed basically confirmed their identities. He thought for a while and didn't press further on this issue. Instead, he said, Since you don't want to answer that question, let's talk about something else. He looked at them and asked, I'm curious, you're just a gang of bandits on Lianyun Mountain. Why can you get the people in the court to hide everything for you? And who is pulling the strings behind Lianyun Fort? What is your purpose? These things you mentioned. We don't. Enough. Reed said impatiently. Don't tell me things like you don't know. I became a top scholar at 20 and was granted the title of Marquis within a year. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? They were somewhat dumbfounded. Top scholar at 20, and also became a Marquis? Reed said coolly, I'm not bragging to you. I just want to tell you that as prisoners, you have no right to negotiate with me. If you don't want to suffer and don't want to see your over 1,000 people end up on the execution platform, answer my questions truthfully. Hearing that Reed would be willing to sacrifice the lives of over 1,000 people from Lianyun Fort without hesitation, the Reagan immediately became anxious and said, How can you do such a thing? Those are over 1,000 lives. Over 1,000 lives? Reed's eyes turned cold as he rebuked. And how many lives did you ruin in Lianyun Fort? We. He was silenced by Reed's retort. It was the Roland chieftain who calmly replied, In these past 10 years, everyone we've killed or robbed were all deserving of it. We've never harmed innocent civilians, nor have we ever. Enough. Reed rebuked. Do you think this will cover up your wrongdoings in Lianyun Fort? Is it not true that all the bandits across Ningxiu Prefecture were once supported by you from Lianyun Fort? The 10 rooms out of 9 empty houses in Ningxiu Prefecture are because of these mountain bandits, leading to increasing poverty. Dare you say these were not caused by you? The Roland chieftain was speechless for a moment before she finally managed to say, Indeed, those mountain bandits were supported by Lianyun Fort. However, in the early days, we strictly ordered them not to harm civilians and always adhered to it. But later, after Lianyun Fort was besieged by government troops and lost power, it became unable to control the situation, which led to other mountain forts going out of line. Humph. Reed snorted. Do you think this will cleanse your sins? In every dynasty, apart from officials nurturing bandits to strengthen their own position, has there ever been a gang of bandits that wasn't eradicated by the court? You intend to support these bandits? Isn't this an act of rebellion? You're talking nonsense. We merely wanted to survive. Survive? Reed laughed coldly. The Great Lucas has only existed for 20 years. How long have you been living as bandits? Living peacefully as commoners wouldn't make more sense than being outlaws, right? The siblings from Lianyun Fort. Putting down his teacup, Reed said, All right, I have no interest in chatting about these things with you. Who's behind Lianyun Fort? Confess now. Chapter 234 Recognition. Oh? Was it so abrupt? He was still lecturing them a moment ago. How did he get a confession now? The two immediately shut their mouths. Reed rolled his eyes and stood up. Even if you don't say, I know who it is. The person who can make the Ningxiu Gu family serve is probably that orphan of Yun Kingdom. You. The two were horrified as they looked at Reed. only to see him leave without any reaction. The next day, Reed got up very early, then under the escort of the guards, came to the Nanshan outside the city. On Nanshan is the Gu family ancestral tomb. Once the auspicious time arrived, the hired craftsmen began to break ground. As Connor's tombstone, grandfather of Reed, was erected, Reed glanced at Dylan, then knelt down without a word. Down in the mountain, inside a carriage. The sister and brother of Lianyun Fort sat in the carriage, feeling somewhat uneasy. Brother, what do you think he brought us here for? Will we be executed today? Elder sister, it's undecided yet. I also don't know. The second chief sighed and said, Sister, these days I've been thinking about what he said. Could we really have been wrong? The chief hesitated slightly and said, I admit his words make sense, but our family fell into such straits back then. Even the Inacio family suffered like that. Who else can give us justice? But elder sister, can what that person said really be achieved? The second chief felt a bit melancholy and said, We've been in Ningzhou for over 10 years and have only suffered losses twice. But these 2 times both caused severe damage, one weakening us and the other destroying Lianyun Fort directly. After all, our family has fallen from grace. We haven't even inherited any skills passed down through generations. Do you think we're of any use to that person? To revitalize the family, can we really restore the former glory of the family with our current state? The chief said complexly, revitalizing the family is indeed important, but what I've been thinking about isn't this. To me, taking revenge is enough. As you say, the skills passed down through our family are almost lost. We simply don't have the ability to revitalize the family. Alas. Unfortunately, we are now in jail. Even revenge has become a luxury. While the siblings were talking, they saw Dylan pull open the curtain of the carriage. What are you chatting about? The Marquis wants you over. The siblings were stunned. Go over there. What for? All right, stop stalling. Come down quickly. Dylan scowled. After the siblings got off the carriage, they took a look outside, then exclaimed in surprise, Isn't this Nanshan? Go up. The Marquis is waiting for you on top. Waiting for us? Looking at soldiers standing every 10 steps on the mountain path, the two's hearts pounded. Sister, are they not going to disturb the Gu family's ancestral tombs? What? The chief raised her eyes, saw indeed there were craftsmen working above, and her face changed. She rushed towards the mountain path. They must not desecrate the ancestral tombs. The two quickened their pace toward the mountain, but when they reached where Reed was, they saw him kneeling quietly. Without turning his head, Reed said softly, Kneel down. Startled by this, the two then looked at the tall stone tablet. The late great Lucas Ning country Fred of the Gu family, Zahir. This. Thud. The two knelt beside Reed dumbfoundedly, their eyes full of reminiscence. They wanted to ask Reed what was happening, but seeing his silence, they knew this wasn't the right time. Connor was buried together with Reed's grandmother. Next to him were 3 brothers of the Gu family, including Reed's birth father, and a smaller tombstone with the name Ashton, the eldest grandson of the Gu family. Engrave your names on the tablet. Reed just said indifferently. The two were stunned. You knew our identity long ago? That military order remained rust-free after so many years, even played with until it shone. It couldn't be anyone outside the Gu clan. Fine. Turns out he had known all along. He just spared them. But who exactly was this man kneeling here? Could he be? Thinking of something, the two quickly crawled to the tombstone. In the descendants column, they saw a name they had never seen before, yet felt strangely familiar. Reed. This followed the naming format for their generation in the Gu family, which is why they found it familiar. Your Uncle Sans. The two turned to look at Reed, their eyes filled with indescribable surprise and joy. Reed said coolly, We'll talk about this later. Let's finish the important business first. All right. In an instant, tears streamed down their faces as they slowly carved their names onto the stone tablet. Reed looked at the two names. Elida, Antonio. Ancient burials were significant ceremonies. After going through complicated rituals, Reed returned to Ningzhou Prefecture with everyone. He brought Elida and her brother, Antonio, to the tea house. After the servants served tea, Reed dismissed all of them before looking at Elida and opening his mouth. You're older, so you should know about my identity. Yes. Elida nodded. Uncle 3 and Aunt 3's story. I've heard from Roland's, but both me and younger brother thought you were dead. The heads of Rick and Johnny's families have already fallen, avenging the grievances of the Gu family back then. The news that you two survived came from Rick's mouth. This is why I was so certain of your identities. But, Reed looked coldly at the two. Since you're alive, why did you do such dishonorable things? Reed's suddenly changed demeanor pressured the two so much they dared not speak. If it were before, they might not have felt any burden, but now that they knew Reed's identity, they didn't dare anymore. Elida lowered her head, saying, We didn't know you. You were alive, nor had we imagined today's achievements. If we knew, we wouldn't have. Wouldn't what? Wouldn't become bandits? Reed angrily said, Do you know what kind of punishment you will face? Gathering in the mountains and causing harm, privately storing armor and weapons. These are serious crimes of treason. Because of you, Ningzhou has become like this. How can you face the ancestors of the Gu family? As descendants of the Gu family, even if we fall into destitution in the countryside, we must never become mountain bandits. We. The two lowered their heads in some shame. Antonio gritted his teeth and said, We've disgraced the name of the Gu family. We admit all our sins, but elder sister is only a woman. For the sake of sharing the same Gu bloodline, please be lenient towards her. I'll take all the blame. Second brother, no? Chapter 235. Interrogation and arrangement. Eldest sister, please stop. Antonio said, I am a son of the Gu family. I can take all the blame upon myself. Now that we have third brother as an outstanding figure in our family, there will be someone to carry on the Gu legacy. Using my life to cleanse the Gu family's name won't tarnish third brother's reputation. That's enough. Reed interrupted sternly. Am I the type who rises by stepping over the bodies of my own family? Both for the country and the family, your crimes cannot be forgiven. However, it's not without a way out. If it were just at the beginning when he arrived in this era, perhaps he would consider Antonio's suggestion. After all, they had no special bond. Rescuing Alida would also somewhat maintain familial ties. However, after experiencing Adolf's sacrifice of his own interests, he no longer thought so now. Of course, solving this matter wasn't that simple. Reed said, "Firstly, you must tell me everything about the person behind the scenes. If this person can be captured, your death sentence might be spared. But even if the death penalty can be avoided, severe punishment remains inevitable." He looked at Antonio. "Even with my help, you will still suffer greatly. Since you're willing to take all the responsibility, I've already thought of where you should go." Antonio was taken aback and asked, "Where?" Reed hesitated slightly before saying calmly, "Military service." Military service? Upon hearing this, Alida became urgent. "Third brother, the convict camps of military service are always sent into battle first. After several battles, second brother probably won't survive. In this era, once sentenced to military service, one had no status in the army and did the hardest and most exhausting tasks daily. During wartime, these people were used as cannon fodder, charged at the front lines merely as tools to wear down the enemy. It was almost certain death." Reed naturally knew this but said calmly, "Didn't our ancestors establish the Gu family's glory through countless battles? As a child of the Gu family, you should not fear death. Dying on the battlefield is an honor for the descendants of the Gu family, far better than being executed on the execution ground." "But, eldest sister." Antonio stopped Alida from speaking. "What third brother says is correct. Being sent to military service is better than execution. Besides, if one survives, everything could go smoothly afterward." Antonio made sense. For those who survived 10 battles in the convict camp, not only could their criminal identity be removed, but they could also advance in rank like normal soldiers based on their military merits. This? Alida glanced at Antonio, feeling immense pain in her heart yet unable to express it. Reed looked at both of them and said, "The Gu family rose to prominence through martial prowess. Nowadays, I stand in court based on literary merit, and the emperor certainly wouldn't allow a Gu family with equal strength in both civil and military affairs to appear in court. Fortunately, the border regions are relatively stable, and Christian is aging. Your current reputation is low, which doesn't significantly affect the overall situation. Although I'm sending you to the frontier for military service, I'll teach you the skills to save your life. If you practice diligently, surviving on the battlefield and building your achievements in the future will not be difficult." As he spoke, Reed roughly explained the situation in the north to them and then said, "Ningzhou is about to start full-scale construction. Before the imperial verdict arrives, you can follow me to reclaim Wasteland." Thinking of something, he added, "There are many spies from the inner guard office in Ningzhou. To avoid discovery by anyone with ill intentions, eldest sister should accompany you in the coming years." Is third brother going to teach second brother martial arts? Hearing Reed's offer to teach Antonio self-defense, Alida immediately recalled his brief display of skill in prison. Even she had no ability to resist. Though she and Antonio had lost their Gu family heritage, their martial arts were not bad. Otherwise, they couldn't have held their positions as leaders in Lianyun Fort. But they never imagined that against Reed, they stood no chance at all. They didn't know that after the fierce battle during the new year, Reed had reached the level of a master, making it effortless to subdue them. After resolving their fates, Reed asked, "Can you tell me who has been manipulating you these years?" It is the Brysons." Brysons? Reed's eyes narrowed. "Jinla Adonis?" "Yes." Alida nodded. "She instructed me and second brother to gather our strength at Lianyun Fort, waiting for the right moment." "The right moment?" Reed coldly said, "The great Lucas Empire has stood for 20 years. Although it isn't very prosperous, there is no sign of unrest. Where is the right moment? And what can a fallen princess stir up?" "You believed such deceptive words?" "Originally, sister and I didn't agree," Antonio said. "But we've already gone rogue. In Great Lucas, we couldn't possibly have a place to stand. We don't want the loyalty of the Gu family to be tarnished because of us. She told us that Great Lucas and Northernly will eventually go to war. If the opportunity is seized well, we could restore the Yun dynasty." "So?" Reed was astonished. "You agreed? Just with these mountain bandits under your control?" Antonio responded somewhat awkwardly. "We only have Lianyun Fort in Ningzhou, but if we were to start something, we could join forces with other forts." Reed sighed helplessly. "Even so, did you really think you could succeed? The Great Lucas border army may not be able to defeat Northernly 100%, but dealing with you would be a piece of cake." Antonio hesitated, glancing at Alida. Alida explained, "We haven't entirely trusted her over the years. It's just that living in the fort left us no choice. Plus, from indirect information gathered, my brother and I suspect she has arrangements within the border army. As for our Gu family..." She paused slightly, then bit her lip. "When grandfather and I escaped, he once told me about storing a batch of military supplies in Ningzhou, foreseeing changes in the situation. The inheritance of the Gu family was stored there as well." "What?" Reed was greatly surprised. "Grandfather had such a backup plan?" "Yes." Alida continued, "I've sensed that Jinla Adonis knows about this supply. That's probably why she's helped my brother and me hide in Lianyun Fort all these years. Also, she wants the Gu family military order." "Military order?" Reed frowned. "The Gu family army no longer exists. What use is the military order? It's easy to find soldiers, but hard to find a general. Although the Gu family army no longer exists, grandfather once said that as long as the military order remains, Gu family generals will follow orders. My brother and I have never tried it, but grandfather's words should be reliable." "This?" Reed was slightly hesitant. To be honest, he didn't quite believe this. A few years ago, it might have been possible. But now, 20 years later, people's minds change. Even Ridge, whom he met once, wasn't a sure thing. However, the existence of this military order seemed like a death sentence. Chapter 236, The mastermind? Reed thought for a moment and said, the matters of military orders and military provisions must not be revealed to anyone else. Right. Alida and the other nodded. The military provisions are hidden beneath the Ningzhou government office. Only the two of us know about this. Besides, military orders have always been handled secretly. Both these matters should just be speculations of Monica. Reed nodded slightly. In that case, I can rest assured. I will secretly investigate the matter of military provisions, regardless of where you are. If I don't bring it up first, you must not mention anything about it. Under no circumstances should we let others know about these military supplies and armaments, or else we can't bear the blame. All right, we'll follow through, brother. The two nodded again. Subsequently, Reed continued, based on my understanding, Monica has only had the ability to interfere with national affairs for about 5 years. However, according to the reports from Ningzhou officials, Ningzhou's problems started after the 12th year of Jianwu era. Do you know why? We don't actually know. The two frowned and said, we once suspected something but never questioned her. We merely assumed it was all arranged by the ex-princess. Is that so? Reed pondered for a while then asked, do you have any way to contact Monica now? No. Alida shook his head. I was always the one who contacted her, but she always took the initiative. When was your last contact? After the new year. Alida replied, after the new year. She contacted me once to inform me that she would be away for an extended period. It could be a year at most, half a year at least. Half a year. Reed's fingers unconsciously tapped the table as he thought for a while before asking, how did you usually keep in touch? There is a hidden contact point of Lianyun bandit camp inside Ningzhou government office. Usually, someone contacts us first, but this time, she came to me directly. Oh. Reed was momentarily taken aback. He remembered when he met Ember for the first time. Wasn't she just returning from Ningzhou? So the person who used to contact Alida was Ember? Reed thought for a moment and said, keep that contact point active. Notify me immediately if there's news. In addition, I'll send another person over. She'll work with you. A person? Alida felt a bit curious. Doesn't Reed trust her? Seeing her expression, Reed explained, this person used to work with Monica and is proficient in undercover operations. With her help, you'd find dealing with Monica easier. He knew little about Monica, or more accurately, few people he knew understood Monica. But this woman could cause quite a stir, either through her skills or her ruthlessness. Anyone like this, given even a single chance, might create significant chaos. Due to past events, Ember had already lost loyalty towards Monica and was currently under Reed's control. Now was the perfect time to give her to Alida. He informed Alida and Antonio about the previous incidents in the capital city, then added, all of Monica's plots in the capital have come to nothing. I tell you this so you understand the Gu family also holds a position within the Daxia dynasty. Yun country previously survived in a precarious situation. Now that Daxia has unified, the nation's strength is formidable. Any attempt to disrupt it from behind will ultimately fail. The Gu family were originally loyal to Yun country, but when Yun submitted to Daxia, following its remnants would constitute rebellion. In today's world, achieving peace and prosperity isn't easy. I hope you remember the ancestral rules of the Gu family and never assist others in causing chaos. Alida and Antonio hurriedly promised, rest assured, third brother, from now on, we'll listen to you. Antonio said, previously, unsure of the future and lacking guidance, sister and I strayed. Now, seeing our family has a bright future, we certainly won't go astray again. Good. Reed nodded slightly, then seemed to recall something and smiled. You'll come with me later to meet your sister-in-law and have dinner here tonight? Right. Not to mention, I haven't asked sister and second brother. Are you both settled down? Yes. Alida nodded quietly. I have a son and a daughter. Second brother has 2 sons. That's wonderful. Reed laughed. What about your siblings-in-law? Hearing this, Alida's eyes darkened. Antonio said gravely, 8 years ago, our band was attacked by government forces. My brother-in-law was severely injured and passed away within 2 years. Your second sister-in-law is currently in the mountain stronghold with the children. For a moment, Reed didn't know what to say. He sighed faintly and said, after the current matters are settled, I'll bring second sister-in-law down from the mountain. From now on, the children will be raised in my mansion. If they wish to study literature, I'll hire tutors for them. If they wish to practice martial arts, I'll personally teach them. Hearing this, the two were moved. Alida exclaimed emotionally, third brother, both your second sister and I have committed serious crimes. Can it really be like this? Hum. Reed nodded with a smile, saying, I am at least a marquis. I can handle the affairs of a few children. Speaking of Alida and Antonio, their crimes, whether becoming bandits or colluding with Monica, each one was serious enough. Even if Reed had the power to overturn the world, he couldn't help cleanse their records. Firstly, it would go against his principles, and secondly, he was unwilling. The Gu family wanted to stand tall and proud before the world, and they must come forward transparently. Although Antonio became a bandit, he was young at that time, and some paths were not choices they could make. By sending him into military service as a death camp soldier, and redeeming his sins by surviving 10 battles without dying, it was also he could proudly face the outside world and not be attacked in the future. After finishing the discussion, Reed took the two out the door. Just as they stepped out, Lucasaner and Yuer were seen coming towards them. Master, Rhonda asked us to inquire when dinner will be served. Hearing this, Reed turned to look at Alida and Antonio and said, eldest sister, second brother, you two follow these maids first, go take a bath, then you can have dinner soon. All right, third brother, if you have something urgent, please go ahead. We'll come over later. Reed nodded slightly and left first. The two maids were slightly surprised. They had been in the Marquis's residence for some time and knew that Reed had relatives on his mother's side, but never heard of any siblings within the clan. But they also knew better than to ask unnecessary questions. They simply gave a slight bow and said, please follow us, Miss and Master. Chapter 237, Bandit Suppression at Inacio Mountain. The matter of Lianyun Fort was resolved, but the details were not made public. No wind had leaked about the specific circumstances. Under Reed's instructions, the Inacio family began to prepare grain with great enthusiasm. Of course, this news couldn't be hidden from others or the bandits on the mountain, but Reed had never thought of hiding it from them. He even hoped they would find out as soon as possible. For several consecutive days, the Inacio family escorted grain shipments, which tempted the bandits on Inacio Mountain. At first, these bandits were worried it was a government scheme. After all, Lianyun Fort had met its end in just such a manner. After several days of reconnaissance, however, the bandits discovered that this grain transportation was entirely the Inacio family's own business and had nothing to do with the government. Suddenly, these bandits were moved by desire. After all, those carts full of grain were very tempting. Firm in their resolve, the bandits finally planned to rob them. It could be said that these mountain bandits had decent luck. On this day, there happened to be only a few people escorting the Inacio family's grain. These bandits ambushed them en masse, and the hired escorts of the Inacio family did not dare to resist, losing over 10 carts of grain. When the Inacio family found out about this incident, they immediately wanted to contact the bandits. After all, no amount of grain could withstand such raids, right? But it seemed the bandits had it in for the Inacio family. The messengers sent by the Inacio family reported back saying the bandits demanded an exorbitant sum of money to let the convoy pass. Naturally, the Inacio family refused and spent more money hiring guards, who knew that the bandits on Inacio Mountain were numerous and powerful. Even with the hired guards, they were still defeated, and once again over 10 carts of grain were robbed. The Inacio family was determined. They clenched their teeth and stomped their feet, directly hiring a 1,000-man guard team. This time, they planned to transport 500 carts of grain. This thrilled the bandits. Previously, robbing 10 carts of grain was naturally a huge fortune for ordinary people, but compared to the tens of thousands of mouths on the mountain, it was far from enough. This time, when the Inacio family transported nearly 200 carts of grain, although they had a 1,000-man guard team, what did that mean to the bandits? After discussing among themselves, several forts decided to join forces and swallow the Inacio family's 500 carts of grain whole. Therefore, all the forts began to gather their men. They assumed that after such a significant loss, the Inacio family wouldn't hire those previous lackeys, right? Indeed, upon investigation, it turned out these were skilled fighters hired from a neighboring state. Considering this, the bandits decided to launch a full-scale raid from their forts. After all, these grain-laden carts couldn't go up the mountain, and when they seized the grain, they would have to carry it back, right? So it was best to send more men, to intimidate and carry grain, right? Thus, the entire mountain's bandits mobilized. This delighted Reed. He had spent so much effort planning this, including sacrificing over 20 carts of grain, just to lure these mountain bandits down from the mountain. As for the 1,000-man guard team, they were actually Imperial guards disguised. When the Inacio family's convoy set out, the bandits on the mountain were all prepared to ambush. However, the number of people in the convoy was indeed considerable, so they abandoned the small path and took the main road. Although the main road added 2 extra days of travel compared to the small path, it was safer, wasn't it? Those bandits didn't know it was a trap. They simply thought the Inacio family had become more cautious. After all, with so much grain, a little caution was understandable. Otherwise, losing 500 carts would significantly weaken even the Inacio family's resources. Encouraged by their previous successes, these bandits looked down on the Inacio family's 1,000-man guard team. After all, they numbered over 10,000. These 10,000 people descended the mountain with pomp, then found a forest that the Inacio family convoy must pass through and hid within. When the Inacio family convoy arrived, the bandits surged out. Zane looked at these 10,000 bandits and happily jumped out. Looking at the group walking at the front, who seemed to be the bandit leaders, he laughed. You bunch of wretches, I've wasted dozens of carts of grain just to lure you down from the mountain. Now, let you taste my means. All the bandit leaders. What did this white-faced man mean? Dare to call us wretches? Do you not know what mountain bandit means? And luring us down from the mountain? You must be crazy. Combined, we have over 10,000 brothers. With your mere 1,000 men, you dare to boast in front of us? Seemingly emboldened by the support of 10,000 comrades, these bandit leaders looked at Zane arrogantly. Son, look behind me at my brothers. There are a full 15,000 of us. Hand over the grain and take your people away if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, I'll let you taste true earthly suffering. Well, Zane's expression froze. How come this damn bandit talks just like his own cousin? And true earthly suffering? Once I tie all you up, I will surely make you taste some minor bitterness. With a grand wave of his hand, Zane shouted, Brothers, under the order of the Imperial Envoy, eliminate all bandits on Inacio Mountain. Get them. Kill. The troops following Zane tore off their disguises in an instant. Shiny armor appeared before the eyes of the bandits. The bandits were instantly stunned. Yeah, damn it. Government soldiers. Brothers, pull out fast. Before Zane could even react, the bandits had already lost their formation. Seeing this, Zane pointed with his spear. Attack? With a roar, Zane charged towards the bandits. The 1,000 men behind him followed suit. Meanwhile, 2 other groups of government soldiers emerged from the sides, plunging into the left and right flanks of the bandits. Reed was in a great mood. Wasn't he just lounging in the courtyard enjoying the sunshine? Ever since crossing over, not only did he have his wife, but he also married 2 concubines, making the household harmonious. Every day, either teaching a few kids to read or visiting his grandparents, these Rolands seemed to have transferred all their regret for his birth mother onto Reed, sending items to the residence every few days. Of course, there was no shortage of urging Reed to have children quickly, finding joy in this every day, which made Reed both pained and happy. Right now, today, those bandits from Inacio Mountain were lured down, and the Rolandly lady didn't worry about revealing relations between the 2 families, so she personally came over. She is chatting with Jonah right now, not at all worried about Zane who is outside dealing with the bandits. Elida is accompanying a few children nearby. The number of children in the courtyard has increased quite a bit recently. It's almost becoming a den of kids. Reed took a sweet sip of wine, considering humming a little tune, when Dylan suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Sir. Chapter 238. Bandits cleared, developing steadily. Reed jumped to his feet. Quick, is it that Zane has finished the job? Dylan immediately laughed upon hearing this. Congratulations, my lord. Brother Ignacio, along with the troops of the guard, have completely eradicated the bandits on Lishan Mountain. All the bandits are gone. We no longer have any worries about bandit troubles. What? Reed was stunned and asked, Zane killed them all? Without waiting for Dylan's response, Reed said in an agitated manner, what a wasteful brat Zane is. How could one just kill them? That's over 10,000 able-bodied men. If they're all dead, where will I find people for Ningzhou's construction in the future? After all, these were people who had enough strength to become bandits. Apart from the ringleaders, he intended to use the others as laborers for several years. Once their terms were up and they were reformed, he would convert them into law-abiding citizens to bolster Ningzhou's population. Now, seeing such a big reaction from Reed, even the madam and the Rolandly matriarch of the Ignacio family looked over. Dylan realized Reed misunderstood him. With a wry smile, he said, my lord, those bandits are still alive. Brother Ignacio only captured them alive and hasn't killed anyone yet. Okay, so he misunderstood. He then asked, where are they now? When can they return? Soon, very soon. They're on the way and we'll be back in Ningzhou shortly. Good. Reed waved his hand broadly and shouted, Donghua, go to my study and fetch the petition I drafted. Petition? What petition? Dylan was momentarily taken aback. Before long, Donghua came holding a thick petition and handed it to Reed, who then thrust the petition into Dylan's arms. This is my report to the capital, summarizing recent events, including the resolution of the Ningzhou bandit problem. Send one of your smartest fellows to deliver this petition at top speed to the capital. Specifically to my mentor, Fred Ari. Dylan stood dumbfounded. My lord, the bandits haven't been fully dealt with, and you've already prepared the petition? Nonsense. These minor bandits, weren't they easily subdued? By writing the petition early, I can quickly announce good news to the capital. Isn't that right? Slightly boastful, Reed then instructed, listen up. This report is very important. It must be sent urgently to the capital without any delay. Besides informing Adolf about the various developments in Ningzhou and its future plans, Reed also asked the emperor for supplies. With the successful suppression of the bandits and tens of thousands about to come down from the mountain, adding so many new residents to Ningzhou, Adolf, as the Atom of Daxia, couldn't possibly ignore these people's livelihoods, right? Was it too much to ask for some funds and provisions? Stunned by being pushed out of the courtyard by Reed, Dylan watched as Reed turned back toward the yard and sighed faintly. This lord of ours truly is. Back in the courtyard, Reed smiled at the Roland matriarch of the Ignacio family. Grandmother, our little brother Eric really makes me proud. Winning consecutive victories in the 2 campaigns against the bandits, he deserves top credit for Ningzhou's future development. The grandmother immediately replied with a pleased smile. That's all due to your good guidance as an older brother. If not for you, how could Harrisoner and Ericer be what they are today? Hee grandmother, I like hearing that. Reed laughed happily and continued. The soldiers returning from the campaign should arrive soon. I need to make arrangements first. Please stay here for a while and join us for dinner later. All right. The Rolandly lady sweetly replied. Important matters can't wait. You go ahead and busy yourself. No need to worry about this old woman. I have my granddaughter-in-law with me. All right. Laughing heartily, Reed turned and left the courtyard, leaving behind the delighted Ignacio grandmother and Jonah, along with a rather envious Elida. She looked at Reed's retreating figure and thought of her brother Antonio who was suffering elsewhere. If they hadn't made the wrong choice back then, perhaps both her brothers could have achieved together. With the bandit issue settled and the 2 major forces neutralized, tens of thousands descended from the mountains. Reed and the officials of Ningzhou were extremely busy, even conscripting Ignacio's third uncle, a teacher in the city, to help with administrative work. Reed, in front of the citizens of Ningzhou and the newly descended mountain dwellers, personally announced the handling of the bandits, followed by executing the worst offenders before the public. Reed specially set up an execution platform outside the city, gathering the mountain dwellers in one area to witness the executions. For a time, heads rolled and blood flowed for miles. The death penalty was strictly controlled in Daxia, but that was for ordinary citizens. If an ordinary citizen was sentenced to death, it had to be reviewed by the Dali Temple and rechecked by the Ministry of Justice before it could be issued to the local authorities. This was why there was the saying executions after autumn. Primarily, in ancient times back and forth, it took quite some time. Plus walking through procedures, time just passed. The reason Reed could issue orders to kill these bandits with a single word was twofold. First, he held the Daxia dragon sword, which gave him the authority to act on his own. Additionally, not killing these bandit leaders would not appease public anger or stabilize the people's hearts. Only by using the blood of these bandit leaders to warn the world could Ningzhou develop in peace. Moreover, the Lishan bandits and Lianyun Fort were only the largest 2 groups of bandits within Ningzhou territory. There were still various sized strongholds in other places. Although they couldn't cause much trouble, they also had to be completely eradicated, especially in Fufeng County, where Xavion's unfortunate brother lived. A place so poor that even rats shed tears and left behind 2 grains of rice. There were thousands of mountain bandits. However, these bandits in Fufeng were purely due to the weakness of the county government, allowing them to boldly raid some smugglers without fear. After all, besides smugglers, no one would pass through Fufeng territory. Despite this, those bandits were well fed. After slaughtering those bandits, whether it was the newly descended mountain dwellers or the city residents, all were subdued by Reed's ruthlessness. After Chunsurchu those mountain dwellers, Dylan began to announce Reed's punishment for the mountain dwellers. Upon hearing they would be slaves for 3 years, although the mountain dwellers looked sorrowful, when they heard the government promise to give them land after 3 years, they immediately perked up. Of course, everyone knew the situation in Ningzhou. Everywhere was mountainous. How could there be good farmland? However, this was not detailed. After all, terraced fields hadn't been invented yet, and if mentioned, no one would believe it. After staying in Ningzhou for a few days and distributing the population to the 4 counties, Reed finally breathed a sigh of relief. In the coming period, he had to stay in Fufeng County for a long time since Fufeng was the most suitable place to build terraced fields and could also clear out the bandit problems there. Chapter 239. Inspection of Fufeng. The news that Reed decided to go to Fufeng County as a resident official left everyone in Ningzhou Prefecture speechless. One by one, they came to dissuade Reed. Now even the dag had come. Seeing Reed directing people to pack his belongings, he immediately smiled bitterly and said, Jingji, Christian sent you to inspect the northwest and act as the head of the Ningzhou Prefecture magistrate, not to be the county magistrate of Fufeng. Now this Fufeng County, all industries are neglected. Going there now would only make things worse for you. Your Highness, isn't it precisely because Fufeng is poor that it shows more meaning for me to go there? Reed laughed and said, I've reviewed Fufeng's records. Although this place is currently poor, with 2 or 3 years of dedicated development, once the people have enough food, Fufeng will develop rapidly. Not to mention, after we cleared out those mountain residents, Fufeng alone was allocated 60,000 people. After the bandits in Fufeng are eradicated, the population won't be less than 100,000, right? With so many people going to Fufeng, if I don't supervise them, any turmoil would involve tens of thousands of lives. The dag was momentarily speechless. What Reed said wasn't wrong. Now Fufeng already had a population, and he had proposed the terraced fields plan. If he didn't go, problems might occur and wouldn't be easy to resolve. Seeing the hesitant dag, Reed smiled and said, terraced fields are unprecedented in our great Lucas dynasty. I asked my third uncle for a few students and, along with some officials from Ningzhou, aimed to transform Fufeng into a new agricultural county. With these people, our country can cultivate more good farmland and produce more crops. Why don't you accompany me? The dag smiled bitterly and said, didn't you always say that statecraft lies within the common folk? I'm very curious about this statecraft you speak of. Your Highness, going to Fufeng means enduring hardship. Can you endure it? Reed chuckled. Those newly pacified mountain residents lack trust in the government. We officials must set an example and work in the fields. Are you sure you're up for it? If I stay idle here every day, I'm afraid I'll be useless. Fuller, who was next to the dag, also said, it's the same with our Chow family. Duke Gu is originally my nephew's teacher, so where the teacher goes, the student follows. Reed curiously asked, the kids are coming too? Yes. The dag and Fuller laughed. Let them witness the suffering of the common folk. It will help them succeed in the future. Fine. Since they all want to go, Reed couldn't stop them and said, then let's go together. He arranged for the items to be loaded onto the carts, but then saw Jonah bringing a bunch of luggage over. He hurriedly took the items from her hands and said, I'll only be gone for a few months. Why did you prepare so much stuff? Jonah smiled gently. Would you leave me behind this time, husband? You're coming too? Reed frowned. Fufeng County is dirty and chaotic. It's inconvenient on all fronts. Why would you follow? You should stay in the city and chat with grandmother. Husband, we've only been married for a few days. It's often said that husbands lead and wives follow. Even grandmother agrees. Jonah smiled sweetly. Besides, husband cares so much about the people of Ningzhou. By following you, I can better look after your daily life. But, haha. The dag suddenly laughed. Jingji, take Madame Gu with you. She makes sense. Apart from your new marriage, my entire family plans to go along. What? Reed looked stunned, then slightly smiled bitterly. Your Highness, you can't be joking. Ever since the palace coup, he and Claudia shared a night of intimacy, and ever since, he avoided Xiao Shiwan whenever possible. Going to Fufeng together. However, the dag didn't know what Reed was thinking and continued smiling. Coming to Ningzhou was never meant for pleasure. Following Magistrate Gu to till the land, seeing those green crops, surely it's more reassuring. Glancing at the dag, Reed thought about how those green crops were nowhere to be seen yet, but perhaps the dag could check above his own head. Absolutely green. Putting aside those thoughts, Reed looked at Fuller. Is your family coming too? Yes. Fuller said cheerfully, our Chow family has a military background. If we don't move our bodies, we feel uncomfortable every day. Since Scholar Gu, a man of letters, is ready to work in the fields, how can we rough soldiers sit at home? Reed. Am I an ordinary man of letters? I am a man of letters with a muscular body. Seeing that they did not seem to be joking, Reed waved his hand. All right, let's all go and see then. Just to be clear, no complaining once we get there. Rest assured. Haha. Everyone laughed loudly, getting into their carriages or mounting horses. They didn't look like they were going to do farm work, but rather seemed to be going on a spring outing. Reed shook his head slightly, and then also climbed into his carriage. At the city gate of Fufeng County, Xavion stood with a few clerks, his eyes full of anticipation. Fufeng had undergone significant changes recently. Although it was still poor, it had become more vibrant. Over this period, Xavion's life had changed too. Compared to his previous idleness, he had been incredibly busy lately. He had been busy allocating people to various places and organizing the construction of temporary shelters, busying himself tirelessly. Although it was only a few days, Fufeng had changed greatly, making him feel sweet inside as the county magistrate. In 1 or 2 years, with the help of his brother who was a marquis, Fufeng could catch up with other prosperous counties. By then, he should be promoted. Imagining this happily, someone beside him reminded him, Master, look, isn't that the entourage of the imperial envoy? Xavion instinctively looked up and saw a long convoy coming this way. He smiled. Yes, it is the entourage of the imperial envoy. Though he hadn't seen Reed, no one else in Ningzhou could have such a large escort besides Reed. As they neared Fufeng County, someone naturally reminded Reed. He got out of the carriage and looked at the dilapidated Fufeng County, feeling somewhat moved. Brother Baonian, you must have been very hard-pressed this year. Chapter 240. The imperial court's reply, brothers part ways. Ericphone County, though called a county, had its city walls nearly half collapsed, presenting a scene of ruins and broken walls. Such a fortress. It was laughable to think it could fend off enemies, let alone thieves. The convoy slowly approached the county gate. Xavion immediately stepped forward and greeted with a bow. This subordinate, County Magistrate Xavion of Ericphone, greets your excellency, the Imperial Envoy. Brother Baoyan, we have known each other since humble beginnings. Why are you so formal? Reed jumped down from the carriage, took Xavion's hand and asked, has Ericphone been well since we last met? It's much better now. It sounds laughable, but only these past few days have I truly felt like a magistrate of a county. Previously, Xavion gave a self-deprecating smile and continued, your excellency's presence here in Ericphone is the greatest honor for our county. This gate isn't a proper place for conversation. We've prepared residences inside the city, albeit somewhat old and shabby, hoping that your excellency and all esteemed guests won't mind. Why say such things, Brother Baoyan? Since we're here in Ericphone, we're all prepared. Let's go into the city first. As he spoke, Reed led the way into Ericphone County. He surveyed the surroundings along the road and noticed how quiet the entire county was. He asked, those tens of thousands of people allocated to your area, aren't they living within the city? Yes, your excellency. This subordinate thought that since they haven't changed their household registrations yet, and it's farming season, I distributed them across various villages for convenience. That's practical indeed. Let this city remain empty for now. Once Ericphone develops, it will eventually be overcrowded. Reed smiled, then asked, where are Killian Shi, Xavier, and Pete? Reporting to your excellency, those 3 colleagues have also gone up the mountain these past few days to learn about terraced field construction. Xavion replied with a smile. The idea of building terraced fields by county magistrates was proposed by Reed himself. Although Ericphone County was the poorest, its terrain was ideal for constructing terraced fields. It made sense to have other counties' officials come to learn. Building terraced fields wasn't as simple as cultivating some land on mountains. Proper irrigation and methods to prevent landslides were essential techniques involved. Now hearing that these county magistrates were personally learning, he was quite satisfied. These officials, newly appointed and posted to the Poor Ning Prefecture, remained diligent and uncorrupted, which was a good thing. Otherwise, if any of them had chosen to be sycophants, his projects might not have progressed smoothly. While he had the authority to replace them, getting new officials would take time. He could wait, but Ning Prefecture couldn't. Seeing these county magistrates committed to their tasks was naturally excellent news. 2 months passed swiftly. After nearly 2 months, this grand project of building terraced fields was finally completed, and crops had been planted in all the fields. Though these newly cultivated lands weren't very fertile yet, despite Reed imparting simple composting techniques to improve the soil, the harvest might still not be great. However, as an old saying goes, once raw, twice familiar. It applied here too. During the busy farming season, Reed not only led tens of thousands of people to cultivate sufficient land, but also successfully managed the issue of winter rice paddies. Other counties' magistrates returned to their own jurisdictions after learning for half a month in Ericphone. During this period, Reed toured various counties, inspecting local governance. Overall, development in all counties was going well. Though still poor, crops had been planted in the fields. By autumn, Ning Prefecture could focus on other constructions. Meanwhile, the Imperial Court responded to Reed's petition regarding the bandit problem in Ning Prefecture, which caused significant uproar. As one of Daxia's prefectures, although it was among the poorest, the discovery of so many bandits was astonishing. Worse still, Ning Prefecture had reported the same for over a decade, yet the court remained unaware. For Adolf, this was unacceptable. Consequently, numerous officials from the 6 ministries were implicated and harshly punished. Yet, in response to Reed's request for money and grain, the court only symbolically granted him 100,000 taels of silver, expecting him to fend for himself otherwise. Though slightly dissatisfied, Reed wasn't concerned. He had anticipated this outcome. If not for his success in suppressing the bandits and gaining over 200,000 people, even the 100,000 taels might not be available. The ministers in the court couldn't give more due to aristocratic interference, while Adolf wanted to test Reed's capabilities, how far he could push his limits. To be honest, 100,000 taels of silver was definitely insufficient. However, Adolf clearly didn't take those over 200,000 people to heart. To him, they were after all criminals. It was already quite decent if they had enough to eat. As for whether they would live or die 3 years later, that depended on their fate. Additionally, if he tilted too many resources toward them, it might arouse suspicion in the court, especially with the deposed crown prince still here. Speaking of the crown prince, his life wasn't easy either. In these few months, there were multiple accidents and several failed assassination attempts. It didn't take much to figure out that these were likely orchestrated by people from the capital. Thankfully, Reed had been prepared. Despite the incidents, none caused any real harm. Of course, the Imperial Court also approved the documents regarding the punishment of the bandits. Reed's Roland cousin, Antonio, was exiled to serve as a penal laborer in the northwest border region. Fortunately, during these 2 months, although Antonio had been working in the fields with Reed, the latter often used medicinal soups to stabilize his foundation. As long as he wasn't faced with a hopeless situation, the chances of surviving 10 battles weren't too slim. Tomorrow was the day Antonio was to be sent away. The entire Gu family gathered in a small rural courtyard, the atmosphere heavy with silence. The drinks on the table remained untouched by everyone except Reed. Elida hesitated to speak, while Jonah remained silent but worried. She feared her Roland cousin might make additional requests that could put Reed in an awkward position. Fortunately, Antonio showed some integrity. He looked at Elida and smiled. Elder sister, third brother has given me a chance I'm deeply grateful for. Our clan suffered early losses. My Roland brother died young, and third brother has been dependent on others for 20 years without freedom. Now it's just you and I holding on to each other. Third brother is pursuing literature now, but our Gu clan is a family of generals. We can't afford not to shoulder this heavy responsibility. Today, I have the opportunity to escape the maelstrom and revive the honor of our clan. This is a fortunate event. Don't worry about me, elder sister. Just take care of my wife and children. The northwest borders frequently engage in battles with foreign tribes. 10 campaigns shouldn't take too long. Thanks to third brother's efforts these past 2 months, my martial skills have greatly improved. Compared to brutal sieges, my chances are pretty good. Come, let's all have a toast. Tomorrow we depart, and you will return to Ning Prefecture. We will surely meet again. Chapter 241. Idle talk about Ningzhou's future, the Dag's thoughts. Rona, the second sister-in-law of Reed. In her early years, she was the daughter of a scholarly family, and later went up the mountain after a great calamity. She had a delicate appearance, but an unadorned personality. With her husband soon to be exiled to the border, although she was deeply worried, she did not show it on her face. Instead, she held Alida's hand and said, "Elder sister, though my husband is serving his punishment by going out to war, he aims to rejuvenate our clan. While this journey is dangerous, we should support him. Besides, Uncle has already made all arrangements. There will surely be a day when he returns." Upon hearing this, Alida felt tears welling up in her eyes and said, "I know why second brother is going. It's just that our Gu family has declined so much, all because of our incompetence. Now all these sins are placed on second brother's shoulders. As the Roland sister, elder sister, since father, mother, grandfather, and uncles passed away, our family has faced difficulties. However, hope is right before us now. Don't be so pessimistic." The second sister-in-law still forced a smile and said, "As parents, we may endure, but the children must not bear the identity of sin slaves. One day, the Gu family's sons must still step onto the battlefield or pass the imperial exams. My husband has ambitions, and we should support him." Crying like this only makes him uneasy. Alida could no longer hold back and left her seat with her hand covering her mouth. Seeing elder sister and third brother leave, Antonio and his wife also stood up. The two of them brought several children out of the room, leaving space for Antonio and his wife. After seeing elder sister and third brother leave, Antonio looked at his wife, feeling choked up. "Ear," Antonio called softly. Rona held her husband's hand and smiled. "My husband, please rest assured. Your humble wife will take care of the two children. When you return on horseback one day, there will always be a place for you. I have wronged you. The battlefield is perilous. My husband, please say no more." Rona smiled. "When you return one day, your humble wife will welcome you in red attire. If you die, I shall guide you in white. Don't talk anymore." Antonio embraced his wife and firmly said, "You rest assured. I will definitely come back alive and never let my wife, children, and ancestors of the Gu family down." Being a transcendent master, Reed listened to the conversation inside and sighed inwardly. At this moment, he genuinely accepted this second brother from the bottom of his heart. Jonah stood beside him, tightly holding Reed's hand and said, "Husband, second brother and second sister-in-law, how enviable they are." Reed nodded silently but gripped Jonah's hand tighter. The courtyard was quiet as Alida returned to the room with several children. Meanwhile, the Dag came to Reed's courtyard eagerly. Seeing the Dag carrying wine and meat, Reed found it somewhat amusing. This person, who had worked in the fields for 2 months, seemed less haughty and more down to earth. Accompanying him were the Roland Lee Adam and brothers of the Chow family. Seeing Reed and his wife, the Dag laughed. "Sir Gu, shouldn't you be celebrating with your family inside? Why are you conversing with your wife in the yard?" Reed chuckled bitterly and asked, "Why are all of you here today?" "Heh." The Roland Lee Adam of the Chow family laughed. "Now that the farming season has ended, we thought of rewarding you, Sir Gu, for teaching us so much recently." "Yes, we heard that second brother of the Gu family is heading to the northwest, so we specially came to see him off. Let tonight be his farewell dinner." Indeed, during the past 2 months, Antonio's attitude working in the fields had won the respect of both the Dag and the Chow family. Although Antonio was a convicted man, his actions were understandable on a human level. Reed had not revealed the connection between Jean Lehuang and Lianyun Fort. Otherwise, the title of Jean Lehuang's ally would be unavoidable. Therefore, even though Antonio had been the leader of bandits previously, the Dag and others did not look down upon him. After all, Alida and Antonio took to the mountains out of desperation. They were righteous bandits, doing things that aligned with moral principles, but sentiment and law cannot be treated the same. Reed's actions also earned their sincere admiration. After all, the Ningzhou Gu family now only had these 2 brothers, and the younger ones were not yet grown. Reed could still remain impartial, a feat they admitted they couldn't achieve themselves. Reed glanced at Jonah, who nodded slightly and then bowed to the Dag and others before turning to go back inside. The men laid out the food on the table and sat down in the yard. 2 months of working in the fields had made the Dag's hands rough. After setting up the drinks and food, the Dag laughed. "Where is second brother of the Gu family? Why hasn't he come out?" Reed smiled faintly and then pointed to the room. Seeing this, the others smiled knowingly. "Well, let's start eating and drinking then, huh?" Old Patriarch Chow laughed heartily as he finished a bowl of wine, then sighed deeply. "I am past 50 and have been in battles for decades. But if I count the days I've truly felt at ease, it would only be these past 2 months. Although we have been tilling the land daily, I don't find it exhausting at all." At the end, he sighed heavily. This empire was fought for, but life has become increasingly restrained. As the father-in-law of the Dag, I was one of the most prominent dignitaries in the court. Unfortunately, previously, there were too many people watching over the Dag. Now, because of that, my title has been revoked, but life is more straightforward now. The Dag looked somewhat gloomy, seemingly reminiscing about those days in the capital. Reed simply smiled faintly while pouring them wine, saying, "It's a rare opportunity right now. Let's enjoy this countryside life. Without political struggles, we can still do something practical for the people. It wouldn't be in vain to have held office. As you say, but Jingji, if the empire falls into the hands of your second and third brothers, you might not even be able to accomplish much for this country in the future." The Dag's words immediately drew everyone's attention. They thought about it and silently nodded. Reed knew he was asking about Birch. He said, "Your Highness, this matter cannot be rushed. The situation in the capital is chaotic. The emperor wants to implement new policies which touch upon the interests of the aristocratic families. Perhaps his decision to place you in Ningzhou also had a protective intention. I believe that since your highness came to Ningzhou, the emperor understands everything better than anyone else. Whether as a minister or as an emperor, if we hold the power of the world but do not stand up for its people, even if your highness's name is cleared, the emperor will be disappointed. Let the second and third brothers compete for now. By the time your highness returns, everything will be clear. Hearing this, old patriarch Xiao nodded and said, as an emperor, one should be the ruler of all under heaven, not just one family or clan. Your highness needs to be patient and do what needs to be done now. The emperor will surely be pleased when he sees this. Indeed. Reed smiled, lifted his bowl and said, all right, let's not talk about the capital for now. Let's drink. Chapter 242. War with Outsiders? After everyone finished a bowl of wine, Olaf put down his bowl and said, these days spent with Brother Jingji have been very pleasant. Now that the busy farming season has come to an end, I wonder what we should do before the autumn harvest. Of course, it's the construction of Ningzhou. Reed smiled and said, these days I've carefully studied Ningzhou, and I must say, its location is not bad at all. It connects directly to the lands of foreign tribes to the north and west, making it highly accessible, and what's most commendable, Ningzhou isn't one of those cold frontier regions. It has the convenience of the Ning River, a crucial waterway and land route, truly a rare treasure of a place. I plan to build a dock beside the Ningzhou ferry to facilitate the convenience of passing merchants and travelers. As long as these merchants can enter, the prosperity of Ningzhou will be imminent. Everyone put down their chopsticks and bowls, somewhat amused yet perplexed. The crown prince said, Jingji, even if you build a dock to attract merchants, Ningzhou is in too much disrepair. I fear. Haha. Reed laughed and said, although our Ningzhou is dilapidated, it has convenient transportation and no more bandits within its borders. Naturally, it's the prime choice for merchants. As for the city walls, he smiled again. I've already thought about this. The convicts can be made to build the walls, and we only need to provide them with daily meals. As for the residential and commercial areas within the city, let the merchants repair and develop them themselves. Fuller looked blankly at Reed and said, Brother Jingji, not to doubt you, but merchants are known to never rise early without profit. How can they help us build these shops? They naturally won't agree to anything without profit. However, as the government, we have the authority to manage all affairs within Ningzhou, which gives us room to maneuver. Reed smiled slightly and then revealed his thoughts. Originally, Reed intended to transform Ningzhou into a logistics hub for goods in the northwest of Daxia. This place is neither too close nor too far from the border, making it ideal for stockpiling goods destined for foreign territories. After all, the Ning River connects half of Daxia's waterways, making the passage of merchant ships extremely convenient. After all, Ningzhou's geographical position is superior. Merchants traveling south and north always carry many goods, taking a lot of time and earning less. But if Ningzhou becomes a logistics center, merchants can exchange goods and store them here in advance. Sending goods to the north or west from Ningzhou would then be much easier. Invisibly, huge costs could be reduced. Of course, Reed had another consideration. By setting up a ferry terminal in Ningzhou, he could control the Ning River system. This way, illegal smugglers would lose their leverage, effectively curbing smuggling activities. Additionally, the nomadic tribes have always been at odds with Daxia, but when will these wars end? Rather than letting them harass us endlessly, why not suggest the court open mutual markets, trading non-strategic goods? Once life stabilizes on the grasslands, conflicts would naturally decrease. However, achieving this requires subduing the nomads first. Only by winning on the battlefield can Reed's mutual market policy be smoothly implemented. Clayton and others were taken aback upon hearing his grand plan. Jingji, transforming Ningzhou into a logistics center seems feasible to me. But this mutual market, this would require initiating a war. How can the court possibly agree? Naturally, Reed understood Clayton's concerns and replied, every year before winter, the nomadic tribes think of raiding our southern territories for supplies. For years, due to insufficient cavalry forces, Daxia has had to defend passively. The court has just trained a new cavalry. Why not put it to the test and let them go up against the foreigners in the northwest? This can solve the problem of northern tribes raiding southwards and also serve as military training. But will the court agree? The crown prince lacked confidence, and even the Qiao family father and son nodded, saying, war is no trivial matter. Once conflict breaks out, even if it's localized, the consumption of money and grain would be significant. This matter. Antony. Reed smiled and said, what you worry about is only an issue from previous years. Have you forgotten? The court ordered land to be nationalized before the new year. This spring, the court has reclaimed a large amount of land. After the autumn harvest, the court's revenue from taxes on money and grain will be several times higher than in previous years. Christian, as the founding emperor, naturally does not lack the courage to declare war outwardly. So I believe there is a great possibility for this. Moreover, Reed smiled again, even if plans for war are shelved, our Ningzhou as a hub for trade and commerce will still thrive. My idea is simply to maximize benefits. The crown prince and others exchanged glances and then all nodded together. Fade laughed. Having cultivated the land here in Ningzhou for so long, we almost forgot about this aspect. It's your planning that reminds us? He shook his head with a sigh, as if feeling moved and said, speaking of which, few in the world can match your strategies, little brother Gu. To reclaim land from aristocratic families and solve the centuries-old land problem is truly remarkable. After the autumn harvest, the revenue from money and grain will likely exceed any previous dynasty. Our great Lucas will never have to face famine again. With land controlled by the state, food problems can naturally be balanced effectively. Even in disaster years, the court will have enough funds to handle the situation, minimizing issues. Who would have thought that? Upon hearing this, Reed shook his head. Solving the famine problem may not be possible. Everyone looked at Reed curiously, wondering if there was another angle to consider. Chapter 243. Lavish wealth for the Inacio family. Seeing everyone's stunned faces, Reed immediately smiled bitterly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, giving this land to the people means a win-win situation for both the court and the people. With food in hand, what do you think they will do?" Huh. The Cosmo and Son were taken aback. However, the DAG, who was quite knowledgeable about state affairs, said, "Population growth?" "Exactly." Reed looked at the DAG approvingly and said, "With money and food, people will naturally seek better futures for themselves, sending their children to school or having more children. This way, our nation's population will experience explosive growth over the next few years. With an increasing population but limited arable land, famine issues could still arise during bad years." Well, everyone frowned immediately upon hearing this. What Reed said was highly plausible. After all, the government couldn't possibly reveal all these details to them. The DAG asked, "If that's the case, how should we solve it?" "We need agricultural reform, but it won't happen overnight. Fortunately, we have time now, so there's no need to rush." Reed chuckled. He was already working on improving farming techniques. Whether it was composting or proper planting intervals, such practices hadn't been deeply studied in this ancient world yet. Previously, he noticed that the locals planted crops densely, as if they hated the space available. Such planting methods not only failed to increase yield, but also cramped the seedling's survival space, leading to poor soil fertility and ultimately reduced crop production. Moreover, without enough living space, seedlings struggled to survive. Reed had already assigned someone to experiment with this planting technique. Once the autumn harvest showed results, he would report to the court. Currently, the terrace fields were just built, lacking sufficient fertility, so it wasn't clear if the transplanting technique would work effectively. However, Ningzhou still had other lands, especially those belonging to the Inacio family, who followed Reed's instructions closely. As for other rice cultivation techniques, honestly, when it came to Yuan Longping's hybrid rice technology, Reed had read many documents and roughly knew how to cultivate it. Although he wasn't proficient in farming, there must be people in this era who knew more about agriculture. Today, he also wrote memorials to the court based on his discussions with the DAG and others. He did not directly mention hybrid rice, but only talked about building terraced fields, and suggested the emperor dispatch skilled officials to learn and discuss. As long as these officials arrived, they could catch the flowering and pollination season of rice. Whether they could develop hybrid rice would depend on luck. The next day, Reed and company left Fufeng. Upon returning, Reed went straight to the Inacio family residence. When Elder Inacio and Madame Inacio heard he had returned, they rushed out to greet him and his wife with affection. "You stubborn child, we told you not to go, but you insisted. Farming is hard labor. Look how dark your skin has become. How can a scholar endure such hardship?" Zane, Inacio Young. Both brothers were speechless. Zane thought, yes, his cousin was a scholar, but an ordinary one? Those 8-foot-tall, muscular builds weren't fake. He couldn't even last a few rounds sparring with him. As for Inacio Young, this time he had accompanied Reed to Fufeng but didn't know about his martial skills. He felt purely neglected. "Is my cousin a scholar, but am I not? Grandmother, aren't you being too partial? We brothers worked the fields together with our cousin." The two brothers were feeling very resentful. Unexpectedly, Madame Inacio glared at them and said, "You two? One with great martial skills and tough skin, you can handle war. Why not farming? And you?" Madame Inacio gave Inacio Young another glare and continued, "You've been lazy all your life, staying at home reading with your father. What's wrong with doing some farm work? Your cousin is trying to help you." "Enough. No love anymore. Let's destroy." The two brothers exchanged despairing looks, while Jonah stood nearby stifling laughter. This was Reed's first experience with family affection. Who would have thought it? For over a decade, she and her younger brother relied on each other. Since meeting Reed, although they weren't outwardly affectionate, they supported each other deeply. It was through Reed that she felt this profound care. Now, seeing her husband surrounded by such kind relatives from the Inacio family, she felt genuinely happy. Seeing Grandma Inacio's unconventional double standards, Reed couldn't help but smile. "Grandma, please stop praising them. If you continue, my two cousins might not be willing. They have been very diligent these past few days. Brother Eric has contributed by fighting off bandits and Brother Young has studied hard. If they join the court in the future, they will surely become good officials who care about the people." Humph. The old lady raised her head proudly and said, "That's also thanks to their cousin leading them. Otherwise, these two would wander around town all day, idling." A twitch formed at the corner of Reed's mouth. Well, this Rolandly lady. There's nothing more to say. Reed gave a slight bitter smile and then looked at Grandpa Inacio saying, "Grandpa, I came here today to visit the two of you, but also to discuss some matters with Uncle 1 and Uncle 2. "Oh, find them?" Grandpa Inacio smiled. "Do you need help from your uncles again?" "Yes and no." Reed smiled slightly. "It's both seeking help and offering them an opportunity for wealth." "Wealth?" Grandpa Inacio was puzzled. "That's strange. You just began governing Ningzhou, and it's rumored that all the funds in the treasury were allocated by the imperial court. How can you offer wealth to your uncles?" "Hehe, you don't need to worry about this. I'll discuss it with the two uncles. You just enjoy your life at home." "Huh. So now you're being mysterious with your grandpa. But okay, the family matters are currently handled by those uncles. I'm an old man and don't want to meddle anymore." Grandpa Inacio chuckled and said, "After such a long journey, go inside first and have some tea, then you can discuss business with your uncles." Both uncles of the Inacio family were out busy working. They only returned when it was time for dinner. After the meal, Grandma Inacio took the children and womenfolk to the inner hall to chat, leaving Reed and the other men behind. Grandpa Inacio looked at everyone and said, "Jingji just mentioned he wants to talk to you guys. Let's drink tea while discussing things." Hearing this, Reed nodded with a smile and said, "I came today to ask my two uncles if they are interested in expanding our business in Ningzhou, and perhaps even throughout the entire Daxia kingdom in the future." Chapter 244. The Inacio family's breathtaking foundation. The two uncles were immediately stunned. "Jingji, Ningzhou is in decline. Our Inacio family has done all it can for now. Expanding this industry any further might not be worth the cost. Garth of the Inacio family directly expressed his view, and Xander nodded beside him, saying, although our escort business no longer faces interference from that grandson of Johnny, we have been restrained by various pressures over the years and are now confined to Ningxiu alone. To set up an escort agency throughout Daxia will not happen overnight. Reed smiled. I understand what the two uncles are saying, but I have other ideas. Please hear me out first, and then we can discuss together. The two uncles exchanged glances, then smiled. Then let's hear your insights, Jingji. Reed smiled. I plan to allocate a plot near the Ningxiu ferry as a wharf, mainly. He explained everything he had previously discussed with the Dag and others to everyone in the Inacio family, then said, even though Ningxiu appears desolate now, once this plan succeeds, Ningxiu will soon become a prosperous place. When that happens, every inch of land in Ningxiu will be golden. If the Inacio family can join at this time, it will likely make substantial profits within a year or two. Also, Uncle's escort business can split into water and land divisions. Land routes can escort to beyond the border regions, while water routes would be simpler. Reed added, I remember the Inacio family's largest early business was grain transport. Grandfather has experience here. As long as we continue this venture, Inacio family ships can travel half of Daxia. The two uncles listened to Reed's comprehensive planning. If the Inacio family could truly achieve this, they might indeed become very wealthy. They clearly understood now that given Reed's future prospects, becoming chancellor was quite possible. With his status as a marquis, coupled with several promising Inacio family members, they could certainly defend their family estate after developing further. Jingji, the Inacio family still has some savings. Achieving this won't be too difficult. But how confident are you? Ford, as the former leader of the Inacio family, had kept the family grounded even during turbulent times, demonstrating capability, vision, and boldness. Hearing Reed's introduction, he sensed an opportunity. After all, Reed now represented the government and held supreme authority in deciding matters concerning Ningxiu. If he wanted to do this, there was a significant possibility. He asked about confidence levels because, following this plan, the Inacio family would need to invest all its resources. If they lost this time, the Inacio family's future would be utterly depleted. Reed laughed. Indeed, the grain transport sector requires a substantial investment, but regarding shops, I can help the Inacio family save considerable funds. In the spring planting, the Inacio family provided grain, cattle, and farming tools. I can purchase these on behalf of the Ningxiu government. Since Ningxiu lacks funds now, those street shops will serve as collateral. Garth can list desirable locations, and? Reed chuckled mischievously. This was indeed using power for personal gain, but he wasn't afraid to say so. After all, the Inacio family helped the government when Ningxiu lacked funds. Just this goodwill alone would silence critics within the court. Moreover, revitalizing those abandoned shops would be a great boon for Ningxiu. While Reed did seek private gains, it wasn't just benefiting the Inacio family. It was also advantageous without exploiting power. Naturally, being cautious and to avoid potential future suppression from powerful clans, Reed continued, the grain transport sector is extensive, so I will participate directly on behalf of the Ningxiu government, holding 30%. No problem. Almost instinctively, Ford agreed. Having suffered under Johnny's oppression, he had new thoughts on relying on powerful figures. Any support, ultimately, was less reliable than mutual benefits. As long as the Inacio family aligned with Ningxiu, even if Reed no longer held power here, as long as interests aligned, the Inacio family wouldn't fall, unless faced with malicious means. But having lived for many years, could Ford be so easily outmaneuvered? Seeing the gleam in Ford's eyes, Reed knew he understood the implication, saying, the government won't intervene in operations, only auditing accounts periodically or in special circumstances. As long as the accounts are clear, the Inacio family can continue handling this business. Though they were relatives, Reed still put the warning words up front. After all, it involved the Ningjiang Canal transport, which was a highly profitable business. If something went wrong with the Inacio family's involvement in this, the outcome wouldn't be good. Inacio elder waved his hand and said, we Inacio family will strictly control the accounts. Anyone who dares to embezzle, I'll chop off their hands. As he spoke, he looked at his sons, clearly addressing them while also conveying his stance to Reed. That imposing presence made Reed almost see the demeanor of a big shot from this era. He never expected that his usually kind-looking and somewhat playful grandfather could exude such an aura. The two uncles of the Inacio family were overwhelmed by this presence, leaving no room for any rebuttal. They were not people who would neglect the law for profit and often listened to Inacio elders' teachings. They immediately assured, Dad, rest assured, we will personally handle these matters. Whoever dares to mess around here, we will deal with them without you even having to say a word. Great. Inacio elder slapped the armrest of his chair and said, in that case, our family agrees. Old two, you'll be responsible for the original business and the shops in other counties. Older brother, you take charge of the escort agency and canal transport. Ask those people we dismissed before if they want to come back. Also, our shipyard can reopen. I'll contact my old partner. If there are no issues, let's finalize this. Inacio elder spoke with great gusto, making Reed stand there speechless. He gaped, Grandpa, Inacio family has a shipyard? Ah. Inacio elder sighed deeply, saying, it's been 20 years since then. Back then, the world was still in turmoil, Ningxiu being a troublesome place, so we halted this part of the business. After all, although the Inacio family can only build merchant ships with our shipbuilding techniques, it was enough to make others jealous. Reed fell silent upon hearing this. 20 years ago, that was the period when Daxia and Yun country were negotiating territories. With internal unrest in Yun and Daxia's dominance, the Inacio family indeed couldn't protect this business without the support of the Gu clan. Inacio elder's decisive action to cut losses truly showed remarkable courage. Chapter 245. Adolf's resolution and Reed's solution to the alien tribes. The imperial city, the palace. Adolf held the memorial submitted by Reed from the northwest in his hands, eyes closed, deep in thought. Since going to Ningxiu, Reed had already sent several reports to the capital. suppressing bandits, requesting funds, reporting on Ningzhou's situation, and now this. Adolf never would have thought that Reed, once merely a scholar confined to books, understood agriculture so well. In such a limited area, after gathering hundreds of thousands of people, he managed to open up a new situation. According to the report, numerous good farmlands were cultivated. Although next year's harvest might be meager due to the soil conditions, it could solve the local population's needs. For the entire empire of Daxia, this was undoubtedly a significant achievement. After all, revitalizing a state with hundreds of thousands of people virtually from nothing was no small feat, showcasing extraordinary governance capabilities. Reed, whether in strategy, decision-making, or statecraft, was truly an extraordinary talent. Even his pampered eldest son's family and the Chow family worked the land alongside him, proving Reed was indeed a talent. His feelings toward Reed were somewhat complex. Due to Ferdy and the noble family's existence, he had gradually become wary of the civil officials. But compared to Ferdy, he both guarded against and expected much from Reed. He feared that after his death, Reed would dominate the court, given his remarkable talents. Yet he also hoped for. Reed lacked support from noble families that could threaten imperial power, and was currently opposed by the noble families. Each of his strategies would either already target, or would soon target the noble family's vital points. Future compromises between Reed and the noble families would be impossible. Moreover, how Reed handled his own cousins. Adolf knew this well. Though his widowed cousin inevitably received care from Reed in daily life, her 3-year status as a penalized citizen remained unchanged, and she had to serve labor duty equally. As for his male cousin, despite using merit and personal ties to secure a reprieve from the death penalty, he was still exiled to the frontier. In this matter, Adolf saw Reed's sense of justice and human warmth, which he most admired. To act solely for the public good was indeed admirable, but it could pose a potential threat to the emperor. Reed could find a balanced path between public and private interests, benefiting both the country and himself. This showed sentiment. Reed's love for power was something Adolf had long known. Reed said that with power, one could change the rules and the living standards of millions. Adolf knew this as well. Previously, he had been wary of Reed because he feared Reed would do anything for power. But now, seeing his attitude toward his own family, he felt slightly reassured. If someone didn't even care about their own family, they would have almost no principles. While he could control Reed, what about others? Adonisson, go summon Minister Adon of the Ministry of Rights. After much deliberation, he decided to consult someone regarding Reed's proposal. Ferdy, as Prime Minister, why not ask him first? Well, Ferdy represented the noble families, whose answers always prioritized their interests. Adon, however, being a representative of the humble classes, considered matters more from a national perspective, offering more impartial answers. Not long after, Adon arrived at the study, and Adolf handed him Reed's memorial. Your disciple has done well in Ningzhou. Here is his memorial. Analyze it for me. Reed? Adon was slightly taken aback. Previously, every piece of news from Ningzhou was significant. Could this bring more unfavorable news to the court? Adon patiently read through the document. However, what he read shocked him immensely. Cultivating good farmland, managing winter rice fields, adding 30,000 mu of new grain fields for Daxia. How much grain could this produce annually? Although these newly cultivated lands might not yield much grain immediately, given Ningzhou's current situation, the court had exempted taxes on the new farmlands for a year. This meant that after autumn harvests, Ningzhou could achieve self-sufficiency in grain alone. What a tremendous achievement. Ningzhou was one of the poorest states in Daxia. Reed achieved this level of hope in just a few months, truly unbelievable. Additionally, Adon found Reed's plan to vigorously develop trade in Ningzhou feasible. Although commerce was considered lowly, the various items listed in the additional documents, if calculated, could generate substantial revenue. Furthermore, if this succeeded, for Daxia, it would add another prosperous state, a huge benefit. As for other matters such as repairing the city walls, those were all for local development needs, and Adon also felt there were no issues with them. However, deploying troops to the northwest, Adon was somewhat troubled. Adolf, seeing his expression, knew that Adon had already understood the critical points. He asked, tell me your thoughts. Adon paused slightly and then said, Your Majesty, Fred Gu's achievements in agriculture can save hundreds of thousands of lives. I believe since he needs officials skilled in agricultural affairs to assist him, the court should agree. Moreover, the idea of developing commerce in Ningzhou is quite innovative. If successful, Ningzhou will be completely revitalized. Is that what you think? Adolf, not in a good mood, said, whether it's Fred Gu or the Inacio family, they should all be richly rewarded. As a Marquis of Daxia, it's understandable for Fred Gu, but the Inacio family is just a fallen local clan in Ningzhou. Yet they prioritize the welfare of the people and the court. This is nothing if not loyalty and patriotism. Though the Inacio family acts on behalf of Fred Gu, ultimately, the court benefits, so they cannot go unrewarded. Your Majesty is wise. Adon flattered Adolf with a smile. Adolf laughed and scolded. Everyone says you, Adon, are upright and stern. Yet you've learned how to fawn and curry favor too? I clearly asked about the mutual market and war with foreign tribes. This? Adon thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, I have considered carefully. This mutual market could indeed ease the border conflicts, especially the annual raiding by the foreign tribes. Furthermore, exchanging some insignificant goods from our central plains can indeed fuel the luxurious lifestyle among the nomadic nobles. Although this strategy may seem somewhat, it can gradually erode their warlike spirit and make them decadent. He had intended to say this tactic seemed overly deceitful, but he was not a pedantic person. He understood well that those who were not of our race would always harbor ulterior motives. Hearing this, Adolf immediately smiled and said, So you're saying this mutual market is feasible? However, Daxia, being a great nation, even though we wish to solve problems through mutual markets, we cannot rush to talk to them. Therefore, we must start a war. Chapter 246, I thank you. I'm still alive. Adon followed Adolf's words and mentioned the word war. Adolf nodded slightly and said, The nomadic tribes on this grassland don't understand propriety or writing. If our Great Lucas proposes mutual trade as a reason, they might suspect that there are problems in the imperial court of Great Lucas, which could stir up their ambitions. Moreover, if we can't hurt them enough on the battlefield, even if mutual trade begins, it probably won't last long. But launching military action externally is not a trivial matter. Opinions within the court will likely be difficult to unify. Adon felt somewhat perplexed. He didn't want to initiate war easily either. However, some wars are for longer-lasting peace and stability. It has to happen for long-term tranquility. But who dares say how much of a chance of victory there is? Adolf listened and then smiled faintly, saying, I summoned you today just to ask, if there were to be a war, what chances of success does our dynasty have? As for whether or not to start a war, I believe Ferdy would agree. If Reed's plan succeeds, these aristocratic families absolutely wouldn't abandon the fat meat that is the western region's countries and northwestern tribes. The court fighting wars while the nobles make money. This is exactly what they want. Furthermore, the gemstones and spices from this western regions are most beloved by the Central Plains nobles. If these goods could flow into the Central Plains continuously, their pockets would swell up again. Adolf was well aware of this but thought to himself, let them earn. Let them earn. The more they earn now, the more they'll like later. When Reed entered the court, he submitted a currency reform plan. This was prepared for the later stages, intending to undermine the wealth of the noble families. Whatever these families earn now, it all belongs to the court in the future. Adon, upon hearing Adolf telling him not to consider starting a war but only to discuss the odds of victory, already knew that Adolf had intentions to fight an external battle. He pondered and said, Your Majesty, the most important aspect of fighting against the nomads is cavalry. At present, most of our troops are newly compiled. We must consult Balthazar Lee, who guards the frontier, about the extent of our confidence. Indeed. Military matters must first be discussed with military commanders. Adolf nodded and then hesitated, saying, But Unkit is currently busy securing the frontier defenses. He can't return to the capital for a while. What should we do? Your Majesty, in my opinion, this matter isn't urgent. Adon smiled. Even if we were to wage war, we need a justified cause. Acting rashly without proper justification, no one, including our own ministers, would agree. Besides, even if we decide to go to war, we still need to wait until after the autumn harvest. Now that spring farming has just finished, why don't we send a letter asking Balthazar Lee to train his troops at the frontier, ensuring that our cavalry has substantial combat capability before winter? Wasn't Fred Gu talking about? Seeming to forget something, Adon picked up Reed's report and said, Yes, the 3 treasures of horseback. If it truly works as Fred Gu said, perhaps we can secretly test it. If proven effective, we can mass produce it for the cavalry. At that time, even if our new cavalry units lack experience, they won't be inferior to theirs in any way. Adolf suddenly exclaimed, Just now I was thinking only of warfare, but if you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten this. You're right, this matter must proceed covertly. If this item indeed becomes the key for our cavalry to overcome the nomadic tribes beyond the border, no information should be leaked. Precisely. Adon smiled. In addition to military strength, supplies such as food and weapons are also critical. With our horse-mounted weapons already prepared, food stocks. The court distributed land to the people last year, so this year's autumn harvest is sure to be bountiful. Food tax revenue will be several times higher than in previous years, providing ample provisions without worry. Adolf laughed wryly. Initially, I thought that young man came up with ideas randomly, never imagining that, when crucial moments arrived, everything would fall into place, solving many problems for Great Lucas. Adon smiled and nodded beside him. Adolf thought to himself, Now that we're on the same page, I feel more confident. You may return first, keep this potential external conflict confidential, and I will personally handle the arrangements. In that case, your servant will take his leave. Go. Adolf waved his hand. While Adolf was pondering over Reed's memorial, Reed was already leading people to construct the wharf. The design of this wharf naturally used modern methods despite lacking all the functionalities of the modern ones, yet it was planned far more conveniently. Most eye-catching was the massive sailcloth banner, which Reed organized many people to create together. Its function, to promote Ningzhou's advantages and the new policies soon to be introduced by the government, aimed at attracting merchants passing through. Not far from the Ningjiang dock, there was a place where 3 rivers converged. Vessels traveled to and fro in a crisscross pattern there. Reed didn't need too many. He only needed to attract a small part of them for the hope of making Ningzhou into a distribution center. Traders who traveled south and north had the most accurate information and could easily spread news all over the country. It was difficult to cover the whole Great Lucas at present, but attracting nearby vendors would be much easier. Besides, Ningzhou had successfully eliminated bandits recently, adding several 100,000 people. These people would have to eat and drink and use daily supplies, wouldn't they? While Ningzhou wasn't prosperous now, it held great potential for the future. Looking at that bustling scene, even Reed, as its founder, couldn't help but look forward to Ningzhou's future. However, Dylan, looking at the huge sailcloth banner hanging by the shore, felt somewhat embarrassed despite his thick skin. Such an outright advertisement seemed humiliating. Sir, we are the government. Did the government not care about its image? Dylan hesitated for a while before deciding to ask Reed. Sir, are you sure this will work? He pointed at the rather unappealing sailcloth, feeling quite uncomfortable mentioning it. Reed glanced at him, rolled his eyes, and said impatiently, Good wine needs a good sign. Do you understand this principle? Do you know what impression Ningzhou gives outsiders now? Dylan shook his head. Reed immediately showed an expression like, even wood cannot be carved, saying, First impression. Poor. Second impression. Bandits run rampant. Have you ever seen any merchant ship stop here before? Well, no. As the governor and someone who had once tilled the land for the people, Dylan naturally felt a special sense of belonging to Ningzhou. However, in the few months they had been governing Ningzhou, they had never seen any merchant ship stop. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. Reed said, "Our wharf is bustling with activity. With such a big sign up, even if some people are suspicious, there will always be those who want to make money. As long as we promote effectively, others will come knocking on our door." Reed sipped a cup of tea contentedly. As he put down the teacup and was about to preach a little more, a soldier ran over. Fred, I thank you. I'm still alive, so don't shout so loudly," Reed replied irritably. The soldier panted and gasped, "Great news! Merchant ships, coming?" Chapter 247. The first step of Ningzhou's industry. Is it true that a merchant ship is docked at the pier? Yes. The young soldier swallowed and said, "The merchant ship's manager said he wishes to meet with your grace." Meet me? Could this be someone well-informed? Although the Ningzhou matter has been conducted with great fanfare, only those in the imperial court and the major families in the capital know about Reed's administration. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then bring him over." "Please wait, my Fred. I'll go fetch him immediately." After the soldier left, Dylan squinted his eyes and asked, "Sir, can we really attract people this way? What else would we do?" Reed glanced at him. No matter the era, merchants are always among the most perceptive and adventurous group. Reed, bringing such a large group here to build the wharf and setting up such a big sign. There's no way not to draw attention. There will naturally be pioneers. Before long, the young soldier brought over several people. Leading them was a slightly stout man. Upon seeing Reed, his eyes lit up, showing a hint of surprise. How young? Looking no older than 20, he is already an administrator of a region. Emerson, in charge of the Yangzhou Wang family affairs, greets His Excellency, greets all officials. Emerson and his party bowed to Reed. Reed smiled gently and asked, "Yangzhou Wang family. Mr. Wang, have we met before?" "This?" Emerson looked at Reed hesitantly. "This is the first time this humble person sees your Excellency's revered face." "Indeed, I've never had such honor before. Why does your Excellency ask? Could it be that this humble person's name has reached your Excellency's ears?" He certainly knows how to speak. Initially, when Reed heard from the soldier that Emerson wanted to see him, he thought they knew each other, but it turns out he misjudged. Reed shook his head smilingly. "I've never been to Yangzhou, and this is my first time in this northwestern place. Perhaps upon seeing you, Mr. Wang, I felt a sense of affinity and mistakenly believed we had met before. To have an encounter with your Excellency is this humble person's blessing." Emerson paid another compliment. Reed smiled and asked, "Yangzhou is far from here. May I ask why Mr. Wang came to our Ningzhou?" "I am responsible for the Yangzhou Wang family's business in the northwest. On previous visits through Ningzhou, noticing its slightly desolate appearance, this time passing by, I discovered it brimming with prosperity. Thinking that encountering a valuable place brings good fortune, I wish to gain some insight." Haha. Upon hearing this, Reed laughed heartily. This Emerson, indeed a businessman, speaks so smoothly and pleasantly. He chuckled and said, "Recently, I issued several governance decrees for Ningzhou. Coincidentally, I encountered Mr. Wang, a businessman in the northwest. Perhaps this is destined by fate." Emerson's face lit up with joy. Seeing the advertisement board had already impressed him. He thought whoever could come up with such an idea must be an interesting person, but he wasn't sure about the character or approachability of this person. As a businessman should possess adventurous spirit, he decided to come ashore to observe. This visit proved to be not disappointing. Reed seems quite approachable. After considering, Emerson asked, "Your Excellency, on the merchant ship just now, I saw a huge announcement, but I don't know." "Oh, that is the new policy Ningzhou recently issued to promote development and plan for its future." Reed gave a brief introduction and then asked, "Does Mr. Wang have interest?" Emerson nodded with a smile and said, "Exactly. This humble person handles the Wang family's business in the northwest. Being in a strategic location, Ningzhou is crucial for our business. That means you should understand better." Reed feigned delight and continued, "Our Ningzhou, though still struggling, needs partners like Mr. Wang, who have strength, heritage, and sincerity to contribute to its future development." "Lu, sir." Turning back to Dylan, Reed instructed, "Introduce our Ningzhou to Mr. Wang thoroughly and comprehensively." Upon hearing this, Emerson's eyes lit up again. In any place, merchants are considered lowly, but this young prefect speaks beautifully. Partner. Although this title cannot change the status of merchants, it shows that they are not unwelcome here. It's a good sign. Reed sat aside, smiling as he watched Dylan and Emerson. Just a few words in their conversation earlier, but he could confidently judge that Emerson is a sincere businessman. It's simple. Ningzhou being so run down, if someone starts attracting investments, large merchants will often pretend to bargain and put on airs. However, Emerson bluntly stated that Ningzhou would be beneficial for the Wang family's business, which was equivalent to revealing a certain bottom line. If this were a negotiation, he would have been at a disadvantage from the start. Such a person is either someone who doesn't understand business at all or a businessman with confidence and integrity. Clearly, Emerson, who dared to conduct business in the chaotic Northwest, was a skilled operator. His capabilities were not in question. By revealing his bottom line, it could only mean that he belonged to the latter category. The policies introduced by Reed and Ningzhou weren't numerous, but they were unprecedented in this world. Most importantly, now is the most suitable time for investment in Ningzhou, where future profits would be maximized. There was no need to offer more incentives. Giving everything out now would make it difficult to formulate further policies in the future. Within just a quarter of an hour, Dylan had explained everything to Emerson. After some thought, Emerson gave instructions to his companions in a low voice, then looked at Reed and said, "I never imagined that your Excellency isn't just the prefect of Ningzhou, but also the Emperor's personally appointed inspector of the Northwest, and a marquis of our great Lucas. How blind I've been not to recognize the esteemed presence of a marquis." Emerson appeared somewhat apprehensive, as after all, in terms of status, he was merely a merchant, ranking even lower than peasants. And Reed? He was nobility, the most prestigious class in Great Lucas next to the imperial family. Reed reached out to help him up, saying, "One's status isn't important. What matters is what one can do for the people." As an official, I serve the government. As a merchant, you serve the market. We may do different things, but merchants like you facilitate trade and exchange, benefiting the common people. Enriching the country and its people is a noble cause, and it gives meaning to life. Marquis Gu hits the nail on the head. I bow in admiration. Emerson's eyes seemed moist with emotion as he said, I was born into a merchant family and have always faced discrimination. I never expected to receive such affirmation from a marquis. Wang has made up his mind. I will send messengers back to Jiangnan immediately. The Wang family wishes to contribute to the construction of Ningzhou. I will tour various places in Ningzhou, and once I've made my decision, I will pay a personal visit. Very well. Please come in. Reed smiled slightly. Chapter 248. The first step of hybrid rice in the fields. 1 month later, Emerson not only brought the Wang family to Ningzhou, but also brought many merchants from Yangzhou. Indeed, this Jiangnan region was affluent. Despite the exploitation by noble families, the power of civilian merchants remained strong. After the previous wave of turmoil, the influence of Jiangnan's noble families was significantly weakened, providing an opportunity for civilian merchants to rise. The local merchant forces in Jiangnan were already robust, and Ningzhou offered them new opportunities. Although Ningzhou was not large, it could serve as a transit point to sell their goods beyond the Gankou Pass, thus expanding the reach of their industries even further. Of course, during this month, Reed mobilized hundreds of thousands of convicts to begin repairing the city walls and official roads, transforming the entire Ningzhou in a radical way. Some nearby traders also gradually entered Ningzhou. This day, several official boats arrived at the Ningzhou ferry terminal, with many officials standing on the decks, their ranks varying by their attire. After the official boats docked, those officials disembarked with their attendants, and Amin went forward to welcome them. Upon meeting, Amin asked, Is Fred Farron present? Amin was naturally sent by Reed to receive these officials, all of whom he had requested from the capital. His purpose was to invite agricultural experts to study hybrid rice. However, these people only thought they were coming to learn how to build terraced fields. After all, hybrid rice was too revolutionary to reveal without any results. Damien, who looked to be in his 40s, led the team this time. His dark skin and rough hands indicated that he was a pragmatic official. Indeed, an official skilled in agriculture would hardly look delicate and soft. Are you local officials of Ningzhou? Damien looked at Amin, who was in his early 20s, without putting on airs, speaking steadily and simply. Amin replied, I am Amin, assistant magistrate of Ningzhou, sent here to meet the lords. On behalf of Duke Gu, may I ask if the lords would like to rest at the government office for a few days, or go straight to Fufeng? Oh, is Duke Gu in the Ningzhou government office? Damien asked curiously. Amin smiled bitterly and shook his head. These past few months, Duke Gu lived in the government office for a few days initially, then spent most of his time traveling around, especially during spring planting when he took all Ningzhou officials to work in the fields. The Ningzhou wharf has just been completed, and now he's in Fufeng. Fufeng. Hearing this, Damien smiled. Duke Gu, being a marquis of our great Lucas, does not indulge in luxury but cares deeply about agricultural matters, truly admirable. Very well. He glanced at the officials behind him and said, given Duke Gu's dedication to agriculture, we should not linger in comfort either. After lunch, let's go to Fufeng County and see the terraced fields there. All as you command, we will follow your arrangements. Those around Damien were not people accustomed to luxury. They were practical workers. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to suffer in this poor place called Ningzhou. After making the decision, everyone followed Amin into carriages. In Fufeng County, Reed was in the fields, gazing at the lush crops, feeling exceptionally content. After more than a month, the crops grew densely, green stretching as far as the eye could see, barely revealing any exposed soil. In a short while, these rice plants would flower and pollinate. This period was perfect for showing the terraced fields to the officials from the capital. Reed wore simple clothing, accompanied by a few others similarly dressed. Jonah walked towards him, carrying a basket, dressed as a village girl. Seeing Reed and the others arrive, she greeted them warmly. Reed supported her gently, saying softly, You are pregnant, you should rest more. It's not easy walking here. What if something happens? Jonah smiled. The doctor said I'm fine. Besides, it's past noon and my husband hasn't eaten yet. One meal isn't important, don't do this again. Reed had timed his visit to Fufeng perfectly. Shortly after arriving, Jonah discovered she was pregnant. Fortunately, despite her difficult life in the Farron family before, Reed had taken great care of her health, which is why she is now stronger than most common folk. However, even the strongest body cannot withstand such strain. Sitting by the field, Reed and his wife enjoyed each other's company, and those around them couldn't help but smile at the heartwarming scene. After inviting everyone to have a meal together, Xavion munched on a steamed bun with small dishes, gazing at the lush crops and said, Jingji, it's fortunate that you came to Ningzhou. Otherwise, I wouldn't know when in my life I would ever see such a sight. His words resonated with the others, who all nodded in agreement. Reed put some small dishes into his mouth and said while eating, Trees die when moved, but people thrive when relocated. When we govern a place, we cannot approach problems in the conventional way. Different places have different situations. We need to view problems from a broader perspective, first identifying the main contradiction. Once the primary issue is resolved, other problems will naturally be easier to solve. Just like Ningzhou, no people, no money, and no land. Seems like a dead end. However, this world always has more solutions than difficulties. But, he put down his steamed bun and sighed softly. The situation in Ningzhou before wasn't your fault. It's hard for anyone to imagine that in a provincial capital, there are more bandits than civilians. That's because of the higher authorities' negligence. Yes, Xavion said with some concern. We studied and became officials to do something practical for the common people. But once we took office, we realized not everything can be accomplished as we wished. Initially, after leaving the capital to take up my post, I thought, with Jingji's guidance, that although the place was poor, if I put in my heart, things would work out well. Who knew? He shook his head with a slight bitter smile. On his first day in Fufeng, he only had a vegetable-filled bun for food, which was the best provision available there. Without Reed's care and the supplies sent by the Inacio family, he might have become the first magistrate to starve to death. Hearing about Xavion's experience from the Inacio family, Reed patted him on the shoulder and said, "Though it happened, seeing Ningzhou develop from nothing to prosperity, I believe Farron brother will find it easier to manage a region in the future." Indeed. Xavion lifted his spirits and said, "With what Fufeng has achieved today, no matter how great the challenges in the future, they should be manageable." "Sure." Reed smiled and nodded, then said, "Let's finish eating. Afterward, we need to go and see him." He paused mid-sentence, suddenly looking toward a road. "Whose convoy is that?" Chapter 249. Hybrid Rice Concept. Everyone turned their gaze towards the convoy, watching as it slowly approached them. After a while, as the convoy drew nearer, Reed smiled and said, "It's an official convoy. It seems that people from the capital have arrived. I thought they would first rest in the city, but unexpectedly, they've come straight here." Xavion smiled. Judging by this, the officials from the capital this time are quite efficient. But our Fufeng County is still under renovation. Where will they stay? Where to stay? Reed put down his bun and patted his hands, saying, "I, a marquis, can stay in a peasant's courtyard. Why can't they? Besides, the county town is too far from the fields, making it inconvenient for work. Just arrange a few peasants' courtyards for them." Hearing this, Xavion burst into laughter. "Fine then. In terms of status now, no one could match Reed, who was indeed a marquis." As they were talking, the convoy stopped, and a string of people got out of the vehicles, quickly running over to Reed. Leading the group was Damien. Approaching Reed, Damien adjusted his clothes and greeted, "Marquis Shieling, this subordinate, Damien." Before he could complete his greeting, Reed extended his hand to help him up, "The top agricultural expert of our great Lucas dynasty. This marquis knows you. In private meetings, there's no need for formalities." Seeing Reed assisting him, Damien did not hesitate and straightened up immediately. Then, he looked at the crops in the fields with an urgent tone. "Marquis Gu, is this the terrace you built? Unbelievably, these crops on the hillside are so lush. How did you come up with such a brilliant concept? And, how do you irrigate on such high hillsides?" Questions tumbled out of Damien like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube. Slightly helpless, Reed wondered if scientists were all this eager to learn. He interrupted hurriedly, "Sir Farron, if you're interested, why don't you lead a team up there for a look?" He pointed to the lunch spread on the oilcloth beside him. Following his gaze, Damien was immediately astonished. "Marquis Gu, do you eat these in Ningzhou every day? One should remember the difficulty of obtaining food. This is already very good." Reed gave a light smile without further explanation. Damien nodded, then looked at the terraces with fervent eyes. Xavion stood watching the couple talk, feeling a bit envious, thinking that as Fufeng developed, perhaps he should bring his family over so they wouldn't only see others being intimate. Reed also noticed his envious expression and said, "If you have nothing else to do, go up and help them. Explain anything they don't understand." Wasn't he clueless to not see the couple talking? Xavion listened and laughed awkwardly, then left. About an hour later, Damien and his group came down the mountain. Upon seeing Reed, Damien exclaimed immediately, "Your Excellency, these terraces are truly ingenious. In my 40-odd years, I've never seen such a remarkable concept." This, Damien couldn't stop praising, and Reed's eyes flickered with a hint of curiosity. He said, "Sir Farron, apart from sending you here to learn about terrace construction, this marquis has another idea? This is an idea that could save countless lives." Reed's tone was laced with a hint of donghua. "I know Chancellor Farron isn't after fame and fortune. However, by becoming the Shennong of our great Lucas dynasty, you can not only make our dynasty more stable but also save millions of people." This, Damien was clearly moved by Reed's words. But what kind of idea could save countless lives and make the foundation of the great Lucas even stronger? Curious, he asked, "Fred Gu, may I ask what this new idea of yours is?" Leaning close to him, Reed said mysteriously, "An idea that can ensure at least 600 gene per mu grain production?" Damien rolled his eyes, replying, "Fred Gu, producing 300 gene per mu is already high yield. Even if you have improvement methods, doubling the yield sounds too far-fetched. Don't joke around with me." Indeed, this young man Reed had established accomplishments in just 1 year that others might never achieve in a lifetime. He also pioneered terrace farming, contributing immeasurably to the great Lucas. Even without the legacy of the Gu family, his title is well-deserved. But 600 gene per mu grain was too fantastic. He had never seen such a miracle. Reed immediately rebutted, "Chancellor Farron, as they say, where there's a will, there's a way. We haven't even tried yet. How can you be sure it won't work? Has anyone ever thought of cultivating tens of thousands of mu of paddy fields on hills before? History always progresses. If we limit ourselves to current knowledge, would we have today's transformations?" Damien hesitated. Although he still found it unbelievable, Reed's words weren't wrong. His life's pursuit was to ensure no one starved. But, Fred Gu, your point is valid. But achieving this would be extremely difficult, wouldn't it? Isn't that obvious? Chapter 250. Tempting Damien and Reed's alertness. Reed said seriously, "That's why we need officials like you, Governor Farron. May I ask Marquis Gu, how long do you think it will take us to achieve the idea of producing 600 caddies per mu?" Reed stroked his chin in thought and said, "If all goes well, we might develop better seeds this year. If not, it could take 3 to 5 years. Well, Damien was somewhat helpless. "My Fred Marquis, I still have a lot on my plate. Please don't joke with me. A minimum of this year or up to 3 to 5 years. For such an uncertain matter, he simply couldn't afford to risk it. It would be better to focus on tangible achievements rather than uncertainties." Seeing his reaction, Reed knew that he simply couldn't believe in the existence of hybrid rice, which truly reflected the limitations of the era. In fact, 600 caddies per mu was actually conservative compared to future yields of over 1,000 caddies. Without scientific support in this era, Reed didn't dare set higher expectations. Yet, Even 600 caddies were hard to convince people? What a joke. Was he underestimating the great Tianqiao hybrid rice? It was indeed something that amazed the world. Reed said sternly, Governor Farron, your attitude isn't quite right. Scholars should strive to establish principles for the universe, provide for the people, revive lost learning from past sages, and ensure peace for all future generations. To retreat at the first sign of difficulty, in my view. If everyone acts like this, when will hunger be eradicated in the world? Recalling the plight of the people in Fufeng County upon his arrival, those scenes were just like refugees, and thinking about the statistics from the previous life by academician Yuan. Throughout several thousand years, there were only 100 years without famine. Such was the grim reality. Thinking about this, Reed couldn't help feeling melancholy. As for Damien, he was stunned by the four sayings quoted by Reed offhand. Even the other officials stood dumbfounded. A simple phrase that left everyone thunderstruck. What kind of ambition and what sort of genius was this? Scholars pursued accomplishments, virtue, and teachings. In terms of accomplishments, Reed had reclaimed border cities, saved countless lives, and invented terraced farming methods. Speaking of virtue, as a marquis, Reed mingled with peasants daily to innovate agricultural practices to prevent famine. His morality was intact. And regarding teachings, could anything be more enlightening than these words? After a while, Damien and others, including Xavion, bowed to Reed. Marquis, wise words, we are enlightened. Please allow us to bow before you. The corners of Reed's mouth twitched. Truly, the legacy of thousands of years remained unbroken. A widely known saying from the previous life made people kneel. He helped Damien up and said solemnly, Governor Farron, your expertise in agriculture surpasses mine. I merely stumbled upon some peculiar phenomena, and thus generated many thoughts. I want to ask one question. Reed looked at the crops in the fields and asked word by word, are you willing? Willing? These two words lingered in Damien's ears, refusing to fade. Agreeing to Reed meant dedicating several years, or more to an uncertain outcome. Not agreeing, as Reed pointed out, would mean that these advancements would never come to light without someone taking action. Damien's breathing quickened, unsure of how to decide. Other officials also hesitated, coming together with Damien for mutual benefit and risk. Reed was patient, waiting quietly. After a long pause, Damien clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and stomped his foot. If there is a miracle, I believe it can happen through you, Marquis Gu. To give our all once for the welfare of the world, it is worth it. Marquis Gu, we are willing. So am I. I will follow you, my lord. Great. Reed laughed heartily. Gentlemen, heaven will not betray those who work hard. This day will be engraved in history for future generations to admire. Let us achieve greatness together. That night, Reed discussed with Damien and others about the breeding concepts of hybrid rice and the characteristics of some seedlings, which he had prepared beforehand. Indeed, Damien, the contemporary agricultural expert, lived up to his reputation. Reed was reciting textbook knowledge, but when it fell into Damien's hands, it became invaluable treasure. After entering the imperial service, he spent over a decade traversing mountains and fields. Much of what was recorded about Reed aligned with his memories, proving to be immensely rewarding. It seemed, this hybrid rice might really work. After a tiring night, Reed slept until late morning the next day. Not until Xavion came to call on him did he rise slowly. After a quick wash, Reed went into the courtyard where Xavion was seated, sipping tea. He asked, where are Damien and the others? Jingji. Xavion chuckled bitterly. Administrator Farron was so inspired by what you said last night that he set out early this morning with his team. The corners of Reed's mouth twitched. People in this era were really this hardworking. He thought for a moment and instructed, if they wish to do something, don't stop them. However, ensure more people accompany them to provide adequate support. They are our Daxia's top agricultural officials, and while outsiders may see them as common peasants, to our nation, they are invaluable talents. Our Ningzhou already lacks complete facilities. We must not let anything happen to them. Xavion replied solemnly, rest assured. Everything has been arranged. I won't let any problem occur to them. Reed's emphasis on agriculture was well known to his friend, and preparations had been made long ago. Additionally, Reed added, with Ningzhou's administration involved, many merchants have come to the city and several county towns. The prosperity of Ningzhou depends on these people, so we mustn't belittle them due to their background. Certainly, those who lack integrity, pursue profit at all costs, or plan to get something for nothing, should not be tolerated. If Ningzhou is to rise, it must be built on the right channels and methods. We cannot sacrifice the interests of the government or the people for short-term gains. Understood. Xavion nodded earnestly. You can rest assured. Ningzhou has finally embraced a new opportunity, and I will not let this great chance slip into chaos. That's good. Reed pondered and continued. Of course, the influx of merchants will inevitably bring a mix of characters. Ensure your subordinates keep watchful eyes and prevent ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating. Do you understand me? Reed's expression was serious, and Xavion felt a chill run through him upon seeing it. He knew exactly who the ill-intentioned people referred to. Chapter 251 Cultivating Rice. Birch appears. In the following days, Damien led people to search throughout Ninging State and even nearby areas. Finally, after enduring hardships in June, news finally came. Damien's group brought some wild rice seedlings back and hurriedly made their way to Fufeng. Fredgu, covered in dust with an unkempt beard, Damien rushed into Reed's courtyard while shouting, We found it! We found it! Hearing this, Reed immediately rushed out. What did you find? The seedlings. We found the seedlings. Seedlings? Overjoyed, Reed asked, Really? Yes, really. Damien pulled Reed and pointed towards the officials behind him, each holding some seedlings. Great, great, great. Reed said excitedly, if this works out, we might be able to develop hybrid rice. No wonder he was so excited. It took old Mr. Yuan years of efforts to succeed in his experiments, and although Reed stood on the shoulders of giants without the rich agricultural knowledge of later times, Xinhua at that time wasn't very advanced either. He had already prepared for a 3 to 5 year effort to develop hybrid rice. He didn't expect Damien and others to have such luck. It's important to note that while developing hybrid rice is technically challenging, finding wild strains is crucial. Quick, take these plants to the Agricultural Academy. Ignoring everything else, Reed directed everyone to the courtyard dedicated to researching hybrid rice, where Damien and others also lived. After carefully placing the plants, he forced down his excitement. Next comes careful care until they flower and pollinate. Then we'll know if we succeeded. That's right. Damien sighed. Just one more test left. If it fails, we'll have to wait another year. Let's hope heaven helps us. Roger, don't worry. We will succeed. Reed clenched his fist. While they hadn't yet started the experiment, their progress began from 1 rather than starting from 0 like Mr. Yuan did. Therefore, Reed was confident. He said, during this period, please take good care of these plants, and when the time is right, we can start the experiments. Don't worry, Fredgu. We will do our best to protect them. Damien spoke with resolve. Although Reed knew those words were somewhat exaggerated, he replied, Roger, under no circumstances should you put yourself in danger. We can always find new plants, but talent is invaluable. Without all of you, our hybrid rice project might be delayed even longer. Do not think otherwise. Damien and others nodded. They continued discussing for a bit. Suddenly, someone approached outside the Agricultural Academy. Seeing this person, Reed frowned slightly. Roger and everyone, I have other matters to attend to today. I won't disturb you further. Since you just returned from a trip, why not rest first? We'll talk in detail when you're free. Damien and others smiled and agreed with nods. Leaving the courtyard, Reed walked to a secluded spot. Making sure no one was around, he sternly said, Didn't I tell you not to appear publicly until Birch is dealt with? Master, this matter cannot wait. Only I can report it personally. The person, wrapped in a black cloak, spoke with an unusually cold voice. It was Ember, who now worked for Reed. Because of Birch, Ember had hidden in the shadows for months. Until Birch was resolved, she could not expose herself, especially in Ninging, where Birch had laid deep roots. Seeing her caution, Reed couldn't help but ask, What's so urgent? Big Sister received news that Birch has already arrived in Ninging. Upon hearing this, Reed felt a surge of tension. Birch is in Ninging? When did this happen? How long has she been here? Has she said anything? Ember shook her head. We know she arrived, but no one has seen her. None of our informants in the city have spotted her either. She must have become cautious after the destruction of Lianyun Fort. She only contacted Big Sister. Nothing more is known. Ha, quite alert. Reed sneered coldly, then asked, What about the messenger? Did they leave any clues? No, Ember whispered. The changes in Ninging recently are too significant. Her movements have been very cautious. She glanced at Reed, the unspoken meaning behind her words evident. Reed was the kind of person that Birch knew well, particularly after Reed had made such a significant impact on Ninging State and destroyed Lianyun Fort. Every time Birch communicated with Lianyun Fort, she did it from the shadows. However, any action taken would inevitably leave traces. She couldn't be sure if Reed had detected these traces or not. For an ordinary person, this might have been insignificant, but this person was Reed, someone who could not be underestimated. Reed thought for a moment and said, After you return, do not mention this to anyone. Treat it as though we never discovered it. You don't need to be overly cautious. Everything should remain as it was before. Upon hearing this, Ember immediately understood Reed's intention. She asked, Master, do you think she will reappear? Of course. Reed sneered coldly. She has invested so much in Ninging State. Although these arrangements seem insignificant now, she won't just abandon them. Only 2 decades had passed, and the Gu family's military command and reputation were still useful. Considering all the actions Birch had taken, her ultimate goal was likely the military command and the Gu family's name. Of course, there was also that batch of military funds stored underground in the Ninging government offices. What was puzzling was that despite all this time, Reed and his siblings had failed to locate these funds. Money, military command, prestige. These were Birch's main objectives. Once her goals were known, dealing with everything else would be much easier. Reed thought again and continued, Currently, she is being cautious and will likely test us continuously. Only when she feels safe will she formally approach you. My Roland sister isn't adept at such schemes, so you must remind her frequently. Even more so, you can let her know a little more, to dispel any suspicions she may have. Rest assured, Master. I will handle everything properly. Ember nodded and added, seemingly relieved, Fortunately, the young lady previously set up a shop. We can use it to hint at things, and then we can wait for the fish to bite. Does my Roland sister live outside? Reed frowned slightly. Chapter 252. Return to the capital city. Secret discussion. What about those 2 children? Regarding Elida himself, Reed was not worried, as she possessed martial arts skills which had improved over these months. If Birch wanted to threaten through force, it would be completely ineffective. However, concerning the 2 children of his Roland sister, Christine immediately replied upon hearing, Rest assured, my lord. Birch does not know of the existence of the 2 children. They are currently being raised in the second lady's courtyard. The second lady is Reed's second sister-in-law. He didn't expect that Elida and Antonio had been so cautious before. He had over-worried. After some thought, he said, Then you and your Roland sister should be more careful in the future. Under no circumstances should they be aware. Also, arrange more people to monitor around the prefecture office. If any abnormal movements are detected, keep an eye on them without alarming them. Reed believed that as long as Birch did not give up, she would eventually slip up. Christine nodded after hearing this. My lord has a well-thought plan. I shall return first. Any news will be reported promptly. Wait. Reed suddenly thought of something. The Crown Prince's family and the Chow family must also be closely monitored. Upon hearing this, Christine's eyes slightly changed. She said, My lord can rest assured. I will make arrangements once I return. Good. Reed waved his hand signaling Christine to leave. After Christine left, Reed returned to his small courtyard, but thoughts of Birch kept swirling in his mind. Birch coming back to Ningzhou indicated that significant events were unfolding. Although he knew Birch's purpose roughly now, how she would proceed remained unknown. Currently, Reed was out in the open while Birch was hidden in the shadows. Even the Crown Prince's family was a ninja. When it came to understanding the Crown Prince, Reed acknowledged that he was no match for Birch. This understanding was not about character but some lesser-known matters. Would Birch use these if possible? Although the Crown Prince had been deposed, he still held considerable potential value. Birch couldn't find any loopholes with Reed, but it might be different with the Crown Prince brother, who had lost his status and thus lacked full protection despite being taken care of by Reed and Ningzhou. As for Fufeng County, after much consideration, Reed felt it necessary to return to the capital city early. Fortunately, Jonah was already in Ningzhou due to her pregnancy, so Reed's return wouldn't cause suspicion. To maintain the act, Reed went directly to the Inacio family upon returning to the capital city. With him constantly traveling, Grandmother Inacio at the Inacio family had taken Jonah under their wing out of concern. In this era, such actions would invite gossip, but Reed, with modern thoughts, paid no heed to this. Grandmother Inacio was delighted when she learned that Reed agreed, considering it a continuation of their only daughter Inacio Juan's lineage. Upon learning of Jonah's pregnancy, the Inacio family rejoiced and treated her with utmost care. The couple had a heartfelt conversation. After dinner at the Inacio residence, Reed took his wife home and then left again. Out of concern for the Crown Prince's safety, Reed deliberately arranged for the Crown Prince's family and the Chow family to stay next door for convenience in emergencies. When Reed arrived at the Crown Prince's residence, they had just finished dinner. Seeing Reed, the Crown Prince was slightly surprised, while Felicity remained indifferent, as if she had forgotten the events of a few months ago. As for the former side consort of the Crown Prince, Reed only knew she surnamed Een, but not from the renowned clan. Upon seeing Reed, Rhonda Een silently bowed to the Crown Prince before retreating into the inner quarters. The Crown Prince's children greeted Reed obediently. Looking at the two little ones and the youngest child, Reed gave them some trinkets brought back from Fufeng County, delighting the trio as they played happily aside. The Crown Prince remarked, seeing this, Jingji, you're considerate. Always bringing back toys for them. Hee hee. Reed laughed. At their age, they shouldn't spend all day reading and writing. Childhood pleasures are essential. The eldest, Zhou Quan, was 10 years old, already behaving like a young adult, evident from his name bearing great expectations. The second son, Zhou Ning, 5 years old, was a gentle and quiet boy fitting his name. Both sons were born to Felicity. The daughter, Zhou Yu, was 8 years old, born to a concubine. Reed chatted with the Dag and his wife for a while. The Dag, as always, was witty and humorous, while Felicity seemed to have lost some of her previous liveliness, becoming more dignified and steady. Reed didn't think too much about this. As their casual chat was winding down, the Dag knew that Reed must have come for another reason. He said to his eldest son, Quaner, your father has something to discuss with Teacher Gu. You take your brother and sister back to play in the house first. Hearing this, Zhou Quan nodded immediately and then respectfully bowed to Reed. Teacher, I'm taking my leave. Go ahead. Reed smiled slightly, watching the children leave. Then he became serious and said, Your Highness, I received news that Birch has already arrived in Ningzhou. What? The couple were startled. Felicity even asked before her husband could, Where is she? Have you traced her movements? When it came to Birch, Felicity had no trace of her former mildness. Her gaze became extremely sharp. Both the Dag's family and the Chow family had suffered because of this woman. If not for the protection of court officials and the emperor's unwillingness to execute his own son, the Dag's family would likely be in an even worse situation. Perhaps after Adolf's passing, their survival would even be in question. The couple looked at Reed, who shook his head and replied, Ningzhou has changed so much, and I govern Ningzhou. She should be wary, and hasn't revealed herself yet. She may only be trying to probe us this time. I've taken care of everything else. I came today just to inform your highness that we need to be extra cautious from now on. Additionally, your highness must be careful not to act differently because she's here. Everything should appear as usual. At this moment, all we need to do is wait for her to show up. This matter. The Dag frowned slightly and said, her plot in the capital city has already been exposed, and you, Jingji, are very meticulous. Knowing you're here, wouldn't she find it hard to expose herself easily? That's indeed true. So, during this period, we just need to watch and wait. Reed explained, we came to Ningzhou, and she couldn't possibly be unaware of it beforehand. Since she still came, it shows there's something she wants in Ningzhou. As long as she has ulterior motives, she will eventually reveal herself. Your highness only needs to remain calm and observe. Alright. Chapter 253. Reed leaves Ningzhou, Bryson's Birch creates trouble. For a long time afterward, there was no significant movement from Birch's side. Alida, Tanya, and even the Dag's family all followed Reed's advice, acting as usual, seemingly oblivious to Birch's existence. However, in Ningzhou, as time went on, more and more merchants moved in, especially this month. Even merchants from relatively distant areas managed to reach Ningzhou. Thus, Ningzhou experienced explosive growth this month, with all shops in the prefecture city and 4 county towns being sold out. Within several months, Reed had renovated the docks, the city walls, and the official roads connecting other places, addressing all factors that had restricted Ningzhou's development. The distribution center proposed by Reed also began to take shape. Limited by time, it was still primarily functioning as a collection point, with few goods being distributed yet. After all, the goods stored in Ningzhou were intended for trade with the ethnic groups beyond the frontier, and they hadn't arrived yet. However, based on Ningzhou's current scale, within half a year, its finances would explode. It was July, and good news came from Fufeng County. Without a second thought, Reed led a team of people and rode directly to Fufeng. Not long after Reed left, in the backyard of an ordinary shop in Ningzhou City, Birch sipped tea leisurely, listening to her servant's report. After a while, she remarked contentedly, this Reed indeed has some talent. In less than half a year, he transformed the declining Ningzhou into this. But for us, it makes things even more convenient. With so many people coming and going, we can act without drawing much attention. She took another sip of tea and asked, how about it? Is there anything unusual with Alida? Bryson's, our people have been monitoring her for over a month. Apart from managing her shop, there's nothing else unusual. It seems Alida is indeed not a problem. Birch smiled slightly. Upon learning that Reed was in charge of Ningzhou, she had indeed been worried. After all, Reed's wisdom and character made her uneasy. Fearing that Reed might notice something amiss, she recalled the trained spies and instead used ordinary servants and merchants to monitor Alida continuously. These were just ordinary people whose daily activities wouldn't arouse suspicion, making them less likely to be exposed. Though not as effective as trained spies, it wasn't her intention to conduct a thorough investigation. She only wanted to know Alida's daily routine. After over a month of surveillance, during which time Alida showed no signs of contacting anyone related to Reed, she finally felt relieved. Dismissing the messenger, she called out unperturbed, "Gerardo, Bryson's." A person emerged from the shadows. Birch whispered, "You can now contact Alida. I will bring her here right away." "Not necessary," Birch said. "During this critical time, and given that Ningzhou is under Reed's control, the fewer people who know about our base, the better. You go find a secluded place and bring her there. I will meet her personally." Alida busied herself as usual in her shop, completely unaware that Birch was looking for her. Even if she knew, she wouldn't be surprised because it was expected. Only by capturing Birch early could her family live in peace. While everything would be fine once Reed returned to the capital, who could guarantee what might happen before then? As she was calculating accounts in the backyard of the main store, she suddenly heard a subtle disturbance at the window. Her eyes flickered but soon pretended to notice nothing, continuing to handle the abacus. After a while, a voice suddenly sounded, "I've heard the Gu family excels in military traditions, but who would have thought Miss Gu has such talent in business? Who's there?" Alida feigned surprise, drawing a sword from beside her. However, as she pulled it halfway out, a gleaming blade appeared near her shoulder. She immediately stopped, asking, "Who are you and what do you want?" "Humph," Gerardo coldly replied, putting away his sword and softly saying, "The princess wants to see you." "Bryson's?" Alida first looked puzzled, then pleasantly surprised. "The princess wants to see me? Is she preparing to make a move?" "You don't ask questions you shouldn't. Haven't you learned that by now after serving the princess for so long?" Alida pretended to be fearful. "Sir, please don't blame me. My younger brother was exiled by the authorities to serve in the military. Whether he will live or die is unknown. I'm extremely resentful, so I asked this question. I hope you can forgive me." "Humph. Since it was unintentional, I'll let it slide today." Gerardo's tone remained flat as he handed Alida a note and then said, "1 hour from now, come to this place. The princess will meet you." Alida took it with both hands, respectfully saying, "Please tell the princess that I will definitely arrive on time." Gerardo gave a light humph and left the room. Upon sensing Gerardo's departure, Alida's gaze turned cold as she looked at the long sword beside her. "Humph. If not for needing to find your hideout, I would have made you taste death by my sword today." The Gu family children possess extraordinary talent in martial arts. Previously, she and Antonio merely lost their lineage's inheritance, so their martial skills were not impressive. But ever since recognizing Reed, he taught them martial arts and helped remove their old injuries. Now, her and Antonio's martial skills improved dramatically, and Gerardo's abilities were nothing to her. Those previous displays were just acts. She had spent some time with Tanya and learned a lot from her. Now, with the Gu family dwindling and no grown children, she, as a daughter of the Gu family, couldn't afford to live as a pampered young lady. She needed to become useful to the Gu family. Not long after Gerardo left, Tanya entered the room. "It seems she still doesn't trust me. The location she gave is only a temporary meeting place." Alida handed the note to Tanya. Upon seeing it, it was a newly opened tea house. Tanya immediately scoffed. "She sent someone to invite you and specifically chose a new tea house, likely trying to mislead you into thinking it's their new base." If it were half a year ago, I might have believed it, but now? Alida only smiled, not continuing. Tanya laughed bitterly. "Miss, your recent progress is truly fast. If I didn't know better, I would think you're an experienced spy." "Me?" Alida chuckled. "The truly remarkable one isn't me. I just have a talent for commerce. The truly remarkable one is another person." Chapter 254. Life is a play. Everyone is acting. There's someone else who's capable? Tanya subconsciously asked. "Is it the Marquis?" Alida shook his head and said, "You'll know in the future. At this moment, it's not suitable for him to come out and take charge of the secret guards. I've only recently been able to remain calm thanks to his guidance." Tanya was slightly stunned. Then she stopped worrying about it and instead said, "They set the meeting an hour later. They probably still have intentions to test you." "Yes, it's quite simple actually. They are giving me time to see if I'll leak information or make any arrangements around Chunfeng Tea House." Who do they think they are? Do they really think I'm still the previous Alida? But this time is the best opportunity to find their hideout. Though we can't make any prior arrangements, my third brother mentioned you excel at this. It's up to you this time. Alida looked at Tanya, and she nodded. Ever since following Reed, he had taught her various special agent skills from the future. Even though most were seen on TV shows, they were much more advanced than what people knew in this era. Therefore, she was confident that she could accurately find Birch and the others' hiding place even without any prearrangement. An hour later, Alida walked out calmly, making no effort to disguise herself as she headed directly to Chunfeng Tea House. She was now considered a notable figure in Ningzhou. Disguising herself would likely draw more attention, but her current behavior made those who were secretly tailing her think, quite logically, that Alida was still clueless in covert operations. Unexpected gain indeed. Alida entered a private room and sat quietly. A screen stood in front of the main seat, revealing that although Birch agreed to meet her, she didn't intend to show her face. Alida wasn't bothered by this. She simply waited silently, occasionally glancing at the clepsydra, displaying an open-hearted demeanor. After some time, Birch's voice came. "I heard that you already own many shops throughout Ningzhou?" Who? Alida seemed startled. standing up as she saw an indistinct shadow behind the screen. She hesitated. Your Highness Bryson's. This is indeed this palace. Gu family daughter Elida pays respects to your highness. Elida hurriedly bowed, pretending to be respectful. Unexpectedly, Birch chuckled lightly. There's no need. The nation is broken, and your family, the Gu family, is a trusted old minister of Yun state. There's no need for such formalities. In that case, this subject girl thanks your highness. Birch, trying to win loyalty, allowed Elida not to kneel, which suited her just fine as she rose immediately. Birch then said calmly, tell me, why did you choose to do business in Ningzhou? Remember, the Ningzhou government has never ceased chasing mountain bandits. Aren't you afraid? Your highness, before this, I mostly lived on the mountain, and when I did go down, I wore a veil. Few people know me. Elida explained softly. Moreover, here in the capital city, they wouldn't imagine a mere bandit like me would dare hide here. Therefore, I am safe for now. As for acquiring businesses, it's partly to conceal my identity, and secondly, considering how often you will need money in the future. Thus, disregarding the dignity of a noble lady, you publicly engage in commerce. Sigh. Birch sighed softly, filled with emotion. Indeed, the Gu family is loyal to Yun state, showing such great righteousness. Rest assured, should I succeed one day, your contributions will not be forgotten. Thank you, your highness. Elida expressed gratitude, then hesitated. But my younger brother was unfortunately captured by the authorities and sent to military exile. This subject girl humbly requests your highness's assistance. We Gu family only have this one heir. We cannot lose him. Alas, I know about second Master Gu's situation, but there's nothing immediate that can be done. We need to consider long-term strategies. Birch's tone wasn't fabricated. The Gu family's military order hadn't fallen into their hands yet. Both of them were vital, especially Antonio, the only male heir of the Gu family, who likely possessed the military order. She said, rest assured, second master's life, this palace will definitely devise ways to save him. But before that, I must ask, does the military order happen to be with you? Military order? Elida asked puzzled. It has always been with my second brother. With his current predicament, it might have fallen into the hands of the authorities. What? Birch exclaimed. Such an important item. How could he still carry it with him? This second brother regards the military order as his life, always carrying it with him to remind himself never to forget the responsibility of reviving our clan. Elida explained with a slightly aggrieved tone, then asked, your highness, are you planning to rally the remaining troops of the Gu family with this military order? Cough. Birch realized she had become too anxious and cleared her throat twice before saying calmly, yes. In our Yun state, apart from your Gu family descendants, perhaps only this military order can command such prestige. Oh. Elida pondered for a moment and said, however, I have been in this capital city for some time and have never heard any news about the military order. I think there might be another possibility. Please go on. Birch urged her. Elida continued, second brother values the military order more than his own life. If he was captured, he would have found any opportunity to hide it to prevent it from falling into enemy hands, thus revealing his identity. However, from his arrest to his exile, he never mentioned this matter. Oh, is that so? Birch replied almost instinctively, standing there for a while, lost in thought. After a long pause, she suddenly came back to reality and spoke through the screen. Yunji, speaking of which, is there something that has struck you as strange? Elida was taken aback and asked, what exactly do you mean, your highness? The current governor of Ningzhou shares the same name with your third-generation ancestors. Have you ever doubted this? If your highness hadn't mentioned it, I nearly forgot. Elida pretended to realize, asking, your highness, who exactly is this governor? His name? This person is none other than the eldest son of that scoundrel Johnny. Years ago, out of greed for the remnants of your Gu family's legacy, he raised this boy secretly in his residence without revealing him to the public. He did this just in case one day your Gu family survivors appeared. He wouldn't want them to claim the legacy rightfully. What? How could this be? Chapter 255. Upside down and each with their own intentions. Elida wore an expression of great surprise, but deep inside, she was sneering coldly. If it were before meeting Timothy, she might have believed Bryson's Jean Lou Adonis's words. But now, Johnny's head had already been chopped off. Bryson's Jean Lou Adonis probably thought the news from the capital wouldn't reach Ningzhou and hence fabricated these facts deliberately, right? Elida questioned in confusion. But what about the Gu family ancestral tomb? That was merely a ruse to lure enemies. Bryson's Jean Lou Adonis sneered. Early on, Johnny's misdeeds were exposed, thus earning him punishment. Yet, the Gu family troops still hold power at the border, though not as strong as before, but significant enough to be fatal when it counts. Adolf has long been wary, yet he didn't dare act rashly due to the merits of the Gu family army. Did you know that the battle in the 4th year of Jianwu was orchestrated by Adolf and Johnny? Almost all your family's old generals were wiped out. So, this is actually a conspiracy by Adolf? Elida's eyes appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring to herself. This time she wasn't pretending. They received limited information and always assumed this was Johnny's move, never expecting Adolf was involved too. She understood why things unfolded like this. After surrendering, the renowned Gu family army across the land naturally would make Adolf wary, which wasn't hard to comprehend. Seeing this expression on Elida's face, Bryson's Jean Lou Adonis felt she had deceived her successfully. She continued, you must also be curious why Adolf bestowed the posthumous title of Duke of Ningwa on Zahir? Elida looked at the shadow behind the screen without speaking, but her expression spoke volumes. Bryson's Jean Lou Adonis said, when Johnny's deeds were exposed, Adolf conferred the posthumous titles to maintain the glory of the Lucas dynasty court. But, what does this conferment mean when your Gu family has fallen into such disarray? Johnny stole the credit for past achievements and managed to save his life. However, many officials despised him, leading him to scheme with furry and influential families, leveraging Adolf's wariness, to send Johnny's eldest son here. The restoration of the Gu family tomb was just for show to highlight Adolf's benevolence. In reality, it was to lure you out by exploiting his unknown identity. Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis, blending 3 parts truth with 7 parts fabrication, made it sound quite plausible. At least, Elida felt that if she hadn't known the whole story and that Timothy had destroyed the Gu family, she could easily be deceived by this account. Following Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis's lead, Elida asked, "Your Highness, there's one thing I don't understand. My siblings and I live in Ningzhou, and except for some acquaintances, no one knows our true identities. They believe all the Gu clan members died over 20 years ago. How?" Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis continued smoothly, "How could they know your identity, indeed?" Elida nodded. Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis sighed. "Do you know that initially, your siblings' escape was thanks to Rick's moment of kindness in sparing your lives? Later, when Rick was sent back to Lucas for trial, these details came to light. Both Adolf and Johnny feared your reappearance might disrupt border stability. Thus, they concocted this plan to lure you out and quietly eliminate both of you. How could this be?" Elida seemed lost, her eyes unfocused, muttering, No wonder after my second brother was captured, he was immediately sentenced to military service. I found it strange but didn't investigate because of my brother. Fortunately, she lifted her head, expressing gratitude. "Your Highness, if you hadn't informed me today, I might have fallen into this villain's trap." Sigh. Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis sighed deeply. "Yunji, you are the offspring of loyalists from our Yun kingdom. How could I leave you unaided? My visit today aims to inform you and ascertain where the Gu family military order is stored. This military order is crucial and cannot fall into the hands of the Lucas dynasty. Your Highness, but I really don't know this." It seems she'd have to find out from Timothy or Gu Huan. Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis deliberated briefly, then said, "Yunji, I will have someone investigate this and help rescue your brother. You're doing well, and our Yun kingdom will indeed need substantial resources for its revival. Focus on managing your industries. Unless necessary, I won't send anyone to seek you out to avoid exposing your identity." Elida listened, expressing gratitude once more. "Your Highness, I am not afraid. If I can follow my ancestors' will, even death would be worthwhile. No can do. You must preserve yourself. We will need the Gu family's future assistance." Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis's tone was very gentle, as if she greatly valued the Gu family. She even mentioned restoration, aiming to create an impression of high regard for the Gu family in Elida's mind. After informing Elida of everything, she said, "We've talked enough today. I still need to go back and plan carefully. Please stay here and enjoy your tea. I must take my leave first." The corners of Elida's mouth twitched. This woman was truly cautious, but her skill in sowing discord was not something ordinary people could compare with. If it weren't for hearing all about this woman's previous deeds from Timothy, she might have been completely deceived this time. Indeed, a woman who could incite unrest among the Imperial Guards surely had a silver tongue. Little did she know that Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis didn't just use one mouth to incite the Guards' rebellion. It took two. Outside the Spring Breeze tea house, at an inconspicuous spot, Imberg looked down from a higher position at the surroundings of the tea house. When she saw a cloaked figure quickly get into a carriage and was about to follow, she suddenly thought of something. She considered it briefly and then instructed someone beside her, "Follow that carriage, but be sure not to let them notice." Her companion silently nodded and found an uninhabited area before leaping down from the floor. Imberg glanced at the carriage, hesitating for a moment before going downstairs and then arriving at a roadside stall, where she sat quietly. After a while, Elida came out of the Spring Breeze tea house. Her peripheral vision caught Imberg, who had changed her appearance and was sitting at a roadside stall. Imberg also saw her. Elida's expression slightly changed, but soon returned to normal. Imberg imperceptibly shook her head, and Elida immediately understood something. She summoned a carriage on her own and left the tea house. Unbeknownst to her, from the moment Elida left the tea house, except for the brief eye contact with Imberg, everything else was watched by someone. After seeing her get into the carriage, they quietly followed her. And Imberg, upon noticing this, knew it was Bryson's Jean-Louis Adonis's spy. She stayed put at that little stall. Before long, another carriage stopped at the side door of the tea house. Imberg saw it, and a faint smile flickered across her eyes. Chapter 256. The Secret of the Military Order, calculated to perfection by Birch. Birch rode in her carriage back to her lodging, feeling exceptionally pleased. After entering her residence and seeing that Dalen had already returned, she immediately asked with a smile, "Did that stupid woman not make any other moves on the way?" "With your Highness's strategy, she was naturally convinced without doubt," Dalen replied. On the way, she quietly returned to her shop without the slightest hint of unusual activity. Except for our people following her, no one else did. "Good," Birch smiled. "I originally thought she was useless, and I didn't abandon her before just because we hadn't obtained the Gu family military order yet. I didn't expect her to have such talent in commerce. I heard many shops in Ningel Prefecture and elsewhere belong to her." "Yes, Bryson's. We've long confirmed this information," Dalen said solemnly. After her brother Antonio fell for the trap, sensing the situation turning sour, she transferred the wealth from Lianyun Fort. However, Reed vigorously promoted trade in Ningel, so she took advantage of this by posing as an outsider merchant and established businesses in Ningel. Birch laughed. "She indeed has some acumen in this area. Well then, let her be my treasury from now on." Securing military funds was indeed the purpose of her arrival here. However, securing just one batch would only help her quickly establish her power base. Future expenses were still substantial. Without a steady source of funds, it wouldn't work at all. Initially, she accumulated bandits and hid the population in the mountains, planning for them to come down after they seized Ningel to provide financial assistance for her plan. But unexpectedly, Reed dismantled these bandits in less than a month upon his arrival. Although these mountain villagers currently lack normal identities and even have to do hard labor, they will enjoy normal citizen benefits in 3 years. With Hope, who would willingly become a bandit again. That's risking one's life. Unable to rely on Ningle, Birch increasingly desired to find the batch of military funds, though she couldn't locate the entrance to the underground passage where they were stored. Fortunately, Elida can now earn money, giving her an unexpected surprise. However, those military funds cannot be overlooked. She pondered and asked, is there any way to contact Antonio? Bryson's, Antonio has been exiled from military service. Contacting him is difficult, especially with soldiers guarding the convict camp. Unless, sending one of their own to join the convicts could bring them closest to Antonio, but it would be too costly. Birch glanced at him, immediately understanding his thoughts. She said, for the greater good, some sacrifices are worth it. She believed that great achievers don't worry about trivialities. Sending someone to join the convicts differed from Reed sending people. It was justified. Based on what Elida mentioned, she and Antonio used pseudonyms all along. Therefore, Reed must not know that Antonio is his cousin. Now, having been misled by Birch, the two likely harbor hatred rather than kinship. If Reed were to kill his own relative, he would surely be devastated when he found out. Reed, this is the price you pay for scorning me? A flash of hidden hatred gleamed in Birch's eyes. If Reed could serve her, why would she need to stoop to marrying the dirty and smelly soldier Bo? Although Bo's family tombstones were overgrown, thinking of those shameful memories made her inwardly resentful. Putting aside idle talk, no matter how much hate Birch harbored, she couldn't voice it. But Dalen, he seemed unwilling. If, as Elida said, Antonio valued the military order more than his life, coercing him wouldn't work. As long as the military order wasn't in Reed's hands, they needed to find a way to extract it from Antonio. That wouldn't be easy. Even if the Gu family was loyal, they knew their leverage, and this was also the only relic of the Gu family. Getting it would be extremely challenging. This meant the person sent to join the convicts must be smart and capable. They lacked such people already. Should they send one to certain death? Besides, in every battle, the convicts are always in the front lines, rarely surviving. What if their man died? Or what if Antonio died? Wouldn't that be in vain? Dalen was conflicted. He asked, Your Highness, why must we find that military order? Birch's expression hardened, and she coldly said, Are you questioning this palace's decision? I dare not. Dalen knelt on the ground and said, But everyone who is exiled to serve in the military has to enter the convict camp. Their provisions are always the worst in the army, barely enough to sustain life. If our men die, or if Antonio doesn't live long enough, how many of our brothers will we have to sacrifice? It might all be for nothing. Now, we are already shorthanded. I just want to know if this plan is worth it. Birch was momentarily speechless. Dalen's words were reasonable. If she couldn't provide a convincing reason, sending people to die without cause would surely lead her subordinates to lose loyalty before her great enterprise could be achieved. Their current venture risked their lives. They chose to take this risk for fame and fortune after success. Such opportunities were rare. Knowing it meant death, it was better to stay alive. After some thought, Birch said, that batch of military funds was originally prepared for the campaign against the Great Lucas dynasty. Before its establishment, the last major battle seemed likely to end in defeat. But unexpectedly, the Great Lucas experienced a dramatic turnaround and quickly pacified the North, causing our kingdom to lose its advantage. Therefore, my father ultimately chose to submit to the Great Lucas. That batch of military funds was to be withdrawn, but due to the emergence of traitors like Rick within our state, even the Gu family perished. The Gu family military order is the key to accessing that batch of military funds. Don't you think it's important? Dalen drew a cold breath, not expecting such profound implications. No wonder there were rumors earlier about the Gu family military order being able to command armies. Chapter 257. Fear, suspicion, a scheme within a scheme. Bryson's, this subordinate has one more question. Speak. If that Gu family military order really falls into Reed's hands, what should we do? Dalen hesitated for a moment and said, every person in this government office is registered on the roster. Our people can't blend in, even if we use other means. None of them can enter the back courtyard, so it's impossible to investigate any news. Birch frowned and said, that's a problem. If he did get hold of the military order, this man is meticulous and has spent several months by Adolf. Apart from military reports, all other memorials have to be reviewed by him first. He probably already guessed at the anomalies here in Ningzhou. The matter of banditry in Ningzhou must have already made him suspicious. If he has the military order, he definitely won't publicize it. Birch spoke calmly, but her expression suddenly changed mid-sentence. This is not good. If Reed already knows he's of Gu blood, if the military order falls into his hands, Antonio's identity may have been exposed. This might very well be a scheme. Hearing this, Dalen's face turned urgent. Your Highness, if that's true, then haven't we been outmaneuvered long ago? No, we cannot stay here. We need to leave immediately. Birch got up to leave with Dalen following closely behind. But after just 2 steps, Birch suddenly stopped, frowning slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Caught off guard, Dalen nearly bumped into Birch and asked, Your Highness, is something wrong? Indeed, something seems strange. Birch stood there, looking puzzled. There are a few things I can't figure out. If Reed knew Antonio was his cousin, why would he send him into military exile? With his current achievements, he could have petitioned Adolf for a favor, or even manipulated things privately without reporting to the capital, transforming Antonio's identity completely, instead of making things complicated with military exile. Dalen nodded, agreeing that Birch had a point. Reed was acting governor of Ningzhou. Managing household registrations should be easy for him. Moreover, with the influx of newcomers, checking the residency status wouldn't even be feasible for the internal guards. As for sending Antonio into the military to revitalize the Gu family name, wasn't it easier for Antonio, being a commoner, to join as a soldier and rise through the ranks with his ability? That was the first incomprehensible issue. Dalen racked his brains and finally said, Your Highness, is there a possibility that though Reed and Antonio are brothers, they share no affection, and Reed doesn't want Antonio to taint his future prospects? That makes sense, Birch acknowledged. It's possible. But Reed's influence at court is limited. Sending his distant cousin, whom he has no feelings for, into the military suggests he urgently needs help. With his capability, it's not impossible to do things secretly. Furthermore, Birch's expression became serious. If this is a scheme, how could Reed leave such an obvious loophole for us to suspect? Dalen felt uneasy and asked, Then what reason does your Highness think it is? I don't know for now. It seems we have to investigate covertly. There are too many uncertainties about this matter. Assuming hastily that Elida and his sister are problematic would be disadvantageous to us. Therefore, we cannot easily conclude that they are conspiring with Reed. However, Birch glanced around the room and said, We can't stay at this place anymore. In the future, come straight to shop number 2 to find me. What about you, Brysons? Dalen remarked, If all this is part of Reed's scheme, then you're in danger. Huh. Birch replied, Today, Elida taught me a lesson. The most dangerous place can be the safest. If he can do it, why can't I? Dalen hesitated. Then, Your Highness, what do you plan to do? Of course, I'm going to visit my dag brother. Come to think of it, the situation he's in now is because of my actions. Birch's eyes sparkled, seemingly eager to meet the dag again. Dalen couldn't help but laugh along. Birch meeting the dag would naturally require unconventional methods. After Birch and Dalen left the room, a figure hiding in the shadows moved out slightly. In the dim light, Ember's disguised face was faintly visible. She stayed in the room for a while longer, carefully checking her surroundings to ensure she left no traces behind before cautiously leaving the room. Ember had not returned yet, and Elida was slightly worried. But thinking that there might be someone outside monitoring the situation, she did not dare to go out easily so as not to reveal any clues. Thus, she could only wait inside the room. As dusk approached, Ember finally returned. Seeing her, Elida breathed a sigh of relief and said, I thought something had happened to you. The anxious tone and expression warmed Ember's heart deeply. Born into the internal guard office and having served Birch for so many years, she had never experienced such heartfelt concern. Both the present Elida and Reed were like this. Although Reed hadn't said many comforting words, he prioritized her safety by teaching her various skills. Most importantly, Reed's methods were clean, keeping his subordinates away from dirty affairs. Ember softly said, Miss, I'm fine. Just before you left, I noticed some hints, which is why I came back later. Hints? What problems are there? Yes, Ember explained. I have followed Birch for many years and understand her quite well. Today, while I was keeping watch outside the tea house, before Miss came out, she recounted the events outside the tea house that day. Upon hearing this, Elida said, Inside the tea house, Birch indeed left earlier than us. According to what you're saying, she was still being cautious against us? Yes, Ember continued. I had my suspicions at the time and asked others to follow. Then I waited outside the tea house. After Miss left, I indeed saw Birch depart from the tea house. Even on the way back, we were being monitored. Hearing this, Elida's face turned grave with worry, then she felt relieved and said, Fortunately, I didn't act unusually on the way back. Otherwise, we would be in trouble now. Although she hadn't seen Birch's methods herself, she knew this was a woman with no limits. After informing Elida about the events at the tea house, Ember added, Miss, I originally found their hideout today, but they fell for young master's trap and now plan to change it. However, I've also learned a new piece of information, which I believe will interest young master. It might help uncover more of Birch's secrets. Chapter 258. Actions of today. Benefits for generations? Oh, what kind of news could dig up other matters concerning Birch as well? Elida was somewhat curious. Emmeline whispered, Today, I overheard in their room that because of the name issue, she still harbors doubts about you and second young master. She even suspects it's all a setup. Haha, this is indeed a setup. Elida smiled and said, Third brother once mentioned that Birch is suspicious and jealous by nature. Sometimes, being too perfect only stirs her suspicion. Therefore, these superficial loopholes were deliberately left behind. If it were any other day, due to her suspicions, she might have sacrificed my brother and me. However, at present, she desperately needs money and the military funds. Her suspicious mind will be constantly disrupted, making her more inclined to believe that it's just her overthinking things. In reality, due to lineage and military orders, Birch would never fully trust Elida. Nevertheless, Elida was placed visibly by Reed to draw Birch's attention, while everything else was orchestrated by Emmeline and others secretly. As long as Elida followed Birch's orders meticulously, without absolute evidence, Birch wouldn't dare to act rashly against her. Regarding other concerns, her suspicions would only make Birch more disoriented and prone to more mistakes. Emmeline looked grave and said, Young miss, the reason Birch hasn't left Ningzhou decisively is mainly because of the military funds. The military order serves as the key to unlocking the hidden stash. They are unwilling to give it up, but are also wary that it might be a trap, so she plans to infiltrate as another identity near the noble person to gather information opportunistically. What? She actually came up with such a scheme? Elida was thrown into chaos. She never anticipated that Birch would again set her sights on the noble person. Urgently, she exclaimed, No way, we must not let her succeed. That noble person concerns our master's destiny and everyone involved. He must remain safe. We need to inform third brother immediately for his decision. Additionally, dispatch more personnel to ensure his safety. This, Emmeline hesitated, Young miss, this may not be feasible. Why not? Elida, anxiously pressed. Birch is ruthless, completely unscrupulous. If she acts, everything third brother has arranged will come to nothing. Don't worry, young Mississippi. That noble person is actually safer than anyone here. Emmeline explained, In fact, the protection our master arranged is merely a show for the court. There are countless imperial guards already embedded around the noble person's family. These elite guards were personally trained by Gage. If anyone wants to harm him, it won't be easy. Oh. Elida paused. Someone is protecting him? Then there's no immediate worry. But this matter still needs to be reported to Reed. Even if they don't need to act personally, preparations should be made. She thought for a moment, then took out a piece of paper, wrote a note, and handed it to Emily. Deliver this note to my sister-in-law at Ignacio residence. She knows what to do. Previously, Reed had instructed them not to leave easily and closely monitor Birch. Thus, delivering messages falls upon the Ignacio family, who are connected to Reed's maternal side. Their requests to the Ignacio family appear natural and won't raise suspicion from outsiders. Moreover, the Ignacio family's business spans across all of Ningzhou, making them attractive targets if Birch seeks control over Ningzhou. Though currently in an investment phase, their future prospects are immense. Secondly, Birch has a grudge against Reed, which means the Ignacio family won't escape her notice. Both Elida and Emmeline are prepared for this possibility. Birch hasn't targeted the Ignacio family yet, because they're intertwined with Reed. As long as Reed stands firm, the Ignacio family remains secure. On the contrary, targeting the Ignacio family prematurely would reveal more flaws in Birch's plan. Birch's hesitation thus keeps the Ignacio family safe for now. Emmeline took the note and said solemnly, we still need to quickly locate the rest of her people. Each extra day they remain in Ningzhou increases the risk of unforeseen incidents. Birch must be dealt with, but how many accomplices she has is unknown. These people are potential threats. Elsewhere, after arriving in Fufeng County, Reed rushed straight to the farming courtyard. Before his eyes were over 10 potted rice plants growing in the yard. With a look of ecstatic delight, Reed observed the weighty, full rice panicles. They appeared more plump and longer than ordinary rice stalks. Has it succeeded? Although he had been mentally prepared, when the reality was right before his eyes, he still couldn't help but tremble inside. These dozen or so rice plants. They were the hope to ensure that the entire daxia would never again know famine. Reed gazed blankly at these rice plants, rooted to the spot. The officials from the Agricultural Affairs Bureau also noticed Reed's arrival. Seeing him standing motionless in the courtyard, they understood he was stunned by this tremendous surprise. A profound sense of fulfillment arose in the hearts of people like Damien. What they originally thought would take 3 to 5 years was accomplished in just a few months. Within 3 years, all of daxia would be planting this new hybrid rice. Then, Reed sensed the presence of others and took a deep breath, straightening his attire. Gentlemen, you have developed this new hybrid rice for our daxia. In less than 3 years, our land will no longer suffer famines. There will no longer be the horrific scenes of people dying of hunger. I, Reed, on behalf of all the people under heaven, thank each of you for your contributions. Your Excellency, you're too kind. Seeing Reed's earnest demeanor, Damien and the others did not dare to claim credit. They hurriedly supported Reed up and then bowed deeply. Your Excellency, you are humbling us. Without your instruction on how to cultivate hybrid rice, we could never have conceived such a method even if we spent our whole lives trying. As for who should get the credit, your Excellency deserves it most. Yes, indeed. The other officials behind Damien echoed their agreement. Reed said, Gentlemen, let us stop being modest. It's true I proposed the method, but without your diligent and meticulous cultivation, these rice plants wouldn't be here today. Reed wasn't boasting. While he knew how to cultivate hybrid rice, limited by the accumulated knowledge at the time, without extensive experiments, these hybrid rice seedlings could not have been cultivated. These dozen pots now represented the final successful part of the experiment. These would serve as the seeds, awaiting the next spring plowing season to be cultivated into saplings, so that the entire daxia could finally break free from the plight of hunger. Gentlemen, although hybrid rice has achieved partial success, we don't yet know what the future holds. I must remind everyone, before large-scale cultivation of hybrid rice saplings is achieved, no one is to reveal any information. Additionally, I shall wait until next year to report your achievements, hoping you understand. Chapter 259. Messenger, Autumn harvest is approaching. Once the yield of hybrid rice is revealed, it will certainly shock everyone. However, they only have a dozen or so plants at the moment. Even if all are used as seeds, they cannot cover Ningzhou. Only by using next year's harvest as seeds can they gradually cover the entire daxia. Before that happens, any loss would be unbearable for them. To Reed, the successful cultivation of hybrid rice had an element of luck. If these future seeds were destroyed, how long would it take to cultivate them again? Reed couldn't afford to gamble, nor could he allow others to do so. Regardless of how the other races might react, Reed did not trust even the people of daxia. Fortunately, the officials who followed Damien were tested sons of farmers, and only those officials born from farming families knew the importance of grain to the common people. Seeing Reed's serious demeanor, these officials, including Damien, solemnly nodded and promised not to divulge a word until the hybrid rice was fully promoted. Only then did Reed feel reassured. He said, before the autumn harvest, I will send someone to secretly guard here. You all just wait quietly for the rice to mature. Next year will surely be a year recorded in history. In other words, your names will be remembered forever due to this hybrid rice. Even after 100 years, 1,000 years, you will always be remembered. I hope you all understand the significance of this. Fred? Damien clenched his fists and said, I've been an official for over 10 years, devoting myself to agriculture, and I've seen too many scenes of starvation. Even if Fred doesn't say anything, we will protect these seeds with our lives. Then I thank you all for your efforts. Reed bowed deeply once more. The success of hybrid rice caused Reed to lose sleep for the first time since he had traveled through time over a year ago. For future generations, the appearance of hybrid rice might not be particularly astonishing, but living in this era, Reed found it hard to imagine how eagerly he wished to see next spring when the new seeds would be planted. Though he hadn't slept all night, Reed was still radiant. After washing up in the courtyard, he exercised briefly. At this moment, someone delivered breakfast. Reed ate a little before preparing to check on the crops in the terraced fields, observing their growth. However, before he left the courtyard, someone sent by Jonah appeared at his gate. The visitor was a servant from the Ignacio family, a houseborn child. Startled, Reed saw his wind-blown appearance and felt a sudden unease. Jack, why are you here? Judging by his condition, he must have ridden day and night on fast horses. Jack quickly replied upon seeing Reed, young master, young Rhonda has a letter and asked me to deliver it to you as quickly as possible. Reed was taken aback. Ruthie? What could she possibly need? Reed hurriedly asked, where's the letter? Right here, young master. Jack took out a letter from his chest and handed it over to Reed, who immediately opened it. This? Reed frowned, realizing it was an encrypted letter. He told Jack to wait in the courtyard and returned to his room with the letter. Reed went to the bookshelf, found a volume of The Great Learning, and decoded the message word by word. After decoding, he carefully read through the content. It was quite detailed. As he read each word and sentence, his expression grew serious. The content of the letter was intelligence about Birch passed on by Lori, awaiting Reed's decision. Reed closed his eyes to organize his thoughts, then picked up paper and pen and wrote 2 letters in quick succession. One was to Antonio, the other to Jonah. After the ink dried, Reed sealed the letters. Now, he just needed to wait for Ruthie to take the bait. As the autumn harvest approached, the area remained bustling. The joy of the harvest, coupled with nearly half a year passing, allowed Ningzhou to function beyond its usual capacity as a trading hub. Perhaps because earlier trade was difficult, not many goods were transported overseas initially. With Ningzhou as a transfer station, goods from Central Plains flowed more frequently to the northwestern ethnic groups. Some outsiders even began to settle in Ningzhou. Fortunately, Reed had specially requested permission. Zane, due to his success in bandit suppression, was promoted 3 ranks and was now a 6th-rank Balthazar. He recruited 3,000 armored soldiers in Ningzhou to maintain order. After all, Ningzhou now had a population flow exceeding 800,000. On ordinary days, this would have been manageable, but with merchants gathering here and many ethnic minorities present, the court deliberated and allowed Ningzhou to establish a local military force of 3,000 men. The banner read, Ningzhou Camp. The main responsibility of the Ningzhou Camp was to patrol the commercial routes passing through Ningzhou. Currently still in the training phase, all duties were temporarily overseen by Reed's Imperial Envoy Guard. In summary, from the appearance alone, Ningzhou already showed signs of prosperity. In a few more years, it might flourish even more. The experimental seedlings of hybrid rice were gradually maturing. Once this year passed, they could allocate a plot of land next year for cultivating hybrid rice seeds. This was truly significant for Reed. During this period, Reed only occasionally returned to the prefectural city, where not much happened. Birch and others were relatively subdued, except for occasionally probing into the military salaries. No other significant moves were made. Alida also remained obedient, avoiding any suspicion from Birch. It had to be admitted that this woman did have some patience. Last time, hearing from Lori that she was plotting against the Dag, Reed genuinely worried, as this woman knew the Dag quite well. If the Dag couple wasn't cautious enough, they might easily fall for her trap. But since Birch hadn't made any moves, Reed had no way to act either. Most importantly, he didn't know how many people this woman had under her command. During this time, only a handful of people were exposed. With limited manpower at his disposal, Reed couldn't afford to recruit new people for intelligence gathering. Training secret guards wasn't easy. A slight misstep could alert the Inner Guard Bureau. If the Inner Guard Bureau found out, he would almost certainly be labeled as a rebel. Of course, he could ask the Inner Guard for help, but after the incidents in the capital, Reed no longer fully trusted the Inner Guard. The Inner Guard Bureau remained the most powerful intelligence agency within Daxia. He didn't believe Birch would so easily give up. Atticus was just a sacrificial pawn. Everything went smoothly in Ningzhou, but things got a bit lively in the capital. Chapter 260. The Imperial Court discusses war. As autumn harvest approached, Adolf once again ordered the internal guards to secretly investigate the conditions across the land. Their conclusion was that this year's tax revenue would likely be more than 3 times that of previous years. This gave Adolf an idea. After Reed submitted his memorial proposing military action against external threats, Adolf had sent a secret letter to Unket at the border. Learning that the cavalry equipped with the 3 treasures for horseback was now on par with the enemy's elite cavalry in various tactics, he found it hard to contain himself. Firstly, subjugating the barbarian tribes would be like adding another significant entry to his legacy as an emperor in the twilight of his reign. Secondly, opening up mutual markets with the barbarians and resolving the problems in the northwestern frontier would allow Great Lucas to concentrate on dealing with the situation in the north. Now, the war between Northern Li and Ignacio had entered a stalemate. Northern Li, without Hunt, was a mix of joy and worry. The joy came from stabilizing their northeastern defense line without the traitor Hunt. Although the battles on the northeastern front were intense, Balthazar Oliver, one of the famous generals, being a native combatant, generally won more battles than he lost against Hunt. After a year-long struggle, Ignacio's army still remained outside the defenses of Northern Li, far less aggressive than they initially were. This was good news for Northern Li. However, they were not completely unaware of Great Lucas's moves. Being a relatively new dynasty, Great Lucas's military strength was formidable, especially with the recent training of an 8,000-strong cavalry unit. This made Northern Li quite uneasy. Since signing the alliance treaty with Great Lucas, they had focused almost all their efforts and national power on the northeastern battlefield. If Great Lucas did not honor its commitment, they would be in danger. Although Great Lucas had always been a relatively trustworthy country, no one dared to take any chances at this critical moment. But their worries were unfounded. The Great Lucas court indeed discussed deploying troops, but the argument was not about whether to deploy troops or not. When Adolf proposed military action, apart from a few Roland Li scholars, there was an unusually unanimous agreement within the Great Lucas court. However, the debate arose over where to deploy the troops. And here we go again. Adon stood in the middle of the hall, speaking passionately, "Your Majesty, Northern Li has historically been our nemesis. With their northeastern front locked in a stalemate and our cavalry now fully trained, if we march north now, even if we cannot break through their Yunjin defense line, we will certainly reclaim our lost territories. At that time, our northern defenses will be complete. I request your majesty to issue an order to campaign against Northern Li. For 3 consecutive days, this usually reasonable old man seemed completely unconcerned with propriety and righteousness, thinking of breaking the alliance and attacking Northern Li. After all, it was his beloved student who had facilitated the alliance with Northern Li. Was this betrayal really Adon? Opposing the enemy's opinion is a political norm. Anyway, as long as Great Lucas did not suffer, it was fine. So, Ferdy stepped forward and rebuked him. We have only been in an alliance with Northern Li for a year, for which they sacrificed 6 prefectures. Minister Ari's breach of trust will make the other nations view us as untrustworthy. How can the small vassal states feel secure under our rule if we act without integrity? Minister Ari's disregard for propriety and credibility will tarnish our reputation as a trustworthy nation. As the Minister of Rights, he should not ignore these principles. I believe Minister Ari is no longer fit for this important position. I request your majesty to strip him of his title and reprimand him. Looks like Ferdy was probably still harboring resentment over D's dismissal for just a few words. Now seizing this opportunity, he wanted Adon dismissed too. Adon, however, showed no fear and strongly retorted. Reclaiming our own territory does not mean disregarding integrity and propriety. We are simply taking back what belongs to us. This is a legitimate right. Ferdy felt helpless. Over the past few days, whatever he said, Adon stuck to his point. Adon had always valued propriety. He would never do something so disloyal. So, could this be Adolf's intention? Honestly, if this were earlier, Ferdy might agree with attacking Northern Li. Even if the army was stopped at Yunjin Pass, they could still reclaim 4 prefectures of Northern Li. Ignoring how many aristocratic children could benefit, being close to Northern Li's homeland offered many opportunities for the aristocrats. But this time, it was different. Firstly, the national strength of Northern Li far exceeded that of the barbarian tribes. Once the barbarians were defeated and the border markets opened, they could extend their business to the western regions, introducing more exotic goods from there. After all, the items from the western regions were favored by the Chinese nobility and the wealthy. There was even a possibility that they could extend their reach to Ningzhou. Previously, they had dismissed Ningzhou as lagging behind. However, now Ningzhou was affluent and controlled the foreign trade routes, virtually eliminating smuggling. If they could gain some say in Ningzhou, then, however, reclaiming lost territories was a matter of righteousness. It would not work if they kept harping on propriety and protocol. He thought for a moment and said, Your Majesty, reclaiming our homeland is righteous, and I should not oppose it. But our great Lucas cavalry has only just been trained, and we might be at a disadvantage if we face Northern Li's cavalry. They have been constantly engaged in battles with Inatio. Though it drains their national strength, it has also honed their combat capabilities to an extraordinary level. I believe it would be better to deploy our northern cavalry to the northwestern front. Firstly, this can subdue the various barbarian tribes. Secondly, it can serve as practical combat training. Once our forces are fully trained, we will have a higher chance of winning against Northern Li. Moreover, after conquering the barbarians, our dynasty can once again achieve the grandeur of universal homage, open mutual markets to introduce livestock and warhorses from the barbarians. This would be a strategy to strengthen our nation and enrich our people. I believe deploying troops to the northwest is more appropriate. Besides, the prolonged warfare between the 2 northern countries has greatly depleted their national strength. Let them continue to stalemate for a while longer. So when our army recaptures the northern homeland next year, fewer soldiers will be lost. I request your majesty's approval. These words. I am not ignoring righteousness, but as the chancellor, I must consider the state, right? With these words, the aristocratic party behind Ferdy stood up one after another. Voices supporting his proposal echoed throughout the hall. Even officials on Aiden's side showed signs of deep contemplation. Noticing this scene, Aiden's eyes revealed a hint of inexplicable smile. However, he composed himself and said, Your Majesty, resolving the northern issue is the priority now. If the 4 northern prefectures return to our territory, our defense lines will be complete, and the court won't need to spend more money and grain maintaining the frontier troops. This is a long-term plan. Adolf watched the 2 sides arguing incessantly, yet remained calm as ever. After a while, he lightly coughed twice. Your Excellencies, Chapter 261. Dispatching troops to the northwest, stockpiling grain in Ningzhou. Ministers Hicks and Ari have differing opinions, yet I find both of their arguments reasonable. What do you all think about this matter? Adolf opened by seeking others' opinions. Having worked alongside Adolf for so many years, Ferdy knew him well. Recognizing that a decision was about to be made, he glanced back. Your Majesty, I believe Minister Hicks's argument is sound. The northern region concerns your legacy and our great Lucas's prestige among the states. Without complete certainty, I suggest proceeding with caution. I request that your Majesty dispatch troops to the northwest to relieve the hardships of our people there. I agree. I also agree. Minister Hicks's words are prudent and considerate of the state. I agree. In no time, ministers came forward one after another to support Ferdy's opinion. In an instant, more than half of the court ministers were in agreement. A trace of satisfaction appeared in Ferdy's eyes. Even if he had lost several positions as chancellor, he still held sway over the court, demonstrating the demeanor of the chief official. How could you, Adon, compare? However, soon his smile faded, because he noticed that even those from the gentry and humble origins were coming forward to agree with him. At that moment, Ferdy suddenly realized he had been tricked. Indeed, Adon smiled and clasped his hands, saying, Your Majesty, since all the officials believe the best target for dispatch at this moment is the northwest, I shall follow the virtuous path and request your Majesty to send troops to the northwest. Damn, Ferdy's face darkened. This old villain doesn't play fair at all. They had debated this for 3 days, and the first 2 days, even just now, this old rascal looked like he wanted to devour them alive. But in the end, just as he was about to retort sarcastically at Adon, he heard Adolf laughing heartily. Haha, it is truly fortunate for our great Lucas that all of you can cooperate so sincerely on the court. Since no one has other objections, I will choose a day to declare it to the world. The tribes in the Northwest defy imperial law, repeatedly invading our borders and oppressing our people. For the sake of the world and for our nation, I have decided to launch a military campaign against the Northwest. Long live the wise emperor. All the officials praised Adolf. At that moment, Ferdy's supporters finally realized they had been fooled. Looking at Ferdy, they saw their chancellor grimacing without any hint of victory, while on the contrary, Aiden's usually sullen face was smiling like a flower in full bloom. Ferdy knew that although he appeared to have won this round, he had actually lost. The true intentions of Adolf and Adon had always been focused on the Northwest. Unfortunately, news of the war between Bailey and Ignacio threw him off, making Adon use the conflict to mislead him and achieve their goal easily. Even if Adon hadn't staged this charade, he wouldn't have opposed the expedition to the Northwest because it benefited the aristocracy. However, court politics were about flexing muscles, and by not obstructing this, how could he suppress the spirits of the scholars? But, he thought Reed, that thorn in his side, being sent away would mean no one would challenge him anymore. Who would have thought that Reed left, and his mentor was not as rigid as before? More importantly, Reed turned the declining Ningzhou into a prosperous state through anti-bandit operations and terrace farming. Compared to the court intrigues, Ferdy felt Reed's ability to govern was a real threat. Clever, decisive, brave, and capable of local governance. Such a person was ministerial material. Reed had already matured. Unless he stumbled, or the court dynamics drastically changed, he couldn't eliminate Reed completely. No matter how powerful the aristocracy was, it couldn't be done. When the decision of the court to wage war in the Northwest reached Reed, he was busy supervising the autumn harvest in Ningzhou with the local officials. Ordinarily, he wouldn't need to know about this, but he held the title of Imperial Inspector of the Northwest, giving him authority to be informed of military preparations. Furthermore, Adolf sent a secret letter preparing Ningzhou to serve as a grain depot. The Northwest was too far from the capital. Even the granaries in Jiangnan and the north had considerable distances. Ningzhou's water and land routes were accessible, serving as a transit point, making it convenient to supply the border army. However, Reed hesitated. Deploying troops to the Northwest involved merchants and traders in Ningzhou, especially those engaged in cross-border trade. Grain and weapons were matters of great importance. Storing them in Ningzhou was likely to expose them, which wasn't a joke. The supply line for the army related to the safety of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If it leaked due to Ningzhou, it would be counterproductive, especially considering its proximity to the border. A small detachment of enemy cavalry could reach here within 3 days. The risk was too high. However, if a different location were chosen, while it would be safer, the efficiency would be significantly lower. When this matter came to light, the joy he felt over the bountiful harvest was instantly overshadowed. Instructing his men to carefully collect every grain of hybrid rice seed, Reed decided to return to Ningzhou's government office. After all, military supplies and provisions were of utmost importance and could not afford any mishaps. Of course, he also took with him the hybrid rice seeds. These seeds together weighed no more than a pound, and even if planted tomorrow, they would only cover 1 acre of land. At least until the 3rd year's harvest, it would be possible to expand beyond Ningzhou. Indeed, it was quite challenging. Ningzhou Government Office. Reed had just arrived at the city when he convened Dylan, Emin, and others in the usual meeting room without resting. Let's cut to the chase. The court plans to deploy troops to the Northwest, and our Ningzhou will serve as the storage point for military provisions and supplies. What? Emin, Dylan, and Zane were taken aback. Storing provisions for hundreds of thousands of troops in Ningzhou was no laughing matter. Even a minor slip-up could shake the foundations of the country. Reed said, "You all know the situation in Ningzhou. Due to frequent merchant activities, at least 10% of the people are foreigners. If we store military supplies here, it might easily be discovered by others." Everyone nodded in agreement. Emin said, "But we can't seal off Ningzhou now. First, the losses would be too great. Second, rashly sealing off the passages might attract attention and risk leaking military secrets. My Fred, should we reject the court?" Emin hesitated. Upon hearing this, Reed immediately shook his head. It's easy for us to politely decline, and for the court to choose another place, but doing so would result in much greater consumption of provisions. If not absolutely necessary, we mustn't act this way. Dylan was at a loss as well. Reed turned his gaze to Zane, who somewhat uncertainly suggested, "I have an idea, but I'm not sure if it's feasible." Chapter 262. Discussion. The abnormality of Dag Gu. Tell us. Reed's expression changed when he heard that Zane had a solution. Zane said, "What the Marquis is worried about is the information leaking out, which could affect the strategic intentions of our troops and even allow the enemy to guess our plans. However, once the two sides are at war, the border will naturally be closed, and these merchants won't be able to move freely. At that time, we can use the war as an excuse to restrict the traders." Halfway through his speech, Reed shook his head. He was somewhat disappointed and said, "That might not work. As the saying goes, soldiers move after provisions. For hundreds of thousands of troops, with countless supplies of grain and military equipment, it's essential to first transport them to Ningzhou, and then distribute them from there. If the transportation of army provisions is discovered during transit, our strategic intentions could be uncovered, making our troops less prepared for potential conflicts in the Northwest." "That's not difficult either," Zane replied. "This method of transporting grain is conventional. However, the army can carry a certain amount of grain for a set period when marching out. The court can prepare additional provisions in advance. Once major battles begin and the borders close, grain can be shipped along waterways and quickly reach Ningzhou. Ningzhou only needs to build a military dock where provisions can be stored secretly without detection." Reed was still somewhat concerned. At first glance, this plan seemed reasonable but carried considerable risks. Water transport posed no problem, yet grain couldn't be stored on boats for long due to moisture from the river surface, which would easily spoil the grain. These issues shouldn't be their primary concern, but if this plan were reported to the court, they would need to provide solutions. Of course, under current circumstances, Zane's strategy was indeed the best option. Reed thought for a moment and said, "If we implement this plan, we must address two problems. First, the grain cannot stay too long on the river. Otherwise, it will spoil by the time it arrives. Secondly, where should we construct this dock, and where should we store the grain? Marquis, finding a place to store the grain isn't hard, Zane smiled. When I led troops to suppress bandits, I found a valley in Lianyun Mountain that is quite secluded. With some road improvements, it can accommodate the army's grain transportation. We can use the pretext of military training to build a camp there, achieving secrecy. Is it that simple? Reed pondered and responded. Since the location for storing grain has been resolved, what about the first issue? The first? Dylan suggested, Marquis, if you're worried about any mishaps with the army's grain, it's actually not difficult. Since we've just finished the autumn harvest, the granaries of Ningzhou are fully stocked. We can use the local grain to start. As long as we get through this period until military grain arrives, we can replenish the granary later. This way, we avoid the risk of early shortages. Reed's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He realized he had overreacted. He possessed so much grain without being aware of it. Ningzhou differs from other prefectures. The latter's grain reserves are tax grain collected from farmers, while most of Ningzhou's farmland is newly cultivated. The court exempted taxes for this year, and importantly, all the grain belongs to the government. Since these residents are still serving penance, Reed merely needed to ensure they don't starve. In reality, the grain he currently held could support those penalized civilians for a year and sustain the 300,000 troops at the border for 3 months. These lands were newly cultivated, but with another 2 or 3 years, he wouldn't struggle feeding the frontier troops. Of course, this was just a theory. In 2 years, once the civilians have served their sentences, the land will be divided among them, and the court can only legally collect taxes. At that point, there won't be as much grain. Reed considered it and said, it's still some time before winter. The enemy's forces likely won't attack southward so soon. Later, I'll write a report to the court and follow this method. In the meantime, Zane, you'll lead the construction of the military camp with cooperation from Liu and Killian. My one requirement is absolute confidentiality. Don't worry, Marquis. Dylan and Zane smiled and agreed. However, Dylan hesitated and asked, Sir, once the border opens to war, outside merchants won't be able to enter. Our domestic traders can simply stockpile goods in Ningzhou, but foreign purchased goods, if they can't enter the border, it might eventually harm Ningzhou. As the vice magistrate of Ningzhou, he had seen Ningzhou improving day by day, and his heart was filled with hope for its future. Upon hearing the news of war, his first concern was still the interests of Ningzhou. However, this move of his was bound to be overthinking. Emin said, Fred Liu has been in the capital for a long time, and doesn't know that these merchants who travel far and wide are quite aware of the situation regarding ethnic groups encroaching on the border. Before winter each year, they stop crossing the border to avoid being affected by the war. You can rest assured, we don't need to worry about them. Alright, Dylan hadn't stayed in the Northwest, indeed not knowing the situation there. He smiled awkwardly and said, if it weren't for Director Killian's reminder, I wouldn't have known such a situation. Reed laughed and said, you're just worried because you care. Overthinking is good as it can reduce the probability of accidents, but even if things go as you think, we cannot leak any information. Matters concerning the safety of the country require some sacrifices. Dylan remained silent upon hearing this. Reed said, since this matter has been decided, let's proceed according to this plan. Additionally, the grain within Ningzhou must be inventoried and stored quickly. We don't have much time left. After finishing official business, Reed originally wanted to return to the inner courtyard. But then he remembered that it had been a long time since he last visited Bryson G's family. He thought for a moment and directly left the government office. Ever since Ember delivered the message last time, no abnormality had been reported from Bryson G's side, but Reed was somewhat uneasy. It wasn't that he didn't trust Ember and her people, but this matter was too suspicious. Birch couldn't have just talked without action. So much time had passed, yet nothing had happened. He couldn't feel at ease unless he saw it with his own eyes. Taking some pastries casually, Reed went to the courtyard where Bryson Gu resided. Just entering, he saw several children playing in the yard. Upon seeing Reed, they surrounded him, calling him teacher. Bryson G's eldest son Zhou Quan asked first, Teacher, are you here to see my father? Chapter 263. The dad goes missing. Is your father in the house? Although Reed was asking, he walked toward the house. For such a long time, the dag had been staying indoors and seldom went out. In Ningzhou, he never easily associated with people. Even some of the students in Ningzhou, he had not befriended. On one hand, Ningzhou's cultural education was not thriving, and most of the students were mediocre. Even if there were 1 or 2 who were better informed, they had no chance to meet this member of the imperial family. He feared being schemed against when going out, so after arriving in Ningzhou, he either followed Reed to the fields or read books at home. Occasionally, when he went out, it was only because of his interest in the distribution center that Reed had created. Local officials naturally accompanied him, and no problems occurred. However, this time, Reed did not see the dag. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Felicity came upon hearing the news and saw Reed drinking tea, thus becoming puzzled. Upon seeing the visitor, Reed immediately asked, Is there any inconvenience at home? There is no inconvenience. Felicity frowned, then looked at someone beside her and said, Vicky, go check on Kenzie's quarters to see if our lord is there. Kenzie had been chosen as the concubine for the dag by Adolf, and had always been well behaved. She had no issues with Kenzie, but since Reed's future was related to their entire family, it depended on whether they would be honored like dragons and phoenixes or end up buried under dirt. It was imperative not to neglect Reed. After Vicky left, Felicity apologized slightly, saying, Your Highness, we're sorry to keep you waiting. Dame Xiao is too polite. Reed shook his head slightly. Living inside all day can indeed be dull. I can understand that. But these are extraordinary times, and your excellency is crucial to the country, so one must be cautious. In fact, Reed had no other thoughts on this matter. The dag was also a person. Doing what he wished was completely fine. When Felicity heard Reed say this, she smiled and nodded, then sat at the head of the table, accompanying him. Shortly after, Vicky emerged from the backyard and reported, My Rhonda, our lord is not in Kenzie's quarters. Kenzie was also very surprised when she heard this news. Not there? Felicity stood up suddenly, sensing something was wrong. She instructed, go ask at the gatehouse if our lord went out today. He has not gone out, Vicky responded. This? Felicity's face turned deathly pale, and her body fell into a chair. Her gaze became unfocused. Seeing this, Reed hurriedly comforted. Rhonda, don't panic. Perhaps something else delayed him. Currently, Vicky, you may leave now. With those words from Reed, Felicity seemed to regain her composure. She dismissed the servants and then stood up, grabbing Reed's hand. Your Grace, was His Excellency kidnapped? Reed looked at her delicate hand, the corner of his mouth twitching. He patted Felicity's hand softly. Don't worry. Once we search the residence, we'll know. You are the pillar of strength in this household. If you lose composure, everything here will fall apart. While speaking, he subtly withdrew his hand. As if she hadn't noticed, Felicity said, then please follow me, Fredgu. Reed nodded and followed Felicity to the backyard. The courtyard wasn't large. He first inspected where the dag usually stayed but found no clues. He began to think that the probability of the dag being abducted was low. Walking around the yard, he still found nothing unusual. A masterful kidnapper would leave some trace. Therefore, did the dag leave on his own? But the front gate guard did not notice the dag leaving. So, the back door? Reed and Felicity arrived at the back door of the yard. After carefully inspecting, Reed frowned. Does this back door open frequently? Felicity looked puzzled at Vicky, who shook her head. Few people live in this mansion. Even during regular purchases, it's unnecessary to use the back door. Since the mansion was established, the back door has rarely been opened. Hearing this, Reed understood and gave Felicity a meaningful glance. She got the hint. Vicky, you may leave. Vicky glanced at both of them, bowed slightly, and then left. With only him and Felicity present, Reed remained silent for a moment before stating, if my guess is correct, His Excellency left on his own. He left on his own? Felicity exclaimed in surprise. Through the back door? Reed silently nodded. Felicity frowned and said, if he had something to do outside, no one in the mansion would have asked questions. Why would he need to leave secretly? Also, how did you discover this, Your Grace? Reed pointed at the back door and everything around it, saying, if my guess is correct, few people from the mansion come here. This back door is covered with dust, but some places, it seems they were frequently touched recently. Moreover, look at the door bolt. Felicity looked at the open door bolt, her pupils slightly contracting. What kind of situation could make her husband so busy that he even left through the back door? Seeing her reaction, Reed just shook his head slightly. Ordinary families knew to lock their doors properly. As the Dag's family was not an ordinary one, Reed naturally instructed for extra caution, which made such a scenario of leaving the door unlocked impossible. One door bolt alone didn't mean much, but the frequent touch marks clearly indicated someone often used this back door. Considering everyone else's habits, that left only the Dag. After thinking for a while, Reed still asked, has His Excellency been frequently out of your sight recently? About this, Felicity frowned, thinking for a moment before shaking her head. Usually, he stays with the family or in the study. Knowing his inner distress, I seldom disturb him, and over time, it became a habit. Recently, there has been no difference, so I really can't tell. Fine. By comparing times, nothing stood out, but Reed already knew the answer. It seemed the Dag stayed home initially, but later something happened, giving him a chance to slip away. Reed silently said, I interact with His Excellency quite often and haven't noticed any signs of internal distress. I wonder. Sigh. Felicity sighed softly. From being the heir apparent above all but one, to becoming a commoner now, and due to various reasons, even without freedom, how could he not be distressed? As she spoke, she glanced at Reed. Reed sighed silently. His Excellency is likely not in danger. Let's wait for his return. Chapter 264. The Dag has learned to sneak around. Just before dinner time, the back door of the Dag's residence opened. Felicity looked up and saw her husband returning from outside. The Dag didn't notice Felicity at all. He merely closed the back door and walked towards the courtyard. But after just a couple of steps, he saw Felicity standing alone in the backyard. Their gazes intertwined. For some reason, Felicity felt an indescribable feeling stir within her. They had been married for 11 years, and she had married him when she was 15. Except for that incident at the palace banquet where someone had drugged her, something she could not speak of to anyone else. She had given everything to him. Even her own family, a distinguished founding hero's family, had been implicated and exiled here. Everyone thought that no matter what happened, they should risk their lives to protect him. Over the past 6 months or so, they have lived on tenterhooks. She, the Dags, raised in a sheltered environment, also started working in the fields. Wasn't it all to tell Jingxing that their family remained humble and law-abiding? Yet, her husband had been sneaking out for a period of time without knowing what he did. The moment the Dag saw Felicity, he was startled as well, then asked sheepishly, Shu Wan, why are you here? Levi has been looking for my lord but couldn't find you. We were worried something had happened to you. There were no signs of intruders in the house. Finally, Levi thought you had gone out on your own errands. My lord's presence in the rear court is inconvenient for Levi, so he waited for you in the front court. I stayed here to welcome you. Felicity said this with the most neutral tone possible. Upon hearing this, the Dag felt rather complicated inside, but upon realizing it was Reed who was looking for him, he no longer lingered and said, since Fredgu is waiting, don't keep him waiting. I shall go see him first, and I'll explain later to Shu Wan. Looking at his anxious appearance, one might think he feared neglecting Reed, but having been married for many years, she clearly knew her husband felt guilty. As the Dag passed by Felicity, she wrinkled her nose, catching a faint whiff of powder fragrance. A jolt went through Felicity's heart. In the front courtyard, Reed was sipping tea, holding a book, and teaching several children. Suddenly, the Dag arrived. He hadn't yet appeared, but his voice was already heard. Jingji, Jingji. The Dag approached with a smile on his face. Ah, blame me. I suddenly had matters to attend to, and didn't expect Jingji to return today. I've been negligent. Your Highness. Smelling the unfamiliar scent on him, Reed smiled. It's all right, Your Highness. Ningzhou is desolate and uninteresting. If you have hobbies such as playing chess or painting, it would alleviate the boredom. I came today right after inspecting the autumn harvests in various places. Since I haven't seen you in a while, I came uninvited, hoping not to disturb you. For some reason, when he heard about chess and painting, the dag felt somewhat uneasy, replying awkwardly, Jingji, how can you say such things? We are close friends. How could you be disturbing me? Haha. Reed smiled. If I'm not disturbing you, then I'm relieved. In that case, I won't keep you further. Saying this, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the dag held him back. Jingji, it's almost dinner time. Why don't you stay for dinner and leave afterwards? Reed had rushed back and searched for him all afternoon. The residence must not have prepared properly. His wife was also at the Inacio family, so it was unlikely everything was ready at home. Reed smiled faintly and was about to politely decline when he noticed that although the dag was smiling broadly, there were dark circles under his eyes, and his expression showed fatigue, with dim eyes. Smelling the hint of powder fragrance, Reed said, Autumn is a good time for healthcare. Your Highness should take extra care of your health. Ningzhou is not like Jingcheng. At this point, Reed didn't know how to continue, only bowing slightly before leaving the dag puzzled. Confused, the dag turned and saw Felicity standing nearby. He asked, Shuwan, what did Jingji mean by speaking so strangely today? Strange? Felicity, looking at her husband who seemed overindulged, replied, excess pleasure is like a sharp blade. Ningzhou isn't Jingcheng. Your Highness now lives like an ordinary family. Levi was reminding Your Highness to pay attention to your health. He didn't say it outright because of propriety. The dag's face darkened unhappily. So, he dared to investigate my whereabouts? Your Highness. For some reason, Felicity felt somewhat disappointed. She said, you were missing for half a day, and everyone was worried. Fred Shieling governs Ningzhou and commands the Imperial Guard. Even the internal guard can be mobilized by him. He was only concerned about you. How could it be an investigation in your eyes? Now that you are exiled here, don't you know what state you are in? Your brother's in Jingcheng. Enough. First having his private life exposed, now being hit where it hurts by Felicity, the dag immediately flared up in anger. I have walked on thin ice all my life. Now I've been exiled to this Ningzhou. Am I supposed to live under the mask of a dag forever? As dag, every pair of eyes is watching me. I cannot afford any mistakes. Now I am just a commoner. Can I enjoy a few days of happiness? If so, what's the point of living? Felicity did not expect that her usual gentle advice would provoke such a strong reaction from her husband. The dag looked at her coldly and said, since you've discovered this, I won't hide it from you. I plan to take a concubine, and it will happen in a few days. What? Felicity's pupils narrowed. Take a concubine. She had thought he was only secretly seeing someone, but never imagined he would go as far as taking a concubine. Felicity, with a cold face, asked, what if I do not agree? A woman who starts entangling with a married man without status, once admitted into the residence, there would likely be no peace. But her husband was already over 30. Though trained in the royal family, he didn't seem like an ordinary person. Yet, how did he get noticed when he had always lived a secluded life? After more than 10 years of marriage, she did not believe her husband would willingly make such a mistake. After all, he used to be a dag. What kind of women hadn't he seen? Or perhaps, he got tired of the prim and proper ladies in Jingcheng and fell for a seductive fox spirit? Rejected by Felicity, the dag's temper also rose, and he angrily said, I'm not asking for your permission. I'm just informing you. In his anger, he even reverted to using the formality of the crown prince. Hearing this, Felicity angrily replied, then let his highness see if I'll drink that tea for concubines. How unreasonable. The dag swept his sleeves and left. Chapter 265. The autumn air is heavy, and there's a blooming apricot tree outside the wall. Reed sat in his study, looking at several files on the desk. These were all materials related to the Zephyr family in Ningzhou. The Zephyr family. This was the family that Dag had been visiting frequently lately, a fallen scholar's family. A senior licentiate lived with 2 daughters. One was 19 years old, and the other was a mere 10-year-old girl. They had lost their mother. From the files, it seemed that the Zephyr family had no apparent problems. On the contrary, this senior licentiate named Zephyr enjoyed a good reputation, and his Roland daughter, Zephyr Chin, was also known for her talent. If anything had to be pointed out as an issue, it would be that this 19-year-old daughter had never been betrothed. In theory, this should not be the case, given that her father was a senior licentiate, a desirable match for many. However, even if the 19-year-old had never been promised to anyone, Reed could not use this fact to make any accusations. How could such a family allow a daughter to have an illicit affair within the home? Could it really be just because of paintings that Dag found common interests with senior licentiate Zephyr? No. Reed shook his head. If they truly shared common interests, Dag wouldn't need to hide from his family. Moreover, senior licentiate Zephyr has never visited them either. This was very unusual. Additionally, the scent of powder on Dag that day wasn't fake. Reed thought for a long time but couldn't come to a conclusion. He summoned Lori and asked, is there really nothing wrong with the Zephyr family? There are no issues detected so far. Lori shook her head. The Zephyr family is native to Ningzhou. The Roland daughter isn't some random person. Though she rarely appears in public, there's nothing amiss about her. This is strange. Reed felt somewhat troubled. If it were indeed a senior licentiate's family, even if education failed somewhere, it was unlikely they would permit their daughter to have an affair with a man over 30 inside the house. Surely Dag wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his identity, right? He pondered for a moment and asked, what about Birch? What's happening on her side? Wasn't she planning to scheme against him? Has there been any abnormal activity recently? None. Lori shook her head and said, during these days, I secretly eavesdropped on their conversations twice. They only mentioned that they haven't found a chance to approach him yet, So they are still waiting for the opportunity. So that's how it is? Reed frowned slightly. Initially, he suspected that the Roland daughter of the Zephyr family might be impersonated or controlled by Birch. However, after thinking for a while, he said, keep watching the Zephyr family, especially the Roland daughter. Investigate further to see if the Zephyr family, or specifically Zephyr Chin, has any connection with Birch. I must find out whether Zephyr Chin is under the control of Birch. Dag's romantic encounter came too strangely, with no warning at all. In just over a month, the two fell deeply in love and became intimate. Lori nodded upon hearing this and replied, rest assured, sir. We will get to the bottom of this as soon as possible. Reed nodded and then said, there's another matter that needs investigating, never mind. He reconsidered and dismissed the idea from his mind. Though surprised, Lori didn't ask any more questions. She knew Reed's style. If he decided not to say more, it was best not to pry. In fact, Reed initially thought of having her investigate whether any foreign spies were planted in Ningzhou. However, considering Lori already had limited manpower and the Imperial Guards were better suited for this task, it made more sense to leave it to them. He said, I will deploy the Imperial Guards throughout Ningzhou in the coming days. If you notice their movements, act as if you know nothing except for what I've entrusted you with. Focus on your mission. Upon hearing this, Lori was slightly startled but respectfully replied, understood. Go ahead. Reed waved his hand and then continued examining the files carefully, hoping to find something unusual, though destined to find none. Slightly disappointed, he put away the files, contemplating returning to rest. Suddenly, Lucasener's voice sounded outside the study. Master. What is it? Curious, Reed opened the door and saw someone following Lucasener, a figure completely cloaked in a hood. Reed was slightly taken aback when he recognized the visitor. Why did she come now? Reed looked at Lucasener and said, you can go back and rest. I need to speak with this guest. Lucasener nodded and left. Reed led the visitor into the study and closed the door. Your Highness visiting at night. What brings you here? The visitor turned out to be Felicity, a woman who had shared an intimate night with Reed. Since that one night, they had consciously avoided each other. Even when they met, it was always in public settings. Today, however, he wondered why this woman had suddenly come. Felicity said somewhat dejectedly, he is going to take that woman as a concubine. What? Reed was taken aback for a moment before he understood that Felicity was talking about Zephyr Chin. Furrowing his brows, he said, how could His Highness be so capricious? This was originally Bryson's family affair, and Reed couldn't say much about it. However, now that Reed was trying to cover up all loopholes, having Bryson bring in a woman with unknown intentions would just drag him back. Looking at Felicity, Reed asked, do you agree with this arrangement? A wife had the right to interfere in matters of taking concubines, even in the royal family. The royal family did have its uniqueness, but wasn't bound by as many constraints as commoners. Felicity's expression turned melancholic as she replied, I naturally disagree with such a woman joining us, but he doesn't care how I feel at all. Then what about your family? Reed felt helpless. If Bryson were to do this now, antagonizing the Chow family wouldn't benefit him at all. They had followed him here, sacrificing their positions and status, and even her Roland brother's marriage was annulled. Such a move would surely make people disheartened. Felicity shook her head slightly and said, Father and the others don't know about this yet, but ultimately, this is an imperial matter. Although he has lost his position as heir apparent, everyone knows the reason. Even if Father knew, he could only voice a few words in private. That made sense. Still, Reed spread his hands, Your Highness, this is still your family matter, and I, an outsider, can't really intervene. Besides, he is the ruler, while I am the subject. Although Reed didn't care much about these conventions, it was someone else's family business after all, and he couldn't go around interfering. Felicity untied her cloak, revealing a red thin silk dress beneath, displaying a charming allure different from that of a young girl. Gulp. Reed unconsciously swallowed hard. You little rascal, since it's not the first time. Help this palace lady take revenge on that bastard. What the? Chapter 266, a conversation at the Chow family. Time flows like water, and so do people. Reed felt like a fish in water, completely at ease. It wasn't until dawn broke that the two finally stopped. Phyllis looked at the messy study room and scolded, You ungrateful little thing. You've been avoiding your Roland sister these days, yet now you're acting like an insatiable wolf. If I call you a hypocrite, you wouldn't believe it. Reed felt slightly embarrassed. After all, wasn't it because you had someone slip me a drug last time? How was I supposed to know what you were thinking? I couldn't just go up to you and ask if we should meet again, right? But he couldn't say this now and instead asked, If you didn't return tonight, he wouldn't know, right? Humph. Phyllis snorted coldly, He's probably on that vixen's bed right now. Reed glanced at the two of them. They weren't much better off either. Yet Phyllis seemed to understand the situation. She sighed faintly, looking at Reed with some resentment, and said, Now that I'm no different from him, who can say anything about who? Reed remained silent. Sleeping with the future madam, the sense of achievement is full, but the taste is not something outsiders could understand. But this royal woman is not so easy to tangle with. Despite Phyllis shouting for revenge against the Dag, she is indeed afraid that Reed might abandon both her and her husband. After all, someone like Reed would be sought after by whoever comes into power. Don't think the second and Gideon's being close to the aristocratic families mean anything. When any of them takes the throne, they will discover the flaws of these aristocratic families and try to break free from their shackles. Reed supports the Dag now, partly due to Adolf's arrangement, and also because the Dag seems more decent compared to his two brothers. But Adolf doesn't only have these three sons. Although Phyllis was indeed unhappy with yesterday's incident, they are now a couple with two children, so the Chow family has to follow this path. Thus, rallying Reed at this moment brings benefits without drawbacks. Looking at the somewhat silent Phyllis, Reed spoke silently, What do you plan to do now? What do you mean now? Phyllis paused, then replied irritably, Rest assured, I won't make you responsible for this. Reed's lips twitched as he said, I'm asking about your home situation. Me responsible? Responsible for what? As a modern youth, who wouldn't yearn for the pleasures of a prime minister? It's just unknown if I'll have the chance to sit in that position. Phyllis understood, realizing she had misunderstood Reed's intentions. Thinking about her family matters, she lamented. He said he was only informing me, not seeking my consent. What can be done? She and the dag may be equals now, but it doesn't mean she wants to introduce someone new who would make her feel uncomfortable. Reed said, have a talk with Balthazar Chiao. Although the matter is settled, your family, he might consider it a bit. Okay. Phyllis nodded silently while leaning on Reed. After a while, she glanced outside, saying, it's almost dawn. How about? Indeed, you should leave now. Reed thought to himself. Unexpectedly, Phyllis suddenly suggested, let's do it one more time. It seems, she got hooked. Whether it was Phyllis's strong desire or Reed having been away for some time. Anyway, Phyllis succeeded once more. At dawn, Phyllis left Reed's residence and returned to her own courtyard. Yep. She used the back door that the dag often walked through. The dag would never imagine that the door he frequently uses would be utilized by his own wife. But he was indeed still sleeping soundly at the Zephyr family residence. However, Phyllis, after washing away the traces, seeing the sky brightening, didn't eat breakfast at home, but took her 2 children next door. Next door was precisely where the Chiao family lived. Seeing Phyllis visit early in the morning with her 2 children, anyone could tell something was up. When asked by Balthazar Chiao, Phyllis didn't hide it. Following Reed's advice, she recounted everything in detail. Balthazar Chiao's anger couldn't be hidden. As a founding hero, even Adolf addressed him as little brother. He wasn't like those noblemen who came later. Even the dag dared not ignore him. Though he didn't utter a word, everyone could see his extreme displeasure from his murderous aura. As ministers, they have no right to interfere in the ruler's family affairs. But shouldn't things be handled according to etiquette and law? If everything were done properly, and if you liked it, then no one would say anything even if the whole back courtyard was filled with concubines. But now, with the lack of proper etiquette, people who don't know might wonder what's wrong with the daughters of the Chiao family. Do you still want to keep your daughter's face? And the face of our Chiao family? Fuller, in his youthful vigor, immediately flared up in anger. How can he do this? Our Chiao family has suffered because of him, losing our ranks and titles, changing from a proud founding marquis family into commoners. Have we ever complained? He violates propriety and blames elder sister. Enough. Balthazar Chiao rebuked. Is this something you should be concerned about? Haven't you seen that your Roland brother didn't say a word? Fuller. Oh. Balthazar Chiao sighed deeply and said, when we agreed to this marriage, it was partly because he is the ruler and we are subjects, and also because we've always been comrades in arms, willing to die for each other. To enter the palace gates means plunging into an ocean deeper than the sea. I understand this too. I only hoped that even if there were difficulties in the future, there would still be some rules in this grand palace, and as a military family leading the army, people would consider us. But I never expected. Balthazar Chiao thought for a moment and asked, you said Reed was present yesterday? Phyllis nodded and said, Fred Schilling originally went to see him. If it weren't for him, this matter wouldn't have been discovered. Reed inadvertently exposed such a disgraceful affair. Now it doesn't matter if he has lost power. But if he returns to the capital one day and secures his position as dag again, who knows if they will have any rifts between them. The Chiao family has been taken care of by Reed, and the 2 families are exceptionally close now. If any misunderstanding arises over this incident, it would not be good. After all, knowing about the matter is one thing, but exposing it is another. This is scandalous, and one cannot tell if there will be any resentment in his heart. Upon hearing this, Phyllis saw through it clearly and said, Reed was left to him by Christian. In the future, he may still be a regent minister. Without Reed, he can't deal with the noble families. Moreover, even if they really have issues, by that time, Reed will probably already have enough confidence and won't fear him. For some reason, comparing her prince to Reed in various aspects, Phyllis suddenly felt that apart from birth, her prince seemed to be inferior to Reed in every way.